A superhuman who had guarded the nation for over 400 years was secretly executed by the higher-ups just before retirement, and the reason they did it was to appease the demands of an alien race. What no one could have anticipated was that I actually reincarnated back to the time right after graduating from college. In my previous life, I had mastered the primordial power of light and, on the verge of death, unexpectedly broke through to the 5th tier, activating the ability to reverse time. In this life, I will go from being a pawn to a player, no longer letting my fate be controlled by others. A long-lost ringtone sounded, and I abruptly sat up, gasping for breath, staring at the clock on the wall lost in thought. Only 2035? I really had reincarnated. By this time, spirit seeds had already appeared, and those terrifyingly talented and immensely powerful spirit seeds of the future were still unclaimed. So now, I could freely choose the path I would take. The types of spirit seeds were bizarre and varied, with some strong and others weak, but once fused, they could never be changed. So, I had already decided which spirit seed I would fuse with in this life. Suddenly, the sound of a turning door lock interrupted my thoughts. The girl who entered was my cousin, Ning Xiaoxin, also my only family. Xiaoyan, haven't you been job hunting lately? Today, I saw a company recruiting fresh graduates. How about it, interested in giving it a try? Hearing the word job, I remembered that I was now a freshly graduated college student, but in this life, working for someone else was out of the question. I made plans with some classmates to go out and have fun for a few days. I'll look for a job when I get back. That's fine too. You hardly went out at all during your 4 years in college. I'll transfer you some money later, but you guys must be careful, okay? At noon the next day, I walked out of a loan company. With my current identity, the most I could scam was 200,000? Well, at least I had some seed money now. The next step was to set out and obtain that spirit seed that would shock the world in the future. Outside the airport in Lhasa, a burly man with a thick beard held up a sign with the words Ning Xiaoyan written in colorful marker. Hey, handsome, I'm Ahu. So you're the one planning to climb Everest, right? That's me. When's the earliest you can arrange the ascent? Originally, it was the day after tomorrow, but the guide has some urgent matters and can't make it these days. But don't worry, I've already arranged your accommodation. You can take these few days to get familiar with the surroundings. I've got all the gear ready here, and we can set off as soon as the guide arrives. Let us go the day after tomorrow. I don't need a guide. Just get me the gear and take me to the base of the mountain. The agreed 100,000 yuan 1T be a penny short. At that moment, it was as if Ahu had heard the most ridiculous joke of his life. Even the most elite mountaineering experts couldn't climb Everest alone. It was practically suicide. Young people these days are just too overconfident. The next day, Ahu took me to a base closest to Everest. Stay here for the night. The gear is all in the tent. I've got some errands to run, but I can take you up the mountain first thing tomorrow. After checking the equipment, I stepped out of the tent and headed to a famous lamb soup shop nearby. Shortly after sitting down, I noticed a woman not far away. Her skin was as fair as jade, her features delicate and striking, a true beauty by any standard. My gaze swept past her and landed on the two burly men behind her. With just one glance, I knew this woman's identity was anything but ordinary. To be guarded by two elite special forces soldiers, her purpose here must be anything but simple. The man behind her seemed to sense something unusual in my gaze, but after a quick glance at me, he looked away. His eyes held a dismissiveness that made it clear I posed no threat whatsoever in his eyes. Yet, I couldn't care less. Running into people with such unusual backgrounds at this moment, however, felt like a bad omen to me. The next day, at the base of Everest, Ahu walked into the mountaineering management office carrying a briefcase. After about 10 minutes, he signaled for me to enter. A middle-aged man handed me a work uniform. Put this on before you go in. The higher-ups are cracking down hard these days. Also, take this tracker. If anything goes wrong, call me immediately on the walkie-talkie. Of course, that LL cost extra. Waiting for Ning Yuan to walk away, Ahu hurriedly picked up the balding middle-aged man's thermos cup and went to the water fountain to add some hot water, and then opened his mouth with a smile. It's really thanks to Brother Wu, otherwise my business is considered yellow. The bald middle-aged man sniffed coldly. Ahua, for the sake of our friendship for so many years, this time I'll kind of take a risk to help you, but it can only be this time. At least don't pull any more people privately before I give you the news. Be quiet for a while. Tiger sniffed and put the thermos cup in front of the bald middle-aged man, first looked around, and then asked in a low voice. Brother Wu, what's going on? Can you reveal some to my little brother? The bald middle-aged man first sipped the tea in the thermos cup, and then faintly opened his mouth. Above, someone is coming, said to be to climb Mount Everest. If they find you these small hooks, a casual word can let us finished. Understand? Hiss. Tiger sniffed and drew a cold breath. Knock knock. And just then, a knock sounded at the door. Enter. Old Wu spoke carelessly. Reporting, sir. The group of people that you have previously instructed has arrived. The manager in charge of the inspection saluted towards Old Wu and spoke. What? Old Wu stood up from his chair in a rush to look at the man who had come to report and exclaimed in shock.
Aren't they not arriving until tomorrow? Are you sure it's that line?
Yes, sir, the license plate number and the number of people are correct, and the woman in charge said she had called you in advance. Quickly, take me there. Old Wu hurriedly took out his coat from the coat rack behind him and put it on, almost jogging towards the door. Tiger saw this and also hurriedly followed.
Outside the guardrail, 2 black SUVs are quietly parked and 6 people are standing beside them.
A woman and 5 men. If Ning Yuan was there, he would have recognized that this woman was the woman he met last night at the mutton soup store.
Aya Xia, look at you, you didn't know to tell Uncle Wu when you came early.
Old Wu's thinning hair was messy in the cold wind. He looked at Xia Xinla with a flattering smile.
Good day, Uncle Wu.
As yesterday, Xia Xinla was still dressed in the same way. She smiled and reached out to shake Old Wu's hand. Behind Old Wu, who was looking at Xia Xinla with some disorientation. Other than online, it was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman in reality. However, when Tiger inadvertently swept to her side of a few men, shivered violently. 3 of the 5 men were staring at him, and one of them even had his hand in his pocket. Seeing this scene, Hu hurriedly went down to the ground and dared not look at it again. Xinla, how is Elder Xia's health? I can miss his old man very much. In the past years his old man's wise teachings I still often recall nowadays when I have nothing to do. I'll definitely go back to see him when I'm on vacation in a while. Old Wu's face was filled with emotion and remembrance.
My grandfather, he's fine.
Xia Xinla responded with a smile. That's good. Go. It's windy here. Let's hurry and go inside. I've prepared all the equipment and stuff. You guys can hike whenever you want. After saying that, Old Wu then smiled and led Xia Xinla's group into the management station. As he walked away, Old Wu even glared at Ahu without realizing it. That meant to tell him to get lost. Tiger had known Old Wu for several years, so naturally he could see what he meant. Without the slightest hesitation, Ahu smiled and stooped down to stand aside, just to see them enter.
Chapter 7, Light and Darkness.
From Lao Wu's statement, Ahu could tell that the person's identity was definitely not simple.
Definitely the type with a lot of power. If he had been a little late in pulling Ning Yuan and colliding with these people, he would have ended up in the same situation, not to mention what would have happened to him, and I'm afraid that Old Wu wouldn't have let himself go. Thinking of this, Ahu couldn't help but be secretly grateful for his good luck. Inside one of the equipment rooms of the management station.
Xinla, climbing Mount Everest is not a simple task. Uncle Wu has already arranged for some professional guides. I'll send them over if you need them. Looking at the group of people wearing equipment, Old Wu reminded. No need, Uncle Wu, a few of them have climbed any mountain, you can rest assured with them. Xia Xinla, who was wearing her equipment, rejected Old Wu's proposal.
Moreover, this time we are on a mission, it's not convenient to bring outsiders.
Old Wu sniffed and knew the rules very well and nodded his head in a hurry. That's fine, if there's anything you need you contact me directly and I'll solve it first. Putting on the mountaineering equipment, Xia Xinla's group of 6 people walked through the parapet towards Everest.
Miss, that person just now should be Ahu. On the way, Shizhou looked back at the campground management station and spoke.
Hearing this, Xia Xinla spoke softly. Over the years, Old Wu has made a lot of money from this tiger, and now that the evidence about him has almost been collected, let him live out his last month of freedom. The rest of the people are silent and follow Xia Xinla around. They know in their hearts, as early as last month should have been monitored to take away the Old Wu is still able to jump now because this line of people currently still need to use him. After all, these days on the Everest exploration journey, working here for nearly 10 years as the Old Wu here the most experienced people play a big role.
At the same time,
in front of Xia Xinla's group, Ning Yuan had already deviated from the predetermined route. Looking through his goggles at the towering snowy mountains in front of him, Ning Yuan recalled the location in his mind. He then pulled out the locator he was carrying and threw it on the ground, heading in one direction. The route ahead was winding, and no one had ever traveled this way before.
For this is not the way to climb a mountain.
The year 2146 of the Yuan calendar. That is, more than 100 years from now. A team of a dozen or so ordinary men and women started the challenge of climbing Mount Everest. At that time, the extraordinary people had already integrated into the society. The ordinary people were in awe of them, aspired to them and regarded them as saviors. On this day, in this team, Chu Feng, who was an ordinary person, had his fate completely changed. Ning Yuan walked while recalling the detailed process of Chu Feng leaving behind his obtaining that spirit seed in the official. It was different from what people from the outside had guessed. Chu Feng was not the same spirit seed that he had obtained at the top of Mount Everest. Because he was afraid, he only climbed a short distance and left the group alone. Then on the way down the mountain, he encountered a blizzard and had to rely on his own memory to feel his way forward. The result was predictable, he deviated from the route, and although he was also going down the mountain, he was going in the opposite direction. Until he walked to the foot of another mountain, Chu Feng realized that he had gone in the wrong direction. He then continued to walk forward through the direction of the stars in the sky.
until he came across the spiritual seed that emitted streams of light. Thinking of the fact that the Chu Feng of the past had revealed his experiences with no concealment whatsoever under the official hammering, Ning Yuan was inwardly overwhelmed with emotion. At that time, Chu Feng was but a hot-blooded young man in his early 20s, and his level of trust in the official Transcendental's headquarters could be said to have reached a fanatical level. He told all of his abilities one by one, and in the end, what he got in return was shock and scorn, until the news was leaked by an insider, and in the end, he was assassinated by a coalition of powerful people from the foreign races and other countries. Recalling Chu Feng's life, he was like a shooting star in the sky that passed by in a flash. In those most turbulent years, all the Transcendentalists might not be able to see the sun tomorrow, so no one had the ability to save him. Thoughts turned back. Ning Yuan climbed the rocks in front of him step by step, his eyes not sparing any corner. As time passed slowly, the sky gradually darkened, and the temperature at the foot of Mount Everest became colder and colder. Ning Yuan had been walking for nearly a day, but he didn't show any impatience when he didn't find anything. It wasn't until he once again struggled over a boulder that Ning Yuan's breathing stuttered. At this time, the sky was getting darker and darker, but in front of Ning Yuan, at the center of that pile of rocks, a snow lotus quietly bloomed. That snow lotus is special, it's not white, but black. A pitch-black snow lotus blooming in the snow. This snow lotus emits a faint ebony stream of light, as if countless shadows were swaying with the wind. It is an indescribable feeling, it is full of beauty and weirdness. At that moment, I knew it must be a spirit seed. Ning Yuan's mouth was a little dry as he looked at the pitch-black snow lotus in front of him. It was exactly the same as future Chu Feng's description. This snow lotus was filled with special beauty, as well as strangeness. Ning Yuan came to the pitch-black snow lotus and squatted down. He took off his goggles and gloves. The surface of the black snow lotus emitted a dark light that swayed like countless shadows, and as Ning Yuan approached, these shadows seemed to shy away from him. Ning Yuan stroked the petals of the snow lotus with a slightly trembling hand. In his previous life, when he had initially obtained the spirit seed, he had also been the focus of attention. Because his spirit seed contained the original power of light. And light often held hope and power in the eyes of the world. But with the passage of time, the top management found that Ning Yuan's promotion speed is too slow, as well as in his ability strength is not as stunning as imagined. Because Ning Yuan's abilities were more on the defensive side. What the country needed more than anything else in those troubled times was a strong offense. After all, the saying that the best defense is an offense has remained true throughout the ages. But it was also because of Ning Yuan's ability to defend and guard that he had also become the guardian god of the common people. As for why the foreigners had gone out of their way to kill him in his last life, Ning Yuan didn't understand. But nowadays, as far as he was concerned, the past of the previous life was meaningless. Because he was now going to walk a whole new path. A path that he would travel alone and leave everyone behind. The feeling of the petals in his hand was cold and piercing. Ning Yuan was unmoved, his eyes were hot, looking at the black lotus flower, whispering to himself. When there is light, there is shadow, and when there is no light, there is darkness. What in this world can be a more terrifying and powerful force than darkness? Chapter 8, Molten Spirit. Everything in this world is about balance, there are gains and losses, and if you want to gain power you have to pay the necessary risks. Ordinary people only have one chance in their life to melt the spirit. If they succeed, they will step into the transcendent. If they fail, they will go up and smoke together with the spirit seed. The initial method of spirit melting was simple, that is, eating. After all, from the history of human development, eating was the only way for humans to evolve and grow. It was only that although eating was simple, the probability of successfully melting the spirit in this way was only 30%. The reason is that after the spirit seed is swallowed into the stomach, it will have a repulsive reaction with the human body, and the power that the spirit seed instinctively emits will destroy the fragile flesh and blood of human beings to the point that they can't withstand it and die. It was not until a genius discovered a new method and increased the probability of success to 50%. This method was to first irrigate the spirit with one's own blood, allowing the spirit species to absorb one's own blood to familiarize itself with everything, and subsequently eat it. In this way, the spirit seed that would originally repel with the human body and thus backfire would become much more docile. If you want to make the probability of fusing the spirit seed higher, you have to use a large amount of your own blood to irrigate it, that is to say, to enhance the degree of fit between the two sides. Thinking about this, Ning Yuan took out a brand new dagger from his pocket. Staring at the pitch-black snow lotus, his fiery gaze gradually disappeared, instead bringing a touch of madness. In the next moment, Ning Yuan slashed open the artery in his arm. Afterwards, a large stream of fiery blood directly spilled onto the cold and bone-piercing pitch-black snow lotus below. The pain did not cause a single wave to ripple across Ning Yuan's face. Not only that, but when he saw his blood being rapidly absorbed by the snow lotus, an expression of delight appeared on his face instead. Put! The sound of the blade cutting through flesh and blood rang out once again. This time Ning Yuan used his mouth to bite down on the hilt of the blade to slice through the other arm. Opening his mouth and spitting the blade onto the ground, Ning Yuan stretched both of his arms out straight, and a large amount of blood flowed out from both of his arms and landed on the surface of the snow lotus below. Soon, Ning Yuan's brain, which was rapidly losing blood, began to feel a wave of dizziness. He bit down hard on the tip of his own tongue with his teeth to keep himself awake, his eyes staring down at the snow lotus below, inwardly calculating the time and the limit of what he could withstand. 2 short minutes passed, and Ning Yuan's face was as pale as paper. When the 3rd minute was about to pass, Ning Yuan, whose eyes were dazed and almost ready to faint, grimaced and grabbed the snow lotus on the ground. Then he directly opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. The ice-cold snow lotus in his mouth at the moment, instantly into a stream of essence into his body. At the same time, snowflakes began to float in the dim sky. Blood was still flowing from a pair of arms. Ning Yuan did not treat the wounds, as that was pointless. If it was successful, this bit of his wound wouldn't have any effect on him at all. If it fails, he'll just die anyway, and he's supposed to be dead anyway. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan collapsed backwards onto the ground. At this time the snow was getting bigger and bigger, the cold wind wrapped around the snowflakes like goose feathers falling on his face. He looked at the dim sky with flat eyes and whispered to himself. The wind and snow press me like a mountain, I laugh at the wind and light snow like cotton. Soon, that familiar and unimaginable pain emanated from his body, and then became heavier and heavier. Until the pain caused him to completely lose consciousness and pass out. I don't know how many days have passed, but a brief heavy snowfall has completely colored the foot of Mount Everest into a snowy white color. A few rock sheep were searching for food in the area. And just then, a hand suddenly poked out of the snow. This sudden movement instantly startled the few rock sheep away. The next moment Ning Yuan sat up violently from the snow pile, his eyes as black as ink, his body exuding a bizarre aura. Only his aura soon dissipated, and his eyes also returned to their original state. At a glance there was nothing different from what he had been before, except that his ink-black eyes were deeper than those of an ordinary person. Ha ha ha, ah ha 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 ha. After a short period of silence, Ning Yuan let out a loud laugh. It's done, I've done it. Standing up from the snow, Ning Yuan first looked at his scarred arms, then skillfully utilized his spiritual sense to peek at himself. Nowadays, his body was completely different from that of an ordinary person. Only to see a small pitch-black tree rooted in a grayish space within his body like dead wood. The small tree has several branches, in one of the branches hanging a small black ball of light, at first glance like a young fruit. Ning Yuan's gaze blazed as he looked at this pitch-black ball of light. This tiny ball of light was the source of a transcendence power, and with it in place, Ning Yuan would be able to utilize powers unimaginable to ordinary people. In my last life, I wasn't even as happy as I am now as a 5th-order transcendent with 5 fruits of spiritual origin in my body. Is this the elation of expecting a straight path in the future? Ha 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 ha. Ning Yuan withdrew his spiritual sense and pulled out his cell phone from his pocket to open it. Upon seeing the time on the phone's screen and the densely packed missed calls and messages, Ning Yuan frowned. 15 days, he had been in a coma for 15 whole days. This time was quite a bit longer than he had expected. Ning Yuan looked at the countless calls and messages from Ning Xiaoluo on his cell phone, and he paused when he was about to call back, then crushed the phone. He wasn't going to reply, he was about to go back anyway, so when the time came, he would just say that he had lost his cell phone. Ning Yuan first discarded his cell phone, and then casually picked up a fist-sized rock from the ground and held it in his hand. With just a little bit of force from him, the stone, whose surface was covered in ice and snow, was crushed into powder by Ning Yuan. The power of the first rank is going to far exceed that of the first rank in the previous world. Ning Yuan looked at the broken pieces of powder in his hand and inwardly recognized his power. The Dark Spirit's first rank ability I remember is Imperial Shadow. Ning Yuan's knowledge of dark abilities only rested on the first 4 orders. After all, Chu Feng in his previous life had been assassinated before he had even reached the 5th order. With this thought in his mind, Ning Yuan looked towards his shadow reflected on the white snow. The next moment, a bizarre scene occurred. Ning Yuan's original humanoid shadow actually began to stretch, and not only that, the shape of the shadow kept changing with Ning Yuan's mind. Rumble! With a movement of Ning Yuan's mind, a pitch-black lance suddenly shot out from his shadow, striking through the boulder in front of Ning Yuan. With just a gentle stir, the boulder, which was several people tall, shattered like tofu. Chapter 9, Ambush. Rumble! Several pitch-black lances shot out from Ning Yuan's shadow, instantly shattering the boulders around him. Several rock goats in the distance jumped 3 feet in shock at this scene and fled frantically. After only a short period of familiarization, Ning Yuan became more and more skilled in the use of his current Stage 1 ability based on his experience in his last life, and he kept manipulating his own shadow below him. The shadows that he transformed into were not only able to change their forms at will and attack their targets, they could also detach themselves from the ground and hover in front of Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan looked at the humanoid black shadow in front of him, which was as tall as himself, and his eyes were filled with complex colors. Spirit types that combined attack, defense, speed, and power into one had only been seen 3 times in his last life, but the only spirit type that contained all of them in the first stage was the Dark Spirit. Raising his foot and taking a step forward, Ning Yuan's entire body merged with the shadow in front of him, then turned into a shadow and rushed towards the top of Mount Everest. The top of Mount Everest. Ning Yuan's figure emerged out of thin air. The finish line that would take an ordinary person half a month to reach, nowadays it only took him a few short seconds. The difference between heaven and earth is just like this. At this moment, Ning Yuan's independent mountaintop was like stepping on top of the clouds, and the knife-like cold wind couldn't scrape him in the slightest. Bang bang bang. Just then, gunshots suddenly came from not far below the mountaintop. Ning Yuan, whose thoughts were interrupted by the sound of gunfire, frowned, and then he disappeared into a shadow. At the same time, the final cushion of flat ground from the sprint to the summit of Mount Everest. Two groups are trading fire with each other. Accompanied by the four flames, the sound of gunfire and the collision of bullets hitting the rocks kept ringing out. Ning Yuan's figure appeared in the dead center of the line of sight above the two groups of people, and he looked down at the two groups of people with an expressionless face. One of the groups he had seen before was none other than the one woman and two men he had encountered at the mutton soup store some time ago. At the moment, Xia Xinla was protected by two people hiding behind a rock, and opposite them, there were a dozen people who kept firing at them. The two groups have their own casualties, Xia Xinla's group not far away from the two men lying bloody dead. The other group had 5 corpses lying around. When will help arrive? Xia Xinla held a pistol in her hand and anxiously asked Shizhou beside her. Shizhou gasped for breath and replied with red eyes, "There is at least half an hour left. This altitude is difficult for both helicopters and drones to reach. So the helicopter can only send people to the limit of the altitude it can fly at." Just then, another group of people began to intentionally rely on cover and firepower to close in on them. Miss. The other lanky man beside Xia Xinla had exhausted his pike of bullets and took advantage of the gap between changing magazines to hastily open his mouth. The other party is not only outnumbered, they are also all experienced in sparring. I'm afraid their origins are not ordinary. People on the other side listen, you listen. Just then, the fire from the other side suddenly stopped, followed by the sound of a loudspeaker. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. If you surrender, we guarantee your lives. Hearing the other party's broken Chinese language, Shizhou first froze, then suddenly became angry. TMD. So it's foreign devils, they actually dare to cross the line and come to us with guns. The burly man's face was also horribly gloomy. Their party was ambushed, and if they weren't lucky enough to have a boulder behind them, I'm afraid that they would have been all killed by the other party in a single glance. Being inexplicably attacked suddenly, they had suspected that the purpose of their party's whereabouts had been leaked, but never thought that they had actually encountered a group of well-equipped foreign forces. How dare they? Aren't they afraid that the leakage of their whereabouts will trigger a war between two countries? Although Xia Xinla was incredulous inside, she still took a deep breath and responded in a high voice. It doesn't matter where you guys come from or what kind of people you are. The area you are in now is our territory. If you leave now we can pretend we didn't see you, otherwise you understand what the consequences are. Going into another country's territory with guns and killing people with such fanfare is going to start a war. Besides, our teammates are on their way, they'll be here soon. As soon as Xia Xinla's words were uttered, the other party immediately fell into silent hesitation. She was right, it would definitely be the best choice to leave without revealing their identity, otherwise once Xia Xinla's rescue arrived, it would be impossible for those of them to leave. Just when Xia Xinla thought that the other party should retreat for the sake of the overall situation, the other party's voice sounded again. Only this time, the speaker was obviously much younger, and more importantly, the speaker's Chinese language was fluent. "Is that you, Ms. Xia? My God, what a surprise to meet you here." Xia Zanara froze at her words, this familiar voice and opening line she seemed to have heard somewhere before. However, she soon remembered someone and then spoke incredulously. "Ripley. It's actually you. Ha, I didn't expect the beautiful Ms. Xia to actually remember me." The young man's voice carried a frivolous laughter. "You crossed the line, Ripley, and broke the rules, you know what the consequences are." Xia Xinla's face became more and more ugly. "Consequences? Ha 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 ha, there can't be any serious consequences if there's no substantial evidence." Ripley's laughter came out. "Miss Xia, since you've come here, it seems that we have the same purpose. It's just a pity that I found nothing on the other side, so I had to come to your place to try my luck. I swear, I'm really just strolling around near the top of the mountain, I'm definitely not going down. Since you and I understand each other's identity, there's nothing more to say. If you're willing to go back with me, I can swear to the Lord that I won't hurt you." Xia Xinla smiled coldly and opened her mouth. "Of course you won't kill me, but you'll use me to blackmail the Xia family in exchange for benefits. That's for sure." Ripley admitted graciously. "But you can survive, can't you?" "Oh, you're dreaming," Xia Xinla said in a cold voice. "Don't worry, if I die here, it won't take long for you to die as well." "Really, that's a shame." Ripley sighed, then he whispered to the burly blonde next to him. "Try the charge one more time, if it doesn't work we'll retreat." With my knowledge of Xia Xinla, since they are here, there must be another team at the bottom of the mountain in case of emergency. We don't have much time. The strong blonde man nodded at his words, then raised his hand in a gesture. Instantly the sound of gunfire rang out again. Chapter 10 Desperate Situation. Above the heads of both sides, Ning Yuan watched the scene with his hands in his pockets expressionlessly. Ning Yuan, who had wanted to turn around and leave, had a glint in his eyes after learning about Xia Xinla's identity. The Xia family. It was important to realize that the Xia family was currently one of the top few families in the country, and its family members had a heavy voice within the military in the country's top echelons. Such a powerful force would be very helpful to his plans in the early stages, so it was necessary for him to take this opportunity to utilize it. The lower battlefield. Both Xia Xinla and the two special forces protecting her were very powerful, if nothing else. They could hold out until reinforcements arrived by relying on cover and wouldn't die here. But, sometimes accidents can be artificially created. Thinking of this, looking down at the Xia Xinla trio below, a hint of coldness flashed through Ning Yuan's eyes. Only to see that he casually snapped off a stone from the stone wall beside him, then flexed his fingers towards one of the people below. Poof! Shizhou, who was sidestepping to suppress the opponent's firepower, was instantly struck in the knee. This hit directly caused his entire body to fall forward uncontrollably. Shizhou! Xia Xinla exclaimed in shock. Bang bang bang! How could the other party let this opportunity go? In an instant there were several bullets that hit Shizhou's body, and there was also one that directly pierced through his skull. Shizhou died without resting his eyes. Before losing consciousness he was still trying hard to pull the trigger, wanting to replace the other party as much as possible. The burly man who was the captain first froze at the sight, then hissed as his brain filled with blood and raised his gun to fire. I see you XXX. The two people on the other side who were about to reload were instantly hit in the arm, and were then pulled away by the cover of the people beside them. Xia Xinla looked at Shizhou's corpse in a bit of a daze, her mind a bit blank. On top of the mountain, Ning Yuan expressionlessly flicked a stone again. Put! The captain's right hand was instantly pierced, and the submachine gun in his hand fell to the ground without holding it steady. What's the situation? Could it be that there are snipers buried on the opposite side? The captain looked at the bloody hole in his right hand in shock. Who did this? Good shot! Ripley, who was peeping from behind cover, instantly became excited at the scene. Before he could give any orders, his experienced teammates on his side directly opened fire and pressed on. Old Xie! Xia Xinla's eyes were red. Miss, listen carefully. The captain forced himself to endure the pain that was drilling his heart to re-pick up the gun on the ground to look at Xia Xinla. If, in short, you must not be captured alive by them, understand? Xia Zanara pursed her lips and nodded. I know. After a short silence, the captain's voice trembled a little. I'm sorry, it's us who didn't protect you. After saying that, the captain raised his submachine gun and rushed out. All of a sudden, cries of alarm as well as gunshots rang out. No one expected that someone who was seriously injured would still be able to brave death and rush out. And as the captain fell down pierced by countless bullets, this piece of flat land at the highest point of Mount Everest was quiet again. Several footsteps slowly approached. Xia Xinla raised her pistol with both hands and aimed it at her chin, her entire petite body trembling slightly without control. At this moment, even if her heart is strong and her knowledge far exceeds that of ordinary people, at the moment before she faces death, she will still be like an ordinary girl who is generally afraid and helpless. Put the gun down. Several people with submachine guns whose faces could not be seen surrounded Xia Xinla, and one of them shouted at Xia Xinla in a foreign language. Zanara, oh no! You didn't have to go this far. Ripley advised, hiding behind a large burly man with his head bared. Don't you guys have a saying here about those who know what's good for them? Don't worry, I won't hurt you as long as you behave. Life is beautiful, besides the times we live in have never been more exciting, isn't it? Are you willing to die like this? Xia Xinla sniffed and just looked at Ripley coldly. Ripley, in your opinion this era has never been more wonderful, but in many people's hearts, this era is desperate. I'll take my leave, I'm sure it won't be long before you come to keep me company. After saying the last sentence, Xia Zanara closed her eyes and prepared to pull the trigger. However, right at this moment, a flat and indifferent voice sounded quietly. What's going on? What are you guys doing? This sudden voice made everyone freeze, including Xia Xinla, because the visitor was speaking Chinese. She opened her eyes to look at the source of the voice, and then her eyes widened instantly. It's him! How is that possible? Not far away, Ning Yuan looked at them expressionlessly with his hands in his pockets. Unlike them who wore goggles and masks, Ning Yuan's outfit was too simple, so simple that it didn't look like he had come to climb Mount Everest, but rather like he was touring the mountains. Shat! What the hell? The blonde, lanky, burly man groggily raised his gun and aimed it at Ning Yuan. Where did this guy come from? Ripley felt extremely uneasy after seeing the suddenly appearing Ning Yuan in his costume. After seeing his companion actually raise his gun and aim it at this person, Ripley hastily spoke out. Aang! Drop the gun! Yet the moment his words were just uttered, A shadow as black as a lance instantly struck through the blonde, lanky, strong man's head. In a flash, blood wrapped in brain matter sprayed all over Ripley. This sudden scene stunned everyone. And Ripley, who was the first to react, even trembled violently. God! He's a transcendent! The people Ripley brought with him naturally knew of the existence of transcendents, only that they had only heard of them but never seen them. Who would have thought that the first time they saw a transcendent would actually be this situation? At this moment, a strong cold wind suddenly blew. Finally, under extreme fear, they subconsciously pulled the trigger towards Ning Yuan. Fire exploded, and bullets surged like a waterfall towards the young man who was indifferently looking at them. However, the scene that made them despair happened again. Countless bullets were stopped in front of that young man as if they had hit a barrier, and then fell to the ground one after another. Fark! Monster! It's a monster! One dark-skinned man turned in fear and tried to flee. However, the moment he turned around, a black shadow cut him in two. In the moment before his upper body fell to the ground and his consciousness dissipated, what he saw was countless black shadows dividing his teammates into pieces. Chapter 11: The Gift of Help. The rich bloody aura was blown in all directions by the cold wind. Broken corpses and blood almost covered this snowy ground. The scene in front of her eyes spared Xia Xinla, who had experienced all kinds of training, a stomach churning that she could not stop. Are you all right? Ning Yuan stepped forward to Xia Xinla's face and inquired. Xia Xinla subconsciously stepped back, an undisguised fear in her eyes. Alas! Seeing the woman in front of him in such a state, Ning Yuan let out a sigh. He looked at Shizhou and the captain's corpses with a sullen expression. If only I could have arrived earlier, then they wouldn't have died. I couldn't understand what those people said just now, so I guess they must be forces from outside the country? Seeing Ning Yuan with such a demeanor as well as the words he uttered, the fear within Xia Xinla's heart lessened quite a bit, and she nodded her head and spoke in a trembling voice. That's right, these people are all offshore forces. The one at the head is called Ripley. He has a huge background and is one of the heirs of a top multinational conglomerate. I see. Ning Yuan nodded. Looks like I didn't kill by mistake. Senior, you? Which troop are you from? Xia Xinla cautiously asked in a tentative manner. Me? Ning Yuan revealed a kind smile. I'm just an ordinary commoner, and the fact that I've become like this now is the result of an accident. You have just seen, I have a hard time grasping the manipulation of my power. Originally I wanted to give them a hard time. Who would have thought that I would turn into this appearance? Xia Xinla's eyes widened when she heard this. A folkloric transcendent, what kind of heaven-defying chosen one could obtain a spirit seed? Thinking of this, Xia Xinla's heart jumped violently. A civilian transcendent, which meant that the other party had not joined any of the forces. If he had joined the Xia family, it would raise a great deal of discourse for the Xia family in today's situation. Senior, I don't know you. Xia Zanara was just about to say something, but her body trembled violently when she saw Ning Yuan looking at her with a smirk. Damn it, what will happen to me if I reveal my identity and he refuses? Xia Xinla couldn't help but recall what the elders at home had said. Zanara, these transcendentals are no longer human in a way. Obtaining terrifying powers, they tend to do as they please when they encounter certain things, so when facing this kind of person you must be careful and cautious. What's wrong? Ning Yuan looked at her with a calm gaze. I wonder if you can leave your name, Senior, and Zanara will definitely return the favor of saving her life today. Xia Xinla changed her attitude to one that was respectful to the core. Hee, quite a woman with a bit of brains. Ning Yuan thought so in his heart, then shook his head with a smile on his face. There's no need to repay each other. How could I possibly see my compatriots being bullied by these outsiders when I'm out and about? Just a show of hands. But looking at your behavior, I'm sure you should have seen someone with this kind of power other than me, so I hope you won't reveal everything about me. After all, I don't want to be treated as an experimental guinea pig. Experimental guinea pig? Xia Xinla inwardly laughed bitterly. This senior seems to have underestimated his own power and prospects not just a little bit. Nowadays transcendents are in the shadows, but people that every country tries everything to pull in. Senior's words are memorized by Zanara, and I will definitely not say half a word about everything that happened here. Ning Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The shadows beneath his feet then began to spread until they enveloped the broken corpses as well as the corpses scattered around. Xia Xinla watched as these corpses and the bodies of several people from the western continent disappeared without a trace, as if they had fallen into a deep pool, as if they had never appeared, leaving no traces at all. Well, this is goodbye. There are quite a few people below who are climbing towards this. I think these people should be the ones you called for help. After saying that, Ning Yuan's body transformed into a pitch-black residual shadow and disappeared in place. Xia Xinla looked at this scene in inner horror. What level of spirit seed has he fused? It can actually move instantaneously. When nearly 20 people with loaded guns came to this open space, they only saw Xia Xinla sitting there alone. How are you doing, miss? Where are the others? The man at the head of the group stepped forward and saluted Xia Xinla before asking suspiciously. They can no longer be found. Xia Xinla looked ahead at the white haze and spoke softly. The surrounding people looked at each other in disbelief at the words. Sky. A black shadow like a meteor swiftly cuts through the clouds. When Ning Yuan rushed back to Great Zhou City without stopping and pushed open the door to his house, the first thing that caught his eye was Ning Xiaoluo, who was sitting alone on the sofa. Hearing the sound of the room door being opened, Ning Xiaoluo jerked his head up. Nowadays, Ning Xiaoluo had her hair draped over her head, and her entire person looked extremely haggard. The moment she saw Ning Yuan, Ning Xiaoluo first froze, then violently stood up from the sofa. Xiao Yuan? Where have you been for the past 10 days? Why don't you answer your phone? Quickly arriving in front of Ning Yuan, Ning Xiaoluo raised her hand with red eyes and wanted to hit the man in front of her. However, her hand was raised, but in the end it didn't fall down. I even called the police, and they said that they found out that you bought an airplane ticket to go to Lhasa. What are you doing going to such a faraway place? Even if you went to play, you should have given me a word. I thought you had been tricked into leaving the country, or something had happened. Looking at the girl in front of him, who was a head shorter than himself and was shedding tears, Ning Yuan suddenly opened his arms and hugged her gently. Feeling the soft fragrance in his arms, Ning Yuan's voice slowly sounded. Little Luo, our good days are coming. Good days? What good days? Ning Xiaoluo didn't break away from Ning Yuan's embrace, tilting her face up in a puzzled voice to ask back. It's the kind of day where you can have whatever you want. A faint smile appeared on Ning Yuan's face. Ning Xiaoluo sniffed but broke away from Ning Yuan's embrace to look at him and shake her head. Xiao Yuan, the days of peace and quiet is also a blessing, rich although good, but you cannot in order to make money to do everything. In fact, I think we are now compared to the former has been very happy. Even if you don't work, I can still support you. Is mediocrity also a blessing? Ning Yuan looked down at the woman in front of him. But the consequence of being bland is not having the qualifications to choose before facing certain things. Chapter 12: The Tree of the Way. Ning Xiaoluo sniffed and looked at Ning Yuan somewhat blankly. She always felt that this cousin she had watched grow up seemed to have changed during this period of time. Since when did it start? Could it be because it was hard to find a job? Thinking that her cousin was talking nonsense, Ning Xiaoluo continued to ask about Ning Yuan. Right, you haven't answered my question. Weren't you with your classmates? Why did you go to Lhasa alone again, and why did you lose contact for 10 days? Just want to go alone to take a break. As for why I lost contact is very simple. I lost my cell phone and no money to buy, and then. Finishing the fabricated lie briefly, Ning Yuan revealed a helpless expression. Luckily I met a kind big brother during this time. If he hadn't bought me a plane ticket, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to return now. Under Ning Yuan's colorful description of lies, Ning Xiaoluo seemed to have personally experienced what Ning Yuan had encountered during this period of time, which caused her already haggard pretty face to be filled with tension at the moment. This big brother is really a good person. It's a pity that he didn't leave his contact information. It's better if we return the money to the person if we can. Ning Yuan waved his hand casually at his words. Big brother is very rich, it's not that bad. By the way, Xiaoluo, I want to eat the braised pork ribs you made. In order to prevent Ning Xiaoluo from continuing to pursue the matter, Ning Yuan made an excuse. As expected, after hearing Ning Yuan's words, Ning Xiaoluo hurriedly nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll go buy it right now. You should be tired, take a rest first. I'll call you when it's ready. After ordering, she hurriedly took the vegetable basket and went out. Looking at Ning Xiaoluo's departing back, the smile on Ning Yuan's face gradually disappeared. After dinner, the world gradually quieted down as night fell. The vast majority of people also went to sleep. Inside the darkened room, Ning Yuan stood alone by the window like a ghost looking down at the dark night. Nowadays, let alone sleeping, even if he didn't eat or drink, it wouldn't have any effect on him. This was because what was sustaining his life now was not ordinary food, but a spiritual source. What is a spiritual source? The air contains the origin of heaven and earth, and ordinary people inhale it into their bodies without any effect at all, but transcendentalists inhale it into their bodies and it will be transformed into a spiritual source by themselves. The reason for this is that every transcendent possesses the Tao tree in his body, which is the symbol of a transcendent and the source of his power. Just like the small black as if it were a withered tree within Ning Yuan's body. Taoists believe that there are three core energies in the human body, essence, qi and God, which are connected to the laws of nature. The circulation and sublimation of energy in the human body is very similar to the process of growth, blossoming and fruition of trees. The tree in the body of a transcendentalist also confirms this statement, so they call the tree in their body the Taoist tree. The tree of the way grows by absorbing the origin of heaven and earth and produces the fruit of spiritual origin. The spirit source fruit, on the other hand, would imbue the transcendentalist with a constant stream of spirit source, giving him or her terrifying and extraordinary power. The number of fruit of spiritual origin meant the strength of the transcendent, and every additional fruit of spiritual origin in the body meant that the transcendent had successfully advanced to the first level. It sounded simple, but the advancement of a transcendent mortal was difficult and hard. The underlying reason for this was that a transcendent's advancement speed was tied to the strength of the spirit seed. Since the birth of all things in heaven and earth, there are good and bad, beautiful and ugly, strong and weak. The spiritual seed that contains the power of the origin of all things in heaven and earth is naturally the same. In other words, the moment you become a transcendent by melting your spirit, it means the upper limit of your growth in this life. That was why, even though there were many transcendents of the human race in Ning Yuan's previous life, the strongest transcendents had only produced 7 spirit source fruits within their bodies. And even if the human race had 7th order transcendents, they were still on the weaker side of the war with the foreign races, and if it wasn't for the foreign races' constant internal strife, the human race would have long since been annihilated. Ning Yuan's figure disappeared from the room as a shadow. The silhouette was nowhere to be seen in the darkness, and the next moment Ning Yuan's figure appeared out of nowhere on the rooftop of the neighborhood. As the breeze blew his hair, Ning Yuan sat cross-legged and began to hold his breath to absorb the dark essence from the night. As Ning Yuan began to activate the Tao tree in his body, countless thin lines in the darkness that were invisible to the naked eye seemed to be drawn into his body as if they were being pulled by something, and were then quickly absorbed by the Tao tree. In his previous life, if one were to say that the darkness spirit's own power and specialness had attracted the gazes of countless people for Chu Feng, then the dark spirit's terrifying promotion speed had completely placed him on the opposite side of the foreign races and even the human race. There was once an old man who had said something that Ning Yuan still remembered. The hearts of the foreigners are not transcendent, so I don't understand, but the hearts of the people, the same old man understands them very well. If a person has the power that we can only look up to, then he will be more ruthless to us than those foreigners, and even more will not regard us as the same kind, and will only regard us as slaves. Gorilla Talpa, looking at the future of the past and present, this reason is more ancient and unchanged as well. The old man who spoke these words was just an ordinary person, and if one were to look at the time Ning Yuan was currently living in, this old man had not yet been born. However, the words spoken by such an ordinary man were like a curse that had been deeply imprinted on the hearts of the top transcendents of that era. As a result of that, some of those people had colluded with the foreigners, and together they had secretly plotted to assassinate Chu Feng. People's hearts are not ancient. Ning Yuan did not understand this when he was young in his last life, and even at that time, he thought that what the old man had said was too selfish. How could anyone eradicate their own powerful teammates first before a great enemy? However, after experiencing all sorts of things, Ning Yuan, who had been reborn back to the present, only felt that the old man was right, simply right. Because the moment he fused the dark spirit in this life, he was destined to move forward alone, non-stop. Either that or repeat the end of Chu Feng. Either leave everyone far behind and abandon them after utilizing them. Rooftop. The Tao tree in Ning Yuan's body was constantly absorbing the dark origin within the heavens and earth, and the only Tao origin fruit was emitting a faint light that swayed gently, as if it was leaping with joy. In the previous life, the average ordinary transcendent would need at least 6 years to enter the second stage from the first stage without the support of external forces and by cultivating on their own. The second stage into the third stage would require nearly 20 years. Most transcendents stop at the third order realm in their lifetime. As for the third stage entering the fourth stage, that was another world. Transcendentals who can step into the fourth order before the age of 100 can have nearly 400 years of extra life, and their appearance will be stagnant at the moment you break through the fourth order until they die. Ning Yuan watched the changes within his body. Even though he had known about the dark spirit in his previous life, he was still shocked to feel it on the ground today. Because this terrifying promotion speed of the dark spirit could be said to be far beyond his imagination. With the current speed of his absorption, and the changes in the Tao tree to deduce, he wanted to promote from the first stage to the second stage at most only need a month's time. Chapter 13 The Plan. Thinking about the effort and time he had put in for promotion in his last life, and thinking about the ease and comfort of promotion today, Ning Yuan couldn't help but smile to himself. In his last life, he had accidentally obtained a light spirit when he was 29 years old, thanks to the special nature of the light spirit, plus the massive inclination of the country's countless human and material resources. Ning Yuan had used only 3 years to advance to the second rank at the age of 32, reach the third rank at the age of 38, and managed to break through to the fourth rank at the age of 48. Until the country spent a lot of resources on him to help him break through the fourth rank, but found that his fourth rank ability was still biased towards defense, then he was completely disappointed with him, and never invested a lot of resources into him again. After all, the terrifying resources and time required for a fourth-ranked transcendent to break through to the fifth rank is enough to cultivate countless fourth-ranked transcendents with strong talent. As a result, Ning Yuan, who had no hope, was squeezed out by wave after wave of newcomers with powerful talents, and he also stagnated at the fourth rank until a few days before he was secretly executed, when he relied on his own hard work over time to successfully break through to the fifth rank. Hundreds of years of hard work had finally come to fruition. The ability of the light spirit's fifth stage gave Ning Yuan the opportunity to be reborn. A spirit seed that was enough to reverse the light of day, which was not the flashy thing in the eyes of those in the previous life. It was clearly unimaginably powerful, and its existence could even change everything in some ways. It was a pity that Ning Yuan had never intended to choose it in this life, because he didn't have the time to slowly upgrade it. He knew the desperate situation in the future, so he could only choose the dark spirit, because only the terrifying promotion speed of the dark spirit could change everything. As for the former light spirit, this life he has other plans. With the spirit source fruit on the Tao tree within his body no longer swaying and glowing, Ning Yuan slowly stood up and reached out to casually stretch his arms. As he did so, the bones in Ning Yuan's entire body creaked as if every bone was reorganizing. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning, and there were only street lights and scattered store lights on below. It's time for the second step of the plan, Ning Yuan muttered as he looked down at the city's nightscape in the distance. The next moment his figure disappeared in place. City nights bred indulgence and crime. In the dark, unsupervised corners, there are drunken men and women looking for a thrill, sneaky deals between lawbreakers, and hunters on the prowl for prey. Ning Yuan's figure wandered through the night, oblivious to all the things that were happening below. He was looking for an opportunity, a scene that would fulfill his requirements. After searching for 10 minutes, Ning Yuan really did find a scene that perfectly suited his requirements. As for what his requirements were, it's simple. That's a crime scene, and the kind of crime scene that's hilarious with surveillance. Only then could he be noticed by those at headquarters in a plausible capacity. At this time a park. Grass XX. Gave you face ha? A burst of insults came, accompanied by the sound of a woman's crying and pleading. The two men were beating a young man on the ground while abusing him. On the opposite side of them was a man who was holding a sad and crying girl in his arms. The man was holding the girl tightly, and a laugh escaped his lips. At this time there were also some watching passers-by around. They did not go forward to stop, but talked in a low voice. It's too much, isn't this hooliganism? Yes, looking at these people's appearance they should be drunk. These two young couples are really pitiful. That young lad is also really, three people drunk to you to molest your girlfriend. You pull their own object to hurry away not just, but also have to show off in front of his girlfriend. Right, you guys called the police yet? Keep your voice down, I've just secretly called the police, they should be here shortly. At this time, the youth lying on the ground holding his head had torn clothes on his body, and his face was full of dust and blood. He hissed and roared, "Grass! You guys are finished. I'm going to sue you guys. I'll put you all in jail." What? Jail? One of the two fat men surrounding him froze at the words. Then he laughed out loud. Heh, shucks. The fat man opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm into the youth's face. Kid, it's your bad luck that you met the three of us today. You'll have to scare the others with these words. As for us, ha ha ha. Do you know who he is? The fat man signaled the youth on the ground to look at the man holding his girlfriend. He is. Hey, Fatty. Just as Fatty wanted to say the following words, another man in an undershirt spoke out to stop him. There are other people here, don't talk nonsense with that broken mouth of yours. Fatty froze at his words, then he looked around at the many onlookers, some of whom were still recording them with their cell phones. This scene immediately made the fat man's heart startled, and his drunkenness subsided quite a bit. Snap! Fatty slapped himself a few times, then opened his mouth with a smile on his face. Look, drunk. After slapping himself, the fat man kicked the youth on the ground 2 more times with vigor. Young Foam, are you alright, Young Foam? Woo. The girl who was held by another man kept crying at this scene. I'm sorry, stop fighting and leave us alone. The man holding the girl sniffed as a smile spread across his lips. The man's figure was sturdy, his arms were like iron clamps tightly confining the girl's soft body, and a pair of big hands still stroked the girl up and down from time to time. Hiccup, the man hiccuped, his mouth full of alcohol, speaking softly in the girl's ear. Cuddling in the park at night, are you guys trying to do something bad? The girl was trembling with fear, her eyes were already red and swollen from crying. No, we just came out for a walk, no. It's not a good student to lie. The man sniffed hard on the girl's white neck, then opened his mouth with a mesmerized smile. Students nowadays, it's really time to discipline them properly. Saying that, the man actually directly picked up the girl, ignoring her crying resistance, turned around and walked towards the back within the woods. Xiaoru. Grass XX. Let go of her. The youth lying on the ground's eyes turned red at this scene. He hissed and tried to get up, however the fat man just made him unable to move with a single push. Shut up, knock him out. The man holding the girl instructed gently with a sideways glance, as if he were talking about an insignificant matter. The fat man instantly revealed an evil smile when he saw this scene. Young Lee is in good spirits. The other vested man wanted to say something, but closed his mouth when he saw the man holding the girl sweeping a glance at himself. Yeah, this wasn't the first time this kind of thing had happened. The end result was the same anyway. The man in the undershirt shook his head as he looked at the youth with bloodshot eyes and twisted face at his feet. Then a kick knocked him out. Seeing this scene, how could those onlookers not understand what would happen next? Some men wanted to go forward to stop, but were pulled back by their female companions. Some anxiously looked at the time on their cell phones, wondering why the police hadn't come yet. Crowd. Ning Yuan smoothly pulled out a handful of peanuts from the handbag of the onlooker passerby beside him, and threw the peeled peanuts into his mouth and chewed on them. He watched the scene, and then a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Chapter 14. One man, one kick. Hell. I'm sorry, I'll never dare come to the park at night again, please leave me alone. The girl seemed to guess what was going to happen next. She was almost broken now, snot and tears streaming out of her nose. She sobbed and begged for mercy, her tear-stained face looking around for help. The male companion on the floor had fainted. The surrounding onlookers, perhaps knowing what would happen next, had either intolerance or indignation on their faces. Yet none of them stepped forward to stop it. People were all very smart, and it was the nature of the vast majority of ordinary people to seek good fortune and avoid evil. Especially after seeing these three men so ferocious and unconcerned, the fear in their hearts became even more intense. There might be some hot-blooded righteous youths in this world, but they were not everywhere. Upon seeing that there was no one around to come forward to stop them, the girl completely despaired, her eyes gradually lost their luster, crying less and less. However, just when she was about to be carried by the man into the dark woods, a flying stone hit Li Xiao's head impartially. I see. As the sharp pain hit, Li Xiao stumbled, his brain was blinded, and his hands subconsciously let go of the young girl. The other two men froze when they saw this scene, and then turned back to the onlookers in shock at the same time. TMD. Which wannabe threw that rock? Fatty pointed at the onlookers and cursed. Want to die? Believe it or not, if I kill you, you'll still be fine tomorrow? The onlookers subconsciously took a few steps back when they saw this. Only at that moment, another rock flew over and hit the fat man's head in an unbiased manner. This one instantly smashed his eyes and a hot stream crossed his cheeks. Fatty reached out and touched it, the blood in his hand was so blinding. Fatty didn't know whether he was angry or in pain, he was trembling as he looked in the direction where the stone had flown from. This time he saw it clearly. It was a youth who looked to be in his mid-20s, he had decent features, a clean look, and a pair of eyes that were deep to the core, and he was currently looking at him with a teasing face. Ning Yuan's expression was as if he had just casually smashed a barking dog. At the same time, Li Xiao also reacted, and he looked at Ning Yuan and smiled, only his smile was a bit twisted. He pointed at Ning Yuan and spoke in a trembling voice. You. Do you know who I am? I'll kill your whole family tomorrow if you dare to smash me. I'll kill your whole family. No, I'm going to waste you today and then kill your whole family in front of you. After saying that, Li Xiao charged directly towards Ning Yuan. His lanky figure was even more intimidating when paired with his face that was twisted from anger. The fat man with a face full of blood and the other vested man also followed when they saw the scene. At this time, the onlookers had already scattered and fled, leaving Ning Yuan alone. I see you. Li Xiao came in front of Ning Yuan and swung his fist towards Ning Yuan's face, cursing as he did so. Pa! A crisp sound came. Before Li Xiao's swung fist could hit his opponent's face, his face was slapped directly by his opponent. Ning Yuan's slap directly smashed half of Li Xiao's face, one of his eyeballs bulged out, and half of the teeth inside his mouth flew out. In order to prevent his opponent from being slapped, Ning Yuan even thoughtfully bent his knees to protect him. No screams came from him, as Li Xiao had already been slapped unconscious. Ning Yuan then raised his foot and kicked him in the small of his back. Ka-ching! A chilling sound of bones breaking rang out. Li Xiao's belly along with his spine was shattered by this kick, and his entire body directly flew out upside down, and then ruthlessly smashed into the garbage cans in the park. The strength of Ning Yuan's kick was just right, he didn't kill the other party, but rather made him live forever with only the upper half of his body. At this moment, the other two people who were slightly slower finally reacted as well. Their eyes almost didn't glaze over when they saw how miserable Li Xiao looked. Grass. You're finished. Do you know who he is? His last name is Li, and there's another handful of people in Dezhou City whose last name is also Li. He's that person's only child. Fatty's heart and liver were trembling as he pointed at Ning Yuan and opened his mouth. In his opinion, Ning Yuan was finished, and he himself was going to be finished. After all, he was the one who volunteered to bring Li Xiao out to play. What's the point of talking to him so much? Hurry up and control him, don't let him run away or we're all going to be finished. The man in the undershirt next to the fat man said with an ugly to the extreme look on his face. Control? This guy is a practitioner, we can't handle it well. Fatty shivered when he remembered the scene of Li Xiao being kicked off just now. He also mixed with the society for a long time, some means of powerful people he has seen, those people do not say a dozen 10, a dozen 5 or easy. Undershirt man seems to be also thought of this, he looked gloomy, apparently also in a dilemma. However, Ning Yuan was too lazy to look at their gibberish, and directly stepped out to instantly arrive in front of the duo, followed by a kick from one person. Fatty was still in a daze from that instantaneous movement of the other party. But the moment he was kicked, his entire body briefly woke up due to the sharp pain. The feeling was like being hit hard by a heavy truck speeding at high speed. Fatty's figure flew directly backwards, and then his consciousness instantly disappeared. At the same time, the undershirt man also flew backwards. Ning Yuan's very casual 2 kicks didn't even cause them too much pain. The same position, the same lower half of the body completely ruined and paralyzed. Not far away a few bold and back to watch the scene of people see the scene dumbfounded. In front of the scene is like a science fiction movie. Even the girl sitting on the ground is also stunned to look at the back of Ning Yuan blandly left, a time when the brain blank a piece of. Chapter 15, Surrounded. Early the next morning, the early morning sunlight illuminated the living room through the window. Ning Xiaoluo went to Ning Yuan's door after tidying everything up and knocked. As usual, she was wearing a ponytail, a white t-shirt with blue jeans, and the small bag she carried on her shoulder was also from a stall. Simple and plain dress with her pure and white face has some style. Xiao Yuan, I'm going to work, breakfast is in the kitchen for you, don't forget to eat. There are $3,000 on the table, don't forget to buy a cell phone when you get up. Okay, I know. Ning Yuan's voice came from the room. The sound of the gate closing rang out. It wasn't long before Ning Yuan pushed open the door to his room and walked out. He walked to the kitchen and swept his eyes over the breakfast Ning Xiaoluo had prepared. A few hard-boiled eggs, and a bowl of white porridge. The shadow of his feet flickered from the tabletop, and the eggs and white porridge had disappeared, leaving only an empty, brand-new porcelain bowl. Coming to the living room and picking up the several $1,000s on the table, Ning Yuan's mouth spread into a smile. This fool, forget it, her cell phone has been used for years, it's a good time to take this opportunity to replace it. Pushing open the door to her room, she pressed the elevator. As the elevator door opened, Ning Yuan walked in. However, just as the elevator door was about to close, a middle-aged man in a suit with a pale complexion walked in. The man didn't seem to look too good as he opened his mouth and coughed twice, then looked at Ning Yuan with a somewhat apologetic gaze. Sorry. Ning Yuan sniffed and directly ignored him, just quietly looking at the advertisement on the screen in the elevator. The elevator reached the first floor, and Ning Yuan took the lead and walked out. The man in the suit then slowly followed him. Normal day, normal people, normal street. Ning Yuan walked on the road, and the figure of the man in the suit behind him had already disappeared. Those who didn't know thought that the man in the suit was just a passerby living in the same neighborhood, but Ning Yuan knew it clearly. The man in the suit had been following him, but he was just a little farther away, so ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect him at all. Tracking people also requires great skill, not only to be able to always watch the target's words and actions, but also cannot be discovered by the target. Obviously, the man in the suit was an expert in tracking people. Still so efficient. Ning Yuan muttered inwardly. This journey was no different from normal, no one even looked at him twice. Ning Yuan came straight to a cell phone store. Handsome guy, do you need to see a cell phone? Seeing a customer come to the door, a young female sales clerk came forward and asked with a smile. Get me 2 of the best cell phones you have here and a card. Ning Yuan directly came to the front desk and sat down, saying. The saleswoman was stunned, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. Yes, yes. She first poured a glass of water for Ning Yuan, then hurriedly took out 2 cell phones from the counter. At this moment, the other 2 salespersons in the store had expressions of envy and jealousy on their faces when they saw this scene. If they hadn't seen Ning Yuan dressed in a poor outfit, they wouldn't have let this newcomer receive them. What a stroke of luck. One of the women was inwardly indignant. Ning Yuan used the remaining money from the loan to directly buy 2 cell phones, then left the cell phone store. As soon as he left the door, Ning Yuan noticed no less than 20 gazes looking at him. These gazes only lingered on him for a moment before moving away. Ning Yuan, who was carrying his cell phone bag, walked directly to his own neighborhood as if he didn't know. When he entered the neighborhood, the world seemed to quiet down. Originally, there should be people walking in the neighborhood at this time of the day, yet Ning Yuan still didn't find a single person after walking for a while. As he walked, Ning Yuan's footsteps slowly stopped. Ning Yuan. A female voice came from behind, and Ning Yuan turned around to look. Not far behind, there was a man wearing a jacket and sunglasses standing in the middle of the road quietly looking at him. The man had one hand in his pocket, a cigarette in his mouth and a very casual attitude. And next to him was a woman in uniform, with a graceful body and excellent looks and temperament. The woman was holding a piece of information in her hand and looked at him and opened her mouth. Ning Yuan, gender male, age 22, graduated from the Dezhou City Teachers College. Your hometown is in Ningjia Village, Luan County, Dezhou City. Your parents died when you were 3 years old, and since then you have been adopted by Ning Rongxiang, your great-uncle's family. When you were 12 years old, Ning Rongxiang got involved in gambling and drugs. His wife committed suicide by drinking pesticide because she couldn't stand being beaten by him every day, and in April of the following year, Ning Rongxiang contacted a trafficker to prepare to sell Ning Xiaoluo as a daughter-in-law when he reached the age of 16. In June of the same year, Ning Rongxiang was once again drunk and accidentally fell into a cesspit and drowned. Since then you have been dependent on Ning Xiaoluo until today. Finishing her sentence in one breath, the woman pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose and spoke softly. It's hard to imagine, so faithful that you guys relied on yourselves step by step to get to where you are today. Ning Xiaoluo relied on his sub-annual first-grade grades to work and study while funding you to take care of you, and even gave up traveling to a top university out of town for you. Ning Yuan, you have a good cousin. From the beginning to the end, Ning Yuan just quietly looked at the woman and didn't say anything. I'll introduce myself first. The woman didn't seem to care about Ning Yuan's attitude. My name is Su Wei, from a special department that serves the country. Ning Yuan, come with us, we don't mean any harm, we just want to have a good talk with you. The woman's words had no intention of discussing with Ning Yuan. Ha ha ha. What an awesome tactic. Ning Yuan smiled, only his smile caused Su Wei to suddenly have some heart palpitations. Seeing this scene, the man in the jacket stepped forward to protect Su Wei behind her. At the same time, several small red dots used for aiming lit up at the vital points on Ning Yuan's body, and there were even 3 of them at the center of his eyebrows. It was obvious that a dragnet had been laid around this place and even on top of the surrounding tall buildings. Ning Yuan, we don't mean any harm, I know you're different from ordinary people, come with us and you'll understand a lot of things. Su Wei behind the jacketed man spoke again. You guys are here for those 3 losers from yesterday? Ning Yuan suddenly said this. Su Wei froze at his words, then let out a faint smile. No, they are not worthy yet, far from it. Those 3 people you scrapped yesterday won't come after you, and that Li Tong's father was inspected a month ago, so he should be knocked off in the next few days. We didn't come to you for this, just for you. Ning Yuan was silent for a moment at his words, then nodded his head to reveal an expression of difficulty. Okay, fine. Just can you let me leave my cell phone at home? Su Wei also let out a long sigh of relief when she saw this, and she hurriedly opened her mouth. Okay, sure, we'll wait here for you to come down. At the same time, the red dots on Ning Yuan's body all disappeared. Ning Yuan continued to walk towards the unit building he lived in. Looking at his back, Su Wei's face revealed a relaxed expression. Fortunately, the Transcendent seems to be very good at talking this time. The man in the jacket next to him sniffed and dropped the cigarette in his mouth on the ground and stomped on it with his foot. Maybe, people like us are psychopaths, some even think they're saviors or heroes, this one meets like a normal person instead. However, just inside the unit building that the duo couldn't see, a wry smile surfaced on Ning Yuan's face. Finally, I've waited for you, my dear companions, I'm back. Chapter 16 The Means. You just agreed to let him go back alone, aren't you afraid he'll run away? After all, we don't know if he has any special abilities now. The jacket man asked Su Wei. Su Wei slowly spoke as she put the information away in a document bag. He wouldn't have left if he was smart, after all, he's not alone and unattached. The jacketed man sniffed and then shrugged. As far as calculations go, you guys are still the best. Su Wei smiled noncommittally. Transcendents possess powers that far exceed those of ordinary people, and if they have no bonds or attachments, then sooner or later they will become a source of woe. If there's a real possibility that Ning Yuan will turn into this kind of person, then our purpose today is not to invite him. Rather, it's to strangle him who has yet to grow up. Not letting Su Wei and his party wait too long, Ning Yuan returned. We might not be back until tomorrow night, there's no need to worry about your sister's side, we'll have someone to help you explain to her then. Su Wei said to Ning Yuan as she bent down to get into a commercial vehicle. So this is your warning to me? Ning Yuan looked at Su Wei expressionlessly. At this moment, Su Wei was sitting in the car, her marvelous and proud figure showing through. She didn't answer Ning Yuan, she just smiled and looked at him, subsequently moving in. Seeing this, Ning Yuan also got into the car and sat next to her, and all of a sudden a faint fragrance entered his nose. Afterwards, the man with the jacket also got into the car and sat on the other side of Ning Yuan. The car started slowly, and the atmosphere inside the car was a bit depressing. Su Wei stroked the hair around her ears and took the lead in speaking to break the silence. Ning Yuan, is it convenient to ask when you acquired your ability? I don't know. Ning Yuan still responded with an expressionless face. Su Wei was silent. Where are you guys planning to take me? Ning Yuan opened his mouth to inquire. I don't know. Su Wei choked back. Ning Yuan was silent. A moment later, Ning Yuan looked sideways at Su Wei and slowly opened his mouth. You have a lot of guts, I really don't know who gave you the confidence, is it these people with guns in front of you? Or is it this person next to me who is supposedly protecting you? As Ning Yuan's words fell, the atmosphere inside the car became more and more oppressive. The 4 heavily armed soldiers sitting in front subconsciously gripped the submachine guns in their hands. If it's true that you guys think that controlling Ning Xiaoluo will allow you to hold me at will, then you've missed the mark. I can kill all of you in 10 seconds and then appear in front of Ning Xiaoluo. Kid, it's better to brag less about being powerful. The jacketed man opened his mouth with a cold smile. Is that so? Ning Yuan looked at Su Wei as a smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Su Wei was about to say something, but she suddenly felt her waist being pressed against something hard. Lowering her head to take a look, Su Wei's pupils shrunk violently, only to see Ning Yuan's originally empty right hand actually holding a pistol against her waist. What was even more terrifying was that Su Wei clearly knew that this gun was the pistol that was sitting on those soldiers in front of her. How is it possible? When did he get this gun? I can't believe that even Yang Kong didn't notice it. It was important to realize that the soldiers in the car had never gotten out of the car, and Ning Yuan had been in their line of sight all along, not having contact with the soldiers in front of them at all. Therefore, Ning Yuan was able to take the pistol from the soldier's pocket in a way that was difficult for them to understand, and the soldiers in front of him were still oblivious to it. Su Wei slowly raised her hands in surrender, a bitter smile on her pretty face. It's just a joke, why take it so seriously? At this time, Yang Kong, who was sitting on the other side of Ning Yuan, also realized that something was wrong from Su Wei's pale face, and when he looked down and saw the gun in Ning Yuan's hand, he was immediately horrified. Unlike Su Wei, Yang Kong, who was a transcendent, was even more shocked by Ning Yuan's methods. To be able to take out a pistol without a sound, that also meant that this young man could kill them without a sound. This person has definitely fused an extraordinary spirit seed, at least too much more advanced than mine. Yang Kong's body was tense, his eyes under his sunglasses staring at Ning Yuan in death. Joking? Ning Yuan looked at her indifferently. Since you've investigated me, you should also know that I'm not a person who gets along very well. I don't like interacting with people, much less joking with them. Su Wei sniffed and said in a hurry. No, although you are rather withdrawn, you are a good person in the eyes of your teachers and classmates. Ning Yuan froze at his words. If I'm not mistaken, you guys should have discovered me because of what happened last night and subsequently investigated me in just one night. I really didn't expect that in such a short period of time you guys actually investigated even the people beside me. The corners of Su Wei's mouth rose slightly as she spoke with some pride. After all, I specialize in this. I screened some of the people who had the most contact with you, and then a staff member called them one by one overnight to inquire. Ning Yuan fell silent. It had to be said that sometimes certain official tactics were indeed far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. For ordinary people, the wife who has lived with you for decades may not know as much about you as these people know about you in one night. But unfortunately, what Su Wei never dreamed of was that the Ning Yuan in front of her was reborn back after 400 years. You just asked me who gave me the confidence, and I can answer you, it wasn't them, it was you. Su Wei looked at Ning Yuan with a pair of wide eyes and spoke word for word. You're smart, you know what will happen to that girl if she's dragged into the alley, and you also know that once you make a move you might expose yourself as a result. But you still stepped in to help and save her. Ning Yuan, you're a good person, and that's where my confidence comes from. Feeling the hard sensation in her waist disappear, Su Wei let out a sigh of relief. The gun in Ning Yuan's hand disappeared, and it was as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion on their part. Headquarters. Transcendent headquarters, this is where we are taking you. Su Wei spoke softly. The car sped along and soon arrived at the airport. Su Wei, Ning Yuan and his entourage got on the airplane that had been waiting here, and then rushed straight to the big capital city. After a few hours of flight, the plane arrived in Dying City, and after a smooth landing, Ning Yuan and his entourage got off the plane and were guided to a military vehicle. There was a lot of space inside the vehicle, and all four windows, including the windshield, were covered with a special material, causing the people sitting inside to be unable to look out through the windows. Only the driver wearing special glasses and a military uniform was not affected by it, and still drove the car forward smoothly. I hope that the next time you come to the headquarters will no longer pick you up in this way. Su Wei spoke as she looked sideways at the man who had been calm from the beginning. Ning Yuan naturally understood the meaning of Su Wei's words. Nowadays, he wasn't trusted at all, and it was natural that he would be kept from learning the location of the headquarters in this way. Really, maybe next time I'll find it myself. Ning Yuan closed his eyes and replied thus. Chapter 17, Conference Room. The car traveled for a full hour without stopping before slowing to a halt. The car door was pulled open, and Ning Yuan and his group got out of the car. Finally here again. Ning Yuan muttered inwardly as he looked at the scene before him. He had arrived at a military base-like complex at this moment. This place was huge, armored vehicles as well as soldiers with loaded guns could be seen everywhere. The surrounding arrangements and buildings were no more than 5 stories high, and the shape of these buildings was simple yet full of solemnity. The building located directly in front of Ning Yuan was even more striking. A huge flag was erected here, the bright red flag fluttering in the wind under the sunlight. Transcendent Headquarters. Directly in front of it, this huge plaque resembling an ancient building of a palace had these 5 big words written on it in dragon flight. It's spectacular, isn't it? Su Wei's beautiful eyes looked yearningly at these 5 words. She then approached Ning Yuan and spoke in a low voice. Also, I can whisper to you that this place is in a very special location that you would never expect. Su Wei took the lead and walked inside the headquarters after saying that. Ning Yuan looked at her back and listened to the somewhat familiar words. Yeah, when he first came to the headquarters in his last life, Su Wei said the same thing to him. Inside the headquarters, there were already people waiting. Seeing Su Wei and the others appear, a middle-aged man wearing a suit and glasses with a slightly chubby figure smiled and went forward to extend his hand towards Ning Yuan. Hello Ning Yuan, first time meeting, my name is Louis. Ning Yuan reached out and shook his hand. Xiao Wei, Head Yang. Louis greeted the two one by one. Yang Kong just nodded, while Su Wei responded with a smile. Good day, Minister. Let's go, the reception room is ready. Yang Kong's mission seemed to be accomplished as he said goodbye to Su Wei and then directly turned to leave. Louis, on the other hand, led Ning Yuan, Su Wei and the two of them into the elevator, and then used face recognition to unlock access to the 5th floor. The elevator arrived at the 5th floor, and the duo walked to a door under Louis's guidance. This was a place similar to a conference room. "The two of you, please come in." Louis extends his hand in a gesture. Ning Yuan glanced at Louis and walked in without saying a word. "Minister, me, should I go in as well?" Su Wei said with some apprehension. "Go in, even though you and he have sort of just met, but you're from the same city, having you there will make him relax a little inside." Su Wei nodded at his words and then also entered the conference room with Louis. The door was closed. Inside the conference room a long table was placed in the center with a huge LCD screen at the end. At this moment, on the sofas on both sides of the long table, excluding the 3 Ning Yuan who had just come in, there were already 5 people sitting there. Apart from one of them, who was dressed in a gray mountain suit and had a white head and beard, the remaining 4 were all middle-aged people. "Feel free to sit." Louis smiles and extends his hand in a gesture. Ning Yuan pulled out a sofa chair in front of him and sat down, while Su Wei sat next to him. At this moment, the 5 people who had waited here early sized up Ning Yuan, while Ning Yuan was likewise sizing them up, his gaze lingering for a moment on the old man in the Chinese mountain suit before moving away. The 5 people didn't greet Ning Yuan, they just watched all this like bystanders. Unlike Ning Yuan's expressionless face, Su Wei's hands were sweaty with nervousness. "My God, 2 of them I seem to have seen on TV, they seem to be bigwigs in the military and political circles, and that other old man. Could he be that top transcendent that Yang Kong was talking about?" Thinking of this, Su Wei quietly swept a glance at that old man, then hurriedly lowered her head. Because that old man was looking at her with a kind smile on his face. At this moment, Louis nodded to those 5 people as he came alone to the LCD monitor at the end of the conference table and then turned it on. "Ning Yuan, you might be wondering why we brought you to this place. I'll explain everything clearly for you next." Louis opened a folder on the monitor after he finished speaking. Inside was a movie and television file, while the contents inside were camera recordings from around the globe of transcendentalists bursting with power. At this moment, Louis's voice slowly rang out. "The appearance of transcendence around the world today has become more and more frequent in recent years. You are not the only one, nor are you the last. Great power brings hope and deeper despair. Both for ordinary people and for the whole country. The emergence of transcendence is undoubtedly a new threat. After all, a commoner criminal and a transcendent criminal are unequal existences. The police as well as the military can eradicate common criminals, but it's difficult to pose too much of a threat to transcendence, especially some transcendents with special abilities. Use the transcendence against the transcendence, and use the power of the transcendence to bring more important benefits for themselves. Pulling in and cultivating transcendence is the most important policy of countries today, which to a certain extent exceeds the arms race. After all, the destruction that a powerful transcendent can cause is in some cases more harmful than a hot weapon. This is something you may not understand today, but you can take my word for it. One powerful transcendent is enough to change many situations. 5 years ago, the president of Ba was silently assassinated because of some stance issues, and some companies and high officials who supported him were also gotten rid of one by one, including an army commander. And this army commander was even silently assassinated in a military camp. Saying this, Louis glanced at Ning Yuan and continued to speak. The world pattern was already changing several years ago, and a brand new era is coming. But a brand new era also means brand new difficulties. After saying that, Louis once again clicked on a folder. This time it was no longer filled with videos about transcendence around the globe, but rather a video that was dimly lit and somewhat bizarre. The source of the video was supposedly a civilian camera on the side of the road. Louis slides the progress bar, and the next scene that happens in the video makes Su Wei's eyes widen. Only to see a humanoid creature seemingly appear out of thin air, walking step by step from far away towards the direction of the camera. It was hard to describe what kind of a creature it was. He was beyond Su Wei's scope of understanding, and there was not even a single term in his mind that matched it. Weird, extremely weird. Although the creature had the shape of a human, it had no 5 senses, and its entire body was as black as ink as if it was made of natural porcelain, with 3 tentacles floating casually behind it. Every time it took a step forward, it was like taking hundreds of steps forward like instantaneous movement. The creature soon came underneath the camera and then disappeared. Chapter 18, The Fae. Within the silent conference room, Louis's voice continued to ring out. There is an ancient saying that all things are born with each other, and everything that appears has its own significance of existence. We've been puzzling over exactly when and why the transcendence appeared. Until we discovered it. Louis sighed as he spoke. They don't belong to the blue planet, they don't belong to any species known to us. It is not known where they came from. The only thing we can know is that they are hostile to us. The old ancestors used to say something. Those who are not of our race will have different hearts. That's why we call them foreign races. The time of the video is from 4 years ago, and the address is located in a village in a remote mountainous area within the city of Oikawa. Codename 03 Tragedy. It resulted in the deaths of 653 people, all of whom, regardless of age or disability, were reduced to mincemeat, while only the domestic animals in the village survived intact. In its eyes, human life is inferior to domestic animals. Hearing this, Suwei's entire body trembled slightly. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Lu Yi and opened his mouth to inquire. So did you guys find it? Lu Yi was silent for a moment, then shook his head. We have been tracking it down and have encountered it and fought with it over the years. We had paid a great price to almost kill it, but in the end it escaped. Until now it has never shown its face again, but it is certain that it must be hibernating somewhere, perhaps in the city or within the mountains. Wait a minute, Minister. Suwei reached out her hand, her pretty face a little white as she opened her mouth. What you just said about them, do you mean that there is more than one of these monsters? Lu Yi smiled bitterly and nodded slightly. Ning Yuan glanced at Suwei and said slowly, when a cockroach appears in your home, there is no need to doubt that there is definitely more than one in your home. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, the old man who had been silent among the five smiled and nodded. A little friendly analogy. It's not bad, there's more than one foreign race, and there's even more of them than we expected. These things can change into anyone, they lurk all around us, such as within the metropolis you live in, or in the mountains and countryside, such as when a coworker you've been spending time with suddenly pulls your heart out with his hand from behind your back the next moment. Right. The old man looked at Suwei and smiled. According to the intelligence known so far, these things seem to enjoy eating people's hearts. Suwei's petite body subconsciously trembled when she heard this. Although she was no stranger to transcendence, intelligence about the existence of alien races had always been the highest level of secrecy in various countries, and this was the first time she had learned about it. At this moment, Louis closed the video on the screen and then converted the display into blackboard mode. Next, Louis wrote on the darkness about ordinary people fusing spirit seeds, as well as Dao trees, and promotions. Louis wrote as he spoke, and in a short period of time he had almost filled the entire screen. These contents were the conclusions reached by a collection of the world's top transcendentalists as well as scientists. They had spent years and great effort laying the foundation, which would allow later transcendentalists to stand on the foundation and move forward along the path without having to grope around alone in the darkness of their two eyes. Just as all math today is based on 1 + 1 = 2. Arguably, these elements are the most valuable assets for newcomers. However, these contents had long been familiar to Ning Yuan, who was a reborn. After all, he had also served as a mentor to many transcendents in his free time in his previous life. Louis, who took a sip of mineral water to moisten his throat, looked at Ning Yuan and continued to speak. Ning Yuan, about the existence of transcendence and the predicament the world is facing today, as well as those foreign races with untraceable origins. I've already told you everything. To summarize it simply, it's that the emergence of the transcendents as well as the foreign races will be an unprecedented catastrophe for our country and even the entire world. No one can tell what we're going to face in the future, whether it's destruction or a brand new era. And we have brought you here this time for the simple reason that we want you to join us and serve your country. Saying this, Louis looked at Ning Yuan waiting for his reply. Ning Yuan was silent. Suwei beside him subconsciously looked at him sideways, while the rest of the five looked at Ning Yuan with a calm expression, waiting for his answer. Generally speaking, if a transcendent could serve the country, then it would be a good thing for the entire country. However, there are transcendents who refuse to serve their country. After all, no one can force a powerful person to work for them unless they want to be backstabbed unknowingly one day. To put it bluntly, it's just selling your life for the country. Ning Yuan, who had been silent for a while, laughed out softly. Once I join you, then some of the tasks that ordinary people would surely die if they touched them would fall on us transcendents. Like dealing with the transcendents, or dealing with that so-called alien race. Louis nodded at his words and opened his mouth without denying it. Not bad, it is indeed like what you said. Of course, you can choose to join us or not. This is your freedom. Ning Yuan, who heard this, had no abnormalities on his face, but inwardly, he was laughing coldly. Freedom? Ha ha ha. Ning Yuan's surface light's eye looked at Louis and inquired. What are the benefits of joining you, and what happens if you don't? Louis sniffed and pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, then turned around and quickly wrote a few large letters on the cleared screen next to him. S-A-B-C. Join us, that is, the official Transcendentals. Each Transcendent's acquired abilities we evaluate for strength and weakness as well as potential for future growth, with S being the highest and C being the lowest. S rank, meaning irreplaceable, with no upper limit to growth, such as abilities closely related to nature. Such as the power of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, such as wind, thunder, ice, etc. Grade A, uniqueness, extremely high growth ceiling. Such as mental, spatial, sound, poison, gas, etc. Level B, regular specialization, high growth ceiling, e.g. manipulation, empowerment, absorption, release, etc. Level C, regularity, low growth ceiling, no special abilities, the only thing that can be enhanced is one's strength and speed. Speaking of this, Louis pointed his finger at the C rank opening. If you are a C rank transcendent, firstly you will be able to receive a monthly allowance of $200,000, and secondly yourself and your relatives will enjoy the right to be prioritized for protection. The so-called prioritized protection right, to put it bluntly, that is if in a disaster, only 1 out of 5 ordinary people can survive, then the one who lives must be the one who has the prioritized protection right. This special right is the reward you should get for your efforts. Chapter 19, Getting into the Game. After saying that, Louis moved his hand upward and pointed to B. If you are a B-class transcendent, you then receive a monthly stipend of $500,000, as well as a higher level of priority protection. On top of that you will also receive a special identification. This special identification will allow you to mobilize the resources of a city. You can understand that you are the head of this city when necessary. Louis's hand continued to move upwards. As for level A, a monthly stipend of $2 million, priority protection, designation protection, prioritization of national resources, and a proof of being in charge at a provincial level. Louis's hand was about to move further up, but then let go with a faint smile. As for S rank, if you are S rank, then the country will fulfill all your reasonable requests. Also, no matter what level of transcendent you are, you can be paid accordingly for completing designated tasks in the service of the nation, such as wealth, status, and various requirements. Another example is a spiritual object that can increase your strength if you eat it, or a spiritual weapon that has special abilities that can be used for you, etc. Hearing this last sentence, a hint of essence flashed through the depths of Ning Yuan's eyes as he muttered in his heart. Spiritual objects and spiritual artifacts, resources gathered by lifting up a nation's manpower and resources, will finally be used for me in this life. Louis saw that Ning Yuan seemed to be pondering, so he continued to speak. The benefits of joining the official transcendents go far beyond what I've said. One of the things I didn't tell you is the hidden information at the national level, as well as all that latest information about the Fae and the Transcendents. As an official you will of course be the first to know. Of course, you can also choose to refuse to join us. The state doesn't interfere too much with transcendence. The prerequisite is that you must abide by the law and not interfere with the social order or harm others with your own abilities. As long as you do all of the above, you can pretend that nothing happened today, that we haven't met, and we'll send you back so that you can continue living your own life. Louis looked at Ning Yuan quietly after he finished speaking, obviously waiting for his answer. To join, or not to join? Ning Yuan reached out and rubbed his brow, then a meaningful smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Ordinary people, can I forget about all the changes in myself to live an ordinary life again after all this? I join you. As if he had already anticipated Ning Yuan's reply, Louis and the 5 onlookers didn't reveal a look of surprise. Su Wei's heart, on the other hand, let out a long sigh of relief. This time she had accomplished her mission and delivered a transcendent for the country. It naturally meant that she would receive a generous reward. Welcome, Ning Yuan. Louis walked over to Ning Yuan's side and extended his right hand to shake it. We are co-workers from now on. I hope we can work together in the future to jointly guard our country and fellow countrymen. Ning Yuan smiled and nodded. Of course. Right. Louis continued to speak. What is your ability, after all, to create a corresponding identification for you? Ning Yuan sniffed and looked at his feet. In the next moment, he only saw that the shadows beneath his feet actually slowly stood up from the ground. Seeing this bizarre and oozing scene, everyone in the conference room turned their gazes towards this pitch-black shadow. Su Wei, who was the closest, was even more dumbfounded when she saw this incomprehensible scene. Only to see the shadow slowly come to Louis's side, directly reaching out and holding Louis's right hand whose body was somewhat stiff. Then shook it up and down. A huge force wrapped in a cold and piercing coldness was transmitted into the palm of his hand. Louis felt as if his hand was wrapped in a piece of cold ice at the moment. Oh? The special ability to manipulate one's own shadow? Kind of interesting. The old man leaned forward with his upper body, staring at the scene with wide eyes as he seemed to be very interested in Ning Yuan's shadow. At this moment, the other 4 people were also scrutinizing Ning Yuan's shadow, 2 of them whispering a few words every now and then. Is it okay? Ning Yuan looked at Louis and asked out loud. It's okay, very special ability. Louis was stiff and nodded his head in a hurry. The shadow withdrew his hand and Louis suddenly felt that the huge pressure on his right hand disappeared. What else do you need me to do below? Ning Yuan looked at Louis as his shadow slowly disappeared back to his feet. Nothing more is needed, you can leave. After a while the proof of identity as well as the communication equipment will be given to you. Just live a normal life without us contacting you. Ning Yuan nodded, then directly got up and left. Little Vivian, you go back with Ning Yuan. Louis's voice brought back Su Wei, who was still in shock. Oh, good. Good. Su Wei hurriedly got up and pushed open the conference room door and walked out. However, when she went out, she was shocked to find that Ning Yuan had actually disappeared. At this moment, Sui looked at the empty corridor and suddenly remembered what Ning Yuan had said to her in the car. I can kill all of you in 10 seconds and then appear beside Ning Xiaoluo. Does that mean? Sui subconsciously opened her red lips. The sky. A black shadow appeared suddenly in the clouds. Hidden within the shadow, Ning Yuan looked down at the headquarters below. No one could have imagined that the headquarters of the Chinese Transcendence was actually situated in a secluded mountainous wilderness. Just as Ning Yuan surveyed the Transcendental's headquarters below, he also felt 3 lines of sight from below gazing at him. There really are crouching tigers and hidden dragons. A sneer spread across the corners of Ning Yuan's mouth, and then he disappeared into a pitch-black shadow. Inside the conference room. Elder Qin, you say this kid can actually fly? The middle-aged man in military uniform looked at the old man with some surprise. Lu Yi and the rest of the people also looked at old man Qin with some surprise. Heh, it's not like you guys have never seen a transcendent that can fly, what's the big fuss about? Old Qin picked up the walking stick beside him and tapped it. His ability is very special, he should be integrating his body into the shadow to fly. But since this kid has joined the officials, he's one of ours, and the better he is the more benefits he'll have for us. After saying that, old Qin looked at Lu Yi. We've seen this kid's resume, he seems to have a dependent cousin, right? Before Lu Yi could say anything, another middle-aged man in a suit sitting beside the uniformed man took the initiative to speak. Not bad, these two grew up together. If I'm not wrong, Ning Xiaoluo's father shouldn't have died by accident, but was killed by Ning Yuan. This kid has a precocious mind, has guts and vigor, a seedling. A good seedling is good, a good seedling deserves to be cultivated properly to shield the people of the motherland from the wind and rain. Someone responded with a smile. In any case, this son is more worthy of cultivation than those unsupported sightless transcendents. After all, a person with ties means he has a soft spot. Chapter 20, Laying Down. Great Zhou City. Ning Yuan's pushed open the door to his room, only to see Ning Xiaoluo sitting on the sofa watching TV. At this time, Ning Xiaoluo was wearing home clothes, her black hair pulled back, holding melon seeds in her hands as she watched intently as the male and female main characters embraced each other on TV. Hearing the door to her room being opened, she turned her head to look at it. Oh Buchi! Ning Xiaoluo had a surprised expression on her face when she saw that it was Ning Yuan who had returned. You're back. Ning Yuan nodded and casually hung his jacket on the coat rack. Did you buy this cell phone? Ning Xiaoluo asked Ning Yuan, pointing at the intact packaging on the table. Ning Yuan sat on the other side of the sofa and nodded. I bought it. Where did you get the money? Earned it. Earned? Ning Xiaoluo was stunned, her large eyes looking at Ning Yuan with some surprise. This is the latest model of cell phone, right, or the top of the line, one costs more than 10,000, how did you earn it? Secret. Ning Yuan grabbed the melon seeds on the table and got high as well. At this moment, the hero and heroine on the TV were staging a bitter scene of life and death, and Ning Yuan watched with some boredom. Ning Xiaoluo looked at Ning Yuan suspiciously. The next moment she suddenly got up from the sofa, then quickly came in front of Ning Yuan. In Ning Yuan's somewhat stunned expression, she lifted up his top. After seeing that there were no scars on Ning Yuan's stomach, Ning Xiaoluo let out a sigh of relief. Where were you thinking? Ning Yuan looked at Ning Xiaoluo with some tears and laughter. You don't think I sold my kidney to buy this, do you? Ning Xiaoluo sniffed and withdrew her hand with a bit of a blush. This is what I've earned from doing some part-time jobs in my free time over the years. Your crappy cell phone should have been replaced a long time ago. Ning Yuan explained as he pulled out another cell phone from his own pocket. Nah, as soon as I saved up enough money I bought one for both of us. Just to be clear, there are no refunds or exchanges. Seeing that Ning Yuan didn't look like he was lying, Ning Xiaoluo was also inwardly relieved. Forget it, thanks for the gift. I wanted to advise Ning Yuan not to spend money lavishly, but thinking that the things were bought, Ning Xiaoluo dismissed the idea. The uneventful time rushed by. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Ning Yuan did nothing every day, going out to loiter and sneak around during the day in the name of going to work, and steadily improving his strength at night. On the rooftop. The night was dotted with stars, and Ning Yuan sat alone with his eyes closed tightly. The Tao tree within his body swayed gently, and countless originating forces were pulled and absorbed by it. Unlike in the past, at this time the tree seems to be undergoing some kind of metamorphosis, originating from the darkness of the origin power after being absorbed by the tree did not feed back to the fruit of the spirit source, but like a stone sinking into the sea like no reaction. Ning Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly at this sight. The first spirit origin fruit had grown to its limit and could no longer absorb the origin power. He knew that the time had come to break through to the second stage. The Tao tree was not spiritual, it could not give birth to a second fruit of spiritual origin on its own, it would only follow its instincts to absorb the origin power of the heavens and earth and then cultivate its own existing fruit of spiritual origin. However, the tree has no spirituality, but people are the most spiritual creatures. Boom! Ning Yuan began to fully catalyze all of his own power, converging it into a single point toward a withered branch of the Tao tree. As time passed, the dead branches irrigated by the powerful force gradually began to change. Like a withered tree springing to life, a shoot gradually revealed itself and then evolved into a flower bud. Ning Yuan was drenched in sweat. If he wanted to break through from the first stage to the second stage, the only way to succeed was to forcefully infuse the withered branch of the Tao tree with sufficiently powerful origin power to spawn a second spirit origin fruit for it. This didn't just require the Tao tree to reach the right timing, it also required the Transcendent's own power to be strong enough. At the very least, it had reached the peak of the first rank. Otherwise, once it failed or gave up halfway, then it would be extremely damaging to both the Tao tree and the Transcendent itself. Although it wouldn't be so bad that they would die, they would be seriously injured and weakened for a long period of time. I don't know how long it took. Under Ning Yuan's unceasing power irrigation, the bud on the withered tree blossomed and then withered until it transformed into a small, black, bead-like fruit. Seeing this, Ning Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Finally. At this moment, in addition to the luscious and perfect spirit source fruit on the Tao tree within his body, a young fruit that was only a tenth of the size of the first one was also born on another withered branch. Even though this young fruit looked so weak and small. But Ning Yuan could deeply feel the powerful force it contained, so young that it wasn't even weaker than the first fully grown spirit source fruit. At this point, there was no need for him to deliberately induce the Tao tree to do anything, and the Tao tree naturally began to slowly cultivate the young fruit. At the same time, the first rays of the morning sunlight sprinkled onto Ning Yuan's face. Ning Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Nowadays, he had already advanced to the second stage. General. Egu my ass. How am I going to take this step? This. An old man's sigh came from a table surrounded by a crowd by the side of the road. The old man tapped his smooth head. Sha Ning, one more round and one more round, this time I will definitely win you. Hearing the old man's words, sighs came from many of the surrounding onlookers. Old Zhang, how many times have you said this? You haven't won against Xiaoning even once in the past few days. This time for sure. The old man began to reset the chessboard without blushing. Ning Yuan pulled out his cell phone and looked at the time. Seeing that it was still early, he planned to play another game. During this time he played chess with a group of grandpas on the side of the road in the morning, went to an internet cafe in the afternoon to play games in boredom, went home in the evening to eat meals cooked by Ning Xiaoluo, and went to the rooftop to cultivate at night. This full and decadent day was his daily routine. It could be said that Ning Yuan's actions were completely different from those reborn people in TV novels who were one step ahead of others in scavenging for heavenly treasures. If one were to ask why, it wasn't that Ning Yuan didn't want to get it, but Ning Yuan didn't know. That's right, he didn't know. As far as Ning Yuan was concerned, his rebirth was an accident, it was just his final push before he died. Just like ordinary people, if they were suddenly given a chance to be reborn, could they remember the winning lottery numbers? Can they remember where a treasure was dug up on the news? The answer is obvious. Unless something extremely impressive, like the dark spirit that had once shocked the world. Other than that, Ning Yuan only remembered things that had a greater impact. As for spirit objects and spirit weapons that could help him increase his strength as well as increase his cultivation speed, Ning Yuan remembered some of them, and those were all very powerful. However, the sources about those items belonged to the classified among the state secrets in the previous world, and they had no right to access them at all except for a handful of people. It could even be said that the spiritual resources Ning Yuan had acquired in his last life had relied entirely on his own contribution value to be exchanged from the national treasury. And this was also one of the reasons why Ning Yuan still designed to join the official Transcendentals organization after his rebirth. The principle of relying on a big tree was unchanged throughout the ages. Never underestimate the power of a nation, especially when it is at its peak in every way. That's why Ning Yuan wanted to take revenge on those people, and wanted to figure out why the foreign races had targeted him in his last life. As well as maximizing the fastest way to get everything he needs, the best way for him to do that is to use this big tree. Chapter 21 Notice. From time to time, praises came from the chess stand by the roadside. Wonderful, that's a wonderful move. Some people marveled at Ning Yuan's layout trap without stinting on praise, and naturally, there were also people who helped the old man he was playing against. Egu old Zhang. Your car can't go here, listen to my jumping horse. Can't jump the horse. You have to get back on defense and keep an eye on Ning's cannon. What nonsense! It's cannon to cannon. This kid is definitely setting you up. Old Zhang already had 3 or 4 old men beside him advising him. One of the old men was red in the face and neck, clearly looking angry. Just when the chess stand was a hot atmosphere, a red sports car slowly pulled up to the curb. The windows fell down. Su Wei, who was wearing sunglasses, looked at the surrounded chess stand with a puzzled expression. Removing the sunglasses, Su Wei opened the car door and came down. Today Su Wei did not wear a professional suit, short-sleeved plus high-waisted denim hot pants. Casual collocation in her body is to show an unusual temperament. Tall and outstanding body plus snow-white slender legs instantly attracted the attention of many passers-by.
Reasonably, Su Wei's face value was very beautiful. After all, with the nature of her work, a beautiful face will always bring more benefits, only her body is more compelling than her face value.
Ning Yuan.
Su Wei came to the periphery of the surrounded crowd and shouted. The voice was clear and pleasant, yet none of the lords in front of her turned around.
Ning Yuan.
Su Wei raised her volume.
The few lords standing in front of Su Wei glanced back at Su Wei, then one frowned and glared at her.
Where did the girl child come from? Go play to the side, don't affect Xiao Ning. The corner of Su Wei's mouth twitched at her words. After finishing talking about Su Wei, the grandpa quickly turned his head and tiptoed to look at the chess table in the center of the crowd. It was as if Su Wei was not 1/millionth as beautiful as the chessboard in his eyes. Su Wei clenched her fists and gritted her teeth to reveal a smile.
Don't get angry with these old guys.
Seeing that Ning Yuan didn't pay any attention to herself, Su Wei had no choice but to wait outside the crowd. From time to time, people passing by saw a beauty standing alone on the outskirts of a group of lords have revealed puzzled looks. During the period, some people dare to come to ask for Su Wei's contact information, but as soon as they get close to see Su Wei's gloomy face, instantly turned around and walked away with a trembling heart.
About half an hour later,
there was first a deathly silence in the crowd, followed by gusts of intake of breath and exclamations.
I told you!
This seemingly inconsequential arching pawn move by Xiao Ning turned out to be waiting here.
Wonderful! It's too wonderful!
What a great way to advance before the troops and horses move.
Too wonderful!
Su Wei snapped back from her daze and looked at the crowd suspiciously. At this moment, the sound of stifled sighs and reproaches came from the crowd again.
Egu old Zhang. You
didn't listen to my words.
It's too late to repent. There's nothing you can do.
I've been saying for a long time that the position of this pawn is fishy, and you guys are saying that the pawn is irrelevant. The night this pawn tripped, one wrong step is a total loss. Old Zhang covered his face and sighed, and the 4 or 5 military advisors around him were accusing each other with your words and mine. Just one step away, obviously just one step away from being a general. But lost on this little soldier.
One more round. The last game. Xiao Ning, I will defeat you today.
Old Zhang lifted the short sleeve on his stomach to vigorously wipe the sweat from his face, and then reached out to prepare to reset the chessboard.
Ning Yuan. I, Su Wei, have something to find you.
Just as Ning Yuan was about to agree to Old Zhang's request for another round, Su Wei's voice rang out again.
Old Zhang, let's call it a day, we'll play again sometime.
Ning Yuan frowned and got up after saying that. It's still early, little Ning, play another game, it's already noon, I'll treat you to a rub at De Fu Lu later. De Fu Lu, one of the top restaurants in Great Zhou City, this restaurant was a membership system, not open to ordinary people, and the minimum consumption for a meal inside would not be less than $5,000. The surrounding people didn't show any surprised expression when they heard this. After all, people Lao Zhang has this strength.
Ning Yuan looked at the time and shook his head no. Next time, as you all can see, someone has something to find me.
After saying that, without waiting for Old Zhang to hold back again, Ning Yuan walked out of the crowd and came in front of Su Wei. Even though she was not happy in her heart, the moment Su Wei saw Ning Yuan, a smile bloomed on her face.
Busy man Ning, finally finished?
Ning Yuan glanced at her expressionlessly. Say what you have to say quickly, I have to go grocery shopping later.
Su Wei sniffed with a questioning face. The notice came down, there are a lot of people here. Get in the car first.
Returning to her senses, Su Wei signaled Ning Yuan to get into her car,
waiting for the two of them to drive away.
There were murmurs from the chess stand.
Xiao Ning is great, that's his girlfriend, right? She's so pretty, and she drives such a nice car. At this time, let Su Wei shut up. Moncler outlet store online hastened to pick up the words of emotion. Poor little Ning, you did not see, just now the face of the girl child yo, that call a hard to see. Their own men do not just play a little more, just rush, really. Old Zhang sniffed but nodded. That's right, it seems that Xiao Ning is unwilling to play because of her. Pity the great and good son, but he is bound by a woman. Egu old Zhang, if you want to say that, why don't you introduce your granddaughter to him? That granddaughter of yours is also a great beauty. An older woman spat from the side. Old Zhang actually nodded in approval upon hearing this. Alas! You don't say, just now that girl child drove a car. My granddaughter also has a car, seems to be called what the hell. If Xiao Ning is really willing, I would like to introduce my granddaughter to him, so that the two of them can get to know each other. Just from playing chess alone he's so powerful. Xiao Ning is definitely not a pool animal in the future, and my granddaughter is also a high-minded person. Looking at it this way, the two of them would be suitable. The old Zhang said that he hurriedly packed up his things and rode on a donkey to go, only leaving the surrounding grandparents to look at his back speechlessly. At the same time, Su Wei skillfully drove her car to a cafe. The two came to a corner seat by the window. Su Wei directly from their own bag took out a bank card and then pushed it to the front of the Ning Yuan. Chapter 22 Mission. Su Wei picked up her coffee and took a shallow sip as she looked at Ning Yuan with a smile spreading at the corner of her mouth and said, "This bank card is yours, there's $500,000 in it, and another $500,000 will be deposited on time on the 1st of every month. The password is your birthday. Also, congratulations, Head Ning. After this period of evaluation and deliberation from various departments, the headquarters hereby recognizes you as a Class B Transcendent, enjoying Class B treatment, and in addition, since there is no Transcendent in charge of the city of Great Zhou, the headquarters formally appoints you as the person in charge of the city of Great Zhou, and I will be fully responsible for assisting you in your endeavors. In a sense, you are considered the person with the most power in Great Zhou City." Class B? Ning Yuan didn't feel surprised when he heard that. It just sneered in his heart. HQ only knew that his ability was shadow, but couldn't guess that his ability was actually darkness. His deliberate channeling was successful. Su Wei had been sizing up Ning Yuan, and the other party's calmness was beyond her imagination. It was important to realize that she could be said to know Ning Yuan very well, and that even if the other party was somewhat withdrawn in personality, he was ultimately only in his 20s in age. To draw an analogy, if a young man in his 20s suddenly became the mayor on a certain day, shouldn't he show an ecstatic expression? It would only be logical to show a trance-like expression of not knowing what to do. But Ning Yuan acted as if he had already anticipated this outcome. This caused Su Wei, who had been looking forward to Ning Yuan's expression, to feel a bit disappointed. Ning Yuan casually stuffed the bank card into his pocket. He didn't drink the expensive coffee on the table, and his eyes looked at Su Wei inquiringly. "I'll leave if there's nothing else." Su Wei could only put down the coffee in her hand when she heard this, straightening her sitting posture, and her tone became much more solemn. "Ning Yuan, I have two more things. The first thing is about me. Reintroduce myself. Su Wei, liaison investigator for the city of Dezhou. My job is to look for any transcendents that may appear in the city and reach out to them to guide them. In the event that the person in charge appears in Great Zhou City, I need to cooperate with the person in charge in all his endeavors and help him do his task well. We are considered co-workers from now on. I am a native of Great Zhou City. I hope we can work well together in the future." Su Wei extended her hand when she finished speaking. Ning Yuan was silent as he looked at her. In his previous life, he had been the head of Dezhou City for a period of time when he had just become a transcendent, and at that time, it was also Su Wei who was in charge of him. It was only later that he became the provincial head after his abilities were rated or ranked, so he didn't spend much time in Dezhou City anymore. Ning Yuan stretched out his hand and shook Su Wei's soft, boneless hand. Su Wei withdrew her hand and continued to open her mouth to say the second thing. This time she first took out her cell phone and placed it in front of Ning Yuan. This second incident is about a mysterious incident that happened in Dezhou City during this period of time. Su Wei said as she tapped on a video clip in her cell phone. The picture was dim, and the glow of the streetlights could vaguely illuminate the surrounding scene. A road could be seen not far away, and the video showed the time as 9 o'clock at night. Su Wei slid the progress bar. The screen flickered, then stayed. Only to see the video of a middle-aged woman riding an electric bike on the road. The woman looked around while riding, looking like she was panicking. Soon, a somewhat surprising picture appeared. Only a black shadow appeared in front of the woman's electric car as if it had fallen from the sky. It was a person, a man wearing a cow-faced hood to be exact. The man landed in front of the woman as if he had fallen from the sky, reaching out with one gloved hand to block the motorized vehicle that was moving forward. The electric car then stopped directly in the man's hand as if it had hit a wall. The scene that occurred next caused Ning Yuan to instantly rise in interest. Only to see the hooded man pull the woman straight off the motorized vehicle. The woman was trembling, her mouth kept chanting something, and her hands grabbed the man's clothes with a death grip, her face showing an expression of fear and begging for mercy. However, the hooded man did not say anything, but just swung his palm and started slapping the woman's face. After just a few slaps, the woman's face began to redden and swell, her tears and snot flowed out of her head, and she kept chanting something in her mouth. Due to the distance, there was no sound of the woman's voice coming from the picture. But it was easy to tell from the woman's behavior that she was begging for mercy. Hooded man so even slapped the woman more than a dozen slaps. See, it fell to the ground, fainted after the hand, and then he double feet a force will be high up, as in the ancient chivalrous novels of the light masters, like a few prancing between the disappearance and the night. The woman in the video is named Ma Xiaomei, age 49, and her current position is the subgroup leader of the Great Wind Instrument Factory. Su Wei looked at Ning Yuan and opened her mouth to explain. Since about 3 days ago, she has been stopped and beaten by this hooded man on her way home from work every day. Whether she's okay with a different route or having her family pick her up, it's all the same. Ma Xiaomei said she did not know this person and had never had a grudge against anyone. This person beat her without saying anything, as if he was there to simply beat her. Moreover, each of this person's strikes was extremely measured and often did not affect Ma Xiaomei's ability to go to work the next day. Later she reported it to the police, and the police only found this one camera profile. The rest of the roadside cameras on the road where Ma Xiaomei suffered the attack were destroyed. Su Wei put her cell phone away and looked at Ning Yuan as she continued to speak softly. What can be ascertained at the moment is that this man wearing a cowl should be a civilian transcendent, and he's cautious enough not to reveal any traces of information about himself at all, thus showing that his counter-surveillance sense isn't weak. Given that he has already harmed ordinary people, there is a great potential threat. That's why HQ hopes that you, who are in charge of the Great Zhou City, will make a move to capture him, and if necessary, shoot him down as well. Ning Yuan watched the video in silence, and Su Wei looked at him quietly, waiting for his answer. Transcendents could naturally refuse missions given by the headquarters. It could be said that there were no restrictions on joining the official Transcendents. As long as you didn't make trouble and jeopardize society, it was perfectly fine to take your monthly paycheck and do nothing and wait for death. Of course, although the headquarters cannot force the Transcendental to complete the task, but can be lured. Therefore, the contribution value is the reason why the appearance of the last generation of countless Transcendentalists in order to enhance the contribution value from the headquarters in exchange for spiritual objects and spiritual weapons, but as a cow without complaint. Chapter 23, Spiritual Objects, Spiritual Weapons. Spirit artifacts. Spirit objects are not created by man, they are the same as spirits. They are the products under the change of the world and the revival of the aura, and they belong to the gifts of heaven and earth. This guy looks pretty bad to deal with. What benefit can I gain by taking the risk of dealing with him? Ning Yuan inquired as he looked at Su Wei expressionlessly. 30 points of contribution value. Su Wei made a gesture of 3. The contribution value serves many purposes. It will be linked to your status in the headquarters, and will help you in your future promotions as well as what you receive. In addition, the biggest role of contribution value can also be exchanged for the resources you need, such as money, all kinds of resources, and even for spiritual objects and spiritual weapons that are extremely helpful to transcendence. Spiritual objects are heavenly treasures. Just like the common ginseng that can prolong life and strengthen the body for ordinary people, as well as various medicinal herbs. Things that can enhance strength and physique for transcendentalists are known as spiritual objects, such as precious medicines that grow for many years and contain special effects and auras. As for spiritual artifacts, as the name suggests, they are artifacts that have special abilities. These artifacts were once mortal objects as well, buried deep underground and abandoned, but the change of years and various reasons caused some of them to change and give birth to unimaginable abilities. Spiritual artifacts come in all shapes and sizes, as far away as ancient bronzes, swords, guns, swords and axes, and all kinds of living implements. The close ones even have guns, daggers, scissors, mirrors, wood knives, and so on. To summarize it simply in the game's setting, spirit objects are tonics and spirit weapons are props. Spirit objects and spirit weapons are rare and unattainable items, each of which is a national treasure. Speaking of this, Su Wei's face revealed a look of emotion. The effects of spirit objects and spirit weapons made her heart enviously yearn for them. She had even heard some rumors that there was a spiritual artifact abroad that had the effect of keeping one's face forever when carried on the body. However, the prerequisite for wanting to use spiritual weapons and spiritual objects was that you had to be a transcendent. For ordinary people, who wouldn't want to be a transcendent? But the difficulty of wanting to become a transcendentalist can be said to be very, very difficult, not to mention the chance to obtain a spirit seed, in addition to risking one's life to melt the spirit. It is important to realize that spirit seeds are different from spirit weapons and spirit objects that have traces. Spirit seeds have no traces at all. There are only 2 ways to obtain spirit seeds today. The first is for those who have the destiny to obtain it for themselves. The second kind is when the fated person who gets the spirit seed does not melt the spirit, but sells it instead. Give up the transcendental cutie. Is there? Of course there is. Over the years, there have been 2 or 3 cases of selling spiritual seeds abroad, but the news was quickly suppressed. As for what the inside story is, who knows? After talking about the role of contribution value, Su Wei quietly waited for Ning Yuan's reply. Ning Yuan appeared to be considering it on the surface, but in reality, he secretly shook his head inwardly. What Su Wei didn't know was that the greatest function of this thing called contribution value wasn't to exchange things, but rather to serve as an important factor for the upper echelons to secretly assess the transcendent's heart. In other words, the more contribution value a transcendent had in the early stages, the more they would be valued and cultivated by the upper echelons. After all, who wouldn't like a transcendent with a sense of responsibility? There was a moment of silence. Ning Yuan got up and looked at Su Wei and spoke, "Send me the address, I'll take care of it." After saying that, Ning Yuan left the cafe without looking back, leaving only Su Wei sitting there alone and looking at his back. Ning Xiaoluo had a 2-hour break at noon every day, and she never ordered takeout. Every day she would go home and cook and eat by herself. Room. Ning Yuan carried 2 bowls of noodles onto the dining table. Although he didn't need to eat, during the time he had been living with Ning Xiaoluo, he had still never missed 3 meals a day just like an ordinary person. As always, Ning Xiaoluo pinched the poached egg from her bowl into Ning Yuan's bowl. The 2 of them ate and chatted. Ning Yuan listened to Ning Xiaoluo talk about her company's trivia and gossip, and chimed in with a few sentences every now and then. Ding dong. Right at this moment, the cell phone Ning Yuan placed on the table rang with a message tone.
Ning Xiaoluo subconsciously shot a glance. The screen showed that Su Wei had sent a message. Another message beep sounded.
Su Wei sent a location.
Seeing this, Ning Xiaoluo glanced at Ning Yuan, and after seeing that he just swept a glance and ignored it, he voiced an inquiry.
Your classmate? No. Oh. She wanted to see you about something? Well, sort of.
Ning Xiaoluo sniffed and picked at the noodles in her bowl, then somewhat tastelessly put her chopsticks down and sat down on the sofa to turn on the TV.
Xiaoluo.
Hearing Ning Yuan call out to her, Ning Xiaoluo looked sideways at Ning Yuan.
What's wrong?
Let's change a house. I have a classmate whose family is in real estate, and this place is too small and a bit shabby.
Let's buy a bigger house.
Ning Xiaoluo froze at his words, then snorted a laugh.
Hee. Alright, how big a house do you want? We'll try to save up to buy it.
Ning Yuan thought for a moment, recalling that he and Ning Xiaoluo had lived in a home in his last life after he became a transcendent.
Counting the time, it should have been built there already. Star Lake Blossom Shores. Great Zhou City's famous scenic villa area. In his last life when he was still an ordinary person he had passed by here with Ning Xiaoluo. At that time Ning Xiaoluo had laughed and said to him that people would definitely be happy if they lived here. Later on, Ning Yuan became a transcendent, and for a set of villas that ordinary people could not possibly afford in their lifetime, someone sent it to him. Their lives changed for the better, and Ning Xiaoluo didn't need to go to work and had endless money to spend. But was she happy then?
Ning Yuan remembered that her smile was becoming less and less, and her face was replaced with sadness and worry. He understood that it was Ning Xiaoluo worrying about herself, worrying that one day she would be just like those transcendents and suddenly die. Re-arriving at the new lake flower shore, Ning Yuan quietly looked at the extremely luxuriously decorated sales department in front of him. Obviously the new lakeside has not been open for long, and there are still workers planting greenery inside. Ning Yuan took out his cell phone and clicked on the message Su Wei sent him at noon. Ning Yuan, at 9 o'clock tonight Ma Xiu Mei will be coming home from work alone. I sent you the address.
You can order if you need any backup. Ning Yuan directly dialed Su Wei's number.
The phone was answered with just one ring, while Su Wei's voice came from the opposite side.
Ning Yuan, is there something you need me to do?
Su Wei, support isn't necessary,
I have enough for myself at night. Ning Yuan spoke. This time, I'm calling you for another matter.
The other side of the phone was quiet and listening, and Su Wei's somewhat nervous breathing could be faintly heard.
Lend me some money. Chapter 24 Lend me some money.
As Ning Yuan's words fell, there was silence on the other side of the microphone for a full half a minute.
Borrow? Su Wei thought that she had misheard and spoke out again to confirm. Borrowing money. Ning Yuan confirmed again. Oh, good, how much do you want?
Su Wei agreed without hesitation this time, and her tone became much more relaxed. Although she didn't know why Ning Yuan, a transcendent, would lend himself money, anyone with a normal brain would agree, let alone a smart woman like Su Wei.
After all, a transcendent's favor wasn't something that could be easily exchanged with money. How much to borrow?
Ning Yuan pondered for a moment. The villa at Star Lake Flower Shore in his last life was given to him by someone else, so he had no idea how much it cost.
Wait a minute, I'll ask.
Ning Yuan said this to Su Wei before hanging up the phone and walking towards the sales department. When Ning Yuan walked into the sales department, a beautiful young salesperson immediately came forward to receive him.
Looking for a house, sir?
The Star Lake Flower Shore has a beautiful view and is a high-end residential area in Great Zhou City, with the surrounding supporting facilities as well as the green environment. The salesperson made an introduction for Ning Yuan with a smile on his face.
Even though Ning Yuan's clothes were not rich at first glance. Has Area A03 been sold yet?
Ning Yuan interrupted the salesperson's words and asked bluntly. The salesperson immediately froze at his words. It is important to know that although the Star Lake Flower Shore has been open for sale for 2 months, but because the positioning is too high-end, so it can be said that very few people come to see the house. So much so that only a dozen units have been sold in 2 months. As a professional salesperson of high-end homes, Lily Zhou will never forget any potential customer who has come here to see the house. But the young man in front of her, Lily Zhou, could be sure that she had never seen. Yes, sir, you have a good eye. Area A03 is the best located villa at Star Lake Flower. Zhou Lily's heart thumped, growing more and more nervous. Although the other party was dressed in ordinary clothes, his tone and aura as well as his familiarity with Star Lake Flower Shore was clearly not possessed by an ordinary person.
Could this person be saying that he's the one who's arranging the real estate for some big shot?
Thinking about it, Zhou Lily could only think of this one answer.
How much? Ning Yuan inquired as he looked at this saleswoman in a suit with exquisite makeup.
Area A03, building area 413 square feet, unit price. All down for a total of $9,615,000. Zhou Lily quickly calculated and reported the price. Ning Yuan sniffed and dialed Su Wei's phone again.
Just transfer me $10 million directly. At this time on the other side of the phone. Inside a luxurious private villa, Sue, who was dressed casually and was lazily lying on the sofa to answer the phone, instantly opened her red lips wide when she heard this amount. How much? $10 million. Sue's slightly trembling voice came out from the microphone. Ning Yuan, are you sure it's $10 million? Not $1,000? What do you take me for, a top-tier rich girl? What, you drive such an expensive sports car and you can't even take out $10 million? Ning Yuan's slightly dissatisfied voice came out. But it's fine if you don't have it, I'll find someone else when the time comes. I see. What does a penniless poor boy like you need so much money for? Sue clutched her cell phone in her heart and fell into a great tangle. The amount of $10 million she relied on herself really couldn't come up with, but relying on her family was still no problem. But the key was whether it was worth it to take $10 million to please a transcendent whose future achievements were uncertain. As much as she knew Ning Yuan, what she knew was the Ning Yuan before becoming a transcendent. This $10 million was said to be borrowed in the name of a loan, but how could Ning Yuan, as a transcendent in the future, possibly pay it back? In other words, what could she do if the other party didn't pay it back? But what if she didn't? If she didn't borrow it, it was obvious that her already not-so-good relationship with Ning Yuan would become even worse. Moreover, if she didn't borrow it, there would surely be someone with money willing to borrow it, especially in the foreseeable turbulent future. The importance of transcendence needed no introduction. Ning Yuan, give me a few minutes, I need to go and think of a way to get it together. Sue returned an ambiguous remark, then hung up. She needed to call her family to talk about the situation. After all, she could only rely on her family for this amount, and if her family wasn't willing to take the money, then Sue could also find an excuse to reject Ning Yuan that she couldn't scrape together that much money herself. Inside the sales department. Looking at the cell phone screen, Ning Yuan disdainfully smiled, Sue's mind playing the calculations he naturally knew exactly. Zhou Lili looked at this scene with some consternation. Obviously the conversation Ning Yuan had just had quite an impact on her. Opening his mouth and asking someone to transfer $10 million to him? Did I hear wrong? Inside Sue's private villa. Dad, the situation is such a situation, look. Sue paced back and forth in the living room while making a phone call. Give it to him, I'll call you the money right now. A middle-aged man's calm voice came from the other side of the phone. But this is $10 million, just give it away? Sue was not surprised by her father's decision, she was just a little surprised that her father was so decisive without even considering it. This amount of money is nothing. Wei, I've heard some rumors that are said to be coming down from above. It's said that some news can't be hidden anymore, and it's not too much to say that the world will be in chaos by then. What is a transcendent mortal? That's an existence that doesn't need to eat or drink and surpasses the understanding of mortals. The ones who will dominate the direction of the world in the future will definitely be them, and in their eyes ordinary people might not be much different from pigs and dogs. Now that we can take money to befriend a transcendent, this is a perfect opportunity. The only ones who can deal with transcendence are transcendents. In the future, if our Su family wants to continue to maintain our glory and wealth, we must firmly pull in a transcendent. This Ning Yuan has been rated as AB rank right from the start. He has great potential, you must seize every opportunity to show favor with him. It's best if you can tie him to our family. Wei, do you understand? Su Linxiao's words shocked Sue. Dad, what are you saying? Sue's face turned a little red. Wei, you're not too old. Take advantage of the fact that this Ning Yuan is still young in age and is new to the scene, and look for a chance to get him. Okay, I'm hanging up. You quickly transfer the money to me. Without waiting for Su Linxiao to finish his sentence, Sue hurriedly hung up the phone. On the other side, inside the sales department, Zhou Lili was bending down to pour water for Ning Yuan, who was sitting on the sofa. I don't know if it was unintentional or deliberate, but the arc of her bending over revealed her own concave and convex figure. At the same time, Ning Yuan's phone rang again. Chapter 25 Cow Noodles. As soon as Ning Yuan picked up the phone, Sue's voice rang out. I've gotten the money together, I'll transfer it to you right away. Aha! Ning Yuan just casually answered and hung up the phone. Not long after, the SMS alert tone of the bank card rang. From the beginning to the end of Zhou Lili looked at all this as if she were dreaming. Swipe the card. Ning Yuan pulled out the bank card that Sue gave him at noon and threw it in front of Zhou Lili. After everything was processed, Zhou Lili respectfully sent Ning Yuan out of the sales department. Mr. Ning, the villas in our Star Lake Flower Shore Lane are all well furnished, you can move over at any time, this is your access card and key, the real estate documents will be sent to you when I'm done. Mr. Ning, forgive me for taking the liberty to ask again, are you sure that only Ning Xiaoluo's name is written on the property certificate? Ning Yuan took the key and nodded. Just write her name alone. Zhou Lili sniffed inwardly as a strong sense of curiosity inexplicably rose towards Ning Xiaoluo, as well as a suddenly rising sense of jealousy. This girl called Ning Xiaoluo is only 26 years old from her ID number. So young, what exactly is her charm to be gifted a set of villas worth $10 million? Alas, the same as a woman, if only someone could also send me a set of houses, not to mention $10 million, a few $100,000 would be fine. Thinking of this, Joe Lily couldn't help but measure Ning Yuan's side face. Compared to those middle-aged uncle clients with big bellies and greasy faces, this fair and clean-looking, energetic young man was obviously more able to raise people's good feelings. What's more, the other party is also so much gold. Joe Lily pursed her red lips, took a deep breath somewhat embarrassed and bowed her head out. Mr. Ning, thank you for trusting me, and my performance this month is considered to have been over-delivered. If I can, I'd like to treat you to a meal sometime, and you can also contact me if you need any help with the house. I'll be at your beck and call. Towards the end, Joe Lily's head lowered even deeper. Her cheeks were all slightly flushed. To be fair, she used to despise those who devote themselves to the so-called performance of the female sales. Her own body appearance also belongs to the upper class. From the dry real estate sales has also been a lot of customers intentionally or unintentionally hinted at a lot of times. But when she really saw the gap between people, when she saw for the first time really a man will give his female partner a set of 10 million villas, she suddenly felt some understanding of those women. After all, a moment of dedication and a lifetime of happiness to compare is nothing at all. However, unlike what Joe Lily expected, no one responded to her words. Mr. Ning? Joe Lily curiously raised her head to look ahead, then froze. At this time in front of her was empty, where there was still the figure of Ning Yuan. After finishing dinner, Ning Yuan greeted Ning Xiaoluo before unlocking the door to his room. Just after 8 o'clock, Su Wei's phone call came back. Ning Yuan, who was looking at the night view of the city through the window, answered the call. Ning Yuan, there's still half an hour until Ma Xiaomei's off-duty time. Su Wei's voice came from the phone. Although you don't need support, I still need to let you know that the higher-ups gave an order not long ago, saying that it's the right time to be in need of people, and that they want us to pull this transcendent in as much as we can, so I'll be joining you for this operation. But you can rest assured that I will not influence you. I will hide in the shadows to judge this person's level of harm, and from that, I will confirm whether or not I want to appear and communicate with him or her. Ning Yuan listened quietly, then nodded in agreement. Good. As the words fell, Ning Yuan's figure also disappeared from the room. Qinghe Industrial Zone, Industrial Avenue North Road. This recently repaired road was silent and empty, illuminated by the streetlights on both sides. There is only one electric car with lights on riding alone. Ma Xiaomei twisted the handles of the electric car, hands trembling. The road has just been repaired for her closer to home, but since the incident, Ma Xiaomei is picking the road with more people. However, the crowds can't seem to stop the strange man from beating his heart out. God damn it, what kind of sins have I done? I have no body, no looks, and no money. Who the hell is that man and why is he staring at me, a woman? He himself wants to have no culture, he is still old, he has been mixing in the factory for 30 years before he became a team leader. It is not easy to be able to live an easy life on this, but he met this kind of thing. Ma Xiaomei more and more want to cry, body are trembling slightly. Anyone who encounters this kind of thing cannot stand. If it is not because of their own hard to get out of the head unwillingly, she would have resigned. God damn it, didn't the police say that they would let me walk this road tonight with confidence and boldness? Where are they, people? Could it be an ambush somewhere? Ma Xiaomei thought while looking around. However, the dead and empty road, except for some parked cars where there are still half a shadow of people. Just when Ma Xiaomei thought about where these police would hide, a silhouette suddenly flashed and then appeared in front of her electric car. GGG, big sister, are you looking for me? Only to see a man with a cow face mask on his head standing in front of Ma Xiaomei with his arms wrapped around his head, his exposed mouth flooded with smiles. Ma Xiaomei immediately trembled in shock at this scene. Ghost. Ghost. Demon. In the mind of Ma Xiaomei, an ordinary person. I'm afraid that the godly man in front of her could only be described with these two words. At the same time. Not far from them, inside a parked car on the side of the road. Su Wei, who was wearing headphones, was eating potato chips while staring wide-eyed at the scene in front of her. Rather, she had been paying attention to Ma Xiaomei. She could only vaguely see a residual shadow. Suddenly, a hand reached behind Su Wei's back and took away a piece from her chip bag. This sudden appearance of a hand almost made Su Wei jump out of her skin as she turned around sharply. Instead, she saw Ning Yuan putting the chip into her mouth and chewing it while teasingly looking at her. Su Wei, is this your work ethic? Even if you break into someone's car, you still eat in their car. Su Wei first breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it was Ning Yuan, then glared at him. Thanks to me borrowing $10 million from you during the day. Do you want to scare me to death and then not have to pay me back? Ning Yuan was speechless. Ahem. And isn't it true that I'm here to requisition the people's cars in order to get rid of the violence? I'm sure this good person will understand. Su Wei was a little embarrassed as she put away the uneaten chips. By the way, I didn't see that person's stance just now, but you as a transcendent must have seen it, right? How about it? Is there any certainty in taking him down? Ning Yuan didn't answer this question of Su Wei's, only his body transformed into a black shadow and disappeared from the car. Chapter 26 Revenge. It was still the first time Su Wei, who had seen Ning Yuan perform this ability, that her pupils instantly shrank. It was important to realize that the car was a sealed environment, but Ning Yuan was actually able to leave without any obstruction. On the road. Let me go, don't hit me, please. Ma Xiaomei's voice was filled with fear and despair, her body trembled with fear, tears gushed out of her eyes like a dike flood and slid down her cheeks. However, the masked man was indifferent to her pleas for mercy, his right hand was raised high as if it could fall at any time. Ma Xiaomei's breathing became more and more difficult, her face turned pale due to the lack of oxygen, she desperately struggled, trying to break free from the masked man's bonds, but it was all in vain. God damn it, where have all the police gone? Where's the promised protection for my safety? Ma Xiaomei felt a fiery pain on her face just by looking at the other's hand. The masked man sneered, and then wanted to slap this woman hard. However, just at the moment his hand was about to fall, it abruptly stopped in mid-air. His gaze was fixed on the ground. Because within the reflection of the street lamp, he unexpectedly saw a third silhouette. This was definitely not an illusion, the shadow was clearly visible. His heartbeat steeply accelerated, how could it be? There were clearly only two people here, him and Ma Xiaomei, how could there suddenly be an extra person? Fear surged like a tidal wave, and the masked man raised his head almost instinctively to look upwards. Not far from him stood a young man on a streetlight. The other party had clear features and was dressed very plainly, there was nothing special about him, he just stood quietly on the street lamp, gazing at them with an expressionless face. The moment the masked man and the young man's gazes met, he only felt a chill welling up from his spine, and a layer of cold sweat broke out behind him involuntarily. The other party's eyes were unusually cold, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion, just like a soulless mannequin, making people's bones creepy. Intuition told him that this person was definitely in the same category as him, and seemed to be stronger than him. Ma Xiaomei looked at the strange man suspiciously, seeming a little curious as to why the masked man's big slap hadn't fallen yet. Slap her. Just as the masked man was calculating in his mind whether or not to let Ma Xiaomei off the hook and leave, he heard Ning Yuan suddenly come up with such a sentence. What? The masked man and Ma Xiaomei froze at the same time when they heard these words, neither of them reacting. Haven't you seen that she's used to being slapped by you? If you don't slap her, she's not used to it instead. Slap her, better to slap her unconscious. Otherwise, I'll come and slap you. Ning Yuan said as he put his right hand in front of himself and shook it, instantly sending out a cackling sound. The masked man was the first to react, and he instantly let out a strange laugh. Okay friend, I hear you. After saying that, the masked man directly slapped Ma Xiaomei, who hadn't reacted yet, unconscious with a big ear slap. I see. Su Wei, who was hiding in the car not far away, directly widened her eyes when she saw this scene. Casually throwing Ma Xiaomei to the ground, the masked man directly raised his hands and opened his mouth at Ning Yuan while slowly backing away. My friend, we have no grudges, and I slapped this woman because of a personal grudge, so how about we pretend we haven't met today? Ning Yuan looked at him, then a small smile appeared on his cold face. I think it's certainly possible. The masked man sniffed in relief. But the masked man's body tightened again. Ning Yuan nudged towards a short distance away. I don't have a problem with that, but she seems to have something she wants to say to you. Just then, Su Wei got down from a car not far away, she held up her hands to show that she was in no danger and walked over this way. Ordinary people? The masked man frowned after sensing that Su Wei was just an ordinary person, and he turned back to Ning Yuan. She has something to say to me? What do you mean? Just then, Su Wei took out her ID and waved it at the masked man. No need to be nervous, we are official staff. I hope you can cooperate with me in asking some questions. If there's no problem, you can go. The masked man's gaze swept back and forth across Su Wei's body a few times, before looking cautiously at Ning Yuan. Okay, what do you want to ask? Weighing his options, the masked man agreed to Su Wei. Standing on the streetlight, Ning Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched him with interest. Just now, this man clearly had 3 micro-movements of wanting to rush towards Su Wei, but then he pressed down his own impulses. And Su Wei continued to speak as if she didn't notice the other party's thoughts. The first question, what is your relationship with this woman? What kind of grudge do you have? Why have you been targeting retaliation against her during this period of time? The masked man was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. I just can't stand to see this woman strutting her stuff in the daytime, clearly being an uneducated common laborer herself, and when she became a minor leader she started torturing the workers under her. Those ordinary people didn't dare to resist for fear of being put in small shoes and losing their jobs, so I stepped in to teach her a lesson. Su Wei froze at her words. So you just couldn't stand to see what she did and then punish the evil? Su Wei looked at the masked man with an odd expression. You can understand it that way. The masked man nodded. Su Wei was silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. Oh. Ning Yuan on the streetlight looked at the masked man with a smile on his face and opened his mouth. So you work under her hand, you don't dare to expose yourself during the day and can only be bullied, and at night you start to take revenge on this woman. The masked man's pupils snapped at his words. Su Wei also looked at Ning Yuan with a puzzled expression. You. The masked man subconsciously took 2 steps back. He didn't expect Ning Yuan to directly guess his true identity just based on his off-the-cuff lies. Ning Yuan, how did you know that he worked under Ma Xiaomei? Reacting, Su Wei couldn't help but inquire curiously. It's simple. Ning Yuan slowly spoke. Those who truly punish evil have long since killed Ma Xiaomei or abolished her. This person neither kills her nor makes her invalid, and beating her doesn't affect her work. It follows that the purpose was merely to torture her. I can only think of people who have been oppressed by her for a long time who could come up with this method of torture. Su Wei subconsciously nodded when she heard Ning Yuan's analysis. Take off the mask, it's fine if you don't want to, anyway, your looks and identity will no longer be a secret by tomorrow morning at the latest. Ning Yuan spoke as he looked down at the masked man. There was a moment of silence. Knowing that his identity was exposed, the masked man directly removed his mask. Chapter 27, Riotous Rising. The look under the mask was completely different from the vicious look Su Wei had expected. It was a simple young man with slightly youthful features and dark skin who looked to be only about 20 years old. You guessed correctly, I am indeed an employee under her hand. The youth first coldly swept a glance at Ma Xiaomei, who was lying on the ground, before looking at Ning Yuan and revealing a smile. The youth's smile looked simple with his ordinary boyish looks. However, what the youth said next caused Su Wei to tremble inwardly. I work hard during the day to earn money, and I have to be verbally abused and bullied by her, just because I'm an outsider here with no one to turn to, just because I'm young and honest and don't know how to fight back. In fact, I wanted to kill her the first time, but I was afraid that I would expose myself, so I just slapped her twice. But when I saw her wearing a mask the next day and still abusing me, I suddenly felt it was a bit of a shame to kill her. Then I started slapping her every night. A strange smile spread across the corners of the youth's mouth as he spoke. You may be surprised when I say this. I was going to get back at her at first, but then I realized I suddenly loved the feeling. That strong contrasting feeling of being bullied and abused by her during the day and her crying and begging for mercy to me at night really got me addicted. The corner of Su Wei's mouth twitched slightly when she heard this. Snap! Ning Yuan clapped his hands. Not bad, to be an ordinary person who was bullied during the day, and then transform into a powerful person who decides the life and death of others at will at night. This kind of intense disparity can indeed mesmerize people at some point. Right. The youth looked at Ning Yuan with glowing eyes. Big brother. I know that the two of us are kindred spirits, you must understand me. Ning Yuan nodded. Understand, of course I do, after all, a portion of ordinary people who have just become transcendents have your stage. Transcendentals? I see, are people like us called transcendents? Su Wei, who was listening to the duo's conversation from the side, had a bit of a headache. It was because she seemed to have realized that the young man in front of her seemed to have a somewhat strange psyche. Second question. Su Wei opened her mouth to question the youth. How did you obtain the power in you? The youth sniffed and redirected his gaze to Su Wei. Seemingly feeling that the two sides were already familiar with each other, the youth's gaze became more and more wanton as he sized up Su Wei's body. Coming from a poor background and working in the lowest level, he could only look at beautiful women on the internet, and this was the first time he had seen such a beauty in reality. Especially Su Wei's short skirt under the pair of white and straight legs, as if there is a magnetic youth eyes firmly sucked. When Su Wei saw the other party looking like this, her pretty face instantly turned cold. After hesitating for a moment, the youth touched his nose and opened his mouth with a smile. Ha. It's not really a big deal to tell you guys. About a month ago, I think, my grandmother was afraid I wouldn't eat well in the city, so she sent me some tonic medicine from back home. When they arrived, I was stewing the soup and realized that one of these tonics wouldn't cook no matter how hard I cooked it. I thought it was a plastic model plant and then bit it with my teeth. Who would have thought that this uncookable medicine would simply disappear as soon as it touched my mouth? Then I started to hurt all over my body. That kind of pain, how should I describe it to you guys? Anyway, it hurt so much that I couldn't even open my mouth to shout. Speaking of this, the youth's face still showed an expression of fear. That kind of pain was something he never wanted to experience a second time in his life. Later on, I should have passed out from the pain, and when I woke up 2 days had passed. When I woke up I noticed a change in myself. Luckily the factory's dormitory was full at the time and I was living outside alone, otherwise I would have been exposed. Speaking of exposure, the youth's face still showed a look of pride. Although I didn't go to school much, I've seen quite a few movies and novels, and I know that I'm different from ordinary people, and once I'm found out I'll most likely be captured for research, so I've always been careful for fear that people will see that I'm different from this. Listening to the youth talk eloquently about his own experience. There were only 4 words in Su Wei's mind. Hate heaven for being unjust. Countless people dreamed of becoming a transcendent, and that included her, bitterly seeking that glimmer of opportunity without being able to do so. But this person in front of her had so easily obtained what she had dreamed of. What an injustice this is. That's the way it is. What I said is true. If you don't believe me I can take you guys to my rented house to take a look. There are still some tonic pills that I haven't eaten. If you want to like them I can give them to you. The youth even winked at Su Wei when he finished speaking. No need. Su Wei's attitude chilled quite a bit. The third question, are you willing to join the officials and do something for the country with your own power? If you are willing, someone will come to you tomorrow and take you to an interview. The youth sniffed into silence. After a moment, he rubbed his chin and shook his head. I refuse. Su Wei froze as she continued to speak. There are a lot of benefits to joining the officials, money, and a not so uncommon status. To put it bluntly, you can stop working at the factory for this and have a new life from now on. The youth continued to shake his head. Well, the offer is good, but I still refuse. Why? Su Wei was curious. The youth hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke. Although I don't have much education, my grandmother taught me from a young age that the hearts of people in big cities are very bad, and that there are no good things falling out of the sky, and since there are so many benefits to joining you guys, there must be a lot of dangers as well. It's good that I'm working now, and I can save $4,000 a month, which is enough to spend. This time Su Wei was silent. It was not clear whether the youth in front of her was smart or stupid. Ha ha ha, what a contentedness, this guy looks stupid, but he's actually smart on the inside. On the streetlight, Ning Yuan's voice came out. Su Wei looked at Ning Yuan, then at the woman lying on the ground, then looked at the youth and frowned as he spoke. It's fine if you don't want to join the officials, but given your behavior of harming ordinary people with your abilities, someone will take you on a trip to the headquarters tomorrow to receive a period of training. The youth frowned. According to you, whether you join you or not, you will have to make a trip to what you call headquarters? Su Wei nodded. That's right, after all, you. Just as Su Wei's words were halfway spoken, the youth not far ahead suddenly stormed out, his body like a bullet speeding towards Su Wei. It was only a matter of a split second. A hand was only a few centimeters away from Su Wei's face. Su Wei could even clearly see the dirt hidden under the fingernails of the young man's hand, and could smell the slightly pungent rusty odor emanating from his hand. Chapter 28 Black and White. Cackling. The sound of bones rubbing together rang out. The youth was clearly only a hair's breadth away from grabbing the woman in front of him, yet this hair's breadth became a chasm he could not cross. The dark shadows seemed to be wrapped around his body like tentacles, and even if the youth exerted his full strength, he could not move a single bit. At this time, Su Wei also reacted. Her legs were a bit weak as she took a few steps back to pull away. The originally fair and delicate face had a few more points of misery because of the sudden change. Su Wei couldn't understand, she couldn't figure out why the other party suddenly struck out. He himself hadn't said anything wrong, nor had he threatened him, he had only asked him to go to the headquarters for training. Every transcendent that was officially sought out would make a trip to the headquarters, whether they joined it or not. The registration of information and a clear perception of their power, as well as its use, is for the sake of social stability and the well-being of ordinary people. Just like Ning Yuan, who joined the headquarters not long ago. Even though Ning Yuan had harmed ordinary people, the headquarters had gone through his past as well as his behavior, as well as evaluating him with various parties. In the end, it still decided that he was a good and upright person, and appointed him as the head of Great Zhou City. This was enough to show that the headquarters was fair and just. Why? Su Wei pulled out a pistol from her back waist and pointed it at the youth to open her mouth to inquire. She wanted to know why the youth was unwilling to go to the headquarters even though he had taken a shot at himself. Why? Ha ha ha, you're asking me why? The youth looked at Su Wei with a hideous smile after struggling fruitlessly. Pretending, still pretending, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Although I don't know what the bull headquarters you're talking about is, if I go there I'm still at your mercy. Sure enough, you guys are the ones who can't tell right from wrong, hurting ordinary people? Ha ha ha, how come I didn't see you arresting Ma Xiu Mei to some headquarters when she hurt me? It was not easy for me, a bottom ant, to have the power to retaliate, and you guys found me. Obviously I haven't harmed anyone else or done anything illegal, I'm just taking revenge on people who have harmed themselves. Trying to get me to go to the headquarters you're talking about is a dead giveaway, I don't have the time to go and I don't dare. Su Wei, who was holding up her gun, sighed lightly after hearing the youth's words. You have a misunderstanding of the official and headquarters, it's not what you think, no one will do anything to you if you follow the law, the official is very fair and just. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. The youth seemed to have remembered something, the angry look on his face grew stronger. 10 years ago, my father squatted in prison because he was moved to injure someone to the point of disability. It was clearly the other party who bullied my mother first, but the end result was that my father went in, and my mother got sick and died within a few years. And the culprit of the other party is now living a better and better life. An honest farmer and an ordinary family ended up in such a situation. What do you think this is? Su Wei was silent. She was naturally aware of how many injustices there were in the world. Seeing Su Wei's silence, the youth twisted his neck hard to look at Ning Yuan. The other party was still standing on the streetlight, just looking down on him with no expression. Dude, you're obviously not an ordinary person either, so why are you willing to work for her? You haven't experienced that black and white powerlessness. Take my advice and draw a line with them. The world is so big, where can't the two of us go when we join forces? Hearing the youth's words, Ning Yuan opened his mouth to reply. You're wrong, it's not that I'm working for her, she's my subordinate. And a hint of a smile spread across the corners of Ning Yuan's mouth as he extended his right hand to point at the youth. There is no such thing as black and white in this world originally, you just have to be strong enough, then if you say black is black, and if you say white is white. The youth froze. At the same time, the shadow under Su Wei's feet actually swayed. In the next moment, a spear-like shadow shot out from Su Wei's shadow, piercing straight through the youth's head. Dark Spirit's second stage ability, Harness Shadow. If the Darkling's first order ability was to control one's own shadow, then the second rank ability is to harness the shadows of everything around oneself. Ning Yuan's attack was fast and vicious, and the youth died without even a single chance to resist before he was struck through the skull. Some bright red blood mixed with broken bones splattered onto Su Wei's body, legs, and face. Bloody, horrible. Su Wei had seen dead people before, but she had never seen a person die in such a way in front of her eyes. Subconsciously, she touched a piece of broken flesh on her face. Vomit. Su Wei directly bent over and vomited. The shadow dissipated, and the black tentacle vapors wrapped around the youth's body returned to the shadow at his own feet. The body of the youth that had lost its bonds fell to the ground with a thud. Why, you could have bound him and controlled him, he was still young. Su Wei raised her face to inquire about Ning Yuan on the streetlight, her eyes filled with fear of this man but still inquired about the question. Su Wei. Ning Yuan shook his head. You should come from a good background, so your thoughts are still stuck in the mindset of your identity. This person has experienced pain, has gone through trials and tribulations, and if fate hadn't favored him and allowed him to become a transcendent, then this uneducated, brainless person would pretty much have to live at the bottom of the heap for the rest of his life. Once this kind of person is spared, he will definitely become an unstable factor in the future. Su Wei pursed her red lips. Anyone can change, it's not right for you to kill him relying only on your own guesses. Seeing Su Wei in this state, Ning Yuan's face instantly darkened. Su Wei, if I hadn't just stepped in, I'm afraid that you would have either been killed by him or captured by him as a plaything by now. Now you don't come to be thankful for my saving your life, but instead chastise me. Su Wei, I'm the head of the Great Zhou City, and you're just my helper. You're not qualified to question me yet. I'll only tolerate you this once, if there's a next time, you'll get the hell out of Great Zhou City. After saying that, Ning Yuan's figure disappeared into thin air. Only Su Wei was left alone on the road and the corpse lying not far in front of her. Su Wei stood frozen in place, her right hand holding the gun, her left hand clenching the hem of her skirt. Ning Yuan's words could be described as piercing through her heart like a blade. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man's voice came from Su Wei's headset. Xiao Wei, Ning Yuan is right. But Minister, there are other means, obviously. Vivian, instability can lead to many kinds of consequences, and sometimes such consequences we cannot afford. Although Ning Yuan, this person, is ruthless and decisive in his methods, there is nothing wrong with the way he resolves things. There are many things you will gradually understand. A car will pick you up later. As the last words were spoken, no more sound came from the headphones. Chapter 29, Belonging. Great Capital City, Transcendent Headquarters. Inside the brightly lit combat conference room, Louis removed the headset and then walked out of the room with a gloomy face. He came to his office, then slammed the table in front of him and spoke angrily. This Ning Yuan, he didn't even ask the headquarters' opinion before killing someone, it's too much. Ha. The door to the office was pushed open, and a young man with a shaved flat head, angular features, and a slender figure walked into the room with a smile. Is that what the Minister Sama is angry about? The youth unobtrusively picked up the cup of water on the desk and poured 2 cups of water from the teapot and smiled as he opened his mouth. Otherwise, since this Ning Yuan is an official now, well, at least think about your position before doing anything. Killing someone so casually like this shows that he doesn't have us in his sights at all. Louis said while taking the water handed by the youth. I do think that this Ning Yuan is doing the right thing, to be precise, it's very much to my liking. Of course, it's also very much to your liking, Minister. Speaking of this, the smile at the corner of the youth's mouth grew even thicker. Louis's hand holding the water cup slightly gave a start, and his gaze was somewhat surprised as he looked at the youth. The youth lazily sits on the sofa and continues to speak. If Ning Yuan really captures that person back, Minister, will you release him? Or kill it? Or do you not kill or release? If you let go. This guy has heartfelt hostility towards the officialdom because of his special experience, and once this kind of person doesn't join us, sooner or later he'll go against the country when he gets out. If you kill, this kind of special period just kill a transcendent who didn't commit a big crime is even more harmful than beneficial to us. After all, there are many forces in the dark watching every move of the headquarters. In the end, not killing and not releasing all the time to keep locked up, that would be even more impossible, not to mention the impact on us after the news is exposed. Alone the transcendentals within the headquarters will be afraid of inner discomfort. After all, these people can all consider themselves to have extraordinary heavenly destinies. Listening to the youth's words, Louis stops his movement of drinking water. Afterwards, he puts the cup on the table and looks at the youth with a smile but not a laugh and opens his mouth to inquire. Zhang Guang, what, do you also think that you have an extraordinary destiny?
The youth known as Zhang Guang hastily raised his hands after hearing Lu Yi's words. You're joking, Mr. Minister, I wouldn't consider myself heavenly destined, I'm always ready to give my life for the country and its people.
Louis shook his head and cursed with a laugh, you brat. Don't show off all this cleverness of yours in front of me. Then again, it's really rare that you would also praise someone, don't you always say that your peers are all dirtbags?
Zhang Guang sniffed and shrugged, then pointed to his brain and opened his mouth. This guy called Ning Yuan is either a reckless man who only kills people without a brain, or a smart man with a clear political mind who knows how to read the minds of his superiors.
Obviously, Ning Yuan is not a brainless person.
Louis sat on the sofa and pinched the bridge of his sore nose.
Well, he is indeed a rare intelligent person, it's a talent. It's just a pity that the origin is not very good. Origin?
Zhang Guang frowned after hearing Lu Yi's words.
How?
I remember Ning Yuan's biography, he came from a poor background and has been fatherless and motherless since he was young, where is the harm in that?
Alas. Louis sighed and then looked at Zhang Guang.
It's because of the poor birth, fatherless and motherless, that's why it's not good. Seeing that Zhang Guang still did not understand, Louis had to continue to speak.
Let me ask you.
Since ancient times, when dynasties were destroyed by foreign enemies, do you know why people within the royal family are desperately resisting, and those who are enjoying glory and wealth because of the royal favor are many who surrendered to the rebellion?
Hearing such revealing words from Louis, Zhang Guang instantly reacted. You mean sense of belonging?
Louis nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it's the sense of belonging. You come from a military family, your grandparents are all high-ranking officials, so you naturally have an unbreakable sense of belonging to the country. This Ning Yuan is a talented person, not bad in ability and smart enough. It's just that he doesn't come from a very good background, and it's almost impossible to establish an unbreakable sense of belonging in the heart of such a smart person.
Grand Shu City, Spring River neighborhood. Bam! The sound of a cell phone smashing on the floor rang out.
Ning Xiaoluo stared blankly at Ning Yuan, her red lips slightly open, a pair of eyes filled with shock. At this moment, across from her, a person formed from shadows was standing beside Ning Yuan.
Hearing is believing and seeing is believing, now you can believe what I'm saying.
Ning Yuan said as he maneuvered Shadow to pick up the phone from the ground and reposition it beside Ning Xiaoluo. This world has changed, with the transcendence, the Fae, and all sorts of strange creatures and things that might appear in the future. I don't know how much time has passed. Ning Xiaoluo rubbed her face, looking at Ning Yuan for a moment, looking at Shadow for a moment, and then pinching her arm.
So Xiao Yuan, you're a transcendent now? Working for the country now? Ning Yuan nodded. When was this?
Seemingly remembering something, Ning Xiaoluo continued to speak.
Was it the 10 days or so when you traveled to Lhasa and got lost? Ning Yuan continued to nod.
After an unknown amount of time, Ning Xiaoluo got up somewhat shakily. Everything Ning Yuan had told her today was like a dream. Although she didn't want to face it and was fighting some fear in her heart, Ning Xiaoluo was trying to accept it. Regardless of whether Ning Yuan was an ordinary person, or some kind of transcendent, or even turned into a monster, he was still his brother after all. The only family member he had in this world.
I'll go cook.
Ning Xiaoluo only wanted to go to the kitchen to do something quiet at the moment.
Do transcendents need to eat anything special? Like fresh blood, or some kind of meat?
Ning Yuan spoke with some tears and laughter.
It's not as serious as you think, I'm still human. Yeah, right.
Ning Xiaoluo was also secretly relieved, although she didn't mind going to make these things for Ning Yuan. Raw was not clean after all.
Ning Yuan quietly looked at Ning Xiaoluo's busy back in the kitchen.
He had never intended to hide Ning Xiaoluo's identity about himself, whether it was in his previous life or this one. In the near future, ordinary people's lives were as cheap as grass, and they might die in droves at some point in a sudden outbreak of battle. In contrast to those ordinary people who had no idea what had happened to them, they didn't even know the reason for their deaths. But for an ordinary person who can clearly understand the difference between cognizing this world, this kind of death is possible to avoid.
Knock knock knock.
Just as Ning Yuan was thinking, a sharp knock suddenly sounded at the door.
Chapter 30, Collecting Debts. The knock on the door was sharp, signaling the grumpy character of the visitor.
Ning Yuan frowned as he walked towards the door. As soon as he opened the door to his room, he saw a bald, burly man wearing an undershirt and a tiger's back standing outside the door. The burly man wore sunglasses and sneered when he saw Ning Yuan appear.
Dude, remember me? Did you forget something?
Ning Yuan sized up the man in front of him, then his eyes rested on the burly man's clanking bald head.
Oh, it's you. Ning Yuan nodded. Why, what's the matter?
After seeing Ning Yuan's reaction, Li Biao froze, then he opened his mouth with an exasperated smile.
What's the matter? I say buddy, you still ask me what's up. You're late on this first repayment day, isn't that not good? Xiao Yuan, what's wrong?
Ning Xiaoluo in the kitchen inside the house revealed a head to watch curiously.
Nothing, checking the water meter.
Ning Yuan said and walked out, closing the door of the room with his backhand.
What's the matter, buddy? What's the situation that you can't pay back the money? Did you forget, or are you short on cash? Li Biao asked Ning Yuan as he moved his thick neck.
We are a formal company, who all have difficult times. We are not unreasonable people.
But you have no money to pay back, neither greeted in advance, also do not answer our calls. What is the meaning of ah?
After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan looked at Li Biao and suddenly smiled.
Pay back the money? Pay back what money? Why should I return the money I borrowed with my skills?
Li Biao froze at his words, and he lifted his little thumb to pull out his ears. Somewhat incredulously, he looked at Ning Yuan.
What did you say? Ning Yuan didn't bother to talk to Li Biao, he just stuck his hands in his pockets and signaled with his gaze for him to follow him.
Li Biao was instantly furious when he saw this scene. He just wanted to step forward and grab Ning Yuan's neck, but Ning Yuan spoke in a cold voice. Don't do it here, there's a lot of surveillance here. It wouldn't be good if the neighbors called the police to invite them.
Li Biao's outstretched hand once again lurched.
Just like that, the two with a weird atmosphere stepped into the elevator one after the other. In the elevator, Li Biao moved his hands while looking at Ning Yuan's back and opened his mouth. Dude, you're pretty and jerking off a mouth can still be so righteous. You're the first one I've seen. Don't think you don't have to pay back the money after you've taken a beating. I'm telling you, today is just a beating, tomorrow won't be so simple.
However, for his threatening intimidation,
Ning Yuan never looked back at him from start to finish, completely treating him like air. This made Li Biao hate him with a passion.
Pretend, I'll see how you'll pretend later.
Just like that, under Ning Yuan's leadership, the two of them quickly arrived at a surveillance dead end in the neighborhood park.
Just a few seconds later, miserable howls suddenly rang out. More money? Ning Yuan stomped on Li Biao's face, stomping his entire face almost into the dirt as he inquired expressionlessly.
At this moment, Li Biao was lying on the ground, his entire right arm bent and deformed, his body spasming in pain.
No, it's going. The hoarse, muffled voice broke off. Every time Li Biao opened his mouth, he got a big mouthful of dirt in his mouth. Thinking back to the scene that had just happened in the twinkling of an eye,
his heart had been filled with extreme fear. Just now, Li Biao couldn't wait to swing his right arm to give the young man in front of him a blow, letting him know what an iron fist was. However, the other party just turned back and held his hand fast and hard, followed by the pain that hit his heart, and then he saw his whole arm being twisted into a twist by the other party. At that moment, Li Biao only felt that horror movies are not as horrible as what he personally experienced. The extreme pain made him lose all his strength, and just like a dead dog lying on the ground almost fainted. However, when Ning Yuan's foot stepped on his head and inquired that question, Li Biao was still able to answer to the other party's satisfaction. Because he could tell from the gradually increasing force on the other party's feet that once his answer left this young man unsatisfied, then he would definitely die. Sure enough, Ning Yuan seemed quite satisfied with his answer and withdrew his foot that was stepping on his head.
Next time, don't get the wrong person, not everyone is as nice as me. Ning Yuan left such a sentence before leaving straight away. Inside the room, on the dining table, Ning Yuan and the two of them just ate in silence. The always lively Ning Xiaoluo rarely took the initiative to find a topic to chat with Ning Yuan. Accepting new things takes some time to get used to, let alone accepting a new life and world. For Ning Xiaoluo's psychological changes, Ning Yuan didn't intervene too much. This woman was already incredibly strong inside, whether as a child or now. You don't have to work for the next 2 days, pack up your things, we're moving.
Moving? Ning Xiaoluo stopped the chopsticks in her hands and looked at Ning Yuan in confusion.
Move where? Have you found an apartment yet? How much is the rent a month? Ning Yuan hummed. A house allocated by the headquarters doesn't require any money. We can just live there. There's more.
Ning Yuan took out a card and placed it in front of Ning Xiaoluo. I now have $500,000 a month, so you can stop working and go buy whatever you like. When you were a kid, didn't you often envy the rich second generation and $1,000 ladies in TV dramas? From now on you don't have to envy them. Ning Xiaoluo looked at the black card with no name in front of her and didn't bother to pick it up. Instead, her good-looking face revealed a strong sadness and some uneasiness. Seeing Ning Xiaoluo in this state, Ning Yuan naturally knew what was on her mind.
Are you worried that the better the treatment, the greater the danger?
Ning Xiaoluo nodded, and she looked at Ning Yuan with a bit of pleading in her tone.
Isn't that so, Xiao Yuan? There's no such thing as a good thing falling out of the sky. There's something to be gained and something to be lost. I don't want to live this kind of life, nor do I aspire to it. I'm content with what I have now. And you don't want to go work for them, let's just live an uneventful life, okay?
Ning Yuan was silent. At this moment, Ning Xiaoluo's words were exactly the same as in his last life when he had become a transcendent about to join the headquarters. Everyone had changed, including himself, but this girl had remained the same. After a while, Ning Yuan sighed. In today's world, we can only be wrapped up in the momentum and move forward. A piker can't be held back. Sometimes it's not a matter of living whatever life you want to live, not to mention that I've already been targeted. Xiaoluo, this road can no longer be returned. If you don't enter, you will die.
Chapter 31, Not Enough Authority. Moving can be troublesome and complicated. especially for tenants like them who have lived in one place for several years. So Ning Xiaoluo took 2 days off from the company for this reason. The two of them were so busy for the whole morning, and it was not until the afternoon that they were able to pack up the whole thing. The car is here, let's take it down. Ning Xiaoluo, who hung up the phone, spoke to Ning Yuan. Just like that, the two of them carried their luggage down through the elevator again. At this time, the neighborhood downstairs has parked a small van. The driver is a dark-skinned middle-aged man. He is leaning against the car door smoking a cigarette. Seeing Ning Yuan, who was carrying 2 large packages of things, walking towards him, the driver was stunned, and he hurriedly spat out the smoke in his mouth and went forward to greet him. Aya, such a big pack. The driver subconsciously wanted to take a bag of luggage from Ning Yuan's hands, yet he awkwardly realized that he actually didn't lift it. Ning Yuan looked at him, and the driver looked at Ning Yuan with some embarrassment, then withdrew his hand and turned to open the car door. Thank you, master. Compared to Ning Yuan's 2 packages that had no idea how many things they had put in them, the suitcase that this pretty-looking girl was carrying in her hands was much easier. The driver hemmed and hawed, putting the 2 suitcases Ning Xiaoluo was pulling into the car one after the other. Is there any more up there? I can help you guys go get it. Accepting the water handed over by Ning Xiaoluo, the driver thanked him and said that he could help them carry their luggage. No need, there's not much left up there, the 2 of us will go up one more time and finish carrying it. Ning Xiaoluo smiled and refused the driver's kindness. Xiao Yuan, the driver's big brother's car is still wide open, why don't we carry the refrigerator, that's what we paid for. Sizing up the van, Ning Xiaoluo inquired of Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan sniffed with some tears and laughter. No need, there's no shortage of any appliances in the new home. Just as the 2 of them were about to make a trip back upstairs, a police car and an SUV came this way, one after the other, and then slowed to a stop behind the van. Seeing this, the driver of the hauler thought that his car was blocking the road, so he got into the car and started the vehicle and leaned to the side again. However, the rear of the police car and SUV in the face of the unobstructed road but did not continue to move forward, so stopped there. Just when the driver was puzzled, the door of the police car opened, and then 3 policemen came down and walked over this way. At the same time, the SUV at the back of the police car was also opened from the inside, and then down came a man wearing a suit and gold glasses, as well as Li Biao, who was limping behind him, with his arm hanging by a bandage. The 3 policemen came straight to Ning Yuan's several people. The lead policeman's gaze only slightly swept over the hauler driver and Ning Xiaoluo, and then landed on Ning Yuan's body. It seems like you guys live in this building, may I ask if you recognize someone named Ning Yuan? Hearing the police officer's words, Ning Xiaoluo's heart gave a start. She subconsciously wanted to look at Ning Yuan, but she was able to control herself from looking at him, and just looked down at her toes. At the same time, the duo of Li Biao and the man with glasses walked over this way. I am Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan replied calmly, his gaze skimming over the police and looking at Li Biao. At this moment, Li Biao also saw Ning Yuan and managed to lock eyes with him. With just this glance, Li Biao's soul almost didn't fly away. What a look that was, as if he was looking at someone who was about to die. The 3 policemen froze for a moment at the same time. Obviously they hadn't expected to actually find Ning Yuan so easily either. However, the psychological quality of police officers was obviously much stronger than ordinary people, and the other 2 police officers, excluding the leader, directly came to Ning Yuan's side one by one, preventing the other party from having any chance of escaping. Not far away. Let the glasses man how to pull. Li Biao, dead or alive or not willing to go forward a step, if not a police officer in front of him. At this moment Li Biao was afraid to have turned around and fled. Not afraid, not afraid, you again NB do not dare to attack the police? You again powerful still carry bullets? Li Biao inwardly can't help but comfort himself. However, his 2 legs seem to be out of his control as if they are still shaking constantly. The glasses man saw Li Biao such a wimpy look, so he came to Ning Yuan's front and stood together with the police. Looking at Ning Yuan with a cold face. Jerking the mouth even if, but also wasted one of his men's arm. This is going to spread out. He Wang Lei in the big weak city still put a fart loan shark, simply directly changed the line of work to do charity. Young people are still too young, think loan sharks are not allowed to see the light. Today we'll give you a lesson, what is called the weapon of the law. The police officer in charge looked at Ning Yuan inquiringly. Ning Yuan, someone called the police to report that you intentionally injured another person, causing them to break their entire right arm. What do you have to say? Ning Xiaoluo looked at Ning Yuan with a stunned expression. The driver, on the other hand, was looking at this with a face full of questions. After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan nodded. I did it. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, a cold smile surfaced at the corner of Wang Lei's mouth. Actually admitting it, good, save yourself some trouble. Go inside and squat properly. Seeing that Ning Yuan admitted so readily, the police officer in charge didn't ask any more questions. He directly took out his cell phone and began to follow the process of questioning Ning Yuan. Report your ID number. Xiao Yuan. Ning Xiaoluo, who was on the side, wanted to say something, but Ning Yuan gave her a don't need to be worried look. 41.
As Ning Yuan finished reporting his ID number, Lu Jiwei was a bit stunned when he looked at the insufficient authority displayed on his cell phone.
Report it again, I might have entered it wrong. Ning Yuan directly handed Lu Jiwei his ID card.
This time Lu Jiwei carefully re-entered his ID number, and after he finished typing it in, he checked it twice more, and after confirming that it was correct, he pressed confirm.
Permission insufficient. Press again. Insufficient authority.
Lu Jiwei looked at the 4 words on the screen, and after confirming that he hadn't misread them, a little sweat gradually seeped out of his forehead. As a captain, he knew very well that there were only 2 possibilities for the 4 words insufficient authority to appear. The first was that the other party's identity was very, very high, so high that it was the kind that was protected by the national information secrets. The second is that the other party is a special department of the state. This kind of person often has a lot of power and has a very important task in the body. It is no exaggeration to say that this kind of person, even if the street kills people, will not be held responsible.
Obviously.
Ning Yuan in front of him is not the first situation, because he is too young.
Chapter 32 Misunderstanding.
Lu Jiwei first wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then with both hands, he handed the ID card back to Ning Yuan. The other 2 policemen obviously saw that something was wrong, and they looked at their captain with puzzled faces. Wang Lei was also a bit confused about what was going on, but he clearly understood that it seemed like things were going differently than he expected.
Can't it be that there's someone else behind this kid?
Wang Lei, who thought of this, was a bit anxious as he looked sideways at Lu Jiwei.
Team Lu, he.
The words just came out. What Wang Lei was going to say next was stifled by Lu Jiwei's seemingly murderous eyes. After warning Wang Lei with his eyes, Lu Jiwei first saluted Ning Yuan, then extended his hand towards him with a smile on his face.
Tough job. If there's anything you need help with over here, you can just mention it.
Ning Yuan reached out and shook his hand, saying in a flat tone, "You guys have also worked hard." After saying that, Ning Yuan swept his eyes at Wang Lei and continued to speak. "There's some misunderstanding between me and them, but we'll solve it ourselves."
Okay, then you go ahead and get busy. If there's nothing else, we won't bother you.
Lu Jiwei responded with a smile and, after seeing Ning Yuan nod his head in agreement, he hurriedly signaled with his eyes for his 2 companions to leave the area. When the police car left without the slightest bit of delay, the only thing left at the scene was an atmosphere that was quiet to the extreme. At this moment, even if Wang Lei thought with his toes, he could guess that he had kicked a steel plate. Li Biao, who was watching all this not far away, was even more blank, and his face was bloodless. Ning Yuan came to Wang Lei's front, reached out and patted his shoulder, speaking softly in his ear.
You guys go back and wait, well, I'll go pay you back after I'm done here. For some reason, after hearing Ning Yuan's words, Wang Lei's heart rose with a strong uneasiness.
Wang Lei hurriedly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out one and handed it to Ning Yuan with a smile and opened his mouth. Brothers joking, I see that there is some misunderstanding here. Money, don't mention it. All are their own people. Talk about money, more hurt feelings. Some other day when Biaozi recuperates from his injuries, we'll come back to visit, and we'll buy you a drink then. Ning Yuan didn't take the cigarette from Wang Lei's hand, just looked at him with a leathery smile. At the same time, Wang Lei only felt that his shoulder that was pressed by the other party was getting more and more painful, which made his forehead couldn't stop sweating.
Xiao Yuan?
Not far away, Ning Xiaolua watched this with some concern.
Hearing Ning Xiaolua's voice, Ning Yuan withdrew his hand from Wang Lei's shoulder and turned towards her.
At this moment, if anyone paid attention to the duo's feet, they would have noticed a strand of black thread drilling from Ning Yuan's shadow into Wang Lei's shadow.
Elevator. Xiao Yuan, what just happened? Why did that cop say you intentionally hurt someone? Nothing, just some misunderstanding. I didn't do anything bad, and I don't bully good people.
Ning Yuan responded with a smile. Really, that's good.
Downstairs. Wang Lei had already driven Li Biao away in his car.
The atmosphere in the car was depressing. Compared to the look of fear on Li Biao's face, Wang Lei's face was more worried. The unknown was the source of fear. He still didn't understand what the identity of this young man who could scare away Teen Lu was.
And why would this young man use a fake identity to borrow money from him? Was it because he had done something over the years that offended someone he shouldn't have offended? So he deliberately targeted himself? Bang! Wang Lei, who couldn't think straight, smashed the steering wheel hard. Li Biao on the side was startled by the sudden bang, and his big man of 1.9 meters almost shrunk into a ball in the back row. Seeing Li Biao's appearance through the rearview mirror, Wang Lei laughed. Biao, you at least also mixed a lot of years, hands also stained some human life. What big storms have not seen, as to be scared by him like this? Listening to Wang Lei's cynicism, Li Biao vigorously shook his head and opened his mouth with a fearful face. Brother Lei, this Ning Yuan isn't right. He's too strong to be human. He didn't seem to exert much force when he twisted my whole arm, and at that time I could feel that he really wanted to kill me. I've seen great fighters, and I've seen great strength, but I've never seen someone like him. Brother Lei, let's not ask for the money and don't mess with him. I really don't dare to face him anymore. Think about it, even Teen Lu flatters him. We are nothing. Listening to Li Biao's words, Wang Lei lit a cigarette and put it into his mouth with some annoyance. I know, a mere $200,000, this kind of money don't want to, but this kind of feeling of not being able to feel it annoys me a lot. Take money to honor people, also have to let me know what kind of people to honor, right? The car turned the corner and drove into a small road. Just a short distance away, Wang Lei saw the police car parked on the side of the road with double flashers. After pulling over to the police car, with a smile on his face, Wang Lei got off the car and walked over. When Lu Jiwei, who was sitting in the main car, saw Wang Lei coming over, he similarly opened the car door and walked down. Brother Lu. Even though he was dissatisfied inside, Wang Lei still greeted with a smile. However, what he didn't expect was that Lu Jiwei directly grabbed him by the collar and looked at him with a face full of grimace as he opened his mouth. Asshole, you really know how to find things for me to do. There are millions of people in Great Zhou City, how did you offend such a person? Wang Lei was taken aback, it was the first time he had seen Lu Jiwei in this state. Brother Lu, you're mistaken, I really don't know his identity, otherwise you would not dare to offend him even if you borrowed 100 of my guts. Besides, he took the initiative to come to me to borrow money, what should I do? Towards the end, Wang Lei's tone was full of grief. Looking for you to borrow money? Hearing Wang Lei's words, Lu Jiwei gasped and laughed. What are you? He asked you to borrow money. And TM just borrowed $200,000? This person's identity confidentiality measures even my director does not have the right to view. Not only that, he tried 3 times after he was also called by the higher leadership to ask after a warning. You say this kind of person would like $200,000? Would borrow $200,000 from you? Wang Lei listened with a dumbfounded expression. You must have offended him in some way, think about it yourself and think carefully, otherwise he couldn't have deliberately set up a trap for you to come to him. Offend him? Where would I offend him? Wang Lei was a bit soft at the moment. He almost thought of all the unseemly things he had done over the years. Forcing good people to become prostitutes, laying traps for those inexperienced female college students, secretly bribing, and forcing many people who could not afford to pay back the money to die, etc. Wang Lei, who was originally dressed in a suit and wearing gold glasses, was now sweating profusely and his face was pale. I. Wang Lei's voice was stuttering. Brother Lu, I really can't recall where I offended him. Seeing this appearance of the other party, Lu Jiwei was silent for a moment and slowly opened his mouth. Go, immediately leave Dezhou City, the farther away the better. Chapter 33 Assistant. Star Lake Flower Shore. The van was stopped at the entrance to the neighborhood and was only released after Ning Yuan pulled out the keys to the villa. After entering the neighborhood, under Ning Yuan's guidance the driver drove to the entrance of Villa 03 in Area A. After putting down his luggage, he left with a complicated look on his face. Xiao Yuan, you said this is the free house assigned to you? Ning Xiaoluo asked Ning Yuan as she looked incredulously at the luxurious villa in front of her. Ning Yuan, who was in the middle of opening the front door with his key, paused for a moment, and Su Wei's exquisite face couldn't help but appear in his mind. Well, it's free, so you can stay at ease. After all, I'm a national-level talent now, so of course the treatment should be good. Ning Yuan joked. Just as the duo opened the courtyard door and prepared to move their luggage towards the house, the sound of a car starting came from the villa next door. A luxury car then slowly drove out of the yard next door and drove this way. Seeing this, Ning Xiaoluo subconsciously moved her suitcase to the side of the road. However, the car didn't drive off directly, instead stopping in front of the duo. The rear window slowly opened, and inside sat a man and a woman. The man looked to be in his 50s or 60s, he was dressed in casual clothes, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and his vitality looked good. The woman looks to be 40 years old, she is well maintained, her skin is white and tender, and the jewelry on her neck is worth a lot of money, which makes her temperament not bad. It was the woman wearing the jewelry who signaled her driver to stop the car, and she looked sideways at Ning Yuan and the two of them with a curious expression. 03 I can't believe it's sold, are you guys here to clean up? The woman's voice was melodious. Ning Xiaoluo subconsciously looked at Ning Yuan, and after seeing that he ignored the other party and entered the villa alone carrying 2 large bags of things, she had no choice but to reveal a polite smile in response, and, No, we're staying here. Live here? The woman looked at Ning Xiaoluo with some surprise, then shook her head to reveal a disdainful smile. The man next to the woman, on the other hand, looked at Ning Xiaoluo carefully from top to bottom. Casually tied up long hair, floral dress, slender figure, and fair skin. Obviously, the dress was so plain and unadorned that it could be seen everywhere on the street. But when paired with the girl's pure and lovely face, it looked so fresh and unassuming. Compared to the mature and sexy woman beside her, the girl was the complete opposite style. The woman naturally saw the gaze of the man beside her in her eyes, and to be precise, the woman had asked the driver to park the car in front of her because the man had been looking at Ning Xiaoluo. Seeing that the other party wasn't willing to say more to her, she dragged the cheap suitcase that she didn't know how many years she had used towards the courtyard on her own. The woman snorted coldly and signaled the driver in front to keep driving. There's no shame in bragging, and those who live here, when they're so valuable? The car window reclosed and the woman's sneering voice came through. Ning Xiaoluo frowned.
She was completely confused as to where this inexplicable hostility from the other party came from. Bang! Just when she, who was dragging her suitcase, had just entered the courtyard not much later, a loud bang suddenly came from outside. Ning Xiaoluo went out to take a look, and only then did she realize that the car had actually crashed directly into a wall, and the front of the car was already on fire. Seeing this scene, after hesitating for a moment, she just wanted to take out her cell phone and call the police, but she was grabbed by Ning Yuan, who appeared at an unknown time. Don't mind your own business. After saying that, Ning Yuan directly pulled Ning Xiaoluo into the courtyard and closed the gate, pushing open the living room door. Ning Xiaoluo was instantly attracted to the furnishings and furniture in the room, and she put everything that had just happened behind her before she began to explore everything in her new home. The two of them briefly familiarized themselves with the villa's layout, and then packed up a room each on the first and second floors, before Ning Yuan took Ning Xiaoluo out to familiarize herself with the surroundings. Pushing open the courtyard door, Ning Xiaoluo realized that the car that had crashed into the wall had disappeared, leaving only a gaping hole in the wall that had been knocked out. The duo didn't return to the villa with their large bags until late afternoon. Simply making dinner. At the dinner table, Ning Xiaoluo said she was ready to go to work tomorrow. You don't have to work that shift, I need your help here. Ning Yuan put the chopsticks down and looked at her and said so. Ning Xiaoluo, who was cleaning up the dishes, froze at his words. Help with what? Ning Yuan took out his card and placed it in front of Ning Xiaoluo as he continued to speak. The things and riches that transcendence will come into contact with later on are unimaginable to ordinary people, and more of their time will need to be spent on cultivation as well as going about accomplishing the tasks explained by the headquarters. That's why behind every transcendent will be a personal and exclusive assistant, and this assistant is responsible for taking care of his various assets, as well as purchasing and storing various items. Luo, we are family, and I don't trust anyone other than you, so only you can do this. This time Ning Xiaoluo only pondered for a moment before accepting the card and nodding in agreement. Time flew by, and soon night fell. Inside the room on the second floor of the villa, Ning Yuan looked at the scenery outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows with a smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. Running pretty fast. On a highway 400 kilometers away from the city of Dazhou, a pitch-black SUV was speeding along. Inside the vehicle, Wang Lei held the steering wheel with one hand and drove with focused eyes. Having already driven so far out of Dazhou City, the uneasiness in his heart had dissipated for the most part. Just a short time ago, Lu Jue's threatening words really scared him so much that he didn't even pack his luggage much, took Li Biao directly back to the store, and then picked up his girlfriend and started to run out. Brother Lei, how much longer do we have to drive? On the co-pilot, Lin Cece, who was wearing heavy makeup and sexy clothes, stretched her waist and asked Wang Lei with some complaints. To run a long distance, well, at least notify people in advance, people at least change a comfortable clothes. You see which one wearing a hip skirt and high heels will sit in the car for such a long time. Wang Lei glanced sideways at Lin Cece and opened his mouth in annoyance. Don't be, Lousy is in an annoyed mood right now. Troubled mood? Then how can you be in a good mood, Brother Lei? The reprimanded Lin Cece wasn't annoyed, instead, she smiled and lifted her hair, lowered her head and started to unbuckle Wang Lei's pants. You're crazy, we're doing 130 yards. Wang Lei cursed angrily. I believe in your driving skills, Brother Lei. Lin Cece's hand movements did not decrease at all. Yao Zi is still behind. Wang Lei reminded in a low voice. That guy fell asleep a long time ago, I just looked. Not you don't. The car that was speeding jerked, then the direction restabilized. It was dark on the sky. Ning Yuan stood in the void, his eyes silently gazing at the madly speeding SUV. Inside the vehicle, Wang Lei's face was sweating profusely, he was trembling slightly, his eyes were looking dead ahead at the road, not daring to have the slightest distraction. Just as his hands gripping the steering wheel became harder and harder. A pair of dark, shadow-like hands went around Wang Lei's seat from behind and slowly brushed his shoulders, then grabbed his hands holding the steering wheel. At the same time, a cold chill came from behind him. This chill instantly caused all the sweat on Wang Lei's body to disappear and also caused Lin Cece to make a puzzled sound. Wang Lei's concentrated gaze went from the road ahead to his hands. Not the imaginary white, soft and boneless hands of Lin Cece, but hands so bizarre that he could hardly imagine them. Wang Lei's mouth opened wide in shock, and the icy coldness pierced through his entire body, making him unable to make a single sound. Ah! Lin Cece's scream rang out at once. The pitch-black hands gripped Wang Lei's hands tightly, and then violently hit the direction hard towards the right. The high-speed speeding car suddenly lost control and crashed towards the right guardrail. Rumble! The guardrail was smashed right through, and the car, unabated, slammed right into the mountain wall. Moments later, as an explosion rang out, bright flames dispersed the darkness. Chapter 34 Interview. Great Zhou City, Center Police Station. Have you guys heard? There was a car accident on the Jiguang Highway the night before last. Inside the office, a young policeman talked to the colleague beside him about what happened last night. What's the fuss about a highway accident? The female police officer who was eating breakfast casually responded.
Nonsense, surely it's not common for me to tell you guys about it. Oh? How is it not ordinary? Someone asked curiously. My hairdresser is in the fire department, he was involved in the rescue operation the night before last. The young cop held up 3 fingers as he spoke. The car crashed through the guardrail at 140 yards and then crashed directly into the mountain wall beyond it. 3 died on the spot, and the bodies were almost burned to a crisp by the fire. It was a horrible mess. To actually die 3 deaths, quite tragic indeed. Someone sighed to express regret. Here comes the point, what do you guys guess is the cause of this accident? The young policeman continued to speak. Fatigued driving? The policewoman replied. The young cop shook his head, then coughed dryly and continued speaking. The main driver's male body is stuck in the steering wheel with the upper half of his body bent and broken. The female body sitting on the passenger side is on the lap of the main driver's male body, and the last body is in the back. My hairdresser is kind of experienced in firefighting, so he could tell right away that the cause of the crash came from the female corpse's mouth. After the young policeman's words were finished, a short silence fell in the office. Bah! The policewoman spat and got up to leave. Someone shook his head and sighed. Just then, Lu Jiwei, who was holding the information, entered the office with an ugly face. What are you talking about? Hurry up and do something. When the crowd saw him return, they hurriedly lowered their heads and started working. Looking at the investigation report in his hand regarding the deaths of Wang Lei and his group the night before, Lu Jiwei's appearance surfaced in his mind as Ning Yuan's appearance, followed by an unspeakable fear rising in his heart. Is it a coincidence? Or is it? Time passes slowly. A month has passed in a blink of an eye. During this time, Su Wei had not contacted Ning Yuan as if he had disappeared, and the official authorities had not released any quests that required him to do anything. Only the $500,000 in salary that arrived on time at the beginning of the month reminded him of his identity. Inside a park with a pleasant view, Ning Xiaoluo was concentrating on rummaging through the food in the small grill in front of her, while Ning Yuan was lying on the carpet with his eyes closed on the side. Inadvertently sweeping over the side of Ning Yuan's face, a smile appeared at the corner of Ning Xiaoluo's mouth. How many years had it been, and it had been a long time since she had lived as carefree as she was now? Ever since she was in middle school, she hadn't stopped, trying to find all kinds of ways to earn money on the side while going to school, and it was because of her hustle that this was the only way to pay for herself and Ning Yuan to go to college, pulling them out of that heartbreaking place. If Ning Yuan hadn't suddenly become some kind of transcendent and changed everything, the rest of her life would have just been working hard to earn money until she bought a house and gave Ning Yuan a wife. Just as Ning Xiaoluo's thoughts drifted away, the vibrating sensation of a cell phone came from beside her. Looking down, Ning Xiaoluo picked up Ning Yuan's cell phone. There were only 2 words on the caller ID. Su Wei. Su Wei? Ning Xiaoluo looked at the name on the cell phone screen, then at Ning Yuan. Seeing that Ning Yuan still seemed to be in a deep sleep, she hesitated for a moment and picked up the phone. Hello? Su Wei, who was driving, froze when she heard the soft female voice coming from her cell phone. She carefully looked at the cell phone screen and spoke out after seeing that there was no wrong number. Ning Xiaoluo? This time it was Ning Xiaoluo who froze. It's me. A moment later she uttered a response. Hello Xiaoluo, is Ning Yuan next to you? Put him on the phone and tell him that Su Wei is looking for him for something. He's sleeping. Sleeping? Su Wei's foot hit the gas, and the sports car slowed down. What time is it and you're going to sleep? No, what kind of sleep are you, a transcendent? Su Wei frantically spat in her heart. I'll have Xiao Yuan call you back when he wakes up. Ning Xiaoluo saw that there was no sound on the other side of the phone, so she suggested. No, Xiaoluo, it's an emergency, give him the phone. What is it? This time it wasn't Ning Xiaoluo's voice on the phone, but Ning Yuan's. After hearing Ning Yuan's reply, Su Wei hurriedly opened her mouth. Are you at home right now? I'll go find you to speak face to face. Fresh Park. There was a brief moment of silence. Ning Yuan gave her the name of the park she was in. As her fingers flew over the navigation, Su Wei continued to speak. I'll be there in almost 20 minutes. Hanging up the phone, the bright red sports car made a brilliant drift to turn directly in the opposite direction, and then sped in reverse toward the destination park. Fresh Park. Xiao Yuan, is your friend coming later? Ning Xiaoluo inquired curiously. There's not too much food here anymore, so I'll go buy some more food. Ning Yuan sniffed and shook his head no. No need, don't waste money on outsiders, and she can't see what we're eating. Seeing him say that, Ning Xiaoluo could only give up. Poor Su Wei, if she heard Ning Yuan's words, would she be angry and spit out blood? After all, she not long ago but borrowed a full $10 million to Ning Yuan. Soon, as a roar sounded from far and near, an eye-catching bright red sports car stopped outside the park. After the equally eye-catching Su Wei got out of the car, she quickly noticed the Ning Yuan duo under a large tree not far away. Reaching out to greet them, Su Wei jogged over towards them. Xiaoluo, first time meeting, I'm Su Wei. Looking at Ning Xiaoluo, who was wearing a long white dress in front of her with clear eyes, Su Wei smiled and reached out her hand towards her in greeting. Hello. Looking at the coolly dressed Sue in front of her with a concave and convex figure, Ning Xiaoluo was a little embarrassed as she reached out and shook her hand. Compared to Sue's passionate and self-confident personality, Ning Xiaoluo was more like a flower that had been living alone in a boudoir for years. After greeting Ning Xiaoluo, Sue smiled at Ning Yuan again. She didn't seem to be keeping the unpleasantness that had occurred between her and Ning Yuan earlier in her mind. Of course, Ning Yuan didn't bother with it either. What is it? Ning Yuan asked Sue straight to the point. Well, Sue looked at Ning Xiaoluo to speak. I'll go buy something to drink. Ning Xiaoluo made an excuse and wanted to leave. No need. Ning Yuan stopped her and turned to Sue. There's no need to avoid her when it comes to what to say, I've told her everything. Yeah. Sue was not surprised when she sniffed. After all, it was simply impossible to hide this kind of thing from the family. In that case, Xiaoluo, I'll reintroduce myself again. I'm Ning Yuan's liaison, responsible for coordinating tasks given by headquarters as well as assisting Ning Yuan with various tasks. You're Ning Yuan's only family member, so you can also contact me if you need any help. After saying that, Sue took out her cell phone and wanted to add Ning Xiaoluo's contact information. Oh, okay. Ning Xiaoluo hastily took out his own cell phone and exchanged contact information with her with each other. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them in the four corners of the room, only then did Sue begin to talk about her purpose for coming to find Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, the headquarters sent out a message not too long ago urgently summoning you to attend an extremely important meeting at the headquarters at 9 o'clock tomorrow. I've already prepared the airplane, so you can leave any time if there's no problem. Chapter 35, The Gathering. After hearing Sue's words, Ning Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. An emergency meeting? What kind of emergency meeting can there be at this time now? Sue shook her head and spoke with a hint of sadness appearing on her face. I don't know, but from what I've learned, the headquarters seems to have summoned not only you, but quite a few transcendents as well, so there must be something big going on. Urgently summoning transcendents. Ning Yuan's heart lurched at the words, and something instantly surfaced in his mind. The Great Shanghai City Outbreak Incident. In the previous life, this event could be said to have truly brought the existence of the transcendents and the Fae before the eyes of the populace. And Ning Yuan, who was still an ordinary person at that time, had also first come into contact with a new and unfamiliar world through this event online. That was why he remembered it so vividly. Right at this moment, Ning Yuan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to check the date. Upon seeing the date on his cell phone, his heart shook. If it's really that, then it means that what should have happened a year later, happened a year earlier. How could that be? Ning Yuan's brain thought frantically. Could it be that I disrupted the timeline after I relied on the light spirit's backtracking time to relive a life? Seeing Ning Yuan's silent contemplation, Sue did not interrupt as she turned her gaze to the food on the duo's grill under the tree. Sit under the tree, the sun is still quite hot right now. Seeing Sue, who was standing in the sunlight with beads of sweat gradually appearing on her fair forehead, staring at the barbecue grill, Ning Xiaoluo hurriedly spoke out. Thanks. Sue smiled and thanked her, then directly sat down on the carpet with her butt. Xiaoluo, did you bake all this? Sue inquired curiously as she looked at the grilled chicken wings and sausages on the plate. Ning Xiaoluo nodded with some embarrassment. Idle and bored, it just so happens that Xiao Yuan likes to eat barbecue, so I just made these. Sue looked at the plate of barbecue that sold extremely well, and spoke with some envy. How nice, if only you were my sister. Ning Xiaoluo smiled somewhat embarrassedly at his words. It's a bit cold, if you don't mind I'll heat it up so you can try it. Don't mind, it just so happens that I've been busy at lunch and haven't had a chance to eat yet. Sue naturally picked up a skewer of grilled sausage from her plate and ate it. Seeing this, Ning Xiaoluo froze, then she hurriedly relit the grill. Heat it up before you eat it, it's easy to eat a bad stomach if it gets cold. While saying this, Ning Xiaoluo's gaze was somewhat grudging as she glanced at Ning Yuan. It was all because she had believed his words, and could have prepared more food. As a result, now the other party could only eat leftovers. There's no need for an airplane, I'll be at the headquarters on time tomorrow. Right at this moment, Ning Yuan's voice rang out. Sue, who was gnawing on a chicken wing, paused for a moment, then nodded. Good. Ning Yuan leaned against a tree and quietly watched these two women as one did and the other ate. Sue should have been starving from the morning until now, so much so that the speed at which Ning Xiaoluo heated the food was actually vaguely unable to keep up with the other woman's eating speed. Xiaoluo, it's simply a shame that you don't open a barbecue restaurant. How about I open one for you? Don't want you to have any money, just do it for me for free hee. Casually opening a can of drink beside her, Sue looked at Ning Xiaoluo with a happy face. Ning Xiaoluo just shook his head at the words. Forget about opening a store, if you want to eat whenever you want, you can come find me. Sue's eyes instantly lit up when she heard this, and she quickly nodded her head. Good. Soon, the already small amount of food on the dinner plate was wiped out by Sue. Seeing that Ning Yuan and the two of them didn't eat themselves and only watched her eat, Sue smiled somewhat embarrassedly. It's quite embarrassing to eat so many of your things, I'll treat you to dinner some other day.
After saying that, Sue got up and said to Ning Yuan with her own half-drunk bottle of drink. I'll leave first, if there's anything you need contact me.
Ning Yuan nodded. Xiaoluo bye, I'll find you to play sometime.
Su Wei waved her hand towards Ning Xiaoluo. Ning Xiaoluo also smiled at her in response. Looking at Su Wei's spontaneous departure, Ning Xiaoluo carried a trace of imperceptible envy in her eyes. In her opinion, Su Wei's body had a unique confidence. This kind of confidence often only appeared in people who had grown up without worries. Originally, such people should have nothing to do with them and belong to two worlds. But because of Ning Yuan's existence, people from these two worlds are now able to sit on a carpet and chat and eat. It was different from what Ning Xiaoluo thought. Ning Yuan looked at Su Wei's back while sneering in his heart. After not seeing her for a while, Su Wei's attitude and actions were obviously much smarter, and she also recognized the current situation and her position. I'm afraid this has the credit of the elders in her family. After all, there was only one reason that could make a high and mighty young lady who despised the poor from the bottom of her heart bow her head and accept reality. That is the greater good. Early the next morning, a black shadow crossed the sky and flew towards the direction of the great capital city at great speed like a meteor. At the same time, the grand capital city transcendent headquarters. The roar of the helicopters in the sky kept ringing out, and on the ground a military vehicle drove into the headquarters. From time to time, people leapt down from the helicopters in a single bound, and there were also people carrying bags from the military vehicles.
These people were men and women, dressed differently and in different age groups.
The only thing that was the same was that they were all sizing each other up in silence. Just then, Louis, dressed in formal attire, appeared smilingly to greet the crowd. All of you have traveled a long way and have worked hard. Seeing Louis appear, many people turned their eyes towards him.
Old Lou, is there something wrong with gathering so many people here all of a sudden? Someone voiced out to ask Louis.
Louis looked at the person who spoke. This is a youth carrying a duffel bag. He looks to be only around 20 years old, his face is resolute, his hair is a bit messy, and some weeds can even be seen on it.
Xiaoshuan, which old mountain forest did you run off to again?
Seeing the youth's appearance, which was obviously just drilled out from the mountains, Louis could not help but laugh. Harm don't mention it, was snubbed by an old bastard to look for treasure in a place where birds don't.
Chen Xiaoshuan opened her mouth with an exasperated face. Right, Minister Lu, you still haven't answered me. What is this urgent call for us to come for?
I've rushed over in a hurry after crossing over a dozen big mountains overnight.
No rush, wait until everyone arrives. Louis raised his hand and looked at his watch. The time at this moment is 8:50 minutes. He gazed at the crowd, quietly waiting for the two people who hadn't come yet. Chapter 36, The Meeting. Buzz.
The roar of helicopters rang through the air from far and near. The crowd subconsciously looked up. A silhouette lightly descended from the sky.
It was a young girl wearing casual sportswear and a double ponytail.
She was like a falling leaf that just gently landed on the ground.
Luckily, I was almost late.
The young girl patted her flat chest and said.
At the same time, a black shadow descended from the sky, bypassing the circling and rising helicopter and falling vertically to the ground.
As the black shadow dissipated, Ning Yuan's figure slowly appeared. And the moment he appeared, he instantly attracted the attention of everyone present.
What kind of ability does he have? He can actually fly in the air. Someone spoke with envy to the extreme. Maybe it's just a flowery display. Some people were disdainful in their hearts.
Seeing that everyone had arrived, Louis signaled everyone to follow him. Passing through the corridor on the first floor, they came to a huge blast door.
Louis raised his hand and pressed it on the touchpad next to the gate.
As the fingerprint scan as well as the face scan passed, the gate began to slowly open. It wasn't until everyone entered it that they realized it was actually an elevator large enough to hold 100 people.
Buzz.
The doors closed, and then the elevator did not climb upward as the crowd had expected, but instead descended towards the bottom. After 10 seconds or so, the elevator shook slightly, then stopped running and the doors opened. The moment they saw the scene outside the door, excluding a few people, most of them had their pupils shrunk and their hearts shook. The huge screen in the center, as well as the standing podium, and the seats that were large enough to accommodate thousands of people, arranged in a semicircle. This scene bluntly told them that this was a special conference room.
Minister, are you inviting us to watch a movie?
Someone in the crowd inquired in a half-joking voice towards Louis.
If you guys want to watch it, it's not impossible. Louis looks back at the crowd and responds with a smile.
After saying that, the smile on his face converged and he turned solemn and continued to speak.
But before that, gentlemen, feel free to take a seat, the meeting is about to begin.
After saying that, Louis walked towards the front accompanied by several staff members. When the crowd heard this, they scattered to find a seat. Ning Yuan looked at the scene in front of him with an expressionless face. At this point, he was already convinced inwardly of the reason for this meeting. He walked out of the crowd alone and headed down the steps towards the bottom. Step by step, Ning Yuan's eyes gazed ahead until he arrived at the front of the seating area.
At this time, excluding the small number of people sitting at the very back, most people preferred to sit at the front. After all, it was conducive to observing anything. However, when they came to the front, they realized that there were actually quite a few people already sitting in the frontmost seats. Among them were staff members from the headquarters wearing formal attire, and there were also some unidentified people. And these people were obviously not with them. Although there was some doubt in their hearts about the identity of these people, they did not put it on their minds and just spread out to find a seat at random. Only Ning Yuan. He was still standing alone on the steps, his eyes quietly looking at the back of a person on the bleachers in front of him. It was a girl with long white hair, wearing a small, delicate, ice crystal-style hair clip on her head. At this time is looking down quietly looking at the hands of a book with an ancient yellow cover. Standing at Ning Yuan's angle, he was unable to catch a glimpse of the white-haired girl's face. However, regarding the girl's appearance, Ning Yuan had long since carved it into his heart. Zhuo Qingyue. The first S-class transcendentalist in China, truly an exiled woman from childhood to adulthood. Once again seeing the deceased person who was engraved in his last life, Ning Yuan couldn't talk about too many waves in his heart. Now his heart is as hard as iron. He once again retraced the road, which realized that once young himself is how childish. Ning Yuan retracted his gaze from Zhuo Qingyue and casually sat on an empty seat to the side. It seemed that he had sensed someone's gaze gazing at him for a long time. Zhuo Qingyue slightly sidestepped her head towards the back and looked suspiciously. Her gaze lingered briefly on Ning Yuan's body before she shifted away. At the same time, Louis walked up to the podium while holding a tablet accompanied by two staff members. Hello everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank you very much for being a part of this special meeting. Louis looks at the nearly 100 people in the field and slowly speaks. Before the meeting begins, let me first introduce this place to you. This is the headquarters war room, and in the future, this place will witness countless history-changing decisions as well as events. Some may wonder why this war room, which is large enough to hold thousands of people, only has 50 of you. After saying that, Louis's gaze swept over the transcendents who were scattered and seated. There are two reasons for this. First, excluding some transcendents who are doing missions, there aren't many transcendents that can be urgently mobilized by the headquarters today. Second, not every transcendent is qualified to participate in this meeting. For those of you who have come here today, you are all strong at level B or above. As soon as Louis said this, the hearts of the people in the seating area were suddenly shaken and they looked around. All B ranks. Are you kidding me? There are actually so many B ranks. Summoning so many B rank transcendents at once, could it be that something big is about to happen? Just as the crowd was pondering over a million things, Louis's voice continued to ring out. With the introductions complete, it's time to talk about the content of the meeting next. Before that, I need to explain something to all of you. Everything you hear next is classified at the highest level, and if it is leaked, it will be considered treasonous and will be executed by headquarters at all costs. Of course, I also firmly believe that you all will not make such a mistake. Seeing the crowd's expressions grow more and more grave, Louis gestured towards a female staff member beside him. The other party immediately maneuvered the tablet and opened the huge display. A movie and television clip then began to play on the screen. The face of a middle-aged scruffy man dressed as a hobo appeared on the screen. His eyes kept looking around and his voice was trembling violently. Reporting to headquarters, I found it, only I should have been discovered. I can't go back. When you see this information, please gather your men as soon as possible and come to the city of Daha. The last place I found out where they were located was at the Royal Leap Hotel in the Songbei district. I can't be sure if this is where they are standing. But if the headquarters centers on this place and sends out a sufficient number of transcendents to conduct a wide-ranging search in the surrounding area, they will definitely be able to find them. And the middle-aged man's tone became more and more trembling, with a slight sobbing tone. If I die, please don't tell my mother. Please don't tell her. Just tell her that I went out on a mission abroad. Finally, please ask the organization to treat my family well. Chapter 37 in public and in private. After saying that, the screen became pitch black. The next rustling sound rang out. From the sound alone, it was obvious that the middle-aged man had used some special ability to hide his cell phone. Bang! Just when the crowd thought that this movie and television material was over, a loud muffled sound of a foot landing came out from the screen. The middle-aged man's panicked voice followed. Who are you? You. What are you going to do? Upon hearing his inquiry, there was a full dozen seconds of silence in the pitch-black screen before a cold voice rang out. Why are you alone? Where are your companions? Companions? What companions? What are you talking about? I can't understand what you're saying. Just then, another muffled sound of feet landing came. A female voice followed. I didn't scout around for suspicious people. He shouldn't be sent by that whatever headquarters. Hearing the woman's words, the cold voice was silent for a moment, then sneered and spoke. So you're saying that this transcendent is just an ordinary vagabond who stumbled upon us? What's impossible? Didn't we just come to simply have a meal? Also, you mustn't forget that this planet's aura is recovering faster and faster, so the next so-called whatever transcendentals here are surely going to be more and more numerous. Don't say a homeless man is a transcendent. Maybe in the future certain dogs and cats will have the potential to become transcendents. You're too cautious. By the end of the sentence, there was clearly a hint of dissatisfaction in the woman's tone. After a moment of silence, that cold voice sounded again. In any case, it's not the right time for us to expose ourselves without concern. Also, don't underestimate these human races. Don't forget that when I first came to this planet back then, I was almost surrounded and killed because I underestimated them. So what do you want to do? Find a new place to move. What? Shift? We've been setting up for so long in the great Shanghai city, and you're going to shift because of this garbage? How are you going to explain this to those who defected to you? Do I need to explain to you guys what I'm going to do? You guys can stay here yourselves if you don't agree. Forget it, but it always takes time to move without attracting attention, right? After all, if their current identities suddenly disappeared, they would surely be the first to notice that something was wrong. Just do this as soon as you can. I don't want to go out like that in the early stages. Good. By the way, what are you going to do with this trash? What else can I do with it? Kill him. The duo's conversation completely treated the scavenging middle-aged man as air, and when they said the last sentence about killing him, the tone was as if they were casually stepping on a roadside ant. You killed me? Why did you guys kill me? Killing is against the law. What are you trying to do? The middle-aged man knew that he couldn't escape, so he simply pretended to the end, all but portraying himself as a beggar who became a transcendentalist by chance. He turned around and ran. While running, he also shouted for help. However, poof! In the next moment, with the sound of a blood and flesh piercing through, the voice of the middle-aged man scavenging came to an abrupt end. Can't even mobilize a single ounce of power. It seems like he really is a beggar who became a transcendent by chance. The female voice rang out. In that case, why don't we just leave? After all, we've been running this place for a long time. Don't make me say it again. A cold male voice rang out. Forget it, just leave, it's not a big deal anyway. The woman was helpless. A few moments later, the crackle of fire slowly sounds from the darkened screen. Closing the screen, at this time, the conference hall was silent, and everyone was looking at Louis. Louis pushed his glasses, spread a copy in front of him and slowly opened his mouth. This video footage was obtained by us the night before last. The person who just appeared in the video is called Lu Xing. He's one of the first transcendents to join the headquarters since it was established, Class B, and his ability is fusion. He is one of the transcendents sent by the headquarters to track down the 03 tragedy that was once committed. Codename 03 Fiasco. As Louis finished his last sentence, the picture reappeared on the huge screen. The content was exactly the video that Louis had shown Ning Yuan when he had recruited him. A completely incomprehensible and bizarre creature had slaughtered over 600 people in a certain remote mountain village in Dichuan City. The picture on the screen ended, and then a picture filled with gory horror appeared. The content in the photos was roughly the same. It's all mountain village backgrounds, and the ground is stained red and black with broken flesh and blood. Lu Yi's voice continues to ring out. We have been tracking this alien being for 4 years after it. Until now, countless people have died at its hands. During that time, we only managed to surround it once 2 years ago, and it eventually ran away. It wasn't until the night before last that through Lu Xing we were able to truly relocate it for the second time. After speaking, Louis gazed at the crowd, and this time his originally gentle countenance became somewhat grim. Lu Xing is dead. He died so unopposed and suffocated in order to be able to let us get this opportunity. I understand him. We've been tracking it for so long, we know how scary the other side really is. If Lu Xing resists or reveals a trace of his power, not only will he die, but the other party will also leave the great Shanghai city directly without hesitation. After saying that, Louis clenched his fists. There is only one thing in this meeting that has summoned you all here, and that is to cooperate with the headquarters at all costs to eliminate these things before they are transferred. As Louis's words finished, all the people sitting in all directions sank inwardly. Good fellow, this is looking for them to come as fighters to sell their lives. Bang! Just then, a person at the back of the seating area got up and slapped the table in front of him. The crowd turned around to look at the sound, only to see a jacket-clad, burly youth looking at Louis with a gloomy face. Minister Lu, to tell you the truth, I wouldn't have come if you had told me what this meeting was about beforehand. Louis looks at the speaking man with a calm face. Zhang Yu, you can say whatever you want to say. But it is necessary for me to remind you that you'd better think clearly in public and private. In public and in private, heh heh heh. Zhang Yu laughed. It's meaningless for Minister Lu to say this. After saying that, Zhang Yu swept his gaze towards the dozens of people who were participating in the meeting with him this time and slowly opened his mouth. As far as I know, the originator of the 03 tragedy 2 years ago is under siege by the headquarters. That battle was very hasty, and the headquarters deployed a total of 39 B-rank First-Order Transcendents, 83 C-rank First-Order Transcendents, more than 3,000 heavily armed soldiers, and a variety of powerful thermal firepower. And the other side only has one person. Minister Lu, do I need to say the results? Zhang Yu coldly looked at Lu Yi. He is now extremely angry inside, if not for the fact that he has a little information to know more. I am afraid that this time he was used as a gun to make him die without knowing how. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu looked at Lu Yi with a hint of killing intent hidden in his gaze. This damned ordinary person actually dares to treat us transcendents as little cuties. Fooling around. Chapter 38, Qin Guanyi. After hearing Zhang Yu's words, Lu Yi replied with a calm expression. 39 B-class First Order Transcendents, 15 were killed in battle, 10 were seriously injured, and 14 escaped. 83 C-class First Order Transcendents, 53 killed in battle, 0 seriously injured, 30 fled. 3,655 heavily armed soldiers, 3,420 killed in battle, 235 seriously injured and crippled, 0 escaped. The enemy fled wounded. Hearing the cold death casualty figures from Lu Yi's mouth, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Right at this moment, Zhang Yu's voice continued to ring out. You guys seriously underestimated the other party's power in that battle. If the headquarters had sent those 2 second-order transcendents to the battle in the beginning, perhaps this alien being would have died there. Now that 2 years have passed, the other party's strength will surely be even stronger, and yet you guys are still sending us first-order transcendents to battle. May I ask Minister Lu, what's the difference between this and sending us directly to our deaths? Upon hearing these last words, quite a few transcendents also had their faces gradually darken, their brows deeply furrowed. Right at this moment, Lu Yi's voice rang out. First, headquarters did initially underestimate its power. Second, back then, when the battle had just begun, Elder Qin had already rushed towards the battlefield, but he was ultimately too late. Judging from the results alone, this was indeed a dereliction of duty on the part of the headquarters, and the previous minister as well as many staff members were dismissed and dealt with as a result. Thirdly, you're right. The opponent's strength has definitely become stronger, and with the current intelligence, it's not alone nowadays. Hearing this, the hearts of many transcendents in the seats sank further and further. But Lu Yi's gaze swept towards the crowd and spoke with a twist of words. We've had more and more strong people in the past 2 years, and our overall strength has become stronger, so we're bound to win this battle. In addition, you guys as the future hope of the headquarters, how could the headquarters let you send you to your deaths, so you are not the main combatants of this operation, but as peripheral assistants? The time and timing came too suddenly. This is already the optimal plan that HQ can do in a short period of time. After listening to Lu Yi's words, quite a few people fell into thought within themselves. Right at this moment, Zhang Yu was shaking his head with a cold smile and said, Minister, I'm not capable enough, so I won't participate in this mission. Hearing Zhang Yu's words, there were quite a few people in the seating area who had made up their minds inwardly that they were also ready to withdraw. Lu Yi quietly looked at Zhang Yu and did not respond. What no one has noticed is that Lu Yi's hands on the podium have already been veins exposed. Just when someone was about to get up and like Zhang Yu, he excused himself from participating in the action. A person at the front of the table suddenly got up and walked towards the podium. It was an old man with gray hair. He was plainly dressed, with a pair of old cloth shoes on his feet, and his figure was on the thin and short side, with one hand behind his back and one hand on a wooden walking stick. Strangely enough, although the old man was on crutches, his waist was not a bit stooped. Seeing this person appear, Zhang Yu could not help but tremble inwardly, and those at the seating table who were originally dumbfounded inwardly became calm for some reason. Elder Qin. Seeing the old man coming straight to the podium, Lu Yi smiled and greeted him. Qin Guanyi. Ning Yuan looked at the old man, a trace of gravity flashing through the depths of his eyes. This old man could be said to be the top pillar of the current headquarters. Qin Lao's face was wearing a smile and his complexion looked incredibly kind as he first nodded towards Lu Yi before standing next to him. Strange to say, this old man clearly looked weak, and from the beginning to the end, he even didn't say a word. But when everyone faced him, an inexplicable fear rose inside, and they subconsciously corrected their sitting posture. Zhang Yu, it's fine if you want to withdraw from this mission, but you will also be removed from the headquarters. Lu Yi looked at Zhang Yu and uttered such a sentence. Being removed from the headquarters means that you will no longer enjoy the existing treatment. Not only that, you will be supervised all the time in the future as an ordinary transcendent. Lu Yi's words were not just to Zhang Yu, but to everyone. Whether you go or stay is your choice. The crowd fell into thoughtful hesitation at the words. Zhang Yu did likewise. He didn't expect the headquarters to be so decisive, directly using a broad brush approach to let him choose. There were 2 choices before him today. It was to risk his life to participate in the mission and continue with the status quo. Or do we part ways with headquarters on this? MD, these little cuties don't even realize how terrifying the enemy they're about to face is. There's no difference between a first-rank transcendent facing it and sending it to death. That's just it, just leave the headquarters. As for the supervision, I am a transcendent who is not a bird flying in the sky and the sea. After a short moment of contemplation, Zhang Yu clearly had a decision within his heart. Facing Qin Lao's gaze, he put away his arrogance and spoke with an apologetic smile on his face. Lord Minister, I'm weak, so I'll just withdraw from the headquarters, so I won't drag you guys down. The crowd froze at his words.
The vast majority of them did not expect that this Zhang Yu would rather quit the headquarters than participate in this mission. On the contrary, Ning Yuan had a teasing look on his face after hearing the words uttered by the other party. Zhang Yu, I'll ask you once more, are you sure you want to quit the headquarters? On the podium, Louis still asked out with an expressionless face. Zhang Yu frowned, he looked at Qin Lao who stood beside Louis without saying a word like a statue, then nodded. Yes, I'm sure. Louis no longer opens his mouth to ask when he hears this, he just picks up the tablet in front of him and quickly clicks on it. Very quickly. A picture appeared on the huge screen. The angle at which these photos were taken was tricky, and they were obviously taken secretly. What was in the photos came as a big shock to everyone. And Zhang Yu was even more like falling into an ice cave after seeing the contents of the photo. Just then, Louis's voice rang out. Zhang Yu, since you are not a member of the headquarters, from now on, you will be investigated by the headquarters as a civilian transcendent. In the past 3 months, you have psychedelically abused 7 women with your own abilities, beaten and maimed 2, taken drugs, gotten high, and talked to underage. Louis spoke out word by word what Zhang Yu had done during this time. At the end of his words, he even slapped the tablet heavily directly on the table in front of him. This time, his face was no longer calm, instead, it became a bit twisted because of his anger as he looked at Zhang Yu and cursed. Asshole. Know why we didn't touch you even though you did all these things? If you were an ordinary person, you would have been arrested long ago. Just because you're a transcendent, because you have the ability to save more people. So as long as you don't do anything too outrageous, headquarters will just turn a blind eye. Nowadays, you are needed to save people, but you are unwilling to contribute. In that case, what's the use of keeping you? It would be better to eradicate you as a tumor before it's too late. Zhang Yu was trembling as he pointed at Louis for a moment before he spoke through clenched teeth. You guys spied on me. Louis just looked at him coldly, did not open his mouth. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yu knew that he was not justified and directly turned around and left. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw the statue like Qin Lao actually move. This old man gently raised the walking stick in his hand. Chapter 39 Deterrence. The movement was slight, so slight that it did not attract attention, but Zhang Yu, who had been on high alert, saw it clearly. He was not sure how strong this old man who had been guarding the headquarters was, but one thing was certain. It was definitely much stronger than himself. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu no longer hesitated, and with a single step of his feet, his entire body instantly rushed towards the gate like a cannonball. Almost in the blink of an eye he arrived at the door. And just then, thud! The sound of a cane hitting the ground rang out. In a flash, everyone present only felt as if their insides were being held by an invisible hand, and their bodies became stiff without control. Zhang Yu's hand was still a hair's breadth away from being able to push open the door and leave this, but he was as if he had lost control of his own body at this moment, no longer able to move. Not only that. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Yu clearly and incomparably saw Elder Qin actually raise the walking stick in his hand once again. With the other party's movements. A sudden fear of death enveloped him. No! You can't, even if I have committed a crime, my crime is not to death. Are you not afraid of chilling everyone's heart if you just kill me in front of everyone? Zhang Yu hissed out. Seeing that Elder Qin was unmoved, his cane was already about to fall to the ground. He hurriedly changed his words and opened his mouth to Louis to beg for mercy. Minister, I'm wrong, I'm participating in this mission, give me a chance to reform myself. Louis didn't make a sound, just looked at him coldly. Dang! Another sound of a cane hitting the ground rang out. This time everyone resumed their positions and the oppressive feeling disappeared. Zhang Yu, however, his pupils shrunk violently as he looked at Louis on the stage with a face full of unbelief. Then blood flowed from the corner of his mouth downward non-stop. Puffing sound. Zhang Yu collapsed in the doorway, his eyes wide and dead. This sudden scene was too fast, and everyone looked at Elder Qin with horrified faces. How on earth did the other party manage to kill a transcendent so easily? Zhang Yu didn't even have a chance to escape in front of him. Ning Yuan sized up Elder Qin on the stage and inwardly sighed. Sound spirit, although it's a rank, it's been developed to the extreme in this person, and the strength isn't even close to those S-rank abilities. 1 sound vibrates, 2 sounds shatter, and 3 sounds destroy. Qin Guangyi has the country at his back and has huge cultivation resources, he should have the strength of the 3rd rank by now. Ning Yuan's gaze lingered on Elder Qin for a moment, then looked towards Zhuo Qingyue, who hadn't turned around to quietly read from the beginning. Who else wants to quit the headquarters? Just as the crowd fell silent, Louis's voice rang out once again. No one responded. After a while, Louis picked up the tablet in front of him and continued to speak. Since everyone has no objections, the combat meeting will officially begin next. Next, I would like to invite Professor Yang Yuxian to the stage. He will give you a detailed explanation of the intelligence about the enemy this time, the foreign race. As Louis's words fell, a person in front of the seating area got up and walked towards the podium. It was only after Louis made way for him that all of them got a good look at this man named Yang Yuxian.
He was wearing a white coat, his hair was disheveled, and a pair of eyes full of dark circles looked listlessly at the crowd as he slowly opened his mouth. What are the Fae, and where do they come from? What is their purpose? How their power differs from ours? Yang Yuexian's words were simple to the extreme, without any padding. The crowd also listened intently at the words. The countries around the globe have been researching on the Fae and the Transcendents for almost 20 years, and some of these questions I just mentioned have not been able to get all the answers even until today. Let's start with what the Fae are. They are defined by the academic community today as galactic beings and are not blue star creatures. To put it simply, they come from beyond the stars and keep appearing on our planet by some means or another. About the purpose of their coming here. Yang Yu first said this and paused for a moment before continuing to speak. No one knows the real answer. There are two guesses in the academic community today based on their behavior. They're either here looking for something or they're getting ready to do something. And finally, concerning their power. The power of the Transcendence originates from the spirit seed, which grows stronger as the Tao tree grows. But the Fae get stronger in a different way than you do. They become strong over time without cultivation. Put another way, you can also understand it as a person who has great power but is sealed, unsealing himself little by little as time passes. According to research, in addition to themselves becoming stronger over time, the essence blood in a human's heart also has a slight boost to their power. And that's why the Fae are massacring people. Regarding their abilities, the ones known so far are changing their own form. They can take the form of anyone, exactly the same from the inside out. Mighty strength and speed on their own. As well as some powerful and special abilities, which they call divine powers. Hearing this, the crowd only felt their mouths dry, and the sense of falling in their hearts was even more difficult to express. How harsh the conditions of being a transcendentalist were they naturally knew well. It was a trip to the gates of their own ghosts in exchange. After becoming a transcendentalist, one to enhance the strength is the need for day and night of dedicated training. Often several years of a step-by-step breakthrough is extremely difficult to incomparable. Compared with these alien spirits who can get stronger and stronger just by lying down, their efforts seem so ridiculous. Professor Yang, what you're saying is too much bull. Right at this moment, a questioning voice rang out from the back of the seating area. If they are really as you say, then why are we still fighting against this so-called foreign race? Why don't we simply surrender all of them? Also, how can you be sure that what you said is 100% correct? Perhaps there is a price for them to increase their strength just like us, it's just that you haven't found it. The crowd turned back at the words and Louis also looked at the person who spoke. Chen Xiaoshuang's face did not change in the face of the countless gazes looking directly at him. He slightly frowned as he looked at Yang Yuexian, and the weeds that had stuck to his head from rushing through the night were shaking. Yang Yuexian similarly looked at him, then opened his mouth to respond with a calm face. I can answer your question. First of all, judging from the combined strength of both sides in every aspect as a reference, the Fae are not invincible. The alien race's own strength, as well as the speed at which it becomes stronger, is stronger than even the Transcendence though. But we have an advantage they don't have. That is that there are more of us. Throughout history, the united strength of mankind has overcome countless difficulties. If you can't win them alone, then 100, 1,000, a million, until you win. Hearing this, quite a few people in the seats were shaken inwardly. Yang Yu first on the podium looked at Chen Xiaoshuang and continued to speak. As for you asking me how I can be sure that these contents are 100% correct. At this point in his speech, he paused for a moment and then gave an answer that was unbelievable to everyone. The reason is simple. Everything I've said to you is what we've spent years getting, little by studying an imprisoned alien being. Chapter 40, News Leaks. Yang Yuexian's last words could be described as a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. Many people in the seating area subconsciously jerked up, sparing some of the more senior transcendents sitting at the very front to look at Yang Yueguang in shock. It was because this was also the first time they had heard this news. Professor Yang, are you telling the truth? Our country actually captured and imprisoned an alien being alive? A transcendent who had been in contact with an alien race inquired excitedly. They were aware of just how difficult these alien beings were to deal with. Professor Yang, wasn't this news signed by all countries as a top-secret agreement? How do you? Louis also looked at Yang Yuexian with a stunned face and inquired. Yang Yuexian shook his head at him. The news had already leaked the day before yesterday, and that imprisoned alien being was also urgently transferred to the captivity site. What? Louis's eyes widened. Such important news that he, as a knowledgeable person, actually didn't hear the slightest hint of it. Yang Yu looked at him first. The news came to me this morning from a friend of mine who was involved in the transfer. Also, you should be informed of the news as soon as this meeting is over. Hearing these words, Louis's face is filled with sorrow. Who leaked the information? This kind of traitor deserves death by 1,000 cuts. A man at the front of the seating area spoke angrily. Yang Yu first swept a glance at him and spoke out in a flat tone. The title of traitor is not appropriate, as the place where this foreigner is being held is not in our country. But you can call this hitherto untraced leaker a traitorous star thief. The middle-aged man who had spoken out angrily froze at those words. That's all I have to say. Yang Yu yawned, first looking at the crowd. Just have a general understanding of the foreign race in your hearts. By the way, there's another important thing I almost forgot to mention. You as transcendents are the ones who have a special intuition about foreign beings, and this intuition will tell you that the other party is dangerous. So when alien beings appear near you, you can use this intuition to judge and confirm the identity of the other party. And if you do not divulge your own transcendent aura, the alien beings will not be able to tell the difference between you and an ordinary person. The enemy is clear and I am dark. This can be considered the advantage of transcendence for the time being. There's more. Yang Yuxian continued to give an explanation with rapid speech. If a transcendent below the second order is unfortunate enough to encounter an alien being alone, remember not to expose yourself and contact a transcendent above the second order as soon as possible to assist them in fighting together. If you have exposed yourselves and are unable to contact a transcendent above the second order, then you should flee if you can, and if you can't, please also try to choose an area where there are fewer ordinary people to die to minimize the damage. After saying that, Yang Yuxian went straight off the stage towards another exit of the conference room. Obviously, he was preparing to leave early. The crowd looked at his back in silence, not knowing what to say. Lu Yi is equally speechless as he looks at Yang Yuxian. Obviously, he gave him a greeting before the meeting and asked him to find a way to boost his morale. This is not good, not to mention boosting morale. This is said to be the same as they go to send to death. Lu Yi dryly coughed twice and then spoke out. Regarding this operation, the second order transcendents as the attacking force have already rushed to the Great Shanghai City ahead of time, while you first order transcendents are only tasked with exploring, as well as guarding the safety of your respective areas of responsibility this time around. In addition, after the completion of this mission, the headquarters will evaluate your efforts and give you the corresponding contribution value. Hearing that there was a reward, many people's faces eased up quite a bit. At the same time, Lu Yi picked up a list from in front of him and opened his mouth. Next, start laying out your tasks. Anyone whose name I call, please come to the podium and take the communication device for this mission, which contains your area of responsibility and scouting locations. Once you have confirmed that there are no errors, you may leave here. There will be a special opportunity outside to take you to Dahu City. As several staff members went up to the stage and prepared themselves, Lu Yi began to read the names. Su Chang'e, Wu Chang'e, Wang Yin. Ning Yuan, who was sitting in front of him, quietly listened to Lu Yi as he read out one name after another and watched it all. So far, everything that had happened here had confirmed his suspicions. Whether it was the outbreak in the Great Shanghai City or the secrets that were leaked from Yang Yueguang's mouth. But there was one thing that surprised Ning Yuan. These events, which had originally occurred several years apart, had actually occurred together today. One must realize that in the previous life, the alien being that was imprisoned for research was only leaked in the 5th year after the outbreak of the incident in the city of Dahu. The process doesn't change. Is it time that it becomes? Thinking of this, Ning Yuan fell into thought. I don't know how much time passed. Ning Yuan. By the time Lu Yi called out Ning Yuan's name, the first order transcendents that were originally summoned in the conference room had already left. Ning Yuan got up and walked towards the podium. Lu Yi looked at him, a slight smile appearing on his originally bland face as he handed Ning Yuan a small touch device in his hand. This is an internal communication device. If you discover any traces of foreigners, you can contact the nearest transcendent through this device. Accordingly, you can also target the location where you need support through the localization function on the device. Ning Yuan took it and fumbled with it for a bit. There were only 3 functions within this communication device that seemed like a scaled-down version of a cell phone. Location. Contact. Tasks. Ning Yuan tapped on the quest. Quest location, Dahu City, Songnan District, Ming the 51st High School. Task content, take Ming the 51st High School as the center, explore possible abnormalities within a radius of 10 kilometers, and protect unrelated personnel at critical moments. The moment he saw this location, Ning Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Perhaps you've heard of this school, it's the second highest ranked high school in the country. Lu Yi looked at Ning Yuan and spoke. And your mission is to protect these kids. Ning Yuan, originally, this place was given to a second-ranked transcendent for protection, but I pushed for you to come here. Do you know why? Hearing Lu Yi's words, Ning Yuan looked at him and replied indifferently. Because my ability can fly. Lu Yi froze for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Not bad, because you can fly. After all, one more means of mobility means one more way of life to retreat at critical moments. Ning Yuan sniffed and looked at Lu Yi. A moment later he suddenly smiled and asked the other party a question. Minister Lu, did the headquarters secretly send out a third-order transcendent to fight in this battle? After saying that, Ning Yuan also looked at Elder Qin, who was standing not far away. Seeing this, Old Qin similarly gave him a kind smile. A trace of surprise flashed in Lu Yi's eyes, then he just gently patted Ning Yuan's shoulder. It's almost time to go. With your ability, you shouldn't need a special airplane to send you. There's the location of Ming the 51st High School on the communication device. Keep in touch. Ning Yuan put the communication device into his pocket, then turned around and walked towards the exit. The moment he turned around, he swept a glance at the young girl sitting in the front row with long snow-white hair. Zhuo Qingyue was still looking down at the book in her hands. She was as if she was cut off from this side of heaven and earth. Ning Yuan's back was to everyone, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Chapter 41: The Gap. After exiting the underground conference room, Ning Yuan took the elevator back to the ground. "Hello sir, the helicopter is ready, please follow me." A staff member saw him appear and came forward to guide him to the helicopter to the airport. Ning Yuan waved his hand towards it to indicate that it wasn't necessary, and he pulled out his own cell phone to send a message to Ning Xiaoluo. "Out on a mission, shouldn't be able to return for a short while, take care of yourself." After the message was sent out, only a few seconds passed before Ning Xiaoluo's reply message was sent over. "Is it dangerous?" "No danger, just being outside help." "Good." Putting away his cell phone, Ning Yuan then turned into a black residual shadow and shot straight up into the clouds under the shocked gaze of several surrounding staff members. 2 days later. Daho City, Songnan District. Accompanied by the ringing of the dismissal bell, the students within Ming the 51st High School began to leave the campus in a flurry of activity. At this time, the road outside the campus was already full of cars that came to pick up the students. "Tisk, little brother, do you know what my biggest feeling is about setting up a stall here?" Inside a roadside stall selling cold drinks across the road, the middle-aged, slightly chubby male stall owner works while asking the young man sitting in a reclining chair beside him. "Feelings? What feelings can you have?" Ning Yuan, who was boredly swiping his phone, raised his eyes at the words and glanced at the stall owner in response. "Gap." The stall owner stretched out a finger and pointed ahead. "As an analogy, do you see that girl with the ponytail?" Ning Yuan followed the stall owner's gaze, and there was indeed a girl with a ponytail whose height and temperament were both outstanding. At this moment, a dark commercial car stopped in front of her, and then the driver in a suit quickly got out of the car to take her bag and open the door for her. "Look at the car she's riding in, that car is worth around $4 million. The stall owner said with emotion. "You don't know, I've seen several different cars like this one that came to pick her up, all of them are luxury cars. From this it's enough to show that the wealth owned by this girl's family is far beyond what you and I can imagine." "Right, look there again." The stallholder pointed to another person. This time, Ning Yuan saw a girl wearing a school uniform with delicate features with a smile on her face get on an electric car. The person riding the bike was a middle-aged woman who took the girl's backpack and placed it in front of her, then handed a packed snack to the girl sitting in the back. "Did you see this girl? Same grade, going to the same major high school, but she's from a completely different family than the girl in the limousine," the middle-aged man said with emotion as he looked at his stall and then at the busy street not far away. "Just like me. The same is to sell things, my drinks, and those branded drinks with the same things, but people earn more than 10 times my money. They in the store blowing air conditioning line can make money, while I can only be outside to pay $100 a day stall fee. Wind and sun rely on yelling to earn a subsistence money." With that said, the man turned on his stereo. The sound of hawking then rang out from it. "Ready-made fresh juice, iced milk tea." Ning Yuan opened his mouth to respond to the stall owner while observing the students leaving school. "Don't envy these rich people. People who have all this are also destined to lose something." "Oh? That's an interesting thing for you to say, little brother, what will they lose?" The middle-aged stall owner inquired curiously at his words. "Will lose their troubles." Ning Yuan responded carelessly, then picked up the juice in front of him and took a sip. The middle-aged stall owner looked at him with a speechless face. "Little brother, have you just graduated and can't find a job? You don't dare to go home, so that's why you order a cup of juice here in my place then sit here all day to mingle?" Ning Yuan looked at him with some doubt and inquired. "Why would you think that? By the way, lend me the rechargeable treasure." The middle-aged stall owner sniffed as he handed Ning Yuan his own charging treasure while spitting in his mind. "I'll be damned if someone as chatty as you can succeed in an interview." At the same time, students began to pass by one after another. The middle-aged man's cold drink stand is also slowly getting customers. "Zanara, are you guys thirsty? Let me go buy you 2 cups of coffee?" "No need, Ming Lang, Xiao Meng and I will go in for a casual stroll. You don't have to go back first, we'll just take a taxi back later." "Zanara, you see, what can I have to do? We haven't gotten together for a long time. I'll take you and Xiao Meng to a fun place later." Not far down the road from the stall, there were 3 people standing at the entrance to the shopping street talking. The pedestrians passing by looked at them sideways. Even the middle-aged stall owner looked back frequently while making drinks. It was because this man and woman were both very eye-catching. The man looked to be in his early 20s, with an outstanding figure and handsome looks. As for the 2 girls, they were 2 completely different styles, one tall and one short. The taller girl looks to be in her 20s, her features are exquisite and flawless, her body is tall and outstanding, her straight jeans outline her perfect legs, the hem of her white t-shirt is pulled up in a knot, vaguely revealing her flat white belly.
The girl standing quietly beside her was wearing a loose school uniform, with short shoulder-length hair. In addition to the youthful figure, the young girl's features are even more delicate than the girl next to her.
Going to play is not necessary, thank you for being able to send me here to pick up Xiaoming, otherwise I would definitely be too late. Xiaozanara said and took her sister's hand on the side.
Harm, just a small thing along the way, also blame that guy driving not attentive, actually hit you, but we really have fate. I just returned to China not a few days ago and I can happen to meet you through this kind of situation. Originally, I had planned to gather our childhood playmates in a few days.
Song Minglang smiled and opened his mouth.
Seeing that the other party was unwilling to leave, Xia Xinla's brows frowned imperceptibly. However, the other party had just helped herself and was considered a friend she had known since childhood, so she couldn't say anything too harsh. Right at this moment, Xia Meng, who had been standing silently and being pulled by her sister's hand, shook Xia Xinla's hand. Xia Xinla looked at her curiously, only to see Xia Meng raise her hand and point to the roadside stand selling ice drinks not far away. Then her voice was as thin as a mosquito fly as she opened her mouth.
I want to drink that. Xanthara looked in the direction she was pointing,
only to see a lot of students surrounding the ice drink stand there.
Dream, you want to drink that? Xia Meng gently nodded. Song Minglang on the side saw this scene and immediately persuaded.
Little Dream, this kind of roadside stall drink is dirty, you must not drink it. If you are thirsty, brother Minglang will go to the store and buy you a good one. However, Xia Meng didn't pay attention to Song Minglang and directly pulled Xia Xinla's hand and walked towards the drink stand.
Chapter 42, Coincidence.
Perhaps it was because the stall owner's drinks were indeed good value for money. Many students gathered around after school. At the only table, a few students surrounded Ning Yuan and watched him play Dissipation. Brother, what era is this, and you're still playing this old game, which my mom doesn't even play anymore? One of the girls with a more lively personality joked and opened her mouth. Ning Yuan glanced at her in response. Your mom is still young, when your mom gets a little older she'll realize that it's still fun to play elimination music. The girl's mouth twitched at that.
Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed in shock. Am I hallucinating? You guys quickly see if that's Xia Meng? It's really her, look at Missy's direction, is she here to buy drinks? As Xia Xinla's trio approached, the students who were originally surrounding the drink stand unconsciously made way. See what you need to drink, it's rather busy right now, it'll take a while. The owner was busily making drinks and spoke out without raising his head. Little Dream, see what you want to drink. Xia Xinla surveyed the drink stand and asked Xia Meng after seeing that it was relatively clean. Xia Meng looked at the fresh juice section, then raised her hand and ordered the signature orange juice. Boss, 3 glasses of this signature orange juice. Seeing Xia Meng choose a drink, Xia Xinla told the boss. Okay, 3 cups of signature orange juice. There are 10 more people in front of us, we may need to wait for about 20 minutes. The stall owner looked up at the 3 of them, a trace of surprise flashed across his face, then his hands moved a little faster. Hearing that they had to wait for 20 minutes, Xia Xinla hadn't said anything yet, but Song Minglang on the side was a bit unhappy. It's too long to wait 20 minutes on such a hot day. Let's do it this way, boss. Only Song Minglang took out his cell phone and scanned the owner's collection code and opened his mouth. I'll transfer $1,000 to you, you make us 3 cups first. Hearing this, Xia Xinla frowned and stopped. Minglang, what do you mean by that? It's not like we can't wait 20 minutes. Besides, aren't these students also waiting? Aya Zanara, aren't you suffering by waiting here on such a hot day? This isn't the mall. Song Minglang laughed while starting to enter the password. However, just then, the stall owner looked at him and refused. I'm sorry buddy, first come first served is the rule. Song Minglang froze at his words, then burst out laughing. Ha, rules are quite good. Laughing, a trace of sarcasm flashed through the depths of Song Minglang's eyes, then he spoke again. How about this, I'll transfer $10,000 to you. Hearing these words, the surrounding students looked at Song Minglang in shock. The stall owner was also stunned, and then a nameless fire rose up from his heart. Song Minglang, if you don't want to wait here you can go back first. Xia Xinla's cold voice rang out. Zanara, don't you care, there's nothing in this world that can't be bought, especially for people of our status. After saying that, Song Xilang revealed a gentle smile to Xia Xinla, then turned his head to look at the stall owner and slowly opened his mouth. How about it boss, is $10,000 enough? The stall owner glared at him then spoke. Get the hell out of here, I'm not doing your business. Okay, you're good. Song Xilang smiled and gave the stall owner a thumbs up. He then added an extra 0 after 10,000 to change it to 100,000 on his cell phone's payment page. Turning his phone towards the stall owner, the smile on Song Xilang's face grew wider this time. 100,000, make me 3 drinks first. This is your last chance, I'll only give you 10 seconds to think about it, agree or refuse. The stall owner looked at Song Minglang with a deadly gaze, as well as the amount on his cell phone. 6, 5, 4. Onlookers on the sidelines of the students to see this scene also cannot help but shout in their hearts. Promise, quickly promise 2, 1. Okay, I'll do you first. The moment Song Si Lang's last word was spoken, the stall owner finally agreed through gritted teeth with a reddened face. For some reason, seeing the stall owner agree to it, the surrounding students also let out a long sigh of relief. Ha, you can still tell which is important, face or money. Song Minglang laughed and transferred $100,000. Pick good oranges, wash them before you make them, you can't afford to pay for it if it makes us drink bad. The stall owner didn't know whether he was excited or angry when he heard this, his hand picking the oranges was trembling slightly. He raised his head to look at the surrounding students with an apologetic face and opened his mouth. Students, I'll do it for them first, and later on, none of your drinks will cost you anything, consider it as uncle's compensation for treating you. The surrounding students were instantly overjoyed when they heard these words. Xia Xinla looked at Song Minglang's satisfied face from the side and a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. Little dream, let's go, no more drinking, sister will go back and make it for you. Xia Xinla tried to pull Xia Meng's hand, but pulled it empty. Looking down, she then realized that Xia Meng was no longer beside her at some point. Xia Meng? Xia Xinla hurriedly looked around. Sister, Xia Meng is there. A female student in the surroundings pointed to the table beside the booth surrounded by students. Xia Xinla sniffed and looked towards that, only then did she realize that there were actually 5 or 6 students surrounding there, among which Xia Meng was also among them, and the girls around her even kindly gave her some space. Not brother, you this cancelling music is not open? I think so, why else would it keep exploding? Xia Zanara got close enough to hear the words these students were talking about, and she came closer to grab Xia Meng's hand. Little dream, don't look, let's. It was only at this moment that the taller woman could see Ning Yuan, who was surrounded by people in the center. Xia Meng turned back to look at her sister, only to see Xia Zanara looking at the game-playing youth with a stupefied expression, then various expressions such as fear, doubt, shock, and elation surfaced on her face. Ever since she could remember, it was the first time Xia Meng had seen such a rich expression on this sister's face, and she couldn't help but become inwardly curious. At the same time, Ning Yuan also glanced sideways at the Xia Xinla sisters, and then a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Such a coincidence that we meet again. As Ning Yuan uttered these words, the snowy mountain scene that she had recalled countless times in her dreams once again surfaced in Xia Xinla's mind. That was the bloody scene where the other party had raised their hands and feet to exterminate everyone. Simply recalling that scene, Xia Xinla's slender legs went a little weak. Before? Yeah, what a coincidence. After hesitating for a moment, Xia Zanara didn't say the word senior as she respectfully opened her mouth with a smiling face at Ning Yuan. Chapter 43 Molten Shadow. Seeing that Ning Yuan was no longer playing the game, the students who were spectating beside him consciously dispersed. Xia Meng looked at her sister and then at Ning Yuan, her large eyes full of doubts. Seeing that there was no one else beside her, Xia Xinla somewhat nervously extended her right hand towards Ning Yuan, a smile appearing on her pretty face. It's fate to see again, Sen, seniors. My name is Xia Xinla, and this is my younger sister Xia Meng. Xia Meng, so she is Xia Meng. Ning Yuan sniffed and looked at Xia Meng, a trace of imperceptible color flashed in the depths of his eyes. He then reached out and took hold of Xia Xinla's soft and boneless right hand and spoke with a smile. There's no need to shout senior, we're of similar age, just call me Ning Yuan. Hearing Ning Yuan's kind reply, the nervousness and fear within Xia Xinla's heart diminished a lot. Zanara, the drinks are ready. Right at this moment, Song Minglang walked over this way carrying 3 cups of juice. Zanara, let's go to. Later. Song Minglang's words were just halfway through, and then his voice came to an abrupt end. His gaze swept over Ning Yuan's body, and then looked to the hands that the two of them were holding tightly together. Song Minglang's eyes narrowed slightly, then he stepped forward with a leathery smile to question Xia Xinla. Zanara, who is this? Xia Zanara retracted her right hand to look at Song Minglang and responded flatly. This is a friend of mine. A friend? Zanara's friend is also my friend. Song Minglang smiled at his words and hastily extended his right hand towards Ning Yuan. My name is Song Minglang, and I've known Zanara since we were children. I don't know which family's high-ranking son my friend is from. Where do you work at a high level now? Ning Yuan looked at him, then responded with an odd smile on his face. I'm not a high-ranking son, I'm currently working as a security guard for a company. Song Minglang froze at his words, his gaze looking Ning Yuan up and down, then his brows furrowed slightly as he withdrew his right hand. The other party's dress and temperament indeed did not look like someone from their circle. Then how did you and Zanara meet? Song Minglang inquired curiously. Song Minglang, what's it to you how we met? Seeing this scene, Xia Xinla's heart suddenly tensed up for some reason, and she hurriedly took out her own cell phone to look at Ning Yuan. Ning, big brother Ning, meeting is fate, why don't we add a contact method? You helped me last time, I still want to find a chance to thank you properly. Hearing Xia Xinla's words, Ning Yuan nodded after thinking for a moment. When Ning Yuan's contact information was added, Xia Zanara smiled at Ning Yuan and bid farewell. We'll go first, big brother Ning. After saying that, she ignored Song Minglang on the side and directly held Xia Meng's hand as she walked straight towards a cab that had stopped to haul passengers on the side of the road. Zenara, I'll take you back, Zenara. Seeing this, Song Minglang hurriedly followed and tried to persuade her, but Xia Xinla directly sat in the car and asked the driver to drive away. Looking at the car's taillights, the smile on Song Minglang's face gradually disappeared and turned somewhat gloomy. Only to see him casually throw the 3 drinks he had just bought with $100,000 into the trash can, he turned around and reappeared in front of Ning Yuan to question him out loud. Kid, how do you guys know each other? Why is Xia Xinla so polite to you? Hearing the other party's questioning, Ning Yuan swept a glance at him, then smacked his lips meaningfully. You mean us? Well, how can I describe it to you? Our meeting was a bit complicated. Anyway, it was an exciting day. She was so soft she didn't get up for a long time. Stimulating. Exciting. Body soft? Not up for a long time? Song Minglang's breath stuttered at his words. Then his gaze towards Ning Yuan changed. There was anger mixed in his eyes, as well as a sense of shame. If the truth was really as he thought, then he would never be able to accept that the goddess he had been chasing after for several years was taken down by a man who was inferior to him in every aspect. Ning Yuan naturally saw through the other party's thoughts as he looked at the other party's expression with a smile on his face, as if he was enjoying an interesting performance. Perhaps it was the other party's sneering smile that deeply pierced Song Minglang's pride, and he clenched his right hand and cursed out angrily. You laugh at you exit stinking beggar. Just as Song Minglang was about to take a step and viciously punch Ning Yuan's smiling face, the shadows under his feet strangely melted into his body. In an instant, Song Minglang's body stopped on the spot uncontrollably. Ning Yuan, on the other hand, was still looking at him with a teasing smile on his face. What's going on, my body? Song Minglang realized that he had completely lost the perception of his body. It was like a patient who had been pushed onto the operating table and put under general anesthesia. The only difference was that the patient's consciousness had fallen into a coma, while his was wide awake. A sense of unknown fear swept over him. And just then, Song Minglang's body began to move without his control. What's going on? What's happening? No. Song Minglang's consciousness was clear and unmistakable as he felt his body begin to turn toward the curb, but he couldn't control it in the slightest, and he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. He just watched as if he was an outsider as his body walked towards the curb and then walked all the way to the bus stop. It was the evening rush hour, and there were quite a few off-workers as well as students waiting for the bus at the bus stop. Song Minglang stood in the crowd. He just stood quietly and waited. Around him, there were a few young girls surreptitiously sizing up this man whose height and looks were extremely outstanding. As the time flew by, the traffic on the road was endless. Soon, along with the sound of brakes ringing out, a bus pulled up to the bus stop. The doors slowly opened, and many people began to enter the bus in an orderly fashion. Song Minglang still stood quietly like a statue. The bus driver saw that he had no intention of getting on the bus, so he closed the door. Crunch! The sound of a loose handbrake sounded and the wheels of the bus began to turn slowly. At this moment, a young girl waiting for the next bus bravely tapped Song Minglang gently, wanting to ask for his contact information. However, the young girl's hand had just touched Song Minglang, and his entire body suddenly slumped like the ground. At this moment, Song Minglang was as if he was a person who was deliberately seeking death, stuffing his head underneath the bus that had just started. The huge wheels then ran over it almost unhindered. Bang! The sound of a watermelon crashing to the ground in pieces rang out. The watermelon that a middle-aged woman had just bought on the bus stop fell from her hand to the ground because of this horrible scene. Then the whole bus stop instantly resounded with screams. Chapter 44, The Truth. An ear-piercing siren sounded. Then police cars, ambulances whizzed by. Beside the cold drink stall, a student said to his companion beside him, "Someone in the group said that a bus hit someone in front of us, let's go and take a look." The middle-aged stall owner who was busy sniffed and looked at the road directly in front of him with some surprise. Strange, I haven't heard of a bus hitting a person in more than 10 years here, let alone running them right over. Shaking his head and sighing, seeing that the sky was getting dark and there wasn't much business left, the middle-aged stall owner began to wrap up his work for the day. Right, little brother. The middle-aged man cleaned up while chatting with Ning Yuan in one way or another. You say this person is also strange. I should be happy that I made $100,000 today, but I don't know why I'm not happy at all. Ning Yuan glanced at him and spoke indifferently. What's the point of thinking so much? Money can bring you a good life, dignity can only bring you comfort in your ego. The middle-aged stall owner's rag in his hand gave a start when he heard this. He looked at Ning Yuan and asked tentatively, "Little brother, if it were you, you'd definitely pick money too, right? After all, who doesn't want money?" Ning Yuan threw the drink cup in front of him into the trash, then got up and uttered one word, "No." The middle-aged stall owner's face changed at his words, and then he felt a wave of shame inside. I didn't expect that little brother would actually prefer not to have $100,000 but also dignity, compared to him, I really. Alas! Just when the middle-aged stall owner had some inner regrets, Ning Yuan, who had turned to leave, spoke again, "I want them all. The middle-aged stall owner was somewhat speechless as he looked at Ning Yuan's back. The original idea of giving Ning Yuan a free bill tomorrow when he came back also vanished. It didn't take long, and just as the middle-aged stall owner finished packing up his things and was about to ride his tricycle home, a couple of police officers arrived in front of him with two students. "Is this the place?" the policeman asked the student beside him. "That's right, Uncle Policeman, that's where that man bought the juice." After hearing the student's words, the policeman looked at the middle-aged stall owner and then at the tricycle beside him. He winked at his companion, and the other three policemen went straight forward and started rummaging through the tricycle. "Hey! What are you guys doing? Stalls are allowed here, I paid the stall fee." The middle-aged stall owner tried to stop it, but was stopped by the police officer who was in the lead with his hand outstretched. Only to see the other party pulling up a photo from his cell phone and then displaying it out towards him, he said. "We are from the Songnan District Police Station. This man bought drinks from you not long ago, right?" The middle-aged stall owner froze when he saw Song Minglang's picture on the photo, then nodded. "That's right, he came here not long ago and bought 3 cups of juice." The policeman spoke while observing his demeanor. "He's dead, just 200 meters ahead at the bus stop. He was run over by the wheels when the bus started and he slumped under the wheels himself." The middle-aged stall owner first froze when he heard this, and then his face was filled with disbelief. "Song Mingluang, there's no way this person would commit suicide, even if the way he died resembled suicide." The police officer continued. "So now we need to investigate everyone connected to him today." Seeing that the other police officers had been rummaging through his tricycle, the middle-aged stall owner spoke with a bitter face. "Comrade police officers, I have no grudges against him. You won't suspect that I drugged the drink to cause his death, right?" The police officer in charge swept him a glance. "No one said you drugged yourself, this is just a normal exclusion check." It was getting darker and darker, and seeing that they couldn't rummage for anything, the police took the whole tricycle away on the pretext that they needed to test the ingredients of the drink. Of course, together with the middle-aged stall owner. The roof of Ming the 51st High School. Ning Yuan looked at the scene below with an expressionless face. Song Minglang was dead, and the Song family would definitely not stop. And if the truth couldn't be found in the investigation of this matter, then this middle-aged stall owner was the murderer. You should know that he still has the $100,000 of drink money that Song Minglang transferred to him in his hand. After all, who in their right mind would buy 3 juice drinks with $100,000? Ning Yuan, who thought of this, looked at the night, then sat down on his knees to start today's swallowing and exhaling. The invisible origin power in the darkness of the heavens and earth was pulled by it, and then merged into Ning Yuan's body to be absorbed by the Dao tree. Over the course of this month or so, the second spirit origin fruit on Ning Yuan's Dao tree grew stronger and more crystalline. According to the current rate of projection, relying on one's own step-by-step cultivation to break through to the third stage will take at least another half a year. The speed is still a bit slow. Because of some things that had happened ahead of time, a slight sense of urgency had risen within Ning Yuan as well. In addition to their own day-to-day cultivation, transcendent mortals also had the method of devouring spirits to increase their cultivation speed. However, such things as spiritual objects were rare after hundreds of years, and were treasures that transcendent mortals were crazy about and rushed for. Not to mention this time now. Although the headquarters didn't explicitly say how many spirit goods they had in stock. However, Ning Yuan was able to judge from his own experience alone that there were pitifully few spirits within the headquarters today. And these spirit items were basically prepared for use by transcendents whose backgrounds and strengths were all powerful, such as Elder Qin and Zhuo Qingyue. No matter what, they were also given to those transcendents who had made significant contributions as rewards. As for the current Ning Yuan, there was no way he would be able to obtain a spirit item. Unless he made a great contribution. Time passed slowly, and the dead silence filled Ming the 51st High School in the dead of night. It was already 1 in the morning. Ning Yuan got up and stretched himself, then his entire body disappeared on the roof of the building. Over the past 2 days, he had been killing time during the day and scouting around at night to look for possible anomalies. Although he knew what was going to happen next, Ning Yuan, who had relived his life, had to be more cautious than he had been in his previous life. Never allow unexpected things to affect him. In the darkness, Ning Yuan flew in one direction. As he passed by a street, Ning Yuan suddenly felt that something was watching him. His figure paused in midair, and Ning Yuan lowered his head to look down. There wasn't a single silhouette of a person on the street illuminated by the streetlights below, and there were only 3 or 2 stray dogs foraging around. Seeing this scene, Ning Yuan frowned. There was indeed a living creature watching him just now, and it was important to realize that he was high up in the sky, and it was even late at night now, so it was impossible for the naked eye to see him at all. After waiting for a while, that feeling of being watched did not reappear. Ning Yuan turned his gaze towards the stray dogs. Seeing that there was nothing unusual about the dogs, he then left. Chapter 45, Enlightenment. About half an hour later. A yellow dog by the garbage can spat out the food in its mouth, and then the ordinary-looking, somewhat skinny hyena suddenly sighed deeply and muttered to itself. Really, day dog, just now that guy is what the hell, in the middle of the night in the sky flying what, if I later withdraw my gaze I'm afraid that he will be found by him. Thinking of this, the big yellow dog subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky again. With just this glance, it was almost scared to pee. Because Ning Yuan had actually come back at some point, and right now he was standing high in the sky looking down at the big yellow dog, a cold smile emerging from the corner of his mouth. Woof! The big yellow dog let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly darted on all fours like a yellow wind into the alley. It turned in all directions, wanting to use the intricacies of the terrain to get away from Ning Yuan's gaze. However, the big yellow dog ran and felt something was wrong. Because its limbs were actually gradually out of its control. The big yellow dog burst out a foul mouth as it watched in horror as it actually ran uncontrollably back the way it came. Under the streetlight, Ning Yuan stood there quietly. It wasn't long before the big yellow dog came to him with a face full of terror. Looking at this dog with a complicated demeanor, Ning Yuan also felt a bit surprised. He had heard of examples of some domesticated animals becoming transcendent beings after mistakenly consuming spirit seeds in his previous life, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. What it came down to was that such unintelligent transcendent creatures didn't know how to utilize their powers after possessing them, so they tended to die accidentally in all sorts of odd ways. Just like trying to run, but because of too much force rushed down the cliff and fell to death, fell into the river and drowned, as well as directly crashed to death. The big yellow dog in front of him, however, was different from those transcendent creatures in Ning Yuan's mind. Because it would peek at itself, it would fear, it would flee, and even its eyes could express its current state of mind. All these sorts of things indicate that the dog has intelligence. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan looked at the big yellow dog in front of him and spoke. I'll lift the ban on you below and ask you something. If you can hear me, don't run away. If you escape. Saying this, Ning Yuan glanced sideways at a stray dog that was eating not far away. In the next moment, that stray dog was actually soundlessly split into a field of minced meat. If you escape, I'll think that you don't understand my words, then you'll end up just like it. Listening to Ning Yuan's words and seeing the scene that had just happened, Big Yellow Dog's body trembled. A wisp of emptiness that the big yellow dog couldn't see flowed out of its body and melted into the night, and then it could feel itself regaining control of its own body. Stiffly holding down its four legs that wanted to escape, the big yellow dog directly stood up and made a bow and cried and opened its mouth towards Ning Yuan. Great king, spare my life, I've never done anything bad, the goodness of my heart can be seen in heaven and earth. Ning Yuan looked at the talking dog in front of him with some surprise. You can talk? Yes, your majesty, originally I could only understand and not speak, but as a stray dog living in this street for a year, I kept listening to people talk, as well as sometimes being able to rummage through the trash cans to find some discarded books to look at, so I gradually learned the human language as a result. The words spoken by the big yellow dog were clear and fluent, apparently not much different from a normal person. Ning Yuan looked at it and was silent for a moment, then asked with some interest. Do you still remember what you ate to become like this? The big yellow dog sniffed and hesitated for a moment before speaking with some embarrassment. Well, let the great king know, the little one was originally just an ordinary stray dog. Once when rummaging through the food inside the garbage can, he found a small bead that glowed with a pale light, as if it was the one that gradually became smarter after accidentally eating that small bead. Hearing this, Ning Yuan sighed with some emotion. That bead-shaped spirit seed had obviously been thrown into the trash by someone as a child's toy. Have you discovered any special abilities in yourself? Ning Yuan inquired as he sized up the big yellow dog. Special abilities. The big yellow dog seemed to be pondering the meaning of Ning Yuan's words. Only after a moment did it tentatively speak. I'm fast and strong. And yet, does it count that I'm a great reader and learner? Ning Yuan nodded. Continue. I can still. At the end of his words, the big yellow dog's pair of dog eyes suddenly emitted a ghostly light. In just an instant, Ning Yuan, who had locked eyes with it, only felt that his mind had been shaken and directly lost consciousness for a short while. The big yellow dog showed its teeth at this sight and smiled. It then suddenly stormed up and directly opened its big mouth to bite Ning Yuan's neck. Damn transcendent, an alien like me is still dead even if you catch me, I might as well wrestle a bicycle into a motorcycle. Ka-ching! Instead of biting into Ning Yuan's neck, Big Yellow Dog's teeth bit into the shadow that had appeared out of nowhere in front of Ning Yuan. What the hell, is this thing his ability? It can't be, I'm clearly controlling his consciousness only. Could it be that this guy unleashed his ability the moment he just blanked out his consciousness? It was too late to think about it. The big yellow dog knew that it didn't have a second chance when it failed to land a single blow, and then it turned around and fled. Only 3 seconds had passed, and Ning Yuan's disoriented eyes violently regained clarity. He looked at the empty space in front of him with a cold expression, and then his entire person disappeared into thin air. Not long after, the continuous miserable screams of the big yellow dog resounded from within an unoccupied compound on the street. Until tens of minutes later, the big yellow dog with a swollen head knelt in front of Ning Yuan, crying out in pain and begging for mercy. Great king, don't fight, I'm convinced, I'm really convinced.
Ning Yuan looked at it with a murderous intent on his face and spoke in a cold voice.
I'll ask one last time, how did you become like this, and what are your abilities?
The big yellow dog answered in a hurry. Great king, what I just said is true. I really became this way when I was wandering and ate a glowing bead from a garbage can. My ability is related to consciousness. This ability not only allows me to forget my eyes and learn very well, but also through my gaze, I can make the mind of the person who looks at me briefly lose focus and go blank. I see, the spirit seed's ability is related to consciousness. It's no wonder it's able to open its mind.
Ning Yuan pondered inwardly. He then proceeded to ask the big yellow dog out loud. You just said transcendent, how did you know about transcendent?
Hearing Ning Yuan's words, the big yellow dog hesitated for a moment and spoke, I'm the one who heard it. Head of the great Shanghai city, that's what you should call it internally. I've been following that guy for a long time, and he's such a sketchy loser that he doesn't even notice that my dog is constantly eavesdropping on him in his neighborhood. Speaking of this, the big yellow dog smiled fawningly at Ning Yuan. It's still the great king who's powerful. You're thousands of miles up in the air, and I only took one look at you before you realized it.
Chapter 46 The Club.
After listening to the big yellow dog's words, Ning Yuan looked at it and suddenly opened his mouth with a cold smile. Since you've been following the person in charge of Great Shanghai City for so long, then you should also be clear regarding the state of Great Shanghai City today.
Those foreign beings, do you know where they are? Hearing this, the big yellow dog fell silent. Not only that, a look of fear that was hard to hide showed in its eyes. A moment later, the big yellow dog nodded in response. Not bad, I do know of a place where there are foreign beings. Take me there. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, the big yellow dog directly clamped its tail and shook its head frantically in refusal. No way, you'll definitely die if you're discovered, and at that point I'll die as well. Don't worry, I'm just going to check it out.
The big yellow dog still wanted to refuse, but it instantly wilted when it saw Ning Yuan's eyes that contained killing intent. Obviously, compared to dying right now, it was more cost-effective to gamble that the other party wouldn't be able to discover them. Well, then, you'll have to listen to me. As far as I know, they can sense all anomalies within 1,000 meters at least. Such as the aura that a transcendent exudes when they perform their abilities, as well as hostile or prolonged stares at them. These words from Big Yellow Dog caused Ning Yuan to be a bit surprised inside, and he spoke out to inquire.
How do you know all this? An unnatural look flashed across Big Yellow Dog's swollen doggy face.
After hesitating for a moment, it stammered out a response.
Actually, although my ability gives me transcendent intelligence, it also has some drawbacks. That is, I have a strong desire to know something unknown, be it knowledge or otherwise. Then there was a time when I just couldn't control my inner curiosity about these beings from beyond the blue planet, so I ventured out to follow them, and all the information I just gave you is what I happened to hear from their own mouths. Ning Yuan sniffed with a somewhat odd expression as he looked at the dog. It had to be said that this dog was not only afraid of death, it was also very bold. Apparently, once upon a time, this dog had approached those alien beings by pretending to be an ordinary dog. And those alien spirits did not even notice this extraordinary dog.
Thinking of this, Ning Yuan directly took the Big Yellow Dog and disappeared into the compound out of thin air. Under Big Yellow Dog's guidance, they quickly arrived at a downtown area. This place was close to the Songnan district, and it was bustling with high-rise buildings in all directions.
Stop, almost there. Don't fly any further. As Big Yellow Dog's exclamation fell, one person and one dog silently appeared on the rooftop of an office building in the night. The Big Yellow Dog looked around with a pair of dog eyes dripping. Its swollen dog face was full of nervousness, and then it raised its paw and pointed in a direction. There's a private club there, what you want to see is there. Ning Yuan carefully sensed his surroundings, and then his gaze followed the Big Yellow Dog's guidance to a building nearly 2,000 meters away from them. This club was located in a prime location, but was surrounded by a large lawn and isolated from the downtown area, so one could imagine the financial strength of the person behind this club. Seeing that he kept looking at that place, Big Yellow Dog hurriedly whispered a warning. Don't gaze at them for a long time, not to mention not showing a hint of hostility. Although we are more than 1,000 meters away from them, hell knows if their perception range has gotten bigger. However, Big Yellow Dog's words didn't make Ning Yuan withdraw his sight. Not only that, Ning Yuan spoke with an odd smile on his face. Don't worry, they're too busy to look at us. What do you mean? Seeing Ning Yuan's odd demeanor, Big Yellow Dog's intense curiosity was instantly aroused. After hesitating for a moment, its pair of dog eyes faintly emitted a blue aura as it held its breath and looked towards the club. As the fuzzy picture in front of him gradually became clear, Big Yellow Dog's pair of dog eyes instantly widened. Through the club's huge floor-to-ceiling glass, the two of them could see the scene inside clearly and incomparably. At this moment, a fragrant orgy party was being held in the hall inside the club. Holy! This. The Big Yellow Dog looked at this image with its jaw dropped, not knowing what to say. Compared to it, Ning Yuan's expression was much calmer. 24 people, 4 men and 20 women, and from the expressions of these women's states you can tell they've had their minds manipulated. 2 of those 4 men are ordinary people, so the other 2 should be what you call fae. Listening to Ning Yuan's words, Big Yellow Dog looked at him with some consternation. You're saying that these women are all manipulated? Ning Yuan nodded. Ah. Big Yellow Dog shook his head and sighed. It then seemed to have remembered something and hurriedly changed its words. Aren't even as good. After cursing, the Big Yellow Dog took another careful look inside the club, and it was true. Most of the women in the room were but in their early 20s, each one of them had a good-looking figure, and some of the girls, although their eyes were lifeless, their faces still had a look of pain, and the corners of their eyes were hanging with tear stains. Just when the Big Yellow Dog still wanted to say a few words, the scene that happened next filled its heart with disbelief. Only to see that there was a man with dyed green hair stretching out his right index finger and pointing it on the chest of the woman in his arms. Blood slowly oozed out from around the index finger until the man's entire finger was completely gone into the chest. The man pulled his finger out and opened his mouth to suck the heart's blood from his finger with a mesmerized look. And the woman in his arms, even though she had an extra bloody hole in her chest the thickness of an index finger, wore a smile from start to finish, like a puppet. After the man sucked the blood from his index finger clean, he covered the woman's chest with his palm. Not long after, when the man's hand left, the original bloody hole on the woman's chest had long since been restored as before. What are they doing? Big Yellow Dog uttered in shock as he watched the scene that had just occurred. When I followed this green hair before, I hadn't seen him operate like this. Is it possible that he's changed for the better? Change for the better? Ha ha ha. Hearing Big Yellow Dog's words, Ning Yuan let out a cold laugh. The wound healing you saw was just a blindfold. These women are just ordinary people with damaged hearts that will surely die in less than a month. Big Yellow Dog sniffed and sucked in a breath of cool air. I said they used to eat them alive. Why have they become so gentle now? According to what you said, their means of hiding themselves are really getting more and more terrifying. Chapter 47 Mysterious Woman. Inside the club. The only two average obese middle-aged men were already panting and sweating from playing. The two then wandered over to the couch and exchanged pleasantries with a man with his legs crossed. One of them took the hand of the man in front of him and spoke with a smile. I am Mr. Zhang, thanks for the hospitality. If there is any news during this period of time, we will definitely notify you first. Yeah. The secrecy level of the missions concerning transcendence is getting higher and higher up there now. It's no longer possible to directly obtain accurate information. We can only rely on the existing bits and pieces of news to speculate. The other person drank the expensive red wine in his glass in one go and opened his mouth with a smile. It doesn't matter, as long as the two of you have the heart to do so, we will always be friends. General Manager Zhang raised the tall wine glass in his hand and responded to the two with a smile. The two saw this and made a few more polite remarks to the man. Afterwards, Zhang Xian personally sent the two men to the door and watched them leave in the car. When he returned to the house again, the naked youth with dyed green hair spoke in dissatisfaction. Brother Zhang, since these two trash are of no use anymore, why are you still entertaining them so much? Zhang Xian sniffed and looked at the youth and then at the woman in the room before saying expressionlessly, it's not your turn to teach me what to do. Also, send them back separately as soon as possible. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, the green-haired youth spread his hands and said, Fine, I'll send them back now. The green-haired youth stretched out his own hands after he finished speaking. His 5 fingers opened up and a light yellow ghostly light spread out from his palm, then until it covered everyone in front of him. Babies, a pleasant night ends here, each go back to their own home, do not delay the daytime work. As he finished his words, the 20 girls in the room began to put on their own clothes, and then one by one, like puppets, they walked out of here. Rooftop. Ning Yuan and Big Yellow Dog watched this scene in silence, neither of them speaking. TSK, why are you just watching? Shouldn't you be angry and heroic at this moment? Right at this moment, a soft and charming voice ghostly sounded behind Ning Yuan's back. Ning Yuan turned around violently at the sound of the voice, only to see a person standing silently not far behind him. It was a woman wearing a long black ancient dress. Her light veil covering her face made it impossible to see her face, only revealing a pair of bright eyes. Whether it was the other party's vintage dress, or the means of silently appearing behind Ning Yuan, this woman gave off a bizarre feeling all over. Big Yellow Dog surface pretends to be a stupid dog, inwardly actually horrified, it does not dare to imagine, so close to the distance if the other party shot at them, the two of them are afraid that they do not even know how to die. Hanging down his hands, his fingers slightly hooked up, Ning Yuan surveyed the black dress woman not far away, and his mind thought about all the memories that matched her. Just as Ning Yuan was sizing up the woman in the black dress, the other party was also sizing him up. And at that moment a strange scene occurred. Only to see that the black-skirted woman actually thumped back several consecutive steps the moment she saw what he looked like. Not only that, the woman's eyes that were originally filled with laughter also turned into a color of fear. No, it can't be. Impossible. A tremor laced her voice. Seeing the other party in this state, Ning Yuan frowned, then looked at her and opened his mouth to inquire. Who are you? Hearing Ning Yuan's inquiry, the black-skirted woman stared at him for a full half-minute of silence before smiling to herself. I was thinking about something. After saying that, the woman quietly looked at Ning Yuan again, this time looking carefully and incomparably, making Ning Yuan feel uncomfortable all over. However, why is it that the moment I saw you, I was reminded of him? Saying so, the woman stretched out her white, slender fingers in an attempt to touch Ning Yuan's face. Big Yellow Dog looked at this scene with a stupefied expression, and Ning Yuan was similarly shaken inwardly. This was because the other party had just so abruptly and instantly arrived in front of him from a dozen meters away. Ha! The black-skirted woman's somewhat puzzled voice rang out. Because her fingers were blocked by an invisible force. In the next moment, the black-skirted woman violently retracted her hand, and her entire body floated backward with it. At the same time, several deep gullies noiselessly appeared on the ground she was originally standing on. Ning Yuan's face was grim as he looked at the black-skirted woman in front of him. His attack had actually been dodged lightly by this woman. Looking at Ning Yuan, the black-skirted woman first let out a ghostly sigh, then said, "I have no ill will towards you, and I don't want to fight you." Hearing this, Ning Yuan didn't let go of his inner guard as he still stared at the black-skirted woman and inquired in a cold voice, "Who are you?" The black-skirted woman quietly looked at Ning Yuan, then softly responded, "My name. You can call me Yunshi." Ning Yuan frowned slightly as he thought carefully about the name, but realized that he had no memory of it. "You're not a transcendent, but you don't have the aura of a foreign race on you either, so what exactly are you?" After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan suddenly said this. This caused the big yellow dog, who was playing dumb on the side, to immediately tighten its chrysanthemums as it inwardly muttered to itself in horror. "Not a human or a foreigner? Could it be that she is a female ghost or demon?" After hearing Ning Yuan's words, Yunshi spoke with a light laugh. "It's too late today. If we can still meet, we'll have a good chat." After saying that, Yunshi looked at Ning Yuan while lightly tapping her footsteps backwards, and then the whole person disappeared like a ghost from the balcony, falling into the darkness. Watching her disappear into the night, Big Yellow Dog stammered a bit and opened his mouth to ask Ning Yuan, She, is she a demon or a ghost?" Ning Yuan shook his head as he quietly gazed into the night ahead. "I don't know." Big Yellow Dog sniffed and shivered. This world is really getting crazy. Ning Yuan glanced down at it meaningfully and said, "It's indeed getting crazier and crazier." After saying that, Ning Yuan disappeared onto the rooftop with Big Yellow Dog. In a street, Ning Yuan brought the Big Yellow Dog back to where it was originally at. "You'll remain over here for this period of time, and I'll be coming to find you for one more thing soon. Do not presume to escape, or else." After saying that, Ning Yuan first looked at the shadow of the Big Yellow Dog on the ground, then flashed a smile at it. This devil-like smile instantly caused the Big Yellow Dog to clench its tail between its legs. "Don't worry, Great King, I'll draw the ground and go nowhere." The Big Yellow Dog stood up humanly and rose towards Ning Yuan with a loud voice of assurance. Ning Yuan nodded in satisfaction, then the entire person disappeared in place. Chapter 48 Light Pillar. The next day. As expected, the ice drink stand owner really didn't come. Ning Yuan saw this and had to change the place to continue lying flat. Just as he stretched out the recliner he bought and prepared to lie down on the roof of the school building to bask in the sun, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Pulling out his cell phone, he saw that it was actually Xia Xinla calling. As soon as Ning Yuan connected, Xia Xinla's voice came over. "Big brother Ning, are you free right now? I'm over at Ming the 51st High School right now. Can we meet up?" Ning Yuan sniffed as a smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Earlier than expected, it seems that Xia Xinla already knows her identity. After pondering for a moment in his mind, he agreed, "Alright, name a place." Not long after. Not far from Ming the 51st High School, inside a high-end tea house box. Under the guidance of the waitress, Ning Yuan met Xia Xinla, who was sitting alone in the box. "Big brother Ning." Seeing Ning Yuan appear, Xia Xinla hurriedly got up and greeted him with a smile. "This place doesn't look cheap." Ning Yuan looked at her and joked. Today's Xia Zanara was wearing a strapless dress, which made her entire person look extremely slender and moving. "Big brother Ning is joking. If I were the owner of this place, I would definitely feel very honored to have you here." After waving her hand to signal the waitress to leave, Xia Zanara personally pulled out a chair for Ning Yuan and responded with a smile. "Say, what is it that you're looking for me for?" Ning Yuan took his seat and looked at Xia Xinla as he asked bluntly. Xia Xinla came to take a seat beside Ning Yuan and said with a smile while pouring tea for him. "I won't hide it from you, big brother Ning. I actually know that you're a transcendent at the headquarters and the head of the Great Zhou City." "Oh?" Ning Yuan, who was carrying a teacup, looked at Xia Xinla with a somewhat surprised expression. "How did you know?" Xia Xinla rubbed the teacup in her hand and spoke with some embarrassment. "Actually, I am the eldest daughter of the Xia family. You may not be too clear when you first entered the headquarters. My grandfather is Xia Changfeng, the commander of the southern military region. In a way, we are all our own people serving our country." Ning Yuan nodded with a smile as he sniffed in sudden realization. "I see, no wonder it feels like you're not that afraid of me anymore, so you've already investigated me." Xia Xinla's pretty face reddened at her words. What Ning Yuan said was indeed correct. It was precisely after she learned of Ning Yuan's identity and past that she was able to dispel her inner fear of him. I'm sorry for investigating you without asking for your consent, big brother Ning. Xia Zanara looked at Ning Yuan and spoke in an apologetic voice. No harm done. Ning Yuan waved his hand. Since we're all on our own, this is nothing. Seeing Ning Yuan's face as normal, Xia Zanara inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, and after hearing Ning Yuan's words, the smile on her face became a few points brighter and more appealing. Big brother Ning, actually, I'm looking for you today for one thing. Oh? What is it? Ning Yuan inquired curiously. Xia Xinla was a little embarrassed and opened her mouth. Next week is Little Dream's bar mitzvah at the age of 18. My grandfather would like to invite you to my house as a guest. You saved me. He would like to thank you in person. Say thank you? Heh, it's ganging up on me. Ning Yuan sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he smiled and politely refused. That time it was just in passing. I believe that anyone else with the ability to do so would have stepped in to save you, not so much as to make Elder Xia personally thank you. Hearing these words, Xia Xinla's favorable impression of Ning Yuan increased a few more points in her heart. Brother Ning, don't say that. The kindness of saving your life is heavier than imitai. My grandfather, he's old. After hearing about this, he was very grateful to you in his heart, so he wanted to thank you in person. The old man's health hasn't been too good. I as a junior really don't want him to have any regrets in his heart. Speaking at the end, Xia Xinla's eyes were also filled with sorrow. When Ning Yuan saw this appearance of the other party, a hint of sarcasm flashed through the depths of his eyes. He hesitated for a moment on the surface before nodding his head in agreement. Alright, since you said so, I'll make the trip next week. Seeing Ning Yuan agree, Xia Xinla's apprehensive and tense heart instantly loosened, and her face revealed a look of delight. Big brother Ning, thank you. Hee, it's just a small thing. The two of them then had a chat. Xia Xinla never mentioned Song Minglang from start to finish, which made Ning Yuan couldn't help but think highly of the woman in front of him. After all, there are some things that are not things if you don't say them, but once you say them, then you can never take them back. The two sat idly for a while, and then left the tea house together. At the main entrance, Xia Xinla came to a black luxury car and opened the rear door. She looked at Ning Yuan with a smile on her face to say goodbye. Big brother Ning, I'm leaving first. It won't affect your work anymore. See you next week. Ning Yuan heard this and first exchanged a glance with Xia Meng, who was sitting quietly at the back, and then looked sideways at Xia Xinla with some surprise. You even know about this? Xia Zanara turned to Ning Yuan's body and lowered her voice in reply. Well, my grandfather said that this mission is very dangerous, so you have to be careful, big brother Ning. Ning Yuan glanced at Xia Meng, who was sitting quietly at the back, and his heart instantly realized. Apparently they were preparing to leave Great Shanghai City. Xia Xinla turned around and bent over, ready to enter the car. However, just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Only to see a huge pillar of pitch black light in the distance rising straight up, like a pillar of light shooting straight up into the clouds. Rumble. And then a huge explosion followed. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings unanimously looked towards that heavenly pillar of light. Xia Xinla similarly looked up in shock at this scene, frozen in place for a moment. Ning Yuan's pupils similarly shrank as he looked at the pillar of light, inwardly muttering. Here it comes, this day is actually so fast. The surrounding crowd came back to their senses from being the first to be shocked, and some people shouted in horror. What was that? Is there a war going on? A nuclear weapons leak? At the same time, the black shadow at the very top of the light pillar began to spread, and then rapidly covered down towards the surroundings like a giant black umbrella that slowly opened up. Ning, big brother Ning, what is that? Xia Zanara's voice trembled slightly as she looked towards Ning Yuan, knowing that she had been assisting the old master in the Xia family for many years in dealing with his work. All she knew was that that pillar of light could definitely not have been caused by existing technology or weapons. Ning Yuan gazed at the light pillar and shook her head. I don't know, but it's definitely not something good. You guys leave the Great Shanghai City as soon as possible. After saying that, Ning Yuan's entire body transformed into a black aura and disappeared in place. This scene immediately caused many people around him to stare in shock. Chapter 49 Deception, Betrayal. About 2 hours ago. Songjiang New District. This most prosperous and most crowded area of the big Shanghai city was naturally one of the most important locations for the headquarters. Jiang Zhongyi was aimlessly wandering on the pedestrian walkway on the bridge across the river, and beside him was a woman eating bread and drinking milk tea. No, Hua, you don't get tired of drinking this every day, and also don't you, a transcendent, not need to eat? Looking at the woman beside him, Jiang Zhongyi spat. Kai Hua sniffed and gave him a blank look. I am able to live without eating, but do you know what mouth and stomach means? Eating and drinking milk tea doesn't just fill one's stomach, it also makes one's mouth feel happy. And I feel that it's more convenient to eat and drink after becoming a transcendent. After all, I don't have to worry about getting fat and full. I can eat as much as I want, as much as I want. You, doing these things will only waste your time and energy. With this time you might as well improve and enhance yourself. Jiang Zhongyi shook his head. In his opinion, having the time to eat and drink things would be better to do something more meaningful. Kai Hua was instantly exasperated at his words, then she seemed to think of something, so she approached Zhang Zhongyi and asked in a low voice. Right, Zhongyi, you said eating and drinking wastes time. Then does doing that with your wife count as wasting time? Zhang Zhongyi's old face immediately blushed as he glared at Kai Hua. Gu, you wouldn't turn into a transcendent only have no feelings in that area as well, right? Kai Hua deliberately revealed a shocked expression. You fart, old me is normal. Kai Hua still wanted to say a few words, but her gaze was instantly caught by the back of a man standing by the bridge. When Zhang Zhongyi saw that Kai Hua's expression was somewhat abnormal, he too became wary in his heart. What's wrong, Flora? Kai Hua stopped in her tracks. She turned her head to gaze at the man who was facing the big river with his back to them, then whispered to Zhang Zhongyi beside her. Zhang Zhongyi, look at that man. Zhang Zhongyi sniffed and looked at the man Kai Hua was talking about. After scrutinizing him carefully for a while, Zhang Zhongyi queried, What's wrong? I don't feel that there's anything special about him. Kai Hua threw the milk tea bread in her hand into the trash can next to her, then spoke with a somewhat mournful expression. Look at his back and standing posture, does he look like Big Brother Lu Xing? Zhang Zhongyi was stunned at his words, then he shook his head and sighed. Big Brother Lu Xing, how could it be him? Big Brother Lu Xing died in order to pass the information about the foreign race to us. Kai Hua's eyes flashed with sadness when she heard these words. As one of the earlier batch of transcendents to join the headquarters, the three of them were very close. Lu Xing and Zhang Zhongyi had both stepped into the second rank last year, and only she was still stuck in the first rank so far. If Big Brother Lu Xing is still alive, how good would it be? Shaking her head, Kai Hua then prepared to continue onward with Zhang Zhongyi. However, right at this moment, the man with his back to them made a movement, causing Kai Hua, who had originally taken a few steps, to stop once again. Only to see that man crush the cigarette he hadn't finished smoking with his left thumb and ring finger, and then wiped his right hand in front of him, seemingly wiping his tears. Seeing this scene, Kai Hua's body trembled. She turned around and walked directly towards that man. Zhang Zhongyi saw this and hurriedly followed. Coming behind the man, Kai Hua suddenly spoke. Lu Xing. The man's body stiffened at the words, then he turned around stiffly. Looking at Kai Hua in front of him, the man's sad face froze, then he shifted his gaze and spoke in a trembling voice. You're recognizing the wrong person. Zhang Zhongyi also saw the man's face at this moment, ordinary, not the slightest bit the same as Lu Xing. Hua, you've recognized the wrong person. Zhang Zhongyi smiled apologetically at the man, then reached out and prepared to pull Kai Hua away. However, Kai Hua shook off Zhang Zhongyi's hand, and she stared at the unfamiliar man with doubts flashing in her eyes. Obviously the other party's back and habits were the same, but why wasn't he the one he remembered? The man looked a little unnatural and wanted to walk away, but his hand was pulled by Kai Hua. Kai Hua then smoothly lifted up his top directly. Her speed was so fast that the man was defenseless. And it didn't matter if she lifted it, the thumb-sized black mole on the man's abs instantly made Kai Hua redden her eyes. Kai Hua then directly jumped into the man's arms and spoke with a sobbing voice. Lu Xing, I knew it was you, even if you changed your face I could still recognize you. The man who was recognized shivered slightly at his words, then he hugged Kai Hua with both hands and said in a trembling voice. Hua, aren't you out of the country on a mission? Why did you come here as well? Kai Hua tearfully looked up at the man and opened her mouth. I heard that you died, so I applied to headquarters to come back for this mission to avenge you. The man's eyes reddened when he heard this. He held Kai Hua's shoulder and said, I'm still alive, there's no need to avenge me. By the way, you guys hurry up and leave Davos City right away. After saying that, the man pushed Kai Hua away with force. Lu Xing, why? Kai Hua was puzzled. Ka Ching. And just then, the sound of a pistol being cocked rang out. Kai Hua looked back. She only saw Zhang Zhongyi with a gloomy face raising his gun and aiming it at Lu Xing. Zhongyi, what are you doing? He is Big Brother Lu Xing. Kai Hua looked at Zhang Zhongyi incredulously. She knew Zhang Zhongyi's ability. The gun in his hand was completely different from the guns in the hands of ordinary people. Zhang Zhongyi's ability was to strengthen matter, so the bullets in his gun were terrifying in terms of both power and hardness, and thus extremely lethal to transcendence as well. Do what? Zhang Zhongyi looked at Lu Xing with a scowl and cursed angrily. Damn you Lu Xing, you actually dared to betray the headquarters and the country. What? Kai Hua's brain went blank at the words. Zhongyi, what are you talking about? He is Lu Xing, our companion, how can he? Shut up Kai Hua. Kai Hua's words were interrupted by Zhang Zhongyi's roar before she could finish. Think it over with your stinking love-struck brain. This guy first told the headquarters that he would die if he was exposed, then he hid his identity and hid here. He's obviously colluding with the Fae. Hearing Zhang Zhongyi's words, Kai Hua only felt cold all over. Right, she was an agent herself, and now that she thought back carefully she could realize that something was wrong. If Lu Xing hadn't betrayed the headquarters, then why hadn't he come back? Why hadn't he said that he was still alive, and instead had asked the headquarters to send Transcendence here as soon as possible? Also, if Lu Xing had really betrayed the headquarters and the country, then what was this mission? A trap. This was definitely a trap. This is a trap against the headquarters, in order to make the headquarters send a large number of transcendents here. Thinking about it, a chill rose in Kai Huahua's heart, and she subconsciously took a few steps back as she looked at Lu Xing. Chapter 50, Unhappy. Lu Xing looked at his former friend in front of him, and his eyes slowly shed 2 lines of tears. I'm sorry, Huahua, Zhengyi, you guys should go now. If you're late, it'll be too late. Why, Lu Xing, why? Headquarters treats you well, you're not a good person, you're a ING traitor. No, you're even more ING hateful than a traitor. Zhengyi was trembling with anger. I can't help it, I really can't help it. I didn't want it to be like this, you haven't been through what I've been through, you can't understand what happened to me, those foreigners' methods are too horrible, there's nothing I can do about it. Listening to each other's insults, Zhengyi finally broke defense and cried out. The cry attracted many people around to stop and watch. Some people saw the gun in Zhengyi's hand and thought that this was the scene of catching criminals. You, and then the tragic end of the left and right, but a word of death only, lousy all these years to see the wrong you are a greedy and afraid of death cowards. Zhengyi no longer hesitated, directly said to Kai Huahua beside him. Quickly report to the headquarters, say that Lu Xing is still alive, and that this mission is a plot against the headquarters. Kai Huahua finally realized the gravity of the matter, and she hurriedly and tremblingly took out her contact device and began to contact the headquarters. Seeing this, Lu Xing took a step forward, and then the contact device in Kai Huahua's hand melted like a puddle of mud. Bang! And as he did, the gunshot rang out. The surrounding onlookers shrieked and fled in all directions. The bullet that Zhengyi had shot made a sound explosion in the air, and then penetrated straight through Lu Xing's head. However, Lu Xing, who had a large hole pierced through his brow, did not fall down, and he still stared at the two of them as he spoke sadly. Please hurry up and get out of here. Zhengyi looked at the heart of Lu Xing, who was seriously injured but remained as normal. How is it possible? Even if I can't kill him with this shot, I can still seriously injure him. Lu Xing looked at Zhengyi. Then he raised his hand and pointed to his head sadly and opened his mouth. This head is not mine, my original head is in their hands. As long as my original head is still there, I am still alive, and accordingly they can keep torturing me. It's incredible, isn't it? The horror of their methods is far beyond your imagination. You haven't experienced my pain, it's a kind of torture that you can't die even if you want to. After hearing Lu Xing's words, Zhengyi only felt that his brain was filled with a cold air. His throat rolled, his eyes gazed at Lu Xing with death, and he opened his mouth to say something else. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. Lu Xing, the plan is about to begin, so you can go and do what you need to do. Hearing this voice, Zhengyi's pupils shrunk as he slowly twisted his stiff neck to look back. Not far behind him, he only saw a man in a shirt gazing at them indifferently. Just by glancing at the man, Zhengyi's heart began to beat wildly uncontrollably. It was the feeling of an ordinary person twisting his head in the jungle and suddenly seeing a fierce beast appearing behind him, a feeling of fear that seemed to be innate. Zhengyi's muscles were tense, and there was only one thought in his mind. This person was definitely a foreign race being. Kai Huahua was also looking at the shirt man with a pale face, her forehead covered in cold sweat. The plan started earlier? Why, isn't it going to start the day after tomorrow? Hearing the shirt man's words, Lu Xing inquired with a trembling voice. You're talking too much nonsense, it's the young lord's decision when to start the plan, all we can do is follow orders. The shirt man looked at Lu Xing, his tone filled with indifference and ruthlessness. Lu Xing swallowed his saliva, then he pointed at Zhengyi and the two of them and spoke to the shirt man in a supplicating tone. Zhang Xian, these two are my best friends, for the sake of me making a contribution, can you spare them, just the two of them? Hearing Lu Xing's words, Zhang Xian turned his gaze towards Zhengyi and the two of them once again. At this moment, Zhengyi subconsciously aimed his gun at the man in the shirt. After staring at each other for a moment, a disdainful sneer appeared on Zhang Xian's face. Yes, let them go. Lu Xing was overjoyed at his words. He hurriedly said anxiously to Zhengyi and the two of them, Zhengyi, Huahua. You guys are not his opponents, go. Quickly go. Zhengyi wanted to say something, but not a single word could come out when the words reached his mouth. After a moment's pause, he decisively lowered his hand and came to Kai Huahua's side to pull her up. Let's go. Zhengyi turned around and looked deeply at Lu Xing before leaving with Kai Huahua. After walking out for some distance, Kai Huahua suddenly cried in a low voice. Zhengyi's eyes were also bloodshot at this moment, and his teeth were clenched. He slightly glanced sideways to the back with the corner of his eye, and saw that the alien being was not looking at himself, but was instead saying something to Lu Xing. Hesitating for a moment, he reached into his pocket and grabbed the communication device, and began typing a message towards the headquarters from memory. Lu Xing is not dead, this. Just after typing out a few words, when Zhengyi glanced at the back again from the corner of his eye, he saw Lu Xing looking at him with a horrified face and opening his mouth as if he was saying something to him. And what made him tremble inwardly was that the alien being that was originally standing in front of Lu Xing had actually disappeared. Zhengyi, be careful. with the terrified voice of Kai Hua Hua beside him. Jiang Zhongyi quickly raised his hand to shoot by intuition, while his left hand, which was reaching into his pocket, simultaneously pressed the send button. Bang! Poof! The sound of a gunshot and the sound of flesh and blood rang out at the same time. Zhang Xian slightly sidestepped his head as bullets invisible to the naked eye slashed across his cheeks, splattering bright red blood. He, on the other hand, unimpededly punched through the aura barrier that Kai Hua Hua had hastily cast, directly shattering her skull. He then backhanded a palm blade to slice off Jiang Zhongyi's head. Zhang Xian's speed was too fast, and his strength and timing were mastered to the extreme, so much so that Jiang Zhongyi didn't even have the chance to fire a second shot. With his head flying high, Jiang Zhongyi's wide-eyed eyes were filled with a look of shock and unwillingness. At this moment, he regretted, if he, a second-rank transcendent, had not chosen to leave at that time, but instead overcame his fear and teamed up with Hua Hua to fight with this alien being. Even if he died, it would not have been possible for him to die so casually. If it can be dragged to support, it may not be impossible to win. I'm so upset. Looking at the gruesome death of Kai Hua Hua, Jiang Zhongyi's consciousness gradually blurred and dissipated. Hua Hua, Zhongyi. No! Lu Xing came to Kai Hua Hua's headless body like a madman, and looked at Zhang Xian angrily after picking her up. You promised not to kill them, why? Only a blue light flashed on Zhang Xian's hand, and then his hand, which was stained with red and white things, was clean again. Without answering Lu Xing's words, Zhang Xian swept his head down and spoke. Remember your mission. After saying that, Zhang Xian turned around and left, and after a few steps his figure had disappeared. Ah! Lu Xing roared to the sky. Chapter 51 Choice, Decision. Great Shanghai City, under the Ming Tower. A coin was slowly tossed into the air, then kept flipping and falling to be caught by a hand. The young man was dressed casually, sitting casually on a step and tossing the coin. Ling Wu, have you had enough? How much longer do we have to wait? A sexy woman standing next to the youth looked at him with some grudges. Many of the surrounding tourists who had come to this landmark to take pictures and clock in had sideways glances when they saw this duo. Unlike the youth's casual ordinary, the woman had a sexy and charming look, her body was hot to the extreme, and she was dressed boldly and unrestrainedly, with a short skirt that only reached the base of her thighs. And she didn't seem to care whether she was naked or not. What's the hurry? You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The youth once again caught the coin and looked sideways at the sexy woman. Slowly spoke. Guess heads or tails. The woman rolled her eyes, but was still helpless. Counter. The youth opened his five-fingered clenched hand, and the woman looked down to see that the coin in his palm was clearly heads. You lost again. The youth shook his head, then flipped the coin again. If there was a transcendent involved in the headquarters meeting in this neighborhood at this moment, then he would definitely look at these two in disbelief. This was because the voice of this duo's conversation was exactly the same as the speaking voice of the two foreigners who had killed Lu Xing in that video. It wasn't long before, right after the woman had guessed wrongly once again for and against, an old man with pale skin, a thin figure, and a shadowy complexion walked up to the duo. Ready? Ling Wu looked at the old man in front of him and spoke indifferently. Back to young lord, everything is ready. The old man bowed and replied, then pulled out a jade pendant that was pitch black and emitted a ghostly light from his bosom and handed it to Ling Wu. Ling Wu took it, and he gently stroked the jade pendant as a sardonic smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Very good. The sexy woman was also overjoyed at the sight, and she directly bent down and hugged the old man and kissed him fiercely. Old Dusty, it's worthy of you. The surrounding tourists were suddenly wide-eyed at this scene. It's a pity that this star's rule restrictions are too terrifying, and the formation can only reach this level at the highest. The old man shook his head and lamented as he pushed the sexy woman away. Ling Wu smiled faintly at his words. It's enough to deal with these mole crickets, they'll come in on their own to die. After saying that, Ling Wu began to activate the jade pendant in his hand. Only to see the surface of the jade pendant flickering erratically as its light became more and more dazzling. With a grimace, he looked right in front of him and slowly opened his mouth. Don't you guys like to look for me? Come on, I'll be right here waiting for you. Accompanied by a clicking sound, the jade pendant in Ling Wu's hand shattered in response to the sound. At the same time behind him the Ming Tower violently trembled, followed by a pillar of pitch black light that shot up from within the tower. Daikyo City, Transcendental's headquarters. The conference room was violently pushed open and Louis, who was in the middle of his speech, was interrupted as he frowned at the visitor. Minister, something has happened. The staff member in charge of communications hurriedly came to Louis's front and showed Louis the message that Jiang Zhongyi had sent before his death. Lu Xing is not dead, this. Louis looked at the message in his cell phone and was first a little puzzled, but a few moments later his pupils were violently shrunk. He directly stretched out his hands and grabbed the staff's collar and spoke in a trembling voice. Where is Jiang Zhongyi? Can we still contact Jiang Zhongyi? The staff stammered, can't be reached. Louis only felt a buzz in his brain when he heard this. Minister, what happened? Many people in the conference room have risen to look at Louis to ask out loud. Louis held his forehead as he grabbed the staff in front of him and said, Quickly go and call Professor Yang, tell him to hurry over. The staff sniffed and hurriedly ran out the door. Waiting for the staff responsible for liaison to leave, Louis then turned back to look at the crowd and said breathlessly, Lu Xing is not dead, he may have betrayed the headquarters. The worst that can happen is that this mission is a trap that lets transcendents go to their deaths. After saying that, Louis slowly sat down on his chair. His gaze was gloomy as he looked at the people in the conference room, not knowing what he was thinking. Someone's face paled after hearing this news and directly sat on his chair with a butt. Damn traitors! Who was the one responsible for protecting Lu Xing's family? Bringing his family to the headquarters and designing to fish Lu Xing out, this traitor must be severely punished. Someone roared angrily. No one responded to his words, and the conference room was deathly silent. Just then, another staff member rushed into the conference room in a panic. He held a tablet and spoke to Louis in a trembling voice. Minister, you see what's happening in the great Shanghai city. Louis hurriedly took the tablet and froze when he saw the real-time reports from the city of Dahu. The one dark and huge light shield within the screen almost enveloped the entire Songjiangnu district, and even though Louis didn't know what it was, he knew with his ass that it was definitely not good for them. At this time, Yang Yuxian with dark circles under his eyes also came. He came straight to Louis's front and looked at the picture in the tablet. As he watched, Yang Yuxian's frown became more and more intense. Everyone in the conference room was holding their breath as they watched Yang Yuxian and Louis. If one were to say who knows the most about transcendence and alien races, then looking around the globe one wouldn't be able to find a few people more authoritative than Yang Yuxian. Professor Yang, what do you think? Louis asked Yang Yuxian beside him. Yang Yuxian pondered for a moment, then looked at Louis and said bluntly, temporarily abandon the entire Songjiangnu area, then have all the transcendents outside the area evacuated. With these words, the entire conference room instantly fell into deathly silence. What? Louis thought he had heard it wrong. Yang Yuxian ignored the crowd's behavior and continued. This is a trap that uses the entire Songjiangnu district as bait. I currently don't know what this light shield does, but it must be extremely dangerous to go in. That's why transcendents can't go in until they are absolutely sure. Louis watches Yang Yu take 2 steps backward and shakes his head as he speaks. There are hundreds of thousands of permanent residents in Songjiangnu area. Do you know what will happen if you watch these people die? Yang Yu was silent first. Of course he knew what the consequences would be. With social unrest and the loss of hearts and minds, inaction and futility are 2 different concepts. What ordinary people want is not the end, it's the attitude, it's the process. But from Yang Yuxian's point of view, if he is asked to choose between a transcendentalist and an ordinary person who is going to die, then he will not hesitate to choose the ordinary person. After all, if the transcendentalists live, then the human race will have the leverage to fight against the foreigners. But once the transcendents are all dead, then how long can ordinary people live? Let's go to the great Shanghai city first. I'll check out the situation before making a decision. Sighing, Yang Yu first patted Louis's shoulder and said, Great Shanghai city, Songnan district. Ning Yuan appeared in the middle of a street. He looked up into the sky, and in the distance the pitch-black pillar of light that went straight into the sky was still so conspicuous. Chapter 52, Unable to Suppress. With the slow passage of time, everything that happened within the great Shanghai city swept across the globe just like a giant wave. The ordinary people in the area around Songjiangnu district also evolved from their initial fear at the sight of the light pillars to shock and curiosity, taking out their own cell phones and starting to take pictures. At this time, the big yellow dog in an abandoned compound was also a bit stunned and puzzled, looking up at the light pillar, not realizing that Ning Yuan had already come to its back. Raising his foot and kicking the big yellow dog's buttocks, not giving it time to react, Ning Yuan will directly take it with him to go away. Several fighter jets took off from Grand Capital City back and forth, and then flew towards Grand Shanghai City, which was hundreds of kilometers away. Inside the cabin of the lead fighter jet, Louis was still talking to someone while maneuvering the fighter jet. Right, turn on level 1 battle alert, isolate the entire Songjiangnu area, disperse everyone within a 50-kilometer radius, and establish a buffer zone long enough. Also, keep an eye on the borderline and have the regional head strictly control the several major airports inbound to prevent any enemies from outside the country from taking advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble. Yang Yuxian, who was sitting behind him, was controlling the tablet in his hand, constantly adjusting the various angles of the light shield in the real-time screen in order to see something through it. Outside the fighter jet they were in, a red stream of light was not far away, not close to the side. It wasn't long before several fighters landed one after another, guided by the troops who were the first to arrive at the area of the incident. Louis had just gotten off the plane, and didn't even have time to greet the troop commander who saluted at him before he bent down and threw up. Yang Yuxian looked at Louis and shook his head. Old Lou, this physical quality of yours is getting worse and worse. After vomiting for a while, Louis took the water handed over by a staff member and rinsed his mouth and sighed, getting older, I won't hide it from you that I can really feel my body going downhill in these 2 years. How is the situation now? Louis looks at the troop commander beside him and asks out loud.
Reporting, sir, various methods are now being used to drive away the surrounding people in an orderly manner. Without any surprises, the mission will be completed within an hour.
The young spirited-looking commander responded in a loud voice.
Louis nodded, and then his gaze went to the dark and spectacular curtain of light not far away. It was only after he truly witnessed the scene with his own eyes that he could tangibly feel what was spectacular. How on earth did they do that?
Louis subconsciously said to himself. Yang Yuxian, who was also observing on the side, sniffed and looked at Louis, then smiled and opened his mouth. Want to know?
Louis looked at him sideways, then nodded.
Then come closer to see it.
Yang Yuxian opened his mouth with a faint smile, pointing to the pitch-black light curtain in front of him. The surrounding staff and that troop commander were all inwardly shocked at his words, and then hurriedly spoke out to discourage him. No, Minister, it's unknown if this light shield will expand again now. Getting too close to it will be dangerous. Yes, Minister, there are already troops at the forefront now lining up the danger. Just wait a little longer, you can't afford to miss anything.
Louis ignores their words and directly asks a young man standing not far away. Zhang Guang, what do you think?
The crowd sniffed and looked back, only to see a shaved flat head, casually dressed, sunny and handsome-looking youth shrug his shoulders and say, I think Professor Yang is right. If you're curious, go see.
Who is this guy? When did he appear here?
There were many people around who were all inwardly shocked upon seeing Zhang Guang.
Good, then go and watch.
Louis looks at the commander beside him and directly commands. You guys stay here, I'll just go with Yang Yuxian and Zhang Guang. Although Louis said that he would let them wait here, how could these people stay on the periphery by themselves when the supreme chiefs are all heading to the front line in person? Just like that, several military vehicles began to head towards the light curtain area 5 kilometers away. When Louis and his group got off at an open area, they were less than 500 meters away from the pitch-black light curtain. In the sky, several armed helicopters were hovering around the light curtain. On the ground, there were heavily armed soldiers with state-of-the-art exploratory instruments observing the black curtain of light up close. I'm going to check it out, so don't go, you've got a lot of work to do, and remember, don't let the Transcendence in until I get back. Yang Yu first asked for a set of protective suit and quickly put it on. After he instructed Louis, he directly walked towards the light screen. Zhang Guang followed to protect him. Louis nodded as he turned to the person beside him and inquired. I remember that there are more than a dozen Transcendents responsible for investigating the Songjiang New District, excluding Zhang Zhongyi and Kai Huahua, who have lost contact. Are the others still in touch?
Minister, we haven't contacted a single person so far.
The staff member in charge of communications shook his head. Louis sighed in his heart. There were only two possibilities for everyone to be out of contact.
Either they are all dead.
Either that or the light screen is inside, isolating all signals from outside the light screen.
Either way, it was bad for them. All the Transcendents excluding Songjiang New District can be contacted, and many of them are inquiring about the situation here. Minister, what should I answer?
Louis removed his glasses and pinched his brow before speaking. Notify the second-order Transcendents in the other districts to come to us as soon as possible, and the first-order Transcendents to stay put.
Yes.
The staff in charge of communications quickly began to get busy. Right at this moment, someone with an anxious face holding a cell phone came to Louis' side and voiced out.
Minister is not good, look.
Louis took his cell phone, only to see that the screen inside the cell phone was a real-time live broadcast about the city of Dahou, and at this time, this live broadcast was very popular, and there were so many pop-ups that it was hard to see. The content of which was mostly people from all over the country asking what was happening here. This pillar of light is so big that everyone within the entire city of Dahou can see it, and now there are so many live broadcasts about this place that it's impossible to block them all.
Hearing this, a person beside Louis instantly angrily rebuked. What are you guys doing? If you can't finish sealing, then just cut off the network system of the entire Great Shanghai City.
The man looked at the person who spoke breathlessly.
You say it quite lightly, cutting up the entire network system of the Great Shanghai City? Do you think the network system is a cucumber? You can just cut it when you say so?
Even if it could be done, it would take quite a bit of time, which wouldn't make any difference at all to how fast the video spreads. No matter what, it's always necessary to suppress this news first, otherwise it will have an impact on the public's perception, which is not conducive to social stability. The big deal is to release something more eye-catching at that time, so that people will forget about this matter.
Do you want to hear what you're talking about? Is the current Big Shanghai the same as those events of old?
Hundreds of thousands of people are trapped, millions of people can look up and see this pillar of light that goes straight into the firmament, and there's even more than 1 billion people across the country and the globe that might be watching this place through a live stream.
What other news do you think is powerful enough to make them forget what happened today? The end of mankind? So what do you say? Not fix it? The two of them talked and argued. Chapter 53, Fighting Together.
Louis did not interrupt the quarrel between the two and just watched.
Just then, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang.
The ringing also made the two who were arguing consciously shut up.
Louis looked at the caller ID and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Seeing Louis's expression, the surrounding people subconsciously held their breath. As soon as Louis had just connected the phone, it was no surprise that a series of questioning voices came from the other end of the phone. What are you doing, Louis? What's going on in the great Shanghai city? Do you realize what this will do to the country? It's not just the country that's concerned about this right now, but foreign countries as well, and I've already received calls from a dozen heads of state inquiring about the situation. The Transcendent headquarters was handed over to you to solve the country's dilemma, not to create one for the country. Toward the end, the tone on the other end of the phone grew deeper. Louis was silent for a moment and spoke out. This time it is my dereliction of duty. I didn't treat this mission with caution and got into this passive situation. I will try my best to salvage everything, no matter if it is successful or not. I will take full responsibility for this incident. Responsible? The voice on the other side of the phone rang out. If these hundreds of thousands of people die, can you afford to be responsible? Even shooting you tens of thousands of times wouldn't be enough. Louis, what are you going to do? Tell me. If you don't have a plan right now, then still fly the plane back, and I'll rearrange for someone to go over and replace you. Louis pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. I'm going to not suppress this incident this time. Not only that, I'll personally come out and explain all this to everyone, saying that it's the work of an alien being. Go on. Sooner or later, things about the transcendence and the fake can't be suppressed, and sooner or later, the country will go through this process. Since that's the case, we might as well utilize this opportunity to completely reveal it to the public. There are two benefits to doing so. First, we're here to save everyone in the new district of Matsue, so we're on the side of justice. Secondly, we can rely on this opportunity to call on civilian transcendents to participate in the rescue, and we can minimize the casualties of the transcendents at the headquarters. After listening to what Louis said, there was silence on the other end of the phone for a while before a voice came out. Hundreds of thousands of people can't be left unsaved. It's about the fundamentals of social order. The transcendents at the headquarters can't have too many casualties either. It's about the future of the country. So Louis, the best solution for you this time is to find a way to kill those alien beings as soon as possible. As long as we win, there is still room to salvage all of this. I'll be waiting to hear from you. With the last words on the other end of the phone was hung up directly. At this time, Louis near the people are looking down at their own feet, completely when they just did not hear anything. At the same time, dozens of kilometers away from the light column on the rooftop of an office building, a man and a dog were sitting on the edge of the rooftop with their feet dangling in the air. The big yellow dog looked sideways at Ning Yuan with a stunned expression. What did you say? You're saying that the headquarters will use this opportunity to completely expose the existence of transcendents and alien beings to the world? How is this possible? A dog of mine knows how this news will affect ordinary people. I'm afraid society will be in direct chaos by then, right? Ning Yuan sniffed coldly. In an era where the number of transcendents and fae are gradually increasing, complete exposure is just something that will happen sooner or later. Instead of being passive when the time comes, it's better to be proactive now. As long as Louis personally faces the world to portray the headquarters as a righteous force that fights against the alien beings, not only will it allow all ordinary people to see the attitude of the headquarters, but it will also be able to use this to pull in those transcendents that have gathered the folk to participate in the rescue. This way, under the slogan of great justice for the people, can not only make those hidden transcendents show up to sell their lives, but also reduce some of the losses of the headquarters. What those ordinary people at the headquarters are strong in isn't power, but the ability to manipulate people's hearts and turn a predicament in their favor. The big yellow dog had already been dumbfounded upon hearing this. Despite the fact that it thought it had already read a lot of books and was smarter than a lot of people, it still felt that its dog brain simply wasn't enough after hearing Ning Yuan's words. You don't look too big. Why do you know so much about this? The big yellow dog looked at Ning Yuan, unable to hide his inner curiosity. Ning Yuan sniffed and didn't answer its question. The reason why he understood was because he knew everything that had happened here in his last life. In the previous life, the headquarters had also been caught in a trap by the joint design of Lu Xing and the Fae. Louis had no choice but to make a big deal out of the transcendentalists and the foreigners, and used this as an excuse to personally broadcast an invitation to the capable transcendentalists in the country to come here together to participate in the important task of exterminating the foreign beings and saving hundreds of thousands of people. The course of that battle was not clear to Ning Yuan, but he knew the ending. Although headquarters had won, it was a disastrous victory. In that battle, almost all of the second-order transcendents who entered the light curtain to participate in the battle were annihilated inside. There were also many transcendents who came to participate in the battle from the civilian population, and the vast majority of them didn't even leave their names behind and never appeared again after going inside. In this battle, one third-order transcendent died as well, and that was the root of the headquarters. If not for the appearance of the S-class transcendent Zhuo Qingyue to save the day, the outcome of that battle might be unknown. Thinking of Zhuo Qingyue, a cold smile couldn't help but appear in Ning Yuan's heart. Zhuo Qingyue, in your last life you broke through the third rank to save the day, but today you're only at the second rank. So it's a pity that the person who saves the day in this life can't be you. Thoughts turning back, Ning Yuan pulled out his own cell phone and looked at it.
Ignoring the messages sent by Su Wei and Xia Xinla, he sent a message back to Ning Xiaoluo that he was safe and did not miss her. Then Ning Yuan clicked on the video software. As expected, it was just as he expected. The big yellow dog also came over to look, and he gave a strange bark. It's really right by you. The official has really opened a live stream. Lu Yi's speech was playing in the video at this moment. This was a live broadcast from an official account, so the popularity of watching it could be considered terrifying. Behind Lu Yi in the video is the pitch-black light shield, and this angle is enough to prove that he was personally present at the scene of the first danger. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Yi, currently inaugurated as the Minister of the Ministry of National Security. This time through this way is to explain something to you. Lu Yi's words are simple, yet they resonate straight to the point. Lastly, the rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of everyone. The foreigners invade the world, those who are able to fight against it. I am at the front line. I hope that those who are capable can come and fight with us to save our compatriots. At the end of his words, Lu Yi in the video bent down and bowed towards the camera, and behind him, many staff members appeared, either in military uniforms or in suits, and they bowed towards the camera together behind Lu Yi. On the rooftop, the big yellow dog looked at Ning Yuan as if he had seen a ghost. It's actually exactly as you said. Chapter 54, Getting It Together. Ning Yuan turned off his cell phone as he got up and stood on the edge of the rooftop to look into the distance. When Big Yellow Dog saw him get up, he hastily spoke out to inquire. We've seen it all, shouldn't we go back? Go back? Ning Yuan looked at it and suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. You think I brought you here just to let you blow off steam? Seeing Ning Yuan in this state, a bad premonition suddenly rose up inside the big yellow dog for some reason, and it stuttered a bit in its voice. Or else. Ning Yuan raised his finger to point at the pitch-black light pillar and opened his mouth with a cold smile. Didn't you just hear what Louis said? Those who are capable should go and do their part. So of course we're going to go and join in the fun. The big yellow dog sniffed only to feel that a tall hat had been placed on its doggy head out of nowhere. No, you're wrong, Great King, you're a capable man. I'm not, I'm just a dog. Ning Yuan directly grabbed the big yellow dog by the neck and lifted it up, looking at it as he slowly spoke. Don't talk so much nonsense, that place might be dangerous for a transcendent, but not for a dog like you. After all, neither the Fae nor the transcendents would care if a dog appeared behind them. Not to mention that there are treasures on the bodies of some Fae beings, so you'll get a share at that time. Looking at Ning Yuan's odd smile, Big Yellow Dog's pupils instantly shrank. Could it be that you want it? The smile on Ning Yuan's face grew wider. That's right, it's what you think. The big yellow dog sniffed and both eyes immediately began to dribble and move. Ning Yuan was right, he was just a dog, who would care about a dog? If one takes advantage of the chaos behind people. Thinking about it, the big yellow dog's face couldn't help but also reveal a touch of odd smile, and finally his mouth was even grinning to the root of his ear. Meanwhile, outside the ground light screen, Yang Yu, who came in front of Louis, first took off his protective suit. He took the water handed over by the staff and filled a few mouths, then looked at Louis and said directly, "The light curtain can't be destroyed from the outside. Whether it's the power of a transcendentalist or a thermal weapon, there's no difference between these forces hitting the light curtain and hitting the air. So if you want to destroy this light curtain, you either have to wait for it to dissipate on its own, or destroy that pillar of light from the inside." Saying this, Yang Yu first raised his hand and pointed at the pitch-black light pillar that went straight into the firmament, then continued. Also, there exists an unknown black miasma within the light curtain. This kind of miasma will attenuate the body functions of ordinary people after continuous inhalation. I let Zheng Guang inhale some of it, yet he was not affected. Lu Yi's eyelids jumped at the words. So what you are saying is that transcendents trapped within the black light curtain are not affected, but ordinary people will be in danger of losing their lives as time passes? Yang Yu first nodded. That's right, unless the person inside doesn't breathe. Once they do, it's chronic suicide. Louis subconsciously clenched his fist as he looked at Yang Yu and spoke first. What about the danger inside? Can we go in and briefly explore before coming out? Yang Yu shook his head first, then sighed out. The point is here. I just let 2 groups of soldiers into it in separate batches. 5 in the first batch and 10 in the second. And then? Did they come out? What did you see? Louis hurriedly inquired. Yang Yu was silent for a moment first, then slowly spoke. The first batch went in and didn't come out. The communication equipment all malfunctioned and lost contact. The second batch, I used to have them take one section of rope and the other outside, go inside the light screen and take 3 steps forward and come back. Yet even then, they still didn't fold back, and that rope broke, with a jagged break, as if it had been pulled hard. Hearing this, Lu Yi's frown deepens. But judging by my experience, these soldiers should not be dead. Yang Yuxian continued. Judging from the breaks in the rope, the light curtain doesn't just contain miasma. The outer layer of the light curtain should also have some sort of connection to space, so the person goes in and just walks a little bit of distance, but is stretched right into the depths. And the rope was pulled off by this spatial force because a section of it was outside. After listening to Yang Yuxian's words, Louis looks at him and slowly speaks.
If a transcendent is sent into it, what do you think the chances of winning are? Or to put it another way, how do you think it would be possible to win the battle and destroy that pillar of light while protecting the lives of the people inside? This time, Yang Yuxian was silent for several minutes while the people around him waited in silence. Finally, Yang Yuxian rubbed his temples and opened his mouth. I still suggest abandoning this area, because from what I've observed this light curtain shouldn't exist for too long, but once a transcendent goes in then life and death is unknown. Nowadays, the purpose of the alien beings can be said to be clear. They are just waiting for a rabbit, just waiting for us to send transcendentals inside to destroy the light pillar. Louis, you also know that the foreign race beings are not brainless monsters, they are even more intelligent than us and clearly know where our weaknesses are. Against this kind of enemy we can't have it both ways, there's always a trade-off. We don't know what kind of dangers are in there, how many alien beings are there, if they are targeting the headquarters this time, wanting to take this opportunity to destroy the foundation that we have managed to build all these years in one go, what should we do? Quietly listening to Yang Yu first finished, Louis heard the fists clenched more tightly, on which his even more veins burst. He sighed deeply to the sky and then shook his head at Yang Yuxian. There are some things that one can only do when they know they can't. There is only one choice before us today, and that is how to win this battle quickly. Yang Yuxian sniffed and stopped persuading as he spoke. If we want to win this battle with the greatest probability, then we must go in with a sufficient number of second-order transcendents. On top of that, first-order transcendents with abilities rated above B rank will also have to participate in the battle. Transcendents can't act alone after going in, rush towards the pillar of light in groups of 5, and then try to destroy it as quickly as possible by all means. Finally, at least one third-order transcendent must be allowed to take part in this operation. Chapter 55 Both. Hearing Yang Yuxian's last sentence, Louis's breath couldn't help but stutter, and the surrounding staff also looked at Yang Yuxian in disbelief. A moment later, the staff member in charge of communication spoke out under the signal of Louis's gaze. Enough second-order transcendents. Nowadays the headquarters has 14 second-order transcendents that can be mobilized to participate in the mission within 2 hours, and first-order B-rank transcendents and above can be mobilized for about 100 people. Yang Yu looks at him first, then looks at Louis and opens his mouth. Can Elder Qin move? Louis pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head. This time is different from the last time. How long it takes to enter the light curtain before coming out is also unknown. You know clearly in your heart what is stored inside the headquarters. If there is no Qin law to guard the headquarters, if there is a loss in the headquarters, then the consequences caused would be even more serious than losing this battle. Hearing this, Yang Yu first frowned and spoke. Where are the other 2 third-order transcendents? Finding a way to transfer one over is fine. Louis continued to shake his head. Zhang Xiong is protecting the chief, it's impossible for him to come over. As for Tian Shanfeng, I've already found a way to contact him, I just don't know if he'll come back in time from abroad. Hearing this, Yang Yuxian ruthlessly rubbed his hair and sneered. Hee, 2 can't move, 1 can't find anyone. Seeing Yang Yuxian in this state, Louis quickly spoke out. You don't have to worry too much, maybe things aren't as bad as you think, and I've summoned capable transcendents from across the country via live broadcast to help. First, as you said, let the second-order transcendents and first-order transcendents go in as soon as possible to start the operation, and on my side, I'll try to find a way for Tian Shanfeng to rush back. Hearing this, Yang Yu first looked at Louis, then suddenly stretched out his hands and fiercely grabbed his collar. The surrounding people were startled at this sight. Some people wanted to go forward and pull Yang Yuxian, but Louis waved his hand. All disperse, Professor Yang and I have something to say alone. The people around them had to disperse upon hearing this. Yang Yuxian looked at Louis dead on, his face gloomy to the extreme. Louis, what time is it now? If you want to save someone, save them. If you don't save them. Which play are you playing now? You want to save people, but you're not willing to let the third-order transcendents come out? What, taking the lives of these first-order, second-order transcendents to act? I'm warning you, Louis, this isn't the old days. Don't you know what humanity is facing now? You guys are still playing a bold political game here. I know what you and the people above are thinking. If these second-order transcendents succeed, that would be best, but if they fail, you will be able to answer to the people. After all, as long as there are third-order transcendents around, the headquarters is still the headquarters. Louis just listened without making any defense. The two of them just stared at each other for a while, then Yang Yu first slowly loosened his grip on Louis's collar and said, If you don't let the third-ranked transcendent participate in the battle, then it's simply impossible to win this battle. Louis straightened his wrinkled collar, then patted Yang Yuxian's shoulder inside. He turned back to look at the crowd to give orders. Immediately convey a message to the second-order transcendents, first-order transcendents that meet the requirements, telling them that they don't need to come here to assemble, and directly enter the light curtain. Mission content. Go in and act in groups of 5. Think of every possible way to destroy that pillar of light. Also, there's no need to hide anything here. If any Sybil transcendents come to help, inform them of all the mission content and intelligence. The surrounding people were aghast and then answered together. Yes. At the same time, Ning Yuan also received a message from the headquarters. Looking at the contents within, the peeping big yellow dog on the side made a puzzled noise. How come they're all second-order transcendents and first-order transcendents? Isn't there a third-order transcendent at the headquarters? Shouldn't they be sent on? Ning Yuan sniffed with a cold smile as he pointed at the black light curtain in front of him and spoke. You say, does that look like a thing? Big yellow dog sniffs and wonders, what thing? The gambling table. Ning Yuan uttered those two words. The big yellow dog froze, and then it looked at Ning Yuan with some disbelief. On this betting table, the third-order transcendent is the last chip that the headquarters has, so the headquarters doesn't dare to press. Speaking of this, Ning Yuan couldn't help but think of that dead third-order transcendent in his last life, Tian Shangfeng. It was important to realize that Tian Shangfeng hadn't participated in this battle because of orders from headquarters. On the contrary, his participation in this battle was entirely his own choice. At that time, Ning Yuan had a deep impression of this person because of a remark. The words were recorded by a transcendent who had once participated in the outbreak of the Great Shanghai City and survived. Tian Shangfeng protected us, he fought alone against the three alien beings beside the Pillar of Light, fighting to the death and not retreating. In that battle, Tian Shangfeng died of exhaustion, and in the end, it was Zhuo Qingyue who entered the battlefield with a hidden identity, who saved the day by killing those alien beings and destroying the Light Pillar. Along with the order from the headquarters, the transcendents who received the message began to rush towards the light curtain one after another. Among them, there was no lack of those who were unhappy in their hearts, but in today's situation, unless they betrayed the headquarters and became deserters, they could only be wrapped up by the momentum and enter this unknown battlefield. Because the light shield covered a large enough area, Ning Yuan carried the big yellow dog nearby and found an unoccupied hidden corner before directly entering it. As soon as he touched the pitch-black light screen, a chilly feeling came over him. A few steps forward were accompanied by a distortion in front of them, followed by a change in the scenery in front of them. The skyscrapers still towered around them, but they had lost their luster. The sky was dark and lightless, and the whole world seemed to be forever frozen in the moment of evening. On the road where they are at the moment, the surrounding densely packed corpses are countless. Broken flesh and limbs are everywhere, the air is full of pungent bloody gas. Looking at the scenery as if it was the end of the world, the big yellow dog was so shocked that it almost didn't jump up, and it swallowed a mouthful of saliva to rigidly control its constantly trembling limbs. Ning Yuan walked forward, and the big yellow dog hurriedly followed him. Looking around, the corpses on the ground seemed to tell of everything that had happened here not too long ago. Looking at it, the big yellow dog's gaze became somewhat unnatural. Just walked not much far, it found no less than 20 not big bodies. Just look at their tender face, big yellow dog can guess their age. Right at this moment, Ning Yuan, who was in front of him, stopped in his tracks. He crouched down and flipped a sprawling corpse over. It was the body of a dead man, who appeared to be about 30 years old, and there was the body of a girl underneath his body. And these two bodies were killed by a single blow through the heart at the same time. With just a sweeping glance, Ning Yuan knew that this man who was a transcendent had died to protect this girl. Looks like I don't have much luck, Ning Yuan said slowly as he looked at the corpse. Big Yellow Dog hadn't had time to inquire about the meaning of Ning Yuan's words. There was a cold female voice that resounded from above. Your luck is indeed not very good. I had just cleared these people out before I had gone far, when I heard your footsteps. If you had come over 2 minutes later, you might have died a little later. Chapter 56, You Talk Too Much Crap. Ning Yuan raised his head and looked expressionlessly in the direction of the speech. Only to see a girl standing on the roof of a store building not far away. The girl was wearing a white dress with 2 twisted braids, and her features looked a little green and childish. The moment the Big Yellow Dog heard the sound, it began to pretend to be a common earth dog, lowering its head and sniffing here and there while slowly moving a little farther away from Ning Yuan. To Big Yellow Dog's inner relief, that foreign race being had indeed only taken one look at it before focusing all of its attention on Ning Yuan's body. The girl's footsteps flicked, and her entire body landed as lightly as a white butterfly not far from Ning Yuan. Did you kill all these people? Ning Yuan inquired as he looked at the girl in front of him. A stiff smile appeared on the girl's indifferent face as she sniffed. Yes, the man you just touched was a transcendent, only he was so weak he died before I could have much fun. With his kind of strength, he still shamelessly said to let those ordinary people run him first to block me. After saying that, the girl's gaze swept the corpses and broken limbs around her, then stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. It's really over the top. It would have been a move that would have been somewhat otherworldly on the girl's part. But Ning Yuan's gaze was as if he was looking at a lump of rotten meat. In the opinion of him, who had been in contact with foreign beings for hundreds of years, the girl in front of him was 2 completely different creatures on the surface and on the inside. The most common disguise used by Fey beings was substitution. Simply put, it kills the original owner and then continues to live in her place. Seeing that the man in front of her was not as alarmed as she had imagined, the girl couldn't help but feel a sense of loss rise within her. After all, in her opinion, this kind of low-level prey should flee in terror and be hunted down by her. What was wrong with looking straight at her now? Was it ignorance without fear? The girl was just about to make a move when Ning Yuan's voice sounded before her. How many of you are there? The girl looked at Ning Yuan suspiciously. A moment later a smile appeared on her face, which then became more and more exaggerated until it was somewhat distorted. Ha 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 ha. The girl exaggeratedly bent over and laughed, the snow-white gully at her neckline hidden. Little fellow, do you have a brain problem? After seeing me you don't run away the first time, but actually ask me questions in return? The girl laughed while wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. However, when she looked at Ning Yuan's face, she couldn't laugh anymore. This was because Ning Yuan's gaze was gloomy at the moment, and he was looking at her with a face of impatience. You. The girl frowned to say something, but she suddenly felt her eyes looking uncontrollably at the ground. What's going on? The girl was inwardly puzzled, and then her pupils shrank as she actually saw her own body out of the corner of her eye. No, this guy. The girl instantly reacted, her head had actually been cut off by the other party without her realizing it. And the scene that happened in the next moment was even more shocking to the girl. She watched with her own eyes as her torso was soundlessly split into countless pieces of flesh. How is it possible, you? Who are you? How can there be someone as strong as you in the HQ Transcendence? The girl's head rolled on the ground a few times before coming to a stop, her eyes staring deathly at Ning Yuan in a shrill voice. I know all the Transcendents within the headquarters, even a third-order Transcendent couldn't have done this without a sound. Who the hell are you? Ning Yuan walked up to the front of the girl's head, and he slowly spoke with an expressionless face as he looked down at the girl. What a waste, not answering even when I ask you a question, and there's nothing good on your body. Saying that, Ning Yuan raised his foot and stomped on the girl's skull. I'll ask one last time, how many of you are there? The girl felt the terrifying pressure coming from her face as she gritted her teeth and spoke in terror. Wait. Can you spare me after saying that? Ning Yuan looked down at her, then a smile actually appeared on his cold face. Fine, as long as you answer my question, I'll let you go. The girl sniffed and hesitated for a moment, then spoke. You promise? Ning Yuan nodded and removed his foot from the girl's face. I promise. Seeing Ning Yuan promise, hope for life suddenly rose in the girl's heart. After all, as long as her consciousness remained, her body could slowly recover. There are 16 people invited to participate in this siege against you this time. 16. Ning Yuan sniffed inwardly and thought. This number was somewhat out of his expectations. I don't think you guys belong to the same force. Ning Yuan continued to inquire. The girl's pupils shrank when she heard the word forces, and she looked at Ning Yuan with some surprise. I didn't expect you to actually know about this. Not bad, we don't belong to the same force, this time it was that guy Lingwu who invited us. By the way, Lingwu is that foreign race being that your transcendent headquarters has been pursuing, he has a special identity and has 4 escorts following him, each of these 4 is very strong. The girl also thoughtfully explained Lingwu's identity for Ning Yuan. You came when it invited you? Aren't you guys in competition? Ning Yuan's words shocked the girl once again as she looked at him with some disbelief. The other party, this native, knew too much, and at this moment, she suspected that Ning Yuan and her were kindred spirits. Ning Yuan didn't give the girl time to think as he continued to open his mouth to inquire. What exactly are you guys competing for by coming to this planet, and what do you want to obtain? Competing for what? To gain what? The girl's eyes suddenly fell into thought when she heard this question, and then her face gradually became confused as she muttered. Yes, what is the purpose of our coming here? What am I here for? I don't remember, all I know is that all beings within this planet must die, and I will defeat all contenders. Seeing the girl's behavior, Ning Yuan inwardly sighed. As expected, the answer that hadn't even been solved in the last world where the human race was dying, how could it be known so easily now? What was the purpose of these alien beings coming here, and why did they want to exterminate the humans on this planet? This question was not clear even to the alien beings themselves. Just then, the girl seemed to have come back to her senses from her state of disorientation as she forgot about the question she was thinking about earlier and looked at Ning Yuan as she continued. Lingwu told us that he was able to set up a low-grade formation and use it as a trap to lure many transcendents over. That way we can get the upper hand in the formation to slaughter you guys. Although we weren't willing to cooperate with Lingwu at first, killing you transcendents is beneficial to us all, so we still came. Chapter 57 I'm backpedaling. A cold smile spread across the corners of Ning Yuan's mouth when he heard this. Eradicate the common enemy first, then compete internally? You guys are quite good at that. The girl's eyes blinked at that. You're right to say that, the existence of the transcendents will affect the fights between us, not to mention that you guys are getting stronger as well. So snuffing out the ones of you that aren't growing is a must for us. Seeing Ning Yuan's silence, a cold aura flickered in the girl's eyes, then she said with a smile on her face. I've answered all the questions I should have answered for you, and it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Let me go, not only will I not go against you, I will also help you deal with Lingwu. After all, in a way, he and I will become enemies sooner or later. Speaking at the end, the girl couldn't help but feel a great sense of humiliation rise in her heart. She would actually bow her head and beg for forgiveness towards a human nowadays. If she recovered another 20% of her strength, she would be able to wipe out this mole with the lift of her hand. Even if she hadn't been careless at the very beginning and cast her divine ability in the first place, perhaps she wouldn't have been reduced to this. Now with only a head left, she can do nothing but live by pleasing the other party. Ning Yuan looked at her. Then he raised his foot and re-stomped on the girl's skull. You? The girl shuddered inwardly when she saw Ning Yuan's movements. You promised, how could you? Feeling the increasing pressure on her face, the girl burst out in fear. Yeah, I promised. Ning Yuan looked down at her, then a hideous smile appeared on his face. But I reversed it. As the force under his feet grew, the girl's head began to deform and blood kept flowing out of her 7 orifices. You! The girl opened her mouth to whimper and cursed Ning Yuan. However, Ning Yuan looked at the girl as if he was looking at a dying whimpering dog. He gradually increased the force under his feet, and with a poof, the head under his foot was completely trampled by him. The big yellow dog not far away shivered at the sight, inwardly gaining a new perception of Ning Yuan's shamelessness and ruthlessness. It came to Ning Yuan's front and looked at the shapeless head and spoke. Dead? This alien being died so easily? Ning Yuan sniffed and looked at the bloody scene around him with a cold smile. The long period of unilateral slaughter has made her drift. If she had been more wary of me in the beginning, she wouldn't have died so easily. Speaking of this, Ning Yuan's mind drifted back to the mysterious woman in ancient clothes that he had encountered on the rooftop that night. The other party hadn't utilized any means of protection and had just dodged his attack with such ease. Right at that moment, several loud explosions came from their left front. Raising his head to look at the dim sky, Ning Yuan disappeared in place with Big Yellow Dog. When they reappeared, they had already arrived on top of a tall building. A man and a dog looked down, only to see a fierce battle going on below. To be precise, it was a full 3 transcendents surrounding a single person. Boom! The man under siege emitted light from his hands, and every punch he threw out shook the air with an explosive sound, constantly forcing back the transcendents attacking him, and the airwaves emanating from the winds of the man's fists could even shatter the boulders that flew towards him from a few meters away. On the contrary, the other 3 transcendents, 2 men and 1 woman, of which the girl who didn't look too old stood not far away, her pretty face pale, her hands raised, around which surrounded several boulders, and every now and then one of them flew towards the battlefield. The other 2 men were one in front of the other, exercising their means to fight the enemy at close range. That one. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the person surrounded by 3 transcendents. Big Yellow Dog also spoke out in surprise at this moment. It's the alien being from that club. I remember he seems to be called Zhang Xian. Ning Yuan nodded. It's him. At this moment, Ning Yuan's gaze left Zhang Xian and looked at the other 3 people. Of the 3 transcendents, the girl among them he also had some impression of, as if she was a first-order transcendent who had attended the meeting together not long ago. Chapter 58. What's in it for you? Shangyanan, how's it going? The communicator is still not responding. In the middle of the battlefield, Zhou Luyuan, who had been shaken out, climbed up from the ground as he looked at the girl and roared inquiringly. At the same time, his hands were covered in dense cracks, and strands of white smoke continued to appear from the cracks. The girl who was manipulating the boulder was overdrawn by her mental power. Her originally fair face was now a bit terrifyingly white. Not only that, the girl's hair was even wet with sweat and plastered on her face. I just looked. It's not working. Even though the strain was unbearable, the girl still gritted her teeth in response to Zhou Luyuan's question. Zhou Mingyuan's forehead veins popped at the words and he opened his mouth to angrily curse Chang'anan. Grass. Just looked at it, why don't you look at it again now? It didn't work just now, maybe it will work now. You still want me to teach you such a small thing? The 2 of us are fighting for our lives, and you can't even do the most basic assistance well. Use your brain. After finishing his string of words, Zhou Luyuan looked at his companions who were entangled with the alien beings, and then looked at his hands that were constantly trembling, and then he gritted his teeth and continued to charge forward. Chang'anan pursed her lips, one hand controlling the constantly shaking boulder, one hand pulling out the communication device from her own pocket. Looking at the no signal on it. Sweat flowed from her forehead to her eyes and later mixed with tears. From the moment she encountered this alien being not too long ago when the battle with it began, she had not relaxed for an instant. Because she knew that she was only a first-order transcendent and that her own abilities were useless in melee combat, she had been doing her best to cover those too. However, the continuous high-pressure battle had long ago caused her to almost collapse. The roof of the building. The Big Yellow Dog scat out as he watched what was happening below. I didn't realize that these 3 transcendents were still quite powerful. They actually fought Zhang Xian back and forth. Ning Yuan smiled coldly and opened his mouth. There's coming and going? What a blind dog's eye you have. Take a good look at Zhang Xian's movements. Not only was he able to avoid the attacks of those 2 transcendents, his own attacks were still manageable for them to deal with, so much so that those 2 couldn't even turn around to escape. This Zhang Xian is obviously deliberately tangling with the three of them, wanting to attract other transcendents over through the commotion emitted here. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, the big yellow dog hurriedly stared at Zhang Xian's every move with a pair of doggy eyes. As it watched, it couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Just like what Ning Yuan had said, Zhang Xian's attack was just right. It was both dangerous and could be dodged by the other party, but if the other party turned around to escape, Zhang Xian's attack would definitely be able to strike him from behind. It was the same as an ordinary person holding a sword and fighting a fierce beast. You still have room to maneuver in the face of this beast, but once you turn around, your life will be in danger. Looking on, the big yellow dog revealed an impish smile. This guy wants to attract transcendence over, and he's not afraid that he'll fall in the gutter. Speaking of this, big yellow dog looked at Ning Yuan. After all, this guy had just killed a foreign race being with almost no effort, so he thought that this Zhang Xian shouldn't be Ning Yuan's opponent either. However, the big yellow dog looked a little puzzled as he watched. Because it realized that Ning Yuan didn't have the slightest intention of making a move. Not only that, but he also seemed to be somewhat tastelessly surveying other directions. You? Big yellow dog uttered suspiciously. Don't you? Ning Yuan turned his head to look at it. The big yellow dog's eyes gestured downwards. That means, aren't you going to help your companion? A puzzled look appeared on Ning Yuan's face even as he saw this. What do you mean? The big yellow dog had to say, you're not going to help your companion? The puzzled look on Ning Yuan's face intensified as he sniffed. Help them? Why do you want to help? The big yellow dog was stunned. Then what are you doing here? Ning Yuan sniffed and frowned as he looked at the big yellow dog. Of course it's to kill Zhang Xian. Since these foreign races will be enemies sooner or later, we might as well get rid of them earlier. This is something I share the same viewpoint as the alien being who died just now. Upon hearing these words, the look on the big yellow dog's face was a bit odd. Wait a minute, let me run through it. The reason you're not leaving right now is to kill Zhang Xian. Then why don't you go down now if you want to kill Zhang Xian? There are still people to help you that way. Ning Yuan sniffed in silence as he looked at the big yellow dog, the look as if he was looking at a stupid dog. What? Where did I go wrong? The big yellow dog gulped. Ning Yuan sighed, then he pointed at the people below and asked, is there any benefit to me if I save them? Big yellow dog pondered for a moment, then tried to answer. Help you deal with Zhang Xian? Ning Yuan shook his head. These wastes who are only at the first rank are useless. If Zhang Xian wanted to kill them, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Hearing this, the big yellow dog fell silent. If it was according to what Ning Yuan had said, then saving these three people indeed wouldn't bring any benefits to Ning Yuan. In the end, he would probably just get a couple of thank yous. Just then, Ning Yuan continued to speak. Furthermore, if they die here, it will instead be of great benefit to me. The big yellow dog sniffed and looked at Ning Yuan with a dumbfounded expression, and even if its dog brain thought through, it couldn't figure out the meaning of Ning Yuan's words. Benefits? You can still have benefits if they die? Ning Yuan nodded. Of course. Only when they're all dead will I be the final winner. Toward the end, a wry smile appeared on Ning Yuan's face. The big yellow dog shivered at the sight of his appearance. At this moment, it finally understood what Ning Yuan meant. If there would be a winner in this battle between the headquarters and the alien beings, then Ning Yuan he was going to be that winner. After all, only the winner would be able to reap great benefits. The lower battlefield. The expected transcendents who were attracted by the movement of the battle here were not there, which made Zhang Xian's cold demeanor grow more and more impatient. At this moment, the three people fighting against him also sensed that something was wrong. However, the situation of not being able to escape and having no one to support them made them more and more desperate. Chang Anan's face was bloodless, and his 7 orifices were even starting to slowly bleed out due to the overuse of his abilities. Just then, in front of where they were, various colors of light were constantly flying backwards, like a colorful python shooting straight up into the gray sky. This commotion instantly attracted the gazes of the three of them, as well as Zhang Xian's gaze. Is it support? Is it our companions? A wave of hope rose within the despairing hearts of the Chang Anan trio. Zhang Xian frowned as he looked at the light that flew backwards. To actually force him to use that item, it looks like it's quite lively there. Retracting his gaze from the distance, Zhang Xian looked back at the trio before killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Not playing with you guys anymore. Chapter 59, Shameless and Insidious. Seeing Zhang Xian in this state, Zhou Luyuan shuddered inwardly. Not good, this guy. Another transcendent named Lin Hao shrieked out in shock. Because of his relatively special intuition, he could clearly feel the terrifyingly surging pressure from Zhang Xian's body. This pressure meant strength, meaning that the other party's strength had suddenly climbed several times. What's wrong, Lin Hao? Zhou Luyuan looked at Zhang Xian deadpan and asked Lin Hao loudly. Him. Lin Hao's pupils trembled violently, his voice breaking from fear. This appearance of the duo was not seen by Chang Anan, as her vision had long been blurred. However, what happened in the next scene made her eyes widen. Zhang Xian moved. He took a step out, his eyes blazing with blue aura as he shouted angrily. Set. Buzz. A light blue circle of light spread out from beneath his feet, instantly enveloping the three. Zhang Xian blasted out with a fist. The next moment, the two of them, Zhou Luyuan and Lin Hao, who were several meters away from him, were directly blasted into a ground of broken flesh by an invisible force. This horrifying scene completely destroyed Cheng An's cognition as she fell backward with a softness in her body, and large water stains began to emerge under her buttocks. Zhang Xian glanced at her, then expressionlessly took out a steel bar from the boulder beside him. With just a single step, Zhang Xian arrived directly in front of Cheng Anan from dozens of meters away. Cheng An's body trembled violently as she placed her arms against the ground, dragging the lower half of her body backward non-stop. Poof! Zhang Xian plunged the end of the steel bar into Cheng An's heart with ease. Cough! Cheng Anan opened her mouth and coughed up blood as her strength began to drain from her body, and her arms supporting the ground went limp, causing her entire body to lie on her back. And it was because she was lying on the ground. That's why she saw the two dark shadows on top of the building. So, you guys have been here for a long time? Muttering in his heart. The luster in Cheng An's eyes gradually drained away, and her pupils began to lax. Confirming that the other party was dead, Zhang Xian turned around and left. Just after walking out for some distance, Zhang Xian stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned around and looked at Ning Yuan, who was standing with his hands in his pockets not far behind himself. After just a brief moment of staring at each other, Zhang Xian actually smiled. A smile appeared on his cold face, even if the smile looked stiff. Interesting, there are actually strong people like you amongst the Transcendents. It seems that I haven't wasted my precious time in vain. Ning Yuan laughed as well, his smile tinged with sarcasm. You seem to be very excited. Of course I'm excited. The moment I saw you, all the muscles in my body were trembling. Zhang Xian's smile grew more and more hideous. He reached out and grabbed his collar, then violently ripped it open. At this moment, Zhang Xian's upper body muscles that were perfect to the extreme were exposed. He clenched his fists, and the crunching sound of bones resounded continuously. Ning Yuan nodded as he surveyed Zhang Xian's perfect upper body. Very nice flesh, but have you ever heard of a saying? Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow at his words. What words? Proper exercise attracts the opposite sex, excessive exercise attracts the same sex. Zhang Xian frowned as he seemed to be thinking about the meaning of Ning Yuan's words. Just then, Zhang Xian's upper body suddenly leaned back. Boom! A boulder not far behind him was split in two and the corner of Zhang Xian's eyes danced wildly as he looked at the boulder that had been split in two. He stood up straight and looked at Ning Yuan with a gloomy gaze. If he hadn't reacted a bit faster just now, he was afraid that he would have been directly cut in half. A sense of crisis once again appeared in his heart, and Zhang Xian, who was holding his breath, saw Ning Yuan's attack clearly this time. Only seeing several faint black shadows sweeping towards him in the air, Zhang Xian hurriedly rolled around to dodge. Ning Yuan's attacks were insidious and venomous, often able to anticipate Zhang Xian's next move in advance. The black shadow that was like a sharp blade was even more as if it was invisible in this dimly lit world. Damn! As if dancing alone, a nameless fire rose in Zhang Xian's heart. Especially after he saw Ning Yuan's eyes as if he was watching a play, the anger within him swelled to its limit. The other party was obviously very strong, and could obviously have a fierce clash between the strong with him. However, the other party was using such insidious and underhanded moves. Set me! Zhang Xian shouted angrily as he ignored Ning Yuan's attacks, allowing these black shadows to leave deep, visible scars on his powerful flesh. As his eyes blazed with blue aura, a circle of light spread out violently from beneath his feet. However, the next moment a scene that shocked Zhang Xian occurred. He only saw that the circle of light under his feet actually stopped in front of Ning Yuan's body. Looking at Ning Yuan's smirking expression, Zhang Xian's pupils shrunk violently. This guy, he actually knows the shroud range of my divine ability. How is it possible? How did he know? Right at this moment, a horrifying thought popped out of Zhang Xian's brain. This guy was just here. He's been watching the fight between me and those three losers, and he actually didn't even save his own companions. Without giving Zhang Xian too much time to think, Ning Yuan's attacks kept falling again. Zhang Xian was trembling with anger, but he couldn't do anything about Ning Yuan. As long as he moved forward, he would have to endure attacks from Ning Yuan, and Ning Yuan would shamelessly retreat to continue distancing himself from him. Not only was it useless to keep casting divine abilities, but it would also greatly deplete his aura, making him more and more passive. So he could only put away his divine ability to be forced to take Ning Yuan's attacks hard. What should I do? If I spend time with him like this, it's definitely not favorable for me. As Ning Yuan's attack speed became faster and faster, the wounds on Zhang Xian's body gradually increased, and the speed of his physical body's recovery was even somewhat unable to keep up. Must go first. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian's eyes began to roam around himself. He had to find a place with a cover to leave this. Right at this moment, Zhang Xian's eyes from the corner of his eyes suddenly saw a big yellow dog walking around with its tail between its legs not far behind him. After just sweeping a glance at that earth dog, Zhang Xian's attention shifted away. Looking at it, he finally determined the location of his escape. There in front of him was an alley. As long as he entered the alley with walls on the left and right, this dense black shadows would not be as lethal as in the open space. Thoughts flipped. Zhang Xian finalized his idea as he drummed up the muscles of his entire body, no longer dodging Ning Yuan's attacks and preparing to execute his divine ability to instantly move to his intended location. It was at this moment. Old man a sweeping leg. With a loud shout, Zhang Xian's legs were violently impacted, and with an unsteady lower plate, his entire body tipped backward. Zhang Xian stared in disbelief at the big yellow dog that had executed a sweeping leg behind him. Without giving him a chance to react, the pair of dog eyes that met his gaze violently erupted with ghostly light. God control! The big yellow dog shouted angrily. Zhang Xian's mind felt as if it had been hit hard by a heavy object, and then his consciousness briefly fell into blankness. At the same time, Ning Yuan appeared at his side and shattered his head with a punch. Chapter 60, We Are United as One. With a thud, the headless body fell to the ground. Just in case Zhang Xian had any more tricks up his sleeve, Ning Yuan chopped off his arms and legs as well. After waiting for a while and confirming that Zhang Xian was dead beyond death, Big Yellow Dog then exhaled a long breath to calm his violently beating heart. Too exciting! The Big Yellow Dog said as it came over to the corpse and started rummaging around with its two doggy paws on the corpse. Seeing its behavior, Ning Yuan snorted. Don't look for it, there's nothing on him. Hearing this, the Big Yellow Dog stopped its paw that wanted to pick at Zhang Xian's underwear, and it turned its head to look at Ning Yuan with some suspicion. No way, didn't you say that these foreign beings have treasures in their hands? Ning Yuan looked at it, then at Zhang Xian, who was almost stripped naked, before saying expressionlessly. Some foreign beings do have treasures on their hands, but obviously he doesn't have any on him. The Big Yellow Dog was a bit disappointed when he sniffed. Right at this moment, Ning Yuan looked sideways at a direction faintly uttered a voice. Someone's coming, follow me from afar, don't let others notice you. After saying that, the black shadows spread under Ning Yuan's feet, devouring and emptying the broken flesh of the corpses within the battlefield, and then he threw the Big Yellow Dog hundreds of meters away. Not long after, 5 silhouettes came to this area in turn by prancing and jumping. The leader was a tall and thin man, wearing a black trench coat, standing on the roof of a second floor with a gloomy face surveying the surroundings. Seeing that Ning Yuan was the only one, Li Guanfeng's vigilant gaze fell on him. You're from the headquarters? Ning Yuan looked at him and nodded. Yes, I'm from the headquarters. Li Guanfeng continued to inquire. I basically have an impression of all the second-order transcendents at the headquarters, and I haven't seen you before, so you're a first-order transcendent? Ning Yuan nodded again. Seeing him nod, Li Guanfeng turned his head to look at the 4 people behind him. Zhang Yifei, Lin Yu, the 2 of you were at the combat meeting not too long ago, do you have any impression of this person? Hearing Li Guanfeng's inquiry, there were 2 people behind him who looked at each other, then the transcendent named Lin Yu nodded and spoke. I have an impression, he is indeed a first-rank transcendent who has participated in the headquarters combat conference. Because Ning Yuan was the last to arrive from the sky that day in Dying City, Lin Yu had a deep impression of him. Hearing this, Li Guanfeng's heart relaxed. He leapt down from the roof to Ning Yuan's side and extended his right hand towards him. My name is Li Guanfeng, one of the heads of the South China region, a second-order transcendent. Ning Yuan sniffed and extended his hand to shake it as well. Ning Yuan, head of Great Zhou City, first-order transcendent. The 2 sides briefly recognized each other, and Li Guanfeng bluntly inquired. Ning Yuan, there was a battle here just now, do you know what happened? Hearing the other party's inquiry, Ning Yuan shook his head. I was also attracted here by the battle commotion, and it wasn't long after I arrived that you guys came. Li Guanfeng nodded as he looked at the traces of the fight around him. It seems like they should have already left, I just don't know if our compatriots have fallen into the fray. Speaking of this, Li Guanfeng looked at Ning Yuan to throw an olive branch at him. You should know that this area is dangerous right now, and one person's strength is limited, so you might as well join us. See that pillar of light? Li Guanfeng pointed at the pitch-black light pillar in the sky. As long as we unite and get there to destroy it, this will all be over, and we'll be the ones to save hundreds of thousands of heroes. Ning Yuan smiled coldly in his heart as he heard this. This Li Guanfeng is smart, saying that he's united, but he's afraid that he'll directly use these companions as cannon fodder after encountering the foreigners. Although he laughed coldly in his heart, on the surface, Ning Yuan pretended to be delighted as he opened his mouth. Really, that's great. To be honest, before you guys came, I've been looking for teammates as well. We're thinking the same thing. After all, there's strength in numbers. Unity can overcome all difficulties. Li Guanfeng sniffed as a hint of sarcasm flashed in the depths of his eyes, then nodded. Good, as long as you guys follow me and listen to my command, there's nothing to be afraid of here. And just at that moment, a strange change once again occurred in front of the several people. Only to see the colorful light that had originally disappeared for a period of time reappear, and a band of light flew backwards into the sky like a giant python. It appeared again. What on earth is that thing? Li Guanfeng's face changed as he looked at the spectacular and strange scenery. Their group had also seen this image when they were on their way here, and had originally thought that it wouldn't appear after it disappeared, but hadn't thought that it would appear again now. The difference from before was that this time, the light was also accompanied by a loud noise that came over. Ning Yuan frowned slightly as he looked at the scene in front of him, and he could vaguely feel a sense of vibration coming from the earth beneath his feet. A battle should have taken place there. Since there's a battle, it's most likely a battle between our compatriots and a foreign race. Let's go, let's take a look. Li Guanfeng said to a few people, then took the lead and rushed over first. The other transcendents followed behind him when they saw this. Ning Yuan. Lin Yu deliberately slowed down his speed and came to Ning Yuan at the very back of the group. He looked sideways at Ning Yuan and lowered his voice to speak. I remember that your ability can fly, right? Ning Yuan looked at him sideways, then nodded. Seeing Ning Yuan nodding, Lin Yu looked at the few people in front of him, and after confirming that he had drawn a safe distance, he said in a very small voice that could only be heard by the two of them. My ability can conceal everything within 10 meters of my own range, while your ability can fly. In the moment of last resort, we can work together. Saying this, Lin Yu looked at the dome of the sky. His meaning was obvious, that is, when they encountered a life-threatening situation, they could cooperate and escape together. Ning Yuan said as he looked at him with some surprise. There are so many of us, and besides, Lin Guanfeng is still a second-order transcendent. Why are we still thinking of escaping? Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Lin Yu smiled bitterly. You shouldn't have joined the headquarters for very long. There are 3 people in charge of the South China region, each of them is a second-order transcendent, of which Lin Guanfeng is the one with the deepest center mechanism among the 3. If we don't encounter a life and death crisis, this person might not do anything out of the ordinary, but once it comes to the time of his life and death, it's highly likely that this person will directly abandon us, or even use us as cannon fodder. Hearing this, Ning Yuan looked at Lin Yu with a somewhat odd expression. Seeing this expression on his face, Lin Yu let out a sigh. Hee, you must be thinking, since I know this person is unreliable, why do I still want to be with him, right? The reason is actually very simple, because if I act alone and encounter a foreign being, I will definitely die, but if I join Li Guanfeng, although there are also risks, the probability of survival is always higher than if I were alone. I want to complete this mission, I want to save the ordinary people here, yet I also want to live even more. Chapter 61, Everyone Together. The meaning of Lin Yu's words was obvious, he was seeking ways to increase his survival rate. Acting alone, compared to acting with Li Guanfeng, the latter had a higher probability of survival for him. The reason for contacting Ning Yuan to seek cooperation was because Ning Yuan's ability paired with his could make that survival probability go up a bit further. Lin Yu finished speaking and waited for Ning Yuan's reply. On the contrary, Ning Yuan displayed a thoughtful look. After a moment, Ning Yuan nodded towards him. Lin Yu felt relieved inside at this, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Good, it's a deal. Saying that, Lin Yu began to accelerate to throw off the distance with Ning Yuan. The speed of the group was so fast that the forward speed of their physical bodies alone had already far surpassed that of ground transportation. Along with the passage of time, they were getting closer and closer to the area where the anomaly occurred. And hundreds of meters away at the very back of the group, there was a yellow shadow firmly following behind them. During this time they had also encountered countless ordinary people on the road. Only the vast majority of them had fallen into a coma, either lying on the road or passed out in their cars. Some of the people with stronger physical qualities were also pale and weak, and could not even walk normally, but could only sit on the side of the road and watch stonily as their party rushed past. The miasma in the formation was constantly destroying the bodily functions of these ordinary people, and if they didn't destroy that source light pillar as soon as possible, it would only be a matter of time before the hundreds of thousands of ordinary people within the formation died out. The leader, Li Guanfeng, was also frowning as he watched this scene, a sense of urgency rising in his heart. He naturally knew that destroying the source of the light pillar would solve this incident, but the source of the light pillar was destined to be the most dangerous place. Hell knows how many alien beings were there. That was why he kept searching for transcendence, wanting to gather enough power to accomplish this task. Let's hope there are second-order transcendents there. Looking at the area ahead that was getting closer and closer, Li Guanfeng inwardly muttered to himself. Boom! The explosions sounded again. Terrifying vibrations accompanied by the earth trembling. When Li Guanfeng and his group appeared in that area, they were immediately stunned by the scene below. This was because the area in front of them was an elementary school. There were thousands of children in the school on the playground, and the vast majority of them were unconscious, with only a few still holding their heads and crying. Teachers and parents were kneeling on the ground side by side, their arms encircling each other to form a human wall to protect in front of these children. Even though most of these people had already completely fainted, they didn't collapse because of their knees kneeling down as well as their arms encircling each other. Outside the main entrance of the school, a huge green wall made of vines stretched across it. This giant wall blocked the waves of the explosion, blocking all the damage from the outside world. Only to see that in front of the giant wall, a youth wearing short-sleeved jeans laughed loudly while waving out several streams of light between his raised hands. Ha 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 ha. Let's see how long you can last. Countless colored streams of light blasted towards the green city wall, some of which were reflected to the firmament by the faint green light on the green city wall, while some were reflected towards the ground, causing the earth to roar and tremble. As long as I am alive, these children will be guarded by me. A weak youthful voice came out from within the city walls. As this voice fell, a giant vine extended out from within the city walls and stabbed towards the person who had sent out the stream of light attack. The speed of the vines was not fast, causing the attacked alien being to easily dodge them. Boring. If you choose to give up guarding those mole crickets behind you and fight me wholeheartedly, maybe we really won't be able to tell the winner from the loser in a short period of time. While dodging, the foreign race being also let out a mocking sound. At the same time, he suddenly turned back to Li Guanfeng and his group, who were standing side by side on the roof not far away, and then laughed out a fierce laugh. Look, the noise is too loud, attracting some bugs over. But that's good, it saves me from having to go looking for them. I'll shoot them first, then come back and play with you slowly. After saying that, the alien being stopped his attack on the giant wall, only to see the earth beneath his entire feet sink violently, and then his entire body rush towards Li Guanfeng, several people like a cannonball. At the moment he was gazed at by the alien being suddenly turning his head, Li Guanfeng only felt his scalp go numb. Quickly cover your ears. The youth's weak yet anxious voice came from the giant wall of green vines below. However, Li Guanfeng didn't even have time to comprehend the meaning of those words, and that alien being had rushed in front of them in the twinkling of an eye. Everyone together, don't be afraid. He roared towards the several people standing on either side of him, Ning Yuan, while he himself leapt up and fell back violently towards the rear. This all happened so fast that two people subconsciously cast their abilities to rush towards the foreign beings after hearing Li Guanfeng's words, while Lin Yu and the other person ran in both directions. As for Ning Yuan, he had even backed up before Li Guanfeng roared, so much so that he was still behind Li Guanfeng, watching their movements. This ordinary youth-looking foreign race being smiled disdainfully, then he opened his mouth and let out a terrifying long whistle. Ah! Li Guanfeng, who was retreating, had just raised his hand and was about to cast his ability when this long whistling sound had struck. In this instant, it was as if his limbs as well as his brain were petrified. All die for me. While the alien being was still in midair, a snake-shaped jade pendant in his hand violently emitted light. In the next moment, several rays of light shot out violently from the serpentine jade pendant, exploding towards several people around him. No! Li Guanfeng only felt horrified at this scene. His brain was awake beyond compare, but his body had become sluggish to the extreme, and he could only watch as a purple stream of light shot towards his head. Poof! The stream of light pierced straight through Li Guanfeng's skull, shattering half of his head. Poor Li Guanfeng never dreamed that he would not even have the chance to cast his ability, he was killed so easily. Several more sounds of blood and flesh being pierced rang out. The alien beings looked around with their eyes, and then realized with some shock that there was still one person who hadn't died. Only two people uncontrollably stood in front of Ning Yuan, guarding him like meat shields. One of them, Lin Yu, was among them, and he looked sideways at Ning Yuan in disbelief. Not long ago, just as the foreign beings rushed in, he and the other person had clearly fled in two opposite directions at first, but then they had run uncontrollably towards Ning Yuan, and had blocked him one after the other. Streams of light pierced through the person in front of Lin Yu and struck through his chest again. Why? Lin Yu's eyes were filled with disbelief. When the alien being saw that Ning Yuan was actually using his companion as a meat shield, it laughed. Ha 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 ha. You're much funnier than that guy down there. Is that so? Ning Yuan expressionlessly kicked the dead Lin Yu in front of him away. The next moment, the alien being could only feel a cold aura suddenly rising from his body, and then he actually threw the jade pendant in his hand at Ning Yuan uncontrollably. You! The youth's pupils shrunk violently. Put! A pitch-black shadow that seemed like a lance shot out from beneath his feet. It pierced straight through his neck. Cough! The youth's eyes widened as he lowered his head and opened his mouth, coughing up large streams of blood from his mouth. Ning Yuan took the jade pendant, and without even looking at the alien being, his entire body disappeared in place to the city wall made of green vines. And the instant he disappeared, more lance shadows penetrated the body of the foreign race being. Chapter 62. You're still young, you don't understand. On the ground, Ning Yuan looked at the vine city wall in front of him, complex colors flashing in his eyes. Chen Xiaoshuan. This in the future reached the 6th rank, kind and upright as sinewy transcendent. His ultimate end is to guard a city of 2 million people and 3 alien beings of the same level of combat power and die together. Nowadays, even though he's only at the 2nd rank, can he also disregard his own life in order to guard the children of a school? As if sensing the presence of the person in front of him, Chen Xiaoshuang's weak voice slowly sounded. It seems that one of our own has one. How nice. At the same time, the city wall began to slowly squirm, and then a human face with tightly closed eyes was revealed. Your eyes. Ning Yuan looked at him and frowned. Blind, my second order ability is a bit special, and if I use it for too long I'll lose a part of myself. If it wasn't for today, I wouldn't have realized it. Not to mention what's a pair of eyes when you can save these kids. Chen Xiaoshuang's words were very spontaneous, not the least bit saddened by the loss of her eyes. Ning Yuan quietly looked at him for a moment, then turned around and walked away silently. He neither killed Chen Xiaoshuang nor chose to save the other party. The reason was simple. That is that the person is much more useful alive, in the future, than dead right now. Seemingly sensing Ning Yuan's departure, Chen Xiaoshuang didn't wonder about the other party's failure to save himself, only slowly uttering 2 words. Be careful. I don't know how much time passed. Chen Xiaoshuang's abilities began to fade, and he also began to try to break free of his body from the countless vines. Just then, footsteps sounded, and another person arrived in front of him. Feeling an icy cold aura coming over him, Chen Xiaoshuang first froze, then opened his mouth somewhat incredulously. It's you? You actually came as well. How could those old guys be relieved to let you come? Speaking of this, Chen Xiaoshuang, however, suddenly laughed again. I see, it must have been you who sneaked in on your own. After a moment of silence, responding to his words was a cool young girl's voice. Can you still recover your eyes? Chen Xiaoshuang nodded, then shook her head again. I don't know, my ability is a bit special, perhaps it's possible to recover after another breakthrough in the future. Hearing what he said, the other party stopped speaking. However, Chen Xiaoshuang could feel the temperature around him dropping extremely fast. You lighten up a bit. Chen Xiaoshuang's words had just fallen, and along with the sound of several chopping strikes slicing through the air, he felt the vines around him that had been slowly dissipating begin to break and dissipate at extreme speed. The ice blade in his hand slowly dissipated, and the hooded Zhuo Qingyue turned around and left. Wait a minute. Chen Xiaoshuang leaned against the wall and weakly uttered. Zhuo Qingyue stopped and turned to look at him. The face under the hood was cool and delicate, with a head of white hair hidden by the hood. She was wearing a short white dress, her flawless jade-like legs extremely well proportioned. There's definitely more than one alien being there, you'd better wait for the others, wait until there are more people and then go together. Just now I encountered a very strong transcendent. Hearing his words, Zhuo Qingyue just faintly hummed. Then a white cold light erupted from her entire body, and she flew up and placed a rush in the direction of the light pillar. A park lean-to. King Ning, let me look, just for a moment. The big yellow dog wagged its tail frantically as it circled around in front of Ning Yuan, the dog's eyes filled with a thirst for the unknown. Ning Yuan, who was fumbling with the snake-shaped jade pendant in his hand, was a bit annoyed by the big yellow dog's broken thoughts, and then threw the snake-shaped jade pendant in his hand to the big yellow dog. Barking excitedly, the big yellow dog held the jade pendant as if it was a treasure, and then began to scrutinize it carefully, rubbing it a few times with its sharp claws from time to time, and then biting it a few times and then sniffing it. In the neighborhood around them, there were ordinary people lying on the ground in a coma everywhere. Looking at these people whose faces were gradually turning black, Ning Yuan knew that they could live for another day at most. Tian Xiangfeng, Zhuo Qingyue, you guys need to speed up. Ning Yuan looked up at the pitch-black light pillar, a cold smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Junior, let's team up together. After all, there's strength in numbers. If you want to destroy that pillar of light to save everyone, it won't be enough with just your own strength. Lu Xing looked at the somewhat tender teenager in front of him and said with a smile on his face. The other party saw that Lu Xing had a good attitude, so he nodded his head and agreed. You're still in school? Through the conversation, Lu Xing was shocked to realize that the teenager in front of him named Kai he was actually just a student who had become a transcendent by chance. Yeah, senior this year. By the way, big brother, are you really a transcendent at the headquarters? After climbing into conversation with Lu Xing, Kai he felt a lot more favorable towards him. Dang, of course, I'm considered an old man in the headquarters. Lu Xing returned with a somewhat unnatural look. Really? Kai he was instantly interested in what he heard, and began to chatter about Lu Xing's affairs about the headquarters. As Lu Xing answered them one by one, the teenager's face revealed a strong look of longing, and he clenched his fists with some excitement. I won't hide it from you, brother Lu, I always thought that I had become a monster, but now I realize that we are the ones chosen by the heavens. When this is over, I will definitely join the headquarters and fight these alien beings that invade us to guard our homeland. Hearing the words of the teenager, Lu Xing's complexion could not help but transfer a moment, then he looked at the teenager and spoke. But it's dangerous to fight with foreign beings, aren't you afraid of death? The young man froze at his words and spoke in some confusion. Why should I be afraid of death? In the face of danger, the world always needs someone to fight. Hasn't it always been like that since the beginning of time? Not to mention that these foreign races don't treat us as human beings at all. If those of us with abilities are afraid of death, what about those ordinary people without abilities? Facing the teenager's gaze, Lu Xing actually subconsciously took a step back, not daring to meet his eyes. What's wrong with you, brother Lu? The teenager thought whether Lu Xing was uncomfortable somewhere, so he wanted to reach out to help Lu Xing. However, Lu Xing shrugged off his hand muttering. No, you are still young, you don't understand. The foreigners are terrifying and powerful. If you can is to live, why would you go and fight to the death? The teenager seemed to be somewhat unable to understand Lu Xing's words. He thought he had said something wrong and scratched his head as he spoke in an apologetic voice. I'm sorry, Brother Lu, I don't know anything about transcendence and Fey, so don't be angry if you say some things. Lu Xing's breathing was a bit ragged as he tried to calm himself down, then he squeezed out a smile at the teenager. It's nothing, when you join the headquarters, you will naturally know more about some things. Aha! The teenager nodded vigorously. The two of them just walked towards the light pillar in pairs, not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional. Lu Xing lagged behind Kai He by one body position. Chapter 63 Ideal and Reality. Looking at the teenager in front of him whose body was full of vigor, Lu Xing's right hand slowly raised and then lowered. His body trembled slightly, and his heart was caught in an extreme contradiction. I'm right, I just want to live, Mole crickets still have the will to steal life, let alone me being a human being. But isn't he the old me? No. Reality is not an ideal after all, people only have ideals when they are alive, and when they are dead, they have nothing. But a great man is born in heaven and earth, or death is heavier than in Tai, or death is lighter than a feather. Bull. I am what I am, where is Tarzan if I die? It's only when I'm alive that I have Tarzan. Left and right is nothing but a death. This truth that even a child understands, why don't you understand it, Lu Xing? Death? I can't even die if I want to, how do you expect me to understand? It was as if there were two personalities having a heated conversation inside Lu Xing, neither one could convince the other. And just then, Lu Xing's figure of Ling Wu suddenly appeared in his mind, surfacing his smile and remembering his tactics. In just an instant, his other personality was dispelled by fear. What am I thinking? I'm going to fulfill my mission, and only by doing so will I be alive and well. Only by living can I have money, power, women, status, even my family. Thinking of this, Lu Xing's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness as he looked at Kai He. Don't blame me, blame those foreign beings. Blame them. Brother Lu, Kai He was just about to turn around and ask Lu Xing if he wanted to go faster, but he saw Lu Xing behind him looking at him with a scowl on his face. The teenager saw this before he had time to react. There was a poof. Lu Xing's hand pierced right through the teenager's chest as if it was a sharp blade. Eyes widening violently, the teenager's clear face looked at Lu Xing in disbelief. Big Brother Lu. Why, aren't you human? Aren't we compatriots? Lu Xing did not answer the teenager's words, his eyes filled with hostility and his face became twisted and hideous. It's not me who's wrong, it's this ed-up world. You're going to die at the hands of those foreigners sooner or later anyway, so why don't you die at my hands now so you can still help me survive? We are compatriots, you will help me right. The teenager gritted his teeth and stared angrily at Lu Xing, blood continuously flowing from his mouth as he struggled to straighten his right hand. The light on the surface of his entire right arm flickered and disappeared, and a burning aura emerged. He wanted to exert his ability to counterattack Lu Xing, but as Lu Xing's eyes looked at his right hand, then the teenager's entire right arm went as soft as a boiled noodle. How could a sneak attack from a second-stage transcendent be something he could fight against? With a strong sense of unwillingness and resentment towards Lu Xing, the teenager's eyes gradually lost their luster. I'm right. Lu Xing drew back his right hand and used the teenager's clothes to frantically wipe the blood that covered his hand. He didn't dare to look into the eyes of the teenager who had fallen dead on the ground, but just bowed his head and kept repeating those three words. Ever since Ling Wu's plan had begun, Lu Xing had pretended to be a transcendent at the headquarters, approaching other people and then killing them from behind. The same grouping excuse, the same HQ identity. As the earliest group of transcendents to join the headquarters, Lu Xing was too familiar with the headquarters, which led to no one suspecting his identity at all. And this allowed Lu Xing to kill a full 24 transcendents in a short period of time. Not long ago he had even killed a second-order transcendent from the headquarters. Lamentably, that second-order transcendent from the headquarters couldn't even recognize Lu Xing, who had his head swapped, and he thought that Lu Xing was a special person on a hidden mission within the headquarters, which was why he hadn't seen him before. So much so that Lu Xing easily plunged his hand into his heart from behind. What was even more ridiculous was that before the other party died, he thought that Lu Xing had been controlled by the foreign beings ambushed around him. Not daring to look at the dead teenager, Lu Xing tremblingly got up and hurriedly left the place as he began to look for his next target. Ling Wu had given him only one task. Assassinate transcendents, the more the better, the more valuable he would be. So Lu Xing didn't dare to stop for a moment, he was afraid that he wasn't valuable enough to go back and continue to be tortured as if he was worse than dead. That kind of pain that pierced his soul, he simply did not want to recall it a second time. Finally, Lu Xing saw another person. That was also a transcendent who didn't look too old and looked easy to fool. As Lu Xing got closer and closer to the man, he also saw a yellow-haired earth dog beside the youth. What is this person doing bringing a dog in? Although there were doubts in his mind, Lu Xing did not care about this plain-looking dirt dog. After all, as a transcendent he only needed to lightly kick the dog to death. Friend, wait a minute. Ning Yuan turned back in confusion at his words, and the big yellow dog on the side also turned its head. It's fate to meet here. I'm a transcendent from the headquarters, and now that we're getting closer and closer to that pillar of light, how about we pair up? After all, there is strength in numbers. Lu Xing came to Ning Yuan's face and said with a smile. Ning Yuan sized him up and was just about to say something. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. In the sky, a huge roar sounded. The sound caused Ning Yuan and Lu Xing to look to the sky, and Big Yellow Dog subconsciously looked up as well. When Lu Xing got a good look at the scene in the sky, his pupils suddenly shrank violently, only to see a dazzling green light that seemed like a comet curling the gray dome of the sky. Wherever it passed, those gray mists seemed to retreat as if they were sheep being dispersed. The sky was cut through a long slit by this blue light, and then it was quickly flooded by the gray fog again. Tian Xianfeng, you finally arrived. Ning Yuan slowly muttered to himself in his heart. Lu Xing, who was on the side, muttered out as he looked at the sky. Third Order Transcendent. Under the pillar of pitch-black light, a thick bloody aura filled the surroundings. The neighborhood was densely filled with mutilated corpses, both those of ordinary people and the transcendents who had first rushed here. Ling Wu, who was sitting on the steps playing with coins, looked at the green light flying towards them in the sky and a smile appeared on his indifferent face. Not bad, I really caught a big fish this time. Beside him, the flirtatious woman yawned and looked at the sky with interest. That old man sitting cross-legged under the tower to stabilize the formation then slightly opened his eyes as he looked at the sky and coldly grunted. Posturing. Chapter 64 Thief Meets Thief. After Ning Yuan heard Lu Xing's words, he gave him an interested look. You still know about Third Order Transcendence? Lu Xing smiled bitterly at his words. As an old man of the headquarters, how could one not know the hierarchical division of transcendence? A second-order transcendent that can make such a noise certainly can't do it, so that person must be a third-order transcendent. Right, since third-rank transcendents have appeared, let's hurry up and rush to the battlefield. Lu Xing made up his mind that after killing the transcendent in front of him, he would hide and wait for everything to end. He had done enough anyway. Yeah, I need to hurry up and get to the battlefield too. Me? Shouldn't it be us? Lu Xing was inwardly a little surprised after hearing Ning Yuan's strange words. However, when he saw Ning Yuan's somewhat bizarre smile towards him, he felt bad in his heart. In the next moment, his eyes went black, and then his entire body was twisted into pieces by the invisible black shadow. Against ordinary transcendents below the third rank, Ning Yuan was very experienced, and one could even say that it was easy. Because the abilities of transcendents below the third rank basically relied on their eyes and movements to perform, as long as he was fast enough, then transcendents below the third rank would have no chance to perform their abilities in front of him. The big yellow dog on the side shook his head as he looked at Lu Xing's ground of broken flesh. He could only say that this guy was too unlucky, and that it was bad luck to find someone to partner with, but he had found Ning Yuan's head. Ning Yuan had intended to let the more transcendents here die, the better, and this guy crashed into Ning Yuan's face alone, not looking for death. However, right at this moment, a mist suddenly rose from the original ground of broken flesh, then quickly flew towards the position of the light pillar like lightning. Ning Yuan's pupil shrank when he saw this, and then he reacted more quickly than he thought, and the black shadows that surrounded him in advance instantly turned into a large net that enveloped the mass of mist, and then directly twisted it apart. Ah! The moment the fog dissipated, a man's scream came out faintly from inside. Big Yellow Dog reacted at this moment, and he looked at the place where the fog dissipated with a strange cry. What the hell was that? Ning Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the place where the mist had dissipated. Divine Soul Disembodiment, so this is a transcendent who is working for a foreign being. Divine Soul Disembodiment? What is Divine Soul Disembodiment? Big Yellow Dog inquired with a puzzled voice. Ning Yuan glanced down at it before opening his mouth to explain. Divine Soul Disembodiment is a special tactic of the Fae, similar to what you would imagine to be an out-of-body soul. By relying on this means, the Fae can separate the head of a transcendent's body, put an ordinary human head on the transcendent's original body, and then put the transcendent's divine soul into it. In this way, the foreign race can both control his original head as a means of controlling him, and also make him obediently do things for themselves. What? The Fae actually have this kind of god and ghost technique? Big Yellow Dog mumbled incredulously as he looked at the broken flesh on the ground. It's really a small knife scratching the ass and opening the eyes. Right at this moment, the big yellow dog seemed to have remembered something. A chill immediately surfaced within it, and its voice stuttered a little. According to what you said, if this person is a transcendent who is working for a foreign race, then could his purpose for coming to you be? Ning Yuan sneered as he looked at Lu Xing's shattered flesh. What other purpose could it be? 90% probability is that they want to assassinate me from behind. This person knows the headquarters so well, it seems he is the second-order transcendent Lu Xing who betrayed the headquarters. Hearing this, Big Yellow Dog subconsciously gulped, then muttered in a low voice. This is really a thief bumping into a thief, a little meeting and old. Ning Yuan sniffed and glanced at the big yellow dog, who hastily shut his mouth. Under the pillar of dark light. Ling Wu got up and looked at the green light that was getting closer and closer to him, and opened his mouth to burst out in laughter. His voice rolled and echoed out like thunder. Ha ha ha. If I'm not mistaken, you should be Tian Xiangfeng. It's a pity that old bastard Qin Guangyi actually didn't come, I've prepared all this especially for him. In the sky, the green light stopped a few hundred meters away from the light pillar. The light then gradually dissipated, and the true face of the person within it was exposed to everyone's gaze. It was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s, he had a Chinese character face, was plainly dressed, and a pair of slightly vicissitudes eyes looked at Ling Wu below. Tian Xiangfeng's gaze lingered on Ling Wu's body for a moment, then he looked at the tragic scene around him. Corpses could be seen everywhere, and blood was almost on the verge of soaking the ground. Just by looking at it, Tian Xiangfeng's fists clenched. These people, whose parents, whose children, whose families. What a tragedy when demons are in charge. Slowly reciting these 8 words in his heart, Tian Xiangfeng moved. He raised his right hand and aimed his palm at the source of the pillar of light below, the bead tower. The left hand was directed downward toward the ground. Buzz! As a circle of light appeared in the palms of Tian Xiangfeng's 2 hands. At this moment, the earth under Tian Xiangfeng's feet began to tremble slightly, and then a stream of earth-colored air flew backwards and upwards, surging towards Tian Xiangfeng's left hand. And the aperture of his right hand, which was aimed at the pearl tower below, grew brighter and brighter. Seeing this, the smile on Ling Wu's face did not diminish, and not only did he not make any movements, he instead revealed an expression of anticipation. Tian Xiangfeng ignored Ling Wu. Right now he had only one purpose. That was to destroy this pillar of light and get the ordinary people here out of danger first. The light in the palm of his right hand grew brighter and brighter until it reflected the gray sky that had dispersed around him. Thousands of meters away from the battlefield, on the rooftop of a tall building. Looking at Tian Xiangfeng, who seemed to be as dazzling as a star. Big Yellow Dog murmured and opened his mouth with a dumbfounded look on his face. Is this the ability of a third-order transcendent? It's simply terrifying. Ning Yuan stood at the edge of the rooftop, his gaze flat as he looked at Tian Xiangfeng and slowly spoke. Once a transcendent has stepped into the 3rd stage, their physical body, speed, perception of danger, and the terrifying abilities they acquire are all far beyond your imagination. As Ning Yuan's words fell, the star in the sky of the distant battlefield moved, and it crashed straight into the Pearl Tower as if it were a meteor. Just when Big Yellow Dog thought that this strike would surely destroy the light pillar, the next scene that occurred made his eyes widen. Only to see the light column directly in front, suddenly lit up blue, then a blue light screen as if flowers bloomed instantly blocked in front of the light column. Boom! The meteor blatantly crashed into this blue light curtain, and with it, a blinding light erupted. A loud noise came, and then a fierce wind swept towards the two of them. Ning Yuan, however, was directly in front of him, as if there was an invisible wall, blocking these waves in front of him. Chapter 65, A Heavy-Duty Battlefield. An ancient bell the size of a baby's fist was suspended behind Ling Wu, and the blue aura emanating from its surface surged up into the sky like a column of water before transforming into a huge shield. Useless Tian Xiangfeng, the attack power of your 3rd rank ability is nothing more than that, it actually didn't even break the shield. Saying that, Ling Wu also turned around and picked up the suspended bell with his hand and shook it at Tian Xiangfeng in the sky, sneering. Since you don't have the ability to bypass me and directly destroy the center of the formation, then I still suggest that you find a way to deal with me first. After all, as long as you kill me, you'll be able to take this bell and you'll be able to destroy the formation to save everyone here. With that said, Ling Wu let go of the bell and let it levitate. It looked at Tian Xiangfeng in the sky and hooked its hand towards it. Tian Xiangfeng looked at it, and his eyes were filled with rich killing intent. Injuring my compatriots and destroying my home, I will kill you today. After saying that, his entire body was filled with light and he swooped down towards Ling Wu. Come on! Ling Wu let out a fierce laugh as he advanced instead of retreating, and with a flash of gray mist on the surface of his body, his entire body instantly transformed into a bizarre being that was as black as ink, with 3 tentacles on its back. Boom! In the next moment, the ground under Ling Wu's feet collapsed violently, and his entire body rushed backwards towards Tian Xiangfeng. At the same time, more and more transcendents arrived at the battlefield. They all looked at the battle between Tian Xiangfeng and Ling Wu in disbelief. The speed of these two people's attacks was too fast, they couldn't see every punch and every kick, terrifying waves of sound constantly resounded, and every now and then light erupted from the center of the two people, and a wave even completely flattened the buildings around them. It's been a long time since I've seen that Ling Wu guy so excited. On the steps under the pillar of light, the woman with a hot body and bold dress looked at the fighting duo and stuck out her tongue to lick her red lips. To be honest, the human race on this planet is somewhat out of my expectations, they are growing fast. The old man sitting cross-legged under the light pillar behind him smiled coldly at the words. A group of griffins in a cage is just a group of griffins in a cage, what's the use of growing even faster, it's just a matter of dying sooner or later. Also, if you're bored you should go and kill those transcendents who are watching first, then go and help the young lord settle the battle as soon as possible. For some reason, I'm always a bit distracted. The enchanting woman sniffed and glanced at the old man with some surprise. How so? The old man looked at her, then slowly spoke. The formation won't last much longer. If I leave the center of the formation now, the formation will collapse and dissipate in less than 10 minutes. Also, haven't you noticed that those guys we invited haven't come back until now? The enchanting woman stared blankly, then her brows furrowed. Indeed, there was such a big commotion here that it was impossible for them not to have noticed it. Besides, they had originally agreed that they would come here to rendezvous in the end. But as things stood, the human race's third-order transcendents had all fought their way over, but none of their guys had returned. Alright, I'll go and kill these guys first, then I'll join Lingwu in killing this third-order transcendent. After saying that, the woman pulled out 2 daggers from her waist and held them in her hands. She tapped her feet, and her entire body rushed towards those rushing transcendents like a residual shadow. At the same time, inside a park tens of kilometers away from the battlefield. The battle here had just ended, and the air was filled with a piercing coldness, and the ground around it seemed to be covered with a thick layer of ice. A humanoid ice sculpture stood here, its body maintaining a forward-leaning posture. The face of the person frozen inside was twisted and hideous, its eyes full of unwillingness and resentment. In front of the ice sculpture, Xueqinhua looked up at the dark pillar of light. A trace of worry flashed in the depths of her eyes. Teacher Tian, hold on, my side will be fine soon. After saying that, her entire body turned into a white aura and rushed into the sky. Not long ago, when Xueqinhua was preparing to head directly to the light pillar, she was stopped by Tian Xiangfeng, who arrived afterward. Xingyue, I've seen more than 5 battlefields along the way, all of which were our compatriots fighting against alien beings. According to Professor Yang, if the light pillar exists for a little longer, the hundreds of thousands of ordinary people here will be closer to death. I'm going to fix the light pillar as soon as possible. I don't have time to deal with those alien beings. Right now, among the younger generation, you're the strongest, and you're the only one who can get rid of these alien beings at the fastest speed. So this heavy responsibility can only be given to you. Xueqinhua sniffed in silence for a moment, then agreed. Rooftop. Looking at the transcendents who had been slaughtered almost side by side by the enchanting woman, Ning Yuan secretly shook his head. Ignorant people are fearless. These low-level transcendents came here with almost a blank look on their faces. They have no idea what they will encounter next. Perhaps they thought that they would encounter a battle, but they would never have thought that the gap in this battle would be so wide. Transcendents who don't experience life and death always think they're special, which is almost a common problem for ordinary people who suddenly gain power. The scene within the battlefield at this moment was just like that. The enchanting woman seemed to be harvesting lives as if she were a god of death. Her figure was like a ghost, and the twin knives in her hands cutting the throats of the transcendentals was no different than cutting a thin piece of paper. Transcendents with special abilities were still able to use their abilities to dodge for a while, but those folk who came in to help the transcendents didn't even know how they died. They just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and then their necks began to spray a large amount of blood. Soon, after nearly half the people were dead, the expected panic flight began. Yet how fast the woman was, the fact that these transcendents fled with their backs to her instead made her kill a little faster. Stop it for me. Finally, Tian Xiangfeng stepped in. He turned around and slapped his palm out. A ball of light instantly shot from his palm towards the enchanting woman. This strike forced the woman to turn back and dodge, and also allowed the transcendent who had no color in his face due to fear to survive from his blade. However, Tian Xiangfeng was also slammed hard on his chest by one of Lingwu's tentacles because of this opening. With a muffled grunt, Tian Xiangfeng, whose chest was somewhat dented by the punch, turned around and rushed towards the enchanting woman in an attempt to hold the woman back and give these low-ranked transcendents a chance to escape. Tisk, so responsible. The woman couldn't help but lick her red lips at the sight, then gave up chasing after the fleeing transcendents and rushed towards Tian Xiangfeng. Be careful, there's something special about this guy's ability. He seems to be able to transform the power that attacks him. Lingwu said as he ruthlessly sparred with Tian Xiangfeng. He only felt as if he was sparring with himself. The enchanting woman sidestepped Tian Xiangfeng's whip kick, and the knife in her hand viciously stabbed Tian Xiangfeng's neck. However, Tian Xiangfeng's left hand flashed with light, and the knife in the woman's hand was like stabbing a boulder, actually just barely piercing the skin on Tian Xiangfeng's neck. Chapter 66 Courage is the Hymn of Mankind. Rooftop. Watching the intense battle between the three, Ning Yuan got thoughtful. I see, judging from Tian Xiangfeng's methods, his ability should be related to absorption conversion. With a battle of this level, the big yellow dog on the side had long since looked dumbfounded. It had no doubt in its heart that if it rushed into the battlefield, it would definitely be instantly secured. Battlefield. Ling Wu saw that Tian Xiangfeng was still undefeated against the two of them for a short period of time, and a nameless evil fire rose in his heart. Griffin, I admit to underestimating you a bit. As Ling Wu and Tian Xiangfeng exchanged a few hard punches, a tentacle behind him suddenly extended hundreds of meters backward, sweeping towards a gymnasium not far away. Boom! The gymnasium that was large enough to hold thousands of people was directly chopped across by this tentacle, and the entire top was neatly sliced open. At the same time, countless tiny branches shot out from the front of the smooth tentacles, which then surged into the stadium like whiskers. In just an instant, the dense tentacle branches retracted. And along with these tentacles, there were also hundreds of people who were caught in the coil. Tian Xiangfeng, don't you like saving people? I'll see if you save these people. Ling Wu let out a sardonic laugh and controlled his tentacles to throw these hundreds of fainting people straight out. Tian Xianfeng's pupils shrunk at this scene, because many of the people who were falling towards the ground at great speed in the sky were still just children. You! Tian Xianfeng roared. Ling Wu let out a loud laugh at this, ha 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 ha. If you don't save them quickly, they're going to fall to their deaths. The enchanting woman on the side saw this scene and her eyes lit up. There really is a Ling Wu for you. In her opinion, as long as Tian Xianfeng used his ability to save those ordinary people hundreds of meters away, then he himself would inevitably have a short gap in which he could not use his converted ability to protect himself. Just as he had just saved that low-ranked transcendent. Looking at the people who were falling in all directions and were about to fall on the hard ground, Tian Xianfeng's eyes were filled with blood red. Just when he was about to give up his own defense and wanted to use his ability to protect those ordinary people. Instead, dozens of silhouettes rushed over from the distance. One could only see these people scattering and separating in all directions, and then each of them exerted their abilities to catch the people who had fallen down. You guys! Upon seeing the faces of these people, Tian Xianfeng's throat went a little dry. These low-ranked transcendents should have just been scared out of their wits and fled, but they were now back. Elder, feel free to deal with these foreigners. Although we are weak, we are willing to do our part. A youth among those people spoke out. Even though his face was still pale, his body was trembling slightly. Tian Xianfeng remembered him, the very same low-ranked transcendent that he had just saved. Good. 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 Tian Xianfeng looked at them and uttered several good words in a row. Courage is the hymn of mankind. As long as courage is not lost, what difficulties can we not overcome? Compared to Tian Xianfeng, who was high on battle spirit, the anger within Ling Wu who saw the scene had reached critical mass. Only a low sardonic laugh was heard from it. Ha 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 ha. Good good good. As long as you have courage, you can overcome any difficulty, right? I was going to save this for later, but I've suddenly changed my mind. It's good to use it to teach you mole crickets what it means to be different from the sky. After saying that, an object appeared on Ling Wu's right hand in a flash of light. It was a palm-sized jade with a golden-colored electricity flowing on its surface. Ling Wu, you're crazy. Against him you're actually going to use this thing. The enchanting woman on the side screamed out at the sight. The two of us will be able to kill Tian Xianfeng sooner or later by joining forces. He's only a third-order transcendent. The aura in his body won't last long before it runs out. There's no need for you to use this thing. In the woman's opinion, Ling Wu using this piece of jade to kill a third-order transcendent was simply a waste. This was because this piece of jade was Ling Wu's bottom card, with an extremely strong killing power, and more importantly, this piece of jade would grow stronger and stronger as this planet recovered. However, this jade stone also had a flaw, and that was that it was only one piece, and it was also disposable. Couldn't care less. So what if I use it? I'll still be able to defeat everyone in the future even without this jade. As for now, I have to let him die. Let him recognize what a gap is. Ling Wu grimly finished saying all of this, and then his entire body suddenly stormed backward. The enchanting woman's face also changed drastically as she similarly retreated violently and walked away while shouting towards the light pillar side. Old dust. You quickly persuade Ling Wu, he must be crazy. The old man sitting cross-legged under the light pillar sighed softly at the sight. Ever since the young lord was nearly besieged to death shortly after he first descended to the star, his heart has been accumulating resentment and a hint of fear towards the people here. If this way the young lord can dissipate that resentment and fear in his heart, use it, it's just an external object. The old man's words were very soft, but the enchanting woman still heard them. She opened her bright red lips, but ultimately did not utter another word. A bunch of mole crickets. See what the power you can only look up to is really like. Ling Wu roared hideously, then hurled the jade in his hand violently towards Tian Xianfeng. At this moment, the hairs on Tian Xianfeng's body stood on end. His intuition told him that this jade flying towards him could kill him. You guys take the commoners and run. Tian Xianfeng turned toward the transcendents who hadn't reacted yet and roared. With that said, his body was covered in green light, and the ground trembled violently where his feet stepped, the ability to transform being utilized to its limit. At the same time, the piece of jade with golden electricity suspended on its surface stagnated in mid-air. With a click, the jade shattered, and manic power began to vent out from within the jade. Boom! With an explosive sound, only several golden thunderbolts erupted, quickly enveloping this battlefield. A desperate scene appeared. Even though Tian Xianfeng did not retreat but advanced alone at the forefront, those transcendents who turned around and escaped with ordinary people still could not change their destiny. The golden lightning just lightly swept over them, and these transcendents were struck into flying dust like ants. Before this power, any ability, any powerful flesh seemed like a mere joke. Just a few short seconds. These low-level transcendentalists and the ordinary people they were protecting had all gone up in smoke. Chapter 67: The Wailing of Evil Ghosts. In the battlefield, as the golden lightning gradually dissipated, Ling Wu's sardonic laughter slowly sounded. Ha 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 ha, over the top. What's wrong, Tian Xiangfeng? Courage is the hymn of mankind. Can your courage change anything in the face of absolute power? It looked at the center of the battlefield that was flooded with smoke and dust. Its heart was filled with extreme pleasure. At this moment, it only felt that the grievances it had accumulated over the years because of hiding had dissipated. This time it had killed a lot of transcendence, and it was considered to have avenged the revenge of that year. As for that Qin Guanyi who had once almost killed it, sooner or later it would personally take the other party's head. Thinking about this, Ling Wu's gaze was drawn to Tian Xiangfeng in the middle of the field. When it approached to get a better look, it let out a burst of delightful laughter. Ah ha 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 ha! What a miserable body in front of you! Tian Xiangfeng's entire lower body had disappeared, his chest was even more than several large transparent holes in front and behind, and only half of his arms were left, with the bones exposed. Half of his face was bloodied and shapeless, and the eyeballs on the other half of his face had even disappeared. His jaw was shattered, and white broken bones hung on his face. However, even with such injuries, Tian Xiangfeng's chest actually rose and fell a bit. Ling Wu's eyebrows jumped at the sight. The next moment, Tian Xiangfeng, who only had half of his body left, suddenly stormed up, and he opened his two arms, which were only half of him, and hugged Ling Wu to death. What? This sudden change shocked Ling Wu. He then heard a hoarse hissing sound coming from Tian Xiangfeng's throat. It sounded like the wailing of an evil spirit. You! Ling Wu stretched out his hands in fear and tried to get Tian Xiangfeng off his body. However, as Tian Xiangfeng let out a final hissing sound from his throat, a golden light lit up within his broken body. This is impossible. The old man and the enchanting woman under the light pillar not far away were shocked at this scene. On the rooftop, Ning Yuan sighed as he watched this scene. Absorbing a golden thunderbolt with my body, I'm betting that Ling Wu will get close to me and then convert out for one last shot. Tian Xiangfeng, I just didn't expect you to actually make it this far. Along with the battlefield once again lit up with golden light, Ning Yuan turned to look into the distance and frowned. Zuo Qingyue, why haven't you come yet? Could it be that you won't come in this life with only the second rank? Just as well, not waiting. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan said as he lifted his foot and kicked the big yellow dog in the ass. Stop watching the show, next you do as I say. Battlefield. The enchanting woman dashed into the battlefield. She looked at Ling Wu who was standing there and rushed forward. Are you alright? Ling Wu looked down at the empty ground in front of him, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. On its body, there was a front and back translucent blood hole in its chest. The fist-sized blood hole kept writhing and contracting, wanting to return to its original state. However, the wisps of golden electric arcs inside the blood hole caused this recovery to almost come to a halt. Looking at Ling Wu's wound, the enchanting woman smacked her lips as she spoke. Fortunately, okay. It's almost time, we should leave too, or else another third-order transcendent will be troublesome. Ling Wu only seemed to come back to its senses at this moment. It looked at the enchanting woman and nodded in silence. The enchanting woman smiled when she saw him in this state, and then wanted to reach out and pull up its hand. However, just then, the woman's expression froze as the arm she had just stretched out was actually cut down without a sound. Ning Yuan's figure appeared out of thin air in the middle of these two, his pitch-black eyes as deep as ghostly pools, his palm forming a blade that directly and viciously pierced through Ling Wu's skull. Who are you? The enchanting woman shrieked in shock as she covered one of her broken arms and backed away violently. Ah! Ling Wu, who had been pierced through by Ning Yuan's palm, trembled and let out a roar. Frowning, Ning Yuan withdrew his right hand, and then a shadow emerged around him, as if it were a lance stabbing viciously towards Ling Wu. Ling Wu's hands clenched violently as it finally regained control of its body. The three tentacles behind its back instantly blocked itself against Ning Yuan's attack. Sure enough, it's still a bit hard to rely on sneak attacks to kill it in one hit at the second rank. Ning Yuan thought so in his heart as he backed up expressionlessly, pulling away from Ling Wu. A mole that only hides in the shadows and sneaks in, you seek death. The wound on Ling Wu's head slowly healed, and he gazed at Ning Yuan with a deadly gaze, the killing intent in his heart like a flood breaking through an embankment. The other party was not only able to hide himself perfectly to the extreme, his certain ability could actually control his own body. If it wasn't for the fact that his own body was relatively special, he would have already died when he was just pierced through the head. You're not a third-order transcendent, and you actually dare to come alone to assassinate me. Ling Wu looked at Ning Yuan and said word for word. A cold smile spread across the corners of Ning Yuan's mouth as he heard this. What, you have to be a third-order transcendent to kill you? What? Ling Wu froze at his words, then laughed. I kind of understand, you're just a crazy person. After saying that, Ling Wu's body disappeared in place. In the next moment he arrived in front of Ning Yuan and blasted out with a single punch, three tentacles behind him enveloping Ning Yuan and sealing off all of his paths of retreat. Seeing this, Ning Yuan didn't retreat or avoid, directly swinging his fists to fight with him at close range, and the black shadows around him even blocked all of his opponent's tentacles. The enchanting woman with only one arm left had wanted to go forward and join the battle to help Ling Wu. However, she only took a few steps forward and her forehead was already covered in cold sweat. This was because she realized that the battle between these two was too fast, and she actually did not have the time to intervene. Ling Wu in the battlefield quickly realized that something was wrong because the strength and speed of the person in front of him was too odd. Tian Shangfeng had the ability to absorb and transform his opponent's attacks, which was why he was comparable to him in terms of strength and speed. However, this person's ability was not absorption and conversion, but his speed and strength were not inferior to his. Not only that, the bizarre black shadow around the other person was completely blocking his tentacle attacks. Laugh, don't you like to laugh? Ning Yuan sneered and opened his mouth at Ling Wu, and then a shadow underneath his feet instantly disappeared into Ling Wu's body, causing him to briefly stiffen. Then a black shadow lance suddenly appeared and pierced through Ling Wu's body, pinning it to the ground. Ah! Ling Wu let out a roar. The enchanting woman finally found a suitable opportunity to instantly arrive in front of Ning Yuan, and the dagger held in its left hand ruthlessly stabbed down towards Ning Yuan's neck. However, Ning Yuan didn't care. The short blade was blocked by a black shadow in front of him, and he couldn't advance any further. Not only that, the woman's body was swept by the shadow under her feet, and she then became stiff as well. The next moment, she actually stabbed the dagger in her hand towards her neck uncontrollably. However, it was fortunate that the woman's mental power was strong enough that she regained control of her body just as the dagger was about to stab at her neck. What kind of monster are you? I haven't heard of anyone like you among the transcendents. The woman uttered in horror. Ning Yuan didn't respond to the woman's words, only lifting up his foot and viciously kicking the enchanting woman in the small of her back, sending her flying high into the air. This was followed by several black shadow lances stabbing towards the woman's body. At the critical moment, a tentacle behind Ling Wu extended out and curled around one of the woman's feet, pulling her to avoid it. Chapter 68, Give Me Back My Baby. Under the Pillar of Light. The old man sitting cross-legged watched this scene with anxiety. Several times he wanted to get up and join the battlefield to help the young master duo, but whenever he made the slightest movement, the entire light pillar began to shake violently. Damn it, the formation is at its limit. If I leave the center of the formation, the entire formation will collapse in no time. If we haven't left when the formation collapses, we'll be a turtle in a jar. Thinking of this, the old man looked at the grayish curtain of light above him. He knew with his ass how many people in the outside world were watching this place right now. Just then, a yellow shadow suddenly appeared within the old man's line of sight. That? The old man fixed his eyes on it and his pupils shrank. Only to see a yellow-haired earth dog rushing like the wind to the front of the suspended bell, and then opened its mouth to swallow it directly into the mouth. Sinful animal! How dare you! The old man shouted angrily at the sight, yet the big yellow dog didn't even look at him and directly fled towards the distance. With the departure of the big yellow dog, the blue shield above the light pillar gradually dissipated. Seeing that the dog actually ran away directly, the old man got up several times, but sat back down unwillingly under the violent shaking of the light pillar. Young lord! Hua Jiao! Quickly, quickly! The Zhanhai bell was snatched by that dog. The old man shouted anxiously towards the battlefield. Ling Wu, who was almost being suppressed by Ning Yuan in the battlefield, sniffed and looked towards the yellow dog that had already run away, instantly letting out an unwilling growl. Give me back my baby! Huajiao, go and intercept that dog. Without Zhanhai Bell, our guarantee of a safe retreat is gone. After saying that, Ling Wu began to desperately attack Ning Yuan, finally finding a sliver of an opportunity to throw the enchanting woman out. As soon as the woman was thrown out of the battlefield, she instantly rushed towards the big yellow dog in the distance. How fast she was, she quickly approached the big yellow dog. The big yellow dog clenched its mouth tightly, never letting go even for a moment even if the bell kept hitting its teeth. Its eyes were filled with excitement. Baby, baby, my baby, ga ga ga. Just then, the big yellow dog suddenly felt a violent gasping sound not far from his ears. It turned around and this glance almost didn't scare its dog's soul away. It only saw a sexy woman in revealing clothes with only one hand following it dead on, getting closer and closer to it. The woman's face was hideous and twisted, and the eyes couldn't eat the big yellow dog alive. The big yellow dog saw that the dagger in the other party's hand was about to poke itself in the asshole, and the cold chill on the blade made it feel like falling into an ice cave. After it realized that it couldn't shake off the enchanting woman with all its strength, it let out a cry of sorrow in its heart. My life is over. However, right at this moment, Ning Yuan appeared in front of it from the sky end. Then he lifted his foot and directly kicked it out. The big yellow dog that flew in midair towards the distance was in hot tears. It was the first time it felt so happy to be kicked by Ning Yuan. Ah! The enchanting woman let out a sharp hiss as she still wanted to rush towards the big yellow dog, but Ning Yuan kicked her hard on the waist. And Ling Wu, who had arrived later, instantly became furious when he saw this. Whether it was assassinating and sneaking up on himself, or letting a dog steal his treasures. The other party's insidious and underhanded behavior could be said to have caused Ling Wu's hatred for Ning Yuan to reach its peak. This hatred had even surpassed its hatred for Qin Guanyi. The melee of the three erupted once again. Ning Yuan was fighting 1 against 2, but he was still at ease, looking down at the light pillar from time to time, calculating the time in his mind. At the same time, what no one noticed was that the grayness of the sky was slightly churning, as if it was being pulled by something and slowly tilting towards the bottom. When there is light, there are shadows, and when there is no light, there is darkness. In this space where no light exists, darkness is everywhere. Bang! The enchanting woman was once again kicked out of the battlefield, her long hair was spread out, her clothes were torn revealing a large portion of snowy white, and her originally delicate face had become bruised and swollen at this moment. She looked at Ling Wu, who was once again penetrated by countless lances in the battlefield, and a sense of powerlessness could not help but rise within her. Unable to fight, completely unable to fight. It came to a point where the woman inwardly admitted the answer that she had been reluctant to admit. The opponent's ability was too bizarre and terrifying, whether it was defense, speed, or attack. Even if Ling Wu's recovery power was there, and it was impossible for the other party to kill it, as long as it was dragged out like this, they would still be in a great passivity. If they hadn't left before the formation dissipated, then they would inevitably face more transcendence surrounding them. Thinking of this, the woman gritted her teeth and got up. Things had come to a head, now she had to persuade Ling Wu to escape with her. Ling Wu! Let's go, there's no time. The Ling Wu in the battlefield shuddered inwardly at those words, and it did not respond. Let's go, we'll come back after a while. The enchanting woman continued to persuade. Ling Wu's attack gradually slowed down, and its footsteps gradually retreated. Ha 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 ha. Just then, Ning Yuan's laughter suddenly rang out. What, are you going to run away again? The same as last time, driven to the brink by the mole crickets in your eyes, fleeing like a lost dog. Hearing these words that contained ridicule, Ling Wu's retreating footsteps froze. Ling Wu! Don't listen to him! The enchanting woman shouted anxiously at the sight. Just then, Ice Seal! A clear and crisp young girl's voice rang out. With that, an ice-cold chill filled this side of the battlefield, and the enchanting woman only felt her feet freeze. She looked down and realized that the ground she was on had somehow formed a thick layer of ice. A hooded figure then descended from the sky, holding an ice blade that slashed viciously at the woman's neck. And the transcendent! The woman shuddered inwardly at the sight, her upper body dodging the lordly slash backwards in a stance that no normal human could do. Ka-ching! The enchanting woman's feet exerted force and the ice shattered, then she broke free of her frozen legs. Zuoqingyue landed on the ground, she looked at the enchanting woman who only had one arm left, and then looked at Ning Yuan and Ling Wu who were in a fierce battle. Her gaze then landed on Ning Yuan's body. Zuoqingyue had an impression of this person, she had seen him at the meeting held at the headquarters. And Ning Yuan naturally noticed Zuoqingyue. There were quite a few wounds on the other party's body, in which the left thigh was covered with a layer of thin ice, and under the thin ice was vaguely visible a large portion of her blood and flesh that had already blackened and rotted. Seeing that there was no Tian Xiangfeng's figure around, Zuoqingyu's heart already understood something. She let out a soft sigh as sorrow surfaced in her eyes. I'm sorry, Mr. Tian, I'm late. Chapter 69, Darkness, for my use. The enchanting woman's only remaining left hand held the dagger in a death grip as she looked at Zuoqingyue with a gloomy face. A yellow-haired girl, who is so heavily injured, still dares to come and join in the fun to die. Zuoqingyue looked at her, then slowly raised the ice blade in her hand. The next moment, the two moved at the same time. Clang! The crunching sound of blades clashing continued to ring out as the two women's battle was immortal from the start. Another battlefield. Ning Yuan, who was tangling with Ling Wu, looked at the two women who were fighting not far away and looked at Zuoqingyue's back. A strong killing intent flashed through his eyes. Previous life. Because of the light spirit's extreme defensive capabilities in the early stages, Ning Yuan's positioning at HQ had quickly risen from a rank to S rank. As for Zuoqingyue's ice spirit ability, which was mainly offensive, she was the first S rank transcendent at the headquarters. Just like that, 2 S rank transcendents. Similar in age, one attacking and one defending. So naturally they were the perfect match for each other. And it was the combination between them that accomplished many tasks that other transcendents simply couldn't accomplish, saving countless lives. It was also during those years that Ning Yuan, who had used his abilities to protect countless ordinary people, was known to them as the guardian god. And it was also those years that Ning Yuan didn't have time to save Ning Xiaoluo because of a mission. Time always changes everything. Ning Yuan's ability to break through was too difficult, and he couldn't keep up with Zuoqingyue's breakthrough speed. When the other party reached the 5th rank, he had just broken through to the 4th rank. When his opponent reached the 6th rank, he was still at the 4th rank. When the other party reaches the 7th rank, he is still the 4th rank. The gap like a chasm is getting wider and wider. The original equal relationship gradually became unequal, and the original duo became one person. The later foreign races grew stronger and stronger, and Ning Yuan's defenses were no longer perfect or invulnerable. Some important tasks he was gradually incapable of accomplishing. And in the end, the headquarters rating of him was relegated from S to A. until he grew old and completely withdrew from the core circle of the headquarters, turning to teaching and training transcendence for the headquarters. He dedicated his life for the headquarters in his last life, and even though he lost his only relative, he still never blamed the headquarters. However, in his later years, he was executed on trumped-up charges. Hate. Ning Yuan naturally hated. It was clear that those people knew how much he had contributed, and it was clear that he had done nothing wrong at all. And Zhuo Qingyue is the most aware of how much he has paid among these people. But she chose between 100 years of peace and him. Battlefield. Ning Yuan looked at Zhuo Qingyue's back and could barely hold back his desire to strike at her. Ling Wu, who was wrestling with him, naturally also noticed that something was wrong with Ning Yuan. Only Ling Wu only assumed that Ning Yuan's killing intent was aimed at Huajiao. Looks like this girl is someone important to you. Looking at Huajiao, who had the upper hand in the exchange, Ling Wu had a rare breath of bad air in his heart. Nowadays, as long as he could make Ning Yuan uncomfortable, then he was comfortable. Hearing Ling Wu's words, Ning Yuan actually smiled. Only his smile was somewhat hideous. Important? Oh, yes, you're so right. After saying that, Ning Yuan's attack surged faster, and several black shadows pierced through Ling Wu's torso once more. At the same time, a shadow under his feet spread out, targeting none other than Zhuo Qingyue. However, right at this moment, Ning Yuan's pupils shrunk violently. Because just as Zhuo Qingyue's hood fell off in the midst of the fierce battle, revealing her true face, as well as her white hair. A slender crystal necklace on its neck was also exposed to his gaze. That? Damn it, worthy of being the only S-ranked transcendent in the early stages, HQ really thinks highly enough of you to actually give you this thing so early. Ning Yuan was unwilling in his heart, and then he retrieved the shadows spreading out from under his feet. Previous life. How could Ning Yuan, who was Zhuo Qingyue's partner, not know what she had on her? Empty crystal necklace. One of the topmost life-preserving spirit weapons within the headquarters, it contains the power of space and can be used 3 times. When this object sensed that the person wearing it was in danger of her life, it would carry her away in a direct spatial transfer. The fact that Zhuo Qingyue was given this item when she was only at the 2nd rank is enough to show the importance that the headquarters places on her. In other words, if Ning Yuan still struck out at Zhuo Qingyue regardless, with the other party's level of intelligence, once he didn't die he would definitely notice his head. Once it really came to that, the only thing Ning Yuan could do was to defect from the headquarters, and from then on bring Ning Xiaoluo with him to the ends of the earth. However, this wasn't Ning Yuan's plan in this life. He wanted to use the resources of the headquarters and even the entire world to ascend to the very top in this life, and he wanted to be the final winner in the battle between the Transcendents and the Fae in the midst of the fire. His big plan of rebirth had just begun, so how could he fall on a woman just because of a moment of fastidiousness? Thinking of this, Ning Yuan's unwillingly angry heart quickly calmed down. As he looked at Zhuo Qingyue, who had fallen into a disadvantage and was about to lose the battle and be forcefully teleported away by the empty crystal necklace, a plan sprang up in his mind, and then he directly rushed towards them. At the same time, because of her injuries, half of Zhuo Qingyue's body was trembling slightly, and her strength today was less than half of what it was at its peak. After battling with the enchanting woman hundreds of times with high intensity, she was finally a bit overwhelmed. The crystal necklace on its neck also began to emit a faint glow. On the contrary, the enchanting woman was getting more and more excited inside the more she fought. Because she regained some confidence in Zhuo Qingyue. However, when she was about to pounce on Zhuo Qingyue to make a final stab at her heart, Ning Yuan appeared in front of Zhuo Qingyue one step faster than her. Can't even deal with a loser with only one arm, what use are you? Ning Yuan cursed angrily and turned around and kicked Zhuo Qingyue hard in the small of her back, sending her towards where the light pillar was. Go get that old thing down, as soon as he leaves where he's sitting, the formation will dissipate. If you can't even do this little thing right, these hundreds of thousands of people are dying because of you. Listening to Ning Yuan's words, he felt the sharp pain coming from his belly. Zhuo Qingyue in mid-air pursed her red lips, her eyes flashed with guilt as she watched Ning Yuan being surrounded by 2 people, caught in the predicament of being 1 against 2. When she was about to land, Zhuo Qingyue made a turn in mid-air and sped towards the light pillar. Ling Wu was horrified at the sight. It was too late to think much about how Ning Yuan knew about this. It and the enchanting woman rushed towards the light pillar at the same time. However, the shadows under Ning Yuan's feet instantly spread to control the duo at this point, enveloping the surrounding black shadows to completely cover them and hold them at bay. You can't kill me. I'll see how long you can last with that thin aura in your body. Ling Wu roared with rage. It had been in a passive position ever since it had battled Ning Yuan. Yet it was powerless to change anything. At this moment, it even somewhat regretted using that killing weapon of its own on Tian Xiangfeng's body. If it was given another chance to choose, it would definitely use that item on the body of this person in front of it. At the same time, the light pillar began to tremble violently. Ning Yuan looked at the light pillar that was trembling more and more severely and almost collapsing. He knew that Zhuo Qingyue had succeeded. Can't kill you? Hearing Ling Wu's words, he suddenly laughed. Ning Yuan then spoke in a low voice. You think I don't know? It only takes one strike to completely shatter your fleshly body to completely kill you? Ling Wu froze at his words, and even Huajiao, who was at the side, had wide eyes. You! An unconcealable feeling of fear enveloped Ling Wu. At the same time, the virtual shadows beneath Ning Yuan's feet instantly took control of the two of them. He then raised his arms high and held his hands in a false grip, as if grasping the hilt of an invisible blade. Darkness, use it for me. As those words slowly came out of his mouth, Ning Yuan's hand swung down violently towards the two of them. Buzz! The dark rules in the heavens and earth that it had been picking up for a long time tilted down violently. It enveloped the Ling Wu duo in front of them. Rumble! At the same time, the light pillar exploded, the gray light curtain disintegrated and dissipated, and the sunlight of the outside world slowly reflected in. In the sky, the roar of a helicopter came over. What unfolded in front of everyone was more than just debris and devastation. There was also Ning Yuan's figure standing alone, as well as the head of the alien being he was grasping in his hand. Chapter 70. Why it puffed its mouth. Looking at Ning Yuan's figure standing alone in the ruins, it was as if the world had been pressed into pause at this moment. The crew in charge of filming on the helicopter had been dumbfounded. Just then, Ning Yuan moved. He took one step, and his entire body disappeared into a black aura. It was only at this time that the staff on the helicopter reacted, and his trembling hand pressed on the headset and hurriedly began to contact the headquarters. At the same time, inside the headquarters forward base, which was no more than a few hundred meters away from the light shield, deadly silence. Yang Yuxian looked incredulously at Ning Yuan, who had disappeared from the screen, while Lu Yi on the side was similarly dumbstruck. Instead of seeing the expected Tian Shangfeng figure, he instead saw a newcomer transcendent who had joined the headquarters not long ago. And most importantly, that newcomer seemed to be carrying something in his hands. Just then, a silhouette appeared outside the base from the sky. The transcendents scattered around immediately looked at him with vigilance, and Zhang Guang also blocked in front of Lu Yi Yang Yuxian's duo. Ning Yuan walked slowly towards the crowd. The pitch-black bizarre head in his hand caught the eyes of everyone around him. As Ning Yuan approached, the outermost group of loaded soldiers subconsciously spread out to make way for him. As he moved deeper into the crowd, the transcendents also unconsciously stepped back to make way for him. That was until Ning Yuan arrived in front of Zhang Guang. Zhang Guang looked at Ning Yuan, at the head in his hands, and could not hide the shock on his face. Ning Yuan slapped his other hand on Zhang Guang's shoulder, pushing him lightly to the side. He then arrived in front of the duo of Lu Yi and Yang Yuxian. Looking at Lu Yi, who was staring at him in a daze, Ning Yuan placed the head in Lu Yi's arms in front of everyone, and then pulled Lu Yi's hands up to hold his head. "Minister, this is what you wanted," Ning Yuan said with a light sigh. Lu Yi looked down at the head in his arms and then at Ning Yuan. His throat was a bit dry and he wanted to say something. However, Ning Yuan didn't give him time to ask questions, so he secretly bit his tongue, and then blood slowly spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Ning Yuan casually wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand, and said with a weak and tired look appearing on his face, "I'm seriously injured, so I'll leave the minister first." After saying that, Ning Yuan's entire body transformed into a black aura and disappeared in place. On the way, he sensed the location of the big yellow dog through the shadow he had left on it, and then found it in a rotten building before taking it with him. At this point, all the things Ning Yuan had to do were over. As for the troubles behind, it was time for the headquarters to worry about them. And all he had to do next was wait for the headquarters to take the initiative to come to him after they finished dealing with things here. Star Lake Floral Shores. A black aura appeared at the entrance of the villa from the sky. As soon as Ning Yuan appeared, he instantly detected a dozen gazes looking at him. He turned his head to look at the second floor of an unsold villa not far away. Inside the window, a middle-aged man and Ning Yuan's cold gaze met. In just an instant, the man only felt as if his heart had paused for half a beat at the moment. When Ning Yuan's gaze departed from him, the man wiped a cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly pulled out a walkie-talkie to speak. "Attention, Head Ning has returned. The mission to protect his family is temporarily cancelled. Everyone retreat immediately." "Roger. Copy that. Copy that." Ning Yuan entered the password for the gate, then pushed the door to enter it. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw Ning Xiaoluo, who was wearing an apron and was tiptoeing around drying his quilt. Seeing Ning Yuan appear, Ning Xiaoluo first froze, then a look of surprise appeared on her face. "Xiao Yuan, you're back." She hurriedly jogged to Ning Yuan's front, a pair of big eyes scanning up and down on his body, and only after seeing that there was nothing unusual about Ning Yuan did she completely put her heart down. Ning Yuan smiled and touched her head. "Don't look, I said there's no danger." After the two of them spoke a few words, Ning Xiaoluo turned his gaze to the big yellow dog that was bulging and silent on the side. "Ha! Xiao Yuan, where did you find such an earth dog? It looks like the rhubarb we had when we were kids." Ning Xiaoluo walked up to the rhubarb dog and curiously sized it up. The big yellow dog was somehow embarrassed by Ning Xiaoluo's look, and it lowered its head. "It's not a dirt dog. Ning Yuan glanced at the big yellow dog and then briefly told the story of the big yellow dog's experience of swallowing a spirit seed to become a transcendent creature. This caused Ning Xiaoluo to listen with wide eyes, his face filled with incredulity. "You're saying it's as smart as a human and can talk?" Ning Yuan nodded. Now Ning Xiaoluo's curiosity about the big yellow dog became even greater. She looked left and right, just to see if this talking dog looked different from ordinary dogs in any way. Just like that, the two of them walked into the villa. The living room was neat and almost spotless, thus showing how much Ning Xiaoluo loved cleanliness as well as cherished this home. The sofa. Ning Xiaoluo brought out 3 cups of juice from the kitchen. 1 cup was placed on the table in front of Ning Yuan, and 1 cup was placed in front of the big yellow dog. 1 cup was placed in front of herself. In order to make it easier for the big yellow dog to drink the cup of juice in front of him, Ning Xiaoluo also put a straw inside. Ning Yuan picked up the juice in front of him and drank it, while taking out the remote control to turn on the TV. Ning Xiaoluo took a small sip of the juice while sneaking glances with her eyes at the big yellow dog who was sitting upright. Only to see the big yellow dog's eyes glancing from time to time at the juice on the table in front of him, yet he didn't move. Seeing this, Ning Xiaoluo curiously inquired in a low voice to Ning Yuan who was at the side. "Little abyss, why does it keep bulging its mouth?" Ning Yuan glanced at the big yellow dog, then laughed. "There's a treasure in this guy's mouth, and he's afraid that I'll rob it, so he doesn't dare to spit it out." Ning Xiaoluo was instantly somewhat stunned. She then sat down next to the big yellow dog and looked at this dog sitting on the ground and said softly, "You're afraid that little abyss will rob you, that's why you don't dare to open your mouth?" The big yellow dog looked at her sideways, then nodded lightly. Ning Xiaoluo guffawed at this. She then extended her hand to the big yellow dog's mouth. "Don't worry, I'll keep it for you and give it back to you when you're done with the juice, little abyss won't rob it." Ning Yuan was bored watching the TV program while sizing up the big yellow dog out of the corner of his eye. Only to see that after pondering for a moment, the big yellow dog actually did open its mouth and spit the bell into Ning Xiaoluo's hand. Looking at the blue bell in her hand, Ning Xiaoluo seemed to have thought of something as she got up and walked towards the bathroom. Then came the sound of water running. The big yellow dog violently shivered a few mouthfuls of the juice in front of him and then said with some emotion, "I just didn't expect that a person like you actually has a wife who is so gentle and kind and perfect." Ning Yuan glanced at it. "Wife? What a blind dog's eye, she's my sister." The big yellow dog choked on his words. "What? Sis?" Chapter 71, I'll protect her. After a moment of silence, the big yellow dog then spoke out with emotion. Just what kind of parents can give birth to such a heavenly difference between sons and daughters, simply capped. Ning Yuan sighed as he sniffed. He then put down the remote control and began to stretch and move his hands. When big yellow dog saw this, his insides snapped. Just then, Ning Xiaoluo walked over. She held a bell in one hand while holding several red ropes in the other, then sat down in the middle of them. "Xiao Yuan and I aren't blood siblings, I'm his cousin." Ning Xiaoluo placed the bell on the table, then began to skillfully weave the red rope in her hands. She recounted some of the duo's interesting experiences as children to Big Yellow Dog from time to time, while the latter listened quietly. As for Ning Yuan on the side, he was looking at the bells on the table in thought. From his experience in his previous life, treasures in the hands of foreign races could also be used by transcendents, but only if all traces of the foreign beings in question within the treasure were erased. Then one could use one's own transcendent power to warm it up. This bell in front of him had obviously lost its luster after Ling Wu's death, and that meant that it had become ownerless. Looking at the big yellow dog that was chatting with Ning Xiaoluo, Ning Yuan didn't have any thoughts of taking this bell for himself. This was because as long as this defensive-type treasure was on the big yellow dog's body, Ning Xiaoluo would have an extra measure of safety. He also had a snake-shaped jade pendant in his hand, which he had also obtained when he had slain the alien beings. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan looked towards Ning Xiaoluo, and his softness emerged from the depths of his eyes. "Xiaoluo, wait a little longer, when I'm fully certain, I'll let you become a transcendent." Ordinary people who wanted to become transcendentals needed to endure the pain of fusing the spirit species, as well as the repulsive reaction between the spirit species and themselves. That was why the death probability of fusing a spirit was as high as 50%. However, there are thousands of strange spirit species, and the world's spiritual objects and spiritual weapons have different utility. That's why Ning Yuan knew some ways to successfully meld spirits in his previous life, but those things either hadn't appeared yet, or there was no way for him to find them nowadays. Therefore, even if the probability of success in spirit melting was 90% and the probability of death was only 10%, Ning Yuan still wouldn't let Ning Xiaoluo go to spirit melting because he didn't dare to gamble. All right. On the sofa, Ning Xiaoluo inspected the red rope she had woven, then nodded in satisfaction. "When I was in middle school, I earned a lot of living expenses with this craft. After all these years, it's not too rusty." Ning Xiaoluo tied the red rope in its reserved place to the bell, then tied a dead knot. Tugging hard, she then took a closer look. Ning Xiaoluo then put the bell on the big yellow dog's neck under its stunned gaze. Reaching out to straighten it up for the big yellow dog, Ning Xiaoluo smiled and nodded. "Good looking.
It was only at this point that the big yellow dog reacted as an afterthought, and it looked at Ning Xiaoluo incredulously. You did this for me? Of course, otherwise you wouldn't be able to eat with it in your mouth all the time, or it would be easier to wear it around your neck like this. Ning Xiaoluo said with a smile as she stroked its doggy head. The big yellow dog looked down and tried to look at its neck, but it couldn't see it. It then got right up and ran towards the restroom. Not long after, the suppressed cries of the big yellow dog came from the restroom. The corner of Ning Yuan's mouth involuntarily twitched at the sound, and he looked at Ning Xiaoluo with a somewhat strange gaze. The latter was blissfully unaware of it, still organizing the things on the table. By the way, Xiaoluo, did Su Wei come during this time? Hearing Ning Yuan's question, Ning Xiaoluo was somewhat surprised and said, "How did you know that?" "Yeah, she's been coming to me a lot these past few days to come and play. In fact, she came this morning as well, only she left in a hurry before you came back." Ning Yuan nodded as he sniffed. Now he finally understood why Ning Xiaoluo still didn't worry too much about his performance despite the news of the events in the great Shanghai city being all over the place. It seemed that Su Wei had deliberately diverted her attention away from this. After all, Su Wei was a staff member of the headquarters, so she must have known that Ning Yuan had most likely entered the light curtain as an operative. She's too polite, she bought all the ingredients in the fridge, and she didn't want any even when I gave her money. Ning Xiaoluo, who had opened the refrigerator in preparation for cooking, said with a soft sigh. Xiao Yuan, you should still find a way to return this expenditure to her when you have the chance. After all, it's not good to take advantage of others. Ning Yuan nodded as he sniffed. Alright, I'll return it to her sometime. Just then, the big yellow dog also returned. It sat down on the couch with its doggy eyes a little red. Ning Yuan glanced at it and didn't make a sound. At the dinner table, the big yellow dog sat in his chair and looked at the chicken leg steak in the bowl in front of him, then his eyes moistened again. Seeing it in this state, Ning Xiaoluo, who had just taken off her apron, hurriedly inquired. "What's wrong? Don't you like chicken legs and beef?" The big yellow dog shook its head in a hurry. It then began to wolf down the food. Even though it didn't need to eat to live, it was just a dog. It's important to realize that eating isn't just about filling up your stomach, it's about enjoying the food. Even transcendents eat, let alone this stray dog of his. After eating, Ning Xiaoluo was humming a song in her mouth as she cleaned up alone in the kitchen. Sitting on the sofa, the big yellow dog first sucked the rest of the juice in one gulp, then slowly opened his mouth as he watched the news on the TV. "Since I was born I've been a wild dog, everyone looks at me with disgust, no one has ever cared about me, no one has ever cared about me, no one has ever taken the initiative to touch me. If I hadn't mistakenly eaten the spirit seed and become like this, I'm afraid I'd still be rummaging through some trash can somewhere for something to eat, and being driven and chased from time to time. Even though I became a transcendent being, I still lived like a stray dog before I met you, because I was afraid that I would be captured and studied. I see what you meant when you brought me back. I'll protect her while you're gone." Ning Yuan didn't look at it as he sniffed, only speaking faintly. "You should protect her, because she's the only person in this world who treats you well." Chapter 72, Anything is Possible. During the afternoon, Ning Yuan taught the big yellow dog how to warm the bell around its neck. As for the promotion of transcendence and common sense, Big Yellow Dog said that he had already known about it during the time he had been following the head of the great Shanghai city. It was just that the current promotion methods were all for people. As for whether it would work for a dog, that was yet to be known. After all, there was not a single precedent in this world. In the evening, Ning Xiaoluo packed a room for the big yellow dog. This caused the eyes of the big yellow dog, who was preparing to lie down outside to rest, to redden once more. Late at night, the big yellow dog that had finished warming the bell and was about to start gulping and practicing sensed that something was wrong. This was because almost all of the heaven and earth origin chi in its vicinity seemed to have been pulled away by something. The big yellow dog was instantly alert as it followed its senses to find it. Gently pushing open the villa's front door, the big yellow dog then saw Ning Yuan, who was sitting alone on his knees in the courtyard. At this moment, Ning Yuan didn't seem to be anything unusual to ordinary people, but Big Yellow Dog was able to clearly and incomparably sense that he was different. Nowadays, Ning Yuan was as if he was a vortex, crazily sucking in the origin chi of this heaven and earth. The big yellow dog's eyes showed horror as it stretched out its paw to cover its mouth. Compared to Ning Yuan's terrifying absorption speed, its little speed was simply laughable. It was like the difference between a large appetizer and a baby eating. Without realizing it, 2 hours passed. And the big yellow dog just quietly watched until Ning Yuan finished his cultivation. You shouldn't cultivate while I'm cultivating, you can cultivate when I'm done, or you can take time out during the day to cultivate. Ning Yuan got up and moved his muscles, turning his back to the big yellow dog and said, Just what level of spirit seed have you fused? To actually have such a terrifying absorption speed? In the big yellow dog's opinion, all of the heaven and earth origin chi that Ning Yuan had absorbed in these 2 hours had already exceeded the sum of what he had absorbed in over 2 months. Ning Yuan gave it a sideways glance and said slowly,
My spirit seed is rather special, my cultivation speed during the day is no different from yours, and I only have this speed at night. After saying that, Ning Yuan internally peered into his own body to look at the two spirit source fruits that had fallen into silence on the inner Dao tree. These two spirit source fruits seemed to have eaten their fill and fallen into a brief slumber at the moment. The spirit source fruit's daily intake of heaven and earth origin chi was limited, just as it took time for a seed to grow and blossom. Only the time it takes for ordinary transcendence to irrigate this seed is very long, which is the speed at which they themselves absorb the heaven and earth origin chi. Ning Yuan, on the other hand, had drastically shortened this irrigation time due to the special nature of the dark spirit and the terrifying speed at which he absorbed the origin chi of heaven and earth. It was similar to an old farmer irrigating his crops needing to go back and forth hundreds of meters picking water bucket by bucket. The difference between another old farmer who directly took a hose and flushed it onto his crops. And if Ning Yuan still wanted to break through to the third stage even faster than his original speed, then he would have to use external forces. That is, devouring spiritual objects. Spirit creatures are born and grow from the ground and contain the purest vitality within them. Therefore, spiritual objects have a catalytic effect on the Taoist tree. Hearing Ning Yuan say that he only had this cultivation speed at night, the big yellow dog still smacked his lips in envy. What a pervert. The next morning, a red sports car parked outside Ning Yuan's villa. The coolly dressed Su Wei then stepped out of the car. She entered the password for the villa's courtyard door, then pushed the door and walked in. At the door, Su Wei took a deep breath in an effort to calm her thumping heart. Who? A long breath was exhaled, then Su Wei slowly pushed open the door of the room. Then, she saw a big yellow dog that stood up in a human position sweeping the floor. Su Wei closed the door of the room back up. She stretched out her hands and patted her face before opening the door to the room once again. She still saw the big yellow dog that was sweeping the floor. Once again, the door to the room was closed. Su Wei looked at her hands and fell into deep self-doubt. Could it be because I've been too tired these past 2 days? That's why I actually had this strange hallucination. Just at this moment, the door of the room was opened from the inside. Su Wei, you're here. Ning Xiaoluo smiled and took Su Wei's hand, leading her into the house. At this time, Su Wei didn't see the dog sweeping the floor anymore. It really is an illusion. Su Wei let out a long sigh of relief, then she smiled and asked Ning Xiaoluo. Xiaoluo, is Ning Yuan back? Ning Xiaoluo nodded, then pointed towards the sofa. Nah, he came back yesterday. Saying that, Ning Xiaoluo directly walked into the kitchen. Su Wei looked at Ning Xiaoluo's back, then she hurriedly came to Ning Yuan's side, looking at Ning Yuan who was concentrating on playing the game using the joystick. Su Wei's voice was trembling a little unnaturally because of her excitement. You really killed that alien being? Saved hundreds of thousands of people in the great Shanghai city? Aha! Ning Yuan's face was calm. Su Wei slowly sat beside him. I heard you were injured, how is it? Is it serious? It's not bad, a period of recuperation should make it almost better. Su Wei looked at him, then rubbed her face. Then an excited smile appeared on her face. Do you know how much credit you've gotten this time? How much? Ning Yuan's gaze never left the game screen on the TV screen. Big, too big. Su Wei spoke excitedly. No transcendence so far has gotten as much credit as you. Killing that alien being that was the biggest headache for HQ and saving hundreds of thousands of ordinary people. I already don't know how HQ should reward you for this credit. Status, honor, money. Spiritual objects, spiritual weapons. That's right, this time, the headquarters will definitely reward you with one of these 2 things. No, it's even possible that they'll directly reward you with 2 of them. Speaking of this, Su Wei excitedly stretched out 2 fingers. This time Ning Yuan glanced sideways at Su Wei, then opened his mouth with a smile. Maybe the headquarters will question me and suppress me, it's not possible to say. How is it possible? Su Wei's eyes widened. Why would you think that? How could HQ do that to you? Ning Yuan smiled non-committally. Right at this moment, the big yellow dog holding a mop appeared in Su Wei's line of sight, and then started mopping the floor under her stunned gaze. It? Su Wei pointed at the big yellow dog, her voice stuttering a little. Ning Yuan glanced at the big yellow dog. What's the matter? Never seen a dog that does housework before. Su Wei sniffed in bewilderment and looked at Ning Yuan inquiringly. No, since when has there been a dog in this world that can do housework? Ning Yuan returned flatly. There wasn't before, but there is now. After all, this is a new era where anything is possible. Chapter 73, The Falling Leaves That Follow the Waves. Perhaps it was because after Ning Yuan said that anything was possible, Su Wei suddenly felt that it wasn't so strange for a dog to be able to mop the floor. She then moved her gaze away from the big yellow dog and said, ever since the outbreak in the city of Dahu was exposed to the public's gaze, as well as the minister's publicizing of all things transcendent, there's a bit of chaos all over the country nowadays. At this moment, Ning Xiaoluo also walked over with a plate of cut fruits. Hearing Su Wei's words, Ning Xiaoluo sighed softly. Peaceful days are hard to come by, so I hope those honest ordinary people won't be affected. Ning Yuan put the handle down as he slowly spoke. This is the inevitable transition of the times, just like the nodes of evolution. Humans went from primitive to agrarian, and then from agrarian to modern. Now from modernity into transcendence. Actually, these are transitions of the ages. Only this current era is much more frightening than before.
Ning Xiaoluo nodded as she reached out and picked up a piece of apple from the fruit plate before tossing it into the mouth of the big yellow dog beside her.
Xiao Yuan is right, I'm sure people will adapt to this era and accept it. Su Wei sighed.
But this is a horrible time, being a transcendent could die at any time, let alone an ordinary person. If ordinary people can't think of causing trouble because of this, it will cause great damage to the existing order. Hearing Su Wei's words, Ning Xiaoluo glanced at Ning Yuan, a worried expression on her face.
Ordinary people don't think about it. Just then, Ning Yuan suddenly said this.
Su Wei froze at his words, then she looked at Ning Yuan and opened her mouth to ask.
Is that so? But that's what many people within the headquarters are saying. Ha! Ning Yuan let out a faint laugh.
Those people at headquarters won't think in the shoes of ordinary people, after all, they're not ordinary people. Since the beginning of time, ordinary people have been the falling leaves that follow the waves, where is there anything to think about? Whether it's the change of dynasties or the change of times. Whatever happens, they will self-soothe, self-brainwash, and then self-adapt to it all. Before Su Wei could understand the meaning of Ning Yuan's words, Ning Xiaoluo, who was on the side, quietly pinched Ning Yuan. When it came to mealtime, it was rare that Su Wei didn't even stay for lunch. According to the meaning of her words, that meant that she was very busy and occupied these days. Either recording everything about transcendence at the TV station, or explaining to the people below about the various do's and don'ts. In this way, unknowingly several days passed. During this period, no one came to disturb Ning Yuan. And he was happy to relax, as if nothing had happened not long ago. Compared to Ning Yuan's cozy ease, the great Shanghai city was still hot and busy. The reconstruction of the ruins, the rescue work of hundreds of thousands of people, and various investigations. All of these headquarters took time to do. And compared to the fervor of the great Shanghai city, various countries around the world were detonated by Lu Yi's live broadcast. This turmoil has just begun, but it is sweeping the world at an unimaginable speed. Country M, top floor of a skyscraper. It was already late at night, but the lights on the top floor were still incredibly bright. Not only that, but hysterical laughter was coming from within it.
Ha 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 ha. Laughing my ass off, oops, Ling Wu actually died. I was really surprised that this guy actually got out so early. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, a man in a red suit laughed out loud as he watched the video on his cell phone. The video was exactly what Louis had just released this morning. He was sitting inside the conference table while Ling Wu's head was placed beside him. What Louis said meant nothing more than that. The foreign races are not invincible, and mankind will ultimately be victorious. Unite and join us in the fight against these alien races that are invading our homes. Repeating the video several times, the man in the suit's smile subsided. He came to sit down in front of his desk and looked at the youth standing quietly in front of him inquiringly. Fu Yue, who killed that guy Ling Wu?
The youth's skin was white, and he was of mixed Chinese and Western blood.
He answered softly to the man in the suit.
The current mainstream story is that Tian Xiangfeng, a third-ranked transcendent from the transcendent headquarters of China, heavily wounded Ling Wu with his life, and then Ling Wu was killed by a transcendent who joined the headquarters not long ago. The man in the suit sniffed and lightly tapped the table in front of him with his index finger. That Tian Xiangfeng is dead as dead can be. As for that transcendent who killed Ling Wu, go ahead and post a reward and find some transcendents who specialize in assassination to finish him off. After all, how can I say that we're of the same clan, and although I'm happy that it died just like that, I still have to avenge it a bit, don't I? The youth sniffed and hesitated for a moment, then said,
Will those transcendents in charge of assassination be able to do it? How about I go?
The man in the suit waved his hand and laughed.
Just let the transcendents go. Let the transcendentalists deal with the transcendentalists and let them dogfight.
The youth nodded, then he spoke again. Assassinating off a transcendent at the Chinese headquarters is currently quoted at 50 million knives for the first rank, 200 million knives for the second rank, and priceless for the third rank. Assuming that this transcendent is of the second order, then we don't have enough money on the books today. The man in the suit stroked his chin at that.
How much more? 198,633,000,000.
The man in the suit froze at his words, then he pointed at the youth and laughed and cursed.
You kid, you can joke now. Why don't you just say you don't have any money?
Saying that, the man in the suit picked up the cell phone in front of him, then flipped through the phone book before finding a phone number and dialing it.
Not long after, the call was answered and a man's voice with a sleepy tone rang out. Fark, which actually called me at night.
It's me, dear counselor, I'm so sorry to have disturbed your beauty sleep. Upon hearing the man in the suit's words, the other party first fell into a short silence, and then a somewhat trembling laugh rang out.
Ha ha ha, so it's you. Rio, what do you want from me this late at night? By the end of the sentence, the voice on the other side of the microphone was almost cautious. The man in the suit played with the pen in his hand and smiled. Counselor Sama, in order to eradicate a common enemy of ours, I need your help. Please transfer $400 million into my account by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Upon hearing his words, a fluttering sound rang out on the other side of the microphone. God, $400 million? Tertullian, where do you expect me to get that kind of money together? Do you think I know magic? The man in the suit chuckled. No, Councilman, I'm sure you've got this. After all, I've helped you root out those who aren't capable. Also, you'd better get the money together fast. If I don't see this money tomorrow, I'm going to kill your whole family. Nope, correction, kill you, and your whole family. With the man in the suit hanging up the phone shortly after. An angry growl came from a bedroom in a private estate. Chapter 74 Amazing Talent. Great Sioux City. An electric car sped by, and the youth in the car held the handle in one hand while holding a cell phone in the other. The youth looked at the video posted by Louis in his cell phone and let out a soft sigh. I just didn't expect that you, Ling Wu, would actually die in the hands of these mole crickets. Soon, the electric car drove into a small alley and stopped in front of an old building. The youth took out the takeout from the takeout box on the back seat of the electric car, checked the address, and then dialed the phone. In no time, a fat man staggered out of the building. Why are you so slow? It's 2 minutes over time. Fatty's face was a bit ugly as he snatched the takeout from the youth's hands. The youth apologized repeatedly, saying that it was because the merchant was slow in delivering the food. Watching the video playing on the youth's cell phone, the fat man immediately sneered and scoffed. Stop pondering these things every day and deliver your takeout properly. Not everyone can become a transcendent. After saying that, Fatty patted the youth's helmet with his hand, then turned around and staggered away. The youth looked at his back and shook his head somewhat helplessly. He then followed the fat man into the building. Not long afterward, the youth retraced his steps. He burped and then rode off. The city of Dazhou, on the banks of the Star Lake Flower. The world of transcendence is not a world outside the law, and transcendents also need to honor and abide by the law. If you find a spirit seed, please do not touch it, it will put your life in danger. Please call immediately. If you are a transcendentalist, please join the headquarters and do your part to guard humanity. What is a spirit seed and what is a transcendentalist? 10 things you need to do after becoming a transcendent. On the couch, Ning Xiaoluo kept swiping through the videos on his phone. Since yesterday, the internet had basically been full of them. She even saw Su Wei's figure during that time. The other party was a special guest invited by the TV station specifically to popularize information about transcendence for ordinary people. While Ning Yuan, who was sitting beside Ning Xiaoluo, was playing a game with Big Yellow Dog. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, followed by Su Wei walking in. As soon as she entered, she saw a man and a dog playing a fighting game. Frozen for a moment, Su Wei actually felt inwardly that it was quite normal for a dog that could do housework to play games. She then came to Ning Yuan's heel. Su Wei, I saw you on my cell phone. Right at this moment, Ning Xiaoluo raised his own cell phone and waved it towards Su Wei. You look so good in formal wear. Su Wei's cheeks blushed at her words and she ran her hair in some embarrassment. Yes, is it? She then seemed to think of something and hurriedly opened her mouth to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, headquarters said that they want you to make a trip tomorrow. It says they're holding a farewell ceremony for Tian Xiangfeng, and they want you to attend. But I guess it's more than just attending the farewell ceremony. These days the headquarters should have finalized the rewards about giving you. I'm afraid that this time when you go, you'll be given them directly. Ning Xiaoluo on the side sniffed and turned the volume of her cell phone down to its lowest level. After a short silence, Ning Yuan nodded. Fine, I'll go tomorrow. The next day. A black stream of light crossed the sky and rushed toward the great capital city. At the headquarters, inside a conference hall. The kid is here. Qin Guanyi's outburst interrupted the surrounding people's talk. Louis was just about to get up when another old man with white hair waved his hand at him. As a minister, you don't need to do everything yourself, just let Qidong go. Louis had no choice but to sit down when he heard this, while a middle-aged man standing behind the old man walked out of the conference hall. At the same time, Ning Yuan's figure descended from the sky and arrived directly outside the headquarters lobby. The soldier in charge of standing guard at the entrance saw him arrive, and the knot in his throat rolled involuntarily. The powerful enemy who had once committed several monstrous bloodshed cases and had been hunted down by the headquarters for several years to no avail had been killed by such a young youth in front of him. And countless people had even witnessed the scene of Ning Yuan carrying the head of a foreign race being. So when they actually saw this person appear in front of them with their own eyes, how could they not be nervous? Taking one step up the steps, Ning Yuan entered inside the lobby. As soon as he appeared, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. There were quite a few staff members in the lobby today, as well as transcendents. Apart from the ordinary people who were already working at the headquarters, almost all of these transcendents had come to attend Tian Xiangfeng's farewell ceremony. These gazes gathered on Ning Yuan ranged from excitement, to indifference, to curiosity, to awe. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man arrived in front of Ning Yuan with quick steps. The other party was wearing a military uniform, with a smile if nothing else on his face.
Hello Ning Yuan.
The middle-aged man extended his right hand to Ning Yuan.
Ning Yuan shook it. Please follow me.
Under the gazes of countless people, the middle-aged man led Ning Yuan towards the conference hall. After the gazes of the others gradually dispersed, the middle-aged man suddenly leaned in close to Ning Yuan and spoke in a low voice. Ning Yuan, someone might ask you some questions later, you don't need to be nervous, just answer truthfully, there are transcendents who will be observing your every move. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Ning Yuan looked at him sideways with some surprise.
My name is Xia Qidong, I'm Xia Xinla's second uncle.
The middle-aged man stopped speaking after saying this. Soon, Xia Qidong brought Ning Yuan outside the conference hall. Reaching out and pushing open the heavy doors, the duo walked in one after the other. When the two entered the conference hall, the staff standing on both sides of the gate slowly closed the gate.
Lo and behold, here comes our big honoree. Louis smilingly came to Ning Yuan's face and said affectionately as he took his hand.
Ning Yuan looked at Louis in front of him, then turned his gaze behind him, sweeping over everyone in the room. There were nearly 30 people sitting around the huge round table. Among them, Ning Yuan caught a glimpse of Qin Guanyi, who was smilingly looking at him. After exchanging a glance with it, Ning Yuan withdrew his gaze.
Come, Ning Yuan.
Louis pulled Ning Yuan to the huge round table and made him sit beside him. How is your injury? This period of time has really been too busy, and I really couldn't spare the time to check on you.
Ning Yuan shook his head at those words. My injuries aren't a big deal, I've been recuperating for a while now and I'm almost there.
That's good then.
Louis smiled and nodded. The main reason I called you here this time is to attend Tian Xiangfeng's farewell ceremony.
Secondly, the contributions you've made in this battle are in the eyes of the headquarters, and during this period of time, the headquarters has also roughly finalized the rewards to be given to you.
I'll give you a detailed explanation after the farewell ceremony.
Ning Yuan nodded. Louis paused for a moment, then continued to speak with a smile.
Ning Yuan, you should be a second-order transcendent now, right?
Ning Yuan looked at Louis, then slowly spoke out.
Not bad, I am now a second-order transcendent.
Upon hearing his reply, the air in the hall seemed to stop for a moment.
I remember when we first met, you were still only a first-rank transcendent, right?
How long has passed since then? You've already broken through the second rank, what an amazing talent.
The smile on Louis's face does not diminish.
Well, it took me almost half a year to break through the second rank at the first rank. As these words came out of Ning Yuan's mouth, the transcendents in the hall all looked at Ning Yuan with horrified faces, and even Qin Guanyi's pupils shrank violently.
Chapter 75, Heart containing darkness, body standing in light. A first-order transcendent had broken through to the second order in only half a year?
What kind of demon was this? Even the S-class transcendents Qingyue had taken a full year to break through from the first order to the second order. As if he had already anticipated the crowd's reaction, Ning Yuan's expression was as calm as water. In this life, he had never intended to completely conceal his terrifying cultivation speed. One had to know that in the previous life, Zhu Feng's death had another important reason other than the dark spirit's cause.
That was due to the current situation. Back then, Zhu Feng was facing an era that possessed fifth-order transcendence.
At that time, the battle power between the transcendents and the foreign races had already equalized, with each winning and losing. However, Zhu Feng's appearance, as well as his terrifying promotion speed, were signs of vaguely breaking this balance. It was definitely impossible for the foreign races to let such a terrifying person grow up. And some of the upper echelons of the human race were also unwilling to have the existing patterns shaken by such a grassroots, much less transfer the limited resources that originally belonged to them to him.
Even if this grassroot possessed an extremely powerful talent.
It was not Zhu Feng's fault that he possessed powerful strength, the fault was that he was born in the wrong era. He was born in an era where fifth-ranked transcendents looked down on him. And even more ironic, these people who looked down on him were arrogant. They thought that even without Zhu Feng, they could still defeat the foreign races.
However, once they allowed Zhu Feng to grow,
then after the foreign races died out, it might be their turn. Do not worry about defeat, worry about victory first. So Zhu Feng's death, that is the tragedy of that era, is also the inevitable of that era.
The era that Ning Yuan is living in today is completely different.
There were only a handful of transcendents today, not to mention the fifth rank, but even the third rank. The current situation is that the headquarters needs strong enough transcendents to stabilize the situation, and strong transcendents to defeat the foreigners.
The current headquarters cannot predict the future, so they are not arrogant or cocky.
Before a strong enough transcendent appeared to give them self-confidence, those people in the headquarters knew how much they weighed and knew that without a strong transcendent, it was impossible for them to defeat the alien race.
And if they couldn't defeat the foreigners, they thought that they could only die.
The times make the heroes, and the heroes make the times. Today's times are the times that need heroes. Even if that hero has the potential to cause problems for himself, the headquarters is compelled to go to great lengths. This was the reason why Ning Yuan was standing here right now. He was to harbor darkness in his heart and stand in the light. To be pushed to the highest peak by the hands of these people at headquarters. It was just as Ning Yuan had predicted. After learning that it had actually taken him only half a year to break through from the first rank to the second rank, most of the people in these conference rooms revealed expressions of surprise after their shock. Even Elder Qin's wrinkled face revealed a smile as if a chrysanthemum had bloomed. Louis was even nodding his head in delight. Good, Ning Yuan, you have such a talent, it is indeed a blessing for my Huaxia. Louis did not bother to ask Ning Yuan about the reason for his fast cultivation speed. For him, the reason process is not important, as long as there is a result. And that result was to fight against the foreigners. After a short period of silence, the smile on Lu Yi's face gradually disappeared and turned somewhat sad. Ning Yuan, actually, I came to find you today besides the two things I just told you. There are also some questions I need to ask you. HQ lost a third-order transcendent in this battle. Tian Shangfeng's death in this mission is a huge loss for the headquarters, but people can't be brought back from the dead. All we can do is to let the dead rest in peace and let the living continue to live well. Tian Shangfeng's corpse has not survived, his family relatives still do not know how Tian Shangfeng died. Other than you, none of the other surviving transcendents participated in the final showdown. Ning Yuan, it was you who resolved the outbreak in the city of Dahu, and it was also you who killed the alien beings. Then do you know how Tian Shangfeng died? As Lu Yi's words fell, everyone in the conference hall quietly looked at Ning Yuan, all wanting to see something on his face. Ning Yuan sighed deeply at his words, revealing a look of sorrow and remorse on his surface. In reality, he sneered to himself inwardly. Louis, still come to this? On the surface asking me if I know how Tian Shangfeng died, but in reality he is testing me. Why don't you just ask me directly why I didn't go to the battlefield earlier to fight alongside Tian Shangfeng, since I have the strength to kill foreign spirits? Seeing that Ning Yuan actually revealed such a look, quite a few people within the hall frowned. I don't know, I haven't seen Tian Shangfeng since the beginning. When I arrived at the battlefield, I only saw two severely injured foreign beings, and one of the women was missing an arm. It was at this moment that Ning Yuan slowly spat out these two words. What? Louis was stunned at his words. Everyone else also revealed a thoughtful look as they were recalling the meaning of Ning Yuan's words. Ning Yuan, as I recall, didn't the mission from headquarters have you guys heading directly to the location of the light pillar after entering the light curtain? So what you're saying is that you didn't head to the location of the light pillar first after entering the light curtain? And when you arrived at the location of the light pillar later, you didn't see Tian Shangfeng's figure? Ning Yuan looked at the person who had spoken. It was a second-order transcendent from the headquarters that he didn't recognize. That's right, I didn't travel to the location of the light pillar in the first place. Ning Yuan didn't deny it. He then pulled out a snake-shaped jade pendant from his pocket and threw it on the table in front of him. As for why I traveled to the location of the light pillar in the first place, this jade pendant is the reason. Qin Guangyi saw this and extended his own right hand, after which the snake-shaped jade pendant in front of Ning Yuan was pulled into his hand. After carefully feeling the jade pendant in his hand, Qin Guangyi nodded. Something from a foreign race. I see, it seems that you were delayed by tangling with the foreign beings. At the other end of the conference table, a workman was using a pen to record everything about the day, including everyone's conversations. This time the Fae are too well prepared, you and Xingyue are both very strong. If the two of you hadn't been delayed by the other foreign race beings, you might have been able to reach Tian Shangfeng's side. With the two of you around, the situation would never have come to this. Toward the end, Qin Guangyi sighed deeply. This time, although they won, it was a miserable victory. Zhou Qingyue sneaked into the battlefield first. If she didn't have the headquarters life-preserving spirit weapon on her body next to her, this S-class seedling would have died as well. Because the life-preserving ability of the empty crystal necklace was consumed once, from this, it can be affirmed that Zhou Qingyue must have been subjected to the danger of certain death at the critical moment. But what made them people have some headaches was not what happened to Zhou Qingyue, not the shocking injuries on Zhou Qingyue's body. Rather, it is the future hope of this headquarters, which has not mentioned anything about what happened inside since it came back. Chapter 76, If Only I Were Stronger. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat heavy. After all, for the current country, the death of a third-order transcendent was no less than the defeat of a major war. Not long after, Qin Guangyi pushed the jade pendant back in front of Ning Yuan. This is your trophy, keep it for yourself. Fey treasures should be useful to transcendents as well, use your own power to warm it may have a strange effect over time. Ning Yuan looked at the desktop, and he didn't bother to take the jade pendant in front of him. Bang! He suddenly stretched out his fist and slammed the table in front of him, and in the midst of everyone's astonished gazes, Ning Yuan sighed and said, "If only I was stronger, this wouldn't have happened. It's all because I'm too weak that I was delayed for so long by that foreign race being, it's all my fault." Seeing him in this state, there were quite a few people who were quite touched in their hearts. The second-rank transcendent who questioned him about why he didn't head to the light pillar in the first place was even a bit more secretly regretful of what he had just said. Right at this moment, Louis, who was sitting beside Ning Yuan, sighed deeply before patting his shoulder. You've done well enough. If it wasn't for you arriving at the battlefield at the last minute and killing the severely injured alien beings, I'm afraid that hundreds of thousands of lives in the city of Dahu would have been lost. Hearing this, Ning Yuan was inwardly stunned, then secretly pondered. The headquarters doesn't know that the light pillar was destroyed by Zhuo Qingyue? So that's how it is. It seems that Zhuo Qingyue didn't give out her credit. Is it because she feels she doesn't deserve it? Ha ha ha, same as last life, so lonely and proud. Right at this moment, Louis looked at a headquarters staff. Xian, you take Ning Yuan out first, prepare for him, and we'll go to Tian Shenfeng's farewell ceremony together when it's afternoon. Yes, Minister. Then only a girl wearing formal attire and a pill-topped head was seen walking up to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, let's go. Xian looked at Ning Yuan's eyes, which were somewhat reddened from anger, and her heart was quite bad. What a righteous and responsible man. Obviously he had already done enough, but he still thought he hadn't done enough. Ning Yuan picked up the jade pendant in front of him, and then he followed Xian out of the conference hall. Ning Yuan, what size jacket are you wearing on top? I need to prepare your clothes for the farewell ceremony in the afternoon. Xian turned back to Ning Yuan to inquire. However, she froze when she saw Ning Yuan's face. Because the other party's eyes returned to normal, and his face became surprisingly calm. Inside the conference hall. Well, did Ning Yuan lie? Louis looked towards a middle-aged man sitting on the other side of the round table and asked out loud. After a moment of silence, that middle-aged man slowly shook his head. No, I didn't see any traces of lying from his face. Everything he says should be true. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, a short silence fell in the conference hall. Since there's nothing else, I'll leave first. An old man with gray hair was the first to get up and said. The old man then left straight away accompanied by Xia Qidong. And these other people who came to participate in the meeting saw this also got up and said goodbye to leave. Soon, only Louis, as well as Qin Guanyi, and a few staff members from the headquarters were left in the conference hall. After sending the few staff members away, Louis sat down beside Qin Guanyi and inquired. Elder Qin, what do you think of this person Ning Yuan? Qin Guanyi was silent for a moment at his words, then smiled faintly. Very good, a seedling worthy of vigorous cultivation. It's just that the speed of his promotion really scares me a bit. Louis stroked his chin and slowly spoke. Could it be that his shadow's ability will make his breakthrough fast? If that's the case, then I'm afraid that the evaluation of Ning Yuan's B rank will have to be changed. Qin Guanyi shook his head. No, just observe and watch again. Breaking through the second rank from the first rank is nothing. It's rare to break through the third rank from the second rank. If his speed of breaking through the third rank is still so fast, then his ability to be positioned as S is also more than enough. In the afternoon, several buses pulled out from within the headquarters and headed towards the downtown area of Dying City. Since Tian Xiangfeng didn't have a body, his family just built a coffin for him and then placed his relics from his life inside. The hearse was placed in the Tian family's ancestral home. According to the traditional custom, Tian Xiangfeng's wife and daughter will hold a wake for him for 7 days before burying the coffin. When the people from the headquarters arrived, the originally gloomy sky also began to rain lightly. Looking at the coffins placed in the hall, as well as Tian Xiangfeng's wife and daughter who were kneeling on both sides and crying, Louis, who was wearing a black formal dress, had a heavy heart. Wet by rainwater on his shoulders, he was the first to arrive in front of Tian Xiangfeng's coffin, lit 3 sticks of incense, and then bent down to speak softly. Protecting the people, fighting against foreigners, hero of the nation. Old Tian, have a good journey. As Louis rises, Tian Xiangfeng's wife and daughter bow back towards him. Sister-in-law, I am sorry for your loss. Looking at Tian Xiangfeng's wife whose eyes are lifeless, Louis somewhat cannot bear to take another look. He took a deep breath and turned around to leave. Then Qin Guanyi walked in. Then came the rest of the headquarters. Just then, another person appeared at the door. It was a young white-haired girl, also dressed in black formal attire, who walked into the hearth as the rest of the headquarters watched. The young girl first burned 3 sticks of incense towards Tian Xiangfeng's coffin and then kneeled on the other side of the coffin without saying a word. Looking at her, it was obvious that she was going to join Tian Xiangfeng's wife and daughter in the wake. Xingyue, go back, there's no need to be like this. The double-eyed, godless Tian Xiangfeng's wife said to Zhuo Qingyue. Zhuo Qingyue shook her head and opened her mouth. I'm Mr. Tian's disciple, I should hold a wake for him. Seeing that the young girl's mind was made up, the woman then stopped trying to persuade her. The farewell ceremony continued. Soon, it was Ning Yuan's turn. He walked into the spirit hall, took 3 incense sticks, and bent down towards the coffin to salute. Go well, everything you guarded, senior, will be continued to be guarded by those of us who come after. After saying that, Ning Yuan straightened up. Just then, the woman seemed to recognize Ning Yuan as she wiped her tears and said in a choked voice to Ning Yuan. Thank you, Ning Yuan. Thank you for avenging old Tian's death.
Ning Yuan looked at the woman inside, then slowly shook his head. Shame on you, the one who seriously injured the foreign living being was Senior Tian. If it wasn't for Senior Tian, I wouldn't have been able to kill the other party. At the same time, the girl beside the woman also sobbed and spoke. Big brother Ning Yuan, no matter what, thank you for avenging my father's death. Ning Yuan looked at her. This was a girl around her early 20s in age. She was plain looking, and her eyes were a little red and swollen from crying. Letting out a sigh, Ning Yuan came to the girl's front and gently hugged her to comfort her. Live well with your mother, so that your father's spirit in heaven can rest in peace. The girl sniffed and sobbed and nodded vigorously. Seeing this scene, the people outside were all moved, and some even had sore noses. Letting go of the girl, at this time Ning Yuan turned around and also saw Zhou Qingyue sitting on her knees on the other side. The latter was also looking at him. The two of them stared at each other for a moment, speechless. Ning Yuan then shook his head and turned to leave. Looking at his back, a complex color surfaced in Zhou Qingyue's eyes. Chapter 77: A Different Division of Labor. Outside the courtyard. Ning Yuan had just come out to get some air for a short while before someone came to his side. Xia Qidong pulled out a box of cigarettes from his pocket with a smile on his face, then took out one and handed it to Ning Yuan. The latter refused. Seeing this, Xia Qidong didn't smoke either and put the cigarette back into his pocket. Thanks a lot. Ning Yuan looked at the scene in the courtyard and slowly spoke. You've saved Zanara and you're friends with Zanara, what's the point of talking about thanks for this little thing? Xia Qidong waved his hand and said. Times have changed, people like us are doomed to be eliminated, in the future we still need to rely on you to guard the people of the motherland. Ning Yuan smiled and shook his head. There's no such thing as being eliminated or not, the division of labor is just different. That's right, different division of labor, all for the sake of the people of the country. Xia Qidong smiled faintly. Looking at the few transcendents in front of him who were walking towards here, Xia Qidong patted Ning Yuan's shoulder. In a few days it'll be Mengming's bar mitzvah, so let's have a good chat when you're here then. After saying that, Xia Qidong laughed. Looking at Xia Qidong's back, the smile on Ning Yuan's face disappeared as well. At the same time, several second-order transcendents came before Ning Yuan. A few people introduced themselves to each other, and they were considered to have gotten to know each other. Shortly afterward, as the farewell ceremony ended, the other transcendents returned to the areas they were responsible for, while Ning Yuan followed Louis back to the headquarters. A remote path within the headquarters. Louis and Ning Yuan were walking side by side as he looked at the road ahead and snickered. Ning Yuan, the headquarters rewards and punishments are clear, this time you have made such a heavenly achievement, but it has given me a headache for a long time. Do you know why I have a headache? Ning Yuan smiled back at his words. The minister is having a headache about how to award me? Louis nodded. Not bad, just a headache on how to reward you. Money, you as a transcendent will not lack it sooner or later. Power, you as a transcendent put all your time into improving your strength, so power is instead a liability for you. All that's left are resources. Cultivation resources. Speaking of this, Louis sighed. The headquarters has only been established for just 20 years, with limited accumulation. But regarding what you deserve, the headquarters will never lose a single point. Listening to Louis's words that were full of artistry, a smile spread across Ning Yuan's mouth. So regarding your rewards, let me list them for you. Louis continued to speak. As the two walked, Louis said. Number 1. A one-time bonus of $50 million. Second. Fey are also divided into classes. The one you killed is the highest class known. To put it in layman's terms, it is not comparable to an ordinary Fey in terms of either identity or ability strength. That's why the contribution value for beheading this type of foreign race is also very different from that of ordinary foreign races. In addition, you saved 32,246,633 people in the Great Shanghai City, and if you had been half an hour later, all of these people would have died. Even though they are now falling after treatment, they have finally survived. Slaying the foreigners and saving so many ordinary people should have been converted into contribution value for you. But instead, I forcefully gave you another reward. Saying this, Louis looked at Ning Yuan and revealed a smile. With the cultivation resources stockpiled within the headquarters, you can pick any spiritual weapon and a spiritual object. The contribution value required for this condition is enough to offset all the contribution value you deserve for this mission. Hearing this, a flash of surprise appeared on Ning Yuan's face. To be honest, he was indeed a bit surprised. In Ning Yuan's expectations, the headquarters should have been preparing spirit weapons and spirit objects to reward him. Yet now, he was being asked to pick them out himself. It was important to realize that spirit objects were of varying degrees of power, so this move by the headquarters was also tantamount to tacitly admitting that Ning Yuan could take the most powerful spirit objects from within the headquarters. Of course, whether or not the true bottom card of the headquarters would be displayed in front of Ning Yuan was another matter of opinion. In addition to the above rewards, HQ has also customized a special reward for you.
Louis looks at the two silhouettes in front of him and continues. Transcendent Extraordinary Medal of Honor. Those who come after you must contribute more than you if they wish to receive this Medal of Honor. So this medal is a proof of honor that stays with you for the rest of your life. Meanwhile, the duo arrived at the entrance of an underground passage. By the roadside, the duo of Yang Yuxian and Qin Guangyi had been waiting for a long time. Ning Yuan's gaze swept over Qin Guangyi's body and looked at Yang Yuxian. The other party was wearing a white coat, his hair was still disheveled, and the dark circles under his eyes seemed heavier. Feeling Ning Yuan looking at him, Yang Yu first locked eyes with him, then yawned and smiled. Ning Yuan, the head of that alien being is very good, extremely valuable for research. Louis looked at him somewhat helplessly. You haven't slept for a few days again? Yang Yu scratched his hair first, then laughed. It should have been a few days now, I can't sleep at all, that head is completely different from ours inside and out, I simply can't stop my desire to study it. During this period of time my friends who are abroad are almost bursting my phone, through the cell phone I can feel that they are almost craving to cry, hey. Looking at this somewhat crazy look of his, Ning Yuan somehow thought of Big Yellow Dog. Hurry up and go, I have to go back after I've chosen. Yang Yu staggered first and took the lead to walk down. You can't go back when it's ready, there's a little meeting that needs you by name from above. While saying this, Louis's few people also headed downwards. This underground passage was very short. It was only a dozen or so steps before an elevator emanating a silvery white metallic hue appeared in front of them. Louis put his palm on the display screen next to the elevator door. After the double authentication of face and fingerprint, the elevator doors began to open slowly. Several people entered the elevator. The elevator then began to descend at breakneck speed. After nearly 5 minutes, the elevator came to a slow stop and then it began to move sideways. After almost 4 more minutes or so, the elevator that had changed its orientation 4 times finally came to a complete stop. The doors slowly opened. The familiar scene in front of him was once again displayed in front of Ning Yuan. Chapter 78, Cursed Objects. The elevator doors slowly opened. In front of them was a clean white corridor. Stepping out of the elevator and stepping on the clean white floor, Ning Yuan looked to both sides of the corridor. Only small rooms made of glass were neatly juxtaposed on both sides. These rooms made entirely of glass were small and could only accommodate 4 or 5 people in them at most. Inside the glass rooms, there were half a person high wooden frames standing alone in the center. The glass room on the right side of it contained an assortment of items. While the wooden shelves of the room within the glass on the left side are uniformly decorated with stone boxes. Ning Yuan looked at the box within the room on the left side, and he knew that the box was made of jade that didn't contain a single impurity. Just then, Qin Guangyi, who was beside Ning Yuan, said with a smile, "The room in the left corridor houses spirit objects. Spirit items need to be stored in a jade stone box after picking, or else they will lose all their efficacy in no time. And stored in the room to the right of the corridor are then spirit weapons. Spiritual artifacts are different from spirit objects, so they don't need to be stored in a jade box." Right at this moment, Louis, who was in front of him, also spoke. "Ning Yuan, do you choose the spirit weapon or spirit object first?" After pondering for a moment, Ning Yuan slowly said, "Let's choose a spirit weapon first." Hearing what he said, Qin Guangyi nodded. "Good. Spiritual artifacts are different from spirit objects, which are often the product of being buried deep in the earth and being changed by the effects of years and years of sedimentation as well as changes in heaven and earth. And spiritual weapons are also divided into defensive, offensive, and auxiliary types. The first 2 types are as the name suggests, so I won't explain more. As for the last type of auxiliary spirit weapon, it contains control, movement, various effects on oneself and others, etc. I'll take you through whichever one you want to focus on." After Qin Guangyi finished speaking, he quietly looked at Ning Yuan. This time Ning Yuan didn't hesitate too much and spoke directly. "Is there any spirit artifacts here that can keep ordinary people from dying for a period of time?" Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Louis and the 3 of them glanced at each other. Obviously they didn't expect Ning Yuan to actually utter this request. After a moment's pause, Yang Yu spoke first. Generally speaking, spirit weapons that affect themselves can basically only be used by transcendentalists, and the limitations of the spirit weapons that ordinary people can use are very large, not to mention being able to keep her from dying for a short period of time. At least there is no such spirit weapon within the current headquarters. Speaking of this, Yang Yu first gave Ning Yuan a look of deep meaning. Of course he could guess what Ning Yuan wanted this kind of spirit weapon that could keep ordinary people from dying to use for. Because there was a high probability of death for ordinary people fusing spirit seeds, but once there was some sort of spirit artifact that could stabilize life for a short period of time, wouldn't that mean that they would be able to successfully fuse spirit seeds 100% of the time? At this moment, Louis and Qin Guangyi both looked at Ning Yuan, and both of them guessed Ning Yuan's purpose. However, they didn't inwardly laugh at Ning Yuan's unrealistic ideas. On the contrary, they understood Ning Yuan very well. After all, the other party was his only family member. Sure enough, there's no such spirit weapon at this time of the year. Ning Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly when he saw that these three people didn't look like they were lying. Just as well, even if such heaven-defying spirit artifacts had appeared in previous lives, they were all internally digested. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan couldn't help but think of Shin Linchuan, that terrifying genius who had fused thunder spirits and advanced to the 7th rank. And the one who ultimately killed him. Previous life. The world said that Shin Linchuan was the son of heaven's destiny, the man who had the most hope of Blue Star to reach the end of the path of transcendence and put an end to the invasion of the foreign races. However, very few people knew. This heaven's destiny son initially relied on this spiritual weapon that could make ordinary people immortal for a short period of time to renew his life before he successfully fused the thunder spirit seed. There was a moment of silence. Ning Yuan sighed and continued speaking. Since we don't have one, let's go with an attack-type spirit weapon. Hearing this, Qin Guangyi smiled. Good, then we'll show you the attack-type spirit weapons. As the few people walked a few dozen meters forward and stopped outside a room, Yang Yu first looked at a copper mirror placed inside and opened his mouth. This copper mirror came from within an ancient tomb more than 2,000 years ago. It contains a lot of dead qi within it, and a transcendent holding this mirror and using the power of physical strength can invoke to catalyze it to attack the enemy. Ning Yuan looked at it, then shook his head. The few people continued on their way. Yang Yuxian then continued to introduce Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan continued to shake his head. Just like that, after several rooms, Ning Yuan still hadn't chosen a single spirit weapon. Although Lu Yi's few people were puzzled inwardly, they didn't urge Ning Yuan either. After all, spiritual weapons were extremely rare for transcendence, and the choice certainly needed to be made carefully. Just like that, the few people walked around until they arrived outside a transparent room. Looking at the things placed on the shelves inside, Yang Yu sighed first. This item is very special, it is a cursed item. Once the first person to pick it up died that day after selling it at the antique market. And the man who bought it died not a day later. Round and round it went, and then there were more people who had been in contact with it who had died, and so we took notice of the thing. After researching it, we realized that the power of the curse on it was activated by touch as a medium. This touch isn't just when you go to hold it, not even if you're wearing gloves, or even prosthetics. Because if you touch the glove, and the glove touches it, you're touching it. Same thing with prosthetics. And the only known safe way to not get hurt by it is to touch it by virtue of something that has no contact with your own flesh, like a remote-controlled robot at a distance. Speaking of this, Yang Yu first looked at the spirit weapon in the door, and a complex color flashed in his eyes. In order to study this thing, several researchers had even died at the headquarters. However, the results of the research could be described as chicken. Although the curse power of this thing is extremely strong, but the side effect of indistinguishable from the enemy will die when touched is doomed to stay here. It was the same as a transcendentalist holding it before he could fight the enemy, but he would die first before long. Ning Yuan quietly looked at the spirit weapon in the room. It was a long knife. Unlike ordinary long knives, this one was badly broken, the blade was almost covered with gaps, and the surface was even densely covered with cracks and bronze rust. Up to this glance, Ning Yuan had decided to take it. Because he remembered this blade. In his last life, this knife had a glorious record. Chapter 79. You are truly a genius. In that last life, in the years when all the 7th order transcendence appeared, the power of the alien beings had already exceeded the range of ordinary people's understanding. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that they could move mountains and reclaim the sea. And in the face of such a terrifying enemy, the spirit weapons within the Blue Star at that time could be said to be completely useless. Other than some spiritual weapons that possessed special abilities, defensive spiritual weapons could not defend against the attacks of the alien beings. Attack-type spirit weapons also couldn't do much damage to the alien spirits. At that time, the Transcendents relied entirely on their own strength to fight against the foreigners. It wasn't that they didn't want to utilize external objects, but they simply didn't have any external objects to utilize. In the back, the human Transcendents could only rely on scavenging the treasures of the foreigners to fight against the foreigners. And it was then that the power of this blade was revealed. Because a seriously injured and dying 5th order Transcendent took out this knife from the headquarters before dying, and by virtue of the power of the curse in the knife, he killed a foreign spirit much stronger than himself in exchange for his life. I'll take it. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Lu Yi and the three of them were all stunned. Yang Yuxian even looked Ning Yuan up and down suspiciously. You want it? This blade is powerful, but how can you use it if you can't touch it? Lu Yi also nodded. Yes, Ning Yuan, this kind of spirit weapon that is dangerous to touch, you'd better use it with caution. Why don't you choose something else? Qin Guangyi didn't try to persuade, he just quietly looked at Ning Yuan. Just then, Ning Yuan suddenly laughed out loud. Since it's dangerous to touch, it's just as well that I don't. Saying that, the shadow at Ning Yuan's feet slowly stood up. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi's mouth opened wide. Rao Qin Guangyi also froze. Yang Yu first froze and then suddenly slapped his thigh. Holy, you're really a genius. Saying that, Yang Yu pushed the door open first, signaling Ning Yuan to fetch the knife. The shadow walked into the room under Ning Yuan's control and went to the wooden shelf where the knife was placed, then stretched out his pitch-black right hand and slowly gripped the knife. The shadow then held the knife and came in front of Ning Yuan. It then slowly melted and re-entered his feet. At the same time, the knife disappeared little by little into the shadow, as if it had sunk into a puddle of bottomless black water. Your ability is really special. Looking at the shadow at Ning Yuan's feet, Yang Yuxian scared in envy. It can change its form at will, can carry you in flight, and also possesses notable attack power, and can even be used for storage. Such a comprehensive ability, which is the ability that a B rank should have, I'm afraid that an S rank wouldn't be too much. Ning Yuan smiled at his words. They're all just flashy abilities, they seem quite comprehensive, but in reality, every side is weak. Qin Guangyi nodded indifferently at his words. That's right, the more abilities a transcendent has isn't the better, as long as one point reaches the extreme, it's enough to reach the peak. Since you've chosen a spiritual weapon, it's time to choose a spiritual object below. Saying that, the four of them arrived outside the glass room on the left side of the long corridor. Looking at the jade box behind the glass door, Qin Guangyi opened his mouth with a sigh. Spirit objects are different from spirit weapons. Spirit objects were originally unusual grasses, trees, flowers and fruits, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon more, which is why they metamorphosed into spirit objects by chance. And they are the gems that this planet was truly born with. Transcendentals who take spiritual objects can increase the growth rate of the Tao tree within themselves. As you've seen along the way, there are less than 60 spirit artifacts owned within the headquarters. As for spirit objects, the headquarters has spent a lot of manpower and financial resources over the years, almost searching all the famous mountains and rivers, and has only managed to find a dozen or so. Louis also said with a sigh of emotion at this time. Ning Yuan, don't look at all these rooms with jade boxes, but in reality the vast majority of these jade boxes are empty inside. I won't hide it from you, my greatest expectation is to fill these jade boxes during my tenure. After all, as long as there are enough spirit items, then more powerful transcendence can be cultivated. Ning Yuan smiled inwardly at this statement. Filled up? Ha ha ha, Louis, you're afraid you don't know that after 400 years, these jade boxes are only half filled. At this time, Yang Yu stopped outside a room with a yawn first. Spiritual objects are actually nothing to introduce, although spiritual objects are also divided into efficacy strong and weak difference, but that is only felt after taking it, it can't be seen from the appearance alone, just like the blind box. But although the difference is there, it's not that big. So I'll give you a brief overview of where they come from. You can pick whichever one you find eye-catching. Saying that, Louis points at the jade box in the room and slowly speaks. This contains a ginseng plant from the old White Mountain, and a dozen staff members were sacrificed in order to successfully harvest it. These people are all ordinary people in anonymity, they run around the famous mountains and rivers all day long, in order to pick the spirit. Right at this moment, Louis took off his glasses and pressed his brow, speaking in a somewhat heavy tone. Even though they are just ordinary people, they have been quietly paying for the fight against the foreign races. Without their strength, it would have been impossible for the spirits to come running to the headquarters by themselves to lie in the jade box. Ning Yuan also let out a sigh as he sniffed. With a dozen or so spirits, Louis didn't let Ning Yuan rush to pick them, but instead told Ning Yuan about the process of picking them and the price he paid for them one by one. Ning Yuan listened on the surface, but inwardly, he had long been impatient. If you were a young and passionate transcendent, I'm afraid that at this moment, I would have already been touched by Louis's moral abduction, and swore to defend the headquarters to the death and never let down these ordinary people's efforts. However, Ning Yuan scoffed and sneered in his heart. If one were to ask why, it was because he clearly knew. Regardless of whether it was now or in the future, the vast majority of the spirit objects within the headquarters were only in the hands of a few people. In the future, many transcendents had relied on their own opportunities to encounter spiritual objects, and even more brainwashed people had even handed over the spiritual objects they had obtained to the headquarters. Alright, Ning Yuan, you choose. Louis patted Ning Yuan's shoulder, a smile on his face. Ning Yuan had been pondering over the birthplace of these spirits all this way. Yang Yuxian was right. It was impossible to tell the strength of a spirit's efficacy based on its appearance alone, but Ning Yuan was able to rely on the spirit's birthplace and then choose a better one. After all, the extremely simple reasoning of planting a flower based on the soil would also work when it came to spirit creatures. Although Ning Yuan didn't know which spiritual objects were good, he knew which famous mountains and rivers would be the hottest in the future. This fire also meant the place where the most transcendents went to seek treasure. Soon after, Ning Yuan pointed at the room where the old White Mountain ginseng was stored and spoke. I'll pick that one. Louis and the three of them glanced at each other, then Qin Guangyi walked into the room, took out the jade box on the wooden shelf, and walked out to hand it over to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan looked at the jade box in his hand, then threw it into the shadow at his feet. Alright, since you've chosen, let's go. Louis said to Ning Yuan with a smile. Wait a minute, minister. Just then, Ning Yuan spoke up.
Lu Yi's footsteps as he stepped forward lurched, and then he looked at Ning Yuan to inquire.
What's wrong, Ning Yuan?
That. Ning Yuan spoke with some embarrassment.
Can I borrow another spirit from headquarters? Chapter 80, Gambling with Profit on the Heart.
On the clean white corridor, Lu Yi and the three of them were all looking at Ning Yuan in a bit of a daze.
Borrowing a spiritual object? Ning Yuan, what do you mean by that? Lu Yi didn't seem to have reacted yet and asked him out loud. Yang Yuxian did react first, and he looked at Ning Yuan with a somewhat odd expression on his face.
Even Qin Guangyi unconsciously frowned.
This kid, a bit greedy.
Right at this moment, Ning Yuan was the one who sighed deeply. Minister, that means literally, you can understand it as me borrowing a spirit from the headquarters, just like borrowing money, and returning it to the headquarters later.
This. Lu Yi immediately cried and laughed a little when he heard this.
It was the first time he had encountered a transcendent from the headquarters borrowing a spirit item from him.
Besides, was it something that could be borrowed? However, Lu Yi still resisted the urge to directly reject Ning Yuan, a great meritocracy, and opened his mouth to ask him the reason.
Oh, Ning Yuan, can I ask you why? Although spirit objects are useful to transcendence, you can't rely entirely on these external objects for your cultivation. Only by rigorously sharpening oneself and becoming stronger step by step, that is truly powerful. Look at Elder Qin, his old man, who never relied entirely on spirit objects, but instead took one step at a time on his own and walked to the third rank. Not to say that he's now the strongest transcendent in the world, but ranking in the top 3 is certainly more than enough.
Hearing this, Ning Yuan sighed once more.
Alas, Minister, you have no idea what exactly happened to me in the light curtain. The alien beings were too terrifying. That kind of high-intensity 9 death battle is just too much for me to describe to you. Anyway, I want to get stronger too much right now to face that kind of tough situation again.
But it's fine if you really don't want to, Minister, just forget I mentioned it.
After saying that, a trace of hard-to-conceal disappointment flashed across Ning Yuan's face. Listening to Ning Yuan's words and looking at Ning Yuan's expression, Lu Yi understood him in his heart. It was human nature for a young man to be eager to gain strength after experiencing a battle of life and death. Right at this moment, something seemed to come to mind in Lu Yi's mind and his eyes lit up. Right, this Ning Yuan has a bad origin and is smart. It's hard to want to establish a sense of belonging in his heart for no reason, but if we take this opportunity to let Ning Yuan understand how good the headquarters really is to him, with his sense of responsibility as well as his kindness, maybe it's...
Just as Lu Yi was pondering, Yang Yuxian however shook his head.
No, there's no such thing as borrowing. Every spirit object is an extremely precious treasure that can't be appropriated by anyone other than those who have made great achievements, not even Elder Qin.
After hearing Yang Yuxian's words that even Elder Qin couldn't appropriate it, Ning Yuan swept a glance at the expressionless Qin Guangyi and almost couldn't hold back his laughter.
He slowly said inwardly, Yang Yuxian, although you have studied the foreigners thoroughly, you can never study the human heart. There are some things that you simply cannot see. Just when Qin Guangyi also wanted to open his mouth to say something, Lu Yi, however, suddenly waved his hand at this moment.
Alright, Ning Yuan, I promise you.
Yang Yu froze first, and so did Qin Guangyi. Only Ning Yuan showed a look of surprise on the surface, but inwardly, he was actually ancient, because he had long predicted that the other party would agree to him. After all, in the view of Lu Yi, the minister, if he could tie Ning Yuan, a powerfully gifted transcendent, to the headquarters with just a single spirit item, that would be really worth it.
This was gambling on Ning Yuan's heart with heavy benefits.
But Lu Yi is sure to win. After all, in his opinion Ning Yuan is only in his early 20s, this age even if the mind is smart, but the heart is still too young.
Lu Yi, you are breaking the rules.
Just then, Yang Yu first frowned and said. On the other hand, Qin Guangyi on the side got thoughtful.
There is no harm, I will be solely responsible for it, and I will be the one to explain it above.
After Lu Yi finished speaking to Yang Yu first, he then looked at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, it's only you. I have great expectations for you. This time I took the risk of agreeing to you, and I also hope that you won't let me down in the future, and don't let the headquarters down. You pick another one, it's still not necessary, just remember the good of the headquarters in the future and contribute more to the headquarters.
Ning Yuan sniffed and nodded and said,
Don't worry, Minister, I will never let headquarters down.
Just like that, Ning Yuan took away another spirit item under the watchful eyes of the three. The four of them then took the elevator and left.
Headquarters, in a hidden conference room. At this moment, there were 10 people sitting facing each other, and at the other end of the conference table, there was a pitch-black monitor. That's how it happened. I agreed to Ning Yuan's request and gave him another spirit item. Lu Yi, who was sitting on the left side, spoke towards the monitor.
Just then, a middle-aged man sitting opposite Lu Yi opened his mouth. Lu Yi, is that Ning Yuan so talented?
He's only a second-stage transcendent. Even if he's accomplished great feats, you shouldn't have given him 2 spirit objects. You should be clear about how precious spirit objects are. Not to mention that this Ning Yuan was originally just a civilian transcendent. This kind of person is used to being wild. Even after joining the headquarters he doesn't want to be overly restrained.
If he were to betray the headquarters one day, what would happen then? Hearing this, before Louis could say anything, an old man laughed.
Ha ha ha, nonsense. Nowadays we should not be considering the question of whether to betray or not to betray, but rather, we should be considering what to do to keep this kind of talented young man. Zhusu, you think about the special situation every day. You shouldn't tilt the few resources to these transcendentals from the folk, afraid that when the situation stabilizes in the future, they will instead become a source of trouble. I can understand what you are thinking about, but don't forget that the outbreak of the incident in the city of Dahu was solved by the civil transcendence that you are afraid of. And that precious daughter of yours has taken up a lot of resources from the headquarters, right? So why didn't she solve the outbreak in the city of Dahu even though she went in there as well? The middle-aged man's face turned ugly as he snorted coldly. Humph. It's obvious that Qingyue is dealing with the other foreign races. Upon hearing these words, that old man smiled indifferently and then stopped speaking. The rest of the people had some doubts within themselves when they saw this scene. Strange, Xia Changfeng actually confronted Zhusu over such a trivial matter. Could it be that he knows this Ning Yuan? Zhusu actually wasn't wrong. It's true that he shouldn't have given Ning Yuan 2 spirit items, but old man Xia wasn't wrong either. Nowadays there is indeed a need to vigorously absorb talent, especially this kind of transcendent talent. Alas, if only there was a way to not give these folk transcendence resources and still make them sell their lives. If only Ning Yuan was an insider. Chapter 81, Deterrence or Revenge. Just as the crowd was pondering individually, a faint laughter came from the monitor. Ha ha ha, old Xia, you seem to think highly of this young man. Although he has made a great deal of merit, the headquarters has given him what he deserves, so it's not like he's owed anything. The old man sniffed in silence for a while, then slowly spoke. My family Zanara and him are on good terms. Ning Yuan is kind-hearted, capable, and responsible, an unrivaled talent. The old man didn't hide anything. Besides, in front of these human elites, he couldn't hide it, so he might as well tell it out in a big way. Hearing these words, all the people in the conference room were inwardly enlightened. I see. This old fox, I say. Sure enough, this old bastard is trying to recruit a door-to-door son-in-law. Good fellow, having beautiful granddaughters is still of great use. Why didn't I think of this trick? But this is also quite good. Ning Yuan is also considered one of our own as long as he enters the Xia family. Louis glanced at the old man with some surprise and muttered inwardly. This Ning Yuan, when did he get involved with the Xia family? I actually didn't know. Zhusu was also somewhat surprised as he looked at the old man, and then inwardly laughed coldly. Nowadays, the Xia family doesn't even have a second-order transcendent. This is really anxious no matter what people are stuffed into their mouths. Just at this moment, another voice rang out from within the monitor. Alright, that's it regarding Ning Yuan. Louis, this kind of thing shouldn't happen again. When you meet a seedling worthy of cultivation, of course you have to take advantage of it, but basic rules still need to be in place. This time, just think of it as the headquarters rewarding Ning Yuan with 2 spirit objects. Hearing this, Louis nodded. The sound continued to come from within the monitor. It's time for the main meeting of the day. Concerning the situation in the future, since the Transcendents and the Fae are completely exposed to the eyes of ordinary people, you should prepare yourselves for the various difficulties that are coming your way. Concerning the Transcendents, the headquarters continues to absorb the Transcendents from the private sector to grow their strength as the main guideline, and the others will effectively cooperate with the headquarters and actively mobilize resources to complete all major tasks. Concerning the alien race, Professor Yang, tell us what the alien race might do next? As the voice within the monitor fell, Louis hurriedly patted Yang Yuxian who was asleep on the table beside him. Yang Yuxian who was woken up yawned. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he was a bit puzzled. What, the meeting is over? Ha ha ha. A faint laugh resounded from within the monitor. Everyone else in the conference room laughed as well. Asking you, what will the foreigners do next? Louis spoke in a low voice. Yang Yu first sniffed and slapped his face before speaking out. I think that it won't be long before the foreign races start to retaliate on a large scale, and it's time for the headquarters to get ready to deal with it. The crowd froze at his words, and someone spoke in disbelief. That's not right, Professor Yang. The outbreak of the Great Shanghai City was a victory for us, not to mention that the dead alien beings were still of the highest level, so it should be logical that it should be able to deter the other alien beings for a period of time. Yang Yu looked at him first, then slowly shook his head. Your thinking is still stuck on human warfare. The precondition for deterrence must be equality. All human wars since the beginning of time have been equal. They have been man fighting man, so deterrence works. But the foreign races are not human, they see humans as ants. To give a lesser example, in the animal world, a wild dog can deter an animal weaker than itself, but it can never deter a lion, even if they happen to bite one to death. Someone who couldn't hear it anymore opened their mouth to retort. What dogs and lions, Professor Yang, you're underestimating our power. If these foreigners weren't too cunning and always hiding in the urban crowd, we could have killed them with our wide-range killing thermal weapons alone. Yang Yuxian nodded non-committally. That's right, if we completely disregard casualties, we can indeed rely on nuclear weapons to kill the alien beings now. But who dares to bear this price, and who can afford it?
What's more, the alien race is still getting stronger, and no one knows exactly where their upper limit is, and whether there will be a day when nuclear weapons won't have any effect on them. I still say this, the Fae will retaliate, and this retaliation should come soon. After saying that, Yang Yuexian looked at Louis again. I have long advised you not to make an issue out of the heads of the foreigners, but you didn't just make an issue out of it, you also flaunted it to the world. I don't know whether or not the foreign race beings will be outraged when they see the video, but I know that a great sense of shame will definitely rise within them. So they will inevitably retaliate. Louis sniffs in silence. Just at this moment, a voice rang out from within the darkened monitor. I'm clear about everything regarding the head, you don't have to blame Louis, he did the right thing. We sacrificed a third-order transcendent and many first-order and second-order transcendents, so this huge loss must be made up with the results of this battle. The effect of Louis' video is remarkable. This video didn't just greatly boost the hearts and minds of the military all over the world, lowering people's fear of alien beings. It also allowed the headquarters to become more and more influential in the world, so it could attract many civilian transcendents to join on their own initiative. As for the retaliation you mentioned, since it can't be avoided sooner or later, it won't be avoided. I believe that this war we can inevitably obtain the final victory. After the 4th day, Great Zhou City, in a park near Star Lake Flower Shore. Ning Yuan leaned on a recliner and quietly watched Ning Xiaoluo, who was throwing a frisbee and walking his dog to play. Just then, his cell phone rang. Picking up the phone, it was Xia Xinla calling. As soon as Ning Yuan connected, the other party's soft voice came through. Big brother Ning, I just realized now that it was you who solved the outbreak in Great Shanghai City, that's awesome. By the way, I heard that you were injured, how is it going? It's fine, the injuries are almost healed. Ning Yuan responded flatly. Well, that's good, and big brother Ning, are you free tomorrow? Little Dream's bar mitzvah is tomorrow. Ning Yuan gave a Then let me send you the address of the banquet, do I need to send someone to pick you up? No, I'll be there tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then. Hanging up the phone, Ning Yuan continued to look at the big yellow dog chasing the frisbee not far away, as well as Ning Xiaoluo who was cheering for him. Chapter 82, We Meet Again. The following morning. Jinling City, at the entrance of a luxurious 5-star hotel. Today's internal facilities are being upgraded, business is suspended. Ning Yuan stuck his hands in his pockets and expressionlessly looked at the notice at the entrance of the hotel. Still a familiar operation. Just then, a man trotted out of the hotel lobby. It was a dignified-looking woman in a suit. Hello Mr. Ning, my name is Sun Qing, I'm the lobby manager of this hotel, and I'm responsible for waiting for you here. The woman looked at Ning Yuan with a smile on her face, bending down and reaching out to signal Ning Yuan to follow her. Ning Yuan nodded and followed the woman towards the elevator. On the way, Sun Qing first sent a message towards the upper floors, and then kept stealing glances at Ning Yuan out of the corner of her eye, inwardly curious. This man clearly looks like he's only in his mid-20s, and what he's wearing isn't a name brand, but why is the Xia family bugging themselves that he's an honored guest? The two of them walked into the elevator, and Sun Qing used her fingerprint authority to light up the 16th floor button on the elevator. Soon, the elevator began to rise at breakneck speed. Zanara, pull this neckline down a little more. Inside a huge dressing room, several charming women surrounded Xia Xinla, arranging the dresses on her body. No aunt, this is too shameful. Xia Zanara's cheeks flushed as she covered her chest with one hand and tried to raise the neckline upwards with one hand. However, at this moment, another woman grabbed Xia Xinla's hand, stopping her movements. Where is the shame? While young, a woman has to show her own beauty no law. That's right. The others laughed and chimed in. At this time, Xia Meng, who was standing not far from Xia Xinla, was also surrounded by a group of people. She looked dumbfounded, quietly looking at the several women who were helping her to organize her skirt. Just at this moment, the door of the room was pushed open a crack. An old man's voice then slowly sounded in the doorway. Zanara, come out for a moment, Ning Yuan has arrived, let's go greet him together. Hearing this voice ring out, the laughter in the locker room lurched. The women all collected their smiles. Grandpa, you're going to greet him personally? Xia Xinla lifted her skirt and hurriedly jogged to the door, looking at the hunchbacked old man with his hands on his back, she asked out loud with some incredulity. The old man had a head full of white hair, the skin on his face was wrinkled, and his eyes were deep to the extreme. He wore a tang suit, and although he was hunched over, his entire person had an air of unruffled authority. This was the aura that was naturally cultivated by the top brass who had been crawling around for decades in being a superior. As long as he appeared, the people around him would naturally not dare to clamor loudly. And the old man was the helmsman of the Xia family, Xia Changfeng. He saved your life, it's only natural for me as a grandfather to personally greet him. Xia Changfeng laughed. Behind him was Xia Qidong, as well as the Xia Qiming duo. Dad, second uncle. Xia Xinla greeted the two. Xia Qidong smiled at them and nodded, while Xia Qiming frowned as he looked at what Xia Zanara was wearing.
Zanara, hurry back to the dressing room to put your clothes in order. What's the point of dressing like this? How can you still meet the guests? Xia Zanara smiled bitterly at her words, then she was ready to turn around and enter the dressing room. However, right at this moment, Xia Changfeng waved his hand. No, it looks good just like this, Qiming ah, times are different, don't be so feudal. Hearing the old man speak, Xia Qiming hurriedly nodded his head in response. Yes, father. At the same time, the elevator door at the entrance of the banquet hall slowly opened. Sun Qiang, who was preparing to lead Ning Yuan to the private rooms, was startled by Xia Changfeng and his group standing not far away. Little friend Ning Yuan, goodbye. Xia Changfeng smiled as he stepped forward to Ning Yuan's face, stretching out his pale hands to grab Ning Yuan's, a kind smile on his creased face. Ning Yuan similarly shook his hand and greeted him with a smile. The old gentleman has an extraordinary aura, so I'm sure he must be the head of the Xia clan. The smile on Xia Changfeng's face grew stronger as he sniffed, pulling Ning Yuan along as he walked. What extraordinary aura, I'm just an old man who doesn't have a few years to live. Sun Qiang, on the other hand, was inwardly horrified at this scene. What the hell? Xia Changfeng would actually treat someone so politely? Right at this moment, Xia Qidong arrived in front of Sun Qiang as he looked at the other party with an expressionless face and spoke slowly. You go down, you didn't see anything today. Sun Qiang looked at Xia Qidong's eyes trembled, she quickly nodded her head then left. The banquet hall was large enough to accommodate hundreds of people to hold a banquet here. But there were less than 50 people in this banquet hall today. These people were quietly watching Xia Changfeng and Ning Yuan walk into the banquet hall's box together. It was only when the door to the box was closed that sound resumed within the banquet hall. There were youths looking at the door of the box, a burning light flashing in their eyes. He's Ning Yuan, the second order transcendent that Grandpa said saved the great Shanghai city and decimated the top alien spirits. Sooner or later, I'm going to become this kind of strong person one day. The woman beside the youth reached out and straightened the youth's hair, then said with a smile, Good, then you'll have to learn more from Ning Yuan in the future. There was a middle-aged man wearing a suit and holding a wineglass in his hand who sighed. Someone who can make the old man treat him like this is still so young, this is the only thing I've seen in my life. Who isn't? Every time the old master looks at us it's like looking at a stone, not to mention a smile, not even an expression. Another person beside the middle-aged man voiced out an exclamation in agreement. Whether it's his looks or body, he looks good. If Sister Shinla doesn't want him, I'll go after him backwards. A lovely-looking young girl voiced out a flirtation. Hearing the young girl's words, the girl beside her smiled and said, You want to fart and eat, you have no height and no figure, just like a minor. How can you compare to Sister Zanara? Screw you, this is called lowly style, do you understand? There are men who like me like this. Unlike the noisy chattering Xia family crowd. In a corner of the banquet hall, there was a woman sitting here alone. She gently shook the goblet in her hand, the red wine in the cup swaying back and forth with her movements. The woman was wearing a white cheongsam, crossing her legs, her white jade like toes hooked to a high heel. Her features were exquisite and perfect, her long hair was pulled up by a wooden pin, and her eyes seemed to be able to seduce people. Looking at the closed door of the box, the woman's red lips rose slightly. Ning Yuan, we meet again. Chapter 83 Swap of Interests. Inside the banquet hall's box, Xia Changfeng sat beside Ning Yuan and chatted with him like a kindly old man about his parents. As for Xia Qidong, the several people were quietly sitting around with him and listening. Ning Yuan, the future world turmoil has become inevitable, as a transcendent destined not to be alone, so have you considered starting a family as soon as possible to leave an heir? Xia Changfeng, who was chatting about the inheritance of the family kingdom's fragrance, suddenly asked Ning Yuan such a question. This remark immediately caused Xia Qidong to focus his attention on Ning Yuan. Xia Qiming did the same. As for Xia Zanara, at this moment, her fair and pretty face was already covered in redness, her head was lowered, and her hands placed under the table gripped her skirt with force. Ning Yuan put down the teacup in his hand when he heard this, then sighed and opened his mouth. Of course I've thought about it, but as you know, Elder Xia, transcendents seem to be extraordinary and possess unimaginable powers of ordinary people, but transcendents are destined to encounter unimaginable dangers. This kind of precariousness, how can one dare to mention becoming a family? Xia Changfeng took a sip of tea, then smiled faintly. Little friend Ning has a sense of responsibility and commitment, it's me who is not well thought out. Zanara, you go out first, you guys should start Mengming's bar mitzvah as soon as it's time to start. Xia Changfeng opened his mouth to Xia Xinla and commanded. Xia Xinla, whose ears were somewhat reddened, nodded, then hurriedly left the box. Waiting until the door of the box was closed again, Xia Changfeng put down the teacup in his hand, then slowly opened his mouth. Ning Yuan, what do you think of this granddaughter of mine? After thinking for a moment, Ning Yuan nodded. Pretty, smart, brave, very good. Xia Changfeng sniffed and turned his head to look at Ning Yuan before speaking bluntly. Then are you willing to marry her? As long as you marry her, I will mobilize all the resources of the entire Xia family to help you break through to the third rank within 10 years.
Xia Chongfeng's words could not be described as stone-cold shocking. Even though the two Xia Qidong brothers had guessed, they were still taken aback. To know that ordinary transcendentalists, again without the aid of spiritual objects, relying on their own hard work, want to break through from the second stage to the third stage at least need 15 to 20 years. Even for higher rated transcendents, it would not take less than 10 years to break through from the second stage to the third stage. Qin Guangyi, who was guarding the headquarters, was a living example. He was nearly 50 years old before he melted his spirit and became a first-order transcendent, and without the aid of spiritual objects in the early stages, it took 4 years for him to break through from the first order to the second order. On the other hand, he was stuck for 12 years on his way to the third stage. In the end, it was only in recent years when the spirits within the Blue Star suddenly began to increase in quantity, and the headquarters got more spirits, that allowed Qin Guangyi to break through to the third rank in one fell swoop. As for Tian Shangfeng and the other mysterious third-order transcendent at the headquarters, it was also in recent years that they had utilized the power of the spirits to advance to the third order. Spiritual objects are so hard to find, so important, and so precious. Therefore, in the eyes of the two Xia Qidong brothers, this guarantee from their own father was tantamount to tilting all the resources of the entire Xia clan in favor of Ning Yuan alone. And Ning Yuan seemed to be stunned by these words as well, as he fell into silence. Only after a few moments did Ning Yuan let out a fake bewildered sigh. "Old master, why?" Xia Chongfeng leaned back in his chair and spoke out quietly. "Ning Yuan, you can understand this as a benefit swap. You have talent and strength, but you come from an ordinary background with no resources. And my Xia family has resources and power, but not a single powerful transcendent who is trustworthy and can be cultivated. I won't hide it from you, my Xia family has gotten a total of 3 spirit seeds over the years, 2 of which were given to my 2 eldest grandchildren, yet they failed to meld their spirits and died. Although the last spirit seed was successfully fused by my youngest grandson, the qualification of his spirit seed is too poor, it's only grade C. I'm afraid it's difficult to break through to the second rank in recent years, not to mention the third rank at the back. The other families either have descendants with grade A qualifications, or at worst, grade B qualifications. Among them, my Xia clan's old rival, the left clan, even has an S-ranked Zuoqingyue. Almost all of these families have second-ranked transcendents nowadays, except for my Xia family. You saved Zanara's life, you and my Xia family have a destiny. That's why I want to bring you in and work hand in hand with my Xia family from now on." Xia Chongfeng's words were blunt and revealing. Because for someone at his level, there was no need to beat around the bush when saying anything. It would be best if Ning Yuan agreed, and if he didn't he would think of other ways. This was just like signing a contract between companies, with a clear price tag. Ning Yuan rubbed his brow, then slowly opened his mouth. "It's fine to work hand in hand, but I really can't bear to let down a beautiful woman, and if I marry Xia Xinla, wouldn't it be cruel to her if I were to die at the hands of a foreign being one day? How about I marry her as brother and sister?" Xia Chongfeng shook his head directly at his words and refused. "Ning Yuan, people like me don't believe in anything but the relationship between kindred spirits. In addition, if you have a child with Zanara in the future, then it wouldn't be unreasonable for me to even hand over the entire Xia family to you. But if you don't marry a woman from my Xia family, even if my Xia family will help you, I won't dedicate my entire clan to helping you." The meaning in Xia Chongfeng's words was simple. As long as Ning Yuan nodded and married Xia Xinla, then power, money, resources, and connections would be at his fingertips. And what Ning Yuan had to do was also very simple, and that was to work hard to become stronger, and then enhance the Xia family's voice and influence in the future situation. After some time of silence, Ning Yuan still shook his head. "I'm sorry, Elder Xia, although I, Ning Yuan, came from a humble background, I wouldn't take an unfamiliar woman as my wife just because of benefits. How can something like feelings be forced? It's not fair to Zanara." Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Xia Qidong spoke up. "Get married first, as for the feelings can be cultivated slowly, we've all come this way." Just then, Xia Chongfeng raised his hand to stop Xia Qidong's words. His face was ancient and unperturbed, not producing any expression from Ning Yuan's words. It could be said that he truly did not show his joy or anger. "There's no harm in it, since you said so, Ning Yuan, then let's start with that. You can get in touch with Zanara, it's easy to cultivate feelings between you young people, the guarantee I just gave you is valid for a long time. And Ning Yuan, if you saved Zanara's life, it's the same as saving my life once. So even if we can't be family in the end, the Xia family will still be your friends forever." Saying this, Xia Chongfeng revealed a kind smile at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan similarly returned the smile towards him. "Shidong Qiming, you guys take Ning Yuan to the hall for the banquet, it was supposed to be a day to celebrate, it should be lively. And since those people outside aren't too far apart in age from Ning Yuan, they should also take this opportunity to get to know each other." Upon hearing Xia Chongfeng's words, the two Xia Qidong brothers got up and left the box with Ning Yuan. After waiting for the box door to close again for a while, Xia Chongfeng leaned back in his chair alone as he looked out the window and muttered, "Is it that you don't see my Xia family?" Chapter 84 Meeting Yunshi again. Banquet Hall. A hint of gloom flashed under the eyes of Ning Yuan, who had come out of the box. This old thing, the abacus beads are popping out of my face. Beauty, power, resources, background. If it were any other short-sighted transcendent would definitely be mesmerized by all of this. Yet Ning Yuan knew it clearly. Backed by the Xia family, although the Xia family had become his backing, accordingly, he had also become a shield for the Xia family. It was important to know that the headquarters was the place where several major families in China jointly tilted their resources to cultivate transcendence. The other clans could watch the Xia family grow weaker by the day, but they could never watch the Xia family grow stronger alone. As for Ning Yuan himself, his rate of promotion far exceeded that of the others, and now that he had 2 spirit objects in his hands, even if he broke through to the 3rd stage, it wouldn't take long. So once he was to break through the 3rd rank in such a short time as the son-in-law of the Xia family, then he would inevitably be scorned by the other families in the first place. These families might not do anything on the surface, but they would certainly secretly trip up at every turn. Although Ning Yuan wasn't afraid, he was too lazy to waste his time and energy by hooking up with these people. At least until he broke through to the 4th rank, he still needed these people to not be hostile to him. Just as Ning Yuan was secretly pondering within himself. The other people from the Xia clan came over and climbed into conversation with him with smiles. And Xia Qidong took it upon himself to introduce these Xia family members one by one to Ning Yuan. Soon enough, the Xia family members warmed up to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, it's better to see than to hear 100 times, it's true that heroes come out of youths. I've heard of your great name a long time ago, worthy of being a dragon among men. Big brother Ning, hello. For the class of the Xia family, it wasn't hard for them to act like old friends they hadn't seen in a long time to a stranger they had never met. It's important to realize that language and human interaction is an art. And being in the Xia family, this art was inculcated from childhood to old age, so it was inevitably destined to reach the top. Collecting his thoughts, Ning Yuan likewise always gave a kind smile to all of them, chatting with them in a happy and engaged manner. At least this kind of happiness and devotion seemed extremely sincere to outsiders. Just like Xia Zanara, for example. She couldn't help but rejoice inwardly after seeing how chatty Ning Yuan was with her own family. And just then, Ning Yuan, who was answering a youth's question about foreign beings, detected a gaze that had been staring at him. He followed this gaze as he looked through the crowd. Only to see that at the corner of the hall, a woman in a white cheongsam was looking at him with an interested face. Upon meeting Ning Yuan's gaze, the cheongsam woman even smiled and winked at him. With just this glance, Ning Yuan's pupils shrank. It's her. Through this woman's eyes, he was already sure that the other party was the ancient woman he had met on the balcony that night. Yun Shi. Ning Yuan recalled the other party's name. Finding an excuse, Ning Yuan broke away from the crowd and walked towards Yun Shi. Seeing that he actually walked towards Yun Shi, the Xia family's crowd could not help but look at each other. This cheongsam woman, they knew who she was, but due to the other party's eccentric personality, they were reluctant to engage with this woman in droves. As for what kind of eccentric character it was, that is that this woman doesn't talk to anyone except for a few words with Xia Zanara and Xia Meng. It was the kind of ignoring you that made you extremely squirm. Staying by her side can make you so uncomfortable that you can even snap your 10 toes involuntarily. Xia Zanara knew Yun Shi's character, and when she saw Ning Yuan walking towards the other party, she had wanted to go and dissuade her. However, her father, Xia Qiming, pulled her back and shook his head towards it. In Xia Qiming's opinion, this Ning Yuan was clearly attracted to the other party's beauty. With his own daughter being so outstanding, plus such lucrative conditions, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could ascend to heaven in one step. Yet Ning Yuan refused. This made Xia Qiming want to see what Ning Yuan looked like when he was defeated. As Ning Yuan came to sit beside Yun Shi, then a scene that stunned everyone happened. Only to see that the woman who had ignored them actually smiled at Ning Yuan. Not only that, but the other party even took the initiative to speak. Placing the goblet in her hand on the table, Yun Shi looked at Ning Yuan with a smile. We are indeed destined to meet even here. Ning Yuan looked at Yun Shi, then frowned slightly and imperceptibly. Why are you here? Yun Shi looked at Ning Yuan, then raised her chin towards Xia Xinla, who was staring at them not far away. Does what she's wearing look good on her? I did. In your parlance here, I'm now a high-fashion clothing designer. Ning Yuan was silent for a moment before snorting out a laugh at his words. You things really have enough to spare, is this a game of mankind? Hearing these words, Yun Shi first blankly glanced at Ning Yuan, and then stretched out a white finger to sway left and right to speak. First, I'm not a thing, so please watch what you say. Secondly, I'm not a gamer, I really like making clothes, please don't insult my hobby. And speaking of this, Yun Shi moved closer to Ning Yuan, almost pressing against him to speak slowly. I see you as more of a gamer. You obviously loathe these people from the bottom of your heart, but you don't show a trace of it on the surface. Sometimes I wonder if this body of yours is filled with the soul of an old monster. At the end of his words, Yun Shi lightly tapped that white finger of his on Ning Yuan's heart. Smelling the ethereal fragrance coming from the other party, Ning Yuan locked eyes with it.
Ripples appeared within him, but his face remained as normal, without a single fluctuation due to Yunshi's words. After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan looked at Yunshi and slowly said, "You said last time that if we met again, you would have a good talk with me." Looking down at this woman with perfect features and temperament, Ning Yuan indeed had many questions he wanted to ask her. Just like her identity, for example. Why was she neither a human nor a foreigner? In his previous life, Ning Yuan had never seen an existence as special as Yunshi's in his 400 years of living. Listening to Ning Yuan's words, Yunshi laughed out softly. "Here? Not really, they're all watching us." Saying that, Yunshi placed her finger in a red wine glass and dipped it into the wine, then wrote a line on the table in front of her. Number 66 Spring Creek Road. Ning Yuan silently memorized the address. Right at this moment, Xia Xinla walked over, and with her appearance, the address written in drinks on the table strangely disappeared. "Sister Yunshi, you know Big Brother Ning?" Looking at the two who were almost snuggling together, the smile on Xia Xinla's face stiffened a bit. Yunshi sat up straight as she smiled and opened her mouth towards Xia Xinla. "Sort of know each other. Ning Yuan is a friend of one of my old clients. I've met him a few times." "Yes, is that so?" Xia Zanara looked at Yunshi with some suspicion, then revealed a bright smile to Ning Yuan. "Big Brother Ning, why don't we go and accompany Xia Meng to cut the cake together later?" However, before Ning Yuan could reply, a woman not far away suddenly said in a loud voice to Xia Xinla, "Zanara, your grandfather is looking for you." Hearing that her grandfather was looking for her, Xia Zanara had no choice but to give an apologetic smile towards Ning Yuan, then turned around and left. Chapter 85 Assassination List. Looking at Xia Xinla's back, Yunshi scat out. "The first time I've seen this girl jealous, it's quite interesting." Ning Yuan sniffed and merely spoke indifferently. This isn't jealousy on her part, but she's afraid that she won't be able to complete her mission. Yunshi looked at Ning Yuan with some surprise, then stretched with a smile. "Ugh, I'm leaving first, otherwise it's weirdly uncomfortable to be stared at by someone all the time." Looking at Xia Xinla, who turned back from time to time, Yunshi put the high heels on her feet back on, then got up and left in style. Ning Yuan quietly looked at Yunshi's departing back. He neither said anything nor got up to see her off. And just then, a youth came to Ning Yuan's front with a cell phone in a fiery rage. The youth first swept a glance at Yunshi's shapely back as she departed, then came to Ning Yuan's side and spoke in a low voice. "It's not good, Brother Ning, look at this, someone has offered $200 million for your life." The young man who had spoken was named Xia Feiyu, less than 20 years old, the only transcendent in the Xia family nowadays, only at the first rank, having just joined the headquarters not long ago. Ning Yuan sniffed and looked down at Xia Feiyu's cell phone. What came into view was a website called Aurora Forum. Within the bounty category on the website, the bounty regarding Ning Yuan was placed at the top. Mission target, Chinese Transcendental's headquarters, Ning Yuan. Amount of task completed, 200 million. Task duration, 15 days. Interested parties contact managers. The bounty of up to $200 million caused the discussion below this post to heat up. And just as Ning Yuan was still looking at this post, the post suddenly flickered. Then a line of large, piercing red letters appeared. The bounty mission has been taken. Looking at the large red line, the duo of Xia Feiyu and Ning Yuan glanced at each other. Xia Feiyu then spoke with a somewhat ugly face. "It's over, Big Brother Ning, a power has picked up your bounty, and there will definitely be transcendents coming to assassinate you during this period of time." Hearing this, Ning Yuan came to a sudden realization. Good lord, he was on the assassination list. However, Ning Yuan didn't feel anxious because of this. The assassination list, although it was his first time on it in this life, he had been on it hundreds of times in his previous life. The so-called assassination list was nothing more than a small tactic of some alien beings who wanted to make the human transcendents kill each other. These alien beings used human money to find human transcendents to assassinate human transcendents. What's even more ridiculous is that this tactic worked well in the last life. Many of the human race's transcendentals had died in this in a haphazard manner. In the previous life, many people couldn't understand why there would be transcendentals who would go and help foreign beings kill their own compatriots for money. However, looking at the entire history of mankind, it was actually not difficult to understand the logic of these people's behavior. Some scholars have summarized everything in one sentence. The tendency to avoid harm is human nature engraved in the genes. After a moment of silence, Xia Feiyu saw that Ning Yuan didn't seem to be on board, and he said with some anxiety, "Brother Ning, I'll send you the invitation link to this forum. You need an invitation from a forum member if you want to register for a forum account. You're in the forum, so you might be the first to know who took on the task of assassinating you." Ning Yuan nodded at that, then took out his cell phone and exchanged contact information with Xia Feiyu. "Big Brother Ning, shouldn't this situation be explained to the headquarters? That way the headquarters will also arrange for someone to protect you and your family." Xia Feiyu seemed as if he was the target of the assassination, and he didn't know whether it was due to excitement or nervousness, but his entire body appeared to be a bit hyperactive. Ning Yuan looked at him, then said with a smile,
Forget about that for now, your sister has come to call out to us. At the same time, Xia Xinla smiled and walked over this way. Big brother Ning, Feiyu, it's time to cut the cake. On the food cart, a half-man tall exquisite cake was pushed to the center of the banquet hall. Xiaomeng was wearing a customized dress and a crystal tiara. The whole person was like a princess coming out of a fairy tale book. A crowd of Xia family members gathered around and sang birthday wishes to her with laughter. As the birthday wishes were sung, Xiaomeng closed her eyes and hands in prayer, slowly opened her eyes under the quiet gaze of the people around her, and then gently blew out the candles in front of her. Looking at Xiaomeng, Ning Yuan inwardly murmured. Xiaomeng, the future head of the Xia clan, a fusion of the S-class Dream Spirit Seed. In the future it's even reached the 6th rank. Dream Spirit Seed, it is rumored that this Spirit Seed contains the rules of dreams and is born in dreams. And Xiaomeng even encountered this Spirit Seed in a dream and successfully fused with it. This Spirit Seed is ethereal and hard to find. It is one of the most special and difficult to find amongst the Spirit Seeds. If only I could know how she acquired the Dream Spirit Seed, it would give Xiao Luo one more option. Although this was what he thought in his heart, Ning Yuan secretly shook his head. This was because from the rumors about Xiaomeng in his last life, it wasn't that Xiaomeng had encountered the Dream Spirit Seed, but rather that the Dream Spirit Seed had taken the initiative to seek her out. If that was really the case, how could he possibly go and seize this ethereal and hard-to-find Spirit Seed? Big brother Ning. Just then, Xia Zanara's voice took Ning Yuan's thoughts back. Ning Yuan walked forward and held Xiaomeng's hand along with Xia Xinla. Feeling the young girl's warm and soft hand, he slowly spoke to himself inwardly. Xiaomeng, I look forward to the day when you obtain the Dream Spirit, so that you can better serve me. It ended with the countdown of the people around them. The three of them pressed their hands down together, then slowly cut the knife on the cake. The banquet ended, and Ning Yuan politely declined Xia Xinla's request to see her off. He disappeared after leaving the hotel's front door. 66, Spring Creek Road. Ning Yuan arrived at this address according to the navigation on his cell phone. In front of him was a store without any name. This store was located in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by green trees, and only occasionally would 3 or 2 pedestrians walk by. The decoration of this store was simple, with only 2 dummy models behind the glass wall. Compared to the simple decoration, the dresses worn by these 2 dummy models were quite attractive. Even if Ning Yuan, a layman who didn't know how to appreciate, looked at it, the dresses were still beautiful. Whether it was the workmanship, the fabric used, or the appearance, it was all of a kind that was unforgettable at first glance. So much so, that pedestrians passing by the entrance of this store will slow down their steps to be attracted by these 2 dresses. Yet as nice as the skirts were, no one went into the store. Closed today. The sign hanging on the door of the store causes no one to come in and patronize the store at all. Ning Yuan ignored the sign as he pushed the door and walked in. The store was very cold, there wasn't even a cashier's counter, only a sofa that could only seat 3 people. Looking inside at the wooden doors on the walls, Ning Yuan pushed it, but it didn't push. In the next moment, he transformed into a black shadow and directly passed through the wooden door into it. The scene inside the wooden door, on the other hand, was completely different from the outside. It was decorated in an antique style, with a wooden table and 2 wooden stools placed in the center of the room. There was also a pot of hot tea with wisps of white smoke on the table. At the same time, the sound of clattering water came from the depths of the room, followed by the ghostly sound of Yunshi's voice. You can really have the quality, into the girl's boudoir before at least first knock a door well. Chapter 86, A Question. Inside the cabin. Ning Yuan did not respond to Yunshi's words as he sat himself down at the wooden table, reached out and picked up the teapot, pouring himself a cup of tea. 10 minutes later. Yunshi, who was wearing an ancient long dress, walked over from the depths of the room. She sat down across from Ning Yuan, and it seemed that the ethereal scent of the other party's body was a little heavier because she had just finished her bath. Tell me, who exactly are you? Ning Yuan looked at the other party and inquired. Yunshi didn't respond, only looking at him with a smirk as she rested her chin on her hands. After a moment of silence, seeing Ning Yuan always staring at himself, Yunshi sighed. How boring. Are you sure you want to ask me that? Ning Yuan sniffed and looked at her in a voice of inquiry. What do you mean? The meaning is simple. Yunshi stretched out her scallion fingers to play with her hair and spoke. I will understand, and know much more than you can imagine. You can ask me not only about my identity, but about many things, like what you call the Fae. Ning Yuan stared blankly at his words, then looked at the other party with some surprise and said, You mean, even if the Fae beings themselves don't know about it, you know about it? Not bad. Yunshi nodded in acknowledgement. But there's one thing I need to make clear to you in advance. I can answer your questions, but you also have to promise me a condition. After all, I only said I would talk to you before, but I didn't promise to answer your questions for free. Ning Yuan frowned. You're playing me? Yunshi looked straight at Ning Yuan with a smile at the corner of her mouth and opened her mouth. I wouldn't dare to trick you, haven't you heard of equal exchange? You get what you want from me, you always have to pay something. Otherwise wouldn't I be at too much of a disadvantage? After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan looked at her and continued to speak out. Say it, what conditions? Yunshi shook his head. I don't know yet, let's owe it first. Ning Yuan sniffed but nodded without any hesitation. Owing was good, he liked owing the most. Seeing Ning Yuan being so good at talking, Yunshi stared at him with a somewhat odd expression. She then opened her mouth and added, Go ahead and ask, I'll answer one of your questions, and then I'll answer your second question after you've completed the conditions you promised me. Ning Yuan was inwardly stunned at his words. How are you so sure I'll ask you a second question? Simple. Yunshi pointed at Ning Yuan's head. The smarter a person is, the more curious they are. Ning Yuan was speechless. He poured a new cup of tea and began to think about the questions to ask Yunshi. The other party was obviously afraid that he would renege on his debt, so he had come up with such an impromptu idea. However, if the other party really knew a lot of things, then there were too many questions Ning Yuan wanted to ask. After all, the last human race had struggled with the alien beings for 400 or 500 years, and many of those questions had remained unanswered until just before he died. Like what exactly the Fey beings were, why they came to this planet, and why they wanted to kill all the human races. What kind of places they are in. Is it really a whole new world outside the dark universe? And what race is the woman in front of me? Whichever of the above questions Ning Yuan wanted to know. However, the other party was obviously extremely difficult to deal with, and Yunshi didn't even show a hint of scorn for him. Ning Yuan himself was also clear in his heart that he could not do anything with the other party, at least from his current intuition. Yunshi's strength made him somewhat elusive. What is the purpose of those foreign beings coming to this planet? After pondering for a while, Ning Yuan decided to inquire about this question that had plagued the human race for hundreds of years in his previous life, and that even the foreign races themselves didn't know about. Hearing the question Ning Yuan asked, Yunshi didn't seem to have any surprises. She only saw her gently rubbing the teacup in her hand, then slowly spoke out. It's actually quite simple. Compete for the treasure. Hearing the word scramble for treasures, Ning Yuan looked at Yunshi with some surprise. Treasures? What treasures are on this planet? Yunshi stretched out his right hand and pointed his index finger downward to the ground. This planet itself is an extremely remarkable treasure. To put it simply, you can understand this planet as a seed. Now this seed is slowly sprouting and growing, and this process is also known as aura revival. And all of you transcendents are actually products under the aura revival. As for the foreign beings in your mouths, their name in the outside world is called the Eternal God Race. Like your human race, they are also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. Just like the foreign race being you killed not too long ago, its status was like that of a royal prince within your human race. And these foreign races with different statuses came to this planet in order to wait for the right time to compete for the seed that is about to be conceived and ripened. To be fair and just, their minds are sealed with partial memories about themselves, and all memories of the contents of this trial. In addition, due to the rules within this planet, they are all suppressed as outsiders, except that this suppression will gradually become weaker with the passage of time. And they will also gradually become stronger with the passage of time, that is, they will regain their original power. Yunshi sighed softly as she said this. This is a trial for the Eternal God Race's pride, with the winner standing to the end and ultimately receiving this seed in their hands. And you are merely stumbling blocks in this struggle of theirs. Hearing this, Ning Yuan fell into a long silence. Although Yunshi's words sounded far-fetched, Ning Yuan combined his experience from his previous life to see that they should all be true. Without disturbing Ning Yuan's silence, Yunshi just quietly sized him up. Not long after, Ning Yuan looked at Yunshi and opened his mouth to inquire. You said that their minds were sealed with memories about this trial, which is why they don't know their purpose. But why do you know? Are you not sealed? Yunshi sniffed and blankly glanced at Ning Yuan. Because I'm not from their clan, and I'm not here to participate in the trial. Ning Yuan wanted to ask something else, but Yunshi shook his head. Knowing too much in a short period of time won't do you much good nowadays. There are some powerful existences that can be sensed by them even if you just think about everything about them in your mind. Not to mention there are some terrifying existences that are good at deducing precognition that will occasionally watch this place. Hearing this, Ning Yuan no longer inquired as he rose to leave. As he walked to the door, Ning Yuan's voice slowly sounded. So in the end, what happens to this planet? Hearing Ning Yuan's words, this time, Yunshi was silent for a moment, then she murmured and spoke. Flowers give up and flowers fall and bloom again, but it's just reincarnation. Walking out of the clothing store, Ning Yuan left Jinling and returned to Great Zhou City. Before leaving, Yunshi left his contact information, saying that she would look for him if she needed him. Ning Yuan agreed. As to whether he would agree when the time came, it would depend on the situation. Great Zhou City, Star Lake Flower Shore. Ning Yuan pushed open the door of the villa and saw Ning Xiaoluo and Su Wei busy with something in the kitchen. Xiao Yuan, you're back. Seeing him return, Ning Xiaoluo happily greeted him. Su Wei, who was wearing an apron, also smiled at him. Ning Yuan didn't respond to the duo's words, he just sat down on his butt on the sofa and looked at the animal world that was playing on the TV in a daze. Ning Xiaoluo took a cup of juice and came to his side. Seeing that Ning Yuan was a bit lost in thought, she thought that Ning Yuan was a bit tired. So she hurriedly brought another cushion and placed it beside Ning Yuan's body, then hurriedly ran back to the kitchen. The big yellow dog that was leaning on the sofa watching TV on the side took a look at Ning Yuan's appearance. It then silently turned the TV into game mode. A game? This time I'll let you have half a tube of blood. Ning Yuan sniffed and looked at the handle handed to him by the big yellow dog in front of him. 3 minutes later, Ning Yuan looked at the screen of being KO'd and silently put the handle down. Chapter 87, Aurora Forum. Ning Yuan was considering whether or not to go out with Big Yellow Dog to move his muscles when his cell phone vibrated. Opening his phone, he took a look. It was from Xia Feiyu. Big brother Ning, go into the forums and take a look. The organization that took on the mission to assassinate you is posted. Looking at this message, Ning Yuan clicked on the Aurora Forum account registration link that Xia Feiyu had sent him earlier. Setting up the account, the password. Looking at the blank page on his cell phone where he needed to fill in a nickname, Ning Yuan pondered for a moment, then slowly typed out 4 words. Like walking on thin ice. Went to the forums and clicked on the bounty category. As expected, there was a post at the top related to him. The Skull and Bones Society is recruiting people who can participate together in the mission to assassinate the transcendent Ning Yuan at the Chinese headquarters. Interested parties should send a private message. At this moment, the big yellow dog also came over, and it looked at the forum in Ning Yuan's phone with interest as it sked and opened its mouth. Good lord, assassination? Killers can blatantly recruit people these days? Wait a minute, how come the character name of this assassination target is the same as yours? Big Yellow Dog's eyelids danced wildly as his gaze swept back and forth between the cell phone and Ning Yuan's face. Because this was originally me. Ning Yuan's expression was calm. The big yellow dog fell silent. It was only after a while that it couldn't hold back its poof of laughter. Laughing my ass off, ga ga ga. These people really know how to joke, actually want to assassinate you, and also, which one of them is so as an assassin? Shouldn't assassination be carried out secretly? And recruiting, those who don't know still think they're a recruitment fair for a serious company. Ning Yuan looked at the replies at the bottom of the post and spoke indifferently. Why sneak around? First of all, no one knows anyone on this forum. Secondly, transcendents don't even need to cover up if they want to assassinate a transcendent. Unlike ordinary people. Transcendents with powers they can't kill no matter what. And those without abilities, they don't need to hide at all. In front of some transcendents with more special abilities, those who are targeted can't hide at all. Big Yellow Dog was still a bit puzzled when he heard this. But even if you say so, then they're not afraid that some powerful transcendent will go and wipe them out under the guise of applying for the job? Ning Yuan shook his head. Daring to assassinate a second-order transcendent at the headquarters, then there must be at least 4 second-order transcendents sitting within this Skull and Bones Society. If you want to wipe them out, you have to send a third-order transcendent or 6 or more second-order transcendents. It's fine if this Skull and Bones Society is in China, but if they're abroad, the headquarters won't send transcendents there. Big Yellow Dog suddenly came to a realization when he heard this. It was important to realize that today's world situation was amazing, and the top transcendents between each country would not cross the border to another country. This is an extremely sensitive red line. After all, the danger of a powerful transcendent was just too great. And how could those at the top who were ordinary people not be afraid of it? That's why each country's neighboring borderline had transcendents with keen perception sitting on it, so that once a powerful transcendent from another country crossed the line without going through proper means, the other side could be the first to notice. In fact, there was another big reason Ning Yuan hadn't explicitly stated. That is that other countries can't wait to see the fun. Mother-er. The big yellow dog cursed at once. Is it hard to just wait for that bull skeleton to come and assassinate you? Although you're not afraid, I can't deal with those second-order transcendents. Ning Yuan smiled at that, then clicked on the poster's avatar and sent a message towards it. I'm a second-order transcendent with a grudge against the Chinese transcendent headquarters, and I want to participate in your mission this time. Big Yellow Dog froze as he looked at the message sent by Ning Yuan. Do you want to? But wouldn't you be in trouble if you were discovered while crossing the borderline? Ning Yuan replied as he chatted with the other party and at the same time. Simple, just don't let them find out. Big Yellow Dog opened his mouth, speechless. Through chatting with the other party, not to Ning Yuan's surprise, this so-called Skull and Bones Society was indeed on a foreign island. This island is separated from China by several countries, so it's no wonder the other party is so emboldened. And the other party seemed to appreciate Ning Yuan as a second-order transcendent, inviting him to go over for an interview as soon as possible in the next 2 days. Ning Yuan tapped on his cell phone's navigation and estimated the distance in his mind, so he replied. My friend, I'm not far from the island you're on, so perhaps we'll be able to meet in the evening. A message came quickly from the other side. That's really great, I look forward to you, my friend. Seeing this, the big yellow dog almost didn't strain himself. At the same time, Ning Yuan exited the chat room and looked at the other boards of this Aurora Forum. This Aurora Forum was clearly established by some large foreign company, specifically for the benefit of transcendence. One of the boards was divided into 4 main categories: resource interchange, exchange discussion, reward commissioning, things to commission. Resource swap, as the name suggests, the vast majority of the posts, and there are high-priced purchases of spirit artifacts and spirit objects, and there are also a small number of spirit objects for spirit objects posts. Communication and discussion is the most lively section of the forum, most of which are transcendentals discussing and consulting with each other on various issues. For example, cultivation problems, such as where and where the suspected appearance of spiritual objects, as well as their own encountered so-and-so problem, help how to solve. Bounty commission is very simple, the 4 words "by murderer" are enough to summarize. Some people use money to buy the lives of transcendentalists, and naturally, some people use money to buy the lives of foreign spirits, as well as using money to buy the lives of ordinary people. Things commissions, on the other hand, were more special. Because it's not just transcendentalists posting to ask other transcendentalists to help them do something for them with various resources. There are also many ordinary people posting to seek help from transcendentalists to do things for them. Looking at such a lively forum, the big yellow dog beside Ning Yuan's body had both eyes glowing as it said to Ning Yuan, "That looks really interesting, why don't you pull me in too?" Ning Yuan sniffed and glanced at it. "You? Do you have a cell phone?" Hearing Ning Yuan's words, the big yellow dog snorted coldly. "It's just a cell phone, don't look down on the dog, wait." Saying that, the big yellow dog ran into his room in a puff of smoke, then ran back in a puff of smoke with a cell phone in his mouth. "This is..." Ning Yuan looked at the cell phone in its mouth and instantly realized that it was the one Ning Xiaoluo had replaced earlier. "Didn't expect it, did you? This is the one I begged from Sister Luo to use to look up all sorts of information." The big yellow dog was smug. Ning Yuan was speechless. He then sent the forum invitation link to Big Yellow Dog in the form of a text message. Big Yellow Dog skillfully set the account password and then stopped at setting the user nickname. After a full 2 minutes of silence, only then did it type 3 words with its doggy paws. Zhuge Huang. Chapter 88, The Great Tonic. As soon as he registered his account, Big Yellow Dog couldn't wait to type and post. "Let me try to see if there are any bigots in this forum." Aurora Forum Communication Board. Zhuge Huang, consult everyone. I have a friend, he has a dog that ate the spirit seed and became a transcendentalist. Does anyone know if a dog in this situation can break through to the second stage as normally as a human? Perhaps because this question is too hunting. So as soon as this thread was posted, someone quickly replied. Flash, first floor, good luck with the fire. Oil of the earth, a bit of fun, feeding a treasure like spiritual seed to a dog, who pisses yellow. Come and bear the owner of the building. God said to have light, so I became light. Owner, this friend you're talking about wouldn't be yourself, would it? It is recommended that you immediately turn in the dog you are raising to the headquarters. Shadrabus, Shet, if this is true, please contact me, I'm willing to pay a great deal of money for your pet. The old Cossack Taoist, no. Sure Tianzuan, I don't know, but the owner can try, if successful you can say a word. The old Cossack, this also has a spiritual seed, is ready to feed to their pets. Professional feeding master, the one who pees yellow, please bear my upstairs by the way. There is true love on earth, if what you say is true, please also report it to the state immediately, this dog is very valuable for research. Looking at the replies that kept appearing, Big Yellow Dog's face grew darker and darker. What is all this stuff? Just as it was about to delete the post, one person's long reply caught its attention. I am really an alien. Human beings have spiritual intelligence. As long as they successfully fuse the spirit seed, they can open their spiritual orifices to cultivate from now on no longer a mundane flesh body. Animals and people are different, they do not have spiritual intelligence. Once mistakenly eat the spirit seed, only 2 results. One is death, and the other is to become a low-grade demonic beast. Low-ranked demonic beasts have power but no intelligence in the early stages, so they will hurt people more easily. Given the owner's problem, I would like to suggest that your friend eat his pet. After all, demons are also considered a great tonic, and eating them is good for the body. Professional Spray King, what you said upstairs is like an old sow wearing a bra, one said after another. Almost I believe it. Besides, your screen name is rotten, brother was using it 3 years ago, and nowadays it doesn't attract people anymore. Dry over the alien beings, upstairs, you said a little sense, when the owner of the open food shouted, I bring my own 82 years Lafite to go over, leave a dog leg for me. The big yellow dog who had originally gotten a little excited saw his face darken again at the end. Especially when it saw that the demon was also a great tonic, it subconsciously looked towards Ning Yuan. After seeing that Ning Yuan wasn't looking at the post it had made, it secretly let out a sigh of relief and hastily deleted the post. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan was browsing the resource swap board. He was looking for whoever had a spirit item on hand that could make a person immortal for a short period of time. After rummaging around for a while, Ning Yuan, who couldn't find it, simply made a post of his own. As if walking on thin ice, a long time to collect spiritual objects and spiritual weapons that can keep ordinary people from dying. The conditions are open to you, interested parties please contact. The post was just sent out, and someone quickly replied. Flash, first floor, good luck with the fire. And then no one replied. Meanwhile, the Ning Xiaoluo Sui duo, who had been busy in the kitchen for half a day, came out. The two women brought out the prepared food and placed it on the dining table one by one. During the meal, Ning Yuan learned from Su Wei that she had also moved to the Star Lake Flower Shore, and that the place she lived was not far from Ning Yuan, so she could be called a neighbor. Su Wei moving over also meant that her family could move over as well. Being neighbors with a second-order transcendent, and being on good terms with this second-order transcendent's only relative, in the eyes of the Su family, this was naturally the same as being sheltered by Ning Yuan. For today's times, it was self-evident what it meant to be sheltered by a powerfully gifted second-order transcendent. Ning Yuan naturally understood the Su family's thoughts in his heart. But as far as he was concerned, as long as Su Wei didn't affect him and could make Ning Xiaoluo happy, the other party's little thoughts were something he didn't bother with. After finishing dinner, Ning Yuan looked at the gradually dimming sky. He then found an excuse to go out. A dark shadow flickered through the clouds. Under the dim sky, the shadow wouldn't even be noticed in the slightest. The extent of the dark spirit's terror was revealed under the added light of the night. At this moment, Ning Yuan, who was flying in the air, seemed to have become one with the dimly lit sky and the earth. Borderline. Ning Yuan flickered and the transcendents of his country who were responsible for guarding the borderline looked up suspiciously at the unchanged sky, then pulled their gaze back. Just like that, Ning Yuan bypassed the first-tier cities of his country and crossed one borderline after another. A distance that an ordinary person would have to fly for nearly 20 hours on an airplane, he arrived in a mere 10 minutes. During this time Ning Yuan even stopped a few times to double-check his navigation position. While passing by a bustling night market, Ning Yuan also took the cartoon mask that the other party had just bought from a child. So much so that when he arrived at the island, the sky over here was still in darkness. Looking at the vacation villa in front of him, Ning Yuan put the cartoon mask in his hand onto his face, then slowly pushed open the door of the room. Inside the luxuriously decorated villa hall, a fat man was lazily sitting on the sofa, eating peanuts while watching the TV directly in front of him. His skin was a bit dark, and he wore only a pair of big pants all over his body, and the fat of his upper body kept shaking with his movements with the peanuts. Seeing Ning Yuan come in, the fat man looked at him sideways, then a smile appeared on his greasy face. Dear friend, it only took half a day for you to find your way here, much earlier than I expected. The fat man seemed to have guessed that Ning Yuan was Chinese, so he spoke in Chinese as well. Ning Yuan came and sat down beside the fatty as he looked at the other man's face and slowly spoke. Just happened to be in this neighboring country, you shouldn't be a Chinese, right? The fat man sniffed and sized up Ning Yuan, seeing that the other party was still wearing a cartoon mask on his face, then smiled and shook his head. Ha ha ha, friend, you're quite cautious. You're right, I'm not Chinese, I'm just proficient in the languages of many countries. After all, for us, it's a skill that we must have to hide from the official transcendentals of various countries. Ning Yuan nodded, then touched his mask, meaningfully saying, there's no way around wearing a mask, after all, I can't see anyone with this face. Fatty nodded. Not bad, our original looks are all listed on the most wanted lists of various countries, and none of us can see anyone either. But among our companions, there are people whose ability can change your looks for a period of time, so it's safe to do missions with us. Chapter 89, We're happy when we're happy. Speaking of this, Fatty stuffed another handful of peanuts into his mouth, then chewed while continuing to speak. Since you, my friend, are a second-order transcendent, then I have something to say to you plainly. As long as this mission is completed, you can take $30 million out of the $200 million bounty. $30 million? Ning Yuan seemed to be lost in thought. The fat man nodded. Counting you, the total number of transcendents participating in the mission this time is 5, don't blame it for giving you less, after all, you came later, and the other people are all second-order transcendents. Speaking of this, a meaningful smile surfaced on Fatty's face. Does that mean you have 4 second-order transcendents? Ning Yuan murmured and spoke. The fatty nodded. Good, we come from all over the world, gathered here for the same encounter in purpose. If you are interested in joining us completely after this mission, then I would welcome you as well. One day, we will be strong enough to stop hiding. Ning Yuan nodded as he sniffed, and the sound of his laughter was still coming from behind his mask. It was at this moment. The door to the second-floor master bedroom, directly across the hall, was opened from the inside. Ning Yuan then only saw a man with a thin figure and waxy skin walk out. This man had a shaved head and tattoos on his face. He looked at the duo sitting on the couch on the first floor and flashed a smile. Yo, Chief, is this the new partner? Fatty nodded and responded with intent, well, this person is a second-order transcendent. Ning Yuan couldn't understand this duo's conversation, but he didn't care what these two were saying either, as he was mesmerized by the scene within the bedroom. Those two are just ordinary people, right? Ning Yuan's tone was calm, and he was referring to the people in the room. Fatty nodded. That's good, they're traveling here and this villa is rented by them. We just happened to pass by here, and seeing the nice scenery we rested here for a few days. Seeing that Ning Yuan didn't have the intention of meddling in his own business, the fat man's gaze towards him took on a bit of appreciation before he took the initiative to smile and open his mouth to explain. Actually, people like us are already quite free. Do you know how many transcendents there are in the world today, according to big data deduction and scientific calculations? 50,000. Without waiting for Ning Yuan to answer, Fatty held out 5 fingers. 6 billion ordinary people, 50,000 transcendents. What a ratio, so our status is destined to be much higher than these ordinary people. Toying with a few ordinary people is no different from playing with bugs. As long as we are happy. At the end of his words, Fatty laughed so much that the fat on his body trembled. Meanwhile, the bald man walked out from the restroom. He looked at Fatty and Ning Yuan downstairs and smiled. Head, you guys want to come too? Fatty sniffed and turned his head sideways to translate for Ning Yuan. He's inviting you. Ning Yuan shook his head. I'm not interested in any of this. Fatty waved his hand at the bald man upstairs when he sniffed. The man saw this and said no more, walking straight into the bedroom. I don't know whether it is intentional or unintentional, he did not close the door. Meanwhile, the fat man turned his head and continued to climb up with Ning Yuan. By the way, I haven't asked what your name is yet. Ning Yuan smiled and opened his mouth to respond. Me? My name is Ning Yuan. After saying that, he slowly removed the mask from his face. Ning Yuan? The fat man froze at his words, he seemed to be familiar with this name. Looking at Ning Yuan's clear face and the expression that seemed to be smiling, the fatty's pupils shrunk violently. Before he could react, his entire body instantly stiffened, unable to move an inch, and his eyes were even darker. You! Fatty was horrified in his heart. Ning Yuan? How is that possible? Isn't he someone from the Chinese Transcendent headquarters? How could he appear here across several countries? At the same time, the 2 men in the bedroom were cut into countless pieces of minced meat without a sound, wrapped in a large amount of blood and spilled on the bed. Fark! The Transcendent standing by the bedside stared in horror at the horrific scene. His entire body was then also soundlessly hacked into a field of broken flesh. First floor sofa. The fat man couldn't see anything, but the growing blood in the air had told him what had happened. Next, I ask, you answer. Ning Yuan's voice was calm, so calm that the fear in Fatty's heart reached its peak, and he hastily opened his mouth to agree. Good. I'll definitely answer whatever you ask, as long as you can let me go. My original intention was to just collect the deposit and not work. I didn't think about traveling all the way to China to kill you. You have to trust me. Oh, don't worry, as long as your answer satisfies me, I guarantee to release you. Ning Yuan smiled and patted his face hard. Who is your employer? The fat man was silent for a moment, then spoke in a trembling voice. The Aurora forums are all anonymous. I don't know who the employer is. Ning Yuan's face instantly grimaced at those words. Don't know? What's the point of having you if you don't know? Sensing the killing intent coming from Ning Yuan's body, the fat man hurriedly spoke. Don't, I can find a way to help you find the other side. Just as long as I report to the forum administrators that I've completed the mission, and then say that I need to give your head to the employer to claim the balance. Will that work? Won't they be suspicious? Ning Yuan said with a frown. No, the forum administrators don't know where our real location is, and I can say that we were already within China. Ning Yuan smiled at his words. Good lord, this fatty is now learning what he did. Turning the fatty's cell phone on and following his instructions, Ning Yuan found the contact information for the Aurora Forum administrators. It didn't take long for the call to be dialed out, and it was quickly answered. Hey, what are you doing calling at this hour? A woman's cold voice came from the other side of the phone. Fatty hesitated for a moment, he didn't dare to bet on whether Ning Yuan could understand them, so he had to smile and lie. What else could it be? The mission to assassinate Ning Yuan has been completed. The other party's head is now in my hands. How am I going to use this head to collect the payment I deserve? Hearing Fatty's words, the woman on the other end of the phone was clearly suspicious. Finished? Are you kidding me? It's less than a day old. Fatty sniffed with a tone of feigned impatience. You're talking a bit too much nonsense. Don't question the professionalism of our skull and bones society. I won't hide it from you, we were already within China. 1 day is enough time to kill him, not to mention that this Ning Yuan is too young. It's easy to deal with. Chapter 90, Can't come here for nothing. Hearing Fatty's words, the woman was silent for a moment, then spoke. You wait, I need to contact the employer and ask if they need a head to confirm their identity. Well, hurry up, the Transcendent headquarters is already tracking us down. We are preparing to leave the Chinese territory. If the employer needs a human head, I'll go directly over to the location he specified. Hanging up the phone, silence fell in the villa hall. Fatty opened his mouth somewhat curtly at Ning Yuan. Don't worry, if the other party's not small, we'll go together. Don't look at me as fat, but my ability is actually very strong in terms of killing power. Ning Yuan didn't respond to the fat man. He was currently staring at a youth inside the bedroom on the second floor. The other party was one of the ordinary people in the bedroom. His entire body was tied up with ropes like a dumpling, and his body and face were covered in scars. Although the young man's eyes were red with blood, Ning Yuan saw a strong color of supplication in his eyes. Ning Yuan could tell that the other party was a Chinese from his appearance, and knew exactly why the other party was looking at him with such eyes. Moments later, the ropes binding the youth were chopped off in unison by the black shadows, and then the youth rushed to the bed despite his own injuries, flipping his female companion, who was lying on her back and about to die of suffocation, over and into his arms. At the same time, inside the villa hall, Fatty's phone rang again. Ning Yuan picked it up. The cold voice of the woman on the other side of the phone appeared. Country M, Morgan Building. You put the head on the roof of the building. The employer said he was going to have nothing to kick around. Also, the employer said that after his side confirms that it's okay, the final payment will be made to you through my side tomorrow. Ning Yuan didn't respond and directly hung up the phone. And Fatty repeated the woman's words. Ning Yuan took out his cell phone and searched the location the woman had mentioned, roughly estimating the distance and time. Then he withdrew his own cell phone and picked up the Fatty's cell phone. Opening the other party's Aurora forum account, Ning Yuan first quickly edited a post, then opened his cell phone's camera function and aimed it at the Fatty. Fatty had no idea what Ning Yuan was doing and could only hear him walking around. He wanted to say something nice, but he was horrified to realize that he couldn't actually control his lips at some point. This discovery caused Fatty's brain to tremble like crazy. Nowadays, he couldn't move, look, or talk, but could only listen to someone who could take his life at any time walking in front of him. This kind of fear is unimaginable to a normal person. That Ning Yuan was looking for a shooting angle with his cell phone, and after finding a good position, he just wanted to directly cut the fat man in half. Just then, a weak voice came over. Can I have it? I'm willing to put up $1 million. Ning Yuan turned back to the youth who had spoken. The youth was covered in blood, and his face was even more scarred, yet his gaze was looking at the fat man in death, his face somewhat hideous and terrifying because of his hatred. 5 million. Ning Yuan opened his mouth. No problem. The youth agreed without the slightest hesitation. Ning Yuan froze, then cursed himself for having a small pattern. The youth stumbled down the stairs on his feet. He walked to the kitchen and rummaged around for a while, then took out a bone-chopping knife and walked over. At this time, the fat man's crotch was already soaked, and a gust of foul odor came from him. He could hear the conversation between Ning Yuan and the youth, and naturally, he could guess what would happen to him next. However, he couldn't say anything, and even if he cursed Ning Yuan for being despicable and shameless, he could only hear himself. The youth staggered to the fatty's side, his hands holding up the kitchen knife. Put the mask on. Ning Yuan, who was holding a cell phone, pointed at the mask on the sofa and said. The youth seemed to know Ning Yuan's intentions as he picked up the cartoon mask from the sofa and then put it on his face. Ning Yuan reopened the camera. The youth then began to swing the kitchen knife he was holding one after another. Perhaps it was because he did it on purpose, or perhaps he was really too weak. The originally simple process took him a full 20 or so swings before he completely chopped off the fat man's head. The youth who had done everything sat down on the sofa with a soft body. Not far away, Ning Yuan watched the video once, then nodded in satisfaction and posted it to the forums along with the text. Skull and Bone Society, those who commit crimes against the headquarters of Huaxia will be executed even though they are far away. And not even 2 seconds after Ning Yuan's post was made, someone replied. Flash, first floor, 666, this post is going to be hot. Zhuge Huang, 1, upstairs is a human machine, right? Flash, third floor, my Flash's speed can't be compared to a human machine. Witch King, upstairs, God gave you a pair of hands to benefit women, but you use it to play the keyboard. Flash. Zhuge Huang. Lao Di Dao no. Sure Jia Tianzun, Namamo Amen Tianzun, how can a monk watch such a bloody video, sin. I'm really an alien, alas, humans are too cruel. Professional Spray King, upstairs, that's a bit of a loaded sentence haha. Sweetheart beauty young woman, thank you owner, the video is very dine, give me an address, I'll send you some specialties. Ning Yuan didn't read the replies to the post as he casually crushed the fatty's cell phone, then looked at the youth sitting on the sofa. At the same time, the youth took out paper and a pen from the table and spoke weakly to Ning Yuan. Big brother, write me your bank account number, my cell phone was destroyed by them, if you trust me, I'll transfer 5 million to you immediately after I return to China. My name is Zhou Yang, I'm from Dishan City. Ning Yuan looked at him, then took the paper and pen and left his account number. Don't run so far in the future if you're fine. Zhou Yang let out a bitter smile, long memory. Big brother, I, Zhou Yang, will remember the kindness of saving my life this time. Ning Yuan didn't say anything else, he lifted Fatty's head and left the villa, disappearing into the night sky as a black shadow. A few minutes later. Country M, the roof of the Morgan building. The destination is in your neighborhood. Ning Yuan, who was holding a cell phone in one hand and carrying his head in the other, appeared. It was still nighttime, and the building at his feet was pitch black without a single silhouette. Ning Yuan frowned as he pulled out his cell phone and took a closer look, confirming that the location was correct before instantly arriving downstairs. Hanging the fat man's head on a streetlight not far away, Ning Yuan looked at the building in front of him with a somewhat somber expression. People aren't here? Still quite cautious. Just as well, can't come here for nothing. With this thought in his mind, Ning Yuan raised his hand and clasped it in the air. Buzz! The darkness around them seemed to gather around as if it was being pulled, and soon, the glow of the streetlights were all drowned out by the thickening darkness. Chop for me! Ning Yuan let out a low shout, and his right hand made a horizontal chopping motion towards the building in front of him. Darkness flickered away like a gale, and then the light from the street lamps re-illuminated the ground, with Ning Yuan's figure disappearing into thin air. A few seconds later, the nearly 300-meter-high building began to tremble, and then the vibrations became louder and louder until it slowly collapsed. Chapter 91. Fire trucks, police car sirens wailing by. There were two men walking side by side on the sidewalk by the road, the man in the suit whistling as he watched fire truck and police car after fire truck speed past on the side of the road, then shook his head. What a mess this country is. By his side, the young man with a mixed face of east and west frowned as he looked at the dust rushing into the sky in front of him and said, "That location, why does it look more and more like where we live?" The man in the suit froze at his words, then smiled and said, "How could it be?" The two then silently quickened their pace. After turning 2 streets, they finally arrived in front of the collapsed Morgan building. Standing outside the cordon that was pulled up, they looked at the building that had turned into ruins. The man in the suit's complexion became as gloomy as water. At the same time, they saw the first-order transcendentals from the M country removing a fat man's head from a streetlight and placing it inside a box. It was an obvious demonstration, and it was coming at them. Looking at the scene in front of him, the mixed-blooded youth seemed to have thought of something as he hurriedly pulled out his own cell phone and tapped on the Aurora forum. Sure enough, the post that Ning Yuan had posted with his Skull and Bones Society account had exploded, and the comment replies below had reached tens of thousands. Those who commit crimes against the headquarters of China will be executed even though they are far away. Looking at this line, a vein began to emerge on the man in the suit's forehead. Though it is far away, good one, though it is far away, this Chinese transcendent headquarters is very good. If it wasn't for those guys who had to make me go to some meeting yesterday to divide the area, how could I have left here yesterday? You mole crickets, if I see you, I will definitely peel off your skin a little bit. The mixed blood youth at the side sniffed and looked at the man beside him. What do you want to do? What else can I do? Of course it's to immediately fight to the Chinese transcendent headquarters. When have I, War Liangchen, ever been so humiliated? The man in the suit reached out and loosened his tie with a sardonic smile. The hybrid youth, however, shook his head. Liang, don't forget, yesterday we all unanimously pledged that in order to prevent internal conflicts from letting these mole crickets take advantage of us, each of us will grow in our own territory based on our abilities, and we can't cross the line to influence others. The man in the suit sniffed as his forehead exploded with a bit more veins. Not long ago, Ling Wu's death could be considered a wake-up call for the alien beings, and some of them thought that Ling Wu had not only died at the hands of a human transcendent, but also possibly at the hands of one of their own who had secretly laid a hand on him. That's why some of the foreign races have made the proposal that no one else is allowed to cross the line of infighting before the human transcendents are completely exterminated. To put it simply, it meant that they would develop individually, stop their disputes, and unanimously retaliate with all their might first to settle all the transcendents in their respective regions. When the human race's transcendents are completely dead, they will start fighting each other again with their own skills. There was no harm in this proposal for everyone, so of course the man in the suit agreed. However, it was only a yes, and he had just returned to find that his lair had been terminated. How could this not make him angry? This was tantamount to the mole cricket in his eyes coming all the way over to slap him, and then subsequently running all the way away. And if he himself ran over to Huaxia just because of this incident, he would be breaking the rules that had just been set. The one who was the first to break the rules was destined to attract everyone's unsuspecting gaze, which was even more bad for it. Taking a few deep breaths, the man in the suit calmed his insides and began to contemplate a solution with a twisted face. The hybrid youth stayed quietly beside him. Seeing him in this state, he laughed softly and opened his mouth. Rio, you're overcome with anger. The rules say that people can't go through. They don't say that weapons can't go through. Hearing this, the man in the suit was stunned, and then brightened up. Right, Fuyue, it's still you who's smart. I stood on my own turf and then attacked the Huaxia headquarters. That's not crossing the line. Fuyue nodded. Yes. The man in the suit slapped his palm, only to see a gray wooden card appear out of thin air in his palm. Then he held the card and walked straight through the cordon alone towards the collapsed Morgan building ruins. He just passed through a lot of people and came to the ruins. The weird thing was that no one stopped him. Everyone just seemed to not see him. Even the few transcendents who were in charge of coming here to investigate just looked at where the man in the suit was and frowned, not seeing him. The man in the suit searched through the rubble for a while and then pulled out an arm-thick steel bar from the rubble. Roughly comparing the lengths, he chipped the excess right off with his hand. He then took the rebar and walked out of the ruins, leading Fuyue towards the outside. Inside a park where people come and go. The wooden sign in the man in the suit's hand disappears, and then many people can see him carrying steel bars. Coming to a more open place, the man in the suit inserted the steel bar in front of himself and then rolled up his sleeves. His left hand with 2 fingers formed into a sword, and in one go, he slashed the palm of his right hand. As soon as blood surfaced, the man in the suit used this hand to hold the rebar in front of him, only to see his mouth whispering words as the pupils of his eyes began to glow a demonic red color. At the same time, quite a few ordinary people around him thought that this was some kind of show, so they all gathered around with interest. Soon, the steel bar in front of the man in the suit started to turn red and began to emit a faint glow. Seeing this scene, Fuyue, who was standing beside him, took out a large pile of banknotes from his prepared handbag and then threw them directly into the sky. "Money, come pick up the money." "Shat. My hair." Seeing this scene, the ordinary people around them were first stunned, and then they excitedly began to pick up the money on the ground. Not only that, the people in the distance who were originally not interested in the performance also hurriedly ran over. Soon, nearly 100 people had gathered around. And just then, the man in the suit slowly pulled up the steel bar in front of him, and then, guided by Fuyue's azimuthal distance, he faced in one direction and made a throwing posture. Boom! As his arm violently thickened by a circle. A terrifying wave of air instantly shook the ordinary people around him into mush. The blood of hundreds of people surged into the surface of the steel bar as if it was being pulled, so much so that it caused the light on its surface to intensify. "Give it to me." The man in the suit gave a grim smile on his face, and as the earth beneath his feet collapsed, the steel bar in his hand was viciously thrown out by him. Chapter 92, When Manpower is Exhausted. The sound of air exploding and sonic booms echoed through the park. The steel bar emitting red light went straight up into the sky like a meteor, and then disappeared into the clouds. The man in the suit, as if drained of strength, patted the dust on his hands in a somewhat weak manner, and then slowly and leisurely left with the support of the mixed race youths beside him. They have to find a place to live again next. And at this time in the periphery of the park has not yet had time to come to pick up the money of the people to see this scene has been stupid, and then have screamed in all directions to escape. A few minutes later, the system's alarm was the first to sound inside the military base along the coast of China. "Attention, attention, an unidentified flying object is rushing towards our territory." A staff member soon maneuvered a satellite view to lock onto the sky. "What's that?" Someone stood straight up from their chair in shock. A staff member spoke in a trembling voice, "Not a missile, not a thermal weapon. Detection and analysis shows a 99% probability that it originated from an alien attack. Can you analyze where this thing landed?" The head of the base anxiously inquired. "Based on speed and vertical direction, it's Daikyo City." Looking at the results quickly given by the artificial intelligence on the computer, cold sweat began to break out on the staff's forehead. Hearing that the landing site was actually Dejing City, the base head first froze, then rushed to growl and open his mouth at everyone. "Immediately launch missiles to intercept. Then send out fighters to intercept at close range." "Yes." Someone immediately turned on the missile interceptor. Soon, several missiles flew up from the base and rumbled into the sky. Shortly after the missiles lifted off, several fighter jets loaded with firepower also lifted off and flew towards the sky. Boom! Missile 1 hits the target. Missile 2 also hit the target. Missile 3 is off target, activating safety landing gear. Missile 4 on target. Looking at the fireballs and dazzling flames that appeared one after another in the sky, the people in the base let out a sigh of relief. However, just at this moment, a voice rang out. "No! That thing is still there. Its speed hasn't dropped." The crowd froze at the words, then looked at the huge display. As expected, the meteor-like red light actually penetrated through the area of the explosion and continued to fly towards the distance at an undiminished speed. "Fighter! Quickly! Close-range fire to intercept. Also immediately contact the Transcendent headquarters in Dying City and tell the headquarters of a level 1 attack warning. It's an alien attack." The head of the base continued to roar out. In the firmament, several fighter pilots did everything in their power to try and close the distance to the red light in front of them. However, the red light was too fast, so fast that even though they were the first to arrive, they were still overtaken by the red light. "It's too late, fire at this distance. Otherwise the distance will only increase." An experienced pilot gritted his teeth and spoke out. "Roger that. Copy that. Copy that." Several airborne missiles were then launched towards the red light. Boom! Under the shocked gaze of the fighter pilots, several missiles exploded as if they had hit a wall the moment they touched the red light on the periphery of the steel bars. This perspective was naturally seen by the people at the base on the ground. This scene didn't just shock them, it also caused a strong sense of powerlessness to rise up in them. Right at this moment, on the monitor within the base, Lu Yi's figure appeared looking at the crowd and said, Huang Zhengmin, if you can't stop it, don't stop it, the headquarters side will find a way. Minister, I'm sorry. We are the first line of defense, but we can't do anything at all. Huang Zhengmin, the base head with somewhat gray hair, clenched his fist inside. Ha, there will be a time when manpower is exhausted. You guys have already done what you need to do, so let's look at the headquarters next. Huang Zhengmin still want to say something. The monitor Lu Yi's figure has disappeared. Daikyo City, Transcendental's headquarters. Qin Guangyi, who was holding a walking stick, stood on the roof of the building and looked out at the sky. Behind him stood 3 other people. Zheng Guang, who was playing with his cell phone with his head down, as well as Lu Yi and Yang Yuexian, while the latter was sitting on the ground calculating something on a laptop. If I'm not wrong in my calculations, the landing place of that thing should be in the city. Listening to Yang Yuexian's words, Lu Yi's brows deeply furrowed. Strange, why would the foreign races directly strike at the great capital city? Why else? Isn't this the same thing as catching the thief first? Once the great capital city is extinguished, its impact would be disastrous for the entire country. Yang Yu first voiced back. Qin Guangyi, who was looking at the sky, let out a cold snort at those words. Capturing thieves, then we have to see if they have the ability to do so. As time passed, the few people soon saw a flash of red light flying distantly from the firmament. At the same time, Zheng Guang slipped his cell phone into his pocket and then took a step forward. In the next moment, his entire body rose up to the ground and flew into the sky as a ray of light. Great capital city, over the city center. Rise. A golden light flashed in the eyes of Zheng Guang, who stood in the void, as he slowly propelled his hands upwards through the air. The next moment, only to see that the space in front of it began to ripple like ripples, and then stacked up, a layer of golden glass barrier slowly emerged into shape. At the same time, on the ground in the downtown area, everyone looked up in horror at the fantastic scene. Some trembled and took out their cell phones to start live streaming, while others scattered and fled in horror. Grade A ability, space. This is the first time I've seen Zheng Guang utilize a spatial barrier at such full strength. Looking at the scene happening in the distant sky, Lu Yi sighed out. Boom! As the red light approached the golden barrier, the expected collision began. The topmost layer of the first golden barrier instantly shattered. Then the second layer. Third layer. After 6 layers, the red light gradually slowed down. Boom! The golden barrier continued to shatter. Zheng Guang was sweating profusely as he looked incredulously at the red light that was getting closer and closer to him. At this time, he could even see clearly and incomparably that behind this red light was just a bright red steel bar. Bang! The golden barrier shattered once again. Now Zheng Guang and the steel bars were separated by only the last layer of the barrier. He could even clearly feel the terrifying power emanating from it. This aura, if we let this thing directly smash on the ground and completely explode, not to mention the total annihilation of the great capital city, at least half of it will be destroyed. Just when Zheng Guang thought so in his mind, there was a click. The last layer of the barrier also began to slowly cover with cracks. Seeing this scene, Zheng Guang's pupils shrunk violently. Back up. Right at this moment, an old voice rang out beside him. Zheng Guang sniffed and backed away without hesitation, only to see Qin Guangyi's figure appear in front of him. Qin Guangyi's pale eyes looked at the red light not far above, then he threw the walking stick in his hand horizontally into the air. As the walking stick landed in front of him, this old man made a finger-snapping gesture with his right hand and then flicked it on the crutch in one go. When? A crisp ringing sound came from the cane as if it was fixed in the air by this finger flick. The next moment, the space around Qin Guangyi began to distort, and a horrifying wave of sound slowly surfaced, then instantly rushed backwards and upwards to drown out the red light directly in front of him. Chapter 93, Your Deeds. Great Zhou City, inside the Star Lake Flower Shore Villa. Watching the tear-jerking scenes in the TV series, Ning Xiaoluo, who was sitting on the sofa, pulled out a tissue from the table and wiped her tears. On the living room dining table, Ning Yuan and Big Yellow Dog were sitting opposite each other, fiercely battling against the chessboard. This dog, what kind of spirit seed has he eaten? After only 2 days of learning chess, he's actually able to kill with me. Ning Yuan looked at the stalemate on the table and fell into thought. On the contrary, Big Yellow Dog was staring at the chessboard with his eyes, seemingly pondering what Ning Yuan should do next. At the same time, Ning Yuan's cell phone placed on the table rang. He scanned it, and it was Su Wei calling. Ning Yuan, Dying City is under attack, watch the live stream I sent you. Just as soon as he connected, Su Wei's somewhat anxious and panicked voice came over. Ning Yuan froze at the words, then inwardly muttered to himself. So fast, it seems like we've caught a pretty strong Fei this time. Hanging up the phone and opening his cell phone's chat page, Ning Yuan didn't just see the live streaming link sent by Su Wei, he also saw the message sent to him by Xia Xinla. Big brother Ning, Dejing City has been attacked, this time the alien race dared to directly attack the headquarters, the other party should be very powerful, you have to be careful. Ning Yuan first replied to Xia Xinla's message, and then clicked on the live stream link that Su Wei had sent. The picture in his phone was facing Qin Guangyi's figure on the dome of the sky. At this moment, the sky of the great capital city seemed to be dyed red, and roars like muffled thunder echoed in the firmament. So that's it, just a long-range attack. It's a pity that there are actually no foreigners directly attacking the headquarters. With just this glance, Ning Yuan had judged that no powerful Fae had appeared within the great capital city. At the same time, Big Yellow Dog curiously stretched his neck to look over. Good fellow, you're really shady, saying something in the name of the headquarters that although you're far away, you've picked yourself clean. This pot is being held on the head of the headquarters, and I'm afraid the headquarters doesn't know what's going on yet. Ning Yuan had just finished posting though far and wide. It wasn't long before HQ was attacked, so how could Big Yellow Dog, a dog who knew the inside story, not guess that this was deliberate on Ning Yuan's part? Hearing Big Yellow Dog's words, Ning Yuan raised his hand and picked up his own chess piece, took a step and said with a smile. Hee, what do you mean by playing in the name of the headquarters? Don't forget that I'm originally the person in charge of the headquarters, not to mention that I'm also helping the headquarters figure out potential threats in advance. Saying that, Ning Yuan looked at Qin Guangyi's back in the cell phone's live streaming screen and muttered in his heart. Qin Guangyi, worthy of being the pillar of the headquarters, but although the pillar protects people, it also blocks their way forward. A few days later, Ning Yuan, who was accompanying Ning Xiaoluo to the mall, received a direct call from Louis. The other party invited him to make a trip to the headquarters, saying that they had something to say to him. Ning Yuan hung up the phone, and when the Big Yellow Dog lying on the ground beside him saw that no one was watching them, he spoke in a low voice. What's going on? Could it be that they suspect it was you who made the post? Ning Yuan shook his head. The posts, as well as the assassinations, are not directly related to the attacks of the Fae. So HQ will only consider the attack not too long ago to be a retaliatory test by the Fae beings. This time it should be looking for me for something else. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoluo, who had walked out of the locker room, spun around twice in front of Ning Yuan and Big Yellow Dog. How about this set? Ning Yuan and Big Yellow Dog nodded somewhat mechanically at the same time at the words. The next day, inside the Transcendental's headquarters in Daikyo City. Still on the same forest path from last time, Louis and Ning Yuan walked side by side, with no one following behind them. Looking at Louis's somewhat haggard complexion, Ning Yuan spoke out to ask the other party. Minister, the alien attack didn't have too much of an impact on Daikyo City, did it? Louis shook his head. It's fine, with Elder Qin in charge, the great capital city is currently very safe. It's just that there's a possibility that this retaliatory attack by the foreign races is just the beginning. There's a third-order transcendent in attendance in Grand Capital City, but most of the cities in the country only have first-order transcendents in attendance. If the same attack lands in other cities. Alas. Speaking of this, Louis sighed. Ning Yuan said comfortingly. Minister, you're worrying too much. I watched the video of that attack as well. With such a terrifying power, I don't think it would have been easy for the Fae to cast it, otherwise they would have done so a long time ago. This time it should just be an attack by the top powers of the alien race to test the strength of the headquarters. Louis nodded as he heard this, and his gaze towards Ning Yuan carried some appreciation. Not bad, you're just like what Professor Yang said. Still, we have to rise to a sense of urgency. Nowadays, the whole country is in an intense search for civilian transcendents to join the headquarters. Thanks to what the headquarters did in Great Shanghai City some time ago in your feat of saving hundreds of thousands of ordinary people, there are a lot of civil transcendents who have joined the headquarters during this time. This is the sense of belonging to the country, and the sense of responsibility. Ning Yuan nodded. Just then, Louis patted Ning Yuan's shoulder and continued to speak. The headquarters is going to convene the newbie transcendents who have joined the headquarters during this time to open a mobilization meeting after a while. At that time, you'll be in charge of going on stage to give a speech to uplift people's spirits. After all, many of these people have joined the headquarters after hearing about your deeds. Ning Yuan sniffed and looked at Louis with some doubt. My deeds? What do you mean? Louis laughed. Ordinary birth achievement extraordinary, not afraid of hardship and danger, responsible, courageous, not afraid of life and death, in order to save the people in the fire, dare to fight to the death with the horrible foreign beings. This is you, only you didn't realize it yourself. Those transcendents from ordinary backgrounds, hidden in all corners of the city, many of them finally chose to join the headquarters to fight against the alien race because they learned of your experience. Ning Yuan fell into a deep silence as he sniffed. Chapter 94, Do Me a Favor. The forest path inside the headquarters. Looking at the smiling Louis, the calm Ning Yuan muttered in his heart. So good at playing with people's hearts, worthy of being you, Louis. If the foreign races don't have special powers, they are afraid that they can be played alive by a mortal like you. Louis was clearly using Ning Yuan as a recruitment poster, but he had interpreted pretty talk to the extreme. All of his meanings in and out of Ning Yuan's words were thick with appreciation and satisfaction. But how could Ning Yuan not know that this Louis obviously needed him, a transcendent from an ordinary background, to draw on those transcendents from ordinary backgrounds? Only the same origin could produce the same resonance. That's the human heart. The vast majority of poor people at the bottom of the ladder hate those at the top to a greater or lesser extent. The same is true for the transcendentalists. Some of them originally came from the bottom and have the experience of living at the bottom, and even after possessing transcendental powers, these experiences will not disappear out of thin air. There are even some timid and cowardly transcendentalists who hide themselves for fear of being caught by the officials. So it's hard to get them to trust the government and work for them for no reason. But if there's a template, that's different. Ning Yuan also came from an ordinary background. He sold his life to the headquarters, and now he has become a great hero who saved hundreds of thousands of people. The headquarters gave him a huge reward, and also gave him the power and status of the person in charge. And this will make those transcendentals more or less change their feelings towards the headquarters. At least they will no longer completely resist. After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan looked at Lu Yi and faintly inquired. Minister, you shouldn't have come to me today just for this matter, right? In Ning Yuan's opinion, if it was such a small matter, Lu Yi wouldn't have personally called him at all, but would have directly put Su Wei in charge of communicating with him. As expected. After hearing Ning Yuan's words, the smile on Lu Yi's face disappeared and turned into a somewhat worried nod. You're right, Ning Yuan, it's true that I didn't look for you this time for this matter. After a pause, Lu Yi once again slowly spoke out. Sonling Town, Daqing City, this tourist town by the mountains and the water lives more than 3,000 people. 5 days ago, people in this town began to experience abnormal phenomena. Speaking of this, Lu Yi pulled out his own cell phone and flipped a video from it to show Ning Yuan. This video was taken with a drone. Pedestrians on the road walk numbly, and it is horrifying to see that the left side of these people's bodies are normal human-like, while the right side is covered with dense sarcomas. Lu Yi looked at the video and slowly spoke. These people were all originally normal humans, but at some point they suddenly turned into this appearance. They just wandered around, walking tirelessly. The Fae did this. Ning Yuan frowned. Lu Yi nodded. It was the foreigners who did it. According to the analysis so far, the other party's purpose is similar to that of the Great Shanghai City, to encircle a point and attract transcendents to go there and then hunt them down. In order to prevent the situation from spreading and causing a greater impact. The local armed forces have completely isolated this town. Speaking of this, Lu Yi continued to speak after a moment of silence. 4 days ago, the head of Daqing City was the first to arrive at the town. He entered it with nearly 100 soldiers, and so far none of them have returned it. 3 days ago, the headquarters deployed a second-order transcendent from the North China region, as well as 3 first-order transcendents who traveled to Daqing City together, and so far none of them have returned it. 2 days ago, that is, the day before yesterday, the headquarters sent a second-order transcendent and 5 first-order transcendents from central China to Daqing City, and so far there has been no news. Speaking of this, Lu Yi sighed deeply. Although there are second-order transcendents in the headquarters today, there are only a handful of A-class ones. There are only a few in total. Among them, Chen Xiaoshuang, who is at the second rank of A, has lost his eyesight, and Zhang Guang, who is at the second rank of A, went on other missions the day before yesterday. The other few A-rank second-order transcendents are either guarding the border and can't move, or they are also on a mission. Hearing this, Ning Yuan opened his mouth to interrupt Lu Yi's cold voice. Minister, I'm afraid there are still some second-order transcendents you can't shout at, right? Lu Yi froze at his words, then nodded with a bitter smile. That's right, after they knew that there was a possibility that a second-order transcendent would die if they went in, they found all sorts of reasons to excuse themselves from traveling to Daqing City. Ning Yuan did not say anything else, he just quietly looked at Lu Yi. The latter looked at him and smiled with a somewhat unnatural expression. Ning Yuan, I didn't come looking for you because I see you as a good talker. Actually, not long ago the headquarters had already sent someone over. Zhuo Qingyue, an S-class second-order transcendent. I don't know if you've seen her in the Great Shanghai City outbreak incident when she was there. Ning Yuan was a little surprised inwardly as he shook his head and spoke. I don't know, maybe I've seen her, but I don't remember. Lu Yi sniffed and didn't say anything more, he nodded and continued. Qingyue was also heavily injured in the Great Shanghai City, this time it was her initiative to go. Ning Yuan, the purpose of me finding you here is that I hope you can do me a favor and go assist her. You have the experience of battling alien beings, as well as the experience of beheading powerful alien beings, so with you around, there's a bit more certainty that this mission will be accomplished. In addition to you and Qingyue, the headquarters has also deployed a transcendent. That person's ability is of the sensing type, and can assist you from the sidelines. Ning Yuan sniffed quietly and looked at Lu Yi for a while before slowly speaking. Minister, I'm just a small head of Great Zhou City. According to the regulations, I have the right to refuse this mission given by the headquarters. But since you're asking for my help in a personal capacity, I'll grant you a walk. After all, Minister, I've always remembered your previous gift of spirits. Lu Yi was silent for a moment at his words, then he sighed as he stepped forward and patted Ning Yuan's shoulder. Ning Yuan, really thank you. I've already greeted Qingyue in advance, she's waiting for you. Ning Yuan sniffed and gave Lu Yi a deep look before speaking out. If there's nothing else, then I'll go over directly. Lu Yi nodded. However, just as Ning Yuan was about to leave and head directly to Daqing City, Lu Yi suddenly pulled him back. Ning Yuan turned back to look at him. I almost forgot. Louis looked at Ning Yuan, then lowered his voice and said, Ning Yuan, although the Xia family has a lot of power, but you are in the headquarters, and the forces within the headquarters are very intricate, such as you, a young transcendent with strong talent. Sometimes it's more like a fish in water instead of relying on any forces. Ning Yuan was silent for a moment at his words, then nodded. Under Lu Yi's gaze, his entire body turned into a black aura that rushed up into the sky and disappeared. Chapter 95, The Captain's Plan. Looking at the direction Ning Yuan disappeared, Louis stood in silence for a long time. Times are different. As the transcendents get stronger and stronger, it will only get harder and harder for you, an ordinary person, to mobilize. Right at this moment, an old voice rang out behind Louis. Louis turned around, only to see that Qin Guangyi had appeared behind him at an unknown time. Taking off his glasses, Louis rubbed his brow hard as he opened his mouth with a somewhat icy tone. Those second-order transcendents single-handedly cultivated by the headquarters use the countries, eat the countries, and enjoy all kinds of benefits brought to them by the people, yet they are so greedy and fearful of death that they don't take the lives and deaths of the ordinary people into consideration in the slightest. So much so that I, the minister, can only rely on a shred of affection with the people to beg for the hand of a newcomer who joined the headquarters not long ago. Ha. Looks like it's time to implement that program as soon as possible. Qin Guangyi, who was behind him, nodded at his words. 1 week ago. Headquarters, in the basement conference room. Louis sat quietly at the conference table. Inside the empty conference room, other than him there was only a pitch-black LCD screen. Captain's program? Louis slowly turned over the first page of the plan proposal with these 4 words written in front of him. Captain's right 1, may appoint and revoke the person in charge in his region. Captain's right 2, has the right to dispose of all transcendents in his region. Captain's right 3, can mobilize all resource forces within his region when necessary. Captain's right 4, can obtain 1 spiritual object and appropriate 1 spiritual weapon from the headquarters without compensation every year. Looking at the contents of the first page, Louis's brows frowned. Isn't it a bit too much power? In Louis's opinion, these rights put on a person's body, that's not much different from the ancient time when he sealed the king of a different name. Ha! A vicissitude middle-aged male voice resounded within the dark LCD monitor. Is it bad to be big? 5 captains were selected from the entire Chinese region. These 5 people have strength and power, only then can those transcendents be convinced and curb their various thoughts. Louis, in the future, the global pattern will inevitably be ordinary people governing ordinary people, and transcendents governing transcendents. Such as the Aurora Society in the country of M, such as the Shrine in the island country, such as... Why are these countries gradually releasing their power to these transcendentalist forces? The reason is actually very simple, and that is that the words and actions of ordinary people simply do not produce any deterrence to the transcendents. So it's about time we made a change. Louis sniffed and pondered for a moment, then said worriedly, I agree with this reason, but what if the captain himself rebels? Who will be able to stop it at that time? Look at the next page. Louis flipped to the next page. Criteria for captain selection. The captains in the 5 regions of China will be reselected once a year in terms of their strength, heart, and contribution, and the winners will be eliminated. There's no guarantee that the captains will not rebel in the future. But the headquarters has the right to designate a captain every year, so it's only up to your experience in recognizing and using people. Louis nodded. Then the voice resounded again within the pitch-black monitor. Follow this program. The headquarters firmly holds the transcendent resources and delegates some of the rights and benefits to some of the most powerful transcendents. In this way, the headquarters is still at the helm, the captains are the managers, and the ordinary transcendents can only honestly obey. As long as this program is implemented. In the future, if the headquarters needs to do any tasks, they only need to inform the captains in their respective regions, who will then go and send them down to the people in charge in their regions. Pine Ridge, Dacheng. The sky was overcast, as if it could rain at any moment. On the ground, a barrier wall built in a short time surrounded the town not far away. A gust of wind blew through the area, gently swirling the dust of fallen leaves on the ground. Outside the wall, hundreds of heavily armed soldiers guarded the surrounding area. This town is called Pine Ridge Town because it is backed by the Pine Ridge Mountains. The middle-aged man dressed like an officer was introducing the origin of the town in front of him to a young girl with a hood. Looking at the huge mountain range behind the isolation wall, Zhuo Qingyue frowned. Fog filled the mountain range, giving people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Do you need me to send some manpower in with you guys later? The middle-aged officer asked Zhuo Qingyue. Zhuo Qingyue shook her head at the words. No need, when we go in, you guys immediately retreat 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers back? Hearing the young girl's crisp reply, the middle-aged officer was somewhat puzzled and stunned. What she means is that if the foreigners flee towards your side at that time, you can rely on this 5-kilometer distance to drag her over until she arrives. Right at this moment, a cold male voice slowly sounded.
The middle-aged officer looked at the voice, and his pupils instantly shrunk as he subconsciously gripped the pistol at his waist. Only to see that on the isolation wall, at some point, there stood a youth wearing a black shirt. The other party had his back to them, quietly looking at the town in front of him.
What man?
The middle-aged officer wanted to draw his gun and aim it at Ning Yuan, but just then, Zhuo Qingyue, who was at the side, spoke out to stop him. He's the head of the headquarters.
Hearing the words head, the middle-aged officer let out a sigh of relief.
At the same time, Ning Yuan turned around and looked down at them. Slender figure, clean-cut features, cold expression, the youth in front of him was clearly not very old, yet he gave off an extremely calm and steady feeling. Zhuo Qingyue and Ning Yuan locked eyes, and her originally calm complexion flashed through a trace of unnaturalness. Just at this moment, a girl with a ponytail ran over not far away. The girl was wearing suspenders, she looked no more than 15 or 16 years old, her skin was yellowish, and her features weren't really good looking, but she gave off a sense of simplicity and innocence. Sister, I just roughly sensed it, and there is no special. As soon as the girl came to Zhuo Qingyue's side, she felt this strange atmosphere. She followed Zhuo Qingyue's gaze and saw Ning Yuan looking at her expressionlessly.
Sister, he is? The girl subconsciously asked Zhuo Qingyue. He's Ning Yuan, the transcendent we're waiting for.
Zhuo Qingyue responded softly. The girl first froze, then her eyes widened.
What? He's Ning Yuan?
The middle-aged officer at the side was also stunned, then muttered as he looked at Ning Yuan incredulously.
He's Ning Yuan? The transcendent who killed the alien beings and saved hundreds of thousands of people in Great Shanghai City?
After a moment of silence, the girl looked at Ning Yuan and greeted him with a bit of a squirm.
Hello Head Ning, my name is Zhou. I'm the First Order Transcendent responsible for assisting you this time.
Ning Yuan's figure disappeared from the wall and the next moment appeared in front of the girl.
What's your name?
Ning Yuan inquired as he looked at the girl. The girl was startled by Ning Yuan, who had suddenly appeared in front of her, and subconsciously took a step back before speaking.
Zhou.
Ning Yuan was speechless when he heard this.
So it's a stutter, I thought your name was Zhou. Chapter 96, do you have any ideas? Hearing Ning Yuan's words,
the girl lowered her head in some shame, her face turning even redder as she opened her mouth in some embarrassment.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Seeing the other party's appearance, Ning Yuan's eyelids jumped, then he reached out and patted the girl's shoulder and opened his mouth with a smile. I'm sorry, it was me who took the liberty, I have a relative whose daughter is named Zhou, I thought you were her.
Feeling the warmth of Ning Yuan's palm, Zhou sniffed and said with some curiosity. Yes, how old is she? How old? Ning Yuan secretly pondered inwardly.
Judging from my experience in my last life, Zhou should be around 15 at this time.
She should still be abroad at this time. With this thought in his mind, Ning Yuan was smiling blandly on the surface. About the same age as you. Zhou sniffed and a smile appeared on his face. That's true, I often pronounce my name as Zhou. Right.
Perhaps seeing Ning Yuan's much better attitude, Zhou took a few deep breaths and opened his mouth a little embarrassed.
Head Ning, can you sign an autograph for me?
I have a younger brother who isn't a transcendent, but I've told him about what happened within the city of Dahu some time ago, so he adores you. It wasn't a secret about Ning Yuan, after all, countless people had once seen the scene where Ning Yuan was carrying the head of an alien being. Therefore, Zhou who was a transcendent knew what Ning Yuan had done just by slightly inquiring with the staff at the headquarters. Hearing Zhou's words, Ning Yuan froze for a moment, then shook his head and lost his smile. That's a small matter, but I don't have a pen and paper on me.
I have them here.
Just then, the middle-aged officer who had been a spectator on the side suddenly spoke up. Only to see him pull out a palm-sized notepad from his own pocket, take out another fountain pen, and hand it to Ning Yuan with both hands. Ning Yuan looked at him, then took it from the other party. Casually writing the word Ning Yuan, he tore the paper off and handed it to Zhou. Zhou hastily took it, and she carefully folded the piece of paper and placed it in her breast pocket.
Head Ning, can you write too for me as well?
Just as Ning Yuan was about to return the paper and pen to the middle-aged officer, the latter said with some embarrassment.
I have 2 sons, and children, well, they all aspire to be heroes. Ning Yuan was speechless, so he wrote his name on 2 more pieces of paper. The latter received them with a smile on his face, then saluted towards the 3. Good luck with the mission.
Ning Yuan nodded, then opened his mouth to command. Same thing she just said, you guys pull back 5 kilometers as soon as we get inside.
Yes. The middle-aged officer answered.
Zhuo Qingyue on the side just quietly looked at Ning Yuan's side face.
Let's go.
Ning Yuan said, and then he directly took Zhou and disappeared in place. Zhuo Qingyue looked at his back, then turned into a white aura and followed him.
Inside the small town. On a bungalow, the figures of Ning Yuan's 3 people appeared back and forth. Looking down at the horrible-looking ordinary people below, Zhou subconsciously moved his gaze away, not daring to look. Brother, sister, I'm in pain, it hurts. Just then, a little girl who was only about 10 years old tilted her head back and looked at them, speaking slowly with a half-normal looking face as tears kept slipping from her eyes. It seemed that the little girl's words attracted other people's attention, and in its surroundings there were many ordinary people who raised their heads to look at them, and then opened their mouths with that half of their faces. Help! Save us! It hurts! Soon, more and more people gathered underneath the bungalow where Ning Yuan's trio was. Seeing this scene, Jojo couldn't help but wipe his tears and open his mouth. Why are the foreigners like this? They are just ordinary people. Ning Yuan did not respond to Jojo's words. He was currently looking at Zhuo out of the corner of his eye. Wearing a short white dress and a hood, Zhuo stood quietly, her hands under the cuffs already clenched in death. Seeing that no one responded to his words, Jojo directly asked Ning Yuan beside him in a low voice. Head Ning, what should we do to kill those foreigners and save these ordinary people? Ning Yuan was silent for a moment as he sniffed, then slowly spoke. If we want to save these ordinary people, we must first resolve the foreigners here. According to Louis, the previous waves that came in quickly lost contact. And since it's possible for a second-order transcendent to not even have a moment to breathe, there's a high probability that the earlier transcendents were attacked from behind by the Fae. Saying this, Ning Yuan paused for a moment, then he said as he gazed down at the crowd below. If I'm not mistaken, there should be foreigners mixed in amongst these ordinary people. Hearing this, Jojo's eyes shrank as she looked at the crowd below her and opened her mouth. But I didn't sense any foreigners. According to the intelligence released by the headquarters, doesn't it say that transcendents can detect each other when they are in close proximity to an alien race? Ning Yuan glanced at the girl. Jojo, you're still too young. Transcendentals in close proximity to foreign races can indeed detect the difference between the other side and ordinary people. However, if the alien race deliberately hides itself and mixes with hundreds of ordinary people in close proximity, it would be difficult for a transcendent mortal to detect or even say that it is impossible to tell the difference based on intuition alone. Hearing Ning Yuan's reply, Jojo nodded indistinctly. At the same time, Zhuo spoke in a low voice to the girl. Jojo, isn't your ability to sense movement around you? Look amongst these people to see if there are some whose footsteps sound different, like the power of each walking step is great. Perhaps those foreign beings hiding themselves neglected to do so. Jojo sniffed and hastily agreed. Good. The girl then clasped her hands to her chest and slowly closed her eyes. 2 minutes later. The girl's sweaty eyes opened, and she let go of her hands, shaking her head somewhat apologetically at the Ning Yuan duo. No, the sound of everyone's footsteps down there is about the same, there's no abnormally loud ones. After saying that, Jojo turned his gaze towards Ning Yuan. Zhuo also looked towards Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, do you have any way to distinguish between foreign races? In Zhuo opinion, Ning Yuan, who had solved the incident in the Great Shanghai City, was stronger than herself in terms of both experience and strength. So much so that she subconsciously thought that Ning Yuan might have a good solution. After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan looked at Zhuo and slowly spoke out. There is. Both women sniffed with a quiet listening posture. Ning Yuan continued expressionlessly. It's simple, kill all the ordinary people in the town, and the rest will naturally all be Fae. Chapter 97, Sacrificing the small for the big is unfair. On the bungalow, the two women were both looking at Ning Yuan in a somewhat dumbfounded manner. What did it mean to kill all of these people? Ning Yuan, what are you babbling about? Our mission is to free these ordinary people and get rid of the foreigners. If we follow your methods, then why are we even here? Zhuo looked at Ning Yuan and frowned as she spoke. Ha. Ning Yuan laughed out faintly. What are we here for? We're here of course to get rid of the foreign races first, and rescue ordinary people second. Zhuo, do you know why Louis used a favor to find me to come over to assist you? The transcendents here before were obviously unwilling to take action against ordinary people due to various concerns, and were instead sneak attacked to death by the foreigners hidden amongst the ordinary people. And it's impossible for the headquarters to directly give the order to take action against ordinary people. Louis is even more aware that you would jeopardize the operation to get rid of the foreigners and even endanger yourself because of the lives of ordinary people. That's why he came to ask me to assist you. Saying this, Ning Yuan took a step forward and looked down at Zhuo in front of him as he continued to speak. Perhaps in Louis's opinion, I'm a person who won't let the lives of ordinary people affect the big picture at critical moments. So for me, if there is no best of both worlds, then sacrificing everyone in this town is the optimal choice. Zhuo locked eyes with it, her delicate and beautiful face looking cold. You're talking nonsense. If there's no way, then create a way. Giving up the small for the big is inherently extremely unfair to the weak. I don't agree with you. Ning Yuan froze at his words, then he looked at Zhuo with a smile on his face, only the smile carried a strong icy irony. Ha. Sacrificing the small for the big is unfair to the weak? Zhuo, I really didn't expect you to actually say such words. Sacrificing one person to save 10,000 people, how should this balance be tilted? As the head of the headquarters, don't you understand this?
Feeling the sarcasm and a hint of inexplicable resentment that filled Ning Yuan's tone, Zhuo Qingyue's frown deepened. She didn't understand why Ning Yuan's hostility towards her words was so great.
Regardless, I don't agree with your methods. If you don't have a better way to find out the alien beings, then I'll use my own method.
Ning Yuan sniffed as his face regained its composure.
Whatever, Louis just asked me to assist you. If you're capable of solving everything, then I'm happy to be free.
At this moment, Jojo, who was on the side, looked at Ning Yuan and then Zhuo Qingyu. He had the intention of trying to persuade something, but it was difficult to open his mouth in this weird atmosphere.
Jojo, come with me, you stay beside me and pay attention to the abnormalities around you.
Zhuo Qingyu said so to Jojo.
Okay.
The latter hurriedly answered, and then the two of them leapt from the upper floor and landed in the open space not far away. As soon as they landed, the ordinary people who had originally surrounded the bungalow turned towards the duo and staggered over. Looking at the crowd in front of them, Zhuo Qingyu slapped one hand towards the ground.
Ice seal.
A white aura emerged from her palm, and then spread out instantly on the ground like a wave. Soon, some of the people closest to the two women were instantly frozen and turned into ice sculptures.
Sister, won't they just freeze to death if you do this?
Looking around at the crowd that kept being frozen into ice sculptures, Jojo marveled and envied Zhuo Qingyue's ability while voicing his concern for the safety of these people. I have controlled the intensity of the ice seal to the limit that ordinary people can withstand. In a short period of time it will only cause some minor harm to their bodies, there will be no danger to their lives, Zhuo Qingyue said as a layer of sweat gradually surfaced on her forehead.
You pay attention to sensing the surrounding movements. If any of the frozen people are abnormal, immediately tell me the location.
Jojo nodded as she hurriedly clasped her hands together and closed her eyes to carefully sense everything around her.
On the bungalow,
Ning Yuan expressionlessly watched what the two women below were doing and muttered inwardly. Zhuo Qingyue, does time really change a person completely?
The current you would do this for some ordinary people.
In Ning Yuan's opinion, Zhuo Qingyue controlling her abilities at such a high intensity was a great burden on her own spiritual energy as well as her aura. Saving people was often countless times harder than killing them. In such a dangerous situation, it was self-evident what it meant to deplete one's power so much. Did Zhuo Qingyue know? Of course she knew, but she did it anyway. Looking at Zhuo Qingyu, whose forehead was covered in sweat, Ning Yuan suddenly smiled to himself.
On the ground.
Not long after, as Zhuo Qingyue withdrew her palm, the densely packed humanoid ice sculptures around them also began to melt up at extreme speed. Jojo, let's go, there shouldn't be any foreigners amongst these people, let's go to other places and take a look.
Jojo nodded with the same sweaty head.
Before leaving, both women looked up at Ning Yuan on the bungalow, and although there was sweat on Zhuo Qingyue's face, her expression remained calm. Jojo, on the other hand, flashed an innocent smile at Ning Yuan. Jojo inwardly didn't blame Ning Yuan for just watching the show from the sidelines. After all, she was aware that transcendents all had different abilities. Perhaps Ning Yuan's abilities were more suited to combat.
At the same time, deep in the Pine Ridge Mountains behind the town,
a silhouette sat cross-legged on the ground, her eyes tightly closed and a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth.
Su Yao, seeing how happy you are, could it be that you caught a big fish?
On a side tree, a youth leaned against a branch. He held a wild fruit in his hand, and looked down curiously to inquire about the girl sitting cross-legged below.
A big fish? I guess it's kind of like that.
The girl named Su Yao slowly opened her eyes as she smiled in response. The girl was only in her early 20s, she wore a knee-length dress, her long black hair was spread out, her face was exquisite and her skin was fair. There are 3 transcendents, among them, that girl with white hair is very powerful. If I'm not wrong, she should be that S-class transcendent within the headquarters, Zhuo Qingyue.
An S-class transcendent? Well, not bad indeed, a big fish.
The youth nodded as he took a bite of the wild fruit in his hand.
Hee, I didn't say it's just a big fish. Su Yao's face smiled even more.
That Ning Yuan who killed Ling Wu is also here. Upon hearing these words, the youth leaning against the tree branch stopped nibbling on the wild fruits.
Are you sure it's Ning Yuan? Su Yao nodded.
There's no mistake, Zhuo Qingyue and the other little one called him that. The youth quickly finished nibbling the wild fruits in his hands, then he rolled over and jumped down from the tree, landing beside the woman.
Can your 2 maidservants eat these 2 big fish? Do you need me to make a move?
Su Yao sniffed and smiled.
You shouldn't underestimate Xianers and their strength, besides, there's not still me here. Said Su Yao. A bamboo flute appeared out of thin air in her hand. She closed her eyes, placed the bamboo flute on her lips and slowly blew.
Chapter 98, The Real Killing. The sound of the flute was ghostly, like a breeze that passed through the Pine Ridge Mountains and reached the town.
Meanwhile, inside the town,
the ordinary people who were originally wandering aimlessly began to speed up their steps in one direction as if they were suddenly instructed to do so. Inside a large supermarket, the 2 women who had just come in were surprised by the scene in front of them. The shelves of goods were in pieces, all kinds of commodities were scattered on the ground, the originally white floor was dyed red with blood, and broken limbs and corpses could be seen everywhere.
Jojo subconsciously covered his mouth.
She saw mutilated corpses in military uniforms and several corpses that had been split up. These bodies were all neatly cut as if they had been split by a sharp blade. Sister, could they be? Jojo's voice trembled a little. Even though there were speculations within her heart before, when she actually saw the corpses, she, a young girl less than 16 years old, still couldn't stop the horror within her heart.
Zhuo Qingyue nodded. It should be right, it's the person who came in 2 days ago.
At the same time, the second floor of the supermarket began to have ordinary people walking down one after another. It hurts, help me.
Sister, I'm in pain, I want to find my mom.
Soon, more and more people came down from the second floor, some even fell down directly from the second floor. Even if their legs were broken, they still crawled towards Zhuo Qingyue duo. Not only is there ordinary people on the second floor of the supermarket, at this time there are more and more ordinary people outside the supermarket gathered over the street outside the supermarket. Ning Yuan, who was standing on one of the streetlights, frowned as he looked at the scene below, and then he looked towards the people who were speeding up their pace not far away and walking this way. It seems like these people are being deliberately manipulated to rush over. Inside the supermarket, Zhuo Qingyue looked at the growing number of people around her, and she slapped the ground with one hand.
The second rank ability Ice Seal was cast once again.
Cold light surged like a wave towards the people surrounding them, freezing them temporarily.
Jojo, sense it, if there is no abnormality let's leave this supermarket immediately. An ice blade appeared in Zhuo Qingyue's hand. It seemed to be an intuitive warning. Her complexion became a bit gloomy.
Jojo sniffed and didn't dare to be slow. He hurriedly closed his eyes and began to sense everything around him.
It was only an instant. Jojo sensed a cracking sound of ice shattering. Behind me.
Almost the instant Jojo shouted these 3 words in terror. A long sword pierced through the humanoid ice sculpture closest to Jojo's back and stabbed straight into her head.
And Zhuo Qingyue also struck almost immediately. The ice blade in its hand similarly slashed behind Jojo. However, right at this moment,
another long sword stabbed from behind Zhuo Qingyue, pointing straight at her heart.
There are 2 foreigners.
Zhuo Qingyue was inwardly shocked. Without giving her too much time to react at all, the perfectly timed simultaneous attack of the 2 foreign beings was laid out in front of her eyes. Whether to give up on protecting herself to save Jojo, or to give up on Jojo to fight back against the attack of the foreign race. After biting her silver teeth, just as Zhuo Qingyue was ready to continue saving Jojo, a black shadow rose from under Jojo's feet, blocking the sword that stabbed her head like a wall. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Qingyue instantly turned her petite body around. The ice blade in her hand crossed her chest and blocked the sword that was stabbing towards her heart.
Dang dang dang.
The sound of metal and ice clashing continued to ring out.
It was only an instant.
Zhuo Qingyue fiercely exchanged blows with the alien being who attacked her with a sword. At the same time she finally got a good look at her opponent. A young girl who was not much different from the people around her. She wore a school uniform and her body was half normal and half covered in meatballs. At this moment, the young girl's half-normal face looked icy cold, and the long sword in her person's hand was even more lingering. A sword on from the girl's hand issued, such as white water flow like sweeping everything around. The countless ice crystals condensed in the air were stirred and shattered by it. Ordinary people who were frozen nearest to the duo were just swept by the sword awnings and were chopped into several pieces. A large amount of blood wrapped in internal organs and broken flesh splashed out in all directions. On the other side, the other young girl in school uniform who was holding the sword frowned at the black shadow in front of her that was imprisoning her long sword. In the next moment, a black shadow lance stabbed out from underneath its feet, pointing straight at her head. The young girl was shocked as she let go of the long sword in her hand, her soft body tilting backward, managing to avoid the strike. Right at this moment, Ning Yuan, who looked indifferent, appeared out of thin air in front of her. The black shadows underneath her feet drilled into the young girl's body like lightning, rendering her unable to move, and between the lifts of her hands, 3 black lances appeared out of thin air, and then penetrated towards the young girl's body. Poof poof poof. 2 black shadow lances pierced straight through the chest of the young girl who was unable to dodge, and when one was about to pierce through her skull, the young girl fiercely bit the tip of her tongue. Temporarily recovering, she brought her fingers together, and an arm-thin, milky white sword blade instantly stabbed at Ning Yuan's brow. It seems that both of your divine abilities are swordmen's, but unfortunately, they're too slow. Ning Yuan was a little surprised by the young girl's counterattacking tactics, but only a little. He just slightly sidestepped his head and dodged his opponent's strike. The black shadow under his feet once again drilled into the body of the young girl to control her, and then in the young girl's unwilling and fearful gaze, a pitch-black lance ruthlessly pierced her head. At this time, Jojo, who was beside Ning Yuan, was still in a daze and didn't react. This sudden outbreak of fighting had happened too quickly and too tragically. When she first became a transcendent, she had secretly tried her strength and speed. At that time, she found that she could easily lift 500 pounds of weight, and the speed of running at full speed could even reach 10 meters per second. Once Jojo was still secretly happy, thinking that she had become very powerful, just like Superman. Then she was discovered by the headquarters and joined it, and also learned of the existence of the Fae.
Even so, JoJo didn't have much regard for foreign beings within her heart. In her perception, the Fae were perhaps just some mutated monsters that were not very different from them. Even if they were actually involved in a battle, it would be the same as in movies and TV novels. Both sides shout a few words, then pull back and go back and forth like a turn-based system. However, now she had witnessed what it meant to fight the Fae. There was no back and forth, no nonsense. Meeting was a life and death struggle that could be decided in an instant. Whether it's the fierce collision of ice crystals and sword awnings on Zhuqingyue's side, as well as the fight that's so fast that you can't see it, or the battle that just happened beside himself, Ning Yuan. Is this the strength of a top-tier transcendent at headquarters? JoJo's brain went blank and he couldn't stop trembling. From the time Ning Yuan appeared until he ended the fight, JoJo's mind didn't even react. Chapter 99 Scarlet Fireworks. Meanwhile, the other side of the battle. Out of the corner of her eye, the young girl who was fighting fiercely with Zhuqingyue saw the scene of Ning Yuan abusing her companion, and she instantly reddened her eyes. The young girl wanted to draw back to kill Ning Yuan to take revenge, however, Zhuqingyue did not give her any chance. The sword-on shattered everything around her, but the ice crystals kept appearing like they were endless. The bone-chilling ice crystals enveloped her like dense rain, causing the young girl's body to freeze faster and faster. Damn it, how are these two transcendents so strong? Just as the young girl pondered what to do next, a change occurred. Only to see the ordinary people surrounding the outside of the supermarket suddenly and frantically rushed into the supermarket, and then pounced towards Zhuqingyue and Ning Yuan with agonized faces. Not only that, half of the bodies of these ordinary people covered with meatballs also violently began to rise, vaguely having the tendency to burst open. Seeing this scene, the school uniform girl's face was delighted. It's the young lady who made a move. It is. Ning Yuan frowned at this scene, then he directly carried JoJo and rushed out of the supermarket as a stump. Zhuqingyue didn't leave, she looked sadly at the ordinary people around her with expressions of pain to the extreme and murmured softly, "I'm sorry." Just when these pain-looking people were about to explode apart, a dazzling white light violently erupted from Zhuqingyue's body. In the next moment, a terrifying coldness completely enveloped the area. And those ordinary people who were about to burst into flames were instantly frozen to death, forever fixed in place. How is it possible? How can you, a second-order transcendent, have such a strong power? The moment she was enveloped by the extremely cold white light, the school uniform girl's face was filled with horror. Subsequently frozen in an instant, she seemed to have thought of something and said incredulously in her mind. Could it be that she deliberately suppressed her power in order not to affect those ordinary people? At the same time, Zhuqingyue slowly arrived in front of the young girl. She raised her hand and shattered the ice on the young girl's head. Looking into the other party's eyes, she opened her mouth to inquire with a cold expression. "What do you take ordinary people for?" Looking at Zhuqingyue's cold and absolutely beautiful face, the young girl smiled. "As what?" "Oh, as you can see." Zhuqingyue was silent, then without saying anything else, she raised her hand and slowly stabbed the ice blade into the young girl's brow. The young girl's face was twisted and hideous, she gritted her teeth and made a sound. "Unfortunately, if that damned man hadn't interfered, even if we couldn't kill you, we wouldn't all be dead here." Zhuqingyue did not respond. Outside the supermarket, Ning Yuan, who was carrying JoJo's boat, stood in the air, and a black shadow underneath his feet seemed to drag him like a cloud. On the ground, densely packed ordinary people looked up at him with painfully twisted expressions. Boom! In the next moment, the ball of flesh that had swelled to the extreme on their bodies exploded violently. The pitch-black blood seemed to scatter in all directions like sharp arrows, piercing through and corroding the surrounding houses and even the ground. The pitch-black blood like sharp arrows flew into the sky, and when it was about to come into contact with Ning Yuan, it was blocked by the black shadows underneath his feet. Looking at the scene that bloomed like fireworks beneath his feet, Ning Yuan's expression was calm to the extreme as he secretly pondered within himself. Based on the coldness that just erupted, it should be Zhuqingyue going all out. Yet even though both of these two foreign beings are dead, these ordinary people are still staring at me with precise aim. It seems that the one manipulating them is someone else. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan looked towards JoJo who he was carrying in his left hand. Seeing that the other party was still in a daze, Ning Yuan couldn't help but frown. Still too young and with too little experience. In Ning Yuan's experience from his previous life, it seemed, transcendentals only fought alien races head-on and experienced the trials of life and death. Only then could they truly get rid of the ordinary human state of mind. And that was just as big a difference as a soldier who hadn't been to war and a soldier who had been to war. Snap! Thinking of this, Ning Yuan backhanded and directly slapped JoJo directly with two big slaps. The fiery pain instantly caused JoJo's mind to clear up quite a bit, and his brain wasn't as chaotic. She subconsciously covered her red and swollen cheeks, and her tears couldn't stop falling. Ning, can't you be a little lighter?" Ning Yuan sniffed and spoke bluntly. "Cut the crap and immediately use your ability to sense all the anomalies around you." After thinking about it, Ning Yuan added,
Focus on sensing odors or sounds. Seeing Ning Yuan's serious appearance, Jojo didn't dare to delay. She hurriedly nodded her head, and just as she was about to close her eyes, she realized that she was actually in the air. The girl who was originally trembling instantly clenched her legs, and her somewhat yellowish skin became pale from the shock. I actually flew. Cut the crap, we'll fall if you keep grumbling. Ning Yuan frowned and chided. Jojo sniffed and winced as she hurriedly closed her eyes and felt everything around her with all her might. Meanwhile, below, Zhuo Qingyue looked at the ordinary people running towards her not far away, and then looked at Ning Yuan and Jojo in the air. Seeing that Jojo was casting his sensing ability with his eyes closed, Zhuo Qingyue instantly understood that there was someone else manipulating these ordinary people. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhuo Qingyue once again cast Ice Seal, freezing everyone around her, delaying as much time as possible for these ordinary people to self-detonate, buying time for Jojo and Ning Yuan. Sweat kept seeping out of Jojo's forehead. She almost used her first rank ability to the extreme. With Ning Yuan's reminder, she finally caught the hint of sound. Flute sound, I hear the sound of a flute. Direction. A hint of coldness flashed through Ning Yuan's eyes as he heard this, and the black shadows underneath his feet tumbled up. Direction. There was more sweat on Jojo's face as she gritted her teeth to carefully distinguish the source of the sound. Finally, she perceived it. Southwest, the woods right in the middle of that two-headed dwarf mountain. The moment Jojo's voice fell, Ning Yuan moved, and the black mist underneath his feet tumbled as a long, broken sword full of bronze rust surfaced. Whoosh! A cracking sound rang out as a hand made of black mist under Ning Yuan's feet gripped this long knife and threw it fiercely in the direction Jojo had said. Inside the forest. Su Yao, who was sitting cross-legged, was playing the flute with her eyes closed, and beside her, a young man had his arms wrapped around his chest as he quietly watched her. Right at this moment, the youth fiercely stepped out and came in front of Su Yao. He suddenly reached out and held a flying long knife in a death grip. Looking at the broken tip of the blade in front of him and feeling the tremendous force coming from his hand, the youth's face was somewhat gloomy. Su Yao, it looks like we've been discovered. The girl who was playing the flute opened her eyes at the words, looking at the youth's back and the broken long knife in his hand. Su Yao sighed. I didn't expect that little girl's sensing ability to be so strong. I've already suppressed my voice to the limit and she's still locked onto our direction. Xian Shen and the girls are already dead. It's worthy of being the top second-order transcendent within the Huaxia headquarters. I underestimated them. The youth sneered. What kind of bull topmost transcendent? I'd like to. Before the words were finished, the youth's face changed as he violently discarded the broken long knife in his hand. Chapter 100 Despicable and Shameless. Hearing voices. Su Yao hurriedly got up and came to the youth's side. She finally saw the youth's right hand that was gradually turning green at this moment. MOU, what are you doing? The youth known as MOU stretched out his left hand, his fingertips glowing with a yellowish light, and pointed above his right arm. The green color that was slowly spreading upwards was blocked for a moment by the pale yellow light, but only for a moment, then the green color continued to spread upwards along the arm. This power, could this be a curse power? Su Yao shrieked out in shock. Damn it, my own origin power is actually unable to get rid of this curse. Seeing this scene, MOU's complexion was hard to see as his forehead veins rippled. Quickly! MOU! Quickly chop off the entire arm. Su Yao anxiously shouted. This curse is very powerful. Once it spreads to your body, with your current physical strength and cultivation, you will definitely die for sure. The youth sniffed and hesitated for a moment, then he gritted his teeth and formed his left hand into a sword, and with a poof, he chopped off his entire right arm. Looking at the right arm on the ground where the blood was gradually turning to a bronze color, the youth was furious to the core. Although his right arm could be restored over time, the essence blood consumed to restore the arm also doomed his strength to stagnate and grow for a period of time. For him, this was tantamount to being a huge step behind the others. Yet just as the youth was thinking so. How is this possible? Su Yao, who was beside him, suddenly spoke in disbelief with a slightly trembling voice as she pointed at his neck. What's wrong, Su Yao? It was the first time that MOU had seen Su Yao reveal such a shocked and fearful expression. What the youth didn't know was that in Su Yao's eyes, the surface of his neck was gradually surfacing if any bronze rust. MOU reached out and subconsciously touched his neck, only to feel that the originally normal skin had become somewhat hard at the moment. At the same time, he also felt a sense of dizziness and palpitations. At this point in time, how could MOU not realize that the curse had actually spread to all parts of his body a long time ago? His gaze deadened to the broken knife on the ground, and he couldn't help but roar out in anger. Damnable! A top-tier powerhouse from the Chinese Transcendent headquarters actually uses such underhanded tactics. Underhanded? Ha. Thank you for the compliment. The vast majority of the time underhanded tactics are much more useful than being honorable. Right at this moment, a cold sneering voice resounded above the duo's heads. MOU Su Yao looked up at the same time upon hearing this, only to see that on the branches of the tree above their heads, Ning Yuan was looking down at them with a sneer on his face. When did he appear? Mou and Su Yao were simultaneously startled inwardly as the former cupped a seal with his left hand and slapped a palm towards the top of his head. Buzz! Fire light emerged from his palm, and blazing heat instantly enveloped above, burning the upper part of the large surrounding forest into ashes. Ning Yuan's figure appeared beside the two of them as a residual shadow, and the shadow of his feet instantly enveloped them. Mou's body that was corrupted by the curse instantly stiffened, but what made Ning Yuan somewhat surprised was that the black shadow was bounced back by an invisible force when it came into contact with Su Yao's body. At the same time, Su Yao shouted, holding the bamboo flute in her hand as if she were holding a long sword as she stabbed at Ning Yuan. Could it be that she has some kind of protective treasure on her? Ning Yuan frowned. In the next moment, several pitch-black lances intercepted in front of him, blocking Su Yao. And at the same time the ground in front of Mou was floating on the ground with black shadow lances, piercing through his torso in a straight diagonal direction. The pain of the heart attack, but more difficult than the pain was the dizziness and palpitations that became more intense after exerting his power. Soon, Mou's eyes began to go into a trance. He looked at Su Yao, who was fighting with Ning Yuan, and had the intention to go and help, but his own body was unable to move. The snow-white sword on twirled like a rainbow, and the surrounding trees were rippled and cut off by it. The pitch-black shadows surrounded Ning Yuan like swimming dragons, colliding and entangling with Su Yao's sword awnings. From Ning Yuan's point of view, both the speed and power of the woman's sword awnings in front of him were far superior to those two teenage girl-like alien beings from earlier. The two of them had exchanged fierce blows for a short period of time, and Ning Yuan had also inwardly determined that this woman was not as strong as Ling Wu. On the contrary, Su Yao couldn't help but panic inwardly after seeing Ning Yuan remain calm and collected. Especially when she saw Mou not far away out of the corner of her eye, and saw that the other party's 7 orifices were slowly starting to bleed out, Su Yao's heart panicked even more. Zuoqingyue should be rushing over soon as well. We can't get involved in the battle, we must leave. Su Yao inwardly made up her mind. She once again erupted with all her strength to slash out a few brilliant sword awnings to block in front of her body. She then nodded her footsteps and retreated to come to Mou's side. Grabbing Mou's arm with one hand, she raised her hand and waved her flute to block the black shadow lance that was stabbing at the two of them. Su Yao's footsteps stepped, then she grabbed the almost unconscious Mou and flew up, rushing towards the depths of the mountain range. Want to run? Ning Yuan annihilated all the sword awnings in front of him, and when he saw the scene of Su Yao fleeing, a coldness erupted in his eyes. In the next moment, a person that had changed into a shadow appeared in front of it, and had picked up the broken longsword on the ground, leaping up and pouncing towards Su Yao. Ning Yuan, on the other hand, was not far behind the shadow. Seeing Ning Yuan actually use that bizarre blade in such a way, and hiding behind it herself instead, Su Yao couldn't help but curse angrily. Despicable and shameless. Ha ha ha. Ning Yuan laughed. He didn't respond, he just followed closely behind Su Yao. In Ning Yuan's opinion, today's Su Yao was like prey frantically fleeing to be hunted down, and the words she uttered were even more wails of impotent rage. The shadow with the broken longsword in hand was so fast that Su Yao, who was carrying the ink feather in one hand, was unable to pull away from it. At the same time, Su Yao even noticed that a white aura was rapidly approaching in the sky behind her. Damn it, Zuoqingyue is here too. With just one Ning Yuan alone, Su Yao did not have the certainty of victory, and now another Zuoqingyue had come, which caused a sense of desolation to rise within Su Yao's heart. Yao, Su Yao. Right at this moment, the unconscious Mou suddenly grabbed Su Yao's right hand. In his hazy vision, Mou could vaguely see the watery mist in the other party's eyes. Mou, hold on a little longer, let's escape first, the others might have a method that can lift the curse from you. Su Yao squeezed out a smile at the youth. Mou slowly shook his head. It's useless, I can't hold on anymore, you put me down, I'll help you block 1 or 2, you go? Quickly. Hearing this, Su Yao's tears could no longer be held back. No, I don't want it. Hurry. Put me down. Mou's face grimaced out. You go. After you leave, you can think of a way to avenge me later when you're strong. Otherwise we'll all die here. Hurry. Don't wait any longer. Su Yao finally couldn't suppress her cries as she sniffed. She glanced back behind her, and when she saw the smile on Ning Yuan's face, the anger and hatred in her eyes reached even more limits. Finally, she let go of Mou. Chapter 101. The time has come. Ah! As soon as Mou landed on the ground, he rushed towards Ning Yuan with red eyes, gritting his teeth and growling. Not only that, but a blazing pale yellow light violently erupted from his body. Oh? A counterattack before dying? Ning Yuan didn't panic as he looked at Mou, who was bleeding from his 7 orifices as if he were an evil spirit, as he flew backwards, controlling the shadow and Mou to collide head-on. Put! The broken long knife covered in bronze rust ignored the obstruction and ruthlessly plunged into the youth's chest. The latter was holding the shadow in a death grip and dragging it towards Ning Yuan as he chased after him, and Mou, whose face was covered in bronze rust, glared at Ning Yuan, who was retreating backwards, and cursed angrily. CXX. Dare to fight me squarely. Ning Yuan ignored it, and continued to back away quickly with an expressionless face.
Mo saw that Ning Yuan was so old and vicious, gradually losing his strength, he couldn't help but let out a sigh to the sky. Finally turning his head to look at Su Yao's gradually blurring back, his consciousness gradually dissipating, Mo let out a bitter smile. Damn it, so unwilling. In the next moment, before he completely lost consciousness, a pale yellow light violently erupted from his body, followed by a blazing terror eruption instantly sweeping in all directions. On a large tree in the distance, Ning Yuan, who was standing on a branch, frowned as he felt the terrifying fluctuations coming from the front. Judging from this outburst of power from the other party alone, the other party's strength was a bit greater than he had imagined, and much stronger than the woman who had fled. But why was the youth cursed with that initial slash of his own, and not the girl who was weaker than him? So that's how it is, quite an infatuated species. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan couldn't help but sneer out. At the same time, Zhuo Qingyue appeared beside him. Feeling the high temperature in front of her, the young girl's complexion was somewhat grave. Sorry, I'm late, does the other one still need to be chased? Zhuo Qingyue asked Ning Yuan beside her. Ning Yuan glanced at her and spoke expressionlessly. The mountain range here is so big, do you think we still need to chase after it? Saying that, Ning Yuan headed towards the area of the explosion. Behind him, Zhuo Qingyue looked at his back, then pursed her red lips and followed. Taking the center of the explosion as the origin. The woods in a circle of nearly 100 meters were flattened, and the earth, which was originally covered in green, became charred and blackened. Ning Yuan came to the ground, and at this moment, the broken longsword was lying quietly on the ground. It was still as broken as ever, and didn't have any more scars from this explosion. Black shadows spread beneath his feet, and the covered long blade slowly sank down, like sinking into a dark, bottomless pool. Feeling the heat that hadn't dissipated around him, Ning Yuan slowly spoke. I'll leave the rest to you. Zhuo Qingyue nodded and said. The survivors in the town are gradually returning to normal, with Zhou in charge of contacting the headquarters for the aftermath. You can rest and relax. Ning Yuan didn't respond, his entire body turned into a black aura and disappeared. As Ning Yuan left, the temperature in the area where the two of them were began to drop extremely quickly. Half a month later. Great Zhou City, Star Lake Flower Shore. The late night was dotted with stars, and the evening breeze with a slight hint of coolness in the fall gently blew the flowers and grasses in the villa. Ning Yuan sat cross-legged as he peered into his own body, observing the two spirit source fruits on top of the Dao tree that were not much different in size. Nearly half a year had passed since he had broken through the second stage, and the second spirit source fruit had also grown to its limit under his daily cultivation. The time has come. Ning Yuan muttered inwardly. Only two large, pitch-black hands slowly emerged from the ground in front of him, while a jade box was placed in the center of each palm. Inside the jade box were the two spirit items he had acquired from within the headquarters. Tonight, he was going to break through to the third stage in one fell swoop with these two spirit items. Inside the villa, the big yellow dog lying on his own bed was brushing up on the forums and spamming people. Nowadays, it simply didn't take cultivation so seriously when it wasn't sure if it could break through to the second stage unharmed. So much so that apart from warming the bell around its neck every day, the rest of its time was basically spent watching TV and brushing the Aurora forums in search of various solutions. Just as the big yellow dog reclined on the bed and scratched its buttocks with its paw, it was about to continue its voice to text greetings to the other's parents. It suddenly widened its eyes, then sat up straight and muttered. Why is the movement of Ning Daowan's cultivation so loud today? At this moment, Big Yellow Dog could sense that the heaven and earth origin chi in this area was surging towards one direction as if it were mad, and this madness had far exceeded the impact produced by Ning Yuan's daily cultivation. Putting the cell phone down and plugging in the charger, the Big Yellow Dog tiptoed and gently pushed open the door to his room, then made his way to the hall before slowly pushing the door open a crack. The scene in front of it instantly caused its eyes to widen, and it stretched out its paw to cover its mouth in death. Inside the villa courtyard, the dark space seemed to be alive, constantly shaking, and around Ning Yuan, invisible air currents kept rotating along him. Ning Yuan pulled the heaven and earth origin chi in this area to its peak, and at the same time, the two jade boxes in front of him opened at the same time. One of the jade boxes contained ginseng that was golden in color and the length of a human hand. The other jade box contained a fruit the size of a baby's fist and shaped like a date. Soon, these two spiritual objects were wrapped in darkness and suspended in front of Ning Yuan. There's no mistaking it, that's a spirit artifact. There are actually two of them. Big Yellow Dog, who was covering his mouth and peeking behind the door, was inwardly horrified. It naturally knew what a spirit object was and how difficult it was to find. A spirit object was a precious medicine that accelerated cultivation and elevated the realm for transcendentalists, and it was impossible to use any money to measure its value. Just based on the fact that there were only sky-high prices for receiving spirit goods on the Aurora Forum, but no spirit goods for sale, one could tell how scarce spirit goods were. Yet now Ning Yuan had a full two spirit items in front of him. Great King Ning, could he be trying to? The scene in front of him, as well as those two spirits, caused an absurd thought to surface in Big Yellow Dog's mind. Breaking through from the second rank to the third rank. How is it possible? He's only in his 20s. According to what it had guessed, Ning Yuan hadn't even been a transcendent for 3 years, I'm afraid. Now he's actually broken through the third rank? The big yellow dog only felt that its own perception of transcendent promotion had been completely shattered by Ning Yuan, and the shock within its heart could not be described in any words at the moment. Chapter 102, You Are Truly a Monster. In the villa compound, the dark fluctuations in heaven and earth grew stronger. Right at this moment, Ning Yuan moved. He snapped his eyes open, and the two spirit creatures in front of him also instantly exploded into two pure clusters of gas under the pressure of his origin power. Without Ning Yuan having to do anything more, these two masses of pure qi were instantly attracted by the Dao tree within him, and then disappeared into his body. Buzz! The Dao tree began to tremble after absorbing these two masses of essence, and Ning Yuan saw this and began to frantically mobilize his own dark essence power, then pulled the dark essence in this part of the world to surge towards the Dao tree together. Catalyzing began. For the second stage to break through to the third stage, not only did it require an extremely large amount of heaven and earth origin qi to be consumed, the transcendent would also need to endure unimaginable pain and suffering. Because after a second-order transcendent promoted to a third-order transcendent, whether it was physical body, strength, or spiritual power, it was a qualitative leap. And this qualitative leap also means the destruction and rebirth of the physical body. As time passed, under the irrigation of the two spiritual objects and a large amount of heaven and earth origin qi, the Dao tree began to gradually produce changes. Only a black branch bud faintly emerged from one of the bare, pitch-black branches of the Dao tree. And this black branch bud, like the size of a grain of rice, seems to represent the birth of a life. As time passed, the black branch bud was slowly growing at the speed of the naked eye. Germination, flowering, fruiting. These three stages of the formation of the spirit source fruit didn't take long, but for a transcendent, seconds were like years. This was because during this period, Ning Yuan's body was also undergoing changes. Along with Ning Yuan's constantly shaking body, the sound of bones breaking resounded continuously. Even though he had experienced this kind of pain in his last life, Ning Yuan couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt. Hearing the crackling sound like pouring beans, Big Yellow Dog couldn't help but tighten his chrysanthemums. Someone on the Aurora forum had shared a description of the pain encountered by a second stage transcendent when breaking through to the third stage, and Big Yellow Dog naturally knew that this sound was coming from within Ning Yuan's body. It was the sound of bones breaking and regrowing inch by inch throughout the body. Just by listening to that sound alone, the Big Yellow Dog felt pain all over his body. As time passed, the sound of bones breaking slowed down. Who would believe that I actually witnessed the birth of a third-order transcendent tonight? The Big Yellow Dog muttered, while it inwardly refreshed its perception of Ning Yuan's power. It wasn't just this terrifyingly incredible cultivation speed of Ning Yuan, but also the fact that Ning Yuan actually didn't shout when he broke through. With the extreme pain of this kind of breakthrough to the third rank, he only stifled a few grunts at most, so one could imagine how strong the other party's willpower was. At the same time, Ning Yuan's body. He witnessed the third spirit origin fruit completely take shape. And it was at this moment that he became a third-order transcendent. The third spirit source fruit that had just been born inside his body was less than a third of the size of the other two, but the pitch-black ghostly light it emitted was stronger than both of the other two. Without waiting for Ning Yuan to gain some control, the Dao tree began to instinctively instill the third spiritual origin fruit with heaven and earth origin qi, just like a mother feeding her newly born child. After observing for a while, Ning Yuan slowly got up as he stretched his body. The dark spirit's third stage ability, I seem to remember it being Dark Domain. As Ning Yuan slowly uttered those two words, a bit of black aura flashed across his body before violently erupting. In an instant, a 2-kilometer radius centered around Ning Yuan was plunged into deadly darkness. Within the shroud of the dark domain, it was both day and night. All light was covered by darkness and ceased to exist. This was still the range that Ning Yuan deliberately controlled. If he exploded with all his might, the dark domain's enveloping range could even reach nearly 10 kilometers. Moreover, this distance would become larger as Ning Yuan's strength grew. In his previous life, Ning Yuan remembered that when Chufeng had reached the 4th rank, the dark domain's shrouded range under his full power outburst had reached nearly 100 kilometers, which was enough to shroud an entire large city. In a region of extreme darkness, Ning Yuan's level of terror could be imagined how great it was. It could be said that the cause of Chufeng being scorned by both the human race and the Fey race in the previous world was his terrifying breakthrough speed and the perversion of his third-order ability Dark Domain. A person who manipulated darkness was basically equal to being invincible at the same rank in a dark place where there was no light. Ning Yuan clearly remembered that in the last world, certain 5th-ranked powerhouses of the human race had colluded with the foreign races. In order to kill such a 4th-ranked Chufeng, they first designed to lure Chufeng to a sea island. Then, they secretly united to send out a 5th-order transcendent, and several 4th-order transcendents, as well as 2 other worldly beings that were not weaker than 5th-order transcendents. Until the loss of 3 4th-order transcendentals and a foreign race spirit, this only in the headquarters of the 5th-order transcendentals did not have time to rescue the situation, quickly completed the task. At the same time, the big yellow dog inside the villa house only felt darkness before his eyes. This blackness was the same as if he had suddenly become blind. The big yellow dog slowly backed up and groped on the wall with its own memory. It wanted to touch the switch of the chandelier in the living room. Click! The switch was flipped by it, yet the imagined light did not appear. It was still pitch black. What the hell? Could it be a power cut? In front of the big yellow dog, Ning Yuan quietly looked at it. The lights in the living room were already on, but they couldn't penetrate the darkness to fall below. As Ning Yuan's mind moved, the dark domain instantly dissipated. The light inside the villa resurfaced, and the outside world became vaguely visible again by the moonlight and starlight. Big Yellow Dog let out a strange cry when he saw Ning Yuan, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. That darkness just now, could it be your new ability? Seemingly thinking that Ning Xiaoluo was still sleeping, Big Yellow Dog subconsciously lowered his voice. Ning Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. That's right, this is my third order ability. Although he was already certain of it inwardly, Big Yellow Dog still sucked in a breath of cold air when he actually learned from Ning Yuan that he had broken through to the third rank. You're truly a monster, actually breaking through the third rank in such a short period of time. Ning Yuan sniffed and merely stroked the Big Yellow Dog's head, his tone carrying some derision. What's wrong with that? After all, the heavens won't fail hard-working people. The corners of the Big Yellow Dog's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but inwardly spit. Hard-working? Some transcendents hate to cultivate for 20 hours a day, while you only cultivate for less than 2 hours a day, so you have the nerve to say hard-working? Taking a deep breath, Big Yellow Dog didn't know what came to his mind, and then laughed grimly. Hey, no matter what, you actually broke through the third rank, so won't I be able to walk sideways in the future? After all, I also have a third-order transcendent as a backer now. Laughing, Big Yellow Dog however revealed a worried expression. No, if you break through the third stage so quickly, will you be scorned and then be blackmailed from behind? Hearing the Big Yellow Dog's words, Ning Yuan was inwardly somewhat surprised at how far-reaching this dog's thoughts were. What have you been looking at this whole time again? The Big Yellow Dog spoke with some embarrassment. I finished watching Animal World, and now I have nothing to do during the day but watch historical power dramas. Chapter 103, Stopping by to see you. Hearing the Big Yellow Dog's words, Ning Yuan was first stunned, and then laughed out faintly. Ha. Scruples and so what? I broke through the third stage. No matter what they think in their hearts, without me being powerful they can only hold back. Hearing this, the Big Yellow Dog also nodded in agreement. That's right, in today's world, strength is the standard that sets everything and measures everything. As long as you're strong enough, they can only hold it inside even if they think about it more. Looking at the Big Yellow Dog, Ning Yuan hesitated for a moment then said. You can read more books about psychology and power schemes of sorts if you're not doing anything. Big Yellow Dog sniffed and looked at Ning Yuan with some suspicion. What do you mean? Ning Yuan sized up the Big Yellow Dog, then slowly spoke. Perhaps your spirit seed is more suitable for you to be a dog-headed warlord. 3 days later. In the courtyard of the villa, Ning Yuan and Ning Xiaoluo were each holding a watering can to water the flowers in the courtyard. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell of the villa's gate rang. Someone is coming? Ning Xiaoluo, who was wearing an apron and a twisted braid and was squatting on the ground to water with Ning Yuan, looked toward the door. Ever since they had moved here, the only outsider who had entered this villa was Su Wei, and because Su Wei knew the password to the villa's front door, she would come in directly and not ring the doorbell. Just as Ning Xiaoluo was about to get up to open the door, Ning Yuan stopped her. I'll go. After saying that, Ning Yuan placed the kettle on the ground, then got up and walked towards the door. Opening the villa door. What made Ning Yuan somewhat surprised was that the person who came was actually Louis, and beside Louis there was Su Wei with a smile on her lips. Minister? Why do you have the time to come to my place? Ning Yuan sidestepped and gestured for Louis to come in. Ha, I've been inspecting the whole country for the past few days, and today I passed by Dezhou City, so I came to see you by the way. Louis smiled and walked into the villa. Behind him, Su Wei lowered her voice and spoke as she walked beside Ning Yuan. I sent you a message half an hour ago. The minister suddenly appeared in Great Zhou City to come see you. I didn't look at my cell phone. Ning Yuan said as he looked at Su Wei's face, then closed the villa door. Seeing the three of them walk over, Ning Xiaoluo, who was watering, hurriedly got up. Xiaoluo, this is Louis, the minister of the headquarters. Minister, this is Ning Xiaoluo, my cousin. Ning Yuan introduced the two of them from the side. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Ning Xiaoluo somewhat nervously wiped her hands on her apron before greeting them. Lu, good day Minister Lu. Hello Ning Xiaoluo, thank you for raising such an outstanding younger brother for the country. Louis' smile was amiable, which made Ning Xiaoluo's nervous and tense heart relax a little. After hearing Louis' words, Ning Xiaoluo returned with some embarrassment. No, I just did what I had to do, it's not much of a cultivation. Soon, a few people walked back and forth into the villa. As soon as they entered the living room, Louis was instantly somewhat stunned as he looked at the Big Yellow Dog sitting on the sofa reading a book. Psychology of Human Behavior. On the cover of the book held by the big yellow dog, this line of big words was written, and in Lui's opinion, the cover of this book was very new, and it was obvious that it had just been bought not long ago. It. Lui pointed at the big yellow dog and then looked at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan let out a faint smile. Hee, the minister is joking, this dog I have is smarter, and he likes to use books as toys. At the same time, the big yellow dog barked twice, then began to open its mouth to tear up the book in front of it. While biting, it also wagged its tail and ran toward the second floor of the villa. Ha, I thought it knew the words. Louis said with a smile as he looked at the big yellow dog's wagging ass. How can a dog know words, minister, you are really good at joking. Ning Yuan invited Louis to sit on the sofa. At this moment, Sui on the side sniffed and muttered inwardly. I don't know why, but it doesn't seem to surprise me if this dog that can do housework and play games knows words. At the same time, Ning Xiaoluo walked over with a pot of hot tea and a few glasses of water. Xiaoluo, let's go out and water the flowers you raised together. Ning Xiaoluo had just put the tea down when Sui gently pulled her hand and said. Nodding gently, Ning Xiaoluo then went out of the villa with Sui. Raising his hand to pour a cup of tea for Louis, Ning Yuan slowly opened his mouth. Minister, what have you been busy with this time? Louis took the cup of tea handed over by Ning Yuan and responded with a smile. What else can I be busy with? Remember what I told you before? The headquarters is going to hold a large meeting for the purpose of welcoming the new transcendents who have joined the headquarters during this period of time. Ning Yuan nodded. Remember, seeing as how you're so happy, Minister, I'm sure there must be quite a few newcomers joining the headquarters during this period of time, right? Louis took a sip of the tea, the temperature was just right, and the tea was fragrant. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel at Ning Xiaoluo's attentiveness. Putting the teacup down, Louis spoke. Indeed quite a few, there have been nearly 500 people in the past 2 months, and if you count before, there have been almost nearly 1,000 people this year. 1,000 people for the majority of the year? Ning Yuan secretly pondered inwardly. This amount was about what he had expected. After all, there were almost 2 billion people within China, and with the extent of the aura recovery, there would be more and more spirit seeds and transcendence in the future. That is to say, the number of transcendents would increase every year. Apart from some transcendents who hid themselves and joined the civilian forces, the vast majority of the remaining transcendents would join the headquarters. After all, the headquarters represented the country and justice. Throughout history, raising the banner of justice and orthodoxy has often been the most effective in collecting people's hearts. What is justice? As long as you carry the slogan of protecting ordinary people, then you are righteous in the eyes of ordinary people. And what is orthodoxy? The people's sense of belonging is orthodoxy. At least today's Huaxia is the great unification of the people's hearts and minds. But although there are many transcendents who have joined the headquarters, the resources of the headquarters are limited. Therefore, the vast majority of these transcendents are not destined to go too far. Chapter 104, Don't Get Cold Feet About It. On the villa sofa. Louis continued with a light sigh. Ning Yuan, it's actually a good thing that the headquarters has absorbed a lot of transcendence, but there are some problems that come along with it that the headquarters needs to deal with as well. I won't hide it from you. One is that the headquarters currently has limited resources, so it can't do everything in one bowl, so it can only tilt its resources as much as possible towards the transcendents with strong talent. But when a bowl of water is not leveled, there will be people who are dissatisfied, and once they are dissatisfied, it will be easy for trouble to arise. The second is the problem that most of the current staff at headquarters are ordinary people. Some of the transcendents have had a change of heart, and they are largely unwilling to listen to the headquarters. Either one of these two problems is something that the headquarters needs to address urgently. Ning Yuan didn't say anything on the surface when he heard this, but inwardly, he snorted. In his opinion, if he were to summarize the thoughts of today's headquarters in one sentence, that is to want to let the horse run, but do not want to give the horse grass, but also worried that the horse for this reason to give up and quit. Just then, Louis took off his own glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose as he continued to speak. The first issue of resources, the headquarters is mobilizing all forces to search all over the country, and will not let the capable and meritorious transcendents get cold feet. But the second problem of not listening to the dispatch is not something that can be changed by a moment's resources. Take for example the outbreak in the city of Dahu, or the incident in the city of Daqing some time ago. There are many transcendents who have eaten a lot of the country's resources who are afraid of death and unwilling to contribute, but the headquarters can't do anything about it, and in today's situation, a second-order transcendent is in existence that can't be killed or cursed. After all, the headquarters has too much to consider, and is counting on them to maintain the peace and stability of a place. Speaking at the end, Louis sighed deeply. Alas. That's why the headquarters set up a program after careful consideration of all aspects. Hearing this, Ning Yuan already knew what Louis was going to say. Captain's program? Let the transcendents govern the transcendents. This program was an inevitable product of the transcendent era. The headquarters only needed to have the strongest transcendents sitting in the town, and then control all the cultivation resources. Then promote some of the top transcendents to be captains, and he share a portion of the rights and resources. In this way it can be controlled like a pyramid down one layer at a time. In the last life, the captain's program could be said to have been successful, with ordinary people and transcendents truly working with each other in their respective roles. So much so that later on, countries around the globe were modeled in such a way. As for the Ning Yuan of the previous life, because his ability was biased towards defense, he was not a captain, but a vice-captain in the area under Zhuqing Yue's jurisdiction. Sure enough, while Ning Yuan was pondering, Louis spoke out about the captain program, as well as the captain's authority and selection criteria. After hearing the selection criteria, a hint of gloom flashed through the depths of Ning Yuan's eyes. This criterion that only looked at strength and heart seemed fair, but relying on the word heart alone would allow the final decision to fall into the hands of the headquarters. In particular, the most preliminary candidate for captain was almost secretly monopolized by the major clans. What is called heartiness? When I say you have a bad attitude, that's bad heart, and when I say you're not responsible enough, that's still bad heart. This kind is still not the headquarters moving their mouths to say whatever they want. In the last life, until some talented and powerful transcendentals later rose to the top of the strength far more than those so-called captains, the headquarters of this cannot rely on this rhetoric secret operation. Ning Yuan of the 5 regions in the southeast, northwest, and center of China, I only recommend you to be the captain of the central China region. Right at this moment, Louis suddenly looked at Ning Yuan and came up with this sentence. Ning Yuan sniffed and looked at Louis with some consternation. The latter continued to speak. You solved the outbreak in Great Shanghai City and the incident in Great Qing City. In terms of strength, merit, and heart, you are qualified for the job. But, hearing the word but exit after Louis, Ning Yuan inwardly let out a sigh of relief. It was still the original flavor. But the headquarters is not my place. As I told you before, the forces within the headquarters are intricate and complicated, and with regards to the captain's selection, I only have the right to recommend, but not the right to decide. Ning Yuan if, and I mean if, the mobilization meeting decides that you're not in the 5 captain slots, don't get cold feet about it. I'll assure you in the name of the headquarters minister that you'll have the resources that the captains earn, and that you'll just have to strive to contribute more before the next year's captains open up. The position of the next Central China region captain will inevitably be yours. Ning Yuan didn't respond, he just picked up the tea in front of him and drank it in one go. Louis was evasive, saying something about how the captain's resources Ning Yuan would have as well, but Ning Yuan knew that that little bit of resources was nothing. The most important thing about a captain was its rights. A right to freely appoint and dismiss the person in charge of the region alone would be enough for him to create his own forces. The stronger the power, the stronger its voice and its ability to unify resources and collect them. After a moment of silence, Louis patted Ning Yuan's shoulder. This is just the worst possible outcome. Everything is not yet known until the spots are completely set, so I'll try my best to get you the captain's position as much as possible. The General Assembly will be held in a few days, and you'll have to go on stage to speak, so you can prepare what you're going to say in advance, and if you don't mind the hassle, let Su Wei arrange it for you. After saying that, Louis got up and left, while Ning Yuan got up to see him off. Out of the villa gate. Just as Louis and Su Wei were about to get into the car, Ning Yuan suddenly spoke. Minister. Louis turned around, only to see Ning Yuan looking at him with a smile on his face and said, I believe the headquarters is fair and impartial. Hearing Ning Yuan's somewhat ambiguous words, Louis froze for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Of course. Looking at the cars departing back, the smile on Ning Yuan's face slowly disappeared. Although Louis said that this was only the worst possible outcome, Ning Yuan already understood in his heart that this time, the candidate for captain was 100% without him. The reason was actually quite simple. The captain's power was too great, the benefits were too great, and now that everyone was a second-order transcendent, how could those few great clans give this big piece of fat meat to Ning Yuan, a transcendent with no roots? Even though Ning Yuan's contribution was great, in front of the huge benefits, the contribution wasn't really that important. What's more, Ning Yuan's contribution was, in the end, a contribution to ordinary people, not to these great families. Just then, the big yellow dog also walked out and came to Ning Yuan's side. It had also heard Louis and Ning Yuan's conversation on the second floor, so naturally, it was clear about the twists and turns inside. Looking at the car that disappeared around the corner, the big yellow dog couldn't help but frown. The captain has so much power, it seems that some people at headquarters are unwilling to let you take the throne. Ha. Not willing to let me rise to the top? Ning Yuan sniffed with a playful smile on his face. If they're not willing to let me get to the top, I won't? Now that I'm a third-order transcendent, I just want them to be so unwilling in their hearts, but they have to clap their hands and show their smiling faces at the assembly to invite me to the throne. Chapter 105 She's seducing him. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, the big yellow dog slapped his head. Why, yeah, you're already a third-order transcendent now. I thought that night was a dream if you didn't say so. Seemingly thinking of how those in power would look after learning that Ning Yuan had broken through to the third rank, Big Yellow Dog couldn't help but reveal a teasing smile.
For some reason, it suddenly associated itself with a scene from an ancient costume drama it had watched earlier. A high and mighty princess, for some reason, even if her heart is unwilling and her face is furious to the extreme, she has to give in and submit to a villain. In the afternoon, the doorbell of the villa rang again. This time Ning Yuan knew who was coming because that person had already sent him a message in advance. Big brother Ning. As soon as Ning Yuan opened the villa's front door, Xia Xinla's sweet voice came over. The other party wore a light yellow floral short skirt today, snow-white straight legs stepped on a pair of transparent high-heeled sandals, slightly curled long hair falling down to the waist, the face of the light makeup is more delicate and flawless. Little friend Ning, how have you been? There was another old man besides Xia Xinla, and the other party was none other than the person in charge of the Xia clan, Xia Changfeng. The old man hunchback, his dress is still that a tang suit, but its eyes as if through the vicissitudes of the years can see through the heart. A cumulative upper temperament is to let people in front of him is very pressure. Old Mr. Xia, good day. Ning Yuan smiled and shook hands with Xia Changfeng, then guided the two of them into the villa together. It's a bit presumptuous to pay a sudden visit today. As soon as he sat down on the sofa, Xia Changfeng opened his mouth with a smile. Ning Yuan waved his hand at the words. What are you talking about, old sir? Your coming here today has instantly made my humble abode flourish. Harm, you ah. Xia Changfeng laughed and pointed at Ning Yuan. On the side, Xia Xinla's face carried a light smile. She consciously bent down to pour tea for Ning Yuan and Xia Changfeng. Every move was in the style of a great lady. The second floor of the villa. Ning Xiaoluo and Big Yellow Dog were secretly staring at the scene downstairs from a corner. Sister Luo, that woman isn't right. Just then, Big Yellow Dog spoke up in a low voice. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoluo, who was carefully looking Xia Xinla up and down, inquired in a puzzled whisper. Not right? Where is it wrong? The Big Yellow Dog hesitated for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. According to behavioral psychology, I'm analyzing from this woman's expression and body micro-movements, she should be seducing Great King Ning. What? Ning Xiaoluo froze, then she looked downstairs at Xia Xinla with some surprise. After Big Yellow Dog said this, she did realize that Xia Xinla had been looking at Ning Yuan, and was also leaning towards him intentionally or unintentionally. For good reason, why would such a pretty girl seduce Xiao Yuan? Ning Xiaoluo couldn't help but frown. Why else, there must be a purpose. Big Yellow Dog fell back and said with extreme confidence. Also, Sister Luo, pay attention to that old bastard. That guy is so old that I can't actually tell anything from his demeanor and micro-expressions. This situation is written in the book. One of them is deliberate on the part of the other party, in order to keep people from guessing his mental thoughts by observing his micro-expressions. The second is a bit terrifying. That is that the other party's apparent mouth is not what it seems to be, has reached an extremely profound realm. Simply put, it's the kind of lying one's own can believe. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoluo couldn't help but reveal a worried expression as she looked downstairs at Ning Yuan. The Big Yellow Dog saw her look and spoke again. Sister Luo, don't worry, Ning De Wang won't be fooled and suffer. Xiao Yuan won't suffer losses? Why? Ning Xiaoluo inquired curiously. The Big Yellow Dog's eyes darted around, then he stretched out his dog paw to cover his mouth and laughed. Because these two are half a caddy. First floor couch. Xia Changfeng did not beat around the bush and spoke straight to the point. Little friend Ning, I'm here this time for the captain selection. Louis came by this morning, didn't he? Then he should have already told you all about it. Ning Yuan was not surprised that Xia Changsheng would know that Louis had come to his place. After all, for this old man in front of him, wanting to know the whereabouts of a minister could be said to be easy. Nodding, Ning Yuan spoke. Not bad, the minister came by, and based on what he said, I'm afraid I won't be elected captain this time. Xia Changfeng was silent for a moment at his words, then actually nodded. Not bad, the quota has roughly been set, you indeed can't be it. Ning Yuan smiled, then picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. Meanwhile, Xia Changfeng rubbed the jade trigger on his thumb and slowly opened his mouth. Actually, it can't be helped, the headquarters isn't a person's headquarters, it's a place where resources are jointly tilted by the 15 major families of Huaxia, so what big decisions are made within the headquarters will inevitably not be able to bypass these families. These clans are scattered all over China during peacetime and do not interfere with each other. Now that the foreign races are invading the world, it is still these families that control the vast majority of the resources that are united in tilting their resources with all their might that have shaped the current headquarters pattern and laid the foundation for it. Drinking water doesn't forget to dig wells, so some things Louis also has the heart to do. Ning Yuan nodded and didn't say much. Xia Changfeng continued. Oh Ning Yuan, my Xia family knows how to repay favors. I once said that if you saved Zanara's life, you also saved my life, and the Xia family will always be your friends. So when it comes to the selection of the captain at the headquarters, my Xia family is fully supporting you. But then again, with just my Xia family and Louis supporting you, in the end, it still won't work. Firstly, all the other captain candidates have a minimum of 2 families behind them. Second, the other captain's choices are all from origins within these families, and no more than that, they are also related to these families.
With that said, I'm afraid you can understand the meaning of my words.
Sometimes the old codgers in power are just so pedantic and realistic. Ning Yuan smiled at his words.
I understand what the old gentleman said.
Although Xia Changfeng hadn't explicitly said something like letting Ning Yuan marry Xia Xinla again, the meaning in his last words was already obvious.
Just because Ning Yuan hadn't joined these clans, hadn't become one of them. That's why he can't be the captain.
Gently patting Ning Yuan's shoulder, under Xia Xinla's support, Xia Changfeng slowly got up and looked at Ning Yuan and said, I was passing by today and took the time to come here, firstly, to see you and to have a chat with you.
The second is to clarify my Xia family's position to you.
Ning Yuan, the game of power is never a one-man battle. Hearing Xia Changfeng's words, Ning Yuan slowly spoke.
Thanks a lot, I'll keep what Elder Xia said and what the Xia family did in my heart, Ning Yuan.
After saying that, the three of them walked out of the villa under Ning Yuan's escort.
Big brother Ning, we're leaving, come to Jiling when you're free, I'll show you around.
After waiting for Xia Changfeng to get into the car, Xia Zanara turned back to Ning Yuan and spoke with a smile.
Smelling the faint fragrance coming from the other party, Ning Yuan nodded. Okay, I'll go over there when I have time.
Looking at the cars departing back, Ning Yuan's face was as calm as water.
Xia Changfeng was right, the game of power was indeed not a solo battle. But that has a premise.
That is that the strength of the individual cannot be higher than the strength of the group.
Chapter 106 Mobilizing Emotions.
A morning 3 days later.
An airliner took off from Great Zhou City and slowly flew towards Great Capital City.
As the first large-scale transcendent mobilization meeting in China, its participants were not only the newcomers transcendents who had joined the headquarters in the past half year, but also quite a number of second-order transcendents, as well as the heads of various regions. After all, this meeting was not only to welcome the newcomers, but also to publicize the captain's plan.
And that meant a large number of people participating in the meeting.
If you count all the transcendents and ordinary people, there are almost around 3,500 people participating in this meeting.
Inside the airplane,
Su Wei, who was wearing a professional set of dresses, pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and spoke the number of attendees on the tablet to Ning Yuan across the room. Today, Su Wei had tied a pill head, and the whole person looked extraordinarily competent and tidy. Hearing this figure, Ning Yuan just nodded, then quietly looked at the sea of clouds outside through the airplane glass. At this moment, apart from Ning Yuan and Su Wei, there were only a few staff members left on the airplane. These men and women who were not too old were all responsible for assisting Su Wei in dealing with various things on weekdays. And they had all met the head of the Great Zhou City, their true superior, for the first time in a real sense today. Looking at Ning Yuan, who was wearing a black shirt with a handsome side face, a girl with black-framed glasses couldn't help but look mesmerized. If it wasn't for the fact that they, as the person in charge's accompanying staff, had followed Ning Yuan to this conference, they were afraid that they wouldn't have been able to see this superior of theirs. After all, if Ning Yuan could fly, he would never walk.
Dying City.
As an airplane landed, group after group of people appeared inside the capital's airport. Then they were pulled away by special cars with signs that had been waiting for them for a long time. In front of the capital city hall. The special car slowly stopped, and Ning Yuan's group of 6 people got out of the car, then walked into the huge reception hall. Su Wei consciously led the way in front, and soon familiarly led Ning Yuan's few people into the conference hall.
This is your seats.
Receiving the sign from the staff member in charge of handing out the seat tags, Su Wei's eyes widened instantly.
2611. Is this the wrong one to send?
Su Wei asked the staff member in front of her, pointing at the numbers on the sign.
Aren't you guys from Great Zhou City? The staff member looked at Su Wei suspiciously. We are. That's right.
Looking at the expressionless staff, Su Wei pursed her lips, then led Ning Yuan and the others into the conference hall. Walking on the steps of the huge conference hall, the girl wearing black-framed glasses with a double ponytail came to Su Wei's side to question him suspiciously.
Sister Su Wei, what's wrong? Is it a bad location?
The corner of Su Wei's mouth was tinged with a smile as she secretly glanced at the expressionless Ning Yuan behind her, then showed the card to the girl beside her.
Wen, do you know what this means?
The girl shook her head.
No idea. This is the first time I've been to this place, I've seen it on TV before. Su Wei smiled and opened her mouth, pointing at the seat sign.
This first number it means the second row at the very front, and the numbers behind it represent our seat positions.
Ha!
The girl's mouth fell open.
Us? Sit in the second row?
Even though the girl didn't understand this, she knew exactly what it meant to sit at the front of the line on an occasion like this. Thinking of this, the girl couldn't help but turn her head to look at Ning Yuan. Wait a minute, her boss will also be on stage to give a speech. Just thinking about that scene alone made the girl feel a little excited inside. Soon, a few people walked through the steps, through the crowd, and straight to the very front. Su Wei quickly found the seats for the 6 of them in the second row. Ning Yuan sat in the center while Su Wei sat beside him. Seeing that the meeting would still take a while to convene, Ning Yuan simply took out his own cell phone and started playing elimination music.
As for Su Wei and a few other staff members, they were surveying everything in the conference hall like curious babies. It was solemn, magnificent, and huge. Sister Su Wei, you're so familiar with this place, do you come here often? Wenwen asked Su Wei in a low voice. Su Wei shook her head with some excitement. No, it's my first time here as well. You think I'm familiar with this? That's because I've been preparing for this day for quite some time and have asked several staff members within the great capital city. That's why it looks so familiar. Hearing this, Wen couldn't help but secretly admire Su Wei's work ethic. With the passage of time, the people attending the meeting also gradually arrived. The arrival of more than 3,000 people also made this solemn meeting hall become noisy. Brother, you play this elimination game better than my mom. Behind Ning Yuan's seat, a youth's voice suddenly came over. Su Wei subconsciously turned around to look at the person who had spoken. The other party looked young and dressed in a trendy manner, but how could someone who could sit in the third row be an idle person? Su Wei and the other party exchanged a glance, then turned their heads back. Ning Yuan, on the other hand, spoke directly without turning back. Really, your mom might be able to catch up to me if she plays for a few more years. After all, this kind of game has a cap. As soon as these words came out, some people around them immediately looked at Ning Yuan with odd expressions. Even the youth who had spoken had the corners of his mouth twitch. Ning Yuan. Just then, someone loudly greeted Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan looked up in the direction of the speaker. The person who had called out to him was Zhang Guang. The other person was sitting in the first row, and was currently turning back towards Ning Yuan and waving his hand with a smile. Ning Yuan nodded towards it as a response. What? He's Ning Yuan. The moment they heard those two words, the cacophony within Ning Yuan's region seemed to give way. Numerous gazes then looked towards Ning Yuan in unison. Being watched by so many transcendents, Su Wei's view unconsciously became a little nervous. And just at this moment, Louis, dressed in a suit, slowly walked up to the podium. Good morning, comrades. The simple opening statement resounded throughout the room, instantly causing the cacophony of voices to fade away. At this time, Ning Yuan had also finished swiping the last level of the newest game, and then tucked his cell phone into his pocket. On the podium, Luyi's voice was thick and powerful, rich in magnetism. First of all, thank you all for coming to this meeting. The meeting is divided into 2 segments and is expected to end in 3 hours, while after the meeting everyone can head to the second floor for dinner. Although transcendence can survive without eating, eating for humans is a pleasure in itself, and I want you to keep enjoying it in the future. As Luyi's words fell, the entire room resounded with applause. As the minister of the headquarters, Luyi's attainments and speech could be said to be at the peak. He knows how to mobilize people's various emotions, and even more so, he knows how to control the scene. The next time, Louis first warmly welcomed those newly joined transcendents on behalf of the country and the transcendent headquarters. He then spoke from the origin of the human race to the history and civilization, and then to the family and national sentiment and Chinese heritage. Under his language art, those newbie transcendents with dreams were also thoroughly mobilized with patriotic sentiments. It wasn't until Louis saw that the time was almost right that he spoke about the invasion of the foreign races and boosted everyone's morale. Finally, Louis scanned the room and spoke with a smile. I know that many of you are here because of the deeds of one person. This person decimated the alien powerhouses in the great Shanghai city and saved hundreds of thousands of ordinary people. He's a newcomer who joined the headquarters not long ago, just like you guys. He came from an ordinary background, but what he did was not ordinary at all. Next, please invite Ning Yuan to the stage, and he will send you his most sincere blessings. Chapter 107. You guys are the real heroes. Snapping. As Luyi's words fell, the sound of applause rang out once again. Regarding Ning Yuan's name, quite a few people had heard of it long ago. He had saved hundreds of thousands of ordinary people and had killed a strong foreigner alone. There was no one who wouldn't be curious about what such a person actually looked like, or how strong he was and how he did it. Feeling the enthusiasm of the entire crowd, Su Wei's heart was beating harder and harder. Although she had the guts to go on TV without showing any fear. But this place wasn't comparable to a TV station. There were countless big names and powerful people here. So even if she wasn't the one giving the speech this time, she was still nervous as hell. Just when Su Wei subconsciously looked at Ning Yuan, she only found that the latter was still looking as normal. Only Ning Yuan slowly got up, and then under the gaze of countless people, he walked towards the podium step by step. Louis watched with a smile on his face as he applauded. Somewhere in the first row under the stage, Zhuo Qingyue quietly looked at Ning Yuan. Xia Changfeng and Xia Xinla were also looking at Ning Yuan, the latter applauding with a thick smile on her pretty face. When Ning Yuan arrived at the lectern, Louis made way for him. As the applause faded away. What a bunch of innocent and cute little guys. Thinking so in his heart, Ning Yuan scanned the entire field with a smile on his face. Just as he was about to say something, a voice suddenly sounded from the back of the conference hall seats. It was a loud, middle-heavy voice. Ning Yuan. My name is Wu Zhanfei, from the Songjiang New District of Dahu City. Thank you for saving my hometown and my parents and relatives. We've always wanted to thank you in person, you're our hero. Ning Yuan sniffed and looked at the person who had spoken. It was a plain-looking man with a flat head and a stout figure. I'm also from Great Shanghai City, and I also thank you Ning Yuan, you're a hero. Another transcendent stood up to thank Ning Yuan. Hero. Another person stood up and shouted. Hero. Soon, many more people shouted. These people without exception were basically all transcendents from the Great Shanghai City. Some of them had just become transcendents, and some of them hadn't had time to come back from the outbreak in the city of Dahu. To these people, Ning Yuan had saved their homes, and they were certainly grateful to each other. On the podium, Ning Yuan smiled as he waved his hand in a gesture towards those who stood up and kept shouting hero. As those people sat down quietly again, Ning Yuan slowly spoke. As the head of the headquarters, it is my job to guard the people and defend the country. I'm just doing my part. Too many people died within the outbreak in the city of Dahu, and I'm just lucky to have survived, and how can I be the word hero? Saying this, Ning Yuan paused for a moment. He then raised his hand and pointed at everyone in the conference hall. But you are different. You lived a life of freedom and comfort before you joined HQ. But you were willing to give up your comfortable lives to join the headquarters to do your part at a time of danger for your country, willing to fight the foreigners without fear of life or death, willing to guard our homeland, willing to protect our compatriots. And you, my friends. You guys are the real heroes. As Ning Yuan's words fell, the entire room fell silent. Snapped. Then a violent outburst of extremely enthusiastic applause erupted, and many people stood up, followed by more and more people standing up. On the podium, the applauding Lu Yi's eyes revealed a strong appreciation for Ning Yuan. Below the stage, many people in the first row were exchanging nods and clapping. Zhuo Qingyue was also applauding, and her gaze toward Ning Yuan became more and more complicated. In the next few moments, Ning Yuan kept praising the headquarters and the country. He also said something about how he fought with the foreigners, and said that the foreigners weren't strong, and that we must be the ones to win in the end, etc. As time passed, the first phase of the conference ended with Ning Yuan's final words of blessing. When Ning Yuan returned to his seat, the people around him looked at him with smiles on their faces. Su Wei was even filled with admiration. In her opinion, Ning Yuan's ability to control the scene in his speech was simply perfect. Meanwhile, on the podium, Louis had already begun to talk about the second phase of the conference. It was precisely about the implementation of the captain program and the selection conditions. There are no rules, and unity is inevitably the only prerequisite for victory in this immortal war. Covered by the captain's program are the transcendents of all of China. As long as you are strong, responsible, and your contribution to the populace is high enough, then you are qualified to become a captain. Next, Louis listed out all the duties of a captain, as well as the benefits. As expected, the entire room was completely in an uproar. Some transcendents frowned, thinking that this was a disguised means of controlling themselves. There were also transcendents who rejoiced, seeing it as a ladder to climb upward and fair. There were even second-order transcendents who were angry inside but could do nothing about it. The captain's plan was fair and favorable to the vast majority of them, even though it controlled them in disguise. Waiting for everyone to gradually quiet down, Louis continued to speak. Below, start announcing the 5 captains of the first session. This time, the candidates were decided after the votes of all parties were weighed, and the results were transparent, fair and impartial. Captain of North China, a rank 2nd stage Zhang Guang. As Louis's words fell, the huge display screen behind it lit up. The screen listed out the time regarding Zhang Guang joining the headquarters, as well as the tasks he had accomplished, and the number of people he had saved. Everyone could see it clearly. Zhang Guang had joined the headquarters for more than 5 years, during which time he had completed more than 15 missions, large and small, related to foreign beings, and had saved more than 50,000 people. It had to be said that Zhang Guang's resume was indeed very good looking, at least most of the transcendents present were ashamed of themselves after looking at it. As Zhang Guang went up to the stage, after standing to Lu Yi's side, Lu Yi continued to speak. The following is the announcement of the second captain candidate. Captain of the West China region, S-Class 2nd rank Zhuo Qingyue. Chapter 108 I'll be the captain for sure. On the podium, as Lu Yi's words fell, the resume about Zhang Guang on the huge display screen disappeared, and was then replaced with Zhuo Qingyue's resume. And she had more than Zhang Guang in both the number of missions and the people she had saved. But at this moment, everyone's attention was on Zhuo Qingyue's S-Class rating. S rank? There's actually an S-ranked transcendent at the headquarters. The rumors are actually true. Heavens, an S-ranked 2nd order transcendent, how powerful would that be? I just don't know what her spirit seed ability is. Just as everyone was talking, Zhuo Qingyue came on stage. Today, she didn't wear a hood, and her long, snow-white hair that fell down to her waist was particularly eye-catching. She had a slender figure and wore a short white dress, and her makeup-less face was still cold and perfect. Upon seeing her, many people felt extremely stunning. Ning Yuan was not surprised by the headquarters' behavior of completely exposing Zhuo Qingyue's rating. This was because once Zhuo Qingyue became a captain, there would be even more things that she dealt with, and this also meant that her strength and abilities could not be hidden at all. Since it would be exposed sooner or later, it would be better to expose it now. After all, exposing it now in front of everyone would still show the strength of the headquarters. After standing on the other side with Zhuo Qingyue, Louis continued to speak. Third captain candidate. East China region, rank A, second order, Wang Yuefang. On the display screen, biographical information about Wang Yuefang surfaced. It was a middle-aged man, wearing a military uniform, with a cold face and a straight figure who slowly walked onto the stage and then stood to the side of Zheng Wang. The fourth captain candidate. South China region, Class A, second order, by Xiao Tang. This was a woman around 30 years of age. She wore a long black dress, and although her looks were ordinary, she had white and plump skin, and her entire temperament looked excellent, with a feeling of grace and splendor. Bai Xiaotang came to Zhuo Qingyue's side. She looked at the other party and smiled lightly, while Zhuo Qingyue just looked at her in silence. The following is the last captain candidate. As Lu Yi's words were uttered, a number of people in the seating area turned their gazes in the direction where Ning Yuan was. In the eyes of most of the transcendents, the captain of this central China region was bound to be Ning Yuan. Although Ning Yuan hadn't joined the headquarters for long, his contribution was so great that it even surpassed the four captains standing on the stage. Lu Yi paused for a moment as he swept his gaze over Ning Yuan's body before slowly speaking. Central China region, rank as second stage, Shangguan Jie. As Lu Yi's words fell, the biographical information about Shangguan Jie was displayed in front of everyone. At this moment, many people were greatly surprised. In their opinion, this Shangguan Jie's resume was no better than the other four captains on stage. If they were talking about contribution alone, it was even less than Ning Yuan. Thinking of this, many people immediately murmured. What's going on? This last captain position isn't actually Ning Yuan? Who knows? That's weird. Offstage, Shangguan Jie walked up from the first row. He was handsome, with a slender figure, and his entire person carried an air of confidence. Second row. Although Su Wei had some inner regrets as to why Ning Yuan hadn't become the captain, she wasn't going to question HQ's decision. Looking at Shangguan Jie, who walked onto the stage, a hint of coldness flashed in Ning Yuan's eyes. Shangguan family. In his previous life when he was executed, there were transcendents from the Shangguan family among those present. Shangguan Yunhe, a sixth-order transcendent. Calculating the time, this top pillar of the Shangguan family would not be born until almost 50 years later. On stage. Shangguan Jie came to Zheng Wang's side of the stage, and not only that, he also flashed a smile in the direction of where Ning Yuan was. Just then, Louis slowly spoke. The selection of the captain has been completed. The next captain's assessment evaluation will be in a year's time, so I hope that everyone will cultivate hard during this year's time and strive for this captain's position. Last time, if everyone has anything to ask, you can ask now and I will answer your questions. On stage. Zhuo Qingyue looked at Shangguan Jie and frowned. She just wanted to open her mouth to say something. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud sound resounded through the entire arena. This sound instantly attracted everyone's attention. Su Wei clenched her long black silk legs and curled up on the seat, looking at Ning Yuan beside her with a shocked expression. In front of them, the solid wood table that originally held water was smashed out of a large hole by Ning Yuan. Seeing that it was Ning Yuan who had made the noise, quite a few people instantly revealed expressions of watching. Louis on the stage frowned, a trace of undetectable disappointment flashing through his eyes. He muttered in his heart. Ning Yuan, don't you understand the principle of a submerged dragon in the abyss? A moment's quickness won't change anything, instead it will leave an extremely bad impression on those people and affect your future. Among the five captains, excluding Zhuo Qingyue who let out an imperceptible sigh. Zheng Guang, on the other hand, the three of them were quietly watching the developments with no ripples on their faces. Only Shangguan Jie had a smile on his face that grew stronger. Xia family, this is the person you want to pull in? Just this? Right at this moment, Louis spoke with a smile appearing on his face. Ning Yuan, what is your business? Ning Yuan slowly got up, his face expressionless as he gazed at the several people on stage, his gaze lingering on Zhuo Qingyue for a moment before pointing at Shangguan Jie. He doesn't deserve to be the captain. When these words came out, the field was suddenly noisy. Here it comes, I told you there's definitely something lively to see. I also think that Shangguan Jie isn't worthy, at least not compared to Ning Yuan. Interesting. First row off stage. The faces of the Shangguan family remained ancient, not producing any fluctuations due to Ning Yuan's words. On the other hand, Xia Changfeng sighed and shook his head. Grandpa, what's wrong? Seeing Xia Changfeng in this state, Xia Xinlai inquired with some concern. Alas, Ning Yuan is still too young. Does he think that the captain is his after such a mess? Xia Changfeng slowly spoke as he looked at the crowd on the stage. Since those people dared to make Shangguan Jie the captain, they must have prepared a reason to convince the crowd. On stage. Ho 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 ho.
Shang Guanjia, who had been pointed at by Ning Yuan, laughed as he looked at Ning Yuan and slowly spoke.
Ning Yuan, you said that I don't deserve to be captain, do you?
First of all, regardless of the fact that our realms are comparable, let's just talk about the outbreak of the great Shanghai city that made you famous. Although it is true that you ultimately solved this incident, you said yourself that you were just lucky. Countless second-order, first-order transcendents died in it, even the third-order transcendent Tian Shangfeng died in it, and you were only a second-order transcendent, yet you ended up stepping on their corpses to gain their honor and resources. To put it nicely, it was you who saved these hundreds of thousands of people in the great Shanghai city. To put it bluntly, you were merely the last lucky straw that crushed the camel.
In addition, other than the outbreak in Big Shanghai City, what other contributions have you made? Daqing City? Right, I remember that incident. You were also with Zuoqinghua, right? Ning Yuan, since you joined the headquarters, how many times have you completed a mission from the headquarters alone? Once? Or twice? You say I don't deserve it, so do you deserve to be captain?
The moment Shang Guanjie said this, it caused the cacophony in the room to get heavier. Looking at the indifferent Ning Yuan, Shang Guanjie had a teasing look in his eyes. Ever since deciding to make him the captain of Central China, the Shangguan family had long been prepared for all sorts of unexpected situations.
Xia family, even if you guys try to block it in every way possible, I'm going to be the captain of this team. Chapter 109, The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Ha. As Shang Guanjie's words fell, the cacophony of the entire room was immediately suppressed by a rampant laughter. Countless people looked at Ning Yuan, who was letting out a loud laugh, in dismay. Ha. We're in comparable realms?
As the cacophony of the entire arena faded away, Ning Yuan stopped laughing as he looked at everyone on the stage with a sneer on his face.
Sorry, Minister. I forgot to congratulate you. Just last night, I accidentally managed to break through the third rank. As soon as Ning Yuan said this, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Louis didn't react for a moment, but soon his eyes behind his glasses began to widen. What did Ning Yuan just say? Someone on the stage pulled out his ears and asked the person beside him incredulously. Third rank. He said he, last night, broke through the third rank. Impossible. How is this possible? Are you kidding? I'm afraid Ning Yuan hasn't gone crazy and is talking nonsense here. On the stage, Zuoqinghua looked at Ning Yuan incredulously. Her originally bland and indifferent face was also filled with shock at this moment. How difficult it was for a second stage to break through to the third stage. She, a second stage transcendent, was of course aware of that. Even with her S-class qualifications, she had been stuck at the second stage for 3 years, and she still didn't know how many years it would take to break through to the third stage. Zhang Guang's several captains were even more disbelieving, and the former even secretly shook his head, thinking that Ning Yuan was talking nonsense. Ha. Shang Guanjie laughed after he was stunned. He pointed at Ning Yuan and first let out a loud laugh, then his complexion suddenly changed as he looked at Ning Yuan with an extremely gloomy expression and opened his mouth. Ning Yuan, this is the capital assembly hall. You should be clear about what this place represents. You dare to speak madly in such a solemn place. Do you seek death? Snap. As Shang Guanjie's last words rang out. Along with it was a crisp slap. Ning Yuan had appeared in front of Shang Guanjie at an unknown time, and the other party had already been slapped to the ground by him at the moment. Half of Shang Guanjie's face was a bloody mess, and several blood-stained teeth were scattered on the ground. At this moment, Shang Guanjie didn't seem to have reacted, and his hand still maintained the appearance of pointing forward. Deadly silence. Qin Guanyi, who was sitting in the first row, violently stood up as he looked at Ning Yuan with a horrified expression. At this moment, the several captains on the stage simultaneously took a step back, subconsciously tensing their bodies as sweat surfaced on their foreheads. Just now, they actually didn't realize when Ning Yuan had appeared beside them, or even when Ning Yuan had hit Shang Guanjie. What kind of terrifying speed was this? If Ning Yuan wanted to kill them, then wouldn't they not be able to react at all as well? Thinking of this, Zhang Guang's throat rolled, and it was no longer difficult to suppress the shock within him. You're a tiny second-rank transcendent who actually dares to speak out against me, a third-rank transcendent. This slap is to remind you of the gap between us. Right at this moment, Ning Yuan looked down at Shang Guanjie and opened his mouth. His voice was ghostly and did not contain a trace of emotion. At the same time, the belated sensation of intense pain on his face finally dragged Shang Guanjie back from his daze. You dare to hit me. He looked at Ning Yuan in front of him, his eyes instantly filled with extreme anger. In the next moment, Shang Guanjie's body violently exuded a sense of oppression, while the surface of his skin began to densely sprout bizarre scales. However, right at this moment, an old man holding a walking stick suddenly appeared in the middle of Shang Guanjie and Ning Yuan. Qin Guanyi pointed his cane at Shang Guanjie's forehead, immediately causing his breath to lurch, and then the scales that had been born quickly faded away like a tidal wave. Ning Yuan is already at the third rank. Shang Guanjie, what are you going to do? Qin Guanyi's pale eyes looked at Shang Guanjie, instantly causing the latter to shiver. At the same time, the Shangguan family's people ran onto the stage. Shangguan Jie. You spoke out of turn. Hurry up and apologize to Ning Yuan. Shangguan Jie's father, Shangguan Yangshan, turned his back to Ning Yuan, angrily scolded Shangguan Jie, who was lying on the ground, and gave him a wink with an extremely ugly face. At this moment, Shangguan Jie broke out into a cold sweat. Where did he not understand that if he had just dared to strike out at Ning Yuan, then the other party would be able to reasonably and legally slaughter him in front of everyone? Taking a deep breath, Shangguan Jie struggled to get up and apologize towards Ning Yuan. Yes, I'm sorry, Ning Yuan, it's me who spoke out of turn, I won't dare to do so in the future. Seemingly seeing that a hint of disappointment seemed to flash through Ning Yuan's eyes, the cold sweat behind Shangguan Jie's back increased even more. Seeing that he couldn't kill Shangguan Jie for the time being, Ning Yuan's face eased as he smiled and nodded at him. Ha. Knowing your mistakes and being able to change them is a good thing. Times are different, you have to recognize the gap in strength. Not all third-order transcendents are as nice as I am. Just then, Qin Guangyi turned around as he looked at Ning Yuan. A smile slowly appeared on his aged face as he spoke in an emotional tone. Ning Yuan, it took me more than 10 years to break through from the second rank to the third rank, but it only took you a mere half a year. Truly remarkable. It's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and heroes come out from generation to generation. With you here, it is indeed a blessing for the headquarters, a blessing for Huaxia. Ning Yuan shook his head and laughed. Senior is joking, you're the pillar of Huaxia, the divine needle that calms the sea. It's just luck that I was able to break through the third rank. Saying that, Ning Yuan walked over to Louis, who was still in shock, and affectionately took his hand. Minister, I can break through to the third stage thanks to the spirits from the headquarters. It was only at this moment that Louis seemed to come back to his senses as he held Ning Yuan's hand with both of his hands in a death grip, his face filled with shock. Ning Yuan. You really? Ning Yuan smiled and nodded. Good. Louis's face reddened with excitement. Headquarters, my Huaxia finally has another third-order transcendent. Chapter 110, Trying to do everything possible. What does it mean to be a third-order transcendent? In Louis's opinion, in today's era, if a third-order transcendent appears in a small, poor country, then this small, poor country is no less than creating a nuclear weapon out of thin air, and even the lethality of a third-order transcendent outperforms a nuclear weapon in a certain way. For today's top powers, a third-order transcendentalist is the king of bombs, the foundation for stabilizing the situation. The reason why the headquarters is the strongest transcendent power in China is because there are third-order transcendents in the headquarters. One strong step at a time, this is just like a snowball. As long as the headquarters keeps this momentum, it can mobilize the resources of the entire country. It will always be the strongest transcendent power. So now that there is one more third-order transcendent in the headquarters, how can Louis not be happy? As for how Ning Yuan broke through the third order, why did he break through so fast? Although Louis was curious, there was no way he was stupid enough to get to the bottom of Ning Yuan right now. Right at this moment, a few more old men in suits with extraordinary temperaments smiled and went up to the stage to talk to Ning Yuan. Congratulations, it's true that heroes come out of youths. I told you, a transcendent who can tackle the great Shanghai city by himself is truly extraordinary. At the same time, on the other hand, the Shangguan family's people used the reason of treating Shangguan Jie's injuries to greet Ning Yuan's people before leaving. At this moment, the stage was completely abuzz. Ning Yuan really broke through to the third stage? How did he do that? Could it be that the spirit seed he fused could increase the breakthrough speed? This is too heaven-defying. My God, it's simply terrifying as hell. People are more angry than people. At the same age, my breakthrough to the second rank is far away, and others have already broken through to the third rank. The first row under the stage. Someone with a gloomy face looked at the stage and clenched the teacup in his hand. Some people's faces were expressionless, and their eyes were filled with coldness. There were also people who bowed their heads and were sending messages, informing the people behind them of everything that had happened here. Looking at the scene on the stage of the false and the false, Xia Changfeng's entire body leaned back in his chair as if he was paralyzed. At this moment, he finally understood why Ning Yuan didn't look down on his Xia family. Ning Yuan, I thought I was high enough on you, but I didn't realize that I still underestimated you. Xia Xinla, who was at the side, sniffed incredulously and looked at her grandfather. Grandpa, Ning Yuan, he really became a third-order transcendent? Xia Changfeng slowly nodded and said, judging from Qin Guangyi's performance, Ning Yuan is bound to have become a third-order transcendent. Xia Xinla only felt her brain go blank at those words. What was a third-order transcendent? The Qin family was currently recognized as the strongest family just because they had the strongest transcendent in China, Qin Guangyi. And why did the Zhou family jump from the bottom of the line to the top 5? It's because the Zhou family has an A-ranked Zhou Shaolin and an S-ranked Zhou Qingyu. If nothing goes wrong, this sibling duo will inevitably be promoted to the third rank in the future, which is why the Zhou family's status has risen, attracting countless forces to take the initiative to flatter and climb up. It is also because his Xia family did not appear decent transcendent descendants, which is why the discourse is getting weaker and weaker, from the previous top 3 families to the current end of the stream. Times had changed, but the power held by their Xia family hadn't changed. Grandpa, I'll find a way to be with Ning Yuan and tie him to my Xia family. You're not in good health, don't worry too much. Seeing that Xia Changfeng seemed to have aged a bit more, watery mist surfaced in Xia Zanara's beautiful eyes. Alas! Hearing his granddaughter's words, Xia Changfeng sighed. At his first rank, the status of the Xia family and Ning Yuan were unequal, and at that time, Ning Yuan could only climb up to the Xia family. At his second rank, the Xia family and Ning Yuan's status was equal, and at that time, Ning Yuan and the Xia family were mutually beneficial. But now that he's at the third rank, the status of the Xia family and him has reversed, and we're not qualified or capable of going for a reciprocal win-win situation with him, so we can only go to depend on him. Saying this, Xia Changfeng couldn't help but look at Qin Guangyi on the stage. The world knew that Qin Guangyi was the pillar of the headquarters, the #1 strongest person in Huaxia. But a very few people knew that. Qin Guangyi was not originally surnamed Qin, he joined the Qin family and then changed his surname. Although Qin Guangyi is a door-to-door son-in-law, who dares to say that he is a door-to-door son-in-law in today's Qin family, and who dares to say that he is not a member of the Qin family? This is the change brought about by a powerful force. Now that the Xia clan hadn't pulled in Ning Yuan when he was at the second rank, and now that the other party was already at the third rank, what qualifications did he, the Xia clan, have to pull in? Whether it was resources or money. As long as Ning Yuan became a captain and governed central China, the resources he could obtain from it were far more than what his Xia family could give. Moreover, Xia Changfeng could see what Ning Yuan had done today and praised his methods. The other party was trying to show him that he could get what he wanted by himself. Did Ning Yuan achieve his goal? Of course it had been achieved, and it had also disgusted the headquarters and those lineages that had secretly finalized the captain selection for a bit. By exposing that he had broken through the third rank in front of everyone, he was forcing the headquarters to punch themselves in the face for choosing him as the captain. Although the headquarters and those lineages were all too reluctant to do so, they had to smack themselves in the face for this, smiling as they gave up a captaincy position to Ning Yuan. Because what would the others think if this position wasn't given? A second-order transcendent as a captain and a third-order transcendent as a henchman? It might have been normal in previous years, but in today's transcendent era, this was a bit too far-fetched. Besides, if Ning Yuan left in a fit of rage, what would they do? One had to know that a third-order transcendent would instantly have the topmost status no matter which country he went to. So the headquarters, for whatever reason, would inevitably swallow all of their grievances and go to curry favor with Ning Yuan. Thinking of this, a glint suddenly flashed in Xia Changfeng's eyes. By not telling headquarters in advance that he had broken through to the third rank, Ning Yuan is resenting what headquarters and those clans have done. But my Xia clan has maintained goodwill towards him and helped him from start to finish. With such a comparison, perhaps my Xia family still has a chance, even if it is to bow down and depend on him, so what? As long as we let the other clans know that Ning Yuan and my Xia clan are very close, we can maneuver a lot of things from there. With this thought in his mind, Xia Changfeng looked at Xia Xinla. Zanara Xia Zanara nodded her head in a hurry. Grandpa, Zanara is here. You find a way to curry favor with Ning Yuan, even if you can't be his wife, having a close relationship with him that exceeds that of a friend will be of great benefit to my Xia family. Xia Xinla froze at his words, then pursed her lips. She could hear the meaning of Xia Changfeng's words, that even if she were to be the lover of Ning Yuan, a third-order transcendentalist, she would bring great benefits to the Xia family. Seeing Xia Xinla's silence, Xia Changfeng continued to speak. Zanara, Grandpa said this a bit too much, but you have to understand that a beautiful woman would rather marry an emperor as a concubine and not a commoner as a wife. In fact, this era, to be much more cruel than even the previous era, my Xia family want to not be washed away by the torrent of this era, can only think of every way. Chapter 111. Some familiar words. After a moment of silence, Xia Xinla nodded and spoke softly. Grandpa, I know. Xia Changfeng sighed deeply as he reached out his pale hand to touch Xia Xinla's head. I've wronged you, but Grandpa won't harm you. If this doesn't work, then we'll have to marry the Shangguan family. Hearing that she had to marry the Shangguan family, Xia Xinla unconsciously bit her red lips, her eyes filled with sadness. At this moment, on the stage, Zhuo Qingyue looked at Ning Yuan, who was surrounded by the crowd, and a smile suddenly appeared on her originally cold face. This smile could not be said to be self-deprecating or otherwise. This made by Xiao Tang, who was on the side, quite a bit surprised. Xingyue, wasn't Ning Yuan on a mission with you not too long ago? Did he break through the third rank then? Just then, Zhang Guang also came to Zhuo Qingyue's side as he looked at the other party incredulously inquiring. Zhuo Qingyue shook her head. At that time, he should still be of the second rank. I didn't sense the aura of a third-rank transcendent from his body. At this time, Bai Xiaotang and Wang Yuefan were also listening quietly on the side. It's not the third rank, that means he really just broke through the third rank not long ago. Zhang Guang muttered. How on earth did he do that? No, just what level of spirit species has he fused that the breakthrough speed would actually be so fast? The three of them, Zhuqiangyue, were silent at the words. They were all second-rank transcendents and knew how difficult it was to break through to the third rank. Currently, there were only 2 handfuls of third-order transcendents in the world, and all of these third-order transcendents were the first batch of transcendents without exception. That is, they became transcendents 20 years ago. The youngest of these third-order transcendents were in their 40s, and the older ones were even in their 60s and 70s. But what was Ning Yuan, a third-order transcendent in his early 20s, today? A genius? If Ning Yuan was a genius, then what were they all? Thinking of this, Zheng Guang could not hide the intense curiosity within him. He squeezed through the crowd and arrived in front of Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, how did you break through to the third rank with such a fast speed? Zheng Guang's inquiry caused Ning Yuan to look back at him. At this moment, the entire room also quickly fell silent, everyone curious as to whether Ning Yuan would reveal the reason for his fast promotion speed. Ha. Ning Yuan looked at Zheng Guang and smiled faintly, then slowly spoke. Diligence, hard work, diligence, as long as you persist, you can succeed. Hearing these somewhat familiar words, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Off stage. A newcomer transcendent in the last row spoke up in confusion. Why do I seem to have heard that somewhere? Ha, this Ning Yuan is so funny, he's satirizing those people. Right at this moment, there was a young man in a baggy suit next to this newbie transcendent who laughed and opened his mouth. The newcomer transcendent looked at the youth, but saw that the other person was still wearing striped clothes inside his suit, and there was a sign on his chest. Orthodox Psychiatric Hospital Xiaobian. No dude, you ran away from a mental institution? Looking at the other party's hospital gown vaguely exposed behind his suit, and the nameplate on his chest, the newcomer transcendent asked with a puzzled look on his face. Xiaobian froze at his words, then hastily straightened his suit and buttoned it up in response. Cao's not tired heard of it, came in a hurry and forgot to change clothes. The newcomer transcendent didn't look deeper than that when he sniffed, and he asked Shibian rhetorically. Man, you're saying that Ning Yuan's words just now were sarcastic about those people? Why did you say that? Xiaobian laughed. Didn't you say you had déjà vu with Ning Yuan's words? Actually, isn't there often a host on TV interviewing those who are rich and powerful? Think about it, how do those people answer? The newbie transcendent sniffed and thought carefully for a moment, then his eyes widened. Exactly the same. Stage. After consulting Ning Yuan, Louis officially declared Ning Yuan as the captain of Central China in front of everyone, with Louis inviting everyone to the second floor for dinner. And so ends the first mobilization meeting of the Transcendents. The second floor of the assembly hall. It was set up as a huge cafeteria as far as the eye could see. Ning Yuan didn't want to come, but Louis pulled him back. Ning Yuan, just this once a year. Saying this, Louis signaled Ning Yuan to look towards the crowd heading towards the second floor. How many of these people? I don't know if they'll still be able to come next year, so the annual mobilization meeting will be our once-a-year reunion dinner. Hearing this, Ning Yuan didn't say anything more as he thanked Louis, Qin Guangyi, and the others for the invitation to dine and walked up to the second floor with Su Wei and the others. On the way, Su Wei's head buzzed and fell into a soulful state. It wasn't just the news that Ning Yuan had broken through the third rank, but also the news that Ning Yuan had become the captain. Becoming a captain meant that Ning Yuan wasn't just in charge of Great Zhou City, but also several provinces within the central China region. This area of responsibility had not only expanded by a few times, it was dozens of times. Ning Yuan, as the boss of the Transcendentals in charge of these regions, was tantamount to a step up to heaven, just like the sealed kings of ancient times. As for Su Wei, as Ning Yuan's exclusive liaison and secretary, that status was naturally a step to heaven as well. Although it was still a secretary. But can a governor's secretary be the same as a town mayor's secretary? And in the same state as Su Wei, there were others who had come together from the city of Dazhou. For them, everything that happened today was like a dream. On the second floor area, Ning Yuan casually found an empty place to sit down. Su Wei and the few others, on the other hand, under the protest of their stomachs, then wandered around like animals foraging for food. Ning Yuan had just pulled out his cell phone when someone came over to greet him. Hello Captain Ning, my name is Zhang Jishuan from. Hello Captain Ning from. All of these people were basically second-order transcendents, some of them were in charge of areas under Ning Yuan's jurisdiction, while others had simply come over to say hello and wanted to befriend Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan nodded in response one by one with a smile on his face, giving off a kindly attitude. And his gentle attitude caused those regional heads who had come to test the waters to let out a slight sigh of relief. When the last person left after exchanging pleasantries, Ning Yuan got up and changed to an empty seat. Just as he was about to pull out his cell phone. Big brother. Hearing this voice that sounded slightly familiar, Ning Yuan looked sideways. He only saw a handsome young man with a somewhat haggard complexion walking towards him with a smile on his face. Big brother, still remember me? The youth arrived in front of Ning Yuan and spoke in a somewhat agitated tone. And you are? Ning Yuan looked the other party up and down, revealing a puzzled expression. The youth looked towards the left and right, and only after seeing that no one was paying attention to them did he speak in a low voice. That night, you saved me. Hearing the youth say that, Ning Yuan instantly remembered. You are Zhou Yang? The youth in front of him was none other than the ordinary person Ning Yuan had saved that day when he had eradicated the Skull and Bones Society. Without Ning Yuan, he and his wife would have inevitably been tortured to death by those 4 people. P.S. The next episode will have a General Yuan queue. You can arrange for 24 people to be General Yuan's personal soldiers in the queue. Interested parties can leave their names here for a cameo. Chapter 112, Zhou Yang, Gu Yang. Seeing that Ning Yuan remembered himself, Zhou Yang nodded. It's my big brother, you received that money, right? Hearing Zhou Yang say that, Ning Yuan then remembered that Ning Xiaoluo seemed to have told him earlier that someone in the card had transferred $5 million over. Only at that time he was playing a game with Big Yellow Dog, so he didn't pay attention to it. Received. Ning Yuan nodded, then he spoke with a somewhat surprised expression as he surveyed Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, you're a transcendent now? Zhou Yang nodded with a bitter smile. Yes, big brother. Also, sorry big brother, my name isn't actually Zhou Yang, my real name is Gu Yang. Hearing the somewhat familiar name of Gu Yang, Ning Yuan nodded. It's always good to be a little more on guard when you're out and about. Since you're here as a transcendent, that means you become the head of the headquarters now? Gu Yang hummed. Yes, I'm now in charge of Daning province. Ning Yuan froze at his words. Provincial head, that would mean that Gu Yang's rating at headquarters was at least a rank and highly capable. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan couldn't help but inquire curiously. Your rating at headquarters is A? Gu Yang nodded. Level A. The ability is poison. The moment he heard those words, Ning Yuan first froze, then a person instantly surfaced in his mind. At this moment, he finally understood why he felt a sense of familiarity when he heard the words Gu Yang. Gu Yang, the vice captain of South China in his last life. When Ning Yuan had just entered the headquarters, Gu Yang was already famous at that time. He was nicknamed the Desperate Poisoner. However, Gu Yang is strong not only in his ability, but also in his management skills. Under his management, South China was the most stable and united region within the 5 regions. Because of Gu Yang's early experiences as a person, he wasn't just ruthless towards the Fae, he was also very ruthless towards the Transcendents. Any Transcendent who committed a crime was bound to be worse than death in his hands. It was because of this person's presence that Bai Xiaotang in South China was the most relaxed of the 5 captains, not even having to worry about anything. So much so that later on, when Bai Xiaotang managed to break through to the 4th rank, many people said that Bai Xiaotang's 4th rank was entirely pulled up by Gu Yang. If Gu Yang hadn't been too loyal to Bai Xiaotang and unwilling to compete for the captaincy, the captain of the South China region would inevitably be Gu Yang's. And why was the titular Desperate Poisoner so loyal to a woman? The answer is actually beyond many people's expectations. According to Bai Xiaotang herself, she was the one who had saved Gu Yang's wife once when he was still a newcomer. Because of this favor, Gu Yang even ended up dying in battle to protect Bai Xiaotang's retreat. Many clues were strung together in Ning Yuan's mind. Gu Yang's early experiences had made him so ruthless towards evil-doing transcendence. That experience was inevitably the encounter he had with his new wife on the island not too long ago. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It turns out that even if he hadn't saved Gu Yang by mistake, those 4 transcendents from the Skull and Bones Society shouldn't have killed him and his wife. After all, living is sometimes more painful than dying. Seeing Ning Yuan fall into silence, Gu Yang thought he had said something wrong. Gu Yang, how did you obtain the spirit seed? And why did you join the headquarters? Ning Yuan asked Gu Yang these 2 questions, wanting further confirmation. Gu Yang sniffed but didn't hesitate to tell him everything he knew without the slightest hesitation. After all, to him, Ning Yuan was his savior. With Gu Yang's description, Ning Yuan also figured out the ins and outs, truly confirming that the Gu Yang in front of him was the Desperate Poisoner from his previous life. It turns out that since returning to China from the foreign island, Gu Yang's new wife went crazy because of what happened that night. She had tried to commit suicide countless times, but every time she was stopped by Gu Yang. Later, Gu Yang moved with her to a remote mountain village in order to take care of his wife. It was there that his wife was in a slightly better state but was still in a state of insanity, going to the mountains to pick wild fruits when she had nothing else to do. Thus, Gu Yang accompanied his crazy wife to pick wild fruits in the mountains. She picks them, then covers Gu Yang's eyes and feeds them to him, asking him to guess what kind of fruit they are. As he ate, Gu Yang ate a spirit seed. Gu Yang then fainted from the intense pain. When he woke up, he appeared in the hospital by himself, and her wife had been at his side. Though still insane, her eyes had long been swollen from crying. From the nurse's mouth, Gu Yang also learned that it was his wife who carried him step by step to the mountain village, before he was sent to the hospital by the village people. Soon after, a staff member from the headquarters came to the hospital to talk to Gu Yang. After the headquarters staff confirmed that there were spiritual weapons that could erase the memories of ordinary people, Gu Yang joined the headquarters. Listening to Gu Yang's description, Ning Yuan inwardly sighed. Obviously, this Gu Yang wanted this kind of spirit artifact to erase her wife's memories about that night. But with the contribution value of a newcomer like him, how could he possibly obtain that spiritual weapon from the headquarters in a short period of time? So the key moment must be by Xiaotang learned of his situation, moved, he himself used his right to take out that spiritual weapon from within the headquarters and gave it to Gu Yang, which made Gu Yang so deadly loyal to her. Ning Yuan looked at the emaciated youth in front of him and slowly spoke. Gu Yang, even if you're the provincial head now, if you want to rely on the contribution value to obtain that spirit weapon from the headquarters, it would take at least several years of accumulation if no major events occur. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Gu Yang revealed a bitter smile. Big brother, I know, but having hope is much better than having no hope at all. Alas. Ning Yuan sighed as he patted Gu Yang's shoulder. It's okay, it's been the most difficult to be infatuated since ancient times, Gu Yang, I'll help you once. What? Gu Yang's pupils shrunk violently at his words as he looked at Ning Yuan incredulously. Do you, big brother, you mean? Ning Yuan smiled and nodded. I can bring that spirit artifact out to you right now. Gu Yang immediately began to tremble all over. But I have a premise. Ning Yuan looked at Gu Yang and slowly spoke. I'm helping you because I value you as a person, so from now on, you'll follow me. Gu Yang directly wanted to kneel down when he heard this, but he was stopped by an invisible force. With tears running down his face, he looked at Ning Yuan and opened his mouth. Big brother, if you can really help me, my life will be yours from now on. Chapter 113 Power is a Resource. Seeing Gu Yang in this state, Ning Yuan smiled. He stepped forward and held Gu Yang's hands, pulling him up. Ha ha ha, overstated, I'm helping you because I value your heart, I hope you won't let me down in the future. Patting Gu Yang's hand, Ning Yuan continued. That's it, you go back and pack up your things, bring your wife and move to Great Zhou City as soon as possible, I'll send you the address. When you arrive, I'll use that spirit artifact to help clear your wife's memory. Gu Yang wiped his tears as he looked at Ning Yuan and spoke. Big brother, I'm now the provincial head, so if I want to leave, I need to submit a report to the headquarters, as well as submit an application to Captain by Xiaotang. Ning Yuan sniffed and waved his hand. You don't need to worry about these things, I'll make my move. Seeing Ning Yuan say so, Gu Yang no longer had any worries, he nodded vigorously and left after exchanging contact information with Ning Yuan. Looking at Gu Yang's back, a smile appeared at the corner of Ning Yuan's mouth. Gu Yang was sentimental and loyal to the core, a great talent that would be of great use to him. Nowadays, Ning Yuan needed someone to help him lead the whole situation and secretly collect resources. Before he met Gu Yang again, Ning Yuan could only do it on his own and with Big Yellow Dog, the dog-headed warlord. But after encountering Gu Yang as an unexpected blessing, Ning Yuan was able to relax too much. After all, the fact that Bai Xiaotang, a waste of space, was able to advance to the 4th rank with Gu Yang's means was proof enough of Gu Yang's ability. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan couldn't help but have a phrase emerge within his heart. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick are all in my hands. The time that followed. Ning Yuan first contacted Lu Yi and borrowed a spirit weapon from the other party that could clear the memories of ordinary people. Lu Yi naturally agreed to such a trivial matter, saying that he would have it prepared in advance and send it to him directly. Ning Yuan then went to personally find Bai Xiaotang. Captain Ning, you actually came to ask me for someone in person? Bai Xiaotang had a plump figure, and although her looks weren't particularly pretty, she had the unique charm of a mature woman. Ning Yuan and the other party gently clinked glasses. This is someone I know. What, Captain Bai doesn't want to part with it? Bai Xiaotang sniffed in a flavorful manner and gave Ning Yuan a blank look. Although Gu Yang is a ranked and has outstanding abilities, he's a rare talent. But you've opened your mouth, how dare the little woman say a word of no? Ning Yuan smiled at his words. Bai Xiaotang looked at Ning Yuan and snickered. Captain Ning, why don't you just ask me to go over there as well? How about I don't become this captain and serve you as your personal maid? Then I don't agree, it's too wasteful to have your abilities as a maid. South China region still needs to rely on your connections and strength to be solid. Right at this moment, Louis Qin Guangyi several people appeared. Louis looked at Bai Xiaotang and said with a smile. Seeing Louis's several people arrive, Bai Xiaotang also became serious. In the time that followed, Ning Yuan and a few people flattered him. When the banquet was over, Ning Yuan Su Wei and his group also boarded the special car that was headed to the airport. Before they left, a staff member from the headquarters came to Ning Yuan carrying a box. Captain Ning, this is the item you requested. Ning Yuan nodded and took it. The plane traveled through the clouds to the city of Great Zhou. Grand Zhou City, inside the Star Lake Flower Shore. Organize all the information of the person in charge of the major provinces in central China, and the docking work. Ning Yuan handed over all the things that the pre-captain needed to prepare to Su Wei to handle, while he directly became a shirker. Su Wei, on the other hand, was both blissfully and painfully caught up in workaholic mode, diving headfirst into the office building and not returning to her home for several days in a row. Inside the villa. The night was already late, but the lights in Ning Yuan's villa's study were still on. Ning Yuan and Big Yellow Dog were in the middle of an intense discussion about something, and on the desk in front of them, it was almost covered in drafts. What are rights? Rights are countless resources. I still say that, to maximize the amount of resources you can scavenge, you must cultivate your own forces. Big Yellow Dog said spitefully, pointing at the drawing of the ladder he had just drawn. You're the captain now, so you can't show your face explicitly, decentralize your power, give hints to those in charge, distribute benefits to them, and let them go and try to collect as much as they can. Turn in the explicit ones to the headquarters, and we'll think of other ways to launder and transfer the covert ones. At that time, even if the headquarters pursues the responsibility down, you can still take those in charge out to take the blame. Also, you can't underestimate the power of the locals, especially those who are mixed up in the underworld. Although these people can't be put on the surface, their power to spy on news and mobilize the masses is top-notch. By integrating these forces, we will be able to obtain the movement of the spirits in the fastest time. Ning Yuan sniffed and nodded as he spoke. What about the local prestigious families? Those with money and power. Their power should not be underestimated. The corners of Big Yellow Dog's mouth rose as he sniffed. How simple is this? They are smart people. Dealing with smart people is different from dealing with ordinary people. We don't need to care about them, we just need to stare at them from afar. Let them toss themselves around, and when the time is right, then. Saying this, the Big Yellow Dog smiled strangely and compared a peach-picking gesture. One person and one dog established a rough framework for the captain's authority after a night's discussion. Controlling the person in charge of the area, dealing with emergencies, and collecting spiritual artifacts and spiritual resources both openly and secretly. What had to be said was that Ning Yuan was increasingly marveling at Big Yellow Dog's growth rate. This dog's thinking ability and intelligence had already surpassed the vast majority of ordinary people. What's even more terrifying is that this dog is still growing. Although there was an upper limit to the first rank, I'm afraid that this upper limit would already be the only way for the top minds among ordinary people to compete with each other. The next morning, Gu Yang came, bringing his wife with him, and came to Star Lake Flower Shore according to the address given by Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan first gave him a villa that had been prepared in advance as a temporary place to stay, and then he used a spirit weapon to start clearing his wife's memory. Looking at the girl who was lying on the bed, constantly trembling, blindfolded, bound, and constantly muttering something, Ning Yuan opened his suitcase and took out a paper mask from it. The mask was in the shape of a fox, and the surface was bloodstained and looked yellowed and old. Functional spirit weapons that could take effect on ordinary people were already rare, so one could imagine that this mask was bound to be of great value. Covering the mask over the girl's face, Ning Yuan pointed a finger at the forehead of the fox mask. A stream of origin chi disappeared into the mask with Ning Yuan's fingertip, and the color of the mask's surface began to gradually change. Gu Yang, who was quietly waiting on the side, clenched his hands and looked at his wife on the bed with a tense and worried expression. Ning Yuan observed the change in color and inwardly calculated the time. According to Yang Yuxian, the depth of the color of this mask meant the length of time it would take to erase the memories. Once it is not grasped well, it will make the person wearing him lose all memories. Soon, under Ning Yuan's precise control, the mask gradually turned a light red color, and then Ning Yuan withdrew his fingers. At the same time, the girl on the bed had also stopped trembling. Removing the mask and putting it back into the suitcase, Ning Yuan spoke towards Gu Yang beside him. I erased her memories for the last 2 months. Gu Yang sniffed too late to thank Ning Yuan as he slowly undid the girl's blindfold with trembling hands. The girl's looks were beautiful, her eyebrows looked gentle, and she had the air of a great lady. Gu Yang? Didn't I just shave your beard yesterday? How did it suddenly become so long? Listening to the girl's words, Gu Yang's eyes silently shed 2 lines of tears. Ning Yuan looked at them, then left the room alone. Chapter 114 Honoring a Promise. The next morning, Ning Yuan met Gu Yang again. The other party had shaved his beard and his essence looked much better. Under Ning Yuan's arrangement, Gu Yang temporarily took over the position of the head of Dezhou City and went to assist Su Wei on his behalf. It's the mule or the horse that comes out and slides around. It's the first time I've seen you think so highly of a transcendent. It seems like he should have real talent. Inside the villa, Big Yellow Dog leaned on the sofa and chatted with Ning Yuan beside him. Not far away, Ning Xiaoluo was working on her laptop. This was something Ning Xiaoluo had requested herself. She was proficient regarding clerical work, so she wanted to do her part. Later, with Ning Yuan's consent, Su Wei then handed over part of the financial work to Ning Xiaoluo to handle. Sofa. Listening to Big Yellow Dog's words, Ning Yuan nodded. Whether Gu Yang is capable or not should be evident in the next few days, so let him be the vice captain at that time, and he'll have full authority to take over the rights of my duties when I'm not around. Big Yellow Dog's mouth opened wide at the words. What the hell? The vice captain? You've only met him a few times? You actually trust him that much? Also, aren't you afraid he'll backstab you? Hearing Big Yellow Dog's words, Ning Yuan smiled. In history, there was once an emperor who designated a junior soldier as a great general, not just a meeting. If he is capable and meets my requirements, what is a mere vice captain? Also, what you said about backstabbing, I'm not afraid of his backstabbing if I dare to use him. The Big Yellow Dog sniffed and rolled his eyes, then opened his mouth a little embarrassed. In fact, I can actually be this vice captain. Although it's comfortable to mingle like this every day, the ocean of power is more suitable for me to swim in. Ning Yuan smiled as he patted the Big Yellow Dog's head. Don't worry, you're more useful as a dog-headed warlord than him. There are a lot of things in the future that need to be resolved out of the blue, and it's inconvenient for you, the dog. So he's in the light, you're in the dark, you won't meet, but you'll cooperate with each other, and you'll supervise him for me. He'll lead the troops outside to fight the war, you'll strategize inside, keep an eye on the big picture for me, and keep the house. The Big Yellow Dog looked at Ning Yuan in a daze, then it nodded vigorously. Just as Ning Yuan expected, after only 5 short days, Su Wei was full of praise for Gu Yang. She claimed that Gu Yang was extremely good at handling various incidents, dealing with various parties, and setting up tasks. Much more powerful than herself. Later, Su Wei gradually released the power in her hands to Gu Yang under Ning Yuan's gesture. And she could finally stop having to fight so hard. This morning, Su Wei pushed open the gate of Ning Yuan's villa. She was carrying a small bag and wearing a professional set of dress. As soon as she entered the house and changed her shoes, she saw Ning Yuan and the Big Yellow Dog on the sofa playing a game, so Su Wei didn't dare to disturb her and had to lie down on the table in the living room. Ning Xiaoluo, who was beside her, saw her paralyzed with fatigue and hurriedly smiled and took out a bottle of juice from the refrigerator and handed it over. Su Wei, who was rubbing her calves through her stockings, hastily took it. Thank you, Luo, you're so nice. Su Wei unscrewed the cap of the bottle while complaining to Ning Xiaoluo. This period of time has really exhausted me. You are unaware of how difficult it is to deal with the people in charge and staff in other provinces. It's so hard to communicate with them. Ning Xiaoluo stopped the work on her hands as she smiled and spoke as she looked at Su Wei. It's like this in the early stages, it'll be fine after we familiarize ourselves with it. Su Wei said as she took a few sips of her drink, then reclined on the table. Forget it, I kind of realized that this is all I'm capable of. But with Gu Yang over there, I can lie down slightly. I don't know where Ning Yuan dug him up, that guy is simply a pervert. Not only does he have the ability, but he can also work continuously at high intensity for more than 10 hours without resting, he's simply a devil. If it wasn't for the fact that her wife would bring him food on time, we would have thought this guy was a robot. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoluo laughed out softly. How could you ever praise someone like that? The couch. Ning Yuan and Big Yellow Dog were fiercely exchanging blows. Just then, the phone on the table in front of Ning Yuan rang. Looking down, it was an unfamiliar number. Ning Yuan directly hung up. However, he had just hung up when the phone rang again. Ning Yuan hung up again. But the phone rang again. After a few back and forths, Ning Yuan frowned as he pressed the pause button on the game, then picked up the cell phone on the table to connect. Hello? Ugh, men are really no good, why don't you answer my calls? What's the difference between you and lifting your pants and not recognizing me? Listening to the soft and nice voice coming from the phone, Ning Yuan froze for a moment. Obviously, this was Yun Shi's voice. It was then that Ning Yuan remembered that he didn't seem to have set a note for Yun Shi's phone. After pausing for a moment, Ning Yuan slowly opened his mouth. I'm busy over here, I don't have time to answer the phone. Busy with what? Just then, Big Yellow Dog, who was bored because the game was paused, inadvertently glanced out of the villa's window. Only this glance. Its pair of dog eyes almost didn't pop out. Outside the window, dressed in a vintage white dress and holding a paper umbrella, Yunshir just stood there and was looking at them smiling through the glass. At this moment, the Big Yellow Dog only felt that the scene from the horror movie appeared in front of it. In the heart of the Big Yellow Dog, it had an indescribable feeling of awe towards Yunshir, a feeling that was different from the fear of Ning Yuan's ruthless and merciless methods. Its sense of fear towards Yunshir was very special, as if it had met its natural nemesis. Big Yellow Dog just wanted to make a sound to remind Ning Yuan beside him, but he saw Yunshir's originally smiling face become gloomy. Not only that, Big Yellow Dog also saw a naked threat in Yunshir's gaze. It clenched its own teeth, not daring to make a sound, and could only keep scratching Ning Yuan's leg on the side with its own dog paw. Ning Yuan ignored it and continued to talk to Yunshir on the other side of the phone. What? You want me to honor my previous promise and promise you something? I'm not available right now, so I'll wait until I'm free. You asked me when I'm free, again, I don't know, I'll contact you when I'm free. Meanwhile, in the horrified gaze of the Big Yellow Dog, Yunshir put away the paper umbrella and took a step inside the villa, and she just walked through the glass of the wall in front of her. Ning Yuan hung up the phone and then urged the Big Yellow Dog. Keep going, I could have beaten you. The Big Yellow Dog was silent, just shivering. Ning Yuan froze when he saw it in this state, and then a unique scent came from behind him.
At this moment, Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This smell he knew, it was from Yunshi. The other party was actually able to come behind him without him realizing it.
So that's what you've been up to.
Yunshi leaned back on the sofa, pinning her chin and looking at Ning Yuan with the corners of her mouth rising.
Busy with what isn't busy?
Ning Yuan sniffed his face as usual. He put down the handle and turned to look at Yunshi and said. At this moment, Ning Xiaoluo and Su Wei in the living room were as invisible to Yunshi and did not glance this way.
Chapter 115, I can promise you.
Yunshi sighed softly as she came to sit beside Ning Yuan. You're so bad, what mother said is exactly right, never trust a man's mouth.
We agreed before, I'll answer a question for you and you promise me one thing.
Don't you dare go back on your word, after all, women can be very careful. After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan spoke, say it, what is it? Yunshi looked at him, then smiled and extended her 2 scallion fingers. Stay with me for 2 days and I'll take you to a fun place. Ning Yuan didn't hesitate too much this time and directly nodded in agreement.
Fine, I promise. Seeing Ning Yuan promise, the big yellow dog let out a sigh of relief.
It was truly afraid that Ning Yuan would storm out and make a move against this woman. In its opinion, this Yunshi was too eccentric, and once he did, it was impossible to predict what the consequences would be. Ning Yuan got up and went out of the villa with Yunshi, and as he was leaving, he looked at the big yellow dog. The big yellow dog, in turn, nodded at him, all in good time. It wasn't until half an hour after Ning Yuan's duo had left that Ning Xiaoluo suspiciously arrived in front of Big Yellow Dog, who was sitting on the sofa in deep thought, to inquire in a low voice.
Big Yellow, where's Xiao Yuan?
Where did he go? Big Yellow Dog sniffed and looked at Su Wei, who had fallen asleep on the table, and whispered back. He went to take care of something, and didn't bother you when he saw you were busy.
Ning Xiaoluo nodded, then went back and continued to busy herself with the matter at hand. The sun is setting in a park.
On the park's reclining chairs, Ning Yuan and Yunshi were sitting side by side, the latter holding a box of ice cream in her hand, eating it in small bites. Ning Yuan, on the other hand, was quietly looking at the people not far away. This day, Yunshi had just dragged him around until not long ago when he came to this park.
Seeing Ning Yuan keep staring ahead, Yunshi couldn't help but look over as well.
There were a lot of adults playing games with their children there. In fact, in this world, the happiest people are these ordinary people. Listening to Yunshi's words, Ning Yuan was silent for a moment before responding. Ignorance also means no desire, you're right, they are indeed much happier than us. Yunshi laughed a bit, then used a spoon to scoop out a piece of ice cream from the box in her hand and handed it to Ning Yuan's mouth.
Want some?
Ning Yuan sniffed and looked at her sideways. Locking eyes with Yunshi's bright and moving eyes, Ning Yuan did not eat the ice cream that the other party handed over, but only spoke slowly.
We've obviously never met, why are you like this?
Yunshi laughed and withdrew her hand.
That's if it's your second question, I'll answer you after tomorrow.
Ning Yuan was silent. To be reasonable, the feeling Yunshi gave him was too weird and elusive, so Ning Yuan didn't really want to ask her any more questions and get involved with her. Seeing that Ning Yuan had redirected his attention to the adult children frolicking not far away, Yunshi's expression was as normal, she just quietly looked at Ning Yuan's side face. Looking at this familiar side face, a fuzzy memory so long ago that it can't be traced surfaced in Yunshi's mind. Inside the splendid hall, which was empty and could not be seen from the top.
Like satin-like white clouds slowly wandering in the middle of it.
A golden orb the size of a man's head rolled out of the clouds and slowly stopped at the feet of a black-robed man.
Yunshi, weren't you warned not to come and play inside the great hall today?
Seeing the golden orb, a thick and powerful man's voice rang out behind the black-robed man. Hearing the voice, a small head poked out from behind a huge pillar in the clouds. This little girl, who appeared to be only 6 or 7 years old, looked at the 3 people who had appeared within the great hall with a slightly flustered expression. Right at this moment, a gentle woman's voice rang out. Yunshi, come to mother. The little girl looked at her father, then at her mother, and finally at the strange black-robed man standing in front of her parents with some constraint. She did not move. My lord, forgive me, this child has been spoiled, and is somewhat ignorant of etiquette. The burly man in the golden Chinese robe arched his hand towards the black-robed man in front of him and smiled. The black-robed man sniffed and simply picked up the golden ball from under his feet. The golden ball was made up of densely packed golden snakes twisted together, and the moment it was held in the black-robed man's hands, these golden snakes began to stop trembling. The black-robed man held the golden ball in one hand, while his other hand beckoned towards the little girl behind the huge column, signaling her to come over.
My lord? Isn't father the biggest?
Why does father call him lord? Seeing the other side waving at him, Yunshi couldn't help but subconsciously walk over. Only after walking to the front did Yunshi see the other party's appearance. He had a slender figure, long hair and black robes, a handsome face, an indifferent expression, and eyes that were dark and deep to the extreme. Up to this glance, Yunshi had deeply impressed the other party's appearance in his heart. The black-robed man touched Yunshi's head and pinched her little face again, slowly spoke.
This child has good talent, to be better than you. He, your honor's eyes are discerning, this child is indeed far more talented than me. The lanky man wearing golden-colored Chinese robes had a slight hint of complacency in his tone, so it could be imagined that he had great expectations for this only daughter of his. Looking at the little girl who was quietly sizing herself up, the black-robed man faintly smiled and spoke to him. First time meeting, do you have anything you want? I can promise you. Upon hearing this, the burly man and the palace-suited beautiful woman beside him were both stunned, and then joy appeared on their faces as they looked at Yunshur expectantly. Good daughter, your big chance has come, those treasures you wanted before, hurry up and say it, what your father I can't do he can. Just when the stout man and the palace dress woman thought Yunshur would say what good treasures. Instead, they heard Yunshur ponder for a while and then spoke. I want to be your wife. Upon hearing these words, the burly man's mouth suddenly opened and stared in disbelief, and the palace-dressed woman on the side also had her pretty face instantly turn pale. Yunshur, what are you babbling about? My lord, the child is too young and always likes to talk nonsense, you'll forgive me. This couple spoke to the black-robed man in front of them almost simultaneously. Ha. The black-robed man smiled as he looked at Yunshur and said slowly. Not for a wife, but when you grow up, I can consider taking you as a consort. Hearing the black-robed man's words, the burly man immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. My lord, I'll take this remark seriously. Inside the park, Yunshur's thoughts turned back as she continued to quietly look at Ning Yuan's side face. Just then, a soccer ball was kicked to Ning Yuan's feet. Then all that could be seen was a little girl of about 5 or 6 years old running over, while there was a middle-aged woman following behind her. I'm sorry. Seeing that the pair of men and women on this reclining chair were extraordinary in both looks and dress, the woman apologized again and again in some panic. Ning Yuan picked up the soccer ball from under his feet and handed it to the little girl, touching the other party's head in the process, and pinched the other party's little face, saying, It's okay. Seeing that Ning Yuan wasn't angry, the middle-aged woman breathed a sigh of relief and once again apologized repeatedly before pulling her own child away. Seeing this scene, Yunshur's face did not reveal a happy expression, but instead revealed a faintly undetectable look of sadness. Taking a few deep breaths, Yunshur got up and said to Ning Yuan with a smile. Let's go, it's time to take you to that fun place. Chapter 116 The Fun Place. Qinling Mountain Range. Early the next morning, Yunshur brought Ning Yuan to the foot of the Qinling Mountain Range. Looking at the huge mountain range with ups and downs surrounded by clouds, Yunshur's hand flashed with light and 2 human skin masks appeared. She first covered one over her own face, and then tiptoed to cover the other over Ning Yuan's face. A cold touch came to his face, and Ning Yuan only felt that the mask on his face was like it was alive and began to wriggle. It wasn't long. There was a flash of light, and the duo's physical appearance and even their clothing changed. Today they became 2 men. Ning Yuan's appearance was that of a middle-aged man with a thin figure and a shadowy face. Yunshur's appearance, on the other hand, turned out to be an ordinary fat man. Lowering his head and surveying Yunshur, Ning Yuan's pupils instantly shrank. Originally, he could not sense the aura of a foreign race in Yunshur, but today's Yunshur revealed an aura that was exactly the same as that of a foreign race being. From now on, our brother and sister are Fei. Your name is immeasurable, and my name is impermanent. The fat man that Yunshur had transformed into looked at Ning Yuan and said with a strange smile. At this moment, how could Ning Yuan not understand where the fun place Yunshur was talking about was? This woman was afraid that she was preparing to take him to the lair of the foreign races. Just like that, the 2 of them rushed towards the depths of the Qinling mountain range one after the other. Under Yunshur's leadership, half an hour later, they stopped at a place. It was an open space that had been artificially opened up. Lush woods surrounded the clearing, and a wooden house stood quietly in the clearing. At this moment, there were already a dozen people in this clearing. They were either sitting on the ground, leaning against a tree, or sitting on a tree branch. The men were dressed in a variety of ways, from those in suits to those in casual wear, and even more in take-out clothes. Seeing Ning Yuan and his duo appear, a dozen or so people looked at them at the same time. While being sized up, Ning Yuan was also sizing up these people. As he had guessed correctly, these people were all foreign beings, and not only that, these foreign beings gave him the feeling that they were all very powerful. Moreover, Ning Yuan saw a familiar face among these people. It was none other than the foreigner who had escaped last time, Su Yao. After realizing that there was nothing unusual about Ning Yuan's duo, the dozen or so people also withdrew their gazes. Some people lowered their heads to play the game again, while others swiped their cell phones, and still others closed their eyes to rest their minds. Time just slowly passed in an atmosphere of silence. After about a few minutes, squeak! The door to the cabin was pushed open, and then a man stepped out of it. It was a young man wearing white loose linen clothes with long hair. The youth had decent features and a kind face, and he was holding a white fox in his arms. Seeing the youth appear, the crowd's eyes gathered on him. Thank you all for being invited to come. The youth's voice was gentle, giving off a feeling of gentleness. The moment he saw the youth, Ning Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. He recognized the face of this youth, and it could be said that even in his previous life, this person was one of the most powerful existences among the Fae. Although the human race was getting stronger and stronger as they traveled faster and farther along the path of transcendence. However, the alien beings kept appearing on this planet by some unknown means, and they were recovering their original strength every moment. It was important to realize that under the suppression of the rules of this planet, the top strength of both sides had been in a state of delicate balance. So even if a seventh-order transcendent had appeared among the human race at that time, they still couldn't defeat this person. By mooching. Although this person was obscure in the early stages, he was one of the great enemies of the human race in the middle and late stages. At the same time, someone looked at the youth and spoke. By mooching, cut the small talk and just say what you're looking for us for? Don't delay me, I still have to punch orders this month. The crowd sniffed and looked at the person who spoke. It was a young man in takeout clothes. Laughing at Song Xiaotian, you guy wouldn't be addicted to delivering takeout, would you? Someone looked at the youth in takeout clothes and joked. Hee, you guys know. Song Xiaotian sneered. I call this practicing my Tao heart in the red dust. Only by feeling pain can you understand it until you are free from it. I'm not going to lie to you, I can feel my Taoist heart getting stronger and stronger. The crowd couldn't help but look at each other. Ning Yuan, on the other hand, looked towards the other party after hearing Song Xiaotian's words. This person was also famous in the future, and like Bai Muqing, was a great enemy of the human race. Just then, Bai Muqing spoke. Good, then I won't take up any more of everyone's time. This time, I've invited you all here for two things. The first thing is about Saifu. The location where he's being held, those guys abroad have pretty much mapped it out, and when they do it they'll hope that we'll step in to help as well. Listening to Bai Muqing's words, the crowd fell into thought. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly at those words. Yofu, this was the alien being that had been captured for study, and before the outbreak of the Great Shanghai City incident had opened, Yang Yuxian had said that secrets about it had been leaked, leading to the necessity of shifting the location where it was being held. Now the meaning of Bai Muqing's words was obvious, that is, they had almost figured out that new location where the Phantom Fu was being held. After a moment of silence, some people spoke up successively. Didn't we say before that we wouldn't interfere with each other? Then why are we still going to make a scene? Yeah, just leave it to the guys in the area over there to sort it out, it's not like it's going to do us any good anyway. Bai Muqing sniffed and sighed softly. Alas, it's not the same. If the human race has control of the Phantom Fu, they will be able to get a lot of information about us from its mouth sooner or later. The Saifu knows the divine abilities of some of us, which is not good for everyone here. There's also the fact that Saifu, as a member of the divine race, can be killed but not humiliated, so he can't keep being tormented by these ants. So without being able to save him, we must find a way to kill him. In addition, the human race has invested a great deal of effort in Yufu, so it can be said that it's a union of nations, and the whole body will be affected by one hair. Dealing with so many transcendents, relying on those guys alone won't necessarily work. So you guys say it's none of our business? Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Song Xiaotian, who was wearing a takeout suit, nodded his head and spoke at this time. Bai Muqing, you're right, the Phantom Fu knows quite a lot, it would be bad for all of us if it stays imprisoned like this. The others were silent for a while, also nodded their heads in agreement. Chapter 117. This method is good. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Bai Muqing spoke. Then it's a deal, when the time comes, I will contact you all. At the same time, someone wondered out loud, Bai Muqing, didn't you say there were two things? What is the other thing? The crowd sniffed and quietly looked at Bai Muqing. This second thing. Bai Muqing stroked the head of the fox in his arms, then looked at one person and slowly opened his mouth. Su Yao, will you say it, or should I? The crowd followed his gaze to one person. It was a girl with a twisted braid, wearing a knee-length skirt, with delicate looks and fair skin. I'll do the talking. Su Yao came to Bai Muqing's side, she looked at the crowd with a somewhat saddened expression and opened her mouth. Not long ago, Mou died. When she said this, the crowd was immediately shocked inwardly. What? Mou actually died? Someone said as they looked at Su Yao in disbelief. With Mou's strength, who could kill him? Su Yao, what happened? Quickly and carefully tell us. After a moment of silence, Su Yao's beautiful eyes flushed red as she gritted her teeth and spoke. In a frontal confrontation, Brother Mou is not afraid of any strong person on this planet. Even if he encounters a siege of several third-order transcendentals, he will be able to retreat in one piece. But, saying this, Su Yao's tears came out of her eyes, her voice choked with sobs. There was a transcendent who was despicable and shameless. He used a special cursed object to shade Brother Mou. That cursed object is supposed to use touch as a medium, and Brother Mou was eroded by the power of the curse after just touching it. Subsequently, then Brother Mou was in the way of this planet's suppression. He couldn't use a more powerful force to get rid of this curse, and then he. Towards the end, Su Yao was already sobbing uncontrollably. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. There's actually this kind of powerful curse thing within this planet? Seeing Su Yao looking so heartbroken, Bai Muqing sighed and spoke. I'll say the latter for her. That cursed object is a worn-out long knife, although this knife is somewhat powerful, according to Su Yao's description. As long as you don't touch it with your physical body, you'll be fine, so you guys can just pay attention to it. Hearing this, the crowd inwardly relaxed slightly, while inwardly laughing at Mou for actually dying so hastily. So Su Yao, you mean to ask us to help you to take revenge? Someone looked at Su Yao and asked out loud. At this moment, Su Yao also slightly calmed her grief-stricken heart. She nodded her head. Yes, I want to take revenge. The other party is a transcendent from the headquarters, called Ning Yuan, a second-order transcendent. I'm no match for him on my own. If any of you are willing to help me, I'm willing to take out my own treasures as a token of appreciation. Hearing these words, the field fell into silence. Yunshi's eyes flicked to Ning Yuan beside him, and she could not help but laugh inwardly. Just at this moment, someone opened his mouth with a cold smile. He, a second-order transcendent? Su Yao, how long has it been since you've understood what's going on outside? Su Yao sniffed and looked at the person who spoke. This was a middle-aged man. He was wearing a suit with leather shoes on his feet, wearing glasses, and his hair was neatly cleaned. That time I entered a mountain range in order to avoid being chased, and only came straight here not long ago. I didn't move around in the outside world in the meantime. What's wrong? Listening to Su Yao's words, the man in the suit shook his head and spoke. Su Yao, just 7 days ago, that second-order transcendent you spoke of, Ning Yuan, had already managed to break through to the third order. I'm afraid that you and Bai Muqing, who has been living here all this time, are the only ones who don't know about this matter. Nowadays, Ning Yuan is the most famous figure in the Chinese Transcendent headquarters. His promotion speed can be said to be terrifying, and some people within the headquarters have even rated him beyond S. What? Su Yao's pupils shrunk, her red lips slightly opened. The man in the suit continued to say quietly, trying to kill such a powerful third-order transcendent that headquarters has high hopes for. The price we are spending is too great. And this cost is not something that can be made up for by those two treasures on your body. To put it bluntly, there is a high probability that we will die if we help you. The moment these words came out, the atmosphere of the scene became somewhat oppressive. Right at this moment, Bai Muqing spoke with some emotion. I didn't expect that the Transcendent's headquarters had actually produced such a figure. A third-order transcendent, ah. This person, Qin Guanyi, even I don't have a 10% grasp on killing him, and I didn't realize that now there's a Ning Yuan. It's not good for us. No one responded to Bai Muqing's words, and it was clear that these people didn't want to fight for their lives against a third-ranked transcendent for the sake of helping Su Yao take revenge. At this time, Su Yao also came back to her senses, and her complexion became a bit gloomy. Against second-order transcendents, these guys might step in to help for the sake of treasures, but third-order transcendents were different. There was a risk of death when dealing with a third-order transcendent, so it was impossible for them to step in unnecessarily. No. I'm not willing. Right at this moment, Su Yao suddenly opened her mouth with a slightly twisted face. My beloved was killed by him. How can I be willing to just swallow this breath? The crowd just looked at her with expressionless faces as they sniffed. Seemingly remembering something, Su Yao looked at the man in the suit and opened her mouth to ask. Does Ning Yuan have any relatives? If I can't deal with him, it's always okay to take revenge on his relatives, right? Do you know if Ning Yuan has any relatives? I'm going to make him feel the pain of losing someone important just like me. Hearing Su Yao's words, a hint of gloom flashed through the depths of Ning Yuan's eyes. Loved ones. The man in the suit fell into deep thought at his words, and after a moment he nodded. As far as I know, Ning Yuan seems to have a dependent commoner sister. Hearing these words, Su Yao instantly had her eyes light up. Sister? Still an ordinary person? Good. Great. Where is his sister? All you have to do is take me to his sister and I'll give you a treasure of your own. The man in the suit shook his head. The personal address information of the transcendents within the headquarters are all kept under the highest level of secrecy, and the general public has no access to them at all. I only know that he is supposed to have a sister, but I don't know what his sister's name is, not to mention where she is. But you can go to Great Zhou City and try your luck. After all, Ning Yuan is the person in charge of Great Zhou City. Hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed through Su Yao's eyes. However, right at this moment, a voice sounded quietly. I know where Ning Yuan's sister is. The crowd sniffed and looked at the person who spoke at the same time. It was a middle-aged man with a thin figure and a shadowy face, and beside him, there was a fat man. Hearing what Ning Yuan said, the fire of hope resurfaced in Su Yao's eyes as she looked at Ning Yuan and spoke. Immeasurable, you know? Ning Yuan nodded. I have a henchman right here in Great Week City, and he once encountered Ning Yuan and his sister returning home together. Hearing this, Yunshi, who was on the side, almost didn't collapse into laughter. Su Yao, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Great, if Immeasurable can lead me to Ning Yuan's sister, I'll send you a treasure as payment. Ha ha ha. Ning Yuan laughed in a low voice. It's just a small matter. I'm more curious about how you want to deal with his sister than the treasure. Su Yao sniffed and pondered for a moment, then a crazy smile appeared on its face. Ha ha ha, I'm going to find dozens of men to torture her and make her life worse than death. Ning Yuan looked at Su Yao and smiled, then nodded. Okay, that's a great approach, I like it. Chapter 118, I dislike waste the most. Regarding the conversation between Su Yao and Immeasurable, the crowd only listened to it as a joy and didn't have much interest in it. Rao Bai Muching was also like that. He even felt that Immeasurable was great, at least Su Yao wouldn't be pestering him later. Are you coming with us, or are you waiting for me to contact you when the time comes? After the crowd dispersed, Ning Yuan looked at Su Yao and inquired. Su Yao smiled at his words and stepped forward. I can't wait a moment, it's better to go with you guys. Ning Yuan smiled, then nodded in agreement. Just like that, the three of them left the Qinling mountain range together. Time passed slowly. Right after they had completely moved away from the Qinling mountains, Ning Yuan, who was at the very front, stopped his stance as he looked ahead with some confusion. Big brother Immeasurable, what's wrong? Su Yao stepped forward to ask Ning Yuan. Right at this moment, Ning Yuan suddenly turned back to look at Su Yao's rear to voice out a question. Who? Su Yao subconsciously turned back. Bang! The moment she turned back, a sharp pain came violently from the back of her neck, and then Su Yao's two eyes rolled over and she directly fainted. Ning Yuan knew that Su Yao had treasures on her that could block his ability, so he directly used his hand to stun her at close range. Looking at Su Yao, who had fallen to the ground, Yunshi, who was behind him, removed his mask and resumed his original appearance. She looked Ning Yuan up and down, then spoke somewhat playfully. TSK, you didn't kill her, you just knocked her out. What kind of bad things do you want to do? Ning Yuan removed his mask and smoothly slipped it into his pocket. Recovering his original form, he looked at Su Yao, who was lying on the ground, and returned expressionlessly. What else can I do? Didn't you hear it? Of course it's to return the favor in the same way. Yunshi's cheeks flushed at the words, then she blanked Ning Yuan. You're too bad. Ning Yuan laughed non-committally, then he directly carried Su Yao on his shoulders. Yunshi, let's end the 2-day appointment here, I have to be busy with other things, let's part ways here. Wait. Just as Ning Yuan was about to leave, Yunshi suddenly spoke up and called out to him. Ning Yuan turned around and said in surprise. What, you want to come and take a look too? Hearing this, Yunshi spat at him. Bah! Who's going to look? Don't pretend, give me back my mask. Ning Yuan smiled. This mask is quite fun, lend it to me and I'll return it to you in a few days. Yunshi smiled at the words and looked at Ning Yuan. Screw you, you can just fool the others with this kind of talk, come and fool me less. Just to remind you, you can't use this mask without me, don't believe me, try it. Ning Yuan didn't believe it, he pulled out that human skin mask from his own pocket and put it directly over his face. That icy feeling didn't appear, and the human skin didn't squirm even more. At the moment, Ning Yuan's face was as if it was covered with a plain human skin mask. How's that? I didn't lie to you, did I? Actually, if you want to borrow it, it's not impossible. The old rules, lend you once and you promise me one thing. Ning Yuan sniffed and directly threw the mask in his hand to Yunshi and said, Farewell on this note, we will not meet again. After saying that, Ning Yuan's figure rose up from the ground and disappeared into the sky as a black shadow. Looking at Ning Yuan's disappearing back, Yunshi just stood still. She gently stroked the mask that Ning Yuan had thrown to her and smiled softly to herself. Afterlife, I hate those 4 words. Big weekend. Inside a remote enclosed gymnasium, Ning Yuan pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly picked up, and Gu Yang's voice came from over there. Captain. Ning Yuan looked at Su Yao, whose hands were tied and hanging, and asked Gu Yang on the other end of the phone. Gu Yang, how well have you familiarized yourself with the forces within Great Zhou City during this time? Captain, I've almost mapped them all out. Good, you find me 20, no, 200 punks, male ones. Great Zhou City, inside the top floor of a building. Gu Yang, who was looking through the computer data, froze at the words, and he spoke out to confirm it. Captain, are you talking about 200 punks? Ordinary men? Ning Yuan hummed. That's right, the kind that's young, bold, and lawless. Simply put, it's the rash, let's do anything kind. Well, can you find it? Gu Yang was silent for a while, then returned affirmatively. No problem, it's fine. I want it tonight, I'll send you the address when I get there, just bring the guys straight over, and by the way, have some money ready to send them when it's over. Good. Gu Yang still agreed readily. He didn't ask Ning Yuan what he wanted these ordinary people for, he just needed to do what Ning Yuan, the captain, had arranged. As soon as the phone hung up, Gu Yang started flipping through the information on the computer. Within a short time, he found a person, then directly called the phone over. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of water droplets hitting the floor continued to resonate. Su Yao's consciousness was gradually awakened by this sound, and the blurry scene in front of her gradually became clearer. When Su Yao saw the scene in front of her clearly, her pupils instantly shrunk and fear surfaced in her heart. Only to see Ning Yuan sitting not far from her, playing with the 2 treasures on her body. A bamboo flute, and the protective jade pendant she kept close to her body. And at this moment, Su Yao also saw the scene around her. This was a dilapidated gymnasium, and the dusty seats signaled that no one had been here for many years. Ning Yuan. It's you. You. Su Yao wanted to say something, but her entire body was weak to the core. Not only that, she was shocked to realize that she actually couldn't control her body anymore. Oh. Awake, ah great beauty. Seemingly hearing Su Yao's voice, Ning Yuan shifted his gaze from the treasure in his hand to Su Yao's body. You, what do you want? We can talk about anything, I have no intention of making an enemy of you. Su Yao calmed her inner fear and tried to talk to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan smiled at his words. He slowly got up, then picked up a full-body mirror from the ground behind himself and stood it beside him. The mirror was facing Su Yao, allowing her to see what she looked like nowadays. Su Yao looked at herself in the mirror and her pretty face instantly paled. Nowadays, her feet were off the ground, her hands were raised above her head, and her wrists were being wrapped by a hemp rope, hanging her whole body up. Su Yao subconsciously tried to resist, twisting her body. But it was as if she was paralyzed from the neck down, leaving only a head that could move. After trying several times, Su Yao looked at Ning Yuan's face and growled. Ning Yuan, if you want to kill, kill. I don't know what method you used to bribe the two traitors, Limitless Impermanence, but sooner or later, you'll be coming down to accompany me. I'll be waiting for you. Seeing Su Yao's generous demeanor, Ning Yuan couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. Ha ha ha, Su Yao, Su Yao, kill you? You're so pretty, what a pity to kill you. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Su Yao froze, then she coldly questioned Ning Yuan. What do you mean? Ning Yuan slowly got up, he came in front of Su Yao, gently caressing her smooth, snow-white pretty face and spoke. I, Ning Yuan, grew up in a poor family and was afraid of being poor, and I dislike waste the most. So even if the grain harvested during the farming season is scattered in the cracks of the stones, I will find a way to pick it out little by little, even if it's rice in the bowl I won't waste a single grain. How can a woman as beautiful as you and a foreigner die so easily? Speaking of this, Ning Yuan's hand slowly moved from Su Yao's face, down to her neck. Chapter 119 Going to the Fire. When the touch of Ning Yuan's hand was felt on her skin, Su Yao was first stunned, then her brain was filled with a strong to extreme sense of shame. Her eyes turned red from extreme anger, and her entire body became hysterical. Get away! Take away your filthy hands! How dare a mole like you touch me? I'll kill you! Ning Yuan laughed out loud at his words, and then he slowly withdrew his hand. Seeing this, Su Yao gasped for air as she glared deathly at Ning Yuan with a hideous snarl. Ning Yuan! You can kill if you want to. But if you dare to humiliate me, those friends of mine won't spare you when they learn about it. They'll make you die in the most painful way possible. Ning Yuan was still looking at Su Yao with an eerie smile as he slowly backed away. Snap! In the next moment, he was only seen extending his palm and slapping it with force, followed by a crisp sound that instantly echoed within the stadium. Crunch! The moment the sound disappeared, the huge wooden door of the gymnasium was pushed open from the outside. A large group of youths then walked in smiling. These people at a glance a pressurized piece, they are dressed differently, hair shaped strange, color is even more varied. Nearly 200 people walked into the gymnasium, and these 200 people were all young and strong men. The youth at the head of the group was thin and flowing, he had shaved yellow hair and a pair of ears with shiny studs. He came to Ning Yuan's face with a smile, then bent down and spoke respectfully to the extreme. Big brother Ning, my name is Meng Kuan, you can just call me Little Kuan. 200 people have been brought here, no more, no less, and each of them is a vicious stalwart who can cut 80 old women at the top and stab 3-year-old children at the bottom. Ning Yuan looked at the yellow-haired young man in front of him and opened his mouth with a smile. Oh? All ruthless? Then you should have guessed what I've asked you guys to come for? Meng Kuan looked at Ning Yuan, then at Su Yao, whose eyes were bloodshot and whose pretty face was pale, and he instantly smiled knowingly. He, I get it, but it doesn't seem like we can use so many of us, right? 20 is enough to torture her to death. Ning Yuan sniffed and patted Meng Kuan's shoulder. No, she's not an ordinary person, she's an alien being with a powerful flesh that's different from normal people, so the 20 or so of you won't be able to do much damage to her, even 200 of you would be enough. What? When he heard the word foreigner, Meng Kuan immediately tightened his chrysanthemums, he almost twisted his head and ran away, and the people behind him all had their faces changed drastically. Don't be afraid, she can't move, she can only watch your impotent rage. Ning Yuan smiled and comforted. This. Meng Kuan sniffed or somewhat dared not look directly at Su Yao's man-eating gaze. Seeing this scene, Ning Yuan's face instantly darkened. He looked at the youths who also looked fearful and spoke in a cold voice. What's wrong with a bunch of trash? Do the great lords of the hall only dare to bully weak commoners? The foreign races treat our compatriots so cruelly, don't you all hate them? Now that the opportunity for revenge is right in front of you, yet you wimp out? You don't dare to take action even in the face of a foreigner who can't move? Listening to Ning Yuan's words, Meng Kuan's face flushed red and white. Those nearly 200 people all looked unsightly as well. Pa! A moment later, Meng Kuan raised his hand and violently slapped himself hard. MD. Spell it out. Big brother, you're right. Koan, have been on the road for so many years, I'm not even afraid of death, but I'm still afraid of what can't be moved by the foreigners. After saying that, Meng Koan also shouted at the others. Brothers! We are not transcendents, we can't fight with those foreigners in the hall. Now it's not easy to have a chance for us to be able to torture these people with our own hands. How can we give up? After a moment of silence, there were people who responded loudly. That's right. Olmi has no one to rely on, big deal, people die and birds face the sky, afraid of a chicken. Ha, I've tasted white, yellow and black, but I haven't tasted foreigners, this life is worth it. Just do it and be done with it. These foreigners kill my compatriots like dogs, I have long hated them to the bone. Seeing the crowd become agitated, Ning Yuan nodded in satisfaction. You guys? You mole crickets. You guys dare. At this moment, how could Su Yao not understand what was going to happen to her? Her extreme anger was followed by extreme fear, and she opened her mouth to roar out at the nearly 200 men in front of her. Ha 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 ha, she asked if we dare? Meng Koan laughed out loud at his words as he turned around and asked the others in return. Do you guys dare? Someone laughed out loud in response. To the fire, Koan. As long as Brother Koan gives the order, there's nothing we wouldn't dare to do. Seeing this, Meng Koan nodded in satisfaction, thinking that these people were fortunate enough to give themselves face. Big brother, you come first in line. Meng Koan carefully said to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan waved his hand, I still have to control her and protect you guys, so I won't make a move. Hearing this, Meng Koan no longer hesitated, he took a few deep breaths as he took off his leather jacket and threw it directly onto the ground. Just as Meng Koan was about to meet Su Yao's terrifying man-eating gaze in advance, Ning Yuan suddenly interrupted him and opened his mouth. Wait. Before you do that, introduce yourselves to her one by one, after all, after today, you'll be considered her men. Hearing this, Meng Koan froze, then laughed out loud. Not only that, everyone else also laughed out loud. Big brother is right. Brothers, line up, one by one. Introduce yourselves to this beautiful foreign princess. After saying that, Meng Koan bowed towards Su Yao and opened his mouth with a smile. My name is Meng Koan, your first man, remember? Ah. I'm going to kill you all. No. You mole crickets dare to touch me and try. Su Yao completely fell into madness as she hissed. Just call me Dawa. My name is Wang Tong. Li Junchen, Peng Zijiet, Zhang Yuhan, Xian Jun, Linny, Lin Tao, Duan Yuanmeng, Su Halong, Li Jun, Lu Shixiang, Ekuan, Wang Lianquan, Zhang Shizhua, Zhang Shikuan, Wei Yule, Su Shirluan, Bao Difference, Zhou Jiayang. With nearly 200 people one by one read out their names, not long after, Su Yao's harsh hissing sound of insults completely echoed in the stadium. After watching for a while, Ning Yuan went out and came outside. At this moment, Gu Yang was leaning against the wall, looking up at the starry night sky. Seeing him appear, Gu Yang smiled and fished out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, then handed one to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan took it, and Gu Yang lit the fire for him, then the two of them leaned against the wall and gulped down the smoke. Why don't you go in and take a look? Is it because you think it's too cruel? Ning Yuan looked at Gu Yang and asked out loud. Gu Yang smiled and shook his head. There's no such thing as cruelty or not between the foreigners and the human race, they look at us like ants and don't have the slightest bit of compassion, so why should we have compassion for them? Ning Yuan sniffed in silence for a moment, then changed the subject. How have you been feeling all this time? Are there any things or people that you couldn't solve? This time, Gu Yang pondered for a while, then nodded. There are some second-order transcendents and forces that are acting in defiance, but it's not a big deal, I'll find a way to deal with them when the situation stabilizes. Well, if you come across people and things that can't be resolved, let me know, I'll personally make a trip. Chapter 120, the Xia family's congratulatory gift. Outside the gymnasium, looking at the starry night sky, listening to the mournful screams if anything inside the gymnasium. The two of them, Ning Yuan and Gu Yang, chatted. During this time, Ning Yuan explained his thoughts to Gu Yang, including the plan that he and Big Yellow Dog had formulated. Explicitly and covertly collecting resources for their own use, controlling all the transcendents in the region, suppressing these people, giving these people benefits, and making them obediently complete various tasks. Gu Yang deeply agreed with this. He didn't feel that Ning Yuan's approach was bad. If you're in power and don't collect resources for yourself, then you're in power my ass. This was the case in times of peace, let alone the fact that this was a special time, and since the headquarters dared to distribute the great power to these top transcendents, it also meant that it acquiesced to what they were doing. After all, without benefits, who would do things for you? So as long as what these captains do is not out in the open and the eating is not too ugly, headquarters will turn a blind eye. In this way, time passed slowly, and the two of them deliberated for the whole night. And Ning Yuan also valued Gu Yang more and more through this conversation. This person is not only extremely capable, but also never refutes his decisions, and will only go through with a better approach. Just like this, in the blink of an eye the next morning slowly arrived. With a creak, the door was pushed open. People appeared back and forth from within the gymnasium, and they were gasping for air, their feet floating as they arrived in front of Gu Yang Ning Yuan one by one. Gu Yang had a wooden table ready in front of him at the moment, while a suitcase full of money was placed on the table. These people lined up and were thankful to receive $10,000 from Gu Yang. Some of them were even so respectful that they smiled at the duo. Two big brothers, thank you, next time there is this kind of work I can still come. Me too, it's not for money, it's just simply wanting to take revenge on the foreigners. Hearing this, the Ning Yuan Gu Yang duo smiled and agreed with them. That was how it was until Meng Kuan's few people finally came out from within the gymnasium. These people are stained with blood, the hands of each carrying a large bag of black plastic bags bulging filled with things. With some effort, they carried the plastic bags to the front of Ning Yuan's body. A pungent smell of blood came from them, and Gu Yang distributed the money to them without changing his face. Thank you. A few people were overjoyed after receiving the money. How does it feel? Ning Yuan looked at Meng Kuan with a smile on his face. He. Meng Kuan pinched his nose, a smile appearing on his face. Thought it was so chaste, it didn't take long for that guy to start begging us for mercy with snot and tears running down his face. But you're so right, boss, this alien's flesh is so strong, we took turns with the machete for an hour before we could separate her. Ning Yuan laughed. Alright, look at how vain you guys are, take this money and go make up for it. A few punks laughed at the words and then left. Ning Yuan Gu Yang and the two of them also parted ways. One headed to the principal's building to continue his work, while the other returned to Star Lake Blossom. A few days later. In the evening of this day, Ning Yuan, who was taking a walk with Ning Xiaoluo, received a phone call. The caller was Xia Xinla. Ning Yuan hesitated for a moment, then picked up the phone. Captain Ning must have been very busy during this time, right? Listening to the pale voice coming from the other end of the phone, Ning Yuan was somewhat surprised. It was Xia Chongfeng's voice. It's not bad, Elder Xia. Ning Yuan exchanged pleasantries with it. The two of them exchanged words for a while before Xia Chongfeng spoke with a smile. It's like this, my Xia family has obtained a spiritual object by chance, and that person will be able to deliver it to my Xia family this evening. You've become a captain, my Xia family hasn't prepared a suitable gift to congratulate you, the spirit object is rare, it's not safe to put it in our place, and it's even more unsafe for us to send it over. Why don't you tell Captain Ning to come and take it away tonight? Ning Yuan was inwardly lost in thought as he sniffed. This old thing, what tricks are he trying to play again? But although he thought so inwardly, how could Ning Yuan possibly give up in the face of a spirit that had been delivered to his door? Whatever the Xia family had planned, he would just ignore it. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan laughed out loud. Since the old man has said so, then I, Ning Yuan, will accept the honor. Good, I'll have Zanara send you the address, let's have a good drink later. Not long after hanging up the phone, Xia Xinla sent a message. Brother Ning, my home address is. Ning Yuan put away his cell phone, then accompanied Ning Xiaoluo back home. Xiaoluo, I have something to go out, I'll be back in the evening, so you don't have to cook for me. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoluo revealed her head from the kitchen and nodded. Okay, come back early. At this time, the big yellow dog that was wiping the table looked sideways and surveyed Ning Yuan with some surprise, saying, I observe that you have a red luan star and a spring breeze, I'm afraid there will be peach blossoms smashing into you in the near future. Ning Yuan froze at his words. You'll still be observing phantoms now? The big yellow dog sniffed and waved its paw. Learned it when I was bored, only a little bit, I don't know if it's accurate. Ning Yuan looked up and down at the big yellow dog with an odd gaze, then turned around and left. A dark stream of light cut across the sky and soon arrived at a huge manor in Jiling City. This manor was situated within a remote area with beautiful scenery. This place is isolated from the outside world, only a private road and the outside world intersect. Without the Xia family's invitation, outsiders simply cannot come here. In the sky, Ning Yuan looked down at the huge building below, which was nestled in the mountains and surrounded by water. This building contained a vintage attic, as well as the styling of a modern villa. With a flash of his figure, Ning Yuan arrived within the manor. At this time, Xia Xinla, who was wearing a white dress, had already been waiting for him at the door, and when she saw Ning Yuan appear, Xia Xinla revealed a bright smile and greeted him. Big brother Ning, welcome. Looking at the lovely person in front of him, Ning Yuan nodded. The two of them then walked inside the villa. In the huge living room, nearly 20 people rose to applaud and welcome Ning Yuan the moment they saw him. These first-degree relatives of the Xia clan then came forward to greet Ning Yuan and welcome him. Congratulations, Captain Ning. Good day, Captain Ning. Brother Ning, you're awesome. Listening to the compliments from the crowd, Ning Yuan also smiled and responded to them one by one. Xia Chongfeng shook Ning Yuan's hands and kept saying that he had worked hard, and that although being a captain had a lot of power, it also had a lot of pressure, and that if there was anything or anyone he needed, he could mention it to him and he would help. Ning Yuan thanked him repeatedly and said that he would definitely ask the Xia family for help if he encountered any difficulties. Just like that, Xia Chongfeng dragged Ning Yuan to a huge dining table that was large enough to accommodate dozens of people. Xia Changfeng accompanied Ning Yuan as they took their seats together, and he spoke with a smile as he pointed at the hundreds of dishes on the table, as well as a variety of expensive drinks. Ning Yuan, you're an honored guest of my Xia family. Come, it's your first time in my Xia family. I don't know if you, a northerner, are used to traditional southern dishes. Elder Xia, you're, too much. Ning Yuan smiled and was polite. Not too much, there are more of us to eat, it's just a home-cooked meal. Even though transcendents don't have to eat, it's also a great pleasure to savor a variety of cuisines. After saying that, Xia Changfeng beckoned, signaling that the rest of the Xia family could take their seats. Seeing this, the rest of the Xia family also sat down to their regular seats. Chapter 121 Doomed to Sleeplessness Tonight. At the dinner table, because of Ning Yuan's arrival, the Xia family's group of people put down the rule of eating without speaking. Everyone kept mingling with Ning Yuan, and Xia Xinla, who was sitting next to Ning Yuan, even kept serving him dishes. In this way, the lively meal ended in laughter. Xia Changfeng and a few important people from the Xia family accompanied Ning Yuan to the sofa. Several people were drinking tea and chatting at the same time when Xia Qidong's phone rang. He did not avoid a few people and directly answered the phone. What? Just then, Xia Qidong suddenly raised his volume. You said you won't be able to make it here tonight? What are you guys doing for food? I have VIPs waiting on my side. Fine, you guys hurry up, what a bunch of losers. After saying that, Xia Qidong hung up the phone with an ugly face. Qidong, what's wrong? Xia Changfeng took a sip of tea and asked Xia Qidong as if he did not know. It's like this, father. Xia Qidong hurriedly spoke. That guy who was transporting the spirits was too careless. They switched to a worn-out transport van in order to cover their ears, but these people didn't choose their car well and the car had problems, so they won't be able to make it here tonight, at least until tomorrow morning. Xia Changfeng frowned at his words. Alas! How can these people make such a low-level mistake? After saying that, Xia Changfeng looked at Ning Yuan and said, Ning Yuan, it's my fault for not doing my job well. Ning Yuan waved his hand and spoke. What is Elder Xia saying? Everything has its moments of accidents, it's just waiting one more night, no big deal. Xia Changfeng smiled at his words and nodded. Good, how about this? The spirit item might be delivered in less than the morning. Now that it's dark, rather than you making another trip tomorrow, why don't you take a temporary break for a night in my Xia family? After all, as a captain you have a busy schedule. Looking at Xia Changfeng's smile, Ning Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. Even though he knew that Xia Changfeng might get up to something, Xia Changfeng was right, it would be better to wait here rather than making another trip tomorrow. Seeing Ning Yuan agree, a trace of joy flashed across Xia Changfeng's pale eyes. In this manner, the several people talked and laughed for some time, before saying their goodbyes and returning to their rooms to rest. Ning Yuan, on the other hand, came to a luxurious bedroom on the second floor that the Xia family had prepared for him. Wow! There were two snow-white figures in the blur of steam in the huge bathroom. Xia Meng gently lathered Xia Xinla's body and scrubbed her smooth jade-like back. Sister, what's wrong with you? Seeing Xia Zanara's somewhat soulful appearance, Xia Meng curiously asked her. Gently shaking her head, Xia Zanara gently leaned backward into Xia Meng's embrace and murmured. Meng, I'm so afraid of marrying into the Shangguan family. Xia Meng sniffed and gently kneaded Xia Xinla's shoulders as she opened her mouth to reply. Well, why don't you quietly leave the Xia family, sister? Xia Xinla shook her head. How can it be so easy? It's already inseparable. Soon, the two women finished their baths. Xia Xinla and Xia Meng returned together to the room they were staying in. Sister, aren't you going to sleep? Xia Meng asked curiously as she looked at Xia Zanara, who was wearing a nightgown and sitting in front of the dresser to dress herself up. Xia Zanara simply painted her red lips and organized her hair, then she came to Xia Meng who was lying on the bed and touched her forehead. Meng, you go to sleep first, elder sister went out for a bit of business and will come back to accompany you in the evening. Xia Meng nodded, then obediently closed her eyes. Xia Xinla left the bedroom and looked at Xia Meng lying on the bed, then slowly closed the door. On the empty corridor, Xia Xinla's footsteps were light until she walked to a bedroom. Looking at the tightly closed door in front of her, she pursed her red lips, then reached out and tentatively twisted the door handle. There was a click. The door to this bedroom was not unlocked from the inside, and Xia Xinla pushed it open directly. Under the moonlight, a man stood quietly in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window with his back to her, looking out at the night scene. Looking at Ning Yuan's back, Xia Xinla's heart pounded as she walked into the room and unlocked the door from the inside. At this time, Ning Yuan also turned around, his face expressionless as he surveyed the woman in front of him. Xia Zanara was wearing a sexy one-piece nightgown that only reached her thighs, and under the moonlight, she had a tall and dimpled figure, and her skin was even whiter than jade. Exquisite and absolutely beautiful face, and Ning Yuan and stare at, her eyes flashed panic, her face is more blush. Looking at the beauty that was gently trembling because of her nervousness, Ning Yuan let out a sigh and slowly opened his mouth. Why bother, you don't really like me, do you? Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Xia Xinla hastily shook her head. No, there's no dislike. You go back, I'm not on the same page as you, and I'm not interested in you either. Ning Yuan said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Xia Zanara had a bitter smile on her face, not daring to look at Ning Yuan's cold eyes again. She lowered her head, watery mist appearing in her eyes as she spoke in a trembling voice. Why? Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Ning Yuan was silent. Can't you just take pity on me? As long as I'm related to you, I don't have to marry the Shangguan family, I don't want to marry that person. Hearing these last words from Xia Xinla, Ning Yuan was instantly a little surprised. Marrying the Shangguan family? Your grandfather wants to use you to marry the Shangguan family? Xia Xinla, who had her head lowered, wiped her tears and softly hummed. At this moment, a thunderbolt suddenly flashed within Ning Yuan. In his last life, he had no connection with these families, and it could be said that he was not qualified to contact these families at all in the early stages, so he was not clear about the marriage of these families. But now after Xia Xinla said this, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. One must know that although he didn't know the other clans, he did know Shangguan Yunhe, a sixth-order transcendentalist, in his last life. And behind the Shangguan Yunhe stood the Xia family as well as the Shangguan family. There were rumors that it was because Shangguan Yunhe had a part of the Xia family's blood in his body that these two families had such a good relationship. In other words, the Xia Zanara in front of her was most likely Shangguan Yunhe's grandmother. As soon as this thought appeared, Ning Yuan looked at Xia Xinla with a different gaze. He looked at Xia Xinla's flat belly, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just as Xia Xinla was about to say something, suddenly a pair of big, strong hands intercepted her and hugged her horizontally. Ah! This sudden scene suddenly Xia Zanara subconsciously exclaimed in shock, and in a panic she wrapped her arms around Ning Yuan's neck. The moonlight swayed, the bed shook, and this night was destined to be sleepless. 3 hours later. The confused Xia Meng was ready to go to the bathroom when she realized that her sister hadn't come back yet. A little puzzled, she walked out of the bedroom and came to the restroom. After using the restroom, Xia Meng was confused and wanted to go back to her room. Just then, a strange voice came through if nothing else. Xia Meng followed the source of the sound and curiously walked over, and in no time she arrived outside a bedroom. Suspicious, she pressed her ear gently against it. She then heard Xia Xinla's voice begging for mercy. First she froze for a moment, then Xia Meng's eyes widened, and her pretty face instantly turned red. She hastily covered her mouth and fled to her room. Chapter 122. A good thing has happened. Early the next morning, Ning Yuan got up and took a shower, then put on his own clothes, while Xia Xinla, who was under the covers, forced herself to endure the aches and pains in her body and got up to organize his clothes. Ning Yuan turned around and touched her face and spoke, "Rest and relax." Xia Xinla's cheeks flushed as she sniffed, and she wrapped her arms around Ning Yuan's waist, burying her head in his arms as she spoke softly. "Big brother Ning, thank you." Ning Yuan looked down at the woman, his gaze flat, not a trace of tenderness in his eyes. He was clear about Xia Chongfeng's intentions. The other party used Xia Xinla to get on the line with him. Even if he didn't marry Xia Xinla, in the eyes of outsiders his relationship with the Xia family was just not normal. However, for today's Ning Yuan, compared to colluding with the Xia family, getting revenge on the Shangguan family like this first could make his mood very pleasant. Shangguan Yunhe, ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan couldn't help but have a smile appear at the corner of his mouth. As Ning Yuan left the room and closed the door, Xia Zanara re-entered the quilt. Not long after, a knock sounded on the door. "Zanara, it's me." A woman's voice came from the door. "Great auntie, come in, the door is unlocked." Xia Xinla responded softly. Soon, a middle-aged woman gently pushed open the door of the room and walked in. The woman unlocked the door of the room and hurriedly came to sit beside Xia Xinla's bed. Looking at Xia Xinla's blushing face, as a woman who has been there before, how could she not know that a good thing has already happened? She hugged Xia Xinla and opened her mouth with joy. "Egu. Ha 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 ha, Xinla baby, you've done our Xia family a big favor. Your grandpa was really happy this morning. I've never seen the old man so happy. This Ning Yuan has a great future. He's a third-order transcendent, and now he's a captain. If you're with him, even though you don't have much of a name right now, sooner or later, you'll have it. At that time you won't be much different from a princess. It's much better than marrying that kid from the Shangguan family." Xia Xinla was so ashamed at what she said that she didn't know what to say. Go go go, auntie will take you to breakfast." After saying that, the woman wanted to pull Xia Xinla up. However, Xia Xinla refused her with a red face. "Auntie, I'm aching all over, so I won't eat breakfast. I want to rest and relax." Hearing this, the woman's eyes immediately widened, then she covered her mouth and laughed lightly. TSK, this Ning Yuan is quite capable of tossing and turning. Alright, you have a good rest." Xia Xinla really couldn't stand this great aunt's teasing, and she directly burrowed into the quilt and covered her head. The woman saw this, giggled, then twisted her waist and left the room. Villa living room. On the dining table, Xia Chongfeng happily chatted with Ning Yuan. The old man was so old that he only said some short words about his parents, not mentioning Xia Xinla. "Elder Xia, there are a lot of things that need to be dealt with in the early stages on my side, and there aren't many people that I can fully trust myself, so find some people from the Xia family to go over and help me." Although Xia Changfeng didn't say anything, Ning Yuan took the initiative to mention it. Since he had already come this far, rather than allowing the Xia family to profit from his banner outside, he should now take the initiative to discuss the issue of benefits with the Xia family. Hearing this, joy flashed across the eyes of Xia Changfeng as well as Xia Qidong's several people at the dinner table. Xia Changfeng, on the other hand, cheerfully opened his mouth. Fine, let's have a good chat later. Ning Yuan took the initiative to get the word out, so naturally, Xia Changfeng wouldn't wriggle out of it. This old and young two foxes are obviously you know what I mean and I know what you mean. Words don't have to say too much to understand. After breakfast, Ning Yuan accompanied Xia Changfeng to his study. The two sat down facing each other. Xia Changfeng first took out a jade box and placed it in front of Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, on the other hand, nonchalantly accepted it directly, then looked at Xia Changfeng and slowly opened his mouth. Elder Xia, there's something I want to say straight away. The Xia family can move a portion of their forces into central China, and I can give the Xia family enough power to lay out within central China. Xia Changfeng was first stunned when he heard this, then he was ecstatic inside. Ning Yuan had fulfilled his greatest expectations with a single sentence. It was important to realize that in the past, it was the headquarters that controlled the big picture, collecting the nation's resources and then dividing them up among the other top clans that possessed powerful transcendence. And since his Xia family didn't have any powerful transcendence, the resources allocated were less and his status was getting worse, while on the contrary, other families were getting better and better. Nowadays, the headquarters had no choice but to decentralize its power because of the current situation, which led to the 5 major districts and 5 top captains. In addition to the 5 major districts, except for central China, the other 4 major district captains have the shadows of the major clans behind them, and they are explicitly and secretly competing to collect resources and cultivate power. Only he, the Xia family, was still staying put today. So now that Ning Yuan had agreed to let his Xia family lay out the central China region, how could he not be pleased? With Ning Yuan, a third-order captain, covering him, and the resources of the central China region to help, it wouldn't take long for his Xia family to surpass the other families. For Xia Changfeng, who had witnessed the gradual decline of the Xia family, this was no less than a great opportunity to raise the dead. Thinking of this, Xia Changfeng looked at Ning Yuan and nodded repeatedly. Oh Ning Yuan, my Xia clan will not forget your kindness, and will do everything in the Xia clan's power to help you. Ning Yuan laughed. Don't be hasty, Elder Xia, I still have 2 more conditions. Xia Changfeng did not have any surprises when he heard this. Ning Yuan was willing to directly concede such a large benefit to his Xia family. There were bound to be conditions. First, from now on, other than benefit exchanges, the Xia family cannot have any friendships with other families. The weak are the strong, the fittest are the best, either you eat me or I eat you. The situation in the future is bound to be like this, and those so-called top families today might be buried in the flood of the times before long. There are still a few top families rooted within central China today. These families have been living in central China for generations. They do things in drips and drabs, they know how to hide themselves. It's hard to want to deduct something from their mouths to eat. That's why I'm not just helping you by cooperating with the Xia family, I'm also helping me. Nowadays I need an ally to help me deal with these families. Hearing this, Xia Changfeng's eyes flashed with a brilliant aura. He hadn't expected Ning Yuan to be so ambitious. Although Ning Yuan didn't say so explicitly, how could Xia Changfeng not hear the meaning of his words? If there was the right time, Ning Yuan would inevitably find a way to annex other clans and collect their resources for his own use. Although Xia Changfeng was shocked at Ning Yuan's ambition, he nodded in agreement without hesitation. The weak and the strong was the truth, and his Xia family's current situation was not fulfilling this saying. After seeing that Xia Changfeng understood his meaning, Ning Yuan continued to speak. Second, the transcendents within the Xia family must serve in the central China region, which means they are under my jurisdiction. This one is not negotiable. Chapter 123, 2 Extremes. Hearing the second condition, this time Xia Changfeng was silent for a moment. This condition of Ning Yuan's was, to put it bluntly, that he could rightfully control the lives and deaths of the transcendents within his Xia clan. This would not only prevent the Xia clan from betraying him, but also tie the Xia clan firmly to him. Although this was tantamount to leaving his Xia family without a second back way, Xia Changfeng still nodded his head and agreed. If one were to ask why, it would be that his Xia family simply had no choice today. His Xia family can only guarantee that it will not fall if it marries the Shangguan family, but without resources and without top-tier transcendence, his Xia family will always be in a passive situation. But tying up with Ning Yuan would be different. The benefits that his Xia family could obtain were unimaginable, not only in terms of voice at the headquarters, but also in terms of real resources. So after weighing the pros and cons, Xia Changfeng naturally agreed. In the time that followed, the two of them discussed about the pre-layout of the Xia family. In central China to establish a variety of companies, the name of the major enterprises, as well as the forces under the gradual transfer to central China, etc. After the conversation, Xia Changfeng personally sent Ning Yuan outside the manor. Looking at Ning Yuan's departing back, Xia Changfeng sighed deeply. Joining forces with Ning Yuan should be a happy event for our Xiao family. Why is father sighing?
Xia Qidong and Xia Qiming, who were on the side, spoke out curiously. Xia Changfeng smiled bitterly at his words.
Joint?
On the surface it looks like a union, but in reality, once my Xia family enters the central China region, I won't be able to detach myself from it. At that time, my Xia family's transcendence and all of their resources will be under Ning Yuan's nose, so what's the difference between that and being a vassal? The two Xia Qidong brothers froze at his words, then Xia Qiming frowned and spoke.
If that's the case, then why did father still agree?
Xia Changfeng glanced at the duo before speaking quietly. There's no other choice. Ning Yuan directly picking out the words without giving room for maneuver is letting my Xia family make the decision.
Either attached to the Shangguan family, or attached to him.
Ning Yuan on Ning Yuan, the depth of this person's mind, the far-reaching strategies, and the amount of thoughts he has, I am ashamed to be inferior to him. It is hard to imagine that this person is actually only in his early 20s, is it really a man of God's destiny? After saying that, Xia Changfeng turned his words around and suddenly looked at the two Xia Qidong brothers and opened his mouth seriously.
The two of you remember what I said next.
The two brothers looked at each other and hurriedly made a show of listening respectfully. When I die, you will honestly work for Ning Yuan, and do not have any other thoughts. If Ning Yuan wishes to annex my Xia family in the future, you and the others should not resist and surrender all your resources, only seeking to preserve yourselves. If you don't want my Xia family to be destroyed, the two of you must remember these words. Listening to Xia Changfeng's words, the two Xia Qidong brothers looked at each other in disbelief, their hearts greatly shocked.
A dozen days have passed in the blink of an eye. Great Zhou City, Star Ocean Flower Shore. Regarding the setup arrangements to allow the Xia family to enter central China, Ning Yuan still gave full authority to Gu Yang. The latter was in favor of this. Just as Ning Yuan had said, those top families that had been rooted within central China for generations were all too smart, smooth and watertight in their dealings. As such, it would require an outside top family to intervene. By then, the Xia family would be expanding their power extremely fast with the support of Ning Yuan, the person in charge of central China, and see if these families could still keep their composure. As long as they made a move, Gu Yang's side would be able to find an excuse. In order to assist Gu Yang, Ning Yuan had also molded the big yellow dog into a hermit and nobleman, giving them one person and one dog a line. So much so that Gu Yang would often call and ask Zhuge Huang, the high man, for his opinion when he was unsure of what to do. Not only that, but occasionally Gu Yang would talk to Zhuge Huang all night long over the phone. Inside the villa, the big yellow dog watched somewhat listlessly at the image of himself being KO'd on the TV. Compared to it, Ning Yuan was clearly in high spirits. Looking at Ning Yuan with a smiling face, the big yellow dog couldn't help but spit. You're at least considered the leader, so at least mind your own business. Leaving everything to the people below, won't your conscience hurt? Ning Yuan sniffed and laughed. I have to do everything, what do I need you guys for? Besides, it's just about the right time for you guys to get some presents. The big yellow dog sniffed in some confusion. What do you mean? Ning Yuan smiled without saying anything. What he wanted to say was that if he had reached the 4th rank, he wouldn't even have to play this with these clans, and would just go directly to the door to get what he wanted. Late night. Ning Yuan sat cross-legged in the courtyard of the villa, and in front of him was an open jade box, which was already empty. Under the nourishment of daily cultivation and spiritual substances, the third spirit origin fruit within Ning Yuan's body was clearly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A transcendent mortal's 3rd stage breaking through to the 4th stage meant a whole new level of sublimation. The transcendent at that time would truly be out of the realm of ordinary people's understanding. Not only did 4th order transcendentals possess unimaginable power of 3rd order transcendentals, but more importantly, 4th order transcendentals would have an additional 400 years of lifespan compared to 3rd order transcendentals. If you count their original lifespan, a 4th order transcendent can survive for as long as 500 years. Later on, the 5th rank, 6th rank, and even the 7th rank would all increase their lifespan. From the point of longevity alone, the difference between the 3rd and 4th orders is like the difference between immortal. However, although the 4th rank is powerful, how difficult is it to break through the 4th rank? For a transcendent to successfully break through the 4th rank, their qualifications needed to be at least B rank. On top of that, the time consumed to break through to the 4th rank from the 3rd rank was even longer. Without the aid of a spiritual object, a B-class transcendent would need to consume at least nearly 50 years, while an A-class transcendent would need nearly 30 years. Even in Ning Yuan's last life, when he had been nurtured by the headquarters' full resources, it had still taken him 10 years to break through to the 4th rank from the 3rd rank. In this life, with the terrifying promotion speed of the Dark Spirit, even if he didn't use any spirit aids, it wouldn't take him 10 years to break through from the 3rd order to the 4th order. If he used a large number of spirits, he would not even need 5 years to break through to the 4th rank from the 3rd rank. Ning Yuan roughly projected his current promotion speed and couldn't help but compare it to his last life. In his previous life, the pre-lightning spirit was very strong, and could be said to have lived up to its S-class rating, and as a result, pre-lightning spirit had become one of the top transcendents in the headquarters, and even in the world. He had worked diligently for decades, never slacking off for a moment, and had sacrificed himself to save millions of lives. But the pre-lightning spirit, though powerful, had a fatal flaw. Almost two extremes from the dark spirit, the light spirit's upgrades were very, very slow. It could be said that an S-rank ability was not upgraded as fast as SC rank. If it wasn't for the fact that the headquarters in the early stages had extremely valued light as an ability, and had tilted a large amount of resources in Ning Yuan's favor, it would have been impossible for Ning Yuan to break through to the 3rd rank on his own, much less the 4th or even the 5th rank at the back. So when the headquarters was completely disappointed with his 4th order ability and stopped tilting its resources toward him as a bottomless pit, Ning Yuan stayed at the 4th order for nearly 400 years in his previous life. Chapter 124, A Special International Conference. Grand Capital City, Transcendent Headquarters. Ning Yuan, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You must have been busy during this period of time, right? If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to mention them to headquarters. In the minister's office, Louis personally poured a cup of tea for Ning Yuan and said smilingly. Ning Yuan took the cup of tea and opened his mouth with a smile. Minister, where are your words? For the sake of the country, for the sake of the people, what's a little bit of hard work for me? Hearing this, Louis can't help but have his eyelids jump. Ning Yuan took a sip of tea, then placed the teacup on the table and spoke out. Getting down to business, Minister, is there something you're looking for me for this time? Louis sat down opposite Ning Yuan and nodded. What about a few days from now? There will be a special international meeting where the top powers will send representatives. There are 3 places for our country to participate in the conference, of which the list has been tentatively set: me, Professor Yang, and you. Me? Ning Yuan first froze at the words, then waved his hand with a smile. The minister is really joking. I'm a rough man and I don't know anything about state affairs. How can I participate in this kind of meeting? Louis seemed to have expected Ning Yuan to refuse as he lowered his voice and continued. This time, the meeting is different. There are strict requirements, and at that time, 3rd order transcendents from other countries will also attend the meeting. 3rd order? This time Ning Yuan was a bit surprised. Just then, he only heard Louis continue. Ning Yuan, you are now a 3rd order transcendent, a pillar of the nation. Elder Qin is old, it's inconvenient for him to go out and toss around, and Jiang Xiong is burdened with a heavy responsibility, so he simply can't get away. If Tian Shangguang was still around, it would be appropriate for him to go, but it's a pity that he's not around now. At the end of his words, Louis sighed. So it's only possible for you to accompany me and Professor Yang on this trip. One of them is to participate in the meeting. 2 is to protect us. You have to know that foreign countries are different from home. The situation over there is complicated, and a part of the powerful transcendent forces have even defected to the foreign races. Several days later in the evening, a special airplane rose from Dying City and flew to the country of M. On the special airplane sat Ning Yuan, Louis, Yang Yuxian, as well as a dozen staff members accompanying the headquarters, and a 2nd order transcendent. At this moment, Louis, Ning Yuan, Yang Yuxian and the 3 of them were chatting. Louis looked out the window at the night color and said slowly. The situation within M is actually very complicated, and it's hard to tell for a while. To put it simply, at the beginning of the outbreak of transcendent power, their country that prizes freedom didn't adopt high-handed means to enlist all transcendents and resources. And this also indirectly led to the subsequent emergence of transcendent powers that sprouted up, among which the Aurora Society was the strongest, and this transcendent power is now similar to the headquarters of the M nation. Except that the Aurora Society is only powerful, but it doesn't have the qualifications or authority to order other transcendent forces. In this way, it has led to the transcendent powers within the M country secretly being in constant strife, fighting to the death over various resources. At the same time, Yang Yuxian also spoke. Times have changed, but the thinking of the vast majority of people has not. What's the saying? At first the people didn't take the invasion seriously, until the moment they were actually faced with imminent extinction, they realized that things could have been different. Speaking of this, Yang Yu first quietly looked at Ning Yuan inquiringly. Ning Yuan, do you know what this phrase in which everything could have been changed refers to? After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan uttered 2 words. Infighting. Snap. Yang Yu snapped his fingers first and said with a smile. That's right, it's infighting. Infighting will kill the country, and infighting will kill the country, and that's the people whose interests are paramount. Once upon a time I have appealed more than once at international conferences for the transcendence of the world to stop all infighting and for all to unite in a united effort to purge the foreigners. Unfortunately, after so many years have passed, not to mention stopping the infighting, because the transcendentalists are getting stronger and stronger, the infighting is instead getting stronger and stronger. Not only that, some alien races took the opportunity to pull in and support a large number of transcendents, and what's even more ridiculous is that they used human resources. The foreign races used human resources to make humans fight internally and kill each other. You say it's ridiculous. If my guess is correct, the number of humans who will die at the hands of the foreign races in the future is definitely not as many as those who will die at the hands of their own people. At the end of his words, Yang Yuexian laughed out loud. Although Yang Yuexian laughed loudly, but none of the surrounding people followed the laughter. Sparing Louis also showed a sad face. As the Minister of Transcendence, he knows best that people's hearts are treacherous. Trying to get everyone to be of one mind could be said to be simply impossible. Ning Yuan quietly looked at the laughing Yang Yuexian. From his experience in his previous life, the other party had guessed correctly. Even during the years when he was executed, even though there were less than 100 million people left in the blue planet, the top powerhouses were still fighting amongst each other in secret and in the open. Just as Yang Yuexian said, human beings will not know they are wrong until the moment of their true demise. Rumble. Just then, the sudden sound of thunder came from outside the airplane, followed by the sound of rain slapping against the cabin windows. It's raining? Strange, isn't it going to rain tomorrow? A staff member opened his computer to check under suspicion, and then he fell into a deep thought as he looked at tonight's heavy rainstorm on the weather forecast. Meanwhile, successive thunderclaps rang out, and the airplane shook a little in the storm. The only one who had followed the headquarters, that second-order transcendent, was disturbed, and he came to one of the rear cabin windows, his eyes staring silently at the rainy night outside. Looking at the lightning and thunder outside, although Louis also felt a little uneasy in his heart, he looked at Ning Yuan who was sitting across from him and saw that the latter still looked like he was wandering around in the sky, so he let go of his heart. A third-order transcendentalist who can fly is sitting opposite him, not to mention the storm. Even if the plane goes out of control, Ning Yuan can save them all. Rumble. Right at that moment, another huge thunderous sound rang out. Along with it came a woman's cry of alarm. Ah! Outside, there's someone outside. Hearing this, everyone's gazes went to a female headquarters staff member sitting at the very front. The other party's face was pale at the moment, and her trembling hand pointed out the cabin window. Chapter 125 Targeted Assassination. Upon hearing the alarmed cry of the woman sitting in the front, the second-order transcendent who was in the back row of the cabin immediately came over. Wu Anxiao frowned and came beside the female staff member, who looked through the cabin windows of the other row and surveyed the outside under the reflection of the lightning that appeared from time to time. You, are you looking at it wrong? I've been staring outside, I don't see anyone. After carefully observing for a while, he didn't find anyone and asked the female staff member in doubt. Just then, however, another cry of alarm appeared. This time it was a male staff member, and the other party's mental quality was obviously much better as he exclaimed. There are people. There really is. He's on my side. This male staff member who spoke was sitting against the center, not far from Louis's people, so at this moment, Louis also saw the scene outside. Under the reflection of the lightning that suddenly appeared, only to see a white man wearing a black trench coat flying in the air, the other party is very close to their special airplane, almost sticking to the wing. Such a close distance also resulted in Louis's few people being able to see the other party's face clearly. A middle-aged white man with a tall, thin figure and sunken cheeks, the other party was staring at them expressionlessly, a pair of eyes gray and empty, not mixed with any emotion. Encountering such a bizarre person flying in the sky in the middle of a storm, Louis's heart immediately rose with a sense of ill will. The other party is obviously a transcendent, and to be able to follow them in such bad weather, they must be very strong as well. Is he sizing us up? Could it be that he wants to confirm something? Yanyu slightly narrowed his eyes after first scrutinizing the weird white man outside. Wu Anxiao moved at this time, only to see the pupils of his eyes turn from black to white and then emit a burst of silver light. Second-order ability, Insight. His ability allows him to gain insight into anything out of the ordinary, including whether or not its surroundings are hostile. And Wu Anxiao, who possesses this special ability, is also one of the important transcendents in charge of security and protection within the headquarters. After observing the weird man outside for just a moment, Wu Anxiao exclaimed in shock. Bomb! There's a bomb on him! Under his insight, even though the other party had strapped the bomb into his clothes, it was still discovered by him. What? Louis's pupils shrunk. The others in the cabin even had their hearts tremble. It was clear that they were under attack. At the same time, Ning Yuan moved, and he looked out the window with an expressionless sideways head. Captain Ning, the other party has a bomb strapped to his body and is carrying extreme malice towards us. Wu Anxiao spoke out sharply. This was because he saw the person outside the window begin to turn his body, wanting to fly over to meet them. Just when Wu Anxiao wanted to say something about the other person's move, his words got stuck in his throat. He then stared wide-eyed with disbelief, only to see the creepy middle-aged white man flying in the storm outside suddenly dismembered. Wu Anxiao, because of his ability, he clearly and incomparably saw that the white man was as if cut into several pieces by several unseen fast knives, and then fell towards the ground. Even Louis, a few ordinary people vaguely saw the scene. At this moment, how could they not know that it was Ning Yuan who had struck? Almost simultaneously, everyone turned their gazes towards Ning Yuan. Only Ning Yuan looked at the storm outside the window with an expressionless face, then slowly opened his mouth. This is someone who died a long time ago. The person who manipulated him should be on the ground. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's face instantly turned gloomy. It was only a short while after leaving the border, a targeted assassination came, so it can be imagined that there must be a great conspiracy hidden behind it. Yang Yuxian, on the other hand, frowned as he spoke out. Obviously the other party is targeting us. If it's the information leaked within the headquarters, then the purpose of this person's appearance might be to lure you away before striking out at us. At this moment, Louis also reacted as he hurriedly spoke to Ning Yuan. That's right, Professor Yang is right. If it's someone within the headquarters who laid out the plan, then he's bound to know that we only brought you and Wu Anxiao with us on this trip, so Ning Yuan, you mustn't leave this plane. Minister. Ning Yuan interrupted Louis as he slowly stood up and looked at Louis and said, Minister pay attention to our status, show some of the aura of a top power. I'm here, don't worry. After saying that, Ning Yuan then transformed into a black shadow that passed through the cabin and walked directly onto the wing of the plane under the stunned gazes of the crowd. At the moment, there was a raging storm outside, but Ning Yuan's surroundings were as if there was an unreadable barrier isolating everything. Everyone inside the airplane stared at Ning Yuan in a daze. Louis for some reason suddenly revealed a smile and his body relaxed. Yeah. Why did he only let a second-order transcendent follow him on this trip? Obviously, this was a display of his confidence. Louis believes that Ning Yuan, a third-order transcendent, is enough to smooth out all the troubles. In other words, if even Ning Yuan can't smooth things out, then it doesn't really make much sense to have some more second-order transcendents. Meanwhile, Wu Anxiao, who was a second-order transcendent, was looking at Ning Yuan, who was standing on the wing, with his heart on fire. As a transcendent, he never aspired to any power or money, and what he most aspired to respect was naturally a more powerful transcendent. Obviously, Ning Yuan, the captain's every move was filled with the absolute confidence of a strong person. On the wing, Ning Yuan looked expressionlessly at the pitch-black clouds below, the black color in his eyes growing denser and deeper. He was feeling the abnormal fluctuations below him through the darkness in the heavens and earth. Once a transcendent leaked a strong enough aura, he would be able to lock on to the other party's location at the first opportunity. Ground. A deserted area. Only one tall and one short person stood silently. The rain was stopped by an invisible barrier above their heads, splashing away in all directions. The taller of them was a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. Her figure was tall and fiery, and she was currently squinting her eyes and surveying the dark night sky, as if she was waiting for something. Beside her, there was a shorter man. The man was only about 1 meter 5, with an East Asian face, only to see his originally tightly closed eyes snapping open, a look of horror on his face. Not good. According to my observation, there should be a third-order transcendent in this airplane. Hearing this, the blonde woman froze as she turned her head to look at the man and frowned as she spoke. A third-order transcendent? Are you sure? The man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hastily nodded. Definitely right, the boss's puppet was chopped into dozens of pieces in a single glance. I didn't even see the other party make any movements, let alone have time to react. The blonde woman sniffed inwardly as she took a deep breath. Obviously, this plane is our target now. As the boss requested, get all the remaining puppets up there, and even if we can't kill Yang Yuxian, we still need to find out all the abilities of that third-order transcendent, Ning Yuan. The short man obviously had some fearful hesitation when he heard this, but under the blonde woman's icy gaze, he still agreed stiffly. Only his eyes were tightly closed, and then a green smoke floated out from the top of his head and landed in a grassy area not far away. Soon, a human-shaped black shadow stiffly crawled up in the grass. Just as the blonde woman tried to cast her ability to make the golem fly into the sky, she shuddered inwardly. No good. The blonde woman was inwardly horrified because at this moment, she felt that she was locked by an icy gaze. Even thinking with her big ass, she knew that it was definitely that third-order transcendent. God! That guy can actually lock onto us from the sky. Lee! Mission cancelled, split up and run. The blonde woman cried out, yet when she turned around, she could no longer speak. Only to see her companion's head being single-handedly held by a Chinese youth in a black shirt, the former's expression still fixed in fearful disbelief even though he was already dead. And that man who easily and noiselessly decapitated his companion, at the moment was looking at her expressionlessly. Chapter 126 The Holy Maiden. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, and torrential rain poured down. Under the light of the lightning, the blonde woman and Ning Yuan stared at each other, her body stiff and numb, her throat rolling, her heart seeming to stop beating at this moment. Who sent you here? Ning Yuan looked at the woman and indifferently inquired. Hearing this, the blonde woman opened her mouth as sweat continued to surface from her forehead. Obviously, she could understand Ning Yuan's words. However, she was silent on the question of whether or not to answer the other party. The reason was simple: if she betrayed her boss, then her consequences would be more horrible than death, and her family would be plunged into true despair. Seeing the other party in this state, Ning Yuan clearly understood the woman's concerns as well. In the next moment, the blonde woman's head flew high into the air, her blood spraying wildly and merging with the rain in the dark night. Ning Yuan didn't waste any more time on the other party. Even if he didn't kill the other party, then the other party would definitely kill himself when he made up his mind. In his previous life, he had encountered too many of these transcendentalists, and if these people had taken out this fear of death to deal with the foreigners, it wouldn't have been so bad that the final situation had come to that point. Before the blonde woman's dead head even fell to the ground, it was pulled by an invisible force and came into Ning Yuan's hands. Ning Yuan sneered as he looked at the other party's dead face. Thinking that if you don't say anything, nothing will leak? Thinking that you can protect your family just because you're dead? Ridiculous to the extreme. You underestimated the power of a nation, and you underestimated them as well. Saying this, Ning Yuan looked up at the sky, as if looking through the clouds at the special airplane that was flying forward. Inside the airplane. Ever since Ning Yuan had disappeared, the people inside the cabin, although they didn't show too much panic on the surface, were still nervous inside. They weren't afraid that Ning Yuan wouldn't come back, but they were afraid that this special airplane would be attacked again before Ning Yuan returned. They knew that there was only one second-order transcendent left in the cabin, Wu Anxiao, but Wu Anxiao's ability wasn't combat-oriented, so if the other party attacked again and blew up the jet, then Wu Anxiao definitely wouldn't be able to save them. Just as the crowd's gazes were gazing deathly at the night color outside the window, their hearts were tense. A dark shadow flashed across the cabin, and then Ning Yuan, who was carrying two human heads, appeared. When the crowd saw him appear, they all revealed smiles, but after seeing the two heads in Ning Yuan's hands, they all changed their faces again. Ning Yuan, could that be in your hand? Lu Yi inquired as he looked at the heads in Ning Yuan's hands. Well, these two are the transcendents that attacked us. The female is a second-order transcendent, and the male is only first-order. After Ning Yuan said that, he directly handed the two heads directly to Wu Anxiao, who was at the side. The latter subconsciously reached out and picked them up. Can't ask for anything? Yang Yu first looked at the two heads and frowned as he spoke. Lu Yi wanted to ask Ning Yuan why he didn't capture the living ones, but after hearing Professor Yang say so, he didn't open his mouth again. Ning Yuan pulled out a few wet paper towels from beside a female staff member as he wiped his hands. It's impossible to ask, these people are organized and have a soft spot being pinched by the people behind them. Even if I don't kill them, they'll still kill themselves. Hearing Ning Yuan say this, Yang Yu first nodded. Lu Yi looked at Wu Anxiao and spoke. Anxiao, you find something to put the head in. If they don't say anything, we will check it ourselves. With the head in place, it's not hard to find out who's behind it. Wu Anxiao nodded at his words, then freed up two backpacks and put the heads directly into the backpacks. It wasn't long before the storm gradually decreased until it stopped completely. The clouds cleared and the sky cleared. And this special airplane that took off from China after several hours of flight finally landed smoothly in a military base in M country. Lu Yi and his entourage just got off the airplane, and a warm applause rang out on both sides of the red-carpeted road. Whoa, Minister Lu, my dear friend, you're finally here. A white man in a suit with an obese figure smiled and went up to Lu Yi and hugged him, then the two of them clasped their hands again while facing the camera with a smile for a group photo. After the photo was taken, Lu Yi patted the white man's bulging belly and opened his mouth with a smile. Matt, haven't seen you for a while, this belly of yours seems to have gotten bigger again. In the words of our place, you're like a woman who's pregnant with a baby. Ha 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 ha. Minister Lu, you should say that I'm like a prime minister who can carry a boat in his belly. Matt laughed in response. After saying that, the two of them held hands and walked forward. Ning Yuan, Yang Yuxian, and the others followed behind. This is the president of the Aurora Society, John. Matt. Yang Yu, who was traveling side by side with Ning Yuan, first voiced an explanation for him. Ning Yuan merely nodded, and then he gazed ahead at a person standing in the crowd beside the road. It was a woman. The other woman had blonde hair, wore a white nun's dress and a veil, and held a bouquet of flowers. Although this saintly dress was conspicuous, what was more striking was the woman's face and figure. Only the other party's eyes were covered by a white strip of cloth, only revealing her upturned nose and bright red lips, while her tall figure was even more fiery, as if the clothes in front of her chest would be burst by it in the next moment. When Lu Yi walked to the side of this holy maiden, the latter took a few steps forward, and although her eyes were blindfolded, it was as if she could still see everything in front of her. She sent the flowers in her hands to Lu Yi, who took them with a smile. The holy maiden then drew a gesture with one hand in front of her chest and spoke softly to Lu Yi. May the Lord always protect you. Lu Yi nodded his thanks to him and then continued to walk forward with Matt. This is Holy Maiden Lillian, Matt's sister. Yang Yuxian saw Ning Yuan staring at the woman in the Holy Maiden's costume and spoke out to explain for him. There are two third-order transcendents within the M country. She is one of them. Lillian is a transcendent who has fused the S-rank fire spirit seed. Listening to Yang Yuxian's words, Ning Yuan and his group also walked over to Lillian's side. Lillian, of course, Ning Yuan was familiar with. This woman was very unusual, and her abilities were very special and powerful, and her final end was to be destroyed along with the M nation. In her last life, Lillian hadn't reached the level of a 7th-order transcendent, she was at the peak of the 6th order. However, she still couldn't change the end of the M nation.
In the face of the alien-targeted siege extermination, Lillian refused to abandon the M country to join the Chinese. She chose to in their own country, and their own countrymen together and the alien fighting. At that time, the situation was complicated. There were top transcendents within China who wanted to go over to support this human sixth-order transcendent, but a portion of the top transcendents were worried that this was a trap set by the alien race in order to distract them, so they refused. And this led to Lillian's death in battle and the complete destruction of the M country, with no one surviving. Thoughts turning back, Ning Yuan's gaze locked with Lillian's. Only to see the red lips of this sexy woman, who was clearly almost 40 years old in actual age but looked less than 30, raise. Giving him a shallow smile. Chapter 127, There's Giving and There's Gaining. The two of them briefly stared at each other for a moment before Ning Yuan left. Looking at Ning Yuan's back, Lillian felt some emotions within her heart. As the strongest transcendent of the Aurora Society, how could she not know Ning Yuan's name? Although she had never met Ning Yuan, the news that there was a new very young third-order transcendent at the Chinese headquarters had long since spread throughout the top echelons of the M country. It couldn't be helped, whoever made those higher-ups in the country of Huaxia liked to show off. Of course, Lillian was still making huge waves inside when she actually saw Ning Yuan. There was no way around it, the other party was too young. A 20-something third-order transcendent. Compared to himself, a transcendent who had taken almost 10 years to break through to the third rank, the other party's breakthrough speed was too terrifying. Still remembering when she first learned of this news, the first thought that appeared in Lillian's mind was, why hasn't this kind of genius appeared in M country? Inside a hospitality conference hall, Matt as well as some of the top management of the M country officially received Lu Yi and his entourage, and one by one, they shook hands with the staff of the headquarters and greeted them. When he came in front of Yang Yuxian, Matt looked at the listless Yang Yuxian and instantly expressed his concern. Oh Night Yang, look at your dark circles under your eyes, it's really worrying. You are the top scientist of human civilization, you must protect your body and take care of your rest. Yang Yuxian just responded perfunctorily. Matt then arrived in front of Ning Yuan, who looked at the youth in front of him and sighed out in strangely pitched Chinese. Oh shit. It's true that heroes come out of youths, why didn't God let you be born in the M country, it's so unfair. Ning Yuan just smiled at his words, then shook the other party's hand affectionately. After greeting them one by one, Matt then greeted Lu Yi and his group and sat down, then made small talk with Lu Yi. Old Lua, because of some reasons, that meeting was only officially open 2 days later, you may not believe it, the content of this meeting is not even known to me. Louis, who just took a sip of water, sniffed and looked at Matt with some surprise. Old Ma, you don't know either? What a joke. Matt spread his hands. That president guy is so secretive, sometimes I just want to kick his ass so bad. Louis sniffed and pondered for a while, then opened his mouth somewhat seriously. According to what you said, then the content of this meeting seems to be known only to those 4 people. Matt naturally knew who those 4 people Louis was talking about. A handful of top powers that currently possess third-order transcendence within the Blue Star. It seems like the content this time is quite unusual. Matt also narrowed his eyes. Combined with the fact that it was going to be a third-order transcendent attending the meeting, as well as the fact that the secrecy measures were so strict. According to their experience, it was obvious that this was going to be a huge joint operation. Seeing that the other party didn't even know the content of the meeting, Louis, Matt and the 2 of them chatted idly. During this time, Louis recounted the assassination he encountered on the road. Crooked Tay? After listening to Louis's narration, Matt was first stunned and then slammed the table in anger. Fark! These sons of ES! How dare they! With that said, Matt got up and spoke directly to a burly black man. Ken, go investigate this matter immediately. The black strong man immediately got up and nodded his head at his words. Just as the black strong man was about to leave, Louis stopped him. Wait a minute. Louis then signaled Wu Anxiao to take those 2 backpacks to the strong black man. The other party took it suspiciously. He opened the backpacks to take a look, and his pupils instantly shrunk. Only to see the head of a dead blonde beauty staring back at him. With these 2 heads around, it will be easier for you to find out who is behind this. Louis said with a smile without changing his face. Matt heard this where he did not know what was in the bag. He smiled and nodded. Someone's head, that's a lot better. Looking at the black burly man's departing back, Louis added, also, if you can't find out, bring back the head, I still have a use for it. He. Old Lou, your words are wrong. Matt knocked on the table beside him. If this can't be found, then I'll simply take a rope and hang myself to meet God. Louis laughed out loud at his words. By the way, old Lou, the meeting is going to start in 2 days, and coincidentally tomorrow night the Aurora Society is going to prepare to hold an auction. Are you interested in getting together? Also, for your information, this time around there are quite a few forces from quite a few countries coming to participate. Louis raised an eyebrow at this. How come it's such a coincidence? The last time I came, you guys also held an auction, and this time I came you guys happened to hold an auction again. Old Ma, you're not trying to pull wool over my eyes, are you? Ma Te laughed and waved his hand. You are you.
Louis pointed at the other party and laughed and cursed. At the same time, not far from the seat, Yang Yuxian was dozing off, and Ning Yuan on the side was also resting his eyes. Wu Wanxiao, who was sitting behind the duo, heard Louis' mate's conversation and asked Yang Yuxian in front of him in a low, curious voice. Professor Yang, the auction that the minister and the others are talking about, what kind of auction is it? Hearing someone call out to him, Yang Yu first looked back at Wu Wanxiao before yawning and opening his mouth. Saying that it's an auction, it's actually a bit different from what you'd imagine an auction to be. This auction held by the Aurora Society can only be attended by transcendents and transcendent forces, and its purpose is to exchange goods for goods. It's just that this bartering for things is for spirit artifacts and even spirit seeds. What? Wu Wanxiao's eyes widened when he heard this. Exchanging spirit seeds for spirit objects, spirit weapons for spirit seeds, and spirit objects for spirit weapons, that's roughly it. After saying that, Yang Yuxian yawned again and his eyelids began to fight. Then, can I buy a spirit with money? Wu Wanxiao was a little hot inside. He had saved up quite a bit of family money over the years, tens of millions of dollars were still there. Ha! Yang Yuxian sneered without opening his eyes. And Xiao, do you think these people lack money? To put it bluntly, they make all the money. Using the money they made to buy the spirits in the other party's hands, what's the difference between that and empty gloves? Upon hearing this, Wu Wanxiao fell silent as if he had been poured a pot of cold water. Don't presume to buy spiritual goods from here, because you need to pay for something just as precious as the spiritual goods, so you might as well work hard to do missions to increase your contribution value and obtain spiritual goods from within the headquarters. Compared to this form of foreign countries, our China is still very fair. If you pay, you get something. After saying that, Yang Yuxian even raised his finger to point at Ning Yuan beside him. That meaning is obvious. Look at Captain Ning is not a living example. Chapter 128 Introducing. After the short reception meeting, Matt arranged a residence for Lu Yi and his entourage and personally sent them there. Before leaving, Matt held Lu Yi's hands tightly. Old Lu, I still have to go to receive the representatives of other countries, so I won't accompany you for dinner. When this meeting is over, let's have a couple of drinks. I haven't finished the white wine you sent me. Also, don't forget to attend the auction tomorrow night. Without you attending on behalf of Huaxia, this auction will lose its soul. Before leaving, Matt repeatedly emphasized that Lu Yi and the others must attend the auction tomorrow night. Louis smiled and nodded his head in agreement, then watched Matt leave in his special car. Several people entered the hotel. Yang Yu first scratched his hair and opened his mouth. This Matt guy must be trying to exchange spirit artifacts and spirit weapons from us again. Louis laughed. Actually, Matt is right, this is indeed considered a mutually beneficial deal. Yuxian, you wait and organize some spirit artifacts out of the headquarters database, and see if you can trade over spirit objects or spirit seeds from other countries. If we come across a more special and powerful spirit artifact, it's also possible for us to trade for spirit seeds or spirit objects. Yang Yuxian nodded at his words. Just like this, Louis Ning Yuan Yang Yuxian and his group spent the day in the hotel. The evening of the second day, Louis Yang Yuxian Ning Yuan as well as Wu Wanxiao, the four of them got on the special car that came to pick them up in front of the hotel. The car drove through the busy streets and then into a tunnel. Halfway through the tunnel, the car turned into another dark tunnel through a special passageway in the tunnel. There were no signs, no sense of direction. The special car relied on the lights to move forward, and after making several turns, it drove out of this particular tunnel and onto a dark, spacious, and unoccupied road. The car picked up speed and soon arrived at a huge building, where it was stopped by a checkpoint. There were white burly men wearing black trench coats and sunglasses earpieces who came to the front of the car and carefully checked the license plate, then checked the driver's documents and observed Louis Ning Yuan's four people. After a moment, he first saluted towards Lu Yi and his party, then waved his hand. In the next moment, the huge fence of the sentry post slowly rose, and then this specialized vehicle entered it. Minister, where is this place? How come the security measures are so strict? Even the staff in charge of inspection are transcendents. Wu Wanxiao, who was here for the first time, could not control his curiosity to ask Louis. Louis, who was pondering things, sniffs and comes back to his senses as he laughs softly and opens his mouth. This is underground, we are going to the base of the Aurora Society. Underground? Hearing this, Wu Wanxiao was inwardly shocked. Apparently they had been slowly moving downward while in the tunnel, only the arc was so small that they hadn't noticed it themselves. The huge building in front of them was in typical Western style, except to the casual observer the outline of the structure looked more like a simplified version of the five-star building. The special car pulled into the parking lot, and at the same time there were also several cars coming into the place from other directions. This shows that there is more than one way to get here. Louis and his group got out of the car, and not far away from it, someone else also got out of the car. The other party seemed to recognize Louis and paused for a moment before walking over this way to greet him with a smile. Your Excellency Minister Lu, I'm actually honored to meet you here. The man who spoke at the head was not tall, he wore a suit and his pitch black hair was combed back and shiny. On either side behind the shorter man was a young girl in a black kimono, and a large, bald man in a suit with a muscular body. Prime Minister Yamada, I haven't seen you in many days, how are you? Louis greeted the other party with a cordial handshake. Thank you Minister Liu for your concern, all is well with my humble self. Yamada Yuji kept shaking Louis's hands, looking very happy. Prime Minister Yamada, these two are? Seeing that there are two people behind Yamada Yuji that he has no impression of, Louis inquires with some curiosity. Haha, allow me to introduce Your Excellency the Minister. Yamada Yuji laughed and pointed to the young girl in kimono on the right side behind himself. Her name is Suzuki Yukino, the youngest second-order transcendent in our country, only 19 years old. Yukino, this is the Minister of the Chinese Transcendent Headquarters. Lord Minister. Suzuki Xuanai bent down and bowed towards Louis. Suzuki Yukino is a standard long black beauty girl, her skin is as white as snow just like her name, in addition, her Chinese language is very standard and her voice is very soft. After hearing Yamada Yuji's introduction, Louis first smiled and nodded his head, then looked at Suzuki Shue with a trace of surprise flashing in his gaze. A 19-year-old second-rank transcendent, the other party is almost about the same age as Zhuo Qingyue, obviously this young girl's talent is also very strong. Yamada Yuji continued to introduce the bald burly man on the left side behind himself. His name is Nakano Hiroji, he is my personal guard, and he is also a second-order transcendent. After saying that, Yamada Yuji said to the bald man in island language, Hiroji, this is the Minister of the Chinese Transcendental's headquarters, say hello. Harm. Buckle your chicken wow. The bald big man obviously can't speak Chinese, and somewhat nervously bends down to greet Louis in island language. Louis smiled and nodded to him. At the same time, Yamada Yuji turned his gaze to the three people behind Louis. One of them, a middle-aged man, was listlessly looking at the streetlight not far away, his eyes covered with dark circles. One of the youths with a clear and handsome appearance was looking up at the darkness above, not knowing what he was thinking. The other man, on the other hand, was surveying them with an official smile. Professor Yang. Yuji Yamada only recognized Yang Yuxian, and he smiled as he went forward and reached out to greet the other party. Yang Yuxian had no choice but to shake the other party's hand, followed by a standard smile on his face. Your Honorable Minister, these two are? Hearing this, the corner of Louis's mouth slowly lifted. Finally waiting for you to ask ah. Thinking so in his heart, Louis smiles lightly on the surface. Let me introduce. Louis first pointed at Wu Anxiao and opened his mouth. This is a second-order transcendent within my Chinese headquarters, Wu Anxiao. Yasutaka, this is the current Prime Minister of the island nation, Yamada Yuji. Yamada Yuji hurriedly went forward to shake hands with Wu Yasutaka, who also revealed a smile and greeted the other party. Good day Prime Minister Yamada. Suzuki Yukino and Nakano Hiramura who were on the side simultaneously bent down towards Wu Anxiao to greet him. Wu Anxiao also smiled and nodded at them. As for this one. Looking at Ning Yuan, Louis slightly lifted his chin and said. This is my China's newly promoted third-order transcendent not long ago, Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan is only 25 years old this year and has only been a transcendent for 2 or 3 years. And Ning Yuan is also the person in charge of protecting me and Professor Yang on this trip. Nani? Yuji Yamada first froze at the words, then his eyes widened as waves of shock rippled within him. Chapter 129, The Captain's Kind Smile. Yuji Yamada looked at the youth in front of him in a bit of a daze. He naturally knew about the news about the emergence of a third-order transcendent in China's transcendence who was only in his 20s, but he actually didn't really believe in it, thinking that it was just a rumor coming out of China's headquarters. After all, a transcendent in his mid-20s who promoted from the first rank to the third rank in only 2 or 3 years was too sensational, breaking everyone's perception of the speed of transcendent promotion. But now that he had seen it with his own eyes and heard it with his own ears, Yamada Yuji's heart only felt a mixture of flavors. There was envy, jealousy, worry, and fear. Like Yamada Yuji, Suzuki Yukino as well as Nakano Hiroji were similarly shocked inside. Especially Suzuki Yukino. She was known as the goddess within the island, and was one of the youngest as well as one of the most gifted few of the second-order transcendents in the country, and even the world. But in front of this Ning Yuan, who had gone from a first-order to a third-order transcendent in only 2 or 3 short years, her talent was as if it was a big joke. Louis seemed to be enjoying Yamada Yuji's shocked look as he smiled without haste. Ning, Your Excellency Ning Yuan, I've heard of your great name long ago. Yamada Yuji came back to his senses and hastily shook Ning Yuan's hand. Ning Yuan smiled, only shaking his hand briefly and did not speak. But even so, Yamada Yuji still wore a curt smile. At this moment, Suzuki Yukino and Nakano Hiroji also bent their heads together towards Ning Yuan. Compared to Wu Anxiao, their attitudes were clearly more respectful when facing Ning Yuan, a third-order transcendent. In the time that followed, several people entered the building together. Under the guidance of the staff in the building, they took the elevator and headed to the 3rd floor. During this time, Louis and Yamada Yuji whispered a few words from time to time. On the other hand, the three of them, Ning Yuan, remained in silence, and although Suzuki Yukino as well as Nakano Hiroji on the other side were also silent, they would always flick their eyes to Ning Yuan's back from time to time. As the elevator doors opened, the crowd stepped out of the elevator, and after turning a corner, they arrived in a huge, golden and glittering venue. At this time, there were already quite a few people sitting in the venue. Hello, this is the real-time translation headset. As Lu Yi and his group appeared, several white-skinned female staff members soon came forward to distribute the headsets for them. In a venue that included almost every race in the world, headsets that could translate the languages of various countries were a must. After the distribution of the headsets, a staff member brought a sign with China written on it to Louis with both hands. This is your sign. Louis took it and casually handed it to Wu Anxiao. Not far away, there was also a staff member who handed the sign with the island to Yamada Yuji, who took it with a smile. Just then, the staff looked at Louis and spoke softly. Minister Liu, President Matt invites you to the second floor. Louis nodded without surprise, then turned his head to Ning Yuan and the others and said, you guys find a spot to get together here. Yang Yuxian was obviously experienced, he nodded and then led Ning Yuan and Wu Anxiao straight to an unoccupied area to sit down. Not far away, Yuji Yamada looked at Louis's back as he went upstairs, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. He was the prime minister of a country, yet here he did not even have the qualifications to go upstairs. This is the change brought about by today's changing times. In this era, without a strong transcendent power behind an ordinary person, what can you do even if you are the head of a country? Without Lu Yin, Yamada Yuji obviously also unwilling to sit with Yang Yuxian these few boring gourds, soon they found a good relationship with the transcendental forces of other countries, and then sat on the sidelines and it's laughing and chatting up. As the time reached 8 o'clock in the evening, the auction officially began. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this auction. On the stage, a man with a hawkish nose, a high nose bridge, and a head of brown hair began to preside over this auction. This auction is still in the form of bartering, and the process is transparent and fair. The auction process is as follows. The first half is the Aurora Society's display of various resources, which the honored guests can choose to exchange with what they have in their hands. The second half is free trade, where each power has one chance to go up to the stage to introduce the resources in their hands and trade them to others. The following is a brief introduction of the resources that I, the Aurora Society, will take out this time. 5 spirit objects, 12 spirit weapons, and 2 spirit seeds. As the host's words fell from the stage, murmurs rang out from under the stage. Let's start with the spirits below. The host's pace was fast, clearly controlling the time of this auction. The first spiritual object, in exchange for a spiritual weapon with sealing effects, whose power must be able to completely seal at least 1 second stage transcendent. Any interested VIPs can raise the sign in your hand. As the host's words fell, only murmurs rang out from the stage, yet no one raised their cards. Seeing that no one raised their cards, Wu Anxiao looked at Ning Yuan beside him, and then at Yang Yuxian beside Ning Yuan, and then he spoke in a low voice. Professor, the sealing system spirit weapon I remember we seem to have, don't you want to exchange it for a spirit item? Yang Yu looked at him first, then slowly spoke. Spiritual artifacts of the sealing system are precious in themselves, and those that conceal second-order transcendence are even more precious and hard to find. Whether it's to deal with foreign races or transcendence, they're all useful, and it's not cost-effective to use them to exchange for spiritual items. Wu Anxiao nodded indistinctly. Just when everyone thought that this first spirit item would fail to be traded, someone suddenly raised their sign. Looking at the word island written on the sign, Yang Yu first was a bit surprised. As Yamada Yuji went on stage and said something to the host, soon, the host handed over a jade box to Yamada Yuji's hand with a smile. The latter received it with joy, then returned to the stage and handed it over to Nakano Hiroji who was at the side. The jade box disappeared into thin air in the hands of Nakano Hiroji. Obviously, this Nakano Hiroji's body had a spiritual weapon that could store things. Seeing that Yamada Yuji was so happy, Yang Yuxian's eyes narrowed slightly inwardly, muttering to himself. This little day, in order to get a third-order transcendent, it seems that he has gone out of his way at all costs. At the same time, Ning Yuan knocked down a line on his cell phone memo. Island, Spirit Object I. Wu Anxiao naturally caught a glimpse of the line written by Ning Yuan, and he was a bit puzzled. Captain, what is this? Ning Yuan looked at him and smiled, then raised his finger, only to see a layer of light gray circular shroud appear out of nowhere to cover the three of them, isolating them from the outside world. Now they could hear the outside world, but the outside world couldn't hear them. The host on the stage glanced over to Ning Yuan's side, and he frowned, but didn't say anything. Here is the second spirit item, in exchange for a healing spirit artifact that is required to be able to heal all injuries other than fatal injuries of a third-order transcendent. One-time ones are also available. Inside the gray circular shield under the stage, Ning Yuan looked at Wu Anxiao and revealed a kind smile. Ah, Anxiao, is it possible for your ability to accurately find the location of the spirit weapon on a transcendent? Listening to Ning Yuan's words, Yang Yuxian's eyelids suddenly jumped, then he looked at him sideways with wide eyes. Chapter 130. The ending cannot be changed. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Wu Anxiao didn't think much about it. He thought carefully for a moment and then nodded. It's possible, the spirit weapon itself will emit a special fluctuation, and at close range, I can accurately capture the location of the spirit weapon by casting insight. Ning Yuan sniffed with a satisfied look on his face as he continued to speak. If one of those 3 people from the island country has a spirit weapon that can store things, how fast can you find the exact location of the weapon? Hearing this, even Wu Anxiao, no matter how stupid he was, understood the meaning of Ning Yuan's words, and he looked at Ning Yuan incredulously, his hairs standing up. Team Captain. Are you kidding me? If you do this, our Chinese reputation in the world will stink. Ha ha ha. Ning Yuan laughed in a low voice. Anxiao, why is your thinking so pedantic? How can our reputation stink? Hearing this, Wu Anxiao whispered. Bullying the weak and robbing resources by force, how can this not stink? Other countries will definitely strongly condemn us. The corners of Ning Yuan's mouth rose. Bullying? Anxiao, this is how the world is supposed to be. Don't you know what our country went through in the old days? How did they not have a bad reputation back then? In this world, if reasoning works, then what's the point of having strength? Not to mention that I'm sure they won't find out, and even if they do, so what? Let them condemn. If they're not convinced, I'll go to their emperor in person to apologize. At this moment, Yang Yuxian quietly looked at Ning Yuan. He neither uttered a word to stop him nor to approve. Professor Yang, quickly persuade the captain, it's not appropriate to do this. Wu Anxiao was a little anxious. He wanted Yang Yuxian to speak out to stop Ning Yuan. However, after Yang Yuxian was silent for a while, he opened his mouth with a faint smile. Ning Yuan, can you really guarantee that you won't be discovered? What? Wu Anxiao froze and opened his mouth wide. Ning Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded. As long as Wu Anxiao can accurately find the location of the spirit weapon within 10 seconds, I can guarantee that even a third-order transcendent can't discover it. Hearing this, Yang Yuxian gazed at Wu Anxiao. The latter's head shook madly. No, one of you is the top scientist in the world, and the other is a third-order transcendent, so even if something happens, you won't be blamed for it, but I'll definitely be finished. Ning Yuan smiled and patted Wu Anxiao's shoulder, then slowly spoke. Anxiao, this is a good thing to do for the country. No. Captain Ning, stop it, there's no way I would do such a thing. I'll give you a spirit object as payment after the deed is done. Ha? This won't work, it's too risky. Plus a spirit weapon. If I want to accurately find the location of the spirit weapons on the 3 within 10 seconds, I have to get within 500 meters of each other. No problem. On stage, Yuji Yamada once again took the stage and exchanged the second spirit from the host. Inside a transparent compartment on the second floor, there were 4 people standing side by side looking at the scene below. Louis let out a cold smile. In exchange for spiritual objects, the island nation is prepared to throw everything away? A healing spirit artifact capable of healing the injuries of a third-order transcendent is in some ways more precious than a spirit object, and they're willing to give it all up. Matt smiled back as he took a sip of the wine in his cup. Old Lu, the island country has a long history, so they don't have a lot of spiritual resources within their country, but they haven't had a single third-order transcendent within their country until now. Nowadays the third-order transcendents in other countries have been increasing, and you guys in China have even appeared with 4 of them. Do you think the island nation so close to you is scared? Hearing this, the corner of Lu Yi's mouth rose imperceptibly. The other 2 heads of the transcendent forces of the top countries laughed. Time passed slowly. The Aurora Society's 5 spirit items were quickly traded. 4 of them were traded by Yuji Yamada for a large price, and the last one was traded by a transcendent power from another country. Below are the spirit artifacts. The host quickly began to introduce the spiritual weapons. The first concealment system spiritual artifact, a one-time consumption, can be invisible for 5 minutes and cannot be detected by a third-order transcendent. We wish to trade it in preference for a spirit artifact, or 5 tons of gold. Soon there were forces below raising their cards. No one opened their mouths to use spirits in exchange for, instead, gold. The consequence of doing so became a bidding war. Under several rounds of bidding, this one-time spiritual weapon was successfully exchanged by India for 9 tons of gold. Off stage. Island, Spirits 4. Indian country, Spiritual Artifact I. Looking at what Ning Yuan had written on the memo, Wu Anxiao stuttered a little. Captain, you're preparing for a big fight? Ning Yuan laughed. Anxiao, people don't get rich without foreign wealth, we can't let go of such a good opportunity. But they all left the field in different directions, how are we going to accurately locate them in a short period of time? Right at this moment, Yang Yuxian suddenly spoke, it's fine, I know where they are. Ning Yuan and Wu Anxiao looked at Yang Yuxian at the same time when they heard this. Wu Anxiao suddenly realized that he seemed to somewhat not recognize this Professor Yang. The latter pinched his nose and opened his mouth with a faint smile. The Aurora Society has a total of 12 departing paths, so as long as I know the direction of their departure, I can judge which path they're taking. Ning Yuan looked at Yang Yuxian somewhat oddly. He could understand the other party acting as if he didn't know. After all, being able to quietly rob the resources of a small day was good for Huaxia. Besides, even if he was exposed, he could still say that he didn't know. But the other party also joined in. The nature of this is different. After all, Yang Yuexian's identity in the world are very respected. After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan spoke. Yang Yuexian, first things first, even if you help out, I'll share at most one of the spirit objects with you, and the spirit weapons will depend on the situation. Yang Yuexian shook his head. I don't want anything. Ning Yuan, you're a Chinese, and you're the captain of the headquarters. The stronger you are, the more beneficial you'll be to China and even the entire human race. Saying this, Yang Yu first paused for a moment and continued. In fact, for the entire human civilization, it's best to focus all the resources regardless of national camps on a portion of extremely gifted transcendence. After all, in a war with the foreign races, a top-tier combatant is enough to change the outcome of the battle. But the reasoning is this, but it's hard for people to do so, and the reasons for this are too complicated to be resolved. Hearing these words, Ning Yuan quietly looked at Yang Yuexian, feeling some emotion inside. In his opinion, if the humans in his previous life had really done as Yang Yuexian had done, and were so united, then the ending might have been able to change. Yang Yuexian, it's a pity that human beings can't predict the future, so ideals can only be ideals in the end, and the ending is still cruel and unchangeable. Chapter 131 Top-Grade Spiritual Weapon. The transaction on the stage was quick. A portion of the spirit weapons with special and powerful abilities were exchanged for spirit items by some transcendent powers, while a portion of the spirit weapons were exchanged for various things in the form of auctions. For example, gold, for example, all kinds of mineral resources, and for example, a month's worth of mining rights for a certain area of a certain country, and for example, the exploration rights for a part of a certain area of a certain country. Compared to Wu Onxiao's impression of an auction full of money, this auction that did not talk about money from start to finish could be said to be elegant. With the introduction of the Aurora Society's spiritual weapons complete, the host began to introduce the last two items. Spirit seeds. In fact, for all the forces present, although they had enthusiasm for spirit seeds, it was not particularly high. The reason was actually simple. For one thing, spirit seeds could not be judged by any method in terms of their qualifications, which meant that whether they were S-ranked or C-ranked depended entirely on your luck. The second is that spirit seeds are easier to find than spirit objects. According to research, it was found that the number of transcendents appearing within the globe was rising every year, and the rate of rise was getting faster and faster. This meant that the frequency of the appearance of spirit seeds was also rising, at least in comparison to the spirits that could boost strength. The spirit seeds were not as precious as the former. The second was the side effects of spirit seeds. That's right, the method of irrigating the spirit seed with blood to enhance the probability of successful fusion has not yet appeared today. This also means that today's ordinary people have a nearly 70% chance of dying when fusing spirit seeds. Nearly 70% probability of death. For the vast majority of people, even if the spirit seed was put in front of him, how many people would dare to fight this probability? It is important to know that most of the transcendentalists around the world have become transcendentalists by accidentally ingesting the spirit seed. On the stage, the host had already started to introduce the first spirit seed. This one spirit seed was found on Cherry Mold. The Aurora Society would like to trade it for a spirit item, or a curse-based spirit artifact that requires the ability to harm a third-order transcendent. One-time use is also acceptable. Listening to the host's introduction, murmurs rang out from below, but no one raised their cards. Island, Spirit Object 4, Spirit Weapon 2. India, Spirit 1, Spirit Weapon 3. Country F, Spiritual Artifact 2. Looking at the contents recorded on Ning Yuan's cell phone memo, Yang Yu first pondered for a moment before speaking to Ning Yuan. According to my understanding of the Aurora Society and the reaction speed of these forces in the island nation, they'll be able to have a third-order transcendent appear here in 5 minutes at most. Combined with the dispersal, and this time Lu Yi and the others are upstairs negotiating a deal, you have 3 chances to strike, and it's best to end within 4 minutes of the island's discovery and rendezvous with us. Ning Yuan nodded as he sniffed. He had intended to only strike at the fat sheep. Those forces that only had 1 or 2 spirit weapons on hand weren't worth the risk of his time. Stage. The host had already finished introducing both spirit seeds, yet no one had raised their cards. If these 2 spirit seeds could be exchanged for various resources, there might be forces willing to make a bid, but it was clear that the Aurora Society had no intention of exchanging spirit seeds for resources. It's time for the free trade below. In order from left to right, interested VIPs can go directly to the stage, and unintentional VIPs can just shake the cards in their hands. The host finished with a smile on his face and went straight off the stage. Soon, the transcendent power sitting on the far left side was the first to go on stage. I have 2 spiritual artifacts here, and I hope that I can exchange one of them from all of you. Everyone only has one chance to trade freely soon. The vast majority of them want to trade their spiritual weapons for other people's spiritual objects, and there are also a small number of people who trade their spiritual weapons for all kinds of resources. Time passed.
As a full-figured, blonde, white young woman took the stage, the crowd's eyes gathered on her.
Helen is actually here as well.
Someone on the stage recognized the woman and somewhat unexpectedly opened his mouth to talk to the person beside him.
Is it hard for her to seek revenge for her husband from the transcendent forces again? Why bother?
Yeah, the foreigners that Guy William invoked can't even be helped by Lillian, and he's already dead, so why should Helen still be so persistent in wanting to avenge him? The white young woman on the stage didn't look very old. She was tall and sexy, with delicate features and full red lips.
She hasn't given up yet.
Yang Yuexian also looked at the white young woman with some surprise and said this.
Professor Yang, who is she?
Wu Anxiao couldn't help but be curious when he saw that many people were talking about this white young woman after she took the stage. Yang Yu opened his mouth first to explain for the two of them.
William. Helen.
She is 45 years old, a first-order transcendent, and her husband, William
Robert, is a second-order transcendent, and both husband and wife are members of the Aurora Society.
Her husband William Robert was killed in a mission.
Robert was killed by an alien powerhouse during a mission.
Since then Helen has been searching everywhere for a powerful transcendent to avenge her husband's death, and last year the Aurora Society's third-order transcendent, Lillian, fought that Fae once, but was unsuccessful. There are rumors that Lillian and that foreigner fought neck and neck, which also shows that foreigner's strength is not weaker than a third-ranked transcendent.
Wu Anxiao sucked in a breath of cool air at that.
A foreign powerhouse not on par with a third-order transcendent, he thought of the Great Shanghai City outbreak incident. An alien powerhouse no less than a third-order transcendent was enough to jeopardize hundreds of thousands of people. That's not right, Professor Yang. You said she's 45 years old, but why does she look no different from her 20s? Wu Anxiao looked up and down at the white beauty on the stage and voiced out in confusion.
See that bracelet on her hand?
That's a spiritual artifact that can make her appearance and figure stay at a young age while wearing it.
Hearing this, Wu Anxiao subconsciously looked at the bracelet on Helen's wrist.
It was a beautifully shaped and small ornament that looked beautiful. Ning Yuan was similarly sizing up Helen on the stage, and a hint of refinement flashed through the depths of his eyes. Many of you already know me, so I'll make this short and sweet. Helen on the stage spoke softly. I'd like to use a precious spirit artifact to ask a third-order transcendent to help me out to kill a foreign being. This spirit weapon is very special, it is disposable and works on ordinary people as well.
Scapegoat Muppet, this spirit weapon can connect with the life of a transcendentalist, or an ordinary person, and die for them once.
Upon hearing this, the stage first gave a start, and then resounded with enthusiastic murmurs. There were transcendents who had never seen Helen before who were shocked.
A scapegoat-type spirit weapon that could still be used on ordinary people. This meant that an ordinary person using this spirit weapon could succeed in fusing the spirit seed 100%.
Wu Anxiao was equally shocked. This spiritual artifact that Helen had taken out could be said to be the top-tier spiritual artifact in the field this night. Who would have thought that a mere first-rank transcendent would actually have a spirit weapon of this level on him?
Chapter 132, Recreating the Glory of the Empire. The fervor in the room did not last long.
As more and more people realized that the strength of the foreign beings in Helen's mouth was no less than that of a third-order transcendent, they shook their heads. Although spirit weapons that could take the place of the dead were rare and powerful, it was obvious that one's own life was more important.
If Lillian, a third-order transcendent, couldn't even kill the enemy, wouldn't they, second-order transcendents, be sending them to their deaths if they went?
Seeing that no one raised their cards on the stage, Helen, who had expected this, had a glimmer of gloom in her eyes. She smiled, then pulled out her own business card and held it up. It's okay, this exchange is valid for a long time, so if any of the third-order transcendents are interested in the future, they can contact me. After holding it up for a moment, Helen stepped off the stage on her high heels. The next transcendent then came on stage and began to introduce their spiritual weapons and what they wanted to exchange.
Helen, phone. Contact.
Looking at the line that Ning Yuan had written on his cell phone's notes, Wu Anxiao's eyelids jumped even more.
Team, Captain. You're even hitting on the undead? Yang Yuexian, who was on the side, also spoke out to persuade.
Ning Yuan, although this Helen is only a first-order transcendent, she has a very good relationship with Lillian, and as far as I know, in order to prevent anyone from plotting against her, that scapegoat ragdoll in her hands is also in Lillian's hands. So there's no way for you to snatch it noiselessly. If you snatch it openly, it's no different from two countries going to war. Yang Yuexian knew in his heart that Ning Yuan clearly wanted this scapegoat Muppet, and then used it to make his cousin a transcendent without risk.
Listening to the two men's persuasion, Ning Yuan looked at them with a puzzled expression.
What are you guys thinking? How could I possibly be this kind of person? I wrote down Helen's name just to see if there's a chance to make this deal with her in the future. Wu Anxiao breathed a sigh of relief at his words.
Yang Yuexian glanced at Ning Yuan with some suspicion and didn't say anything more.
Soon, this free trade ended in the last row of Wu Anxiao's shaking sign.
Numerous forces left the table one after another.
Other than a small number of forces that were here to attend the meeting tomorrow night, all other forces such as the island-like forces were here to come to this auction to see if they could exchange for something they needed.
Your Excellency Ning Yuan, Your Excellency Professor Yang, Wu, Your Excellency Wu. We'll leave first, you can come to the island country to play when you have time, my humble self will surely treat you well. Yamada Yuji's few people deliberately came to Ning Yuan's few people and bent down to say goodbye. Ning Yuan's several people, in turn, got up and shook hands with them one by one to say goodbye. Definitely. When Ning Yuan and Suzuki Yukino parted, the latter covertly used her soft fingers to gently tickle his palm. Looking at the other party's pretty face with a smile on it, Ning Yuan's expression was flat and did not say anything. Looking at the departing backs of several people. The several people first came to a lounge that was not monitored, then Ning Yuan and Yang Yuxian exchanged glances, with the latter nodding his head. In the next moment, Ning Yuan grabbed Wu Wanxiao's shoulder, and the two of them disappeared in place as a black shadow out of thin air. A black business car was slowly moving forward on the dark road. Yukino, how was it, did he react to your hints? Inside the car, a few people from Yamada Yuji were talking. Prime Minister Sama, I did not see something in his eyes. Suzuki Yukino's voice was soft as she respectfully replied to Yamada Yuji's words. It's fine, there is no man in this world who can't be interested in you, this Ning Yuan is powerful but he is also a young man, the first time is moderate, and later on we'll see if there is a chance to pull him in. This Huaxia also doesn't know what kind of luck it has gotten, why are third-order transcendents appearing one after another? Speaking at the end, Yamada Yuji pounded the armrest beside himself. Lord Prime Minister, please don't be angry yet. Nakano Hiroji consoled at this sight. With the help of the spirits, I believe it won't be long before a third-order transcendent appears in our country. Hearing this, Yuji Yamada also exhaled a long breath. This time, after obtaining 4 spirit items, combined with the resources accumulated over the years, this year, a third-order transcendent is bound to appear in my Great Day Empire. Yukino, Hiroji, as you can see, in today's world situation, without a third-order transcendent, there is no dignity, and without a third-order transcendent, the Prime Minister of my country doesn't even have the qualifications to go upstairs. The two of you should remember today's shame. When you go back, you must cultivate well, and strive to break through the third rank as soon as possible, and restore the glory of my Great Day Empire. Harm. Inside the carriage, 2 respectful answering voices rang out. Meanwhile, the dark sky above. Ning Yuan, who had concealed his figure, first sent the directions of the other target's departures to Yang Yuxian, and then silently looked at the vehicle below, beside which, Wu Wanxiao's entire body was suspended in mid-air, and his pair of pupils turned silver as he watched the bottom with a deadly gaze. 3 seconds passed. 5 seconds have passed. At the 7th second, Wu Wanxiao, whose forehead was covered in sweat, spoke in a low voice. Captain, the 3 of them only have a total of 1 spiritual weapon on their bodies, and that spiritual weapon is on Suzuki Yukino's body, it's a pendant that's hanging close to her chest. Oh? Hanging close to her chest, that girl would definitely notice if it was taken away. But it doesn't matter now. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan's pitch-black eyes flickered with ghostly light. Dark domain. In the next moment, only a pitch-black light erupted from Ning Yuan's body, controlled by him to instantly envelop the vehicle below. Inside the vehicle. The deaf driver who was driving suddenly realizes that the road ahead, which is illuminated by high beams, turns pitch black. Snap! In the darkened compartment. The driver thought the lights were out and restarted it a few times. And just then too. Suzuki Yukino, who was sitting in the back, stiffened up at the moment, her beautiful eyes widened as she was horrified inwardly. Because she could clearly and incomparably feel at this moment, a large warm hand burrowed into her chest and took away her jade pendant after groping for it for a few times. It was just a short less than 5 seconds, and everything returned to normal. The high beams re-illuminated the road ahead with the driver's incessant fiddling. At this time, Suzuki Yukino's pretty face that had recovered became pale, she touched her chest and then let out a trembling cry. Da-ba. Yukino, what happened? Nakano Hiroji felt bad inside upon hearing Suzuki Yukino's voice. A bad feeling also rose in Yuji Yamada's heart. Enemy attack. The sudden darkness that just appeared was an enemy attack. Prime Minister Sama, the storage spirit device on me has been stolen. Hearing Suzuki Yukino's anxious words, Yamada Yuji first froze, then his face turned pale and his body trembled violently from anger and fear. Baka! Who is it? With the sound of Yamada Yuji's angry roar, the pitch-black commercial vehicle that was traveling forward also quickly stopped, followed by a drift to change its route and turn around to head towards the Aurora Club at breakneck speeds. Shortly afterward, on the other departing road, the transcendent forces of the Indian nation also let out a miserable scream, and then they called to notify the Aurora Society while making a quick U-turn towards the Aurora Society's interior to rush. Chapter 133 Warm-Hearted Good Guy. Inside the Aurora Society. Matt, who was trading with Louis's few people, was all red in the face. This time, all 4 of their countries were satisfied with this transaction. Just then, an anxious voice rang out from Matt's headset. Bam! The glass in his hand fell to the floor. Listening to the words coming from his headset, Matt opened his mouth in disbelief. Crooked T? Are you sure you're not kidding me? Yes, Chairman, the island country, the Indian country, and the F country have all suffered an unknown attack, and all the storage spirit artifacts on their bodies have been snatched. The host's icy voice rang out over the headset. My hair. Who is it? Which asshole dared to do this in the Aurora Society? Inform Lillian at once, inform her. I've already notified, Lillian-sama will be able to arrive in 10 minutes. Good, immediately close all the exits and notify everyone to be under martial law. All forces participating in the auction today are not allowed to go out. I want a thorough investigation into this matter. Listening to Matt's rant, Louis's few people who were talking looked at him. What happened, Matt? Louis voiced out in confusion. Matt poured himself a glass of wine, first tilting his head back and finishing it in one gulp, then gritting his teeth. He recounted the attack on several forces in the island. What? Louis's few people looked at each other, unable to hide the shock on their faces. Which fellow is so bold to actually dare to do this? The representative of the Mao Kingdom spoke incredulously. Damn it! Matt slapped the table in front of him with force. If this matter isn't investigated, who will dare to come to my Aurora Society in the future? Let's go and see what we can do to help. Several people hurried down the stairs. They walked out of the venue and took the elevator to the first floor lobby. As soon as they entered the hall, Louis, Matt and his group saw the three Ning Yuan, each of them carrying a plate, while the plate contained some food. Yang Yuasian, what are you guys? Louis looked at the trio with some confusion. I'm hungry and thought that you would be some time, so I pulled the two of them to accompany me to eat something. What's wrong, Louis? In a hurry. While saying that, Yang Yuasian also stuffed a bite of food into his mouth. Louis went up and took a piece of bread from Wu Anxiao's plate while eating it. Something big has happened. Someone. Hearing Louis's description, Yang Yuasian instantly opened his mouth in shock. What? Someone actually dares to do this? Ning Yuan also frowned and spoke. Who dares to have such audacity? Wu Anxiao didn't say anything, just kept his head down and ate. Alas! Louis shook his head inside, then looked at Ning Yuan and said, no matter what, we can't just ignore this kind of thing when we come across it. Ning Yuan, if there is an accident later on, you should make a move. Ning Yuan nodded as he sniffed. That's natural. I hate this kind of people who use underhanded tricks behind the scenes the most in my life, not having the ability to go and trade for spirits in a dignified manner on their own, but actually using this kind of underhanded tactics. After saying that, Ning Yuan also said to Matt, President Matt, don't worry, once we find out who did it, I'll definitely help. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Matt was instantly overjoyed. Having Ning Yuan, a third-order transcendent, was tantamount to an additional layer of protection, and even if the guy who had struck out was a third-order transcendent, he wasn't afraid anymore. Thank you, Ning Yuan, you are truly a warm-hearted and good person, the Lord will bless you. Matt went forward and shook Ning Yuan's hand. Ahem. Just then, Wu Anxiao, who was burying his head in his food, seemed to have choked. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Wu Anxiao hurriedly took a sip of water and laughed awkwardly. Sorry, this bread is so delicious, it's the first time I've eaten such delicious bread. Matt smiled at that. That's natural, the bakers within the Aurora Society are world class, you have good taste. Buzz. A red light flashed at the entrance of the hall. Then Lillian, who had a hot body and blindfolded eyes, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Matt rushed forward to her and talked to her. A moment later, Lillian nodded her head and her figure disappeared. At the same time, Louis and his group inside the hall watched as the dark sky above the outside world was dyed red. I've already asked Lillian to find that guy. Under the shroud of Lillian's red light, even a third-rank transcendent cannot leave here without a sound. Hearing such confident words from Matt, everyone in the hall was shaken inwardly. Just then, cars began to return one after another outside the door. The first to bear the brunt was naturally Yamada Yuji and his group. After all, they were the earliest victims. Yamada Yuji almost ran all the way to the hall. His forehead was covered in sweat, his face was pale, and his body was trembling slightly from anger. As soon as he entered the hall, he turned his gaze towards Louis and his group. Seeing that all of them were there and were eating, Yuji Yamada was visibly stunned. Chairman Matt, please make sure you find the murderer. Moving his gaze away from Louis and his group, Yuji Yamada said towards Matt with a trembling voice. That storage spirit vessel of ours does not only contain the things we exchanged from the auction tonight, it also contains some resources that originally belonged to my island nation. Once it's lost, how can I go back to face His Majesty? How can I go back to face my countrymen? At that time, I will have no choice but to cut myself down here to thank for my sins. At the end of his words, Yamada Yuji actually fell into tears. He was so weak that he directly knelt down and sat on the ground in front of Matt. Prime Minister Sama. Nakano Hiroji and Suzuki Yukino rushed forward to support Yamada Yuji, and the latter even had tears in her beautiful eyes. Prime Minister Sama, it's Yukino who is useless, she didn't protect the spirit weapon, if she wants to cut herself, it's also Yukino who cuts herself. No, as a guard, I was actually unaware of the attack, it's my dereliction of duty, it's my own fault if I have to cut myself. Seeing the three people in such a miserable state, many people in the hall were shaking their heads and showing intolerance. Matt sighed and bent down to support Yamada Yuji. Prime Minister Yamada, don't worry, something happened to you within the Aurora Society. The Aurora Society, will definitely give you an explanation. Lillian has already gone to investigate. I believe it won't take long to catch that damn asshole. Only after hearing these words did Yamada Yuji shakily get up, not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional. He took another look at where Lu Yi and his group were. Chapter 134, Exploring the Lost Spirit Weapon. Matt naturally looked at Yamada Yuji's gaze in his eyes, only that he treated it as if he didn't see it at all. Soon, the representative of the Indian nation also entered the hall with an angry face. His voice trembled as he recounted everything that had happened to him to Matt, and strongly demanded that Aurora would recover the losses for him. Matt nodded at his words and calmed him down, saying that he had already sent a third-order transcendent to investigate, and that he believed it wouldn't take long to catch the murderer. Seeing that the victims were not only himself, Yamada Yuji was a bit dazed. Just as Matt was pacifying the representatives of the Indian nation, the group from the F nation also hurried back. The representative at the head of the group was naturally furious, and he swept his gaze over everyone in the hall, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Matt! Hurry up and find this thief out! I demand that this wretched thief be hanged!" Hearing this, Matt rushed out to appease him. There's actually someone else. Seeing the third victim appear, Yuji Yamada became more and more puzzled. He subconsciously glanced at Lu Yi and his group, and seeing that these people were chatting calmly, Yamada Yuji inwardly muttered, "To strike against three forces in such a short period of time, couldn't they have done it?" As the returning forces gradually arrived, the cacophony in the hall grew louder and louder. There were sounds of disgruntled questioning, protests, and inquiries. As he watched the scene in the hall, Matt could only feel his head hurting more and more. As a last resort, Matt had no choice but to take the microphone from a staff member at the side, and spoke out to tell everyone the cause and effect, and expressed his apologies to them. "Before the truth is found out, please cooperate for the time being. After all, finding out the murderer is good for all of us, otherwise the next victim might be one of the people here." Listening to Matt's words, the forces within the hall chose to cooperate despite their discontent. The reason was simple: no one wanted to become a victim themselves in the future. Moreover, now that the Aurora Society had stepped in, they were happy to watch the fun for once. Not long after, the red light in the outside world gradually dissipated. Lillian's figure then appeared in the hall. Greeting the gazes of countless people, Lillian shook her head slowly at Matt, and then her eyes, which were covered in white cloth, looked at everyone within the hall. Seeing Lillian's appearance, Matt immediately sank inwardly. "No, there's actually nothing out there. Does that mean?" At that thought, Matt also narrowed his eyes at everyone in the hall. "Everyone, based on the available intelligence, it is highly likely that that murderer is hiding within this hall. Please cooperate for the next few moments and do not leave the hall without authorization." After saying that, Matt beckoned, followed by two second-ranked transcendents from the Aurora Society standing on both sides of the hall's entrance. Waiting until the entire room had quieted down, Matt's eyes looked towards the island country as well as the direction where the Indian country of the country was inquiring out loud. "Several of you, may I ask if you have a way to be able to explore your lost spirit weapons? Even if the item is in your own country, it's fine. Lillian can pick it up in half an hour, and I'm sure everyone present is willing to wait that amount of time." Matt's point was clear: if they had a way to be able to explore who they lost their spirit weapons to, then things would be simple and easy. Once it really was one of the transcendent forces within the hall that had moved it, then that force would be a turtle in a jar. Listening to Matt's words, Indian Prime Minister Moira shook his head. The representative of Country F hesitated a bit, but eventually he too shook his head. Seeing this, disappointment flashed in Matt's eyes, and then he turned his gaze to Yuji Yamada. Only to see that Yamada Yuji was silent for a while, then he suddenly tapped his head and nodded with a joyful expression on his face. "Oops. Thanks for the reminder, Chairman Matt. That storage artifact on Yukino's body is a pair. Two of them can glow when they're close, and the other one is in His Majesty's hand." Hearing this, Matt was also delighted. It was important to know that spirit weapons that could store things belonged to the spatial lineage, and a spatial lineage spirit weapon could not be put inside a spirit weapon of the same spatial lineage, as they would repel each other. This also meant that once someone obtained a storage spirit artifact in the hands of these forces, they would only be able to carry it around with them and would not be able to hide it. Thinking of this, Matt and Lillian exchanged a glance, and the latter went out of the hall. Meanwhile, Yamada Yuji was also making a call with a respectful face, bending over to say yes without stopping. "Yes, Your Majesty, thanks to the Aurora Society gathering all the forces involved in the auction back in time, I believe that with the help of that spiritual artifact in your palace, we'll be able to find that thief very soon." Harm. Time passes slowly. 20 minutes later, Lillian's figure reappeared in the hall. Only in her hand was an ancient jade pendant in the shape of a half-moon. At Yamada Yuji's gesture, Suzuki Yukino stepped forward and bent down to receive the jade pendant in Lillian's hand. The duo then began to sense it one by one in front of everyone in the hall. "Excuse me.
Suzuki Yukino, who held the jade pendant in her hand, stopped for a moment in front of each person before bending down and saluting. And Lillian accompanied her just in case. As they walked past person after person, Wu Anxiao's forehead began to sweat as his heart began to beat uncontrollably and violently. There was only one thought within him at the moment. It's over, it's going to flip. Who would have thought that these people actually have something in their hands that can sense lost spirit weapons? Thinking of this, Wu Anxiao subconsciously looked towards Ning Yuan Yang Yuxian. Only to see that these two people looked natural. Not only did they not have the slightest sense of urgency, they even whispered and pointed at Lillian. Wu Anxiao could vaguely hear them discussing this third-order transcendent. One moment they were talking about her abilities, the next about her life, and the next about her body being too fake. What's all this? Two big brothers, people are almost in front of us. We're all going to be manifested in front of people soon. Wu Anxiao cried out inwardly, but he didn't dare to display any special emotions at this critical moment. Under the gaze of dozens of powerful transcendents in the hall, if he were to sulk, it would be tantamount to not beating himself up. No matter what, those spiritual weapons are on the captain. The sky collapses with the captain carrying it first. Captain, this time we can lose face and lose big ah. Compared to Wu Anxiao's inner nervous despair. Ning Yuan Yang Yuxian, these two people are not worried at all. They are chatting and Lu Yi on the side interjects from time to time to laugh and speak a couple sentences. Since Yang Yuxian chose to get on Ning Yuan's boat, he naturally thought of all the accidents that might occur. So when Ning Yuan came back for the first time, Yang Yuxian deliberately bypassed Wu Anxiao and asked Ning Yuan alone if his shadow could store spirit artifacts that contained the power of space. Only after receiving Ning Yuan's confirmation did Yang Yuxian's heart completely drop. And it was at this point that Yang Yuxian learned that Ning Yuan's shadow was able to store things not by relying on the power of space, but rather a power of devouring. Chapter 135. So what if it's as you want it to be? Time passes slowly. The speed of the two girls, Suzuki Yukino and Lillian, wasn't exactly slow, and they soon arrived in front of the transcendent forces of the Mao Kingdom. Facing Nevsky, a third-ranked transcendent in the Mao Kingdom, the two women paused for an obviously longer period of time, and after seeing that there was nothing out of the ordinary, Suzuki Yukino bent down and apologized to Nevsky, and then walked towards the next person. It didn't take long for the two women to finally arrive in front of Lu Yi's group. At this moment, Yamada Yuji, who had been observing this side, had a gloomy face and could not help but clench his fists. If he was asked to guess who the murderer was most likely to be, then he would not hesitate to guess Lu Yi and his group. After all, only Huaxia would least expect the Great Day Empire to rise. Out of order. Suzuki Xuanai looked at Ning Yuan with a somewhat complicated gaze, then took the jade pendant and scrutinized it in front of him. This time, Suzuki Yukino obviously stayed longer than she had in front of the others. As time passed, seeing that the jade pendant was unresponsive, Yamada Yuji's body softened, and his heart changed from excited euphoria to uncontrollable disappointment. Looking at the unresponsive jade pendant in his hand, Suzuki Yukino smiled bitterly. She first bowed to Ning Yuan, and then she suddenly extended her white and tender right hand towards him. Thank you for your cooperation, Sir Ning Yuan. Seeing this scene, everyone in the hall was a bit surprised. This was because Suzuki Yukino had not shaken hands with anyone else before this. Ning Yuan looked at the other party's outstretched hand, and a trace of color flashed in his eyes. What a smart and clever girl. Ning Yuan and Suzuki Yukino locked eyes, then the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he reached out and tightly gripped the other party's soft hand. At this moment, Suzuki Yukino's breathing stuttered as her heart beat violently. That's right, this is the hand that touched me. Suzuki Yukino looked up at Ning Yuan, only to see the other party looking at her with a teasing expression. Obviously, Ning Yuan knew what she was thinking and had gotten what she wanted. But so what? Without any evidence of his own, could he rely on himself to say that he recognized Ning Yuan touching his hand and then say that he was the murderer? Who could believe this kind of one-sided statement of hers? Thinking of this, Suzuki Yukino's smile became even more bitter. She let go of Ning Yuan's hand, while Ning Yuan imperceptibly tickled her palm. Feeling the tingling sensation coming from her palm, Suzuki Yukino glanced at Ning Yuan with a complicated expression before walking towards the next person with Lillian at the side. Soon, the two women walked in front of everyone in the room. Looking at the departing back of the two women, Wu Anxiao's eyes almost didn't pop out as he forced himself not to look at Ning Yuan, muttering inwardly. Could it be that the captain has hidden the spirit weapon elsewhere? Cow, worthy of being the top transcendent at headquarters. Just as Wu Anxiao thought so, he saw Suzuki Yukino say something to Matt, who hesitated for a moment and then nodded anyway. I'd like to ask you all to give me a little more time next. Lillian and the girls need to line up the field, it'll be quick. The crowd was impatient, but no one stepped in to stop them at this critical moment. Seeing Suzuki Yukino and Lillian disappear, Wu Anxiao's heart lifted again. The two women were both transcendents, and both had abilities that could boost their speed, so it wouldn't take long to line up the entire field. In less than 10 minutes, the two women reappeared in front of everyone.
Seeing Suzuki Yukino shaking her head towards herself with a gloomy face, Yamada Yuji only felt a dizzying sensation in his brain and almost didn't pass out. At this moment, the other forces in the arena also frowned. The murderer was not found outside, nor was he found inside. There are only two possibilities. One was that the other party had already left the Aurora Society. The second was that the other party had obviously made all the preparations and had not left a single piece of evidence behind at all. Whichever of the above it was impossible for them to find it. Thinking of this, there were powerful transcendent forces that had opened their mouths with cold smiles. Ha ha ha, President Matt, come on, if you ask me it's better not to waste time. Yeah, this is obviously a gang crime. I'm afraid that those people have already borrowed some kind of spirit weapon to leave the Aurora Society in the first place after they got their hands on it. While I feel sad for these victimized nations, that's no excuse for you to keep trapping us here. Looking at the increasingly impatient crowd, Matt was at a bit of a loss. The Aurora Society also had sensory-based auras within it, but the island's method was better and more accurate, and it had been tried to no avail. Also within the Aurora Society was a top-of-the-line spirit weapon that could force people to answer any question, but how was it possible to get these people to cooperate? Some small countries might be able to with coercion. But for a top power such as China, how could they agree to be used with this kind of spiritual weapon? Matt's face was cloudy as he scanned over everyone and sighed deeply inwardly. In case it's really done by those top powers in the Chinese Mao country, do I really have to offend these top powers for the benefit of others? That's just it, I can't afford to offend those countries in Huaxia for a few weak countries. It's not like I'm the one who loses out anyway, Aurora Society. Besides, I've done enough to be accountable nowadays. At least it seems so in the eyes of the other countries. Thinking of this, Matt looked at Yuji Yamada, the representative of several countries, and opened his mouth apologetically. It seems that the murderer really escaped with the help of some kind of spiritual weapon, but don't worry, I will definitely do my best to pursue this matter, and the Aurora Society will definitely not let this murderer go. After saying that, Matt opened his mouth apologetically towards the crowd again. I disturbed you all tonight, thank you for your cooperation, you may leave. As Matt's words fell, the two second-order transcendents at the door left of their own accord. The other forces also left when they saw this. Although the Indian and F countries were angry, there was nothing they could do about it now, so they could only leave in anger at the promise of the Aurora Society. No! No! President Matt! No! At this point in time, the biggest victim, Yamada Yuji, how could he not know that everything was over? This Matt was obviously playing along at the beginning, showing his responsible attitude, but also unwilling to offend other countries, which was why he was now unwilling to investigate thoroughly. Thinking of this, the inner anger and unwillingness of Yamada Yuji rushed to Matt, hissed and opened his mouth. Chairman Matt, doesn't your Aurora Society have a top-notch spirit weapon that can be quizzed? Use it. I'm sure that murderer is among these people. I'm willing to take out one spirit item from the recovered spirit weapons, no. 2 spirit objects as payment. There was only one path before Yuji Yamada today. That is to tie up with Matt with a common interest so that he will spare no effort in tracking down the murderer. As expected, after hearing Yamada Yuji's words, Matt hesitated inwardly. However, after thinking about it again, he still gritted his teeth and squeezed out a smile. Prime Minister Yamada, what do you mean by that? Don't worry, the Aurora Society, will not demand any payment from you after tracking down the murderer. Hearing this, Yamada Yuji's body trembled violently, and then he opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and both of his eyes blackened and directly fainted. Chapter 136, I believe you'll do it. Prime Minister Sama. Seeing Yamada Yuji spitting up blood and fainting, Nakano Hiroji and Suzuki Yukino, who were on the side, exclaimed in shock and rushed forward to help. Men, send Prime Minister Yamada to the hotel to rest properly, and ask the best doctors to treat him. Looking at the fainted Yamada Yuji, Matt shook his head inwardly with a cold smile, then turned around and went to greet Lu Yi and his group. With the help of the Aurora Society's staff, Yuji Yamada was carried to the car. Yukino, why don't you get in the car? Inside the parking lot, looking at Suzuki Yukino, who stayed in place without moving, Nakano Hiroji spoke out in confusion. Suzuki Yukino spoke softly, Your Excellency Nakano, why don't you accompany Prime Minister Sama back first? I want to look again. Hearing Suzuki Yukino's words, Nakano Hiroji opened his mouth, his eyes flushed red, but he finally nodded with a sigh. Looking at the cars departing back, Suzuki Yukino did not turn around to return to the hall, she just kept standing quietly. Under the streetlight, the girl wearing a kimono gave off a poignant beauty. Just then, a woman's voice sounded behind Suzuki Yukino. Yukino, do you know something? Hearing the voice, Suzuki Yukino turned around and she looked at the visitor with a smile on her face. Lillian Sama, what's the point of knowing? This world has always been like this, the weak can only submit to the strong, and without strength, they can only be slaughtered. Besides, Lillian Sama also guessed it, didn't she? But didn't you also not make a sound? Lillian was silent, then she slowly spoke. I'm sorry, without definitive proof, I have no reason to make a move. Suzuki Yukino smiled.
Lilian-sama, there's nothing sadder than this. I know who the murderer is, but there's no way to go and expose him in front of everyone. I can only suffer in silence by myself. Yukino, there are some things that not only do you get no benefit from exposing them, but you get a greater disadvantage. Cultivate well, try to improve your strength, forget about everything that happened today, and don't think about revenge. Suzuki Yukino was silent, then she gently nodded. Yukino remembered. Lilian looked at the girl, then she disappeared. The girl continued to stand quietly. It wasn't long before the glow of the streetlights began to dim. There you are. Suzuki Yukino turned around to look at Ning Yuan, who had appeared behind her. The other party quietly looked at her, not a single fluctuation on that clear and handsome face. Seeing that the other party didn't answer her words, a smile appeared on Suzuki Yukino's face. Sir Ning Yuan, are you comfortable? Ning Yuan was stunned inwardly at his words, then he understood the meaning of the other party's words, and a smile spread across the corners of his mouth as he slowly opened his mouth. Not bad, very moist. Suzuki Yukino still wore a smile, her face showing no shyness as she took a few steps forward to Ning Yuan's face, then pulled up his hand and placed it on her chest. Looking directly into Ning Yuan's eyes, Suzuki Yukino spoke. Your Excellency, if you're willing to return the spiritual artifact to the island, I'll be your person from now on and will serve you well. Ning Yuan locked eyes with him, and then he smiled. Ha ha ha. Suzuki Yukino, Suzuki Yukino. You take your posture and flesh too seriously. If I wanted a woman, what woman in this whole world couldn't I get? For me, women are just playthings to pass the time, and it is too ridiculous for playthings to think of exchanging for the treasures in my hands. Listening to Ning Yuan's words, Suzuki Xuan'ai wasn't the least bit angered as she continued to speak with a smile on her face. I'm different, I'm a second stage transcendent, and I have a very special ability. Ning Yuan looked at the woman in front of him, then suddenly reached out and choked the other woman's slender neck to lift her up. Oh? A second stage transcendent with a very special ability? You cast it for me to see. Suzuki Yukino's snow-white face gradually turned red as she was choked. Her pair of eyes silently looked at Ning Yuan, a strong fear rising in her heart. In Ning Yuan's hands, she had lost control of her body and was simply unable to activate the Tao tree within her. Ha! Seeing the other party's eyes gradually roll upwards, Ning Yuan directly threw her to the ground with a cold laugh. Suzuki Yukino, wanting to exchange yourself for those spirits, you've underestimated me and overestimated yourself. Suzuki Yukino propped herself up on the ground with one hand and gasped for air. With tears in her eyes, she looked up at Ning Yuan in front of her and slowly opened her mouth. You're tickling my palm and giving me hints, isn't that because you're interested in me? Ning Yuan looked down at her and spoke faintly. I'm not interested in you if I tickle your palm, forget it, let's not bull with you, let's make a deal. A deal? Suzuki Yukino was puzzled. Ning Yuan quietly looked at her, then a wry smile appeared on his face. Let's work together, you're responsible for secretly passing all the resources within the island to me, I'll find a way to snatch them, and we'll split it 60-40 when it's done. What? Suzuki Yukino froze at the words, then gradually widened her eyes as she looked at Ning Yuan incredulously. What do you take me for? How could I possibly do such a thing? Ning Yuan spoke with a sneer on his face as he looked at her. Of course you would do that, and I'm sure you would. Suzuki Yukino, even though this is the first time we've met, I'm a good judge of people with these eyes, and I'm sure you'll work with me. Looking at Suzuki Yukino, whose eyes flashed with a hint of panic, the sneer at the corner of Ning Yuan's mouth grew thicker. In his last life, Suzuki Yukino was actually quite famous. Only this famous was infamous. There were many transcendents who worked for the Fae, but there was only one transcendent such as Suzuki Yukino who had victimized an entire country. This woman's talent was so strong that it could be said that she was the most gifted transcendent in the island nation, so she was naturally targeted by the island nation's Fae after she broke through the 4th rank. It was unclear to anyone why that foreign race being didn't end up killing this woman. But it's clear that Suzuki Yukino went through something, so from then on she began to yearn for the mighty power of the Fae. In order to stay alive, she was willing to be a slave plaything of the Fae behind her back, and in her quest for power, she even helped the Fae poison and personally kill a large number of transcendents and high-ranking people within the island. The islanders never dreamed that the goddess Lord, whom they raised as a nation and placed high hopes on, was actually the one who destroyed them. Chapter 137 Harvest. Inside the empty parking lot, Ning Yuan's figure stood alone, and Suzuki Yukino had already left. As Ning Yuan had expected, Suzuki Yukino had finally agreed to cooperate with him. As for why she agreed, the reason was actually quite simple. In her previous life, Suzuki Yukino had been trained by the island nation with all her might only after she had broken through to the 4th rank. And nowadays, Suzuki Yukino was only a second-order transcendent. Even if the island nation valued her more, it was impossible for it to smash most of its resources on Suzuki Yukino alone. This resulted in Suzuki Yukino not being able to obtain many resources from within the island nation. Sometimes one could not even get a single spirit item in a year. So after Ning Yuan made this offer, Suzuki Xuan'ai's heart was moved.
As for what consequences her doing so would have on the island nation, Suzuki Yukino didn't bother to think about it. After all, in her opinion, her own strength is the most important thing in a chaotic world. With that, the two exchanged contact information and set a contact code. Because Ning Yuan possessed the memories of his previous life, he could see this woman very thoroughly. Suzuki Yukino was a typical strength supremacist. She was willing to do anything as long as she could have great power, and she could kneel down in the face of someone stronger than herself. Call her cheap or call her slavery in her. What can't be denied is that what Suzuki Yukino did was a nightmare for everyone else, but it was the best for herself. At least in the last life, during the years when Ning Yuan was executed, Suzuki Yukino was alive and well. On the contrary, 90% of those who accused and abused Suzuki Yukino have been reduced to ashes. Thinking back to all the things that happened to Suzuki Xuanai, Ning Yuan couldn't help but seize what Xinyu's figure in his mind. In his opinion, these two women were two extremes. If anything, Suzuki Yukino was willing to give up everything in pursuit of power. Then Zhou Qingyue is willing to give up everything in order to eradicate the foreigners. In Ning Yuan's room inside the hotel, Ning Yuan called Wu Anxiao over alone, then took out a jade box and handed it to him. Wu Anxiao took it, and he looked down at the jade box in his hands with a complex expression of emotion out loud. To think that I, Wu Anxiao, exhausted myself for 2 years at the headquarters without obtaining a single spirit item, and now after following you, Captain, for only 2 days, I have obtained a spirit item. Ning Yuan smiled at his words. No, you're wrong, Anxiao. Wu Anxiao looked up at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan held out 2 fingers. It's a spirit object, a spirit weapon. With that, Ning Yuan tossed a fist-sized golden cube to Wu Anxiao. The latter hurriedly caught it, and his pupils instantly shrank after he scrutinized it. He knew this thing, it was a storage spirit artifact. Looking at the golden cube in his hand, Wu Anxiao's breathing became ragged. Spiritual artifacts that could store things were very useful and rare, so every storage spiritual artifact was often given to the state to control, and would not be given as a reward to the transcendents below. Even the auctions organized by the Aurora Society didn't have any storage spirit weapons in them, thus showing how precious they were. Captain, this. Wu Anxiao's eyes flushed red, he didn't know what to say in his excitement. Ning Yuan smiled and waved his hand. There's no need for that, this is what you deserve, take it. Wu Anxiao nodded his head vigorously as he carefully placed the spirit item inside the golden cube, and then kept the golden cube close to him. Captain, thank you. Although there were 1,000 words inside, Wu Anxiao finally uttered these words. Looking at his sincere expression, Ning Yuan smiled, then patted his shoulder. Looking at Wu Anxiao's departing back, Ning Yuan's smile disappeared. What Wu Anxiao didn't know was that to him storage spirit artifacts were precious. But for Ning Yuan, the storage spirit weapon is a piece of waste, not to mention that this storage spirit weapon is still F-country, very famous, can't even sell it. In the empty room, Ning Yuan sorted out tonight's harvest. The island's storage spirit artifact had given him a big surprise. This was because this storage spirit artifact contained a full 6 spirit artifacts, for spirit weapons, and a spirit seed. It wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that these things were the island nation's transcendent resources for an entire year. Thinking of this, the corners of Ning Yuan's mouth lifted. No wonder that guy Yamada Yuji vomited blood and fainted. Separating the spirit artifacts and spirit weapons, Ning Yuan was prepared to use the spirit artifacts on himself, and the spirit weapons as well as the spirit seeds would find a way to exchange them for spirit artifacts in the hands of other forces when the time came. As far as Ning Yuan was concerned, other than some spirit artifacts that served special purposes, all other spirit artifacts were of little use. He, who had insight into the future, knew clearly that spiritual weapons could not grow, and the vast majority of spiritual weapons could only deal with transcendence of the 4th rank at most at their limit. So everything ultimately depended on his own strength. There was only 1 spiritual object and 3 spiritual artifacts within Indigo's storage spiritual vessel. As for Country F's storage spirit artifact, Ning Yuan had already emptied it before handing this spirit artifact over to Wu Anxiao. There were a total of 2 spirit artifacts, 1 spirit weapon, and 2 spirit seeds inside. After pulling out his cell phone and chatting with Ning Xiaoluo for a while, Ning Yuan then began tonight's cultivation. The next day, Matt sent a special car to pick up Louis and his party to go to the meeting. The car carried them to an airport, and then several people boarded a military airplane. 2 hours later, the plane slowly landed under the command of the ground personnel. After getting off the plane, several people arrived on a remote island. All kinds of thermal weapons, fighter jets, and heavily armed soldiers could be seen everywhere on the island. Ning Yuan just swept a glance, and it was clear that this island was a military base of the M country. Right at this moment, several military vehicles drove over towards several people. The white officer at the head got out of the vehicle, he saluted towards Louis and then spoke. Good morning, Minister Liu, please get in the car, the meeting is about to begin. Several military vehicles carried Louis's few people along the way, then drove straight into an underwater tunnel. A few minutes later, The car slowly stopped on the road. The officer at the head personally opened the door for Louis. He looked at Louis and spoke. Minister Liu, you should be clear about the list of participants in this meeting from the Chinese nation, so anyone else outside of the list should temporarily head to the lounge and wait for the meeting to end. Louis nodded and then signaled Wu Anxiu and a few other headquarters staff to follow the arrangement. With that, the military vehicle carrying Wu Anxiu and the other staff members continued to move forward. When they were far away, the officer from the M country placed his palm on the stone wall of the tunnel next to him. A few moments later, a metallic friction sound rang out. The sound then grew louder and louder until this stone wall slowly rose, revealing a dark chamber. Come in. The officer extends his hand to signal Louis's men to go in. There is also a blast door with an identity encryption key inside. Minister Liu, you should know the secret key. Louis nodded, then he led Ning Yuan, Yang Yuxian and the two of them inside. As they entered it, the stone wall outside the secret room slowly descended, while the officer from the M country stood outside with a straight body waiting. Click. The lights turned on automatically, completely illuminating the darkened chamber. In front of the several people was a silver-white colored door that looked thick and heavy to the extreme. Louis stepped forward and placed his hand on the collector on the door. A few moments later, a mechanical electronic synthesized voice sounded. Identity verification successful, Louis. Please enter your exclusive secret key. As the voice fades, the character buttons are revealed on the collector. Louis entered a dozen characters on it and clicked to confirm. The secret key is correct, welcome. Rumble. In the next moment, the huge silver-white door began to slowly move to the sides, then revealed a pedestrian passage. The three walked back and forth into the passageway. Yang Yu first touched the silver-white metal gate, muttering, "What a not-so-small gesture, such a large door is actually made of tungsten." The few people traveled on like this for some time, and then came to the end of the road, outside a wooden door. Louis pushed open the wooden door. Looking at the scene inside, his pupils shrunk violently. Chapter 138, a layout spanning several years. Displayed in front of Louis was a conference room that wasn't that big. The layout of the conference room is very simple. There is only a semicircular conference table that can accommodate 50 people, as well as the speaker's platform right in front of the semicircular table. In addition to this, there are no monitors and advanced electronic products. In Louis's opinion, this place is just like a retro classroom. At this time, there were already quite a few people sitting in front of the huge semicircular conference table. Matt, Lillian, the representative of the Mao country, the Third Order Transcendent Nevsky, and the representatives of other top-tier powers, as well as the Third Order Transcendents within their countries. At a glance, there were nearly 20 people in total. Welcome Louis, please take your seats, the meeting will begin immediately. On the speaking platform in the middle, an old white man who was organizing information looked at Louis and spoke out. This is the current president of country M, Teflon. Yang Yu first explained to Ning Yuan in a low voice. Ning Yuan looked at the white old man on the speaker's platform. In fact, without Yang Yuxian explaining, he also knew that this person was the current president of M country. It couldn't be helped, who let this guy appear on TV so often. Louis's trio came to sit beside Matt, who smiled and reached out to greet Louis. Lillian, on the other hand, sat quietly on the side. Good morning everyone. Teflon pushed up his glasses as he looked around the crowd to open his mouth. Before I open this short meeting, let me remind you of two things. First, this meeting is an international joint warfare conference. Second, together with everyone present, the contents of this meeting are known to a total of 32 people around the world, so the contents of this meeting are strictly confidential, and if anyone divulges them, they will be punished according to crimes against humanity. The following meeting content officially begins. As we all know, ever since the foreign races invaded the world, we have been in a passive situation, hindered by various difficulties that prevented us from taking the initiative. Also, everyone here knows that alien beings are different from transcendentals who cultivate step by step to become stronger. They become stronger with the passage of time. This can be learned from the Fey being we imprisoned. 5 years ago, it was possible to imprison him with 2 sealing system spirit artifacts. Today, it requires 6 sealing system spirit artifacts to completely imprison him. Even the nuclear weapons that our human civilization is so proud of are gradually losing their proper power in front of these beings. According to the latest experimental data from a month ago, the miniature nuclear bombs we designed have gone from initially destroying half of its body to only being able to leave wounds on it now. And these wounds it won't even take a day to recover completely. All of these manifestations are showing that this war between us and the Fae can't be dragged on any longer. The way they get stronger is too easy. On the contrary, the way the Transcendents get stronger is too difficult. We don't know what the future is like, but what can be predicted is that the further we go, the more detrimental it will be for the entire human civilization. All these years, we've been thinking about what methods we can use to attract these hidden alien races and gather them together as much as possible to completely eliminate them. 3 years ago, the heads of state of M, Huaxia, Mao, D, and Y, the heads of these 5 countries reached a common agreement, opening up a layout that spanned several years of time. Saying this, Teflon paused for a moment as he looked around the crowd and slowly opened his mouth. This layout is using that captured alien being as bait. Upon hearing these words, the pupils of everyone in the conference room who were quietly listening shrank. Yang Yu first looked at Teflon openly in disbelief. President Teflon, do you mean that the location where that alien race is being held is not being leaked, but that you are doing it on purpose? Teflon on the speaker's platform looked at Yang Yu and smiled first before nodding his head. That's right, we intentionally leaked it. In order to prevent the foreign race beings from worrying about fraud, we immediately transferred that imprisoned foreign race being under false pretenses, in order to create a false impression that there really is a traitor within us. Yang Yuasian exhaled deeply at his words. Teflon, on the other hand, continued to speak. From the intelligence we've gathered so far, the Fey beings believe it, and they are gathering forces to rescue this imprisoned Fey being. It won't be long now until they find that new place of confinement, which is why this meeting has been called. President Teflon, tell us your plan. Mao's representative spoke up. There are two plans. Teflon said as he faced the crowd and held out two fingers. The first is to rely on the power of the world's third-order transcendence and second-order transcendence to completely wipe out the foreign races participating in the war. The second plan is opened based on the failure of the first plan. If the world's transcendental forces cannot win this battle, then the third-order transcendentalists will lead the second-order transcendentalists to evacuate the battlefield at the critical moment, and we will detonate the 3 nuclear bombs buried in the area over there. Hearing this, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. After a few moments, the representative of Country D slowly spoke. President Teflon, as far as I know, that location where the new alien beings are being held is not a no man's land, is it? Teflon looked at the representative of Country D and nodded. That's right, there are 2,250,000 people living in that area over there. The entire room fell silent once again. Teflon continued to speak without changing his face. The alien beings know about the existence of nuclear bombs, and they also know that nuclear weapons can kill them now. If the battlefield is set in no man's land, once you all retreat at the same time, these alien beings will definitely be alerted and will also retreat after you. But it's different if it's in the living area. Right now the alien beings' thinking is still stuck in the stage where we won't use weapons of mass destruction on ordinary people. So if you retreat, they will just take it as a defeat and will not immediately follow you. And that bit of time is the perfect time for you to leave the battlefield and detonate the nukes. Seeing that everyone remained silent, Teflon continued to speak with an expressionless face. For the sake of the greater good, necessary sacrifices can't be avoided. Human civilization won't dissipate because of the sacrifice of a few million people, but it will most likely die out completely because of the alien race. This simple truth, I believe everyone here understands. The representative of Country Y spoke up. Mr. President, are you sure that these 3 nuclear bombs can destroy those alien beings? The yield of the nuclear bombs are all strictly calculated, and we used the obliteration of that imprisoned alien being as the minimum standard, so the power of the 3 nuclear bombs is enough to completely obliterate those alien beings once and for all. Hearing this, Ning Yuan took a deep breath inwardly. As things stood, he finally understood the cause and effect of this matter, as well as the ending, in conjunction with his experiences in his previous life. Ha. It turns out that the truth behind this is like this. It's ridiculous that I was too low in status in my last life and believed in these people's bull. That nuclear explosion turned out to be how it came about. Ning Yuan's last life. He had just joined the headquarters not long after, when the world was struck by a war that had affected the world for nearly 100 years. In South America, a large number of alien beings and transcendentalists suddenly appeared in the country of Yu at a certain time to fight to the death. The reason for this tragic battle, Ning Yuan learned later, was because of the imprisoned alien being. However, the process and ending of the battle between the transcendent and the alien race in question had been completely sealed by the higher-ups, and even if he had broken through to the 4th rank, he had no right to view it. However, even though he couldn't view the process, Ning Yuan clearly remembered that a nuclear explosion had occurred in the country of Wu at that time. Nearly 2 million people had died in one night. Officially, the war was a trap set by alien beings in order to completely eliminate the transcendentalists, and the nuclear bombs were also made by alien beings. As for what happened to the kingdom of Wu afterward, Ning Yuan wasn't sure. After all, almost all of the countries in the North and South continent dissipated later on, so who would remember the end of such a small country? Chapter 139: A Scale Within. Although Ning Yuan didn't know the ending of that battle, combining it with Teflon's words today, and looking at what he had experienced in his last life, the strategic purpose of these human executives had not been achieved. Their aim of wiping out all, or even as many, of the alien beings as possible failed, and although some of the alien beings died in that battle, more were evacuated, so it didn't affect the overall situation. However, it was commendable that although the strategic purpose of the human hierarchy had not been achieved, it had deterred many of the alien spirits. After all, the alien spirits did not expect the humans to be so ruthless. In order to kill them, actually began to disregard the death of ordinary people. So there are a lot of alien beings afraid of humans regardless of continue to drop nuclear bombs, so in the strength to recover to not fear nuclear bombs before all low-profile hibernation. Perhaps this is a case of the willows falling into the shade.
It was also during these years of the alien race's low-profile hibernation that human transcendence emerged, with some newcomers with strong abilities gradually coming into their own, and later on, a transcendent managed to break through from the third order to the fourth order. And the fourth order of the powerful and can increase their own life expectancy benefits, but also completely detonated the global transcendental's cultivation enthusiasm for the next human race and the alien race of the difficult war years to accumulate a large number of war power. Time back to the present. The atmosphere in the conference room was not as silent as earlier, but those attending the meeting neither agreed with Tevlin nor refuted him. Tevlin's face remained expressionless at this sight. He knew exactly what these people were thinking.
Not saying anything is a tacit agreement.
This frontal war between humans and foreigners may not take long to open, so please make your own arrangements and preparations for the next few moments. Third-order transcendents must participate in the war, and powerful second-order transcendents must also participate in the war. Previously, our major countries around the globe jointly signed a special joint combat agreement. In the event of a special situation, the transcendents of the global countries must join together in a joint battle without compensation.
This time M country will use this agreement to call on other countries' transcendents to join the war.
In addition, I need to emphasize to the third-order transcendents here that once the second plan starts to be implemented, all you can do is to leave as soon as possible. You are the hope of the human civilization and you cannot afford to lose. That's why I asked you to come to the meeting today to know about the plan in advance. As for the other transcendents participating in the war, the Joint Operations Headquarters will give orders for them to evacuate at the critical moment for a suitable reason. Finally, it is sincerely hoped that we can achieve our purpose without having to open the second plan.
Dismissed.
On the airplane, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Louis looked at Yang Yuxian several times to say something, but in the end said nothing. Wu Anxiao on the side looked at Louis and Yang Yuxian with an odd face. These two had become this way since the end of the meeting. Looking at Ning Yuan, who was also silent and looking out the window, Wu Anxiao's inner doubts increased.
Yang Yuxian, what do you think?
After a moment of silence, Louis finally spoke. Yang Yu first looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside the cabin glass and said slowly. He wasn't wrong in one sentence: human civilization won't die out because of some people's deaths, but it will die out because of foreign races. Saying this, Yang Yu first turned back to look at Louis.
Old Lu, don't people of your status all have a scale inside?
Which side is heavy you actually know very well in your heart?
Louis is dumbfounded.
He then sighed deeply and muttered inwardly.
What kind of scale can put down 2 million lives?
Ning Yuan looked at the flocks of birds flying by below the clouds, and once again, he deeply realized within himself what it meant to say that the lives of ordinary people were like grass.
In the eyes of these people in power, too many people have died in human civilization because of war to count. So what's 2 million people sacrificed? Back to the hotel.
Louis received a message from above that there were some things that needed to be handed over to Matt, so they stayed in M for an extra half day.
Ning Yuan had nothing to do, so he took the initiative to find Helen. Inside a European-style manner.
After learning that Ning Yuan, a third-order transcendent, was interested in trading with herself, Helen was naturally happy. Under Lillian's watchful eyes, Helen handed a picture to Ning Yuan. The two people in the photo are the foreign beings who killed my husband. Perhaps they don't look like this anymore, but one of them has a name I know. One is called Futake. Ning Yuan looked at the two people in the photo as he looked at Helen and frowned as he spoke.
Mrs. Helen, if I remember correctly, the deal should only include one alien being, right? Helen smiled and nodded.
Of course, the target I'm referring to is the man beside Fuyue. According to the information I've been told, this Fuyue should only be the servant of that foreign being, except that these two have been together all this time and have an unusual relationship. Ning Yuan glanced at Helen, and then at Lillian, who had been watching him from the side, before he smiled.
All right, I'll keep an eye out.
Thank you, Captain Ning Yuan. If you can help my husband get his revenge, I'll definitely give you the payment I promised with both hands. Walking out of the manor, a hint of gloom flashed under Ning Yuan's eyes. Who would have thought that Helen was actually related to Lillian, and not only that, they were even living together. In addition, this Lillian was obviously guarded against him, or else she couldn't have been in a defensive posture. Just as well, think of other ways, in any case that scapegoat doll I must get.
Thinking this, Ning Yuan's figure disappeared into thin air. Inside the manor.
Looking at Lillian, who was a bit out of it, Helen inquired suspiciously.
Lillian, what's wrong?
Nothing, Helen, you have to be careful of this Ning Yuan. Once he comes looking for you, you notify me first. Although she was a bit puzzled as to why Lillian said that, Helen still nodded her head in agreement.
Inside the hotel.
Ning Yuan, who had just returned, saw Wu Anxiao, who was carrying a large bag.
Anxiao, what are you doing? Captain.
Seeing Ning Yuan, Wu Anxiao hurriedly greeted him with a smile. It's not a rare trip to M country, so I'm going back at the party, so I bought some gifts for my family. After saying that, Wu Anxiao also introduced them one by one.
This is for my wife, this is for my daughter, this is for my parents, this is for my old man, and this is for...
Every time I go on a business trip I buy them some gifts. They are ordinary people, they are very fond of these things. Ning Yuan looked at the shopping bags on the ground and fell into a deep thought. A moment later, he looked at Wu Anxiao and opened his mouth. Anxiao, what's a better gift for a girl? Wu Anxiao froze at his words, then he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly handed Ning Yuan a handbag with a smile. That must be a gift of skincare products, girls love beauty, this set is a big brand, she must like it. Hey! How can this be good? I'll just ask, I'll go buy it myself later. Ning Yuan made a gesture to refuse. Captain, this is out of the ordinary, a set of skincare products only, how troublesome for you to go buy it again. I have a membership that I've organized, one call, and people will send it over. Just like that, the two of them pushed and shoved a few times, then Ning Yuan sighed and accepted it. Not far away, Yang Yuxian, who was packing up his things, saw the scene and shook his head. Chapter 140 Making Moves. When Lu Yi and his group's special airplane returned to the great capital city, it was already late at night. Inside the airport, Lu Yi, who was draped in a coat, looked at Ning Yuan and opened his mouth. Ning Yuan, it's been hard on you these past few days, why don't you go to the headquarters and rest for a night before going back? No need, minister. Ning Yuan politely declined Lu Yi's invitation. Lu Yi didn't say anything more when he saw this. He looked around and saw that none of the other staff members were around before he lowered his voice and spoke. Ning Yuan, you know the content of the meeting, but you don't need to have any pressure, everything is focused on preserving yourself. Hearing the hint in Lu Yi's words, Ning Yuan smiled and nodded. Don't worry, minister, I understand. Lu Yi nodded and reached out to pat Ning Yuan's shoulder again before turning towards the special car waiting not far away. When Lu Yi entered the car, and his gaze was redirected to the place where Ning Yuan was standing, the latter had already disappeared. Great Zhou City, within the Star Lake Flower Shore Villa area. The night sky was dotted with stars, and now that winter had begun, the late night air was cold and bone-chilling. Ning Yuan's appeared in the house out of nowhere. Looking at the gift bag in his hand, Ning Yuan took a step out to Ning Xiaoluo's room. The girl's room that was filled with a faint scent was lit with a yellowish light. Looking at Ning Xiaoluo, who was wearing pajamas and lying on her side on the bed, sleeping with her arms around a doll, Ning Yuan did not turn off the lights in the room. The experiences of her childhood had allowed Ning Xiaoluo to develop the habit of sleeping with the light on. Placing the gift bag gently on the girl's nightstand, Ning Yuan then reached out to straighten her covers. However, Ning Yuan had just pulled the covers up a bit when the girl on the bed suddenly opened her eyes with a tense voice. Ning Xiaoluo then subconsciously sat up. When she saw that the person by her bedside was Ning Yuan, the tension on Ning Xiaoluo's face instantly transformed into surprise. Xiao Yuan, you're back from your business trip. Just got back. Are you hungry? I'll go get you a bowl of noodles to eat. After saying that, Ning Xiaoluo wanted to get out of bed. Ning Yuan reached out and stopped her, shaking his head and laughing. I've already eaten, I wanted to quietly give you a surprise, but I ended up waking you up. At this moment, Ning Xiaoluo also saw the beautifully wrapped gift bag on her nightstand. She took it over and looked at it, then a look of shock appeared on her face. This, little abyss, this skincare set, you bought it especially for me? Aha! Wow, thank you Abuchi. Looking at Ning Xiaoluo, who had a happy smile on her face, a hint of complexity flashed through Ning Yuan's eyes. Xiaoluo, are you still such a light sleeper now? Well, it's an old problem, but it doesn't make much of an impact on me. Seemingly feeling a bit chilly, Ning Xiaoluo re-entered the quilt and reached out to cover herself with the quilt. Looking at the thin clothes Ning Yuan was wearing, Ning Xiaoluo inquired, Little Yuan, is it true that transcendents don't feel the cold? Ning Yuan nodded. Let's see. Ning Xiaoluo extended his hand. Ning Yuan held her hand. Feeling the warmth in the other's hand, Ning Xiaoluo let go of her heart. You go to sleep, I'm leaving. After saying that, Ning Yuan wanted to draw back his hand, but Ning Xiaoluo didn't let go. She looked at Ning Yuan and spoke softly. Can we do the same thing tonight as when we were little? I'll hold your hand and sleep? Looking at the innocence in Ning Xiaoluo's eyes, Ning Yuan nodded. Good. Just like that, just like when they were kids. Ning Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, and Ning Xiaoluo held his hand as he slept. Looking at the girl who closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep, Ning Yuan sighed inwardly. When they were young, the first time Ning Xiaoluo's father, Ning Yuan's great-uncle, Ning Rongxiang had sold his daughter for money was when he did it while she was asleep. At that time, Ning Rongxiang was addicted to drugs and gambling, and he could no longer be called a human being in some ways. In order to take drugs and pay off his debts, he forced his own wife to sell. Ning Xiaoluo's mother, who came from a southern bookish family, couldn't bear the humiliation and hanged herself. Forced to do nothing, Ning Rongxiang later set his sights on his daughter, who was still a minor. That year, Ning Xiaoluo was only 15 years old, while Ning Yuan was 12. It was summer, and the weather inside the house was too hot, so under Ning Rongxiang's deliberate arrangement, the defenseless Ning Xiaoluo slept on a tricycle in the yard. At that time, the roads in the countryside were still poor, and it was difficult to drive the tricycle fast. Ning Xiaoluo was woken up by the tricycle. She woke up to find a strange man driving her family's tricycle. Seemingly aware that the girl had woken up, the middle-aged man even turned to her and smiled at her, calling her his daughter-in-law. In the middle of the night, the psychological trauma brought to her by this scene could be imagined. Later, it was the 12-year-old Ning Yuan who chased after her on his bicycle with a knife, which saved the stunned Ning Xiaoluo. For a period of time after that, Ning Xiaoluo had problems with her nerves and found it hard to sleep, and it was Ning Yuan who held her hand to help her sleep during that time as well. Even after Ning Xiaoluo's state recovered later on, she still had difficulty sleeping when she was alone, and often woke up as soon as someone touched her. Not long after, Ning Yuan withdrew his hand and looked at Ning Xiaoluo, who had already fallen asleep, as his figure disappeared into thin air. Inside the villa's study, Ning Yuan pushed open the door to the room. At this moment, the study was brightly lit and smoky, and the big yellow dog was leaning on the office chair, while there were many documents in front of it. Call. Exhaling a puff of smoke, the big yellow dog flicked the ashes in the ashtray in front of him as he concentrated on a document in his hand. What's wrong? I can hear you sighing all the time from afar. Ning Yuan sat straight across from Big Yellow Dog. Hearing the voice, Big Yellow Dog, who was looking at the documents in his hands with all his heart, suddenly froze. It looked at Ning Yuan in front of it, then rubbed its doggy eyes and sighed. Alas! You're finally back. Something happened. Something's wrong? What is it? Ning Yuan said as he took a file from the desk and looked at it. The content of the document was the investment promotion information of Central China, Dahan City for the past 5 years. He simply scanned it and put it down. The big yellow dog will be cigarette stubs extinguished opened his mouth. To put it simply, those clans rooted in Central China are starting to make moves. Under the secret cooperation and coordination of Guiyang, the person in charge of the temporary captain's rights, the Xiao family has picked up a lot of projects in all the major provinces in Central China during this period of time, as well as a lot of land, and their development can be said to be growing by leaps and bounds. No, seeing that the Xiao family is developing so rapidly, those great families rooted in Central China region can't sit still. It's not like they're little cuties. Knowing what the Xiao family is here for, they naturally won't sit still, so they made their move.